I am clearly an ordinary person without any cultivation, but I married an empress of a demonic sect who is as murderous as can be. Yet, in front of me, she behaves as meek as a little kitten, lying in bed every day allowing me to do as I please. It's only because she is currently in a vegetative state, with only her consciousness awake. So, every time I touch her, she swears to give me an extra cut when she wakes up. Originally, I was just a menial disciple of the White Feather Divine sect, but unexpectedly, I was suddenly abducted by two old women who claimed to be protectors of the sect leader, Lu Ruyan. They said they were taking me to a good place, but instead of being afraid, I felt a bit excited because I had awakened a sign-in system. As long as I stayed by someone with higher cultivation, the rewards from signing in would be more generous. As a menial disciple, I had never encountered any big shots before, so I quickly silently prayed for a sign-in in my heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in next to a powerful expert in the cave ruins realm, receiving 1,000 reward points and a package of attributes. Before I could check the system rewards, I was brought to the entrance of a secret room, where I learned that this was the residence of the sect leader, Lu Ruyan. The two protectors looked at me as I entered, and I was somewhat puzzled, so I slowly walked into the secret room. The first thing that caught my eye was a large bed, on which lay a woman in a white veil dress. I was immediately stunned. Since crossing over, this was the first time I had seen such a beautiful woman. Could this be the sect leader, Lu Ruyan, the ruthless female demon that people talk about? It was rumored that Lu Ruyan was extremely ugly, always wearing a veil, but now standing in front of her, I realized the power of marketing to distort the truth. I was just a bit confused, not understanding the purpose of the two protectors bringing me here. Just then, the two protectors walked in. Since we have already met, let's prepare for the wedding. After some inquiry, I learned that Lu Ruyan had inexplicably fallen into a vegetative state, and despite all efforts by the sect elders, they could not wake her up. The prolonged coma was rapidly draining Lu Ruyan's life force, and if she did not wake up soon, she might lose all vitality. After going through great difficulties, the two protectors finally found a diviner who predicted that only by marrying me and performing the rites of husband and wife could there be a glimmer of hope. And so, the wedding of Lu Ruyan and me arrived as scheduled. As the main characters of the wedding, Lu Ruyan and I didn't even need to show up. The higher-ups of the White Feather Divine sect would take care of everything. On the wedding night, I looked at the figure lying on the bed, dressed in red bridal attire. Two guardians. How long has the leader been unconscious? It has been 1 month and 3 days. The two guardians in the shadows answered. Has the leader eaten? As a time traveler, I have some understanding of vegetative states, and it is extremely necessary to ingest a certain amount of energy regularly. One guardian said, the leader has reached the realm of crossing the calamity, so even if she doesn't eat for 100 years, there will be no problem. But have you ever thought that she is no longer the powerful figure of the realm of crossing the calamity? I think we should still regularly feed the leader. Upon hearing my words, the shadowed Lao Lu looked at Lao Mu, who nodded. Soon, a bowl of spirit porridge was brought over. I gently held Lao Yan's neck, helped her sit up halfway, scooped a spoonful of spirit porridge, blew on it, and slowly fed it to Lao Yan's mouth. However, what I didn't know was that Lao Yan's consciousness was gradually awakening. Upon learning that we were already married, she exploded instantly. How dare this scoundrel touch my body? When I wake up, I will definitely kill you. But when Lao Yan felt the warm porridge flowing into her mouth, making her extremely comfortable, she said that when she woke up, she would spare me a knife. However, when I wiped the porridge from the corner of her mouth with my hand, this intimate gesture reignited Lao Yan's feelings. Thief, you wait for me. When I wake up, I will make you taste all the pain in this world. Unaware, I murmured, it's strange. Other people's wedding nights are usually toasting with wine, but we ended up with me feeding you a bowl of porridge. My words ignited Lu Ruyan again. Do you still want to toast with wine? I'll give you a few more cuts then. Just then, Lu Ruyan heard the sound of bedding rubbing against each other by his ear, which made his heart skip a beat. Could it be that this thief wants to consummate the marriage with me? But the next moment, Lu Ruyan heard the sound of me sleeping on the floor, which relieved him but also made him ponder over the marriage again. At that moment, I was happy because I had just checked in next to Lu Ruyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for checking in next to Lu Ruyan in the late stage of the tribulation, and receiving a reward of 5,000 points. 1 deluxe gift package. Discounted item today. Earthgrade Intermediate Technique Rebirth Buddha Hand. Selling for 10,000 points. 40% off. 1 deluxe gift package. Selling for 1,000. 20% off. Rebirth Buddha Hand is a special technique from ancient Buddhist sects, which can rejuvenate vitality and has excellent healing effects. I looked at this technique, then looked at Lu Ruyan lying on the bed, and finally decided to buy it. Up to this point, Sichen's qualification became 50, and the 8,000 or so points that he had worked so hard to get were down to 1,200 points. However, Sithan had no regrets. Cocking his head and looking at the Qianin lying on the white jade bed, Si Chen's heart always had a very strange feeling. Paying points to purchase a technique that would be useful to Luo Jiro. He didn't feel any pain at all. However, now Sithan was faced with a very serious problem. He didn't know how to cultivate at all, and there wasn't an ounce of spiritual energy in his body. So how was he going to run the returning Buddha's hands? The things that the system sells every day are good, but they are all based on him having a certain amount of spiritual power. And just as Sithan was lying on the floor bunk tossing and turning, he suddenly realized something. He's not the same journeyman disciple he was back then. He is now the sect leader of this white feather god sect, madam. Although the name was a bit odd, it was able to give Si Chen a lot of things. Getting up from the floor, Sithan pushed open the door to the room beyond. Two guardians, are you there? Yes. Without hardly the slightest wait, Elder Mu's voice immediately sounded in Si Chen's ears, and Sithan told them what he had come for. I want a technique that can help me get started. Is that okay? As Si Chen's words fell, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were hidden in the shadows, also fell into a brief silence. A moment later, Mu Lao's voice came once again. Naturally, I just don't know why Gongzi wants to cultivate. Why do you cultivate? Si Chen was slightly stunned. Still, he said softly, maybe it's because I don't want to see her just lying there without me being able to do a single thing about it. Or maybe it's my pride that won't allow me to be so weak. Your Excellency, please wait a moment. Unconsciously, the two protectors' names for Si Chen had also changed. Within a short time, Mu Lao among the shadows appeared in front of Si Chen with an ancient scroll. Your Excellency, this is the technique that the outer disciples among the divine sect learn when they are initiated. I don't know how your son's qualifications and roots are right now, but I think you should be able to successfully step into the foundation establishment stage within half a month. There was something else that Elder Mu hadn't said, and that was that those gifted disciples usually stepped into the foundation establishment stage within 3 to 7 days. However, in order not to hurt Sithan's pride, she still said 7 days is 15. Si Chen took the scroll of merit law from Elder Mu's hand and nodded gratefully towards her. Thanks a lot. There's no need to be polite. It's good that the Gongzi acted from his heart. Elder Mu nodded. It's up to you for the sect leader to be able to wake up. Afterward, Elder Mu's figure slowly disappeared once more, and Si Chen returned to the middle of the room. Coming to Luo Jiro's bedside, Si Chen held her catkin jade hand in his own large hand. I don't know if you can hear me, but I'm going to start practicing, and after I have aura within my body, I'll be able to help you recover your body. I don't know how long it will take for me to be initiated with my talent. How long did it take you to get initiated? Half a month? Or maybe half a month? They all say you have excellent natural talent, so you should be initiated very quickly. Is it 7 days? Here is the spiritual world of Luo Jiro. In the boundless darkness, Luo Jiro felt as if she had fallen into some kind of dream that she could never wake up from. Here, her world was devoid of the slightest hint of color, and she had lost even the most basic ability to think. However, she was, after all, a renowned demon sect master, an existence that was expected to achieve a party of female emperors in the future. In the midst of the darkness, Luo Jiro was able to detect which state she had entered, and was also able to vaguely guess what she had entered this state because of. Only, she couldn't say it, she couldn't speak her mind to anyone. At first, Luo Jiro's perception of the outside world was vague, and she couldn't even hear a single sound. Gradually, however, Luo Jiro felt that her senses seemed to have recovered a bit, and the sounds of the outside world began to gradually reach her ears. She heard the daily and nightly lamentations of the two guardians beside her and the painstaking search for a way to save her, and she wanted to tell them why she was like this, but she couldn't. She likewise heard the fake concern of the elders who came to visit her. Then later, Luo Jiro's perception of the outside world became stronger. It was also at this time that she desperately sensed that the vitality in her body was rapidly draining away. It was that sinister power that caused one to enter the state of losing one's soul that was devouring one's vitality little by little. She couldn't speak. She couldn't express any of her thoughts to the outside world. She just had to watch. Watching his vitality drain away little by little. Watching his life come to an end little by little. Her cultivation level of the transition realm was no longer able to sustain her body's needs, as the aura in her meridians had even stopped functioning after entering the soul state. Luo Jiro didn't want to be like that. Even though she was known to the world as a murderous demoness, she still suffered from the suffocating feeling that death brings. Time passed like this. Luo Jiro could also sense that the vitality in her body was getting weaker and weaker every day. Perhaps, it wouldn't be much longer before she really did what those people wanted and left her hand, handing over the white feather divine sect that she had worked so hard to manage. She hated not being able to put to death all those people with evil intentions. and she hated even more the fact that she could no longer continue to guard the last bit of what her master had left for her. Gradually, the voices ringing in Luo Jiro's ears became less and less, because with the passage of time, those elders of the divine religion had long since become impossible to come back. The two guardians also went out to look for the divine calculator and could no longer stay by her side. At this time, Luo Jiro was only able to quietly feel the passing of her vitality in the midst of that boundless darkness. Alone, the feeling took her breath away. She wanted to shout loudly, wanting to fully unleash her late-stage transition realm power, destroying everything around her. But she couldn't do it. She knew she was going to die. But just at this time, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that her palm seemed to be held by a pair of large, slightly rough hands. The long darkness and the threat of death had left Luo Jiro's spirit in a bit of a trance, but she could still feel the warmth that came from her palm. At the same time, after a long period of solitude, an incomparably gentle voice rang in Luo Jiro's ears. My name is Sit-hen. Can you hear me? We are married. We're married. At first, the long silent ears once again had a voice coming from them. Luo Jiro was somewhat delighted. She even felt that before she died, at least there were other people around, so she didn't die too lonely. But when she heard the words of the man beside her, Luo Jiro instantly exploded. Married, married, married. For a while, Si-chen in the name as well as the three words married lingered in her mind, even reawakening her already somewhat disorganized spirit. And just the first thought that came to her mind was, thief, how dare you touch my body? When I wake up, I will kill you. Luo Jiro had never been touched physically by any member of the opposite sex when she was this old, and even her true face had rarely been seen by the opposite sex. But now, there was a man sitting at her bedside, holding her hand and telling her he was married to him. For a moment, Luo Jiro simply couldn't accept it. She even wanted to get up with a carp and ask Elder Mu and Elder Lu what the hell they were thinking. However, just as Luo Jiro's mind was filled with thoughts of how to kill this man who touched her body by 1,000 cuts, she noticed that the man beside her had moved again. He asked Mu Lao for a bowl of porridge. Luo Jiro found herself being picked up by the man beside her, and she heard the sound of the man gently blowing towards the porridge in the spoon. Then after that, Luo Jiro noticed the warm porridge flowing into her mouth, and the flavor of long-lost food continued to flow in her mouth. Why would he know that I need food? Can he sense the state of my body? Spoon after spoon, until Luo Jiro finished the bowl of kanji all the way through was still a bit unfulfilled. It had been too long since she had taken in energy. Her body was already incredibly weak, and the power originating from the outside world, like a bed made of life crystals, was simply too much for her to absorb anymore. She needs food. After finishing all the porridge, Luo Jiro noticed the man beside her's big hand helping her wipe away the porridge stains at the corner of her mouth. This intimate action once again caused Luo Jiro, who had just calmed down, to be ignited once again. Thief, wait for me. When I wake up, I will make you taste the most extreme pain in this world. It's strange, everyone else drinks a cup of wine on their wedding night, and we actually had me feed you a bowl of porridge. The man's gentle words came again, and Luo Jiro couldn't help but think furiously. You still want to drink a cup of wine? I'll give you a cut. Only, Luo Jiro couldn't communicate any of her thoughts to the outside world at all, so she could only listen to the man's voice in the darkness. Rustling, the sound of bedding rubbing came from her ears, which caused Luo Jiro's heart to instantly lift. Could it be that this thief is going to? But the next second Luo Jiro heard the sound of Si-chen hitting the floor. This made Luo Jiro relieved, and at the same time, she once again began to nag at the matter of getting married. Even Luo Jiro herself didn't realize that the appearance of the man beside her made her otherwise dead heart ripple once again. No longer just full of death wish, but this wave, all rushed to the death of Si-chen. 1,000 cuts to go. The eye does not wander, and God returns to the heart, which is the basis of stillness. Collect the mind, keep the one, stop the thoughts, and enter the stillness. Si-chen naturally didn't know what was in Luo Jiro's mind. All he had to do now was to step into the foundation establishment realm as soon as possible. Sitting cross-legged beside Luo Jiro's couch, Si-chen recited under his breath the techniques needed to build the foundation. Following what was written in the method, Si-chen tried to incorporate the heaven and earth spiritual chi that was wandering around his body into his meridians. It had to be said that although the bed and couch created by this life crystal had no effect on Luo Jiro, at this moment, it was crookedly providing Si-chen with a massive amount of spiritual chi. Almost immediately, Si-chen felt a faint arcane aura flowing into his body. Once again following what the method taught, Si-chen began to speed up the rate at which he absorbed the aura around his body. Boom! It was as if thunder had exploded in his body, and after only a few breaths, Si-chen was already able to clearly perceive the aura that existed in heaven and earth, and the speed at which these auras entered his body was also extremely fast. This is foundation building. Spreading out his hands, Si-chen felt the throbbing coming from his body at the moment, while he murmured in a somewhat confused manner, "Didn't Elder Mu say that even those with exceptional talent need 3 to 7 days? Coming to Luo Jiro's bedside, Si-chen leaned on his chin with his hand and spoke softly to her. "I managed to build my foundation. Isn't that fast? My qualifications shouldn't be that bad, right? Don't you worry. After I familiarize myself a little with the flow of aura within I'll be able to help you recover your body." Looking at Luo Jiro, who was lying quietly in front of him, Si-chen couldn't help but stretch out his finger and poke Luo Jiro's face. "Do you want to see what I look like? I feel I'm quite handsome." The ants in the village all said they wanted to betroth their daughters to me, but I didn't agree. I didn't expect that I'd really marry a better looking one. By the way, why do you always like to wear a veil? You don't look that ugly to me. What Si-chen didn't know was that although Luo Jiro in front of him wasn't able to say anything to him, she was able to hear what Si-chen was saying to her, and was able to feel what was happening around her. Upon sensing that Si-chen had succeeded in building his foundation in a few breaths, Luo Jiro was directly a bit skeptical of life. Earlier, when Si-chen asked her how long it took her to build her foundation, she wanted to proudly tell Si-chen, "I succeeded in building my foundation in an hour. I envy you to death, thief." However, when she really sensed Si-chen's foundation establishment time, even Luo Jiro's state of mind, who had gone through a million experiences, was flooded with a few moments of dismay. "In a few breaths, you've succeeded in building your foundation. What a monster you are. But don't look at you dashing around now. When I wake up, the first thing I'll do is kill you first." And when Luo Jiro heard what Si-chen said, that he would restore her body after familiarizing himself with the aura, she froze. Luo Jiro couldn't figure it out. She couldn't figure out if what Si-chen said was true or false. More than anything, she couldn't figure out why Si-chen was so attached to her, the inexplicably married maiden. But the next second, "How dare you poke me in the face? You say I'm ugly. Your whole family is ugly. You're bitchy you. I really want to give you a knife." Luo Jiro, who was still in the midst of a tangle in 1 second, exploded in the next, full of thoughts all about making Si-chen pay a painful price. Si-chen didn't tease Luo Jiro anymore. Even though he didn't know if Luo Jiro could hear him, Luo Jiro could sense that the man beside her seemed to be lying back down on his floor. However, in the next second, Si-chen's head slowly rose again, while he shouted in a low voice towards Luo Jiro, "Good night, ma'am." After finishing this last sentence, Si-chen flew back to his warm floor bed, rolled left and right to raise his feet a little, and waited until he had wrapped himself in the quilt before humming with satisfaction. As for Luo Jiro's side, when she heard the last words that Si-chen said to herself, "Thief, who are you calling mother? You think that by organizing a wedding, I'll recognize your identity? Not even a chance. It pisses me off so much I can't calm down. And you're so good. You say you're going to sleep. No, I can't die. I have to kill you first." Si-chen and Luo Jiro's wedding night passed in such a very odd state. The next day, as the sun shone through the window into the room, Si-chen stretched out a great deal. Sitting on the floor, Si-chen subconsciously turned his head to look at the white jade bed and couch beside him. When he saw the silhouette on the bed, a few moments of trance flashed in his eyes. None of this is a dream. He really married the demon sect master. And she's so good looking. Coming to Luo Jiro's bedside, Si-chen poked her fair and delicate cheeks with his finger just like before. "Good morning, ma'am. Are you still sleeping? Knock, knock, knock." At that moment, there was also a knock on the door from outside the room. "My lord, the morning meal and porridge are ready." Hearing the voice outside the room, Si-chen put on his clothes, then went up and opened the door. "Trouble the two guardians. Just put my meal on the table first. I'll eat after I feed the godfather." Si-chen's words fell but did not receive any response, which caused him to raise his head in some confusion to look at Elder Mu in front of him. "Elder Mu? Elder Ryu? You built the foundation." Standing outside the door, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at Si-chen, who was standing in front of them, with already unbelievable gazes, their eyes filled with dismay. Si-chen rubbed the back of his head. "Maybe I'm a bit different from others. I only used a few breaths of time yesterday to successfully build my foundation. A few breaths. To be honest, when the two protectors handed the foundation building technique to Si-chen yesterday, they unanimously felt that if he was able to successfully build his foundation within 7 days, that would satisfy them. But now this was only a night's time, and they had seen Si-chen reach the foundation establishment realm. Although the foundation establishment realm was weak, the time that an ordinary person entered the foundation establishment realm had a lot to do with his qualifications and roots. And for those heavenly prides, qualifications and root bones could be said to be the most important things. It can be said that if diligence can determine a person's lower limit, then the qualification and root bone can determine a person's upper limit. It seems necessary to test his qualifications for him. Afterward, placing the food on the table in the room, Elder Mu went up and helped Luo Jiro check her body. Looking at Luo Jiro's neatly dressed clothes, and the face that had regained a bit of its redness, Mulao's heart couldn't help but add a bit more satisfaction to Si Chen. Yesterday, they were still worried about what Si Chen would do to Luo Jiro, who was incapacitated, but now looking at Luo Jiro's state, they couldn't help but let go of their hearts. Please also have your meal, my lord. After saying these words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu left the room, leaving only Si Chen and Luo Jiro in the room. Good morning. I'm so mad I haven't slept all night. It wasn't until she once again felt herself being picked up by Si Chen, and that she was still leaning on his arms like a little birdie, that Luo Jiro came to her senses for a few moments. She tossed and turned in that darkness for a long time last night, and the thing that made her toss and turn was whether she should cut Sithen in 1,000 pieces or make him into a human swine to be tortured every day. Humph. Are you starting to feed me porridge again? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Leaning in Si Chen's arms, listening to his gentle blowing sound and feeling his gentle movements, Luo Jiro hummed softly, Humph. Feed me a few more times and I'll stab you less then. Si Chen naturally didn't know what Luo Jiro was thinking, and after he fed Luo Jiro a bowl of spirit porridge, he took out an ancient scroll. System, cultivate the rejuvenating Buddha hands. As the words fell, the scroll in Si Chen's hand transformed into wisps of light and entered into his brow, while the entirety of the things about the reclaiming Buddha's hand appeared in his mind. After entering the foundation establishment realm, Si Chen already had a flow of spiritual qi in his meridians, and he was finally able to use the returning Buddha hand. Mother, can you hear me? Pinched the woman in his arms with her pretty nose. Si Chen still mumbled under his breath. Someone told me before that vegetative people are not able to lie down all day long because that would make the already weak body even more incapable of making ends meet. It's just that that's only for ordinary people, and I'm not sure if it applies to a great power like you, but it never hurts to try anyway. While speaking, Si Chen propped Luo Jiro up and sat up, while lifting her arms and gently massaging them. At the same time as the massage, above Si Chen's hands began to dance with a faint golden green light. Tao vitality came from Si Chen's hands. Just to be clear, I'm not massaging you because you're soft and slippery. I'm doing it to heal you, because he had only just built his foundation. The spiritual energy in Si Chen's meridians was still a bit thin, so every time he massaged for a while, he needed to stop and run his gong methods to recover the spiritual energy in his body. However, Si Chen didn't have the slightest thought of stopping, and continued to help Luo Jiro massage her arms with incomparable gentleness. What do you say, ma'am? Are we doing all right? Come on, take a look at the hand. Ah, it's crunchy. What kind of tactic is this of his? And why have I never heard of it before? Nope. How dare you touch my body so excessively? I can't take it anymore. Just wait to die you. Just as Si Chen was helping Luo Jiro massage her with the returning Buddha hands, Luo Jiro similarly felt the tingling sensation coming from her arms. Luo Jiro had to admit that her body really needed energy and vitality too much. This prolonged state of lost soul, the vitality in her body was almost lost, which made her body unusually weak. But the man in front of her, it was as if he knew what she needed, and would often misrepresent himself to provide her with what she needed most at the moment. Thief, don't call me mother. Do you want to die you? And what's a hand signer? Luo Jiro could feel that she was like a rag doll at this moment, being twisted around by Si Chen, but her body favored it and enjoyed the feeling, and she was curious about some of the new and strange things that Sithan had said. Suddenly realizing this, it made Luo Jiro unable to accept it. I've been killing people in the Kanglan realm for 10 years. My heart has long been as cold as stone. You'll never make a single ripple in my heart. You know, my lady, I've actually been in a trance until now. What is he saying? Si Chen's voice suddenly came out, causing Luo Jiro to give a slight start. Si Chen massaged Luo Jiro's arms while speaking softly. Obviously, a day ago, I was still an errand boy disciple, but now I've somehow become your Sagittarius. Well, maybe when you wake up, you won't admit to that, and might as well kill me to silence me. Luo Jiro, looks like you see it clearly? You're right. When I wake up, the first thing I'm going to do is kill you. However, just as Luo Jiro was shattering her thoughts, what Si Chen said next caused her to give a slight start. In fact, I know that even though I am now married to you, no one will recognize me. Even I understand that if you really don't manage to wake up, my lady, I will be your companion. But I'm actually not afraid at all. Ha, I don't know why. The truth was just as Si Chen had said. It was still unknown whether Luo Jiro would wake up or not. If there was any hope of waking up, then he could remain at peace. But if Luo Jiro completely lost the possibility of waking up, he would absolutely become Luo Jiro's companion. There would be no other possibility. However, Si Chen did not have the slightest fear or return. Perhaps that long time of living meticulously made him become unafraid of life and death. In his opinion, It would be better to take a shot at it rather than keep living as an odd-job disciple. Is he blaming me? But he said he wasn't afraid. Luo Jiro, who was originally angry at Si Chun for touching her body 1 second, thought more about his words the next. Luo Jiro had to admit that he was indeed tainted with these many karmic consequences because of himself. At the same time, Luo Jiro couldn't help but feel a little strange. She clearly should have ignored these things. After all, the number of people who had died in her hands had long since been counted. But now, Si Chen finished massaging both of Luo Jiro's arms and gently helped her straighten the sleeves on her arms, then stood up and walked towards the end of the bed. He whispered, "I'll become strong enough to wake you up, or at least not let anyone look down on us. Wouldn't you say, right, maiden? It might take me a while to catch up with you though. Humph. There is some ambition. Seeing as you're so ambitious, I'll let you live for 2 more days then, but you want to catch up with me. Dream on. Ah, it tickles. How dare you touch my feet." At the end of the bed, Si-Chen sat on the edge of the bed and slowly removed the silk stockings above Luo Jiro's feet. At this time, Luo Jiro's delicate jade-like little feet were also exposed in the air. Holding this small foot like a work of art, Si-Chen's hands were heavy with gold and green light, and began to gently help Luo Jiro massage the soles of her feet. "And you rubbed it around. Ah, you're dead you. Ah, so sour. Ah, so numb. Ah, it's so comfortable." In Luo Jiro's spiritual world, she felt Si-Chen's large, slightly rough hand holding her foot, and felt the aching and soothing sensation coming from the bottom of her foot. Luo Jiro only felt ashamed and angry. However, she also had to admit that under Si-Chen's strange maneuver, her own weak body had actually really improved. It's just that this position is a little too humiliating. In the past, she hadn't even had her true colors seen by anyone else, but now, her feet, which were the most sensitive of the woman's, were being held in Si-Chen's hands and needed. It must be killed. It must be killed in order to fulfill the hatred in my heart. After Si-Chen finished massaging Luo Jiro's small feet as well, he helped her put on her white silk stockings and stretched long and hard. "Mother, can you feel it? Does it feel any better? Blah, 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 blah. Good for you. I'll give you a cut. I need to cultivate as soon as possible as well. After all, I have to catch up with you." Gently helping Luo Jiro to cover up the quilt, Si-Chen bent down to scrutinize Luo Jiro's stunningly beautiful and pretty face. And a thought couldn't help but flash through his mind. Wouldn't it be a better reward if you sign in while kissing? Why don't we try tomorrow? Once this idea appeared, it took root completely in Si-Chen's mind, and he sat cross-legged against Luo Jiro's white jade bed couch and began to practice the cultivation technique that Elder Mu had given him. In Si-Chen's own opinion, his qualification that reached 50 should allow him to cultivate very quickly. Right, and he should be called a genius? It seems like the next time the system refreshes out a cultivation technique, it needs to leave it for a bit. Revolving his gong method, Si-Chen began to rapidly absorb the majestic aura around him, and soon devoted his entire body and mind to it. What Si-Chen didn't know was that at that moment, Elder Mu and Elder Lu were silently watching what had just happened from the shadows. His technique is new. I've never seen it before. Could it be a Buddhist technique? In any case, you and I can see that he is genuinely good to the bishop. That's true. It's just that his heart is just a bit too bland. Not like a miscellaneous disciple at all. Elder Mu also nodded at this time, recognizing Elder Lu's words. From the fact that he was able to build a foundation in a few breaths, it's clear that he definitely won't be ordinary. Elder Lu asked again. Then perhaps, it might be possible that he can actually awaken the sect leader? Elder Mu replied. Let's look further back. After all, he hasn't performed the rite of matrimony with the sect master yet. Ahem. Elder Lu couldn't help but feel a little weak. The sect master wants to know about this. You and I won't be able to escape. It doesn't matter. As long as sect leader can wake up, what's the harm in handing over this life of my old body to sect leader? Look, just as the two protectors were talking to each other, Elder Lu suddenly grabbed Elder Mu's arm beside him, and both of their gazes coincidentally turned towards Si-Chen. One could only see that at this moment, Si-Chen was sitting cross-legged by Luo Jiro's bedside, and the aura around him reacted as if a dragon had entered the sea and surged into his body. He himself had been completely immersed in the absorption of the aura, and his cultivation began to rise rapidly. This is an epiphany. Looking at Si-Chen, who had entered a state of epiphany, Elder Mu looked at Elder Lu beside him with a face full of incredulity. What realm is he in? Foundation establishment. It's not foundation establishment anymore. It's just been promoted to the divine hidden realm. At this moment, Mu Lao and Lu Lao stretched out amongst the shadows, the shocked colors on their faces only visible to each other. Only after a long time did Elder Mu say helplessly, I suspect that he is a supreme demon that was snowed in by some ancient clan, and came to the divine religion as a journeyman disciple by chance. Old Lu, Let's make a trip to the merit law pavilion and help him find a few high-level merit laws. Aha! By the time Si-chin detached himself from the state of epiphany, the sky outside the house had already darkened. At this time, Si-chin also hurriedly looked at the top of the bed beside him. Only when he saw Luo Jiro, who was lying there quietly, did his expression relax. Standing up and feeling the power coming from his body that was several times stronger than before, Si-chin couldn't help but nod his head as well. Turning his head, Si-chin also saw the spirit porridge placed on the room's table as well as a few volumes of ancient Gongfu. It's, Your Excellency, these are a few techniques that the two of us have selected for you from the technique pavilion. You can feel free to cultivate them and ask the two of us if you don't understand. At this time, Mu Lao's voice also came from the shadows. At the same time, Elder Mu and Elder Lu walked towards the door. My lord, the porridge is kept warm by my spiritual power. You can feed it to the sect master. I'm sorry to trouble you two seniors. Si-chin bowed slightly towards Elder Mu and Elder Lu. No matter what the reason was, it was obvious that the two protectors in front of him were good to themselves, so Si-chin would likewise not begrudge his gratitude. After feeding Luo Jiro the kanji like before, Si-chin also let her lean back in his arms, while gently caressing her dark and silky hair with his hand. Si-chin asked softly in her ear, Mother, do you still want a massage? My cultivation has greatly improved now, and my technique is probably even more skillful. Yes. Blah blah blah, you can't hear me anyway. I'll see how you behave. I'll kill you if you don't perform well. You don't get to talk either, but I'll take that as your default. Si-chin said as he began to continue massaging Luo Jiro. He was able to tell that after that massage in the morning, at this point Luo Jiro's face had recovered a lot and was no longer as pale as before. This also made Si-chin's heart rejoice, which also showed that his guess was right. Count on you to know what's good for you, but you better not pinch my feet again, or else I'll crush your head. Ma'am, let's start with the feet this time? Is he able to hear what's going on in my mind and then deliberately work against me? It's a bit more vigorous than in the morning. Sitting at the end of the bed, Si-chin was like playing with a work of art, gently massaging Luo Jiro's tiny feet, and the majestic life force originating from the Buddha's hands of returning to life also entered Luo Jiro's body from the acupoints on the soles of her feet. The night was already late. Si-chin helped Luo Jiro lie down while whispering to her, Ahem, ma'am, we're not good at this. It's just that the night is late and it's time to go to bed. Don't get me wrong. I'll be damned. Pressing the feet for an hour, and the arms for a quarter of an hour. Right. You wait you. I must give you a cut. At midnight, as the moon rose to its highest point in the sky, soft moonlight spilled into the room. Feeling the dots of life force coming from her body, Luo Jiro was torn at this moment. Although this thief always touches my body, he seems to really treat me quite well, so when I wake up, I'll stab you a few less times. As for getting married, I don't want it. In the midst of all these thoughts mingling, Luo Jiro's mind couldn't help but feel a bit sleepy. After her body went into a state of soullessness, she still needed to get some sleep at regular intervals. However, just as Luo Jiro was about to enter a state of sleep, she suddenly realized that Si-chin, who had been lying on the ground, was furtively squirming. Si-chin wrapped his body in the quilt and squirmed over like a caterpillar towards Luo Jiro's bedside. Coming to the bedside, Si-chin threw off the covers as soon as he could and tiptoed and rolled onto Luo Jiro's bed. Mother, can you hear me? Lying beside Luo Jiro, listening to her even heartbeat, Si-chin couldn't help but be a little nervous at this time. Cocking his head toward Luo Jiro, he rested on her pillow. Si-chin turned his head to look at Luo Jiro. We are married, don't you think so? Would it be possible to kiss? Luo Jiro, who was already sleepy, only felt that she instantly became more awake than when she had broken through the transition realm in the first place when she heard Si-chin's words. She'd never been more awake in her life. It's okay your ass. I take back what I just said. Not only am I not going to stab you any less, I'm going to stab you into a hornet's nest. Don't you come over here. Turning his head and looking at Luo Jiro's delicate face, Si-chin's old face blushed, but in the next second, he slowly ambled his head down and kissed up towards Luo Jiro's cherry lips. The unfamiliar touch came from their lips as they pressed together. A little cool, but soft. After a long time, the lips parted, and less than an inch separated Si-chin and Luo Jiro's cheeks, and Si-chin even felt Luo Jiro's somewhat warm breath. Good night, ma'am. Finishing this sentence quickly, Si-chin quickly rolled over and got out of bed, returning directly to his floor bunk. At this moment, Luo Jiro's heart could be said to be turning over and flooding with waves. Aha! I've been defiled just like that, and so easily kissed by this thief, but it feels so strange. His lips are so rough, not smooth at all, and it looks like he doesn't drink water. No. What the hell was I thinking? I've got to figure out how to kill him. Suddenly alerted, Luo Jiro hastily corrected herself. Humph, You better not touch me again or I will condemn you in my heart with a vengeance. Thinking about it, Luo Jiro didn't otherwise come up with a reason. After all, she can really only be at the mercy of Sichen now. She couldn't even move her fingers. What a chagrin. I'm so angry I can't sleep again. Whatever. Keep working on how to torture him when he wakes up. So at the same time, the system's beep sounded in Sichen's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the mouth of Luo Jiro, the late-stage devil cultist of the transitional realm, and obtaining 8,000 bonus points. Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe, Heavenly Grade Upper Grade Heavenly Treasure, Xianin Spirit Milk. Bula. Goddamn signing on the mouth. You could have gone into a lot more detail. After trolling the system, Sichen's attention was also drawn to the system's rewards. Just as Sichen had guessed, the closer he acted with Luo Jiro, the more generous the rewards for signing in would be. This time, in addition to signing in with 3,000 more points than before, there was actually an additional reward of a heavenly material, Heaven Grade Top Grade, Xianin Spirit Milk. Looking at the milky white liquid suspended in his hand, although Sichen was only at the divine hidden realm, he was still able to perceive the majestic to the extreme spiritual power and life energy contained within it. Sichen was even able to clearly perceive how much his body craved for this kind of aura-filled heavenly treasure. However, Sichen took a look at the Xianin Spirit Milk in his hand, and then turned his head to look at the beautiful figure on the white jade bed. A long time. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Sichen came to Luo Jiro's bed. Mother, this thing is called Xianin Spirit Milk. It's girly as soon as I hear the name. I don't even want to use it. Taking hold of Luo Jiro's neck to help her up, Sichen looked at her pretty face that had regained a bit of its rosy color, and comforted himself constantly under his breath. If anything happens to her, you'll be buried with her. So you hesitate. My ass. This was supposed to be for women. It's just right for her to use. You'll also earn 8,000 points and an attribute gift pack for nothing. Mother, I'm giving you my most precious thing to use, so it's not too much for me to ask for a kiss every day, is it? While speaking, Sichen also took the Xianin Spirit Milk in his hand into his mouth, then slowly ambled down. Just like before, Sichen's lips and Luo Jiro's soft lips touched again. Only this time, Sichen used his tongue to gently pry open Luo Jiro's teeth, slowly sending the Xianin Spirit Milk in his mouth into Luo Jiro's mouth. The moment the Xianin spiritual milk containing powerful life force entered Luo Jiro's body, the majestic life force and spiritual force instantly surged into her meridians. Her face was also regaining its redness at a rate visible to the naked eye. Celestial grade upper grade heavenly treasures. Treasures of this level were extremely precious even amongst the entire White Feather Divine sect. Not to mention that it was a heavenly treasure that was specifically used to replenish life force and prolong lifespan. After a long time, the lips parted, and Sidhan couldn't help but purse his lips. Putting Luo Jiro tenderly back on the bed, Sichen said with a smile, "This kiss will be taken as payment. This is celestial grade upper grade." Why would he have something like this? Right from the first moment the Xianin Spirit Milk appeared in the room, Luo Jiro, who was lying on the bed, detected the majestic life force. At the same time, she was in great shock. Could it be that he has an extraordinary origin? How else could he take out such a precious thing with his hands? With the help of this thing, and paired with this thief's heaven-defying qualifications, his cultivation should have another huge breakthrough in a short period of time. And just as Luo Jiro was rambling, she suddenly noticed Sichen walking towards her. Then after that, she heard Sithan's words that were full of tangled words. Mother, this thing is called Xianin Spirit Milk. It's girly as soon as I hear the name. I don't even want to use it. For a moment, Luo Jiro froze. She couldn't even believe what she was hearing. Celestial grade upper grade. Luo Jiro had to admit that this level of treasure was extremely heartwarming even for her. Not to mention the fact that she was in such a desperate state for life force that she needed it even more. However, she had never thought of letting this belong to her. And she had never even thought that Sichen would actually let her have a treasure of this level. As a Sichen who had just stepped into the path of cultivation, the importance of this thing was almost self-evident, but he gave it up to her with a really lame excuse. If anything happens to her, you'll be buried with her. So you hesitate. My ass. This was supposed to be for women. It's just right for her. From Sichen's words, Luo Jiro could hear that Sichen was torn and that he longed for this, yet he was still trying to convince himself. Is he a fool? How can you give away something like this? He must be crazy. He must be pretending. Mother, I'm giving you my most precious thing to use, so it's not too much for me to ask for a kiss every day, is it? What Sichen said next completely shattered Luo Jiro's suspicions, and she knew that Sichen was truly prepared to give her the Xianin Spirit Milk. How can something so important actually be exchanged for just a kiss that doesn't serve any purpose? Are you stupid? You're so stupid. Unconsciously, Luo Jiro actually began to be anxious for Sichen. even though the object being gifted was herself. Luo Jiro was equally anxious for Sithan, feeling herself being picked up, feeling the snuffling sound that was getting closer and closer to her. Luo Jiro only felt herself falling into a very strange state. She just felt like her head was in a mess, and a very mixed emotion flooded through her mind. She wanted to scold Sithan for being stupid, but feeling the touch coming from her lips, she sensed Sithan's tongue knocking open her teeth, followed by the Xianin spirit milk that contained a majestic life force being sent into her mouth. You fool, when I wake up, I'll give you a cut for anything I say. As the Xianin spirit milk entered her body, Luo Jiro could clearly feel that her parched body was recovering rapidly. However, at this moment, Luo Jiro's heart didn't have too much joy, and there were only complex emotions about Si Chen's silly move. Then after that, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen had put herself back on top of the bed while he gently straightened her hair. This kiss will be the payment. How can this be possible? You fool! Luo Jiro, who was already sleepy, was well and truly sleepless. Consider this thing the price you pay for touching my feet and kissing me. Big deal. I'll just cut you a few less times when the time comes. After Si Chen felt Luo Jiro's body completely absorb the Xianin spirit milk, he couldn't help but feel a bit relieved when he looked at her delicate and pretty face that had regained its rosy color. After a long stretch, Sithan lay back down on his bunk and began to study today's discounted items. Today's discounted item. Attribute gift pack, medium, for 600. 30% off. Celestial grade lower grade technique, nascent beginning technique. Priced at 30,000. 50% off. Xian grade top grade elixir, hidden spirit elixir. Priced at 1500. 20% off. First of all, there was no need to hesitate to buy the attribute gift pack first, and he had 780 points left. Then Si Chen looked at that heaven grade lower grade technique, the nascent soul beginning technique. That's what he desperately needs right now. Along with the increase in his cultivation level, the cultivation techniques that the two protectors had given him in the first place were already somewhat insufficient. Only, looking at the selling price of 30,000 points at a 50% discount, Si Chen eventually had no choice but to helplessly choose to lock it first and wait to save up enough points to purchase it. The system refreshes the items every day. It is possible to choose one item to lock. After locking, the next day's refresh will not refresh this item, but only one or both of the other items. At this point, Si Chen's system backpack would have 780 points, as well as a large and medium attribute gift pack each. By opening the attribute gift pack, Si Chen gained a total of 5 free attribute points. Added to what? AP. After thinking about it for a while, Si Chen finally decided to continue adding qualifications. Si Chen didn't know how many points those geniuses' qualifications were, so he just mindlessly added points to minimize the gap between himself and those geniuses. After doing so, Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro beside him again. Good night, ma'am. The next day, early in the morning, Sithan was awakened by a knock at the door. Getting up to open the door, Sithan also heard the conversation coming from the doorway. Xia Wan, then I'll ask you to help the sect master check his body again. Si Chen knew that this was Elder Mu's voice. As for the other one, it was a somewhat ethereal voice. We are all part of the same godly sect. This is as it should be. Let's hope that the speed of the vitality flowing out of the sect leader's body can be slowed down. Pushing open the rooms, guys, Sithan saw the three standing in the doorway. In addition to the two protectors, there was also a woman in a long emerald green dress. Just as Sithan was scrutinizing the woman, the other party was likewise scrutinizing Sithan. Without saying a word more, the woman named Xiao Wan walked straight into the room. When Xiao Wan saw the bedding spread out on the floor, she obviously froze for a moment, and her gaze towards Si Chen changed for a few moments. At this time, Elder Mu also came to Si Chen's side and said to him, "This is Xiao Wan, the seventh elder of the divine sect, proficient in medical and poisonous arts. She came today to help the bishop in checking her health." Hearing Elder Mu's words, Si Chen nodded. He was also curious to know what kind of state Luo Jiro's body was in right now after the massage of the rejuvenating Buddha's hands as well as the absorption of the Xianin spirit milk. Bypassing Si Chen's bedding, Xiao Wan came to Luo Jiro's bedside. When she saw Luo Jiro's rosy, normal-like face, Xiao Wan froze for a moment, and then a strong look of incredulity surfaced in her eyes. Seemingly a bit unconvinced, Xiao Wan took Luo Jiro's wrist again and placed her finger on her pulse. Under the nervous gaze of Si Chen as well as the two protectors, Xiao Wan's eyes struggled wider and wider. At the same time she kept murmuring under her breath, "Why is this? This doesn't fit into medical common sense, does it? Could it be that the end of medicine is theology? Xiao Wan, how is the sect leader doing?" Looking at Xiao Wan's expression, Elder Mu did not hold back from asking out loud. At this time, Xiao Wan also came back to her senses. She first looked at the two guardians, and then she focused her gaze on Si Chen. At the same time, she said in a deep voice. This brat is feasible. Have him stay by the sect leader's side at all times. Don't disturb him. What do you mean by that? Faced with Xiao Wan's statement, both Elder Mu and Elder Lu were stunned. Xiao Wan's gaze, on the other hand, never left Si Chen, as if she wanted to see through him completely. After a long time, Xiao Wan shook her head in chagrin. It was obvious that she did not see anything wrong from Si Chen. Turning around, Xiao Wan said to the two protectors, you should also be able to see that the sect leader's complexion is much better than before, and even the speed at which the vitality is flowing out of his body has begun to slow down. This would have been almost impossible to happen before. Upon hearing Xiao Wan's words, the pale faces of Elder Mu and Elder Lu were currently covered in a look of ecstasy. Could it be that what the divine calculator said is true? This I shall not know. Xiao Wan sighed feebly. This is beyond my knowledge of medicine. Could it be that I'm going to start studying theology? However, whatever the reason, it is a fact that the bishop's health has improved. At this time, Xiao Wan looked at Si Chen suspiciously. Can you tell me how you did it? Facing Xiao Wan's inquisitive gaze, Si Chen only gently shook his head. Seventh Elder. How could I, a miscellaneous disciple, really grasp a cure for the sect leader? Si Chen knew that now was not the time for him to reveal his bottom card. Luo Jiro had entered a state of lost soul for some reason, and Si Chen couldn't be sure if it was man-made. If it's really man-made, then who exactly is the enemy? Before figuring out these things, Si Chen absolutely could not trust anyone lightly. I see. Maybe I'm just not a good healer, Xiao Wan said as she walked towards the outside of the room. The two protectors, just have him stay by the sect leader's side at all times, and I'll come back to check on the sect leader after some time. As she neared to walk out of the room, Xiao Wan said to Si Chen again, Your Excellency, the sect leader will be in your hands, to the best of my ability. After Xiao Wan left, only Si Chen and the two protectors remained in the room. At this moment, Elder Lu and Elder Mu glanced at each other, and Elder Mu said to Si Chen, My lord, I'll go prepare today's breakfast. Along with Luo Jiro's health improving, the two protectors' attitudes towards Si Chen became more and more cordial. The two of them had stayed by Luo Jiro's side since she was young, and could be said to have watched Luo Jiro grow up. They had always treated Luo Jiro as their own daughter. Previously, when Luo Jiro suddenly fell into a state of lost soul, and tried various ways to wake her up, everyone was ready to give up. Only Elder Mu and Elder Lu. They had gone to great lengths to find the divine calculator and learn from him the way to awaken Luo Jiro. It could be said that before Si Chen appeared, they were the ones in the entire White Feather Divine sect who were truly kind to Luo Jiro. Now, seeing that Si Chen had conditioned Luo Jiro's body so well, they naturally recognized Si Chen from the bottom of their hearts. After giving an explanation to Si Chen, the two protectors walked towards the outside of the room, not guarding the shadows in the room anymore. After everyone had left the room, Si Chen slowly walked over to Luo Jiro's bedside and reached out to poke Luo Jiro's face. Mother, did you hear that? Even your elders said to keep me by your side at all times. Sithan sat on the edge of the bed, letting Luo Jiro lean in his arms, and carefully helped her straighten her somewhat messy hair. In fact, just when Xiao Wan came into the room, Luo Jiro had already woken up. She slept late last night, her mind filled with Si Chen convincing him to give up the Xianin spirit milk on his own, as well as his voice gently comforting her even after giving up the Xianin spirit milk. For no reason at all, she was losing sleep again. Obviously, when Si Chen hadn't come before, she had spent most of the day out of sleep, because that would slow down the flow of life force in her body as much as possible. But ever since Si Chen arrived, Luo Jiro hadn't slept well for a single day. You thieving son, you're messing with my Tao. If I don't manage to advance to the mixed sage realm in the future, I'll blame you. Humph. What is Xiao Wan saying? Luo Jiro naturally also heard Xiao Wan's words, and she was even more aware than Xiao Wan of why her body was so much better than before. But it wasn't because of Si Chen's Xianin spirit milk in his, a massage technique that shamed her to the core. Mother, today's porridge is here. At this time, Si Chen's gentle voice also sounded in Luo Jiro's ears. After drinking the porridge, I'll massage you again. I also don't know if you're willing to let me massage you. Ma'am. Si Chen gently blew on the spirit porridge in the spoon while saying to himself, how about making the massage shorter today? AP. You say I will or I won't. Leaning in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive the sound of Si Chen's heartbeat. The powerful heartbeat passed through her body and into Luo Jiro's mind, and gradually, Luo Jiro felt that her heartbeat was on the verge of becoming synchronized with Si Chen's. Luo Jiro thought hatefully, I'm not willing to let you massage me, the thief who messed up my Tao. How about making the massage shorter today? Could it be that this thief was able to hear what I said? Many times, Luo Jiro would have this illusion, but immediately afterward, Luo Jiro's heart tightened, and Si Chen's words continued to echo in her mind. What do you mean? A shorter press today? I just said it off the top of my head. If you want to press it, I can still stop you or something. You know I'm in this state. I can't stop you. Are you sick of it? For so many years, Luojiro's state of mind had always been as calm as the water of a deep pool. But now, Luojiro's heart would always ripple because of a word or an action from Si-chen. At this time, Si-chen's words that were filled with laughter came once again. Would you want to hit me if you could move? I'm not just beating you. I want to give you a knife. Luojiro directly thought. Pinching Luojiro's upturned nose, Si-chen said, don't worry about it. Your current body hasn't reached the kind of level where it can recover on its own, so it still needs to continue to be massaged. Humph. Count on you to know what you're doing, but I advise you to keep your hands off my feet today. Si-chen, well, today we still press from the feet or, you're purposely being most right with me aren't you? Just like before. Si-chen came to the end of the bed and cupped Luojiro's small, crystal-like feet. Because her legs were raised, Luojiro's long white skirt also faded to the knee position, revealing a section of her bare and slender calf. With his hands heavy with gold and green light, Si-chen began to stimulate the acupoints on the soles of Luojiro's feet in accordance with the established technique, helping her to absorb the life breath around her. Mother, can you hear me? It should be lonely being alone in that darkness, shouldn't it? Feeling the tingling sensation coming from the soles of her feet, Luojiro only felt that her entire body's nerves had become taut. When a person loses his sight, the perception of all his other organs is enhanced countless times, and that's exactly where Luojiro is now. In her disembodied state, she couldn't see anything but a roiling darkness around her. At this point, any movement around her would be amplified many times over, and the sensations coming from her body would be even more overwhelming. Therefore, Luojiro's mind was now filled with Si-chen's voice and the activity of his large hands on the soles of her feet. Good, it tickles. Perhaps his sudden appearance really isn't such a bad thing? I shucks. What are you thinking about? He's a thief who desecrated your body. You thought about how to torture him after waking up for 2 whole days and nights. Did you think in vain? At this time, Luojiro began to ramble again. That's what she'd been doing the most of for a while, rambling. Want to hear a story? Why don't I tell you a story? Story? Luojiro's thoughts were once again interrupted by Si-chen's words, and at the same time, she was also aroused by Si-chen's words. However, Luojiro thought again on second thought. I'm a hallowed transition realm powerhouse. I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. What stories do you have that I haven't heard before? Let's tell a story today about 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Xiao Huahua. Today I, Nailin Yen, am going to withdraw from your marriage. You are no longer worthy of me. Ah, retrogression? But this Xiao Huahua's qualifications are still there. He's only temporarily regressing in strength due to the ring extracting his spiritual energy. Even though Luojiro had previously claimed that she felt that as a transition realm powerhouse, her life experience was incomparably rich. But when Si-chen really started to tell her about those metaphysical cool articles from her previous life, Luojiro's thoughts were still captivated in an instant. The biggest characteristic of a small white article like this kind of fantasy is that it can cause the reader's emotions to fluctuate, and it's easy for the reader to be brought into it. This kind of thing, for Luojiro who had never come into contact with a metaphysical cool article, that naturally had endless attraction, coupled with the fact that Luojiro had been in that lonely and dark environment for a long time. There wasn't even a single sound around her, let alone recreational activities, as well as Sithin's additive and various verbal renderings. Combining these reasons, Luojiro was interested to no end in the story that Si-chen was telling. Later, Xiao Huahua chopped off her own clothes with a sword and wrote a letter of repudiation on it in blood. Nailin Yen, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't deceive the youth. 3 years later, I, Xiao Huahua. What's wrong with Xiao Huahua? Say it, say it. Well, that's enough storytelling for today. Mistress, we've been pressing for 2 hours. Aha! I'm starting to feel sick all over. It's like ants are crawling on my body if I don't give you a cut. After living for so long, it was the first time Luojiro felt the pain of being disgusted by a broken chapter dog. Damn the chapter-breaking dogs. Si-chen naturally didn't know Luojiro's inner thoughts. He simply felt that it was getting late and it was time to cultivate. Standing up from the end of the bed, Si-chen placed Luojiro's somewhat reddish little feet back into the silk stockings, the long skirt pulled down to cover her calves. After doing this, Si-chen leaned down and placed a gentle kiss on Luojiro's forehead. I'm going to cultivate Nyangzi. You're the demon sect master after all. It wouldn't be good for me to be heard by others if I stay this week, and I can better help you get out of this state after my realm is raised. With me? What are you afraid of? After hearing Si-chen's words, Luojiro wanted to tell him loudly, I'll protect you. With me here, no one should think of harming a single hair on your head. Just relax and tell me a story. But she couldn't say. This feeling of powerlessness was very difficult for her, yet she was also able to hear from Si Chen's words that he was really trying his best to catch up. Are you afraid I'll wake up and leave you behind? Humph. You're overthinking it. My Dao heart won't allow me to do that. Si Chen sat cross-legged on the side of Luo Jiro's bed and began to cultivate those techniques that Elder Mu had given him. The price of the nascent soul beginning skill was 30,000 points, with a 50% discount of 15,000, and with the speed at which Si Chen was gaining points now, he could buy it the day after tomorrow if he didn't kiss and tell. Kissing words will be available for purchase at midnight tonight. Opening all of the 2 attribute gift packs, 1 medium and 1 deluxe. In the system's backpack, Si Chen once again gained 7 attribute points, still added to the qualification column. Si Chen's qualification reached 57. After doing so, Si Chen closed his eyes and began to operate his gongfu to absorb the aura around him, and at the very moment when Si Chen closed his eyes, the aura in the entire room seemed to have found a vent and madly surged towards Si Chen's location. Even the aura in the white jade bed couch where Luo Jiro was, at this moment, had already turned into substance and was rapidly drilling into Si Chen's body. Buzz. Gathering all of his mind into his meridians, Si Chen looked with some surprise at the speed at which the aura was running in his meridians. Isn't it a bit fast? Si Chen could clearly feel that his cultivation had once again begun to grow wildly. Divine Hidden Realm 1st level, Divine Hidden Realm 2nd level, Divine Hidden Realm 3rd level, Divine Hidden Realm 4th level. In just 1 day's time, Si Chen had directly crossed 3 minor realms. Only when the window began to have moonlight shining into the room did Si Chen slowly open his eyes. Whoosh! Quickly bouncing up from the ground, Si Chen took the porridge prepared by the 2 protectors and gently picked up Luo Jiro, feeding her porridge as usual. Mother, are you listening? Let's continue the story. You still know there's someone like me. I've been waiting for you all day. If Luo Jiro was awake and free to move now, then Si Chen would definitely see a beautiful woman in a long white dress standing in front of him with a frown on her face, and tapping her finger on his forehead to say to him, "You've made me wait for the flowers. To make up for your mistake, hurry up and tell me 100 stories." Even Luo Jiro didn't notice that she was now no longer resisting Si Chen calling her mama. After being withdrawn from marriage by Nailin Yen, the old grandfather in the ring of Xiaohuahua also completely awakened and began to teach Xiaohuahua to cultivate, and they have also entered the demonic beast mountain range to seek power, precisely to fight their way up to the Cloudland sect 3 years later to find Nailin Yen to avenge today. Come on, let's listen to the story while we massage. As if he was coaxing his own daughter, Si Chen's voice was soft and his movements were gentle, and Luo Jiro just quietly listened to Si Chen's story, enjoying the massage of Si Chen's big hands. Unconsciously, Luo Jiro really had a ridiculous thought. He's really gentle. If he can be like this all the time, it seems like it would be nice too. Blah, 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 blah. Not yet. Not yet. In the demonic beast mountain range, Xiaohuahua met Yun Yun, who was poisoned by the harmony ape. And the poison of the harmony ape can only be solved by male and female intercourse. Ahem. What's coming up next isn't something for children to listen to. Oh, but we're married, so we're not kids anymore. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro snorted softly in her heart. Humph. Count on you to be sensible. Then don't be quick to continue. Xiaohuahua slowly removed Yun Yun's clothes. Second elder, the sect leader's current state needs to recuperate. So if you don't have anything important to do, it would be better if you don't disturb it. As a member of the divine sect, it's only right to come and visit the sect master. Moreover, I'm also eager to see what kind of natural talent someone who can marry the sect master has. Just as Si Chen's story reached its most important point, and Luo Jiro brought her shy heart to its highest level, a very noisy conversation suddenly came from outside the door. Could it be that he's just a mere coward? Doesn't even have the courage to come out and meet people? Seeing that the 2 protectors had no intention of releasing themselves into the room, other thoughts rose in the mind of the second elder party while outside the room. He stopped arguing something with the 2 protectors and instead began to shade Si Chen in the room. Second elder, this is Rakshasa Peak, a place where the sect master rests. Please don't overstep your bounds again. Overstep? As the second elder of the divine sect, I merely wanted to come and visit the sect master. Elder Mu, Elder Lu, let him in. Just as Party Hua was about to say something, Si Chen's voice came from the room, directly interrupting him. Outside the room, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were guarding the doorway, glanced at each other before simultaneously looking at Party Hua in front of them. Since it's the Duke who has promised, then the second elder will please enter. When the 2 protectors' voices fell, they saw Party Hua's gloomy face. In Party Hua's opinion, he had stood at the door for so long and argued for so long, and this couldn't even get into the room to take a look at Luo Jiro. But this simple sentence from Si Chen in the room caused Luo Jiro's two closest protectors to directly release her. It's like being a stranger to someone else's home, and the man of the other house being reasonable enough to let him into the home. He, Party Hua, was just a stranger to Luo Jiro, while Si Chen, the man of the room, was the man of the house. Thinking of this, Party Hua's face was horribly gloomy. Second elder, please come in. Just as Party Hua froze, Elder Mu also opened the door to the room. Looking at the open door in front of him, Dang Hua eventually stepped into the room, with Elder Mu and Elder Lu similarly following behind him. However, just as Dang Hua walked into the room and was able to see the scene in the room, his body shook violently and the killing intent in his eyes could barely be hidden. In front of the three of them, Si Chen was sitting on the edge of the bed, his large hands filled with golden green light gently helping Luo Jiro massage her arms. Luo Jiro, on the other hand, leaned in Si Chen's arms, her face flushed, long gone from her initial pallor. This was unacceptable to Party Ho. By what reason can he, a kid who came out of nowhere, be this close to the sect leader? Although Dang Hua has never been in contact with Luo Jiro, and has never even seen Luo Jiro's true face a few times, he has always felt in his heart that only he is worthy of Luo Jiro. Although his several attempts to strike up a conversation with Luo Jiro had been rejected before, he still harbored a glimmer of hope. Dang Hua always felt in his heart that why Luo Jiro didn't reject others but only him? This showed that Luo Jiro had a crush on him. In Dang Hua's opinion, although Luo Jiro had already gotten married, he always thought that Si Chen was merely used to help Luo Jiro with her wedding, and that Si Chen could not have any contact with Luo Jiro at all. But what was happening in front of him now directly made Party was somewhat skeptical of life, and at the same time, his hostility towards Si Chen also magnified to the extreme in an instant. Isn't he just a bit more handsome and with a better temperament? Other than that, that can compare to me. And just as Dang Hua watched the scene in front of him as the heavenly beings intertwined, Si Chen also slowly stopped his hand movements and looked towards Dang Hua in the room. Si Chen's first impression when he saw Party Hua was that it was sinister. Although Dang Hua was the second elder of the White Feather Divine Sect and his realm had broken through the cave ruin realm, his body was very thin and his face was pale. At the same time, his gaze was unusually cloudy, and he always preferred to lower his head and raise his gaze upwards when looking at people. At this time, Elder Mu behind Party Hua was also introduced. My lord, this is the second elder of the Divine Sect. Party Hua, second elder, this is the sect master's husband. Si Chen, so it's the second elder, please forgive me for my loss. Just as Mu Lao's words fell, Si Chen said familiarly towards Party Hua. However, Si Chen did not stand up, much less let go of Luo Jiro in his arms. In the face of Si Chen's flat tone, Party Hua could only feel his temples jutting. Look at the book law. He suddenly felt so superfluous standing in the room. Forcing himself to stabilize his thoughts, Party Hua's eyes suddenly flashed with a few hints full of intrigue. The sect leader's complexion is much better. It seems that you are taking good care of it. You deserve a lot of credit on this matter. I will instruct the pill hall and the Kung Fu Pavilion side to send you some low-grade pills in Kung Fu. When the sect leader wakes up, I can plead for you so that she won't kill you. After Dang Hua finished speaking, he stared at Si Chen with his shadowy gaze, as if he wanted to see how he would take his words. Si Chen glanced at Party Hua, who naturally heard the conspiratorial tone in his words. Party Hua is nothing more than mentally unbalanced and wants to knock him around a bit. But Si Chen wouldn't spoil Party Hua with these stinky problems. Looking at Party Hua flatly, Si Chen smiled faintly. Don't bother second elder with these. My life with my mother is good and quiet. It's better for outsiders to come and disturb less. If someone were to come to the door all day long and disturb my mother's recovery, that would be his fault. The meaning of Si Chen's words was equally obvious. You, an outsider, should not come to dictate to our two-person world. And hurry up and mellow out. You. Dang Hua naturally also heard the meaning in Si Chen's words, which caused Dang Hua's brows to furrow fiercely, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost ready to devour Si Chen. Second elder, if there's nothing else you'd better leave. Don't disturb the sect master in Gongzi's rest. Right at this moment, Elder Lu behind Party Hua also directly issued an eviction order. There are some words that still need to be said by them as subordinates. Your Excellency is truly eloquent. I just wonder if Your Excellency's Kung Fu in your hands is as good as your Kung Fu in your mouth. Knowing that he was asking for trouble if he continued to stay any longer, Dang Hua immediately flung his sleeves and turned around to walk towards the outside of the room, with Elder Mu and Elder Lu following behind him. When Dang Hua walked out of the room for a long time, a word that seemed to be self-talking, but more like it was intentional, also reached the room. I thought the sect leader would marry some kind of heavenly pride? In the end it's just a fourth level of the divine hidden realm? At the entrance of the room, looking at Party was woefully departing figure. Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other, If Party Hwa knew that he built his foundation in a few breaths and crossed over from no cultivation to the 4th level of the divine hidden realm in a few days, I wonder if he would still say such things. No need to pay attention to the party just drive him away next time he comes. My lord, you don't have to take what Party Hwa said to heart. In the room, as if to prevent Si-chun from thinking too much, Elder Mu and Elder Lu came into the middle of the room after Party Hwa left. Elder Mu, Elder Lu, just don't worry, I didn't take it seriously at all. Si-chen helped Luo Jiro straighten her somewhat messy hair and looked at her pretty face with a gentle smile. Since Jiro and I are already married, it's only natural for me to overcome many difficulties for her sake. Upon hearing Si-chen's words, both Elder Lu and Elder Mu's eyes were filled with a look of relief and recognition. They had to admit that from the time Si-chen and Luo Jiro got married until now, all of Si-chen's behavior had been very surprising to them. Whether it's his calm and collected mindset in the face of anything, or his unfailing concern for Luo Jiro. At the same time, they became more and more cognizant of the divine calculator's divination results. It seems that he can really awaken the sect leader. The two protectors glanced at each other and walked towards the outside of the room after greeting Si-chen. By now, silence had also returned to the room once again, leaving only Si-chen and Luo Jiro. Lifting his hand and pinching Luo Jiro's agitated nose, Si-chen said helplessly, "Mother, it seems that your charm is just great. We've only been married for a few days, and my love rival has come to my door. But what he said is also true. The current me is still a bit too weak. I have to become stronger as soon as possible." Luo Jiro leaned in Si-chen's arms. Only one thought in her mind at this moment. Should have just killed Party Hwa in the first place. Previously, although Party Hwa had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with her a few times, at that time Luo Jiro had dismissed it as this being a normal communication between an elder and a sect leader. But now, Party Hwa actually dared to come to the door to find trouble with Si-chen. This caused Luo Jiro's killing intent towards Party Hwa to directly rise to its peak. In fact, Luo Jiro's heart is very complicated. She felt that Si-chen actually dared to make a move on her. The first thing she had to do after waking up was to give Si-chen a knife. At least that's how she hypnotized herself in her heart. However, hearing Party Hwa say that kind of thing to Si-chen, Luo Jiro's heart was annoyed for no reason. She's not happy. She didn't like it when people said things about Sithan that weren't true. What's wrong with a lower cultivation level? This sect master just likes low cultivation. No, I should say that this sect leader likes the low cultivation of those who call Si-chen. If you dare to run around forcing your way in again, I'll just brush your family tree. And Sithan, the idiot, Luo Jiro thought indignantly. I've said that I'm here to protect you and only I can kill you. So what are you afraid of? I'll still dislike you for your low cultivation or something. I'm the only one who can do anything to you, fool. No one else. Do you understand that or not? When Luo Jiro heard what Si-chen said with the two protectors after Party Hwa left, she only felt her heart flutter. Look at the book law. Since Jiro and I are already married, it's only natural for me to overcome many difficulties for her sake. Luo Jiro was able to clearly hear Si-chen's heartbeat as she was leaning into Si-chen's arms, and their heartbeats had even been based on synchronization. She knew that what Sithan said was true, although Luo Jiro had no way to move her body right now, merely only her thoughts were active. But Luo Jiro still felt her face burn when she heard what Si-chen said. What a fool! Who is married to you? I don't need you to overcome difficulties for me. Just stand behind the sect master and hug your thighs. Mother, let's continue the story. Just as Luo Jiro was imagining things, the gentle words coming from her ears made her feel incredibly at ease. This time, Si-chen directly took Luo Jiro's entire body into his arms in a princess hug position. Luo Jiro was very light and slender, and her skin was as smooth as ice and snow. Dressed in a white sarong, Si-chen could even feel Luo Jiro's body temperature. Utilizing the technique of the return to life Buddha hands once again, Si-chen's large hand kneaded Luo Jiro's arm. Luo Jiro, who noticed Si-chen's move, only felt that her entire body was hot. She was a bit unable to distinguish whether it was her own body that was hot or Si-chen's body temperature that was transferred to her. She could clearly feel that she was able to be held in a very humiliating position in Si-chen's arms at the moment. No. This position is just too shameful. Hurry up and let go of me. I'm going to kill you, you denizen. But, Elder Mu said that when girls from other families get married, they have to go even further than this. How about, just let him hold it? Anyway, I can't resist now, and it's just helpless to be held by him like this. If I were awake, naturally I wouldn't be able to let him do whatever he wants. After some self-hypnosis, Luo Jiro was completely at peace at the moment. She just lay in Sithan's arms, enjoying the massage of Sithan's big hands on her arms. Suddenly, Luo Jiro heard Si-chen sigh. Why did he sigh? Perhaps even Luo Jiro himself hadn't noticed that his emotions had begun to be swayed by Si-chen's every move. Ma'am, maybe you don't want me to call you ma'am. That's right, you don't even know what I look like. I don't know anything about your past. I don't even know about your relationship with Party Ho. If you were awake, would you have just let me go? Or just kill me? Si-chen hugged Luo Jiro, and the murmurs from his mouth reached Luo Jiro's ears little by little. No, it isn't. Luo Jiro herself didn't even know why she was so eager to explain herself in the face of Si-chen's blind thoughts. Maybe it was because she was afraid that Si-chen would think too much? Or maybe she began to gradually care about what Si-chen thought. Either way, it made Luo Jiro realize that an inexplicable sentiment might actually have grown in her heart. Because he showed up just in time when he was at his darkest and most in need of comfort? Or maybe it was the way he let her have his most precious Xianin spirit milk and instead even comforted her that touched her heart? Or is it that he spends his days tirelessly talking to a plant who doesn't know if he can sense the outside world? Luo Jiro didn't know, but her heart didn't seem to reject this feeling. Luo Jiro wanted to tell Si-chen her thoughts out loud, because when she heard Si-chen's slightly lost voice, Luo Jiro always felt that her heart was very uncomfortable. I don't have anything to do with Party Hua. Even right down to my face he's never seen it. Don't you get any ideas? Do you think anyone is like you to be able to mess with me like this? You fool, you piss me off. Don't you put me back on the bed. It's okay to hold me. It's okay if I don't kill you. I'll allow you to call me ma'am still. Is he unhappy? Why did you put me down? At this moment, among Luo Jiro's perceptions, Si-chen took her out of his arms and placed her back on the bed. Then there was no movement after that. Just this small action alone made Luo Jiro think a lot. At the same time, Luo Jiro couldn't help but regret her previous tolerance towards Party Hua. In her opinion, if she had just killed Party Hua in the first place, then he wouldn't have appeared just now, much less upset Si-chan. If Si-han hadn't been upset, then he would still be hugging her and telling her stories right now. At this moment, there wasn't a single sound around Luo Jiro, and she once again returned to that dead, dark abyss. This created an unprecedented sense of panic in Luo Jiro's heart. If she had never seen the dawn, perhaps she would not have been so afraid of the darkness of the abyss. But when Luo Jiro got used to the warmth of the dawn and returned to the coldness of the abyss once again, she even felt a sense of suffocation that made her more desperate than before. You're still around, aren't you? I want to hear the story. Can we get on with the story? I won't mind if you call me. If you call me ma'am, I really wouldn't mind. Suddenly, just as Luo Jiro's tone changed from inquisitive to a lost murmur, she realized that the sound of Si-chan's steady breathing once again came from beside her. She noticed that Si-han raised his hand, and gave her a gentle scrape on the nose. Why are you starting to ramble? In any case, we're already married. Can he really hear my heart? Hearing Si-chan's gentle voice again, Luo Jiro couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance as well. She was a little confused as to whether Si-han was comforting her or himself, but immediately afterward, Luo Jiro felt that the feeling that made her shy once again surfaced in her heart. Who's married to you? How can a marriage be called a marriage without lifting the cover and entering the bridal chamber? Yikes. It tickles. You can't massage your feet if you hold them like that, so you need to put them back on the bed first. Si-chen placed Luo Jiro back on the bed and lay down, then came to the end of the bed. In fact, all of Luo Jiro's little plans were just her own too much worry. Si-chen didn't think that much at all. As for Party Hua, Si-chen didn't even put it on his mind. Those words just now were just sentiments. After all, he really wasn't sure if Luo Jiro could sense everything in the outside world. However, no matter if Luo Jiro could sense the outside world, even if there was only a little hope, Si-chen could not give up, whether it was because she was now his wife, or because his life was now bound to Luo Jiro. Feeling the crunchy sensation coming from her feet, this time Luo Jiro no longer had the kind of resistance she had before, but instead felt a bit elated. I thought you were upset and left, but how can a woman's feet be such an easy thing to look at? Tell me the story, or I won't forgive you. Because of Xiaohuahuo and Yunyan's ambiguous experience in the middle of the cave, the feelings between the two of them also heated up rapidly. It was already late for Si-chen to cultivate, and then letting Party Hua stir it up so much. By now the night was already deep, and the moon outside the window had already risen to its highest point. In the room, Si-chen sat at the end of the bed, holding Luo Jiro's lusciously small feet in his hands, carefully pressing them while telling a story. Luo Jiro, on the other hand, was lying on the white jade bed couch, and inside her little head was experiencing a violent brainstorm. I'm the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sects on Lan Realm's largest demonic sect. Come to that. There are 80,000 enemies who have died in my hands, if not 100,000. My heart has been as cold as stone, and nothing has made any waves in my heart. However, since the appearance of this man beside me, I feel more and more that my heart has changed. I'm starting to become weak. No, this sensation is only temporary. It only takes effect while I'm unconscious. When I wake up, I'll obliterate all feelings again. Master said, if there's no man in your heart, Drawing your sword is naturally divine. Well, yes, that's it. Si-Chen, mother, after lying down for so long, do your feet stink? Just as Luo Jiro was enjoying Si-Chen's massage while her mind was trying its best to hypnotize herself, Si-Chen's sudden words directly broke her spirit. Ah, it's your feet that stink. I'll give you a cut. How can the feet of a fairy realm cultivator stink? You hold it in your hand like a treasure all day long. Don't you know if it stinks or not? It doesn't seem to stink. Si-Chen hemmed and hawed, placing Luo Jiro's small feet back into the new silk stockings, and looking at Luo Jiro's increasingly flushed face, he also couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. It seemed that the efficacy of the rejuvenating Buddha's hands as well as the Xianin spirit milk during this period of time was still very powerful. Hearing Si-Chen's words, Luo Jiro also couldn't help but let out a light hum without any good humor. Bad guy. Bitchy all day. Actually, Sit-Han was only joking. After a cultivator reaches the divine hidden realm, he can completely abandon the defilements of the world, so that no defilement can come near his body. Not to mention Luo Jiro and other supreme powerhouses of the transition realm. The bodies of such powerhouses could already be as warm and crystalline as innate spiritual jade, not to mention smelly feet. Taking a long stretch, Sit-Han turned his head to look at the moon outside his room. By now, midnight had arrived. Can check in for a new day. After Si-Chen tucked Luo Jiro in, he came to her bedside. Si-Chen wouldn't forget that the nascent soul beginning technique required 15,000 points to purchase. He only has 8,000 points right now, and holding his hand and signing in only gives 5,000 points. Wanting to buy the nascent soul beginning skill today, Si-Chen needed a more intimate move. Ahem. Despite the fact that he had already had a few kissing experiences before, Si-Chen couldn't help but feel a little weak when facing Luo Jiro's cool and delicate face. My lady, may I? No can do. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. Every time before you go to bed you have to fool around. Luo Jiro naturally noticed Si-Chen's move, and she also knew that before. She had to kiss every night before going to bed, especially the night Si-Chen gave her the Xianin spirit milk. He even stretched it in her mouth. So, today, Si-Chen simply sat there, and Luo Jiro knew what was going to happen next. Only, Luo Jiro herself didn't know why, but she actually didn't have the same feeling of resistance that she had at first. Could it be that one is used to it? Or is it that there is nothing one can do to refuse even if one wants to? Hey, I'm warning you, you'd better not mess around. Have to fool around? Then I advise you not to do what you did the other night. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in on the mouth of Luo Jiro, the White Feather Divine Sect Master at the late stage of the transitional realm, and obtaining the rewards, 8,000 points. Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe, *1. The still raw beep sounded, and Si-Chen's eyebrows couldn't help but jump abruptly twice. However, Si-Chen also realized that this time around, it was just a mere reward of 8,000 points and an attribute gift pack, with no additional rewards like the Xianin spirit milk. Could it be that the better rewards are only given each time a new sign-on pose is unlocked? So what if, ahem. Slapping his head with his hand, Sit-Han threw away all those chaotic thoughts in his head and hastily stopped the next fantasy. At this time, Si-Chen also reacted to the fact that he had just patronized signing in and listening to the system's beeps. All this time he was still resting on Luo Jiro's pillow, facing her, and his lips were pressed together, listening to the even and delicate breathing coming from his ears. A smile slowly surfaced in Si-Chen's eyes. Mother, you are truly a blessing to me. Denizen, how long has this been going on and you're still kissing? Just as Si-Chen came to Luo Jiro's side, Luo Jiro's head was already going through a fierce struggle. Luo Jiro finally decided, there's no way for me to refuse anyway, so I'll just let him do it. Just consider it as his payment for letting me have the Xianin spirit milk. When I wake up I definitely won't be able to let him mess around. Only, Luo Jiro immediately realized that Si-Chen actually kissed for so long without letting go of herself. Is there anything to kiss about? It's not like it's good for cultivation. I really don't understand you. However, when Luo Jiro heard Si-Chen's words mother is my blessing after he let go of himself, a touch of a strange emotion surfaced in her heart. It seemed to be faintly euphoric? Or perhaps contentment? Greasy mouth. Just say something nice. Even though Luo Jiro's state of mind had begun to ripple because of Si-Chen, she still had to maintain her majesty as the demon sect master. Kisses are done. Hurry up and go cultivate you. I'm going to sleep. On Si-Chen's side, after looking at Luo Jiro's delicate and pretty face for a while longer, he tenderly helped Luo Jiro cover the quilt, while bending down to place a gentle kiss on her forehead. Good night, ma'am. Good night, you denizen. Rolling down from Luo Jiro's white jade bedstead, Si-Chen pulled the bedding he had spread on the floor toward Luo Jiro. After doing all this, Si-Chen sat cross-legged on the floor bunk and looked at today's system interface with a heart full of excitement. Today's discounted items. Celestial grade lower grade nascent soul beginning technique, priced at 3 points. Discounted by 50%. Locked. Shen grade upper grade spirit absorbing pill, priced at 1,000 points with a 10% discount. Snow gold mandarin duck's belly pocket, priced at 1,000 points. 20% off. When Si Chen saw today's discounted items, he hastily raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. When Si Chen was sure that he hadn't misread it, a large question mark slowly surfaced on his brain. Bibs are available. And what bibs can be worth 1,000 points? Just in the previous column of the belly band, the spirit absorbing pill only cost 1,000 points. And the price of this belly band was actually the same as a Xian grade top grade elixir. Si Chen's words didn't get a reply from the system. And the system's meaning was clear, just say whether you'll buy it or not. Buy. Si Chen turned his head to look at the figure lying on the alabaster bed and couch, thinking viciously, I didn't buy it for any particular purpose. I'm just purely curious as to why you're selling these bibs for so much. Signing in today gave 8,000 points. And with the 8,780 points from before, Si Chen now has 16,780 points. After buying the nascent soul beginning skill, Si Chen still had over 1,600 points left. He can only choose between the bib and the spirit sucking pill. With almost no hesitation, Sithan made a decision that was completely out of instinct. Snow gold mandarin duck's belly bib. Buy. Spirit sucking Dan can wait again if he misses it. But if he doesn't buy 1,000 points for a bib, Si Chen will directly regret it for the rest of his life. Along with the 10,000 or so points on the system interface instantly turning into triple digits, Si Chen's hand also had an additional ancient scroll, as well as a red belly band. Putting the nascent soul beginning technique aside, Si Chen took the red belly band and glanced at it slightly out of the corner of his eye. I don't know what material is made of the bib is cold in the hand, and there is a pair of mandarin ducks outlined by golden silk thread on it. Even more amazingly, when Si Chen gently shook the belly band, the 2 mandarin ducks on it actually began to swim in the water. After understanding almost everything, Si Chen directly put it into his chest pocket. In Si Chen's opinion, the image of him, a big old man holding a belly band and looking at it, was just a bit too obscene. You can't look at it more than once. It's going to explode if you look at it more than once. At the same time, Si Chen couldn't help but look at Luo Jiro beside him once again. If the maiden wore it, what are you wearing? Lying on the bed, Luo Jiro wasn't able to see the things around herself, but she heard Si Chen's murmuring voice. At this point she couldn't help but be a little curious about what Sithan was doing, and what he was going to make her wear. However, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen didn't continue, but instead sat cross-legged on the ground and entered a state of cultivation. This also made Luo Jiro even more curious about what Si Chen was playing at. System, cultivate the nascent soul beginning technique. After opening the attribute gift pack rewarded by today's signing in and adding the attribute points to the natural talent column, Si Chen gave the system the command to cultivate the nascent soul beginning technique. As his thoughts fell, a majestic flood of consciousness also instantly surged into his sea of consciousness. The nascent soul beginnings technique was, in general, a technique for absorbing the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth for one's own use. It could greatly accelerate the speed at which a cultivator could absorb Reiki, and improve the cultivator's ability to utilize Reiki. Si Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and began to follow the nascent soul beginning technique, incorporating the surrounding auras into his meridians and allowing these auras to run along a specific route. Buzz. Just like before, the aura in the entire room once again surged towards Si Chen. Si Chen's realm also began to soar once more. Heaven-level techniques, even in the White Feather Divine Sect, were considered to be extremely top-notch techniques, and generally only elders and personal disciples had access to them. Si Chen, on the other hand, had begun cultivating using heaven-level techniques at the Divine Hidden Realm, which had caused his realm to rise several times faster than before. Why is this guy so sick? Lying on the bed, Luo Jiro felt the movement coming from beside her, and couldn't help but be viciously shocked. She had to admit that Si Chen was much fiercer than she was back when she was in the Divine Hidden Realm. Sometimes Luo Jiro often wondered if her husband, whom she had never met before, was really a heavenly genius. But isn't he an odd job disciple in charge of sweeping the floor? Could this be the legendary sweeper? The evening rushed by. When the first rays of the morning sunlight shone into the room, Si Chen, who was always in a state of cultivation, also opened his eyes. Letting out a long breath, he got up and stretched. Coming to Luo Jiro's bedside, Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's quiet sleeping face and raised his hand to poke Luo Jiro's face. Good morning, ma'am. Well, noticing the movement coming from her face, Luo Jiro, who was in a state of sleep, slowly awoke. The first time she woke up, Luo Jiro heard Si Chen's gentle voice. Luo Jiro had gradually gotten used to this feeling of having him beside her when she woke up, and it gave her peace of mind. It was Si Chen who pulled her out of the lonely and cold abyss she had been in, and gave her a life experience she had never known before. Good morning, denizens. What the hell? How did you get to the 9th level of the divine hidden realm? Being brought together in front of Si Chen, Luojiro was able to clearly perceive the difference between Si Chen's realm and last night's. Obviously last night before she went to sleep Si Chen was still at the 4th level of the divine hidden realm, but as a result, he suddenly became the 9th level now. Sincerely, 5 minor realms were broken through in one night. Looks like I still don't have a deep enough understanding of the extent of your perversions. Si Chen naturally didn't know what was going on in Luojiro's mind. He was currently pondering on another matter. My lady, a vegetative person in a supine state for a long time will cause the body's muscles to atrophy and the qi and blood to become increasingly weak. So, are we going to move around today? In fact, Si Chen was a little unsure if what he said was applicable to Luojiro, because all of his views came from the medical theories of his previous life. After all, Luojiro was a great power in the transition realm. Only, it never hurts to try. What do you mean by activity? Luojiro was also a bit uncertain about Si Chen's statement. However, soon after, Luojiro realized Si Chen's intentions. Si Chen kicked his shoes off and arrived at Luojiro's side with a flying leap. Si Chen then picked up Luojiro, who was lying flat on the bed, and made her sit upright in front of his body. Si Chen's hands filled with aura and rose, dense with gold and green like back-to-life Buddha hand picked up Luojiro's arm. A moment to shake. You. With her back against Si Chen's embrace, Luojiro only felt like a doll at the mercy of others, being manipulated by her in various poses in Si Chen's hands. What made Luojiro even more strange was that under Si Chen's seemingly unstructured maneuvers, her body really seemed to be a lot more comfortable than before. Even the meridians that had long stopped functioning with spiritual energy showed a few signs of recovery. What kind of treatment is this for you? Why is it so strange and humiliating? Although her body was getting better little by little, but leaning on Timothy's arms like this and being held by him like this, Luojiro's heart was still filled with a strange emotion. Nope. Even if I accept you reluctantly, I should still be dominant. I'm the demon sect master. It's so shameful. It's really shameful. Quickly, someone come and save the sect master. Si Chen naturally didn't know what was going on in Luojiro's mind. The only thing he knew was that he really did seem to have the right idea. With Luojiro's skin next to his, Si Chen was able to clearly sense the changes in her body. Previously, Luojiro, who had entered the state of lost soul, had meridians that seemed to have completely lost the ability to function. And now, with the help of Si Chen's external force, the long-dormant meridians actually showed some signs of recovery. Noticing this, Si Chen couldn't help but murmur joyfully to Luojiro, Mother, can you feel it? Your body is really getting a little bit better. Feelings are felt. It's the feeling of passivity that gets to me. Luojiro, as the White Feather Divine Sect Master, a great power in the late stage of the transition realm, and an absolute powerhouse among 10,000 people, had long since become accustomed to taking the absolute initiative in everything. But right now in her relationship with Sithen, she arguably didn't hold a single dominant position. This feeling was something Luojiro had never experienced before, but she didn't seem to be repulsed by it. Instead she felt a brand new experience that she had never had before. Just in a bit of a mood. Oi. Arms move for a quarter of an hour. Legs move for an hour, isn't it? You sure do have some strange fetishes. Sooner or later, I'm going to trample you under my feet and humiliate you severely. Hurry, someone to stop this denizen. But it's not to get him to stop, it's to tell him to press his arm more. Just as Luojiro's mind kept pounding out some small plans, the voices of Elder Mu and Elder Lu also came from outside the room. My lord, breakfast is ready. Shall we bring it in? Come on. Give this denizen a good beating. Hearing the voices of the two protectors, Luojiro was as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw and rushed up in anticipation. At the same time the sound coming from outside the room caused Sithen's movements to lurch, but immediately afterward he continued the movements in his hands. Two protectors, come in. Hearing Si Chen's words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu also entered the room. They first looked at Si Chen's bedding that was spread out on the floor, and then they looked at Si Chen on top of the bed, and Luojiro who was being held in his arms by Si Chen in a very strange position. At first, when he saw this scene, Elder Lu was a bit puzzled, and even thought that Si Chen had something bad in mind, but Mu Lao beside her directly pulled her hand. Old Lu, pay attention to the sect leader's aura. Upon hearing Elder Mu's words, Elder Lu's pale, cloudy eyes also narrowed slightly as he sized up his own sect master. When she saw Luojiro's increasingly flushed face, and even the majestic pressure that began to gradually recover, she froze. It's only been a while. Did Sithen really have some magical ability? In the past, They had used all kinds of geniuses and treasures, and had gone through all kinds of trouble, but none of them had had the slightest effect. But now that the selfsame sect master and Si-chan had only been married for a few days, her upturn had already recovered to this extent, and looking at that, it seemed that even the meridians were beginning to recover. My lord, how did you do it? Even forgetting to place the food in their hands on the table first, the two protectors just looked at Si-chan in surprise while carrying plates in their hands. Si-chan stopped the movements in his hands and said to the two guardians with a smile, I'm not quite sure how it was done, maybe because of my massage? Massage. Repeating what Sidhen said, and then recalling Sidhen's previous massage techniques. Although the two protectors still felt that it was a bit unbelievable, this change in their own sect master that was worlds apart from before was something that could not be faked. Placing the food on the table, Elder Mu said to Si-chan in a cordial tone, My old self would like to thank Your Excellency here. Your Excellency, just don't worry about exerting yourself. The two of us will fully support Gongzi. Feeling the figures of her two closest protectors that were getting farther and farther away, Luo Jiro only felt that her entire body was bad. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, you two have joined forces with him, an outsider, to bully the sect master, haven't you? You didn't used to be like this. Mother, did you hear that? Even Elder Mu and Elder Lu have told me to feel free to exert myself. Humph, what they say doesn't count. It has to be what I say. While drinking the spirit porridge that Si-chan fed her, Luo Jiro thought without any good humor, You're not going to mess around after dinner. Or I'm going to get mad. My feet are still sore. Why is today's porridge sweet? Almost as soon as Luo Jiro's thoughts had risen, Si-chan's voice came to her ears. Eating the same old spirit porridge every day must have gotten tired of it a long time ago. Si-chan gently blew on the spirit porridge in the spoon while gently saying, This is the honey that the village aunts and uncles stuffed me with when I first left the village. I couldn't even bring myself to eat it, since there were only a few pieces, but if it's for my lady, I'll do it. Read the bukla. Originally, Luo Jiro was still curious as to why today's spirit porridge was sweet and no longer as bland as the previous one, and when she heard Si-chan's gentle murmuring voice, Luo Jiro's entire body froze, and she was even a little unsure of how to express her thoughts at this moment. At the same time, the scene when Si-chan was holding the Xianin spiritual milk in his hand, and it was clear that he couldn't do anything about it if he wanted to, but he was still trying his best to convince himself to give up the Xianin spiritual milk and give it up to her, once again surfaced in Luo Jiro's mind. Idiot. You don't use the good stuff yourself, instead you leave it all to me. You're such a fool. You won't be able to find another idiot like you in the entire Kanglan realm. It's obviously just a small, insignificant thing, and it's obviously just a couple of ordinary nectars. But Luo Jiro felt that the gentlest part of her heart had been hit hard, and the deepest part of her heart had been quietly filled with someone's shadow. While savoring the faint sense of sweetness in the spirit porridge, Luo Jiro was somewhat unable to distinguish whether it was the sweetness of the honey or the sweetness in her heart. However, Luo Jiro also felt that with her status as the head of the demon sect, being bribed by a few candies was really a bit of a drop in the bucket, so she thought indignantly again, Bad guy, you're just going to say things to make people happy. I'm not going to fall for that. Seemingly feeling a little weak, Luo Jiro repeated, I'm not happy at all. Not at all. Soon, a bowl of porridge was fed to Luo Jiro little by Si-chan in this subtle atmosphere. After feeding the last spoonful to Luo Jiro as well, Si-chan looked at the remaining dots of porridge stains at the corners of Luo Jiro's mouth, and a few moments of laughter suddenly flashed through his eyes. Afterward, Si-chan slowly lowered his head and kissed up towards Luo Jiro's cherry lips. Only after a long time did Si-chan raise his head and reach out his hand to help Luo Jiro straighten the somewhat messy hair in front of her forehead. By this time, the porridge stain at the corner of Luo Jiro's mouth had completely disappeared. As for Luo Jiro, when she sensed Si-chan's actions, she gave a light grunt without good humor. Denizen, I knew you were up to no good. How can you feed someone a kanji like this and then kiss them? As if to comfort herself, Luo Jiro began to self-hypnotize again. But, whoever told me that there's no way to stop him now? Just forgive him this one last time. If he's still messing around when I wake up, then I'm sure I'll be able to let him get away with it easily. Holding Luo Jiro tightly in his arms once again, Si-chan asked, Mother, do you want to hear a story? Course you do. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door of the room, and at that moment, Mu Lao's voice also came from outside the room. Grand Elder, allow me to inform the Duke. Gongzi, the Grand Elder is here. Elder Mu's voice caused Si-chan's movements to lurch, and at the same time, he couldn't help but be a little curious as to what kind of character this Grand Elder would be. To be able to be the Grand Elder of the largest demonic sect in the Kanglan realm, this person must still have some strength. After letting Luo Jiro lie flat on the bed and tucking her in, Si-chan got up and went to open the door. the door to the room opened, and Si-Chen saw the two protectors standing in the doorway as well as an old man with white hair. This old man just stood in the doorway, his wrinkled face with a pair of eyes that gave off a very intimate feeling. Your Excellency, this is the Grand Elder of the Divine Sect, Qiu Buochuan, Grand Elder. This is the sect master's husband, Si-Chen. As Elder Mu's voice fell, Qiu Buochuan, who had always looked Si-Chen up and down with his gaze, also smiled affably. I've long heard that the sect master has found a good son-in-law, and now it seems that his name is indeed true. Compared to the previous second elder party Hua, the attitude of Qiu Buochuan in front of him could be said to be diametrically opposite. Not only did he not have any hostile feelings towards Si-Chen, he instead kept praising him. Only, I don't know if it was Si-Chen's illusion or what, but Si-Chen always felt that the old man in front of him was far from being as simple as he imagined. The kind and gentle old man in front of him was the Grand Elder of the Kanglan Realm's first demon sect, with Vengeance Buochuan status. Isn't this kind of mindset a bit too deliberately affable? However, after all, this was just some of Si-Chen's conjectures, and there was no way he could actually say it. As the saying goes, we can't beat a smiling face. If people treat us with such an attitude, we naturally can't lose each other's face. Si-Chen similarly nodded towards Qiu Buochuan. Great Elder is indeed a bit more immortal than rumored, and this meeting is truly enlightening. I don't know what the Great Elder came to Rakshasa Peak today for. Oh, wherever. Qiu Buochuan's gaze never left Si-Chen's eyes, and when he heard these words spoken by Si-Chen, a few moments of surprise clearly flashed through his eyes. According to his intelligence, Si-Chen was really just an errand boy disciple, and had never come into contact with any of the higher echelons of the divine sect. But now, when Si-Chen was facing him as the Grand Elder, whether it was his demeanor or mannerisms, or his unassuming reply, he could not pick out a single fault. It was as if Si-Chen had been born a man who had weathered great storms. Qiu Buochuan humbly waved his hand while saying, I heard from the other elders that with the help of Gongzi, the sect leader's condition has improved tremendously. As the Grand Elder of the Divine Sect, I'm naturally worried about the sect master's health, so I've come here to take a look and also befriend your excellency on the way. Si-Chen raised his eyebrows lightly when he heard Qiu Buochuan's words. Listen to the other elders? Was that from the second elder or the seventh elder? Si-Chen stepped aside and smiled faintly at Qiu Buochuan. Grand Elder, please come in. Without saying anything more, Qiu Buochuan walked straight into the middle of the room, and the two protectors followed behind him. After walking into the room, Qiu Buochuan's gaze barely paused for a moment as he looked directly towards Luo Jiro on the bed. When he saw Luo Jiro's flushed demeanor that had clearly returned to normal, as well as the faint fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her body, Qiu Buochuan's eyes suddenly had an unfathomable black light flashing through them. It seems that the rumors are indeed true. The sect master has really recovered a lot after marrying the prince. After just a few sweeps, Qiu Buochuan directly withdrew his gaze and turned to Si-Chen with a smile. It seems that your excellency is really something different from the norm. He. Si-Chen similarly smiled and replied, what a thing for a Grand Elder to say. The sect leader was able to recover all on her own. I was only slightly assisting. Your excellency is modest. Without stopping for much longer, Qiu Buochuan directly walked towards the outside of the room after understanding Luo Jiro's current state. Throughout, none of his behavior elicited any discomfort. Coming outside the room, Qiu Buochuan's hand flashed with light, and a light blue elixir appeared in his hand. My lord, this is a Xian grade upper grade house entry pill. I see that you're already about to break through the purple house realm, so you can use this as an aid when the time comes. Looking at the elixir in Qiu Buochuan's hand, Si-Chen didn't have any hesitation and directly took it over. Then I will thank the Grand Elder here. What a thing to say. Your Excellency. Qiu Buochuan remained in a cloudy and affable manner. He raised his head and looked straight into Si-Chen's eyes, saying in a tone that was incredibly longing and unbearable to refuse, if you are free, you can come to my peak for a fling, and I will do my best to be a landlord at that time. For some reason, Si-Chen always felt that from beginning to end. This last sentence of Qiu Buochuan was his true purpose. That's natural. I'll definitely go if I have time, and I've admired the Grand Elder for a long time. Ha ha ha, then it's a deal. I'll be waiting on in Ghost Peak for your excellency's arrival. After finishing his sentence, Qiu Buochuan turned around and swept towards the distance, quickly disappearing from Si-Chen's line of sight. After Qiu Buochuan left, Si-Chen returned directly to his room. At this time, the two protectors were also guarding the room, waiting for Si-Chen to come in. Entering the room, Si-Chen closed the door behind him and looked at the two guardians in front of him. Elder Mu Lu, did the sect leader have any contact with the Grand Elder before entering this state? Upon hearing Si-Chen's question, both Elder Mu and Elder Lu gave a start and jerked their heads up to look at Si-Chen. After a slight recollection, Elder Mu said in a deep voice, at that time, The Grand Elder did come to Rakshasa Peak once, but his stay was very short, and he came in order to offer a heavenly treasure to the sect master. Look at the book law. Elder Moostone was a bit hesitant as she said to Si Chen, but all the other elders came to the sect leader during that time as well, and the sect leader only entered this state more than half a month after that. Hearing Elder Moo's words, Si Chen nodded. I'm sorry to trouble the two guardians. It's okay, the two of us have been guarding the outside of the room. If your son has anything to do, just call the two of us directly. After the two protectors also left the room, only Si Chen and Luo Jiro on the bed were once again left in the room. Si Chen came to the bedside and picked up Luo Jiro, letting her lean against his chest. Mother, I always feel that Grand Elder Chiubuchuan gives me a deep sense of crisis. Do you think it could be my illusion? Reaching out and pinching Luo Jiro's agitated nose, Si Chen added helplessly, it would be nice if you could talk to me, so I can understand this person better. Alright, let's continue with today's massage and storytelling session. Among Luo Jiro's spiritual world, even though Chiubuchuan had already left, from the time Chiubuchuan came here until he left, Luo Jiro's spirit fell into an extremely violent state, especially when she heard that Chiubuchuan first gave Si Chen pills and then invited him to be his guest on his peak. Luo Jiro was trapped in the middle of that cold abyss, murmuring a sentence over and over again. Don't. You mustn't trust him. Don't go with him. Perhaps everyone was kept in the dark by Chiubuchuan. Perhaps everyone didn't see Chiubuchuan's true colors, but Luo Jiro was the only one who was different. She knew exactly why she had fallen into the state that caused her so much pain, and was even more clear about who started it all. Luo Jiro would never forget the day when Chiubuchuan found her and told her that he had inadvertently obtained a supreme treasure from the ancient Forbidden Land. This supreme treasure he could not use, so he wanted to offer it to the sect leader. For this usually kind-hearted Grand Elder, Luo Jiro didn't think much about it and directly took the box that was dense with black gas. After that, the other elders also came to Rakshasa Peak one after another, with the beautiful name of reporting to Luo Jiro about some of the situations of the divine religion. This made Luo Jiro feel a bit strange, but she didn't suspect too much. Half a month later, when she remembered this supreme treasure and opened the box while practicing, a power that was the most and evil instantly surged into her body. This power was incomparably terrifying, and it even left her, a late-stage transition realm powerhouse, without any ability to resist. Almost instantly, Luo Jiro felt that her body and soul had completely lost their connection, and she lost control of her body in this way. Not only that, but this power just attached itself to her soul, constantly eroding her vitality. She couldn't communicate any of her thoughts to the outside world and could only struggle desperately in that darkness. The power wouldn't kill her immediately, but it would cause her to witness the loss of her life a little while she was awake. But she couldn't do anything about it. It was a million times more cruel than just killing her. All of this was caused by that box, the box given to her by Chiubuchuan. Before that, Luo Jiro had never thought that the great elder of the divine sect, whom she had always trusted, would actually do such a thing. His so-called kind face was nothing more than a false mask for others to see. And now, Si Chen's arrival gave Luo Jiro hope, and Si Chen became that ray of light in Luo Jiro's dark life. Luo Jiro's body began to gradually improve with Si Chen's help and had the possibility of awakening. It seems like everything is shifting for the better. At this time, Chiubuchuan appeared once again. Still the same kindly hypocritical face, still his usual tactics of pulling people in. What his purpose was in inviting Si Chen to his peak, Luo Jiro hardly needed to think about it. Chiubuchuan wanted to snuff out her last and most important bit of hope she had. This also caused Luo Jiro's heart to fall to the bottom in an instant, and her entire body was plunged into a great panic. Luo Jiro would rather never wake up. She didn't want to lose Si Chen just like that. And just then, Luo Jiro realized that a pair of big warm hands held her hand. In her ears, too, once again rang the voice that gave her immense peace of mind. Mother, I won't go. This person always gives me the feeling that he is kind on the surface but very dangerous behind his back. It's better for me to stay as far away from him as possible. Besides, what could be more comforting than staying by your mother's side? For some reason, right at the moment Si Chen's words rang out, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that she really, had no way to leave him anymore. It was as if Si Chen was able to see into her heart, always able to give her a sense of security at the most appropriate time. Bad guy, it's good you know you can't go. For being so witty, you're allowed one more kiss today. 1 second. Blah blah blah. The evening breeze was light, and the cool moonlight splashed casually on the earth. The breeze accompanied by a gust of floral scent blew into the room along the window, adding a bit more ambiguity to the subtle atmosphere in the room. At this moment on the white jade bed couch, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were facing each other on the same pillow. Denizen, I'll only allow you to kiss for 1 more second, and you've been at it for a quarter of an hour. You're finished. Believe it or not, I'll stab you to death when I wake up. Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive that her entire body was being held in Si Chen's arms at this moment, while Si Chen also pinched her chin to fool around with her. And pinching my chin. You think you can dominate between the two of us? You wish. On Si Chen's side, he slowly raised his head, scrutinizing Luo Jiro's exquisite face that was not stained by a single speck of dust. His eyes filled with smiles. Mother, I need to earn my Ben back before you wake up. Otherwise, when the time comes and you flip out and try to kill me, won't I lose a lot of money? But will you not be able to wake up and just fall in love with me the first moment you see me? Ha. Blah, 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 narcissist. You wish. Luo Jiro really wanted to raise her hand and touch the face of the man in front of her, and she also wanted to open her eyes and look at him. If she could, Luo Jiro wanted to see everything about Sithen. Si Chen raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks as he continued to speak to himself. In fact, my greatest fear is still that you don't have the means to perceive the outside world at this moment, and that all of this is my self-interest. If that's the case, I'm really going to have to sail away when you wake up. Humph. What nonsense. Talking as if I'm some kind of regicide. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro thought with dissatisfaction. Besides, will a few kisses be able to return the favor? You're a fool who's easily satisfied. Unconsciously, Luo Jiro actually started to give Si Chen consideration. Every time he did some losing deals, Luo Jiro would be very dissatisfied. But Luo Jiro, while dissatisfied, often wondered. He is obviously quite a shrewd person. How come he always does things that lose money? And it seems like this kind of lossy thing Sithen only does when he's facing her. Bad guy. You're trying to pinch me, aren't you? No way. However, when Luo Jiro thought about all the very pampering things Si Chen had done to herself, a thought suddenly rose in her heart that made her very uncomfortable. What if he does the same to other women in the future? What if other women are more active than me? No, absolutely not. The moment this thought rose, Luo Jiro really hated that she could not wait to regain her mobility immediately. She really wanted to stand in front of Sithen and say it to him face to face. You can only do this kind of loss to me, not to other women, because I'm the only one who doesn't want anything from you. The women out there are all bad people. There's no way you can pin them down with this IQ. Just stay behind me and hug my thighs, but don't have any other ideas. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro, and it was clear that Luo Jiro in his arms had no way to move. But Si Chen suddenly had the feeling that he was being CPU'd. Si Chen didn't think Luo Jiro would have specialized in learning this kind of thing before. Is it possible that girls are born with this skill? Mother, are you able to hear me? Are you mulling over some little scheme in your mind? Si Chen looked towards Luo Jiro in his arms and asked tentatively. I didn't. Don't you slander people. I'm going to bed. And if you're going to stay here, you should hurry up and stop talking. Or you should hurry up and get back on top of your bunk. Luo Jiro naturally had no way of answering Si Chen. And Si Chen had no way of knowing what was in Luo Jiro's mind. Seeing that the moon had risen to its highest point outside the window, Sithen knew that a new day had arrived. Lowering his head, Si Chen took in Luo Jiro's lips and gently bit them. Good night, ma'am. After signing in, Sithen jumped straight out of bed and sat down on his floor mat. Now he no longer slept at night, choosing instead to meditate and cultivate instead of sleeping. This way, on the one hand, he could raise his cultivation as soon as possible, and on the other hand, he could always prevent accidents from happening. Night, you bad boy. One of the 8 main peaks of the White Feather Divine Sect, Een Ghost Peak. In the deepest part of Een Ghost Peak, in the middle of the candle-lit secret room, there were 2 figures sitting in front of a modest round table. It was clearly White Feather Divine Sect Grand Elder Cho Bochuan and Second Elder Party Hua. Luo Jiro's body is actually really recovering little by little. Even the spiritual energy amongst the meridians is showing signs of recovery. If her divine soul is starting to revive as well, that also means she'll wake up soon. Then all our scheming will be for naught. Xiao Bochuan sat in the first place, his icy gaze deadpan on Party Hua across from him, and Dang Hua gritted his teeth and said, to put it bluntly, the reason why Luo Jiro was able to get better was all because of that kid who came out of nowhere. Party Hua raised his head and looked straight into Xiao Bochuan's eyes, his voice low. Get rid of him. You think I don't want to? Xiao Bochuan glared at Dang Hua without any good humor. There are 2 people on Rakshasa Peak, Xian Rui and Lu Cheng. Both of them are not below you and me. How are we going to kill him? You can kill him by going to Rakshasa Peak and causing trouble like you did before? Facing his own piggy teammate who thought about beauty all day long, Xiao Bochuan was also very helpless. If it wasn't for the fact that Party Hua still had some strength, Xiao Bochuan would have wanted to kick him out completely. Then what do we do? Just watch him awaken Luo Jiro? Party Hua asked again. He'll come on his own. Xiao Bochuan directly interrupted Dang Hua's words as he slowly got up and looked at the walls of the secret room. I believe it won't take more than a few days for him to finish the pills I gave him and come to Een Ghost Peak. Then when we get there, Party Hwa's eyes lit up, and a strong killing intent surged out. I'm afraid that killing directly will lead to many misfortunes. Xiaobo directly stopped Party Hwa, but his hand slowly took out a box filled with black gas. Luckily, the old man had kept a heart and left part of this thing behind. Great Elder is truly marvelous. Dang Hwa continuously patted his ass. At this time, Xiaobo also turned to look at Party Hwa. Also, didn't you say he was at the 4th level of the Divine Hidden Realm? I went today and it was clearly the 9th level of the Divine Hidden Realm. You can even be wrong about that. You've really gone overboard. Ha! Faced with Xiaobo words, Party Hwa was also stunned. I clearly remember that he was at the 4th level of the Divine Hidden Realm at that time. Xiaobo once again blankly glanced at him without any good humor. Could he still break through 5 minor realms in one day? Do you think he's the reincarnation of an ancient clan emperor? La. Well, maybe I was wrong. What's done is done. Mother, put your feet up. It's urgent. You bad boy. Massage is massage. Don't always say such thought-provoking things. Inside the room, Sichin held Luo Jiro's small feet and gently kneaded them, while Luo Jiro on top of the bed was quietly lying on the bed, muttering in her heart in a small voice. At this point, a month had passed since Sichin and Luo Jiro's wedding night. In this month, Sichin and Luo Jiro's lives were simple, and there was no particular difference from day to day. When Sichin woke up every morning, he would habitually pinch Luo Jiro's chin and place a gentle kiss on her cherry lips, and Luo Jiro would always be awakened from her sleep by Sichin at such times. The first moment she woke up, Luo Jiro would indignantly start counting. Bad guy, this is the 86th. No, 96th time you've kissed me. Just you wait you. I'm counting it all for you. After kissing, Sichin would feed Luo Jiro a bowl of spirit porridge to replenish her energy. The honey given by the ants when they first left the village had been eaten up, so Sichin began to vary the flavors of the kanji to help Luo Jiro adjust it. For example, today, Sichin was making cinnamon-flavored spirit porridge for Luo Jiro, and Luo Jiro thought arrogantly after every time she drank the porridge that Sichin fed her. It's delicious, but don't you dare fantasize about impressing me with this stuff. After the porridge, it was time for the daily massage. Sichin would let Luo Jiro sit in his arms with her back against him, and then help Luo Jiro move her body as if she were fiddling with a doll. This was also the most humiliating time of the day for Luo Jiro. After all, with her status, others had to be careful when talking to her, let alone treating her like Sichin did. I am the demon sect master. Do you understand or not? If you keep messing around I'm going to be ruthless. By the time Luo Jiro finished her massage in this struggling mood of both struggle and petulance, it was already sunrise, and Sichin would begin his daytime cultivation. At this time, Luo Jiro would lie quietly on the bed, feeling the fluctuations of spiritual energy coming from Sichin's body beside her. At the same time, Luo Jiro would always be shocked by Sichin's cultivation speed that could be called perverse. Right under Luo Jiro's cut, Sichin had used just a month's time to break through all the way from having no cultivation at all to the current 9th level of the Purple Mansion Realm, Foundation Establishment Realm, Divine Hidden Realm, Violet Mansion Realm, Sichin, Yuanshan Realm, Cave Ruin Realm, Elders, Protectors, Transition Realm, Luo Jiro, Mixed Yuan Realm, Supreme Realm, Supreme Emperor Realm. It was as if he would never have a bottleneck, and his promotion speed never slowed down. The higher the realm, the slower the rate of advancement would be. This was almost a consensus in the entire cultivator world. But how come it doesn't work well on Sithen? Is he really just an odd job disciple? Why is he so perverted? And it's like he's omnipotent. This was the thing Luo Jiro thought about the most every day. Sichin was like a big hand that constantly tugged at her heartstrings. It made her even more eager to wake up. When Sichin finished his day's cultivation, he would continue to massage Luo Jiro's body. Unconsciously, this moment had also become the time Luo Jiro looked forward to the most every day. Because at this time of the day, Sithen would be resting on the same pillow as her, wrapping her tightly into his arms, holding her waist from behind, and blowing softly in her ear. Every time, Luo Jiro would enjoy the tenderness that Sichin gave him while continuously hypnotizing himself in his mind. It's not like I can resist, or let him do it, just for the duration of the coma anyway. If I wake up, I mustn't let him fool around anymore. Time passed day by day in this cozy atmosphere, and Sichin and Luo Jiro's hearts were quietly filled with each other's figures. At the same time, Sichin's depth was increasing a little bit with time. Perhaps others didn't know why he didn't have any bottlenecks in his cultivation, but Sichin himself was clear about it. This month, he had been signing in beside Luo Jiro every day, and every time he signed in, the system rewarded him with 8,000 points, as well as a deluxe attribute gift pack. In addition to the packs given by signing in every day, attribute packs will also appear in the daily discounted items. However, wherever attribute gift packs appeared, Si Chen would not pull down a single one and purchase them all, because he wasn't clear about the gap between himself and the other celestial pride. Si Chen chose to add all of his attribute points to celestial talent. After this month of hard work, Si Chen's natural talent at this point had come to 256. Si Chen wasn't sure what other people's natural talent was, but along with the continuous improvement of his natural talent, Si Chen would enter the midst of a host of metaphysical states every time he cultivated. It's like seeing too much milk, seeing the trajectory of the great Tao in general. This made Si Chen think of the supreme prides in the metaphysical novels he had read in his previous life, and it seemed that certain prides with special physiques would experience this phenomenon. For example, in 8 Sacred Body Tao Fetus, Si Chen had a premonition that if his natural talent continued to rise, he might actually enter some sort of strange realm. On top of that, Si Chen's points had reached 186. 400. This was still the result after he had purchased some life-preserving props as well as heavenly materials that replenished his life force one after another. With enough points, Si Chen's bottom line was also full. Only, there was one thing that always puzzled Si Chen, and that was that Luo Jiro never showed the slightest sign of wanting to wake up. Even though her body had fully recovered to its original peak state, she was always in a comatose state. This also made Si Chen even more puzzled about the reason why Luo Jiro had entered the state of lost soul. Obviously, Luo Jiro didn't enter this state for physical reasons. There must be other reasons. Mother, do you suffer and feel helpless in this state? Si Chen propped his chin with his arm and looked at Luo Jiro, who was lying on the bed, and softly inquired. It's actually not bad. Feeling the warmth that Si Chen's big hand passed to her, Luo Jiro thought somewhat playfully. It was still painful when you didn't come, but since you, the bad guy, came, I'm not in pain. Open your eyes to you badass and then establish my dominance. That's what I'm going to do next. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Si Chen and Luo Jiro were thinking their own little thoughts to themselves, there was a sudden knock at the door. Gongzi, the 7th elder is here. Opening the door to the room, Si Chen saw the 2 protectors as well as 7th elder Xiaowan standing at the door. After a month, 7th elder Xiaowan had once again arrived on Rakshasa Peak, which was quite surprising to Si Chen. Still wearing a green-waisted sarong as well as a double ponytail tied with a white ribbon, Xiaowan gave Si Chen the impression of being like a neighborly sister. Although she didn't have Luo Jiro's stunning to the core looks, she had a comforting closeness to her. And just as Si Chen was sizing up Xiaowan, Xiaowan was likewise scrutinizing the Si Chen in front of him. 9th level of the Violet Mansion realm. Didn't you just build your foundation a month ago? Almost out of the blue. Xiaowan's large, lovely eyes stared blankly as she looked at Si Chen with a shocked expression. In the face of Xiaowan's surprise, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were standing behind her, also exchanged unspoken smiles. The 2 of them had watched Si Chen grow from no cultivation a month ago to grow to this point today. Even they were shocked by Si Chen's natural talent. Not to mention Xiaowan, who had only been here once. Facing Xiaowan's shocked gaze, Si Chen only nodded lightly. 7th elder. It's been a long time. I wonder what you're here for today. Here. Xiaowan held up the small box in her hand. I studied it painstakingly for a month after I went back. I'm here today to help the bishop check his body. Oh? Si Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaowan's somewhat messy hairstyle as well as her haggard face. Then I'll trouble the 7th elder. What a thing to say. Xiaowan waved her hand indifferently while stepping into the room. I'm a good friend with the sect master, so it's only natural that I should help her heal. Xiaowan walked into the room as she spoke, coming to Luo Jiro's bedside. When Xiaowan saw Luo Jiro's face that was even more flushed than normal, she was obviously frozen. This, how come it feels like the sect leader looks even better than me? Xiaowan looked at Luo Jiro in front of her with an unbelievable look in her eyes. This was the second unbelievable thing that had happened to her today, and both in this room, Xiaowan could clearly perceive that the vitality in Luo Jiro's body was incomparably vigorous, and the meridians had also resumed their most basic operation. This could be described as a world away from her previous state. Xiaowan first looked at Luo Jiro on the bed, then turned her head to look at Si Chen on the side. Could it be that you've been taken by the sect leader? You gave it to her? Words without surprise. This sudden sentence from Xiaowan almost didn't make Si Chen spray a mouthful of old blood. Si Chen hurriedly waved his hand. 7th elder. Words can't be spoken carelessly. And rightly so. Xiaowan continued while holding Luo Jiro's wrist. I can see that the sect master is still intact. Could it be that you have some problems in certain areas? I can condition you if you need it. Judging from Xiaowan's clear eyes as well as her sincere tone, Si Chen knew that she wasn't joking. Visible to the naked eye, a row of dense black lines appeared on Siddon's head. No need 7th elder. This aspect of mine, it's fine. Oh, well then, Xiaowan nodded, not forgetting to remind her in the end. The sect leader is so much stronger than you after all. When the time comes, I guess you won't be able to hold your own. I'll be on Pill Soul Peak. If you need to be toned up any day, come find me. Much, thank you. Seventh Elder. And just as the two of them, Si Chen and Xiaowan, were talking to each other, Luo Jiro also listened to all of their conversations. For no reason, Luo Jiro suddenly had the feeling of being publicly executed at this moment, and she was even more ashamed and almost fainted. Especially Xiaowan's sentence, the sect leader is so much stronger than you. You probably won't be able to handle it when the time comes. This sentence really made Luo Jiro hate to find a place to drill into. Xiaowan, what are you talking about? What's wrong with being so much better than him? How can it be as serious as you say? You're not allowed to scare him. I'm not. Luo Jiro's thought Xiaowan and Si Chen definitely couldn't hear them. Xiaowan had already placed the small box in her hands by Luo Jiro's bedside at this time. Looking at the small box in Xiaowan's hands, Si Chen asked curiously, Seventh Elder, what is this? This is what I've been working on for the past month. Xiaowan juggled and said to Si Chen, based on my speculations, I feel that the reason why the sect leader entered the state of lost soul is not due to physical body damage, but rather originates from the aspect of the divine soul. Hearing Xiaowan's words, Si Chen's eyebrows twitched. It had to be said that Xiaowan's thoughts were actually exactly the same as his. That's why I used the soul stone my master passed down to me to make something that can test the strength of the divine soul. And it's possible that this thing can help us find out why the sect leader lost his soul. As Xiaowan spoke, she opened the small box in her hand, and a crystal ball emitting dazzling light also appeared in front of the crowd. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, please also guard the perimeter. I need to help the sect master test his divine soul. Hearing Xiaowan's words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu's expressions moved and their figures slowly disappeared into the room. After waiting for Elder Mu and Elder Lu to leave, Xiaowan first looked at Si Chen and then said, if something unexpected happens in a while, you must remember to run in a hurry. Si Chen nodded. I understand. With everything ready, Xiaowan slowly lifted the crystal ball in her hand. As if there was an invisible force holding up the crystal ball, it was actually suspended directly above Luo Jiro's brow. Afterwards, the crystal ball began to slowly rotate, and dazzling light began to pour out of the crystal ball, surging into Luo Jiro's brow below. Almost at the same time, Luo Jiro felt that her divine soul, which was shrouded in black gas, actually trembled slightly, and this sudden change made Luo Jiro's heart clench. Although she knew very well that the power in this crystal ball of Xiaowan's was simply not enough to resist the black aura that enveloped her divine soul, but Luo Jiro still held on to a glimmer of hope because she really wanted to wake up so badly. She wanted to see Sit-Han so badly. In the room, along with more and more light tilting out from the crystal ball, Luo Jiro's dead divine soul finally reacted. Under Xiaowan and Si Chen's nervous gazes, a faintly unnoticeable black chi rose from Luo Jiro's brow and was then absorbed by the crystal ball above. Seeing this scene, Xiaowan and Si Chen's brows were furrowed. What is this? Along with the increasing amount of black chi entering the crystal ball, the originally crystal clear crystal ball had now begun to become pitch black. Click, click, click. No good. It's going to break. You get out of here. In the next instant, an ear-piercing shattering sound suddenly came from the crystal ball, and along with it came Xiaowan's voice. Without hardly any hesitation, Xiaowan's cultivation of that cave ruin realm completely erupted, and a turquoise energy instantly isolated the crystal ball and Luo Jiro, and it was at this time that Xiaowan's eyes suddenly flashed as a figure swept past her eyes with speed beyond reason, dashing towards Luo Jiro on the bed. It was Sit-Han. This sudden change caused Xiaowan's eyebrows to twitch, while her large eyes were filled with a look of surprise. Xiaowan then raised her hands and violently flung the turquoise energy wrapped around the crystal ball into the air above the room. It was also at this time that Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's side and held her in his arms for dear life. In the next instant, the crystal ball that could no longer hold out exploded. Boom! The crystal ball containing majestic divine soul power exploded. The surging energy caused the roof of the room to be instantly lifted off, and some of the residual power rushed towards the several people below Si Chen. In the face of this power that far exceeded the Zifu realm, Si Chen held Luo Jiro in his arms with one hand, and with the other hand, he quickly choked out a seal. This was the first time that Si Chen had used his power in actual combat since he had embarked on the path of cultivation, and it was also in the face of such a raging force. Si Chen was located in a corner of the room. All the spiritual energy in his meridians was mobilized at this moment, and a giant palm print condensed from white light flew out from his right hand, violently slamming and slapping to the front. Vast sea seal. No, don't. You get out of here. In the middle of the spiritual world, Luo Jiro clearly felt everything that was happening around her at the moment. She sensed the crystal ball shattering, and she felt the raging power created when it blew up. At the same time, her mind summarized the most perfect solution at the moment in an instant. As long as Si Chen followed what Xiaowan said and stayed away from the explosion, Then Xiao Wan would then channel that power to the top of the room and block the subsequent aftermath of the explosion. Then this crisis will be perfectly resolved. However, what Luo Jiro hadn't expected was that Si-chan would actually rush towards her regardless. In the midst of that turbulent energy storm, Luo Jiro realized that her defenseless self was being held in her arms by a pair of strong arms. At this moment, Luo Jiro froze. At the same time, an unspeakable emotion swept through her. Fool, you're a fool. Feeling Si-chan's powerful heartbeat, Luo Jiro suddenly had a trance-like feeling. As the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro acted as a kind of front-runner from the beginning to the end, and she always stood at the forefront of the entire Divine Sect. Ever since her master's departure, Luo Jiro hadn't known how long it had been since she had experienced this feeling of being guarded by someone. Letting you do a losing deal. It's not like I'm asking you to not take a life. You're such an idiot. What am I going to do if anything happens to you? Crouching in Si-chen's arms, Luo Jiro continuously scolded Si-chen in her heart for being an idiot. Even though Luo Jiro had been blaming Si-chen for his foolish actions, there was a touching feeling that she couldn't resist that rippled through her heart. Luo Jiro couldn't wait to wake up right now and carry Si-chen's ears to complain about him fiercely. Just as Luo Jiro's mind was engaged in an intense brainstorming session, the aftermath of the explosion arrived in front of Si-chen. It was also at this time that Si-chen realized that Xiao Wan, who was on the side, suddenly appeared in front of him. The turquoise spiritual energy that gushed out from Xiao Wan's hands had completely enveloped him and Luo Jiro. In the next moment, the seal that Si-chen had pinched as well as Xiao Wan's spiritual energy collided with the aftermath created by the explosion of that crystal ball. A violet energy storm rumbled into shape, constantly blowing everything in this room. Si-chen's back was against the wall, protecting Luo Jiro while he scrutinized Xiao Wan in front of him, only to see that at this moment, Xiao Wan's cave market realm cultivation exploded with a bang, and the violent storm caused her pair of double ponytails to continuously fly about, and the aftermath of the explosion was blocked by her in its entirety. Casually waving her hand, Xiao Wan first looked at the roof that had been blown up in a big hole, then she looked at Si-chen in front of her. I like you, Sid-hen? Luo Jiro? This sudden statement from Xiao Wan directly caused Si-chen to be confused for a moment, and then he looked at her with a questioning face. Even Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who had urgently impacted the middle of the room, were stupefied. At this moment, the eyes of the two several hundred-year-olds were filled with a curious look. The same thought rose in their minds. Could it be that the seventh elder is trying to steal the sect leader's man? Then should we stop the seventh elder? What kind of look is that? Xiao Wan blankly glanced at Si-chen without any good humor. She then said in a chagrined voice, I mean, I appreciate you. What you did just now is recognized by this elder. Si-chen took a long breath. So that's what it means. Protecting one's lady in a time of crisis. That's the way it should be. Xiao Wan came to Si-chen's side as she spoke, a pair of big eyes constantly looking Si-chen up and down. What kind of monster are you, guy? Why does it feel like that palm of yours just now didn't move like the Purple Mansion realm? Exaggerated cultivation speed, power that far exceeds that of the same rank. I seriously doubt that you are the reincarnation of any old demon. Facing Xiao Wan's gaze, Si-chen helplessly scratched his head. Seventh elder is joking. I've never fought against anyone before, so I'm a bit confused as to what extent my power has reached. Putting Luo Jiro gently onto the bed, Si-chen asked Xiao Wan, do the seventh elder know the reason why the sect leader entered this state? Xiao Wan also knew that the most important thing at the moment was still Luo Jiro's body, so she didn't dwell on Si-chen anymore. However, Xiao Wan's curiosity about Si-chen grew stronger. For a technical otaku like her who liked to study medical and poisonous arts, Si-chen's mystery was extremely attractive to her. She came to Luo Jiro's bedside and took out a crystal shard that was entwined with black qi. It's a shard of the crystal ball that was just there. Xiao Wan looked at Si-chen and said, I believe you just saw the black gas that infected the crystal ball. Does seventh elder know what that is? Si-chen asked suspiciously. Facing the expectant gazes of Si-chen and the two protectors, Xiao Wan only shook her head. I don't know about that, but this power seems to be extremely sinister, and it is it that is affecting the sect master's divine soul. Hearing Xiao Wan's words, the crowd was a bit disappointed, but they knew that this was already a good result. After such a long time, they had at least finally learned some of the reasons why Luo Jiro had entered the lost soul state. At this time, Xiao Wan first looked at Luo Jiro, who was lying on the bed, and then looked at Si-chen. Look at the book law. She suddenly looked at Elder Mu and Elder Lu. Protectors, I have something to say to him. I wonder if you can guard outside the room first. Elder Mu and Elder Lu both gave a slight start, and the fire of gossip was even burning in both eyes. Could it be that the seventh elder wants to do something to Gungzi in front of the sect master? However, despite Elder Mu and Elder Lu's incomparable curiosity, they definitely couldn't force themselves to stay here. After the two of them nodded, their figures slowly disappeared into thin air. After the two protectors left, only Si Chen, Xiao Wan, and Luo Jiro, who was lying on the bed, were left in the room. At this time, Luo Jiro could be said to have stimulated all of her senses to the extreme, and all of her spirit was used to feel Si Chen and Xiao Wan's movements. Luo Jiro had just heard it with her own ears. Xiao Wan said she liked Si Chen. What is Xiao Wan up to? Doesn't she know that this fool is already married to the sect master? Xiao Wan also came to the doorway of the room at this time, pulling away from the bed couch where Luo Jiro was. At the same time, she waved at Sit Hen. Sit Hen, come over here, I have something to tell you. In the room, Xiao Wan stood at the position of the doorway and waved at Si Chen. Si Chen first looked at Xiao Wan, who had a mysterious face, and then looked at Luo Jiro beside him. Si Chen always felt that there was something strange about getting together and whispering with Xiao Wan at Luo Jiro's side. It's like a wife's current offense. However, Si Chen still came to Xiao Wan's side. He always felt that things were not that simple. Seventh Elder. What's wrong? When Xiao Wan saw Si Chen come to her side, she waved her hands and erected a soundproof boundary around her. Also from this moment on, Luo Jiro could no longer feel everything about Si Chen and Xiao Wan. Luo Jiro was already starting to think more than she wanted to. What are they doing? Why do you even need a soundproof boundary to isolate the outside world? Does that mean he's tired of being with me? That's right. After all, I can't respond to any of his feelings at all. He must be tired too. Does Xiao Wan really like him? But he's my husband. It's not like he's anyone else. At this moment, Luo Jiro could be said to be tormented to the extreme. During the few moments that Si Chen was whispering with Xiao Wan, Luo Jiro was in torment every second. At the same time, Luo Jiro thought more and more. Even Luo Jiro herself hadn't noticed that she was already completely inseparable from Si Chen. Don't look at her. She often talks tough on a regular basis. But when someone suddenly appears and tries to steal Si Chen, Luo Jiro simply couldn't stand this kind of thing. Bad guy. Don't you go with her. I can't respond to you right now. But isn't it still up to you to do whatever you want? It's not like I'm going to stop you from anything. Big deal. I'll let you kiss me for a long time. Okay. Time passed a little bit like this, and Luo Jiro was always rambling. At this time, where was she still a little bit of the appearance of the demon sex godmothers? It was all a look of a little woman who was afraid that her beloved would be snatched away from her. The long comatose state had made Luo Jiro sensitive and even less confident in her relationships. Finally, after an unknown amount of time, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that she was able to perceive Si Chen's voice again. Luo Jiro knew that the conversation between Si Chen and Xiao Wan was over. Luo Jiro fully energized her spiritual power and listened wholeheartedly to the movements on Si Chen's side. As for Si Chen's side, after he finished discussing with Xiao Wan, he flew to have Xiao Wan break the soundproof boundary. He was naturally afraid that Luo Jiro would be too worried. Only Si Chen didn't know that Luo Jiro was worried about him being abducted by Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan is also ready to leave. Before leaving, Xiao Wan reached out her hand and patted Si Chen's shoulder. Si Chen, when the time comes, remember to come to Pill Soul Peak to look for me. Oh. Si Chen nodded. Seventh Elder. I'll go when I have time. Okay, I'll wait for you. Oh. Xiao Wan pushed the door open directly after saying this last sentence and left straight away. And by this time, the room had once again returned to silence. And I'll wait for you. Oh blah blah blah. Humph. Just leave and go straight away. What's the point of clamping down your voice and talking? If Luo Jiro was able to return to normal at this time, Si Chen would definitely see Luo Jiro, dressed in a long dress, standing in front of him with her arms crossed and wide eyes. Then she would say to Si Chen in an extremely conspiratorial tone, I'll wait for you. Oh. Si Chen naturally didn't know what was going on in Luo Jiro's mind. He had already learned what he wanted to know from Xiao Wan, and the next step was to wait and see what happened. Bukla. Moreover, Si Chen now had a vague idea of the reason why Luo Jiro had turned into her current appearance over here. Then he could also start keeping an eye on the things that the system sold every day. Thinking of this, Si Chen walked straight towards Luo Jiro's bedside. Coming to the bedside, Si Chen first looked up at the large hole in the roof. Then he picked up Luo Jiro and held her in his arms. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's slender waist, his chin resting on her shoulder as he whispered in her ear, Mother, it won't take long for me to wake you up. Humph. No need. You don't like me anymore. You wake thee up. Feeling the warmth that Si Chen passed on to her and listening to his murmuring voice in her ear, although Luo Jiro was warm in her heart, she still couldn't admit it on her lips, because she's very unhappy right now. Suddenly, Si Chen, who was hugging Luo Jiro, shrugged his nose. Si Chen helped Luo Jiro turn over so that she was facing away from him. Afterwards, Si Chen held Luo Jiro's shoulders, looking at her delicate face without a single flaw. Si Chen said with a smile, How do you feel? There is a sour flavor in the air. Sour flavor? Luo Jiro. who was originally still sulking, froze slightly, somewhat unable to understand what Si-Chen meant. "Humph, you're trying to get my attention with this method, aren't you?" "No way." Despite Luo Jiro's thoughts, when Si-Chen's next words reached Luo Jiro's ears, they still made her ashamed. "Mother, do you think someone is jealous? Why else would it be sour?" "Jealous?" Luo Jiro hadn't reacted at first, but after she carefully savored the meaning of Si-Chen's words, she also reacted. Sit-Han was clearly teasing her. "You thieving son of a bitch. Who's jealous? You think I'll be jealous if you whisper a few words to Xiaowan? Not at all." Seemingly feeling that one or two sentences were not quite able to convince herself, Luo Jiro repeated it again in her mind. "I'm not even jealous. Let go of me. No more hugging. You go hug Xiaowan. You let go when I tell you to let go, right? You're really tired of it." Si-Chen originally wanted to put Luo Jiro in his arms back on the bed and then hold her and look at the stars together through the large hole in the roof. However, Sit-Han always felt that someone was scolding him. Obviously there's no one around either. For a while, Si-Chen was a bit puzzled. Still, Sit-Han continued his actions. Si-Chen laid beside Luo Jiro with his arms open, then let Luo Jiro rest on his arm, both of them in a front-facing position. Through the large hole in the roof, Si-Chen looked at the stars that filled the sky, then turned his head to look at Luo Jiro's flawless side face. "Ah!" Sit-Han suddenly called out. "Bad guy. You scared me." Although Luo Jiro was still jealous, she was still infected by the quiet and cozy atmosphere at this moment, and she obediently rested on Si-Chen's arm, enjoying a moment of warmth. At this time, Si-Chen suddenly turned towards Luo Jiro's side, and hugged her tightly into his arms. "Mother, if you could wake up, would you have anything to say to me? Speak to you?" Luo Jiro wrinkled her little nose. "I'll wait for you." Oh. Inside the room, Si-Chen gathered Luo Jiro in his arms and looked at the night sky outside through the large hole in the roof. Luo Jiro was resting in the middle of Si-Chen's arm, obviously not yet recovered from the state of jealousy that had just overturned. She couldn't help but want to reach out and poke Si-Chen's chest with her finger as she listened to his steady breathing. "What did you two say? And why did Xiaowan even put up a soundproof boundary? Have you had a change of heart? You're a total badass. Why aren't you talking? What are you thinking about? Can you tell me?" At this time, Si-Chen was still pondering over what Xiaowan had just said to him, and at the same time, an extremely heavy sense of crisis rose in his heart. With Luo Jiro's cultivation as well as her vigilance, the black chi that was entangled above her soul would definitely not be something that she had inadvertently contaminated. If she wanted to infect her with this black aura in an unsuspecting state, that also meant that it was definitely the work of someone Luo Jiro trusted. And who should it be? It's that feeling that the enemy is close by, but you don't know who he is. That's the most torturous. After thinking for a long time, Si-Chen looked at the moon that had already risen to the mid-sky and couldn't help but turn his head to look at Luo Jiro in his arms. Without further thought, Si-Chen cupped Luo Jiro's chin with one hand, then he slowly lowered his head, and at this time, Luo Jiro was still in the middle of criticizing Si-Chen. "Badass, you said you're already married to me, but why are you still alone with Xiaowan like that? I'm really angry this time. Just you wait you. I won't forgive you. I have to stab you." It was also at this time that Si-Chen cupped Luo Jiro's chin and kissed her deeply. "You, what are you doing? Did I allow you to kiss me? Get off me. Don't let go yet, do you? I'll allow you to kiss for one last little while. You're bad you. How long has this been going on? Did you do it on purpose? You're trying to pinch me, aren't you? Impossible. There's absolutely no way this sect leader can be held by you." At this time Luo Jiro were still care about jealousy. She is now the whole person as Si-Chen tightly embraced in the arms. The brain is even more chaotic. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Indulging in the tenderness that Si-Chen gave her, Luo Jiro had already forgotten that she was still angry the last second. It had been a long time before Si-Chen slowly let go of the arm holding Luo Jiro. The two men were facing each other at the moment, their noses almost next to each other. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro's slender eyelashes and couldn't help but smile as he asked, "Mother, do you still want to continue?" "Humph. If you have to go on, what's wrong with me stopping you?" No. I remember I was obviously still angry." It was at this time that Luo Jiro finally reacted. She was still jealous over what had just happened. "It's all your fault. You denizen. Letting you stir things up like that makes me forget what I was thinking just now." Si-Chen raised his hand and cupped Luo Jiro's cheeks, once again placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. "Good night, ma'am." As the words fell, Si-Chen let go of his arm around Luo Jiro's waist, allowing her to lie back on the pillows once again. After covering Luo Jiro, Si-Chen walked towards the corner of the room. There was no way around it. The energy storm from the explosion had just blown his floor bunk straight up 8 meters away, and at that moment his quilt was curled up helplessly in the corner of the room. If Sit-Han wanted to continue his cultivation, he wouldn't have to get his quilt back first. After Si Chen had laid out the quilt, he sat cross-legged beside Luo Jiro, ready to take a look at today's system interface. And Luo Jiro couldn't help but think indignantly as she lay on her bed. Once Xiaowan came, I even forgot to get a massage tonight. And there was no storytelling. I won't say goodnight to you today. I'm mad at you. Si Chen, who didn't receive Luo Jiro's goodnight, sat on the floor bunk, first turning his head to look at Luo Jiro on the bed, then looking at the system interface. Host, Si Chen. Cultivation level, 9th level of Zifu realm. Degree of forging, 30. Qualification, 256. Charisma, 43. Luck, 100. Available free attribute points, 5. Today's discounted items. Celestial grade top grade Star Moon Lance. Price, 8 points. 60% off. Battle Sky's Ancient Sage Combat Tips for 10 points. 30% off. It was worth noting that ever since Si Chen had broken through the Purple Mansion realm, the strength column in the system panel had disappeared, replaced by the forging degree. And ever since Si Chen had started cultivating, his charisma had actually risen a bit on its own. Looking at the panel that was vastly different from before, Si Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Si Chen's gaze fell on top of the discounted items that the system was selling today. It had to be said that today's 2 discounted items still surprised Sithan quite a bit. Previously, the discounted items refreshed by the system were usually some attribute gift packs or various elixir feats or the like. Bibs, socks, and other messy things have come up. But today, it's refreshing to see a whole new category of the same. Battle Sky Ancient Saint. Combat skills. This was surprisingly the fighting skills of a saint. On top of that, there was also a Heaven Grade Upper Grade Divine Armament. The Star Moon Lance. One of these 2 items is worth $80,000 and the other is worth $100,000. Even after the discount, it would cost more than 100,000 points. Sithan first looked at his balance, then focused his eyes on the system meat. In the end, after a few moments of thought, Si Chen waved his hand. System, purchase the Star Moon Lance as well as the battle skills of the Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage. Ding, the purchase is successful. 118,000 points are deducted this time. The system's beep fell, and Si Chen's 100,000 or so points that he had painstakingly saved up for a month were reduced to a few tens of thousands in a matter of moments. However, Sithan didn't regret it at all. He had always been by Luo Jiro's side since he set foot on the path of cultivation, and had never participated in any of the battles. Si Chen could be said to have an empty cry of cultivation without combat experience. But at this moment, with the Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage's combat skills, everything would be different. Battle Heaven Ancient Sage. One could tell that it was an extremely powerful saint in battle the moment they heard the name. With Si Chen's qualifications, and with the Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage's combat skills, his combat power would rise to a whole new level. And in addition to this Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage's combat skill, at this moment there was also a golden lance whose entire body was shrouded in starlight lying in the middle of Si Chen's system backpack. Si Chen's thoughts returned to reality, and he directly said to the system, System, learn the Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage's combat techniques. Tonight, break through the Yuan Shen realm. Boom! Along with Si Chen's words, a majestic flood of consciousness surged into Si Chen's sea of consciousness. At this moment, a black-clothed figure standing above the void suddenly appeared in Si Chen's mind. He held a metaphysical colored halberd, his long pitch-black hair dancing in the wind, and his hard face was filled with wanton contempt. He pointed the war halberd in his hand toward the front, and a saintly greatness that seemed to be able to rival heaven and earth erupted. Immediately after, he turned into a black stream of light and rushed towards the enemy in front of him, sweeping horizontally, chopping vertically, stabbing straight. His attacks always managed to take away the lives of his enemies in the simplest way possible. He was alone, fighting 10,000 troops by himself. In the sea of consciousness, the battle flew by, and Si Chen also seemed to be in the scene, treating himself as if he was the embodiment of that person. Unconsciously, Si Chen's combat skills also began to metamorphose under the refinement of those tens of thousands of enemy troops. Si Chen's eyes were tightly closed at the moment, and a stream of light spun rapidly around his body. Under the powerful might of the nascent soul beginning skill, the aura in the room once again surged towards Si Chen. At this time, outside the room, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were always guarding outside the room, glanced at each other as they both detected the movement coming from the room. The power of a divine soul that far exceeds the ordinary Yuanshan realm. Elder Mu lifted the dry hand and felt with all his heart the power of the divine soul that Si Chen exuded when he advanced to the Yuanshan realm. It's as if he will never have any bottlenecks. Truly a freak. At this time, Elder Lu also said, who would have thought? The handyman disciple we casually brought back in the beginning would actually have such qualifications. At this speed, it feels like it won't take him long to catch up with us. In the face of Elder Lu's statement, Elder Mu then slowly said, if he can still break through like before when he reaches the Yuanshan realm, that would be strange. Don't forget how long you and I struggled at the Yuanshan realm in the first place. Elder Lu gave her a blank look, then said, that can't be said. I rather think that this kid is evil. It's not impossible to challenge him beyond his rank. Qualifications are one thing, fighting is another. Elder Mu didn't agree with Elder Lu's words as she said calmly, after all, he stayed by the sect leader's side since the beginning of his cultivation, and has never been involved in any battles. I feel that even if he faces a cultivator of the same rank, even if he can win, it will be extremely difficult. Hearing his old partner's words, Elder Lu was also slightly stumped. She had to admit that Mu Lao did have a point. Well, let's just wait until afterward and take him into a few battles. Inside the room, at this time, Xichen had slowly opened his eyes. At this time, there was no longer the childishness in Xichen's eyes at the beginning, and at this time, he was more like a powerful warrior who had been through thousands of battles. Not only that, after breaking through to the Yuanshan realm, each of Xichen's attacks would have the power of his divine soul as an aid, and his attack power was almost more than several times higher than before. Looking up at the window, the sky was already white with the color of a fish's belly. Xichen didn't continue to cultivate, but directly rolled over and jumped onto Luo Jiro's bed. He lay down quickly and stretched out his arms to hug Luo Jiro tightly. Cuddle up and sleep with your mama. Well, between her sleepy eyes, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that a pair of strong arms had embraced her body, which made her wake up a little. And by the time Luo Jiro heard Xichen's voice come through, she muttered in dissatisfaction and then continued to sleep. Bad guy. Arm up a little bit, I'm not comfortable with the pillow. For some reason, Luo Jiro actually felt that sleeping in Xichen's arms would be more peaceful instead, but there was just a feeling that made her very shy that swirled around in her heart. The feeling was like that of a newlywed couple sharing a bed for the first time, nervous and expectant. The secret room on the shadowy Ghost Peak. Didn't you say that he would come to Ghost Peak after he finished using the elixir? It's been a month, why hasn't he come yet? You think I don't want to know? Could it be that he sensed something? It's rumored that Xiao Wan made a trip to Rakshasa Peak not long ago. In the secret room, Xiao Buochuan and Dang Hua were sitting in front of the round table, and the atmosphere in the scene could be described as incomparably grave. A month ago, Xiao Buochuan had returned from Rakshasa Peak, and at that time, he felt that it wouldn't take long for Xichen to come looking for him on Ghost Peak. As long as Xichen came to the Ghost Peak, he could use the same method he used against Luo Jiro to deal with Xichen. Once Xichen died, then Luo Jiro's only bit of hope of waking up would also be extinguished by them. When Luo Jiro's vitality is completely lost, then this white feather divine sect can be as Qiu Buochuan's. However, it seems that some things are not as simple as Qiu Buochuan thought. He had been waiting on Ghost Peak for a full month, but he had never waited for Xichen to arrive. It was also today that Dang Hua once again came to the Ghost Peak, wanting to discuss countermeasures with Qiu Buochuan. For them, as long as Luo Jiro didn't die, it would always be like a thorn that stuck deep in their hearts. They will also never really get the white feather divine church. Late is late. Party Hua looked straight at Qiu Buochuan with a fierce gaze. We must dispose of him as soon as possible. That's easy for you to say. Qiu Buochuan retorted in a bad tone. Where do you think this is? Your home. Not everyone is on our side. The 7 elders of the divine sect, except for you and I and the outgoing elder 6. The others, whether they are among the divine sect or not, have always been fans of Luo Jiro. Trying to kill him in this situation, the risk we'll have to take will be extremely great. So what do we do? Just sit around and wait for it to happen? At this time, Party Hua suddenly said, arrange an assassination, and you and I will strike together. We'll be the ones to distract Xin Rui and Lu Qing, then arrange for Junior and the deadly servant to kill him. Before the other elders arrive, we must make sure that we leave without fail. Hearing Dang Hua's words, Qiu Buochuan's eyes flashed with a few moments of surprise. He didn't expect that Party Hua, who usually only knew how to indulge in female sex, would actually be able to say those words just now. Qiu Buochuan didn't speak first. He sat before the round table, a pair of thumbs constantly rotating and entangling. After a long time, Qiu Buochuan looked at Party Hua. Are you sure those juniors can do it? If we say that we can't even solve a brat at the 9th level of the divine hidden realm, then a few of their core disciple statuses can be surrendered. Look at the book law, Dang Hua said with a shadowy gaze. Let them take the deadly servants with them. Can a group of mid-Yuanshan realm mid-stage still solve a Shenzhen realm brat? Oh yeah, he might have advanced to the early stage of the Purple Mansion realm this month. It was only when the sun was up that Sidhan woke up leisurely. The first time he woke up, Xichen first looked at Luo Jiro in his arms, then raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's face. Mother, are you awake? Nonsense. I'd have been woken up by you hugging me so hard. Luo Jiro didn't practice until the sun was about to come up like Si-chen, so she woke up early. Unlike every day before, when Luo Jiro woke up today, she found herself being held tightly in a pair of strong arms, being in the same comforter by Si-chen, and being wrapped in his arms. The shyness in Luo Jiro's heart was simply hard to suppress, and she had no way to move her body, so she could only be held by Si-chen like this. Luo Jiro sniffed the smell coming from his body while uncontrollably starting to think wildly. This bad guy, he must be doing it on purpose, knowing that I don't have the means to move around. He always runs over to take advantage of me. But isn't he going to look for Xiaowan? Why are you still doing this to me? I think he still likes me. As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that she was happy. It was as happy as a child who had gotten a beloved object. Even as she tried her best to fight off that happy feeling, she couldn't help but smile. At this time, Luo Jiro once again felt Si-chen's movements. Si-chen picked her up gently and started to take over the spirit porridge on the table as usual. Mother, I overslept a bit today. Can I condescend and drink some plain kanji? Si-chen said as he blew on the porridge in the spoon. Hearing Si-chen's gentle words, Luo Jiro's apprehensive heart gradually calmed down. It was as if life had returned to calm once again after the storm had died down. Feeling the bland flavor in her mouth, Luo Jiro thought quietly, after drinking other flavors for so long, today I want the original. Within a short time, the bowl of spirit porridge was consumed by Luo Jiro. According to the previous practice, the next step was the most humiliating part of Luo Jiro's day. But I don't know why. This time Luo Jiro not only didn't have any resistance, but instead, she was also somewhat looking forward to it. It's like between a couple who just had their first love affair. Originally the girl was very shy and always gave the boy a very resistant feeling. But at this time, suddenly another girl appears and the intruder is very aggressive towards the boy. This creates a deep sense of crisis in the original girl and she becomes very proactive the next time she faces a boy. Apparently, that's what's happening to Luo Jiro right now. Ever since Xiaowan left last night, a thought rose in Luo Jiro's mind that she had never had before. Tomorrow, come soon, when this bad guy will massage me again. Humph, I can actually take the initiative like Xiaowan. It's not like she's the only one who can be that way. In Luo Jiro's nervous and expectant mood, she felt Si-chen take her into his arms. Sitting with her back to Si-chen's arms, Luo Jiro felt Si-chen's large hands begin to help her gently massage her arms. A moment later, she sensed Si-chen putting her back on the bed and heading towards the end of it. I knew you bad boy had some weird fetish for massaging your arms for a short period of time at a time. Just like before. Si-chen sat at the end of the bed and slowly removed the white silk stockings from Luo Jiro's feet, and a pair of delicate little feet were exposed to the air. Mistress, I feel that my rejuvenating Buddha hands have been refined a bit more, and now the massage is said to have some beauty and skin improving effects. Beauty care? Hearing this sudden remark from Si-chen, Luo Jiro even ignored the tingling sensation coming from the soles of her feet. All she wanted to say now was, this sect master has little interest in beauty and skin care. She purely likes massages. Hurry up and press a few more times. If placed in the past, Luo Jiro was quite dismissive of these means of beautifying and nourishing her face and perfecting her appearance. Because in her opinion, no matter how beautiful the face was, if it didn't have responsive strength as a foundation, it was still just a vase. Beauty and any of its advantages together are a king's balm. The only single out is the most unappreciated. That's why she put all her energy into improving her strength. But now, since marrying Si-chen, and especially after realizing that Si-chen has all sorts of characteristics that attract other women, Luo Jiro has changed. She began to care about her appearance, began to care about what Si-chen thought. Humph, but you said that your mother is the best looking, so you can't have thoughts about other women. Time passed a little bit like this, and Luo Jiro was able to clearly feel the warm feeling that turned from the soles of her feet. It was only after about half an hour that Si-chen's pair of large hands slowly stopped. Only this time, Si-chen didn't put Luo Jiro's feet back into the silk stockings in the first place. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Just as Luo Jiro was wondering what Si-chen was going to do, the sound of running water suddenly came to her ears. It was also at this time that Si-chen once again came to her side. Si-chen lifted Luo Jiro, who had let herself up on the bed, and let her lean against his arms. Then Si-chen lifted one of Luo Jiro's arms and began to help her gently wipe it off. What's he doing here? Ah, cool. Mother, you've been lying down for 2 months now, and according to what we say there, you need to clean your body regularly after lying down for a long time. According to some of Si-chen's knowledge of vegetative people in his previous life, regular cleaning of the body was very necessary. Otherwise, prolonged lying flat can easily breed acne as well as eczema on your back. Even though Luo Jiro was a transition realm powerhouse, Si-chen felt the need to rub his body regularly. Still, Si-chen was prepared to just help Luo Jiro wipe her arms as well as under her calves. Si-chen murmured as he helped Luo Jiro wipe her arms. Mother, If you could hear me, would you be willing for me to wipe your body? I didn't say I didn't want to. Every time she heard Si-chan's very unconfident self-talk, Luo Jiro's heart would ache. It was as if she was blaming herself for her own inability to give Si-chan adequate security. Luo Jiro wanted to tell Si-chan out loud, I know you're doing this for my own good, so I'm willing for you to massage me. I'm willing for you to kiss me, and I'm willing for you to hug me to sleep. However, I'm not willing for you to talk to another woman. Only, she couldn't make a single sound or even express any of her feelings. By this time, Si-chan had already finished wiping Luo Jiro's 2 arms. As a varying realm cultivator, Luo Jiro's body was still as crystalline as spiritual jade, despite the fact that she had been asleep for 2 months. After wiping his arms, Si-chan shifted his gaze to Luo Jiro's bare calves and delicate feet. Ma'am, could you? For some reason, although Si-chan knew that she and Luo Jiro were already a couple, and he wasn't thinking about anything messy, but when he does these things, he still feels a little sick. And Luo Jiro, who was leaning in Si-chan's arms, thought in shame, can you ask if you can? I can't say no. It's finally over. Another quarter of an hour passed after the massage was completed, and Luo Jiro let out a long sigh of relief. At this time, she only felt that her entire body was taut, and her pretty face was incomparably hot. Just now, when Si-chan wiped her calves, Luo Jiro couldn't wait to shrink her head into the quilt like an ostrich. Granted, she had been married to Si-chan for a month, and in that month Si-chan had often made intimate gestures towards her. However, it was the first time that it was as intimate as it was today, especially since Si-chan was actually making his own sentiments there while helping her wipe it off. Mother, it's so strange. Why don't your feet stink when you haven't washed them for so long? Where is there a fairy realm cultivator who still has smelly feet? Are you stupid? A work of art, when it's really a work of art. Nonsense you. Shame on you. That's the golden ratio. Not bony, fleshy, my favorite. In the end, Luo Jiro summarized, Si-chan is a big pervert. Just looking at a calf sums up so many mortifying words. It was hard to wait until Si-chan finished wiping. Luo Jiro only felt like her entire mind was in a mess. Si-chan, on the other hand, went back to his bunk and prepared to start today's cultivation. If placed in the past, Luo Jiro would usually lie on the bed and quietly feel Si-chan cultivating. But today, I don't know if it was because her mind had just been too active and consumed a lot of spirit or what, but she always felt panicky inside. After Si-chan cultivated for a while, Luo Jiro fell into a deep sleep. Si-chan sat cross-legged on the ground, and the nascent soul beginning skill was fully executed as he began to frantically absorb the spiritual chi around his body. Time passed a little bit like this, and soon the setting sun slowly hid itself between the mountains. During this process, Si-chan's body never showed a single fluctuation. However, if one looked closely, one would realize that there were extremely obvious traces of the Great Tao running around Si-chan's body at this time. Ever since Si-chan's qualification broke through 200, Si-chan would enter this state of echoing with the Great Tao almost every time he cultivated. In this state, Si-chan's realm breakthrough never encountered a single bottleneck. It was night, the wind was blowing outside the room, and the candlelight in the room fluttered. Whoosh! Suddenly, Si-chan, who was in the middle of an epiphany, violently opened his eyes. Si-chan's divine soul power was completely released and covered towards the surroundings. It was also at this time that Si-chan heard the sound of fiery breaking wind coming from outside the room. Si-chan slowly got up and stepped to Luo Jiro's side, gazing around him without a word. At this moment, outside Si-chan and Luo Jiro's room, 2 figures dressed in black suddenly appeared on Rakshasa Peak as if they had appeared out of nowhere. Fellow Taoists, I wonder what you've come to my White Feather Divine Sect for. Right at the first moment these 2 figures appeared, Elder Mu's voice also rang out. But Mu Lao's voice did not receive any response, and one of those 2 black-clothed figures turned into black streams of light and rushed towards Mu Lao. Seeing this, Elder Mu's gaze also stared. A silver-colored longsword appeared in Mu Lao's hand, and with a fierce stomp of her foot, she straightly met the black-clothed figure. Boom! The longsword collided with the scimitar, and a raging torrent of energy erupted in an instant. After a collision, the 2 men each retreated out some distance, their gazes staring at each other gravely. Obviously, neither of them had anticipated that the other party's strength would actually be so strong. The black-clothed figure seemed to want very much to end the battle in a short period of time, as he forcefully stabilized his figure in the air and charged towards Mu Lao once more. This time, the black-clothed figure completely exploded his own middle-stage cave ruin realm cultivation, and each of his attacks produced a wide range of destructive power. If it was a solo fight, this kind of attack could still be easily dealt with for Mu Lao. However, Mu Lao still needed to protect the room behind him from destruction, which made Mu Lao subject to the opponent's constraints everywhere. She simply couldn't apply her full power against the enemy. Old Mu, you go, I'll guard sect master in Gongzi. Right at this moment, Elder Lu said to Elder Mu. Upon hearing Elder Lu's words, Elder Mu first gave a start, then said in a deep voice, "Call all the elders who are stationed among the divine sect to come here." Yes. After receiving Elder Lu's affirmation, Elder Mu swept the longsword in his hand, and his body also turned into a stream of light and rushed towards the black-clothed figure in the sky above. It was also at this moment that other black-clothed figure slowly took out countless talismans in his hands as well. Through the eyes of the black-clothed figure, Elder Lu saw a touch of crazy cruelty. Without waiting for Lu Lao to react, the black-clothed figure flung all the talismans in his hands towards the room behind Lu Lao. Elder Lu's expression changed as spiritual energy surged above his hands, and a fiery red light shield completely enveloped the room where Si Chen was. In the next moment, the talisman flung out by the black-clothed figure collided with the light shield. Boom! Where are the youngsters who dare to come to the White Feather Divine Sect to spread their wildness? Amidst the violent roar, Mu Lao, who was holding a long sword, rushed away from the flames and headed straight for the black-clothed figure. She absolutely couldn't give the black-clothed figure another chance to fling out the talisman yet, or else the sect master and Gongzi behind her would be harmed sooner or later. And just before old Lu rushed towards the black-clothed figure, she sent a fierce palm towards a giant stone monument behind her. In an instant, a giant spell formation appeared out of nowhere on Rakshasa Peak, firmly protecting the room where Luo Jiro and Si Chen were. Naturally, Elder Lu was also afraid that the other party was using the trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. So while she was blocking that black-robed man, she also turned on the Rakshasa Peak's mountain protecting formation completely. This grand formation was created by the 4 elders of the Divine Sect, and other than the 7 elders of the Divine Sect who knew how to crack it, it was absolutely impossible for the rest of them to break through within a short period of time, as long as they held out until the other elders arrived. Then these 2 thieves who dared to break into the White Feather Divine Sect would only be left to die. Clank! In the next moment, Elder Lu and the longsword in the black-clothed man's hand clashed together. What Elder Lu and Elder Mu didn't know was that just as the 2 of them were engaged in a fierce battle with those 2 black-robed men, another group of black-robed figures had also quietly ascended Rakshasa Peak. It was as if these figures were incomparably familiar with Rakshasa Peak, always able to dodge the prohibitions on Rakshasa Peak with incomparable ease. These figures were currently flying towards the room where Luo Jiro and Si Chen were. In the room, Si Chen naturally noticed the battle outside, which caused his spirit to become highly concentrated. After integrating all of the battle heavenly ancient sages' combat techniques, Si Chen's mentality at this point had undergone a huge change, becoming calm and resolute. He absolutely couldn't let anything happen to Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro, who was in a state of sleep, was also awakened by the commotion from the outside world. Listening to the violent roar coming from outside, Luo Jiro's heart violently trembled. Almost without thinking too much, Luo Jiro directly concluded that this must be the work of Qiubochuan. This was what Luo Jiro had been worrying about all this time. Qiubochuan would never let Luo Jiro wake up, because Luo Jiro was currently the only one who knew what she had done, and the only one who had the ability to crush him in a flip of a hand. In order to obliterate this only threat, the dogged Qiubochuan will definitely choose to risk assassination. But Luo Jiro had no way to tell Si Chen and the 2 protectors about this, so she could only watch it all happen before her eyes. Although there was the presence of Elder Mu and Elder Lu, Luo Jiro was still incomparably worried. She was afraid that Sithan would be hurt because of her, and even more afraid that she would lose Sithan because of it. Luo Jiro's killing intent towards Qiubochuan was almost condensing into substance. The immense fear and pain almost completely engulfed her. Just then, a pair of large, warm hands tightly grabbed Luo Jiro's hand. Si Chen's gentle yet firm voice rang in Luo Jiro's ears. "Mother, I'm here. Mother, do you remember the day we first met?" Si Chen stood in front of Luo Jiro's bed, raising his hand to gently caress Luo Jiro's delicate cheeks, as if he had completely ignored the clamor of the outside world. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro, who was in the middle of the darkness, suddenly froze. She didn't expect Si Chen to not only not panic over the battle in the outside world, but to instead start chatting with her. However, Luo Jiro's heart flew uncontrollably to the day she and Si Chen had just met. Recalling all the things that happened back then, Luo Jiro couldn't help but be a little angry. "Idiot! You're still talking. What kind of person touches someone's feet the first time they meet?" Si Chen, on the other hand, smiled and said, "You don't know. At that time, when I just came to Rakshasa Peak, when I heard the name Rakshasa, combined with the rumors from the outside world, I thought that you were an ugly monster at that time." "Bad guy. Say that again. Who's the ugly one?" In response to Si Chen's statement, Luo Jiro immediately retorted in shame. "But when I saw your mother, I admit I was awestruck. I have never seen a girl as beautiful as your mother." If placed in the past, Luo Jiro would never be moved by such frivolous words. But now, when she heard Si Chen praising her good looks, Luo Jiro's heart was filled with sweetness. Si-Chen continued to narrate. At that time, when I heard Elder Mu and Elder Lu say that they wanted me to marry you, I was still filled with incredulity. It wasn't until I saw you again in the middle of the wedding night that I dared to be convinced that I had actually married the demon sect master as my wife. Humph. It's already a marriage. So of course it's your maiden. It's not like I said I don't agree with this marriage. All that talk about giving you a cut in the first place was but it was just something I said casually out of boredom. Facing Si-Chen's narration, Luo Jiro also couldn't help but recall the time when she was always shouting at Si-Chen. Thinking about that time, and then looking at now, Luo Jiro only felt her face burning. Even Luo Jiro herself felt that it was truly amazing that she had undergone such a great transformation. At this time, Si-Chen's words also rang in Luo Jiro's ears once again. We're husband and wife. It's only natural for a husband to protect his wife. Suddenly, Luo Jiro sensed that Si-Chen's aura beside her had changed. That was an aura that Luo Jiro had never felt on Si-Chen before. Cold, cruel and murderous. In Luo Jiro's memory, Si-Chen always seemed to have a doting and bitchy look. But at this time, Luo Jiro realized that Si-Chen had changed. Then after that, she found herself being picked up by Si-Chen. And Luo Jiro had never experienced such strength from Si-Chen. Since they're all here, come out. Almost the instant Si-Chen's words fell, dozens of raging streams of light directly crashed through the walls of the house, rushing straight toward the direction where Si-Chen and Luo Jiro were. Because of entering the state of lost soul, Luo Jiro's range of perception was small, and she could only faintly perceive the situation outside the room. But now, when the stream of light that contained killing intent rushed towards her and Si-Chen, Luo Jiro realized what had happened. There were other backstabbers besides the two men in black at the beginning. Get out of the way. Although the range of perception was small, Luo Jiro still clearly knew that these attacks were coming from dozens of mid-Yuanshan realm cultivators. Si-Chen, however, had just broken through to the early Yuanshan realm. Luo Jiro's entire heart clenched tightly as the fear of losing Si-Chen struck once again. The next moment, Luo Jiro sensed that Si-Chen had moved. Si-Chen held Luo Jiro with one hand, while aura gushed out from the other hand, while his figure slowly disappeared in place. Vast sea seal. A large hand of spiritual energy suddenly took shape and violently flew towards the outside of the room. All the streams of light along the way were obliterated by this large hand. Boom! A violent rumbling sound rang out, and the figure carrying Luo Jiro slowly emerged in the corner of the room. Feeling the movement beside her, Luo Jiro, who was held in Si-Chen's arms, froze. Right out in the middle of the battlefield, Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive what had just happened. Si-Chen, while holding her with one hand, obliterated dozens of mid-Yuanshan realm attacks with just one strike. It wasn't just Luo Jiro. At this moment, the group of people outside the room also froze. With Elder Mu and Elder Lu drawn away from the fire, they followed the methods taught by their own masters and cracked the mountain protection formation to come here. In their opinion, they so mid-Yuanshan realm to kill an unarmed purple mansion realm. That's not a piece of cake for an old man to eat poop. However, just as their attacks flew into the middle of the room, a large hand of spiritual energy rushed towards their side. Everyone present was sure that if any one of them alone received this palm today, then someone would go to his house to eat a banquet tomorrow. Thinking back to what his own master said to himself, that person merely only has a divine hidden realm cultivation, or he may have already broken through to the violet mansion realm. But either way, you guys can kill him with your hands. This is the fucking purple mansion realm. I don't know who let out a low roar that directly resonated with everyone present. If this was the violet mansion realm, then they wouldn't even be considered at the divine hidden realm. And just as they froze amongst themselves, a figure slowly appeared in front of them. This figure was dressed in a gold-patterned white coat. His left hand was holding a beautiful figure in his arms. His handsome face was full of icy killing intent at the moment. Gentlemen, since you're here today, let's all stay here. Right at this moment, the group of black-clothed men who had been brought back to reality from the party's surprise by Si-Chen's words also focused their gazes on Si-Chen's body. When they noticed Si-Chen's cultivation at the early stage of the Yuanshan realm, as well as the beautiful figure he was holding in his arms, they were all stunned. Judging from the unconscious Luo Jiro in Si-Chen's arms, the man in front of them was their target alright. Although his cultivation had changed from the purple mansion realm that his master said he was in to the early Yuanshan realm, it was still acceptable. But what about that slap just now? However, time was no longer left for them to think about it. They had to complete the task that their master had given them as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the other elders of the White Feather Divine Sect arrived, despite the fact that they had treasures that concealed their own scent, there was still no way to ensure that no one would recognize them. Thinking of this, one of the many black-clothed men took the lead in rushing towards Si-Chen in front. He's only at the early stage of the Yuanshan realm, and he has to protect the person in his arms. Kill him as soon as possible. With this person taking the lead, the many black-clothed men also stirred at this moment, and their gazes towards Si-Chen once again became heavy with killing intent. And as Si-Chen faced the dozens of black-clothed figures rushing towards him, a starlight began to emerge from his right hand. A few moments later, a golden lance shrouded in the light of the stars and moon appeared in Si-Chen's hand. Celestial Grade Upper Grade Divine Armament Star Moon Lance. Si-Chen pointed the lance in his hand at the group of black-clothed men in front of him, his tone cold and piercing. Come on, let me get you guys killed. A raging torrent of energy exploded as a stream of light crashed into the mountain protection formation. Si-Chen encircled his beautiful woman with one hand and swept the Star Moon Lance out horizontally with the other. Opposite Si-Chen, dozens of black-clothed men simultaneously offered up their innate magic weapons, their eyes filled with scorn. They didn't expect, no matter what, that the casually destructible purple mansion realm that their master's father spoke of would actually be strong to this extent. In the past month, Si-Chen had purchased a total of 3 feats in addition to some heavenly materials and life-preserving props that replenished Luo Jiro's life force. Among them, the nascent soul beginning skill, as a cultivation technique used to absorb spiritual chi, did not have much offensive properties. On top of that, it also included the vast ocean seal that had been used once before as well as the heaven-grade medium-grade body technique, Ghost Shadow Misty Trail. It could be said that the Ghost Shadow Misty Trail combined with the Battle Heavenly Ancient Sage's combat skills directly increased Si-Chen's combat power by countless levels. At this moment, Si-Chen's figure disappeared once more under the aegis of Ghost Shadow Misty Trail. But the Star Moon Lance in Si-Chen's hand directly penetrated the body of a black-clothed man, and the sound of the lance piercing through flesh caused everyone present to wake up. Together! Hurry! I don't know who shouted, but all the black-clothed men present rushed towards Si-Chen at almost the same time. As for Si-Chen, facing these dozens of mid-Yuanshan realm cultivators, his gaze was as dead as the water in a deep pool. As his body tossed and turned, the Star Moon Lance in Si-Chen's hand was like a vicious viper, each strike able to pierce the throat of a black-clothed man. To these black-clothed men in front of him, at this moment, where did Si-Chen look like a novice who hadn't experienced combat at all? A total bloody nightmare. Luo Jiro, who was held in Si-Chen's arms, had also long since frozen at this point, being held in Si-Chen's arms, listening to the sound of blood splattering coming from her ears, and feeling the infinite sense of security brought to her by those arms. Luo Jiro's spirit was in a bit of a trance, recalling all the things that had happened. Luo Jiro really felt that she had completely indulged in the tenderness that Si-Chen had given her. In the beginning, Si-Chen was inexplicably dragged to marry her, and to put it bluntly, to be her companion. At that time, Si-Chen didn't refuse, much less express any discontent. He was like a husband who was truly in love with her, taking care of her and doing everything for her. Sithan gave her all the best treasures, even though he tried to convince himself how much he wanted them. Like a fool, he would always do something to lose money when confronted with her. Just like now, facing that attack that could almost kill an early-stage Yuanshan realm in an instant. Si-Chen did not choose to leave. He held her in his arms and used his body to defend her from the roiling attacks. At this moment, Luo Jiro suddenly had a feeling of what more can a woman ask for when she has a husband like this. Suddenly, Luo Jiro actually felt like a little dainty wife being protected by her husband in his arms. In all these years, Luo Jiro had never felt this way before. But then again, she had to admit that the feeling of being protected really made her rely on it. The battle continued. The bloodstains on Si-Chan's white tunic grew, and Rakshasa Peak was stained by the rich blood aura. On the other side, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were fighting the black-clothed figure, also noticed the movement over here. For a moment, both of their hearts stuttered. In order to protect the room from being destroyed by the two black-clothed figures, they chose to open the mountain protection formation and lured the black-clothed figures away from the Rakshasa Peak fight. Who would have thought that someone would actually be able to effortlessly sneak into the mountain protector formation that only the divine sect elders knew how to enter? Both Elder Mu and Elder Lu were clear that only Si-Chen and Luo Jiro were in the room at this moment. Luo Jiro was unconscious and didn't possess any ounce of combat power at all. As for Si-Chen, although he had managed to break through to the Yuanshan realm and had broken through extremely quickly, his foundation did not appear to be weak. However, the two knew Sithan's Achilles heel. That is, he had never fought anyone before. He had an empty cultivation but was not capable of fighting at all. In Elder Mu and Elder Lu's opinion, it was almost impossible for Si-Chen to defeat even a cultivator of the same rank, let alone a large number of killers. Under this premise, once a thief broke through the mountain protector formation and tried to make a move against Si-Chen and Luo Jiro, then Si-Chen and Luo Jiro would be almost lifeless. Old Mu, go back quickly. Old Lu, who was locked in a bitter battle with the black-clothed figure, suddenly yelled at Old Mu. Elder Mu did not hesitate for a second, and after slapping a palm towards the black-clothed figure in front of him, he turned around and swept towards the direction where Si-Chen and Luo Jiro were. However, Since the black-clothed figure had come, how could he let Mu Lao successfully return to support Sichin so easily? Just as Mu Lao had just flown out not too far, the black-clothed figure came back behind him. Boom! With no choice but to forcefully turn his body once again, Mu Lao collided with the black-clothed figure. However, just as several people were at a standstill, the two protectors as well as the black-clothed figures opposite them simultaneously cast their gazes to the east of Rakshasa Peak. There were two powerful auras rushing towards this side at that moment over there. Noticing this scene, a flash of joy flashed across the eyes of Elder Lu and Elder Mu at the same time. Elder Mu even roared towards those two figures. Fourth Elder, Seventh Elder, go directly to the Sect Master and the Duke. Facing these two Elder-level powerhouses that appeared at the same time, the gazes of the two black-clothed figures sank at the same time. This time, instead of stopping Elder Mu and Elder Lu from returning out to Rakshasa Peak again, they took the first step towards Rakshasa Peak. In their calculations, at this point, their disciples must have already decimated Si Chen and Luo Jiro. They needed to take these disciples away as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be impossible for these disciples to escape from the hands of the two elders by themselves. Once one person was left behind, then they would risk exposing their identity. A flash of red light slowly surfaced in the black-clothed figure's hands, and an incomparably powerful aura also instantly filled the entire heaven and earth. The divine soldier of creation. Yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, creation, king, saint, emperor. The first time this red light appeared, Mu Lao shouted and darted backward. However, the two black-clothed figures were clearly prepared. Without any hesitation, the black-clothed figure directly threw out the red light in his hand, and Elder Mu and Elder Lu were also immobilized in an instant. After doing this, the two black-clothed figures flew towards Rakshasa Peak. However, by the time the two arrived on Rakshasa Peak, they both froze. They couldn't even believe what they were seeing. Where was there a single standing member of his own people on Rakshasa Peak at this time? All there was the corpses all over the place, and the white-robed figure in the center of the battlefield holding a golden lance. The pupils of the two black-clothed figures contracted violently, and the aura in their bodies even stormed out in an instant. Turning his head to look at the two elders who were getting closer and closer to the side, one of the black-clothed figures let out a stern cry. Lara, clear the battlefield. I'll kill him. Yes. As the words fell, the hands of one of the figures swung out violently, and the heads of the corpses that littered the ground only turned into obliterating powder in an instant. He couldn't leave anything behind that might reveal his identity. After doing so, he turned around quickly and swept towards the distance without a hint of hesitation. On the other side, the black-clothed figure also arrived in front of Sichin. Harpies, die. In this situation where he could be blocked by the other elders at any time, this palm of the black-clothed figure could be said to have completely used all of his strongest power. The cultivation of the late stage of the cave ruin realm completely erupted, and a large black hand violently slapped out, charging straight at Sichin. After slapping out this palm, the black-clothed figure directly disappeared in the middle of the sky without leaving a trace. On Sichin's side, his brows furrowed as he looked at the black-clothed figure that had suddenly appeared. Sichin knew that at this moment, if he were to take this palm hard, then he would definitely not even have a bit of dregs left. Only a flash of blue light was seen in Sichin's hand, and a shield-shaped scale as well as a talisman appeared in his hand. A heaven-grade medium-grade auger dragon reverse scale could withstand one full-force strike from the middle stage of the cave ruin realm. Heaven-grade inferior-grade bloodstorm talisman. Consume 30% of one's own blood chi to instantly increase one's power. These were some of the life-preserving props that the system had brushed out in the past month, and Sichin had bought them all. Of course, better ones had appeared, but unfortunately, Sichin's current store of points was not enough to purchase them. Under this critical situation, Sichin knew that he couldn't have any more reservations. He wasn't sure if the Augur Dragon reverse scale could block the full force of this late cave market realm strike, so he chose to use the Bloodstorm Talisman at the same time. Buzz! The blood-red talisman burned out in the air, and Sichin's eyes filled with blood in an instant, as a thick bloody aura exploded from his body. Sichin raised the Tsong Long reverse scale up, and a light blue light shield blocked in front of him. The muscles above his arms then bulged violently, and his strong strength caused his sleeves to explode directly as he violently threw the lance in his hand toward the front. In the next instant, the strongest strike originating from the late stage of the cave ruin realm collided with Sichin. Boom click! The power of the two colors of black and blue clashed fiercely, but in just a breath, the light blue light shield was covered with dense cracks. Afterwards, the light shield shattered, and the large hand of spiritual energy sent the star moon lance flying, and the large hand that had been cut down by most of its power slammed into the direction where Sichin was. It was also at this time that Sichin fully awakened his own power. He held Luo Jiro in his arms with one hand. His right hand condensed majestic aura and swung out with a fist. Sit Hen, don't do this. Run, I beg you. At this moment, It was as if Luo Jiro's entire divine soul began to burn, and her spiritual world began to shake violently. Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive everything that was happening in the outside world at this moment. She sensed that Si Chen had decimated all of the black-clothed men on Rakshasa Peak, which created a small pride in her heart that belonged exclusively to Si Chen's mother. However, immediately afterward, she sensed the arrival of two black-clothed figures. She didn't know how Si Chen and herself should respond to the full force of this late-stage cave ruin realm strike at this moment. She even wanted Sithan to drop her, and then he rushed off on his own, with himself as the bait. The other party would definitely not go after Si Chen, but she couldn't say it. She couldn't tell Sithan what she was thinking. Immediately after that, Luo Jiro felt the palm that the man in black swung out, and she also felt all the efforts that Si Chen had made to resist it. Sniffing the bloody odor coming from her nose, Luo Jiro knew that it was the result of Si Chen burning his own blood chi. Luo Jiro felt Si Chen throw the lance in his hand and hold her tightly in his arms. Si Chen was going to use his body to help her withstand the full force of this cave ruin realm 8th level strike. Luo Jiro was really afraid. She was afraid of losing Si Chen over this. She was afraid of not having Si Chen in her life in the future. Fool, you're such a fool. Run away. You'll die. In the next instant, the palm that had been weakened by the Augur Dragon reverse scale as well as the Star Moon Lance arrived behind Si Chen and collided with the defense that he had condensed with all his might. Put. The moment that spiritual power hand slapped on Si Chen's body, Si Chen violently sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his face became pale in an instant. However, perhaps because of the Augur Dragon reverse scale and the Star Moon Lance, Si Chen actually really did block this attack with a hard blow. Si Chen had to admit that there was really something to the things produced by the system. Holding Luo Jiro with one hand and supporting the ground with the Star Moon Lance with the other. At this time, Si Chen's long hair had completely spread out, fluttering along with that whistling blast of wind. Tick-tock tick-tock. The blood that flowed from Si Chen's mouth dripped onto Luo Jiro's delicate cheeks, staining her white sarong a few shades of red as well. Previously, Luo Jiro, who was held in Si Chen's arms, had not suffered a single bit of damage since the beginning, and even her long white dress was always in a spotless state. Now that the long white dress was dripping with a few drops of blood by Si Chen, it increasingly looked like Luo Jiro had a thrilling beauty. Mother, forgive your husband for not being able to free his hands to wipe your blood. He can only go back to the house in a while and wash it for you. Stupid. You're just the biggest idiot I've ever seen. Listening to Si Chen's weak comforting voice, at this moment Luo Jiro suddenly felt like crying. What a time to be joking. If something really happens to you, do you want me to be a widow? You're really scaring me. I'm ignoring you. Just as Luo Jiro had just made a decision in her heart, Si Chen's incomparably weak voice also came once again. Mother, if you were able to speak, would you call out to me as your husband? After all, your husband is going to sail away to the west, so it's not too much to hear you call out to your husband before you die. Blah, 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 what are you babbling about? Luo Jiro almost rolled her eyes and forgot about the decision she had just made, and all that was left in her mind was Si Chen's voice. Who told you to be stupid today? Even if I screamed, I did it in a low voice so that you wouldn't hear me. I'm so mad at you. Sangha, shame on you, shame on you. Just as Luo Jiro let out a long sigh of relief, Xiaowan as well as the elder beside her finally arrived on Rakshasa Peak belatedly. It couldn't be said that they were late, because from the time the two men in black appeared to the time the two elders arrived here, it hadn't been long in total. One could only say that these black-clothed men were really prepared, and their strikes were incomparably decisive and fast. As for Old Man Mu and Old Man Lu, they also broke through the seal set by the black-clothed figure earlier and rushed towards this side like crazy. A moment later, several figures appeared above the sky of Rakshasa Peak. 7th Elder Xiaowan, 4th Elder Guan Shiyun, Sect Protector Mu Lao and Lu Lao. The 4 cave ruin realm powerhouses were suspended in the sky like this, looking at the scene above the ground with a look of having seen a ghost. What's happening here? At this moment, on the Rakshasa Peak, blood was flowing, headless corpses were everywhere, and the earth was full of holes. And judging from the aura that remained from these bodies on the ground, it seemed that all of them were of the 5th or 6th grade of the Yuanshan realm. Right in the middle of this field of corpses, a white-clothed figure drenched in blood was embracing his own sect master, supporting the ground with a golden lance. The sect leader in his arms had not suffered a single bit of damage, and even his face was still as rosy as ever. Did he do all this? Xiaowan raised her hand and rubbed her eyes, stuttering a little as she asked. Noticing the arrival of the 4, Si Chen above the ground also raised his head. He spat out the blood in his mouth and said in an incomparably flat tone, instead of surrendering, the enemy dared to return fire on me, so, I killed them all. At this moment, the Rakshasa Peak was awfully quiet. Only Si Chen's flat voice drifted into the distance with the wind. The group of elders were suspended in the middle of the sky like this, and for a while, they actually forgot what to do next. The taller elder who came with Xiaowan had curiosity in her eyes at this time, and she narrowed her eyes to look at Xiaowan beside her. Is this the one you told me about in the first place? The handyman disciple that the two protectors casually found to wash down the sect master's wedding? See for yourself how this looks like a journeyman disciple? Facing the angry gaze of fourth elder Guan Shiyun, Xiaowan couldn't help but scratch her head as well. Maybe he's not an ordinary miscellaneous disciple. Guan Shiyun gave her a helpless blank look, while he became more and more curious about Si Chen. Elder Mu also looked at Elder Lu beside him. Didn't you say that his combat skills were weak and that he couldn't even beat a cultivator of the same rank? That's right. It's true that it's not the same rank. He crossed over and killed dozens of them. Lu Lao just wanted to express, don't ask me this is beyond my knowledge. At this time, there were two figures in the distant sky flying close to the side, a long way apart. An old voice came over. How is the sect leader doing? Just who did this? Following the sound, the crowd saw Qiu Bochuan and Party Hua, who were flying towards this side. Coming closer, Qiu Bochuan and Party Hua's faces were filled with anxiety. Qiu Bochuan even asked directly to Mu Lao, Protector Mu, what exactly happened here? At this time, Qiu Bochuan's face was full of anxiety, and his breath seemed to be a little unstable because he had just exerted all his strength to catch up. Meanwhile, after Qiu Bochuan asked Mu Lao, he turned his head with great ambition and looked towards the bottom. It seemed like he wanted to see how badly Sid Hen died, almost just in an instant. Qiu Bochuan's pupils contracted violently. Qiu Bochuan couldn't understand why Si Chen was still able to stand here unharmed. That was an all-out strike from the 9th level of the cave market realm. For Qiu Bochuan, who only came now, Elder Mu only said, there were just some thieves who tried to make a move against the sect master in Gongzi, but they have already vanished. The first elder and second elder are truly late to the party. Elder Mu's voice was filled with anger, which was something anyone could hear. Qiu Bochuan forcibly stabilized his emotions and turned to Mu Lao. The second elder and I were both in the middle of our cultivation state just now, but the first time we got the news, we rushed towards this side with all our might. I'll order a blockade of the various exits of the divine religion right now, and make sure to catch these thieves. In the face of Qiu Bochuan's words, Elder Mu didn't say anything more. Xiaowan, let's go down and check on him. At this time, Guan Shiyun suddenly said to Xiaowan beside her. Xiaowan nodded and flew towards Si Chen's side with Guan Shiyun. Hey, how are you doing? Coming in front of Si Chen. Xiaowan's hands were dense with a rich turquoise light, and she slapped her palm on Si Chen's chest. At the same time, he pulled over Sithen's hand as he began to carefully check Sithen's pulse. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro as the star moon lance disappeared into his hands in a bit of starlight. Having been replenished by that power of Xiaowan, the body that was almost running out of gas was finally a little better. Xiaowan helped Si Chen check his body while lifting her head and said to him, you can you. I thought you were just a little white boy with a fast cultivation speed before. For Si Chen, Xiaowan was still very relaxed. After all, she had been in contact several times before, because the sleeves of his arms had all burst earlier. At this moment, Si Chen's robust arms were also exposed. As she helped Si Chen check his pulse, Xiaowan didn't forget to reach out and squeeze Si Chen's solid muscles. I didn't realize you were in such good shape, and fight so hard, Luo Jiro? Originally, when Luo Jiro sensed the arrival of Qiu Bochuan, her heart had already been filled with killing intent. Of all the people present, only Luo Jiro knew that everything Qiu Bochuan was showing now was just an illusion. He was the man in black just now. Later, when Luo Jiro realized that Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan had come to Si Chen's side, Luo Jiro breathed a sigh of relief because their arrival also meant that Si Chen was about to receive effective treatment. For Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan, Luo Jiro was still extremely trusting. Being women of similar age, they were not as distant from each other as the other elders. However, when Xiaowan uttered the sentence, your figure is so good and your fighting strength is so fierce, Luo Jiro instantly couldn't stand it anymore. Luo Jiro remembered those words from earlier when Xiaowan said that she liked Si Chen. Even though she knew Xiaowan's big-headed nature, she also knew that Xiaowan had no concept of the affairs of men and women. But Luo Jiro just didn't want Si Chen to be taken advantage of by another girl. Xiaowan, what do you mean? Eating my man's tofu in front of me, isn't it? Do you want to get your ass kicked? Sure Yun, you come and help Si Chen with his treatment, and tell Xiaowan to hurry away. Unfortunately, Luo Jiro's thoughts Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan definitely couldn't hear them, and after Si Chen was confronted with what Xiaowan did, he had no choice but to helplessly remove her hand that was pinching his arm. Seventh elder, don't be ridiculous, I almost went kaput. Don't worry, with this elder here, as long as you're not dead through and through, then you'll be fine. Xiaowan had already finished helping Si Chen take his pulse. She confidently patted her chest and said, "There is some serious blood deficiency in your body. You need to make up for it. Later on, I'll find you some spirit medicines to replenish your chi, blood and yang energy, and then I'll have Yun help you go to the Feats Pavilion to find a body forging technique." Hearing Xiao Wan's words, Si Chen and Guan Yun on the side both looked at her with some confusion. "I can understand replenishing chi and blood. What's the point of replenishing yang?" Facing Si Chen and Guan Yun's gazes, Xiao Wan tossed her double ponytail. "Didn't I tell you before? I'll help you tune up and tone up sometime. The sect master's cultivation is stronger than yours, and he specializes in demonic techniques, so you won't be able to withstand it." "Sir, you don't want your wife." Stop. Seeing that the more Xiao Wan spoke, the more wrong she became, Si Chen hastily interrupted her. "Seventh Elder, let's just prepare for replenishing our chi and blood first." Xiao Wan looked at Si Chen. Then she nodded. "You should take the sect master back to his room first. It's better for you not to stand in this state." Xiao Wan added to Xia Yun on the side. "Yun, help him to find a body forging technique. His realm breakthrough is too fast, and if his physique can't keep up it will be easy for his foundation to become unstable." "Oh yes." Xiao Wan looked at Si Chen, then remembered that she hadn't introduced Si Chen and Guan Yun to each other yet. "This one in front of you is the fourth elder of the divine sect, Guan Yun. She specializes in formation and organ techniques. Yun, this is Si Chen. I told you before." Hearing Xiao Wan's introduction, Si Chen also looked at Guan Yun who was standing behind Xiao Wan. If Xiao Wan gave off an image of a neighborly sister, then Guan Yun was more like a neighborly big sister. Tall figure, a head of long black hair down to the waist, face exquisite elegant, wearing more mature style. Nodding slightly toward Guan Yun, Si Chen said, "Fourth elder, please." Guan Yun was likewise scrutinizing Si Chen with a curious gaze as she nodded. "I'll bring it to you afterward." After Guan Yun finished speaking, she took the first step and swept towards the distance, and Si Chen also prepared to carry Luo Jiro back to her room. Even though Xiao Wan had already helped him slightly channel some spiritual energy earlier, Si Chen was still able to feel that his body was still weak at the moment, and just as Si Chen opened the door and was about to enter the middle of the room, Xiao Wan once again pulled him back. "Sit Hen, do you want to tune up or not?" Cough. Sit Hen coughed lightly twice and pulled her over, whispering in her ear, "I think it's necessary. There's a need for a ghost. It's that time of the day and you're still thinking about this nonsense." Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro naturally heard the conversation between Si Chen and Xiao Wan. For a while, Luo Jiro only felt ashamed and annoyed. Shame because Sit Hen is always thinking about messed up stuff and it's all add up. The annoyance was naturally due to the fact that Si Chen's body was already like this, and he actually had the heart to study this. But it seems like couples do these things. So if he had to want it, would I obey him then? Or act more resistant? The more she thought about it, the more Luo Jiro felt her face burning, and the shyness in her heart grew stronger. At this time, Si Chen carried Luo Jiro back into the room. Because of the previous battle, at this point, the room no longer just had a big hole in the roof. Even the walls had many more holes. But now Si Chen couldn't care less. The feeling of weakness coming from his body was constantly invading his consciousness. The loss of blood chi among his body was too severe, and holding on to this point with a single breath was already the limit. Si Chen gently placed Luo Jiro back on the white jade bed couch and helped her cover up. "Mistress, I'm very tired and need to rest for a while. I'll massage you again when I wake up." As the words fell, Si Chen couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed headfirst into Luo Jiro's side, his head still pressed against her. "Idiot, what a time to be thinking about massages." Hearing Si Chen's words and listening to his faint breathing, Luo Jiro's heart once again violently trembled. Luo Jiro didn't know why Si Chen would be so kind to her. Even though he had reached this point of running out of gas, he still thought of her in his heart. This kind of tenderness that Si Chen had created for her really made her deeply addicted to it, and she even felt that she really didn't know how to live without Si Chen. "We are husband and wife. And that's the way it's supposed to be between husband and wife." Recalling what Si Chen had once said to her, how Luo Jiro wished she could wake up. She wanted to hug Sit Hen, wanted to take care of Sit Hen as Sit Hen had taken care of her. At this moment, Luo Jiro forgot her identity as the demon sect master. She only knew that she was Si Chen's wife. "Bad guy, you must have done it on purpose. You've made it so that I can't stay away from you. Made me so scared at the thought of losing you. I'm the head of the hallowed demon sect. Where did I have such troubles in the past? It's all your fault. When I wake up, I'm going to show you what I'm made of. I'm going to bite you to death." Time passed a little bit like this. Luo Jiro was pressed down by Si Chen, and her mind kept imagining all kinds of things. In the past, when Si Chen had just arrived, Luo Jiro thought every day about how she would make Si Chen taste pain when she woke up. Later, Luo Jiro's heart was occupied by Sichin a little bit, and she began to worry about losing Sichin every day again, especially worrying about Sichin being abducted by Xiaowan. And now, Luo Jiro had been completely inseparable from Sichin, and she had even begun to fantasize about her future conjugal life. Growing up living amongst the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro hadn't seen what it was like between couples in the mortal world. However, Luo Jiro's mere thought of the conjugal relationship between her and Sichin made her feel sweet inside. Sichin slept this entire day and night. During that time, Elder Mu and Elder Lu came into the room once, but when they saw that Sichin was still in a state of sleep, they continued back outside the room. Wan Shiyun also brought an ancient book and placed it on the table within the room. Finally, on the night of the third day, Sithan woke up leisurely, slowly opening his eyes. Sichin felt that the underside of his head was soft, and a burst of aroma kept coming from between his noses. Sichin, who had just woken up from his sleep, was still a bit unconscious, and feeling the softness underneath his head, Sichin even subconsciously rubbed against it. In the next second, Sichin reacted. He also said, "Why this scent is so familiar. This is not his daughter-in-law's body fragrance." He never slept on a pillow after all the fuss, and he slept on Luo Jiro's body all day and night. Realizing this, Sichin made a carp and instantly bounced up from the bed. He then hurriedly took Luo Jiro, who had been crushed by himself for so long, into his arms. "Mother, this," while helping Luo Jiro rub the place where he had been resting on his pillow all this time, Sichin said, "I really didn't realize that I had been sleeping on your pillow. Humph, you've been pressing me to sleep for a day and a night, but, for the sake of your previous good behavior, I'll forgive you this time. Yet don't you rub it you." Once again being held in Sichin's arms, feeling his much recovered blood chi, Luo Jiro let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time a full sense of happiness rose in her heart. "You haven't eaten all day and night. You must be hungry?" Sichin helped Luo Jiro straighten her messy hair in front of her forehead, and at the same time, he also saw the spots of blood on her white sarong. Sichin knew that it was the blood that had spewed out after he had been seriously injured earlier. It definitely wouldn't do to let Luo Jiro keep wearing bloodstained clothes. This dress had to be changed, but this wasn't one of those top and bottom dresses. It was a full-length dress. If it's going to be replaced, then it's bound to see something. After the Celestials warred for a bit, Sichin bent his head down to whisper in Luo Jiro's ear and asked, "Mistress, I can help you change your clothes." It can be. That's how it's supposed to be between husband and wife." Surprisingly, this time Luo Jiro didn't reject it in the slightest, but intuitively chose to accept it. After this thought was born in her mind, Luo Jiro only felt that she had used up all her courage. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. I'll help my lady change after the massage later." After saying that, Sichin brought over the spirit porridge that had already been prepared on the table. The two of them were just like before, Luo Jiro leaning into Sichin's arms as Sichin gently fed her kanji. Perhaps it was because of the change in her state of mind. At this time Luo Jiro no longer had the same kind of resistance she had at the beginning, and just as the couple were snuggling together, the door to the room was suddenly opened. The door to the room opened and Xiaowan breezed into the middle of the room. While walking, he also said, "Sichin, you finally woke up. Quickly open your mouth. There is something urgent." Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Xiaowan was holding a bowl of steaming hot soup in her hands and stood eye to eye with Siyu, who was holding Luo Jiro. Each of the three people in the room also had their own different thoughts rising in their minds. "Sichin, what kind of tiger and wolf words are these?" "Xiaowan, the two just woke up and started making out. He really needs my conditioning." "Luo Jiro, why does it seem like I've heard this somewhere before?" "Xiaowan, what do you want?" In the end, it was Sichin who broke the awkward atmosphere. "Seventh Elder, what's this in your hand?" At this time, Xiaowan also reacted, and she said quickly, "This is the Wanquan blood replenishing and aphrodisiac soup that I meticulously made for you. In order to make this bowl of soup medicine, I added all the precious herbs I've treasured for decades. You hurry and drink it while it's hot. The medicinal effect will be lost if it gets cold." 1. Wanquan blood tonic and aphrodisiac soup. Sichin had heard of the 10 perfection soup, but he had never heard of the 10,000 complementary blood aphrodisiac soup. The name of this thing alone makes it feel like a cowboy wave. 1. Don't just stand there. Hurry up and drink. You two can continue afterward. Sichin took the bowl in Luo Jiro's hands. He first looked at the colorful soup in the bowl, and then looked at Xiaowan, whose eyes were full of hope. "Seventh Elder, this thing should be reliable, right? Drink up, drink up, drink up. Depend on it." Hearing Xiaowan's assurances with conviction, Sichin didn't make any more pretense and tilted his head back to smother the bowl of soup in one gulp. The moment the medicinal liquid entered his throat, Sichin instantly felt a majestic to the extreme energy instantly surging into the meridians of his entire body. Under the impact of this energy, Si Chen realized that the deficient blood qi in his body was recovering rapidly, and Xiao Wan was always observing the changes in Si Chen's body, her large eyes constantly looking around. At this time, Xiao Wan suddenly turned around and handed the ancient book on the table to Si Chen. This is the body forging technique that Shi Yun sent you earlier. You can absorb the blood qi from these medicinal fluids while practicing this technique. After saying that, as if she had already determined that the soup medicine she had researched was fine, Xiao Wan waved her hand towards Si Chen. Well, I won't bother you and the sect master making love. I'll come back to check the sect master's body after a while. After saying that, Xiao Wan walked straight towards the outside of the room, and silence returned to the room. Si Chen sat cross-legged beside Luo Jiro, curiously turning the books in his hands over. Just by looking at it, Si Chen's body was shaken. Heaven grade upper grade body forging technique, heavenly extreme spirit swallowing. He hadn't expected that Guan Shiyun would actually send a feat of this level. This level of technique was considered extremely top-notch even amongst the entire White Feather Divine sect, right? Things were just as Si Chen thought, as Guan Shiyun went directly to the highest level of the Merit Law Pavilion of the White Feather Divine sect as she traveled to the pavilion. As one of the 7 great elders of the Divine sect, Guan Shiyun had the right to directly flip through the topmost merit laws in the Merit Law Pavilion. After witnessing everything that Si Chen had done, Guan Shiyun could be said to have thoroughly recognized Si Chen's identity, so she directly came to the top floor of the Merit Pavilion. After rummaging through the top floor of the Technique Pavilion for a long time, Guan Shiyun finally locked onto this technique called the Heavenly Extreme Spirit Swallowing Technique. This gong method could enable one to directly devour the aura of heaven and earth, heavenly materials and treasures, and even various spiritual bodies, as a way to increase the strength of one's body to the greatest extent possible. Slowly turning over the gongfu in his hand, Si Chen's heaven-defying qualifications also came into play once again at this moment. The heaven-grade upper-grade technique. If it was anyone else, even those holy sons and daughters coming out of powerful clans and the like, would need to dive into it for a long time. However, this technique was transformed into countless complicated runes at this moment, which were quickly engraved into Si Chen's mind. Gradually, many invisible vortices began to appear on the surface of Si Chen's body, and these vortices were crazily devouring the surrounding aura. At the same time, the tonic that Si Chen had just drunk also came into play at this moment, combining with the heavenly extreme spirit swallowing to maximize the improvement of Si Chen's body. I knew it would be. Lying beside Si Chen, Luo Jiro thought indignantly in her mind. It took me 7 days to cultivate this technique in the first place, but as a result, you, this bad guy, learned it in one go. Although Luo Jiro was a bit struck by this, she then turned her mind to it. His qualifications are so high, but he's my Sangha, eh? As soon as he thought of this, Luo Jiro, who was still feeling indignant 1 second, relieved herself the next, and even more so, began to smile dementedly. With the assistance of the celestial extreme spirit swallowing, the universal blood tonic aphrodisiac soup that Si Chen had drunk was being absorbed by him at a rapid pace. Si Chen could feel that the strength of his fleshly body was rising at an extremely terrifying rate. In the past, Si Chen was already in good shape because of his long hours of physical labor. Now coupled with the improvements from the heavenly extreme spirit swallowing, his already obvious muscles were getting stronger at the moment. However, soon after, the aftereffects of Si Chen's drastic absorption of the Wanquan blood replenishing aphrodisiac soup appeared. After all, this thing could be more than simply helping Si Chen replenish his blood qi. Phew! Along with the blood qi in his body being completely replenished back, Si Chen also discovered the strange sensation emanating from his body. Noticing this, Si Chen hurriedly got up from the bed while stopping the absorption of the residual medicinal power. Bad guy, where have you been? Si Chen's sudden rise made Luo Jiro a bit puzzled. Why don't you continue cultivating? Could it be that your body is still a bit uncomfortable? Just as Luo Jiro was puzzled, she suddenly realized that Si Chen had returned to her side and had picked her up. Noticing this, Luo Jiro first froze, then relaxed. After all, she was already completely accustomed to Sithen's embrace. And not only did she not resist it, she instead enjoyed this feeling of being held in Sithen's arms. However, Luo Jiro quickly realized that this hug was different from the previous one. Bad guy, don't hold me so tight, I can't breathe. Why are you breathing so heavily? Suddenly, Luo Jiro also seemed to realize something. She recalled the previous conversation between Si Chen and Xiao Wan, and also rang up the efficacy of the soup medicine that Si Chen had drunk earlier. For a moment, Luo Jiro's heart directly hung high, and a touch of strange emotion surfaced in her heart. No, I have to run. But it seems like that's how couples are supposed to be. Or, just let him run amok? After experiencing so many things, at this time, Luo Jiro's heart had already completely recognized her and Si Chen's status as husband and wife. Luo Jiro could clearly perceive that Si Chen was holding her in his arms, and she and Si Chen were pressed together face to face. Si Chen buried his face between her neck, his hot breath constantly hitting her jade neck. This time, not only did Si Chen feel that his body was out of place, even Luo Jiro herself felt out of place. Shame on you simply. Lying on her back in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro only felt that her head was in disarray, and she was losing even the most basic ability to think. Her heart was very nervous, yet there was an indefinable little anticipation. Although Luo Jiro had thought of this step more than once before when she was rambling, she had also conceptualized in her mind what it would be like. However, she was still incredibly nervous when the moment actually arrived. However, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen was just holding her tightly and, despite the fact that her body was hot and her breathing was a little ragged, she didn't do anything out of the ordinary to her. In a haze, Luo Jiro heard Si Chen's gentle voice, and at the same time, she detected Si Chen's finger gently tapping at her brow. You're a deadly little goblin. I'd be an animal if I really did it to you now. From Si Chen's voice, Luo Jiro could feel that doting yet helpless emotion. For some reason, hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro suddenly had a feeling of immense satisfaction, but she also had a sense of empathy for Si Chen's misfortune. Feeling Si Chen's powerful embrace, Luo Jiro muttered in her heart, "Bad guy, I'm married to you, how can I still run away? Sooner or later it will be yours." Bad. Now this sect master is considered to be completely taken by him. It was only in the next second that those thoughts rose in Luo Jiro's mind that Luo Jiro suddenly realized this. She was considered to have been completely taken by Sit-Hen. However, Luo Jiro was surprised to find that she actually didn't resist this feeling at all. Luo Jiro didn't know when she started to feel this way, and she didn't care. All she wanted now was for this life to continue. She loved the feeling that Sit-Hen was always by her side. Time passed little by little like this, and Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen's breathing gradually became much calmer, suppressing the effects of the medicine in his body. Si Chen turned his head to look at the sky outside. He suddenly remembered that he had slept all day and night and hadn't even signed in yesterday. Now, the day is almost over as well. Just thinking about this, Si Chen felt his heart dripping blood. Giving Luo Jiro's cherry lips a gentle kiss, Si Chen then gave the sign-in command to the system. While obtaining 8,000 points and a deluxe attribute gift pack, Si Chen looked at today's discounted items again. Today's discounted items. Heavenly lower grade Danxia Sacred Marrow. Price, 2 points, 20% off. Xian grade top grade Soul Destruction Pill. Priced at 1,000 points. 10% off. Attribute gift pack, large. Price, 1,000 points. 60% off. Looking at today's 3 discounted items, Si Chen decided to buy the Danxia Sacred Marrow and the attribute gift pack after some thought. Attribute packs are a must-buy every day, which is an extremely important way for Sit-Hen to improve his attributes, and the Danxia Sacred Marrow could both help him cultivate the heavenly pole swallowing spirit and help Luo Jiro recover her body. The points on the system interface were deducted by 16,600 points, and a ball of fiery red liquid emitting majestic life force appeared in Si Chen's hand. At this time, the beeping sound of a new day arriving also rang in Si Chen's ears. Just finished signing in and can sign in again. At this time, looking at the fiery red liquid in his hand, a thought that he had never had before suddenly popped up in Si Chen's mind. A simple kiss and sign in will reward 8,000 points plus an attribute gift pack. So what if it's an even more excessive kiss? Although Si Chen had also given Luo Jiro some liquid heavenly herbs in the previous month, and had fed them to her mouth to mouth, but he didn't even think about signing in at that point. It was necessary to test it today. Taking a look at the Danxia Sacred Marrow in his hand, before turning his head to look at Luo Jiro's exquisite side face, Si Chen suddenly felt like a bit of a beast. It's okay to simply kiss, but you actually think about all these messy things while you're kissing. Ahem. Holding Luo Jiro in his arms, as if trying to slightly cut down the guilt in his heart, Si Chen chanted in a small voice, "Mother, I'm your husband's right. HM?" Luo Jiro, who had just been suddenly kissed by Si Chen and was still immersed in reminiscence at the moment, suddenly heard Si Chen's words and was a little unsure. "Bad guy, why are you suddenly saying such things? Do you have something bad in mind?" Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro detected the aura of a heaven-grade heavenly material in Si Chen's hand. "I knew that you bad guy wasn't even a journeyman disciple, whose journeyman disciple can take out these treasures out of thin air." This wasn't the first time Luo Jiro had seen Si Chen take out these things, so she didn't pursue it too much further. At this time, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen had pinched her chin, and that Si Chen's breath was getting closer to her. Realizing Si Chen's intentions, Luo Jiro's heart was filled with shyness. This was because she knew that every time Si Chen fed her this type of heavenly material, the kiss between the two of them would become different from usual. "Actually, I'm getting better. You can keep it for yourself." Without any resistance, Luo Jiro felt Sichen use his tongue to send the heavenly treasure that contained endless vitality into her mouth. The touch from the tip of her tongue made Luo Jiro shudder, and her mind became blank in an instant. On the other side, Sithan also gave the order to sign in at that moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in the mouth of Luo Jiro, the late stage of the Transitional Realm's White Feather Divine Cult. Rewarded, 10,000 points. Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe. Unknown level, Eye of Heaven. It was still the system's rough way of prompting, and at this moment, all of Si Chen's attention was drawn to the system's rewards. Sure enough, just as Si Chen had thought, this was actually really considered a new signing posture. Is this considered negative distance contact? That kind of contact rewards a level of reward like the Eye of the Divine. So if it's more intimate, more negative distance. Sithan hastily interrupted these thoughts, which were definitely unattainable at the current stage. At the same time, Sichen also focused his attention on the Eye of Heaven in the middle of the system backpack. Eye of Heaven, ignore the level to view the target's information. When using it, you need to consume your own spiritual energy. The higher the level of the target, the more spiritual energy you consume. Looking at the system's introduction to the Eye of Heaven, Sichen's heart thumped violently. Ignore level to view target information. For so long, Sichen had been suffering from the fact that he didn't have a way to view other people's attributes, and at the same time, he couldn't figure out exactly what level his own attributes were at. But this time, the arrival of the Eye of Heaven would arguably help him solve this problem once and for all. And there's a most important point. The Eye of Heaven could ignore levels to view a target's attributes. Wouldn't this mean that Sichen could similarly view Luo Jiro's information? Thinking of this, Sichen's entire body trembled with excitement. After all this time, he was finally able to figure out the reason why Luo Jiro had fallen into a coma. Taking his own mind back, Sichen's thoughts also returned to reality once again. At this time, Sichen suddenly realized something, and that was that he never seemed to separate from Luo Jiro. From the time they just signed in until now, they were always in a state of lip lock. Bad guy, have you kissed enough? Get it out. On Luo Jiro's side, at this time, she had already been humiliated to the extreme. She only felt that her brain was somewhat confused by Sichen's entirety. What kind of person comes up and kisses for so long? Sichen also realized this and hurriedly let go of his arm around Luo Jiro's waist. Mother, it was an accident. Forgot to separate. What a thing to say. Hearing Sithen's pale and feeble explanation. No, it's more like he did it on purpose. Luo Jiro hummed softly in her heart and muttered to herself. Poof, you don't have to explain. You bad guy, it's not like I'm saying you're doing anything wrong. System, fuse the Eye of Heaven. Putting Luo Jiro back on the bed and lying down, Sichen gave the command to the system to fuse the Eye of Heaven. At this moment, Sichen could be said to be incomparably nervous, and he was a little unsure if this thing could help him understand the reason why Luo Jiro had fallen into a coma. Along with Sichen's command falling, a fiery power instantly surged into his eye sockets. Immediately afterward, a tearing pain came, and Sichen only felt that everything he saw changed at that moment. At this time, Sichen also knew that the Eye of the Heavens would not show anything special when it was not normally used. It only operates when you consume your own psychic energy to see how your target is doing. Ding! The unknown level prop Eye of Heaven fusion is successful. Hearing the system's beep, Sichen couldn't wait to look at Luo Jiro beside him. It has to work. As if it was a part of his own body. With a mere thought, the panel scanned by the Eye of Heaven appeared directly in front of Sichen. At the same time, Sichen was also able to clearly perceive that he had lost more than 70% of the aura in his body in an instant. Target mission, Luo Jiro. Cultivation level, 9th level of Fairy Realm. Degree of Forging, 1650. Qualification, 156. Charisma, 68. Too much killing spirit. Bad reputation. Luck, 20. Special note, the White Feather Divine Sect Master, who has entered a state of lost soul due to being tainted by the forbidden karma in the Endless Wasteland, currently has plenty of vitality. It really works. Looking at the panel scanned out by the Eye of the Divine, Sichen clenched his hands tightly. After all this time, he finally figured out what made Luo Jiro enter the state of lost soul, the forbidden karma of the Endless Wasteland. Through some of the information given by the Eye of the Heavens, Sichen thought again of the scene from earlier when Xiaowan tested the strength of Luo Jiro's divine soul. That faint black aura that rose from the center of Luo Jiro's brow, combined with the words forbidden causality described in the panel, Sichen was even more certain of his suspicions. Knowing what Luo Jiro had entered the state of lost soul because of, Sichen could naturally prepare for what came afterward. Luo Jiro had entered this state because she was tainted with some forbidden karma, so he should just keep an eye out for those props sold in the system mall that could break the ominous. I just hope things aren't too expensive by then. After the previous flurry of spending, at this point, Si Chen was left with just over 60,000 points. If the props refreshed by then were too expensive, then he might have to save up for quite a while. There was another point that was worthy of Si Chen's attention, and that was the many attributes of Luo Jiro that the eye of the heavens had scanned. Si Chen was finally able to use other people's attribute values as a comparison to see what level he was at. The first was the degree of body forging. This Si Chen felt that there was no need to compare. After all, Luo Jiro was a great power at the 9th level of the transition realm. He was only at the 3rd level of the Yuanshan realm. So how could his physical body be compared to Luo Jiro's? Si Chen suddenly remembered the words Xiao Wanchang had said to him. The sect leader is so much stronger than you. You won't be able to withstand it. At this time, Si Chen finally did understand the meaning of Xiao Wan's words. A one-on-one physical collision is indeed easy to top. The next item, then, is qualifications. When Si Chen saw Luo Jiro's qualifications, Si Chen also knew why he had entered that state of echoing with the great Tao while cultivating. To be able to become the sect master of the White Feather Divine Sect, a supreme powerhouse at the 9th level of the transition realm, Luo Jiro's qualifications could be said to be above countless others. And Si Chen's qualification at this point had reached 261 points, a full 100 points more than Luo Jiro. As for the charm and luck afterward, Sithan didn't feel the need to compare Luo Jiro's charm. Si Chen knew better than anyone else. To be honest, when Si Chen saw what was inside the parentheses after Luo Jiro's charm, Si Chen almost didn't gouge out his own eyeballs to have a good theory with it. Thoughts returning to reality, Si Chen sat beside Luo Jiro and lifted his hand to pinch her fair and smooth face. My mother is so good looking. How can I say that her charms are not thousands? Bad guy. What are you talking about? Luo Jiro naturally didn't know what was going through Si Chen's mind at this moment, but she had heard what Si Chen had said. He's complimenting me on my good looks, eh? Luo Jiro's heart couldn't help but rise with a touch of sweetness. How unashamed. How can you say such words so frivolously? As a person who grew up in the White Feather Divine Church, Luo Jiro usually touches the most is to fight and kill. Male and female aspects of talking about love she can be said to be a blank sheet of paper. To summarize it all, it's just murderously stupid and sweet. With this premise, every word that Si Chen said would ruffle a ripple in her heart. Even though she said on her lips that Sithan didn't know how to be shy, her heart was still very joyful, and she even wanted to hear Sithan say more. Nope. Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Luo Jiro's mind. Why does this bad guy seem to be very skillful when he says these things? The first moment this thought rose, it put Luo Jiro in a bad mood, and once this thought appeared, Luo Jiro began to associate it with all the ways Si Chen had attracted Xiao Wan before. Did he say that to another woman before he married me? Badass. I'm pissed. Si Chen sat by Luo Jiro's side. Originally he was pondering how to wake Luo Jiro up. However, for no reason at all, Si Chen always felt a slight chill at his back, as if he was being stared at by something. Si Chen subconsciously looked towards Luo Jiro as he couldn't help but mutter in a small voice. Could it be that I spent too much time with my lady and got stuck with something dirty? Who are you calling dirty? La, you're the dirty one. Your whole family is dirty. Where had the demon sect master received such anger? Luo Jiro decided to punish Si Chen severely. Thinking about it, Luo Jiro was ready to stomp on Si Chen hard when she woke up. To punish him severely. Alright. Seeing that the moon outside the window had risen to the highest out of the sky, Si Chen carried Luo Jiro into his arms. Looking at the dots of blood on top of her white sarong, Si Chen couldn't help but feel a little torn. It's definitely not okay to keep wearing blood-stained clothes. They have to be changed. However, Si Chen naturally didn't have any girl's clothes in his hands, so he could only take his own clothes to top it off first. Thinking of this, the spatial ring on Si Chen's finger flashed with light, and a wide white tunic also appeared in Si Chen's hand. Si Chen lowered his head and said with a smile in Luo Jiro's ear, Mistress, I don't know where you put your clothes, so you'll just have to settle for wearing my clothes for now. Being held in Si Chen's arms and listening to his gentle voice, Luo Jiro was still a little angry, because as soon as she remembered that Sikhan had contacted other women before he married her, she felt uncomfortable in her heart. But naturally Si Chen couldn't hear her mind. He was now slightly awkwardly helping Luo Jiro undo the buttons on her clothes. Don't! You go change for another woman. Guess you don't like me either. So why are you changing my clothes? That's not how you unbutton there. Can you or can't you? Master C, who had been busy for half a day, finally helped Luo Jiro change her clothes. At this time, Luo Jiro, who was being held in Si Chen's arms, had long been so ashamed and angry that she didn't even have the courage to listen to Si Chen. The two have been married for so long, although they do engage in some intimate behavior on a regular basis. For example, Sithan would always kiss her to take advantage of her, and would sneak over to hug her at night while she slept. But it was the first time for something like undressing. When Si Chen completely removed Luo Jiro's long skirt, She could even feel the scorching heat in Si Chen's gaze, as well as the warmth from those large hands, and because so much time had passed, the blood that stained his clothes had gotten through them and onto his skin. This also required Si Chen to use a towel to help Luo Jiro wipe it off a little bit. This process was also the most humiliating for Luo Jiro. However, Si Chen didn't overstep any bounds, and after wiping the blood stains clean, he helped Luo Jiro lift up the clothes at her shoulders. Well, that's done. At this time, Luo Jiro was wearing Si Chen's wide long shirt. Because of the reason that she was much shorter than Si Chen, Luo Jiro's entire body was wrapped inside the clothes, leaving only a pair of small feet still exposed. Looking at the Luo Jiro with this appearance, the corners of Si Chen's mouth couldn't help but float up into a smile. Why didn't I realize before that my mother was actually so delicate and small? Humph. Bad guy. I don't need to open my eyes to know that you must be laughing at me. Sniffing the smell coming from Si Chen's clothes, Luo Jiro thought indignantly. At this time, where was she still the Luo Jiro who had just been angry with Si Chen because of her rambling thoughts? Live and let live as a little whiny bitch. At this time, Si Chen added, I have to say, even though my wife is a bit big in my clothes, she's still quite cute. Nonsense, nonsense. Don't expect me to forgive you if you say a few nice words. Luo Jiro suddenly had the urge to hide her face in Si Chen's wide clothes, and although she said sophomoric words on her lips, she could never stop smiling in her heart when she heard Si Chen's words. By this time, Si Chen had already helped Luo Jiro change her clothes, and the deficit in his body had completely recovered. Si Chen was a little unsure if Luo Jiro had been able to sleep properly in the past 2 days when she was pressed up against him. That's why Sithan felt it was still necessary to let her go to bed early. Letting Luo Jiro lie down on the bed, Si Chen gently helped her cover up. Mother, it's time to go to bed. I don't know how well you've slept in the past 2 days. How could I sleep with you on top of me like that? And you suddenly collapsed. You know how worried I was about you. Humph. I'm not worried about you. La. Even though Luo Jiro was incomparably worried about Si Chen, and almost didn't sleep for a moment, her little stubbornness wouldn't allow her to just say it. At the same time, hearing Si Chen say that he wanted to sleep, Luo Jiro couldn't help but think about what would happen later. You know, before those men in black came to attack, Si Chen was the one who had started to come to her side and hold her in her arms as she slept. Doesn't that mean it will be the same today? As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro felt expectant and torn at the same time. I'll have to act high and mighty afterward. Who's going to like having this bad guy cuddle? I don't. Good night, ma'am. After Luo Jiro had finished her grandiose speech, Si Chen bent down and placed a gentle kiss on Luo Jiro's forehead before returning to his bunk. That's the end of it. This isn't what Luo Jiro expected. How do you just leave after a kiss and follow up? It couldn't be helped. But of course Sikhan wanted to sleep in his mother's arms. However, he had just gone through a lot of effort to suppress the medicinal effect of the Wanquan blood tonic and aphrodisiac soup. Plus he helped Luo Jiro change her clothes afterward. If he was hugging Luo Jiro to sleep at this moment, then he would really have to hold on and make a mistake. Between this reason, Sikhan could only endure the pain of giving up sleeping with his maiden. Lying on the ground, helplessly Si Chen opened today's system interface, ready to check if there was anything that could wake up Luo Jiro. Today's discounted items. Sacred low-grade Dragon Abyss Sword. Price, 100 points. 20% off. Yellow-grade upper-grade Chi replenishing pill. Price, 200 points. 50% off. Lulan Sacred Snow Stockings. Price, 8,000 points. 60% off. Well, it didn't, but, ahem. System, by Lulan Sacred Snow Stockings. The tone for deducting points rang out, and a pair of white silk stockings with a lace pattern around the edges appeared in Si Chen's hand. Looking at the socks in his hands, Si Chen turned his head to look at Luo Jiro on the bed again. Hurriedly, he stuffed the socks into the system backpack and put them together with the snow gold mandarin duck's belly band from before. As an aspiring young man of the new era, how can you think about these things? On Luo Jiro's side, it was obvious that she still didn't understand the reason why Si Chen just walked away, and her entire body became puffed up at this moment. Humph. If you don't want to be together, don't be together. It's not like the sect master can't live without you. I'm not offended at all. I even feel indifferent. No more pretending. Piss me off, piss me off. The days afterward seemed to return to their previous calm, with the previous lesson of the invasion of the black-clothed man. At this time, Rakshasa Peak could be said to have become the safest place in the entire White Feather Divine sect. Not only the two protectors of the sect master, even the experts of the entire law enforcement hall were guarding all corners outside of Rakshasa Peak. And it was as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with Si Chen and Luo Jiro in the slightest. They were still living that calm and cozy life. Si Chen was still signing in every day and adding all the attribute points he gained above the qualification column. Over this period of time, his qualifications had broken through the 300 mark. coming to 306 points. By this time, Si-Chen could already perceive that arcane feeling when he cultivated. The cultivation speed was also not affected in the slightest by the elevation of the realm, and it continued to improve rapidly. It wasn't until the sun was up that movement came from the two men in the room. On the white jade bed and couch, Si-Chen stretched out a big lazy waist, and then he tightly hugged the beautiful person in his arms again. Luo Jiro was held in Si-Chen's arms, although she was a little confused by Si-Chen's strong manly scent, but this didn't affect her in any way to criticize Si-Chen in her heart. Bad guy, can you stop coming under my covers every time it's almost sunrise? You're making it so much longer for me to sleep every day. Just like before, Si-Chen doesn't accompany Luo Jiro to sleep at night. Instead, he would start his daily cultivation after Luo Jiro went to bed. However, every time he cultivated for a whole night and waited until the sun was about to rise, Si-Chen would stop cultivating and roll over into Luo Jiro's quilt. Every time this time, Luo Jiro would be woken up by Luo Jiro, but immediately afterwards she would shrink back into a deep sleep in Si-Chen's arms. For some reason, every time she was held in Si-Chen's arms, Luo Jiro would have a very peaceful feeling, coupled with Si-Chen's steady breathing. Even the originally awake Luo Jiro would become more and more sleepy the more she listened. In this way, Luo Jiro slept directly from the night to noon the next day. But what displeased Luo Jiro wasn't the fact that Sithan came to sleep under her covers. She just simply felt that Sithan should have slept with her in his arms right through the night. Sithan also lived the same day every day. Other than helping Luo Jiro massage her body and feeding her on time every day, most of Si-Chen's time was spent on cultivation. At this time, his cultivation had also broken through to the 6th level of the Yuanshan realm, and his strength was too much stronger than before. Of course, Si-Chen was keeping an eye out for the discounted items that the system had refreshed every day. For so many days, Si-Chen had never seen a prop that could break the ominous taboo. However, this was not something that could be brushed out in a hurry, so Si-Chen was not too impatient. Anyway, this kind of day now is also very good. You can cultivate every day without worry, but also can get the sign-in rewards every day to the maximum extent. And there's a pretty lady beside her. Only I don't know if she can sense the outside world. Getting up and dressed, Si-Chen took Luo Jiro, who was cradled in the middle of her wide robe, into his arms. Mistress, let's start today's massage session. Let's still start with the feet. Humph. I knew it. The secret room on the shadowy ghost peak. Why didn't he die? How could you not even kill a miscellaneous disciple? Before the round table, Danghua clenched his fists and looked straight across at Xiaobuochuan. Previously, they had plotted for so long, paying for the lives of dozens of dead guards as well as disciples, but they still hadn't achieved any results. This result was unacceptable to Party Huo and Xiaobuochuan. Facing Danghua's somewhat maniacal gaze, Xiaobuochuan didn't have a single fluctuation in his gaze. He said in a deadly tone, he killed dozens of Yuanshan Realm 7th and 8th level with his Yuanshan Realm 3rd level cultivation when he needed to protect Luo Jiro, and he even blocked my full force strike with his own strength. Xiaobuochuan slowly stood up and looked straight into Party Hua's eyes. Even so, you still think he's an ordinary journeyman disciple? Hearing Xiaobuochuan's words, Party Hua also gave a slight start. Still, he asked rhetorically, then we'll just give up on killing him? Let him save Luo Jiro's life? Since the beginning, Danghua has had thoughts about Luo Jiro in his heart, and his killing intent for Si-Chen is even heavier than Xiaobuochuan. Xiaobuochuan said indifferently, we do have to give up on killing him. However, and yet we can pull him to our side. Ha! Party Hua looked at Xiaobuochuan with an incredulous expression. Xiaobuochuan continued. He had never met Luo Jiro before, and there was still the possibility that Luo Jiro would be able to cut him down at any time after she woke up. But even in the face of such a great risk, he still died to Luo Jiro after the marriage. Why do you think that is? It's nothing more than coveting Luo Jiro's beauty. Party Hua's eyebrows twitched. What you mean is? Speaking of this, Xiaobuochuan's gaze was incomparably deep. As the largest devilish sect in the Kanglan realm, good-looking stovepipes? We have more than enough. And the skills in intercourse can be 10,000 times better than a Luo Jiro who can't move. Since he likes it, let's throw in the towel. As long as we can pull him over to our side. With his qualifications, he might actually have the potential to become a great help in our efforts to dominate the Kanglan realm. You prepare the furnace and I will travel to Rakshasa Peak once again. This is the story of Lindayu pulling the willow upside down. The story is finished. It's time for you to go to bed. Ma'am, Luo Jiro? For so many days, the little store of knowledge in Sithan's head had long been drained from him, but a daily bedtime short story is still in order. So, Sithan had to rely on his imagination to make it up. As for how well this story works, bad guy, why does this story sound so strange to me? How can Lindayu not sound like someone who can kill Jingguanqi with 3 punches? Right. Although the stories told by Si-Chen would always fill Luo Jiro's tiny head with great doubts inside, Luo Jiro still enjoyed this feeling. It didn't matter what story was told. What mattered was that Sithan could always be there for her. Luo Jiro enjoyed this feeling of being spoiled by Sichan as if she were a little girl. This calm and cozy life made Luo Jiro, who used to always be in the middle of killing, fall deeply. Luo Jiro's mind often wondered if this kind of day could last forever. It seemed not bad at all. It's just that every time she thinks this way, a deep sense of entanglement and guilt rises in Luo Jiro's heart. She wanted to stay like this with Sichan, but reason told her that she still had a large white feather divine sect to be responsible for. As usual, Sichan cupped Luo Jiro's chin and kissed her deeply. At the same time, he mentally ordered the day's check-in. Many days had passed since he had learned the reason why Luo Jiro had fallen into a state of lost soul. During this period of time, the system had never seen any treasures that could break the ominous taboo, except for refreshing some attribute gift packs and various cultivation techniques. The successful sign-in beep sounded, and Sithan still looked at today's discounted items with hope. Today's discounted items. Creation Heavenly Material Flow Fire Luan Gold, priced at 20 points, 60% off. Creation Grade Spirit Material, endowing the Divine Warrior with the attribute of flowing fire, greatly enhancing the strength of the Divine Warrior. Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe, for 3,000 points, 20% off, includes 5 free attribute points. Sacred Grade Lower Red Gold Phoenix Plume, priced at 100 points, 20% off. A Supreme Protection Artifact made from the plume of the Phoenix, the Supreme Divine Beast, which automatically protects and destroys all evils, and grants the wearer a chance to be revived once. Activation of the Phoenix's divine power is required before use. Activation requirement, Early Cave Market Realm. Good news, it's shipping. Bad news, can't afford it. As Sichan's gaze traveled down a little, he also saw the system's introduction to the Red Gold Phoenix Plume. However, when he saw the pile of zeros behind the Red Gold Phoenix Plume's selling price, Sichan fell silent. He had to admit that it was really expensive. A whole million points. Saint level. This was a rank that Sichan had never come into contact with before, and it was not even known yet whether or not there existed saint weapons in the vast white feather divine sect. But as expensive as the price was, the Red Gold Phoenix Plume definitely lived up to its saint rank. This is evident from the only bit of introduction to the system. Automatic protection, the breaking of all evil, and resurrection. It can be said that having this is no different from having a few extra lives. As for breaking the ominous taboo on Luo Jiro, it was even easier. However, the Red Gold Phoenix Plume also seemed to have an extremely harsh activation condition. Activate the Phoenix divine power within it. Cave Market Realm. Finding someone else for something like activating the Phoenix divine power was definitely not an option. After all, this wasn't just another thing. It was a holy artifact. In the midst of a demonic sect like the White Feather Divine Sect, easily exposing oneself to something like possessing a holy weapon would be no different than seeking death. So if Sichan really identified with the Red Gold Phoenix Plume, in addition to spending 800,000 points, he would also need to break through his cultivation to the Cave Ruin Realm. Sichan's current cultivation was at the early stage of the Yuanshan Realm, and there was still a very long way to go before the Cave Ruin Realm. For a while, Sichan was also caught in a tangle. He had to admit that it was really extremely rare for the system to refresh a prop that could break an ominous taboo once. He had owned the system for so long, and this was the first time a prop that could break all evils had appeared. Perhaps there would also be cheaper props that could break the ominous taboos that would appear. But after giving up this time, the next time they were refreshed there was no telling when they would have to wait. And once the Red Gold Phoenix Plume was identified, that meant that Sichan would have no way to purchase anything else for a long time afterward. And you have to start spending all your energy on raising your cultivation, and you can't have any other free time. Sithan admitted that he was no saint, and he would be torn when faced with these things. As his thoughts returned to reality from the system, Sichan looked towards Luo Jiro who was nestled in his arms. Luo Jiro had been in this state for more than 2 months, and Sichan couldn't tell if she could sense the outside world. If Luo Jiro was able to sense the outside world, then she might not have been so lonely, and she would have been able to know everything that Sichan had done. But if she couldn't sense the outside world, that meant she would be struggling alone in that pitch-black silence? Sichan's brow furrowed tightly. He hadn't experienced that feeling of loneliness, but just thinking about it made him feel suffocated. Luo Jiro was wearing Sichan's white robe at this time, and the beautiful person in the middle of her sleep looked naive. Recalling the passing of this month or so between the time of marriage and now, Sithan suddenly shook his head hard. Immediately afterward, Sichan raised his hands, both hands cupping Luo Jiro's face left and right, and kneading hard on her face a few times, while pinching Sichan also said, Nyangzi, you must remember me. I even lost my pants to you. Squeeze you a few times as reparations for what you did to me. Hearing Sichan's words and feeling his large hands kneading on her face, Luo Jiro was a bit puzzled. Bad guy, what are you thinking? Having spent so much time with Sithen, Luojiro was able to clearly perceive the changes in Sithen's mood. Why does it suddenly feel as if he was just torn, but then quickly relieved? Just as Luojiro was puzzled, Sithen loosened his hand that was pinching her cheeks and gently placed her back on top of the bed. He himself rolled off the bed and back to his floor bed, concentrating his mind and quieting his breath. Sithen sat on the ground with his knees crossed, completely discarding the distracting thoughts in his mind. With the assistance of the celestial extreme spirit swallowing, he began to absorb the aura around him at a rapid pace. At the same time, Sithen gave his instructions to the system. System, lock on the red gold phoenix plume. Signing in beside Luojiro every day, Sithen could earn 10,000 points a day. The red gold phoenix plume was priced at 1 million points, and with a 20% discount it would cost 800,000 points. After spending as well as saving up from before, Sithen's current points were 108,800, 700,000 short. Sithen decided that from today onwards, he would accumulate points to the greatest extent possible. Aside from the refreshed attribute gift packs and some necessary props, Sithen decided not to mess around with the points anymore. Look at the book law. The attribute gift pack was still something to buy. After all, it was important to Sithen and could boost his attributes to a great extent. And there was another crucial point, which was that Sithen was unable to judge Luojiro's attitude towards him until now. If she can't sense the outside world and doesn't know what she's doing to her. Once Luojiro woke up and saw him, the malefactor who appeared out of nowhere, with her murderous personality, Sithen was expected to be expelled from the White Feather Divine Sect even if he didn't die. At that time, if Luojiro really wanted to kick him out, he would at least have some substance. Of course, if Luojiro was able to sense the outside world and knew what Sithen had done for her, that would of course be the best. At that time, even if Luojiro woke up, she would still recognize Sithen's identity as her husband, and Sithen would be able to stick it out with Luojiro every day. But that assumption was highly unlikely, and Sithen still thought it was more realistic that Luojiro would get rid of him. He can't bet on it. This stuff is literally killing people. He had to be prepared for the worst. So Sithen still decided to buy attribute gift packs every day as usual. Even if the speed of accumulating points would be slower, at least his strength would be preserved to the greatest extent. After thinking clearly about all this, Sithen entered into a state of cultivation. After determining the red gold phoenix plume, it was time to start raising the realm at full strength. Otherwise, when the time came, the red gold phoenix plume could be purchased but could not be activated. That would be embarrassing. The night passed quickly, and as the sun was about to rise, Sithen's Yuanshan realm triple realm loosened. If it was in the past, Sithen would have stopped his cultivation at this point in time and then burrowed into Luojiro's quilt to catch up on his sleep. But this time, Sithen did not interrupt his cultivation. He withdrew his mind and prepared to break through his realm with all his might, striving to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm in this half day. But Luojiro, who was sleeping on top of the bed, woke up right on time. Because of Sithen's habits in the past, she had also gradually developed this very strange biological clock. First, he slept through the night, then woke up at this time of night, and then continued to sleep in his arms after Sithen had gotten under the covers. But today, Luojiro waited and waited and waited for a long time without waiting for that figure to hug her. Perceiving carefully, Luojiro knew that Sithen was in the middle of cultivation, although Luojiro knew that cultivation was more important. But when Sithen didn't come to hug her, her heart still couldn't help but feel some faint loss. But soon Luojiro adjusted her mind while she thought playfully, "As my Sagittarius, even though you have me to protect you, I won't mind if you get a little stronger, sleeping better without your bad self." It wasn't until noon that Sithen broke out of his cultivation state. At this time, his cultivation had also managed to break through to the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm. Seeing that the sky outside the window was already bright, Sithen hurriedly rolled over and got up, serving the spirit porridge that the two protectors had already prepared. Picking up Luojiro, Sithen began to feed Luojiro one spoonful at a time. "Cultivation has been delayed a bit. Don't mind it, ma'am." "Course I don't mind. It's not like I'm an inconsolable little kid." Just as Sithen was feeding Luojiro kanji, Mulao's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "My lord, the Grand Elder has come to visit the sect master." Hearing Elder Mu's words, Sithen's eyebrows twitched slightly. The White Feather Divine Sect's Grand Elder, Chiu Bochuan, had come to visit Luojiro once before, and he had invited Sithen to go to Een Ghost Peak. However, at that time, Sithen felt that he was too much of a hypocrite, so he simply ignored him. Last time when Sithen was attacked by the men in black, Chiu Bochuan and Party Hua also said that they had important business and left directly. Sithen did not expect that Chiu Bochuan would visit Luojiro again at this time. Seeing that the bowl of spirit porridge was already at the bottom, Si Chen covered Luo Jiro's quilt and came to the door to open it. At this time, Si Chen saw the two protectors as well as Grand Elder Chiu Bochuan standing at the door. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. It's really been a long time. At the first moment he saw Si Chen, Chiu Bochuan laughed out loud in a very affable manner. Si Chen also smiled and nodded. Grand Elder, long time no see, please come in. Chiu Bochuan did not hesitate and walked straight into the room. While walking he also spoke to Si Chen. You don't know, sir, that I've been waiting for you to come after I went back to Ghost Peak last time. It's just that I've been waiting for a long time, but I haven't waited for the prince. Chiu Bochuan's tone is very familiar and sincere. Ordinary people hear it is really easy to feel guilty. While Si Chen was faced with Chiu Bochuan's words, he smiled faintly. Great Elder, I'm really sorry. I've been busy with cultivation during this time, so I was delayed. No harm, no foul. Anytime you are free, you can come directly to my Ghost Peak. I will certainly do my best to entertain Your Excellency. When facing Si Chen, Chiu Bochuan's attitude could be described as warm to the extreme. At this time, Chiu Bochuan and Mu Lao Lu Lao came to Luo Jiro's bedside. Looking at Luo Jiro on the white jade bed and couch that had completely regained her vitality, Chiu Bochuan's eyes flashed with a strange look. However, this dissimilarity was quickly masked by him and replaced by a look of joy. The sect master was able to marry the duke, so she has found a good home. This complexion is indeed getting better day by day. Great Elder Liao praised. I am relieved to see that the sect leader is fine. Chiu Bochuan suddenly looked at the two sect protectors beside him. Protector Mu, Protector Lu, Protector. I have some personal matters that I would like to speak with His Excellency alone. I wonder if that's possible. Upon hearing Chiu Bochuan's words, both Elder Mu and Elder Lu gave a start, and both of them looked at Si Chen at the same time. Si Chen, on the other hand, nodded. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, please guard outside the room for now. Receiving Si Chen's affirmation, Elder Mu and Elder Lu didn't stay in the room any longer and turned towards the outside of the room. After the two protectors left, only Si Chen and Chiu Bochuan remained in the room, as well as Luo Jiro on the bed behind them. Si Chen said to Chiu Bochuan, I wonder what the Grand Elder is looking for me for. It's not a big deal. I just want to have a good chat with your son. Chiu Bochuan said sincerely. Naturally, I've also heard about the deed of Your Excellency beheading dozens of late Yuanshan realm members by himself. To be able to reach this level from no cultivation at all in this short period of 2 months, old me truly admires it. Great Elder Liao praised. Si Chen's tone was still warm. Sithin's aim is to be unsolicited and undecided. It's just, at this time, Chiu Bochuan suddenly said again, old me is really a bit worried for Gongzi. Oh, Si Chen looked at Chiu Bochuan. What do you mean by that? Chiu Bochuan let out a long sigh. From the looks of it, under your son's care, she should be on the verge of waking up. Sect Master. By the time the Sect Master wakes up, I'm afraid the time has come for Gongzi to be expelled from the White Feather Divine Sect. Your Excellency, after all, has touched the body of the sect leader, which is absolutely intolerable for a woman who values chastity over her life. But don't worry, Your Excellency, Chiu Bochuan said again. At that time, if the sect leader wants to kill Gongzi, I will definitely do my best to keep Gongzi alive. After all, you and I know each other at first sight, and I appreciate your son's natural talent. Hearing Chiu Bochuan's words, Si Chen frowned slightly. He did not expect Chiu Bochuan to say these things with himself. And what is the purpose of Chiu Bochuan? Si Chen looked at Chiu Bochuan and asked with an extremely exaggerated expression. Grand Elder, will it really be so? From what I know of the sect leader, it will certainly be so. Luo Jiro on the side, it's your grandmother's leg. Si Chen asked again painfully. Even if I give so much to the sect leader and spend everything to awaken her, will she still kill me? I'm afraid so. Alas. Chiu Bochuan let out a long sigh. Your Excellency should never have touched the body of the sect master, but old me also understands. After all, Gongzi is young and strong, and has no resistance to a beauty like the sect leader. Doing something out of the ordinary is also understandable. Then what should I do? Si Chen said sadly. After all, I'm not like the Grand Elder who is already too old and hard to get up. Looking at that anxious Si Chen, Chiu Bochuan almost lost his breath. Oh, the male is no more than anxious. Forcibly stabilizing the constantly twitching veins, Chiu Bochuan gritted his teeth and said, Duke, everyone has the desire to love beauty. This point I understand. As it happens, there is a disciple on the old man's peak who is a contemporary core disciple of the divine sect and is extremely beautiful in appearance, and also happens to have admired Gongzi for a long time. It would be excellent to ask her to come and give your son a hand and take care of the sect master together. Oh, Si Chen's eyebrows twitched, displaying a look of great surprise. Noticing the change in Si Chen's demeanor, Chiu Bochuan's eyes flashed with an evil smile. He was waiting for this effect. He first said that Luo Jiro regarded chastity as her life, creating anxiety for Si-chen. And then many big sticks and sweet dates came together. I also came this time merely to have a good conversation with your excellency. Chiu Buochuan smiled and said, I'll bring her to meet Gongzi again sometime later. I'm sure there'll be something to talk about between you young people. Seeing that his purpose had been achieved, Chiu Buochuan directly took his leave. I will not disturb your excellency and the sect leader to rest. Before leaving, Chiu Buochuan also did not forget to deepen the disconnect in Si-chen's heart. Your excellency does not need to worry too much. Just now those words after all. Just the old man's side of the story. Whether the sect master kills the duke or expels him from the divine sect when he wakes up is up to the sect master himself. After Chiu Buochuan left, Si-chen closed the door to the room and came to Luo Jiro's side. Mother, bad fellow, do you believe what he says? Luo Jiro had thought that Chiu Buochuan would use various methods including various assassinations to target her. But the only thing she didn't expect was that Chiu Buochuan would start with Si-chen. Not only that, Chiu Buochuan also took advantage of the fact that she was unable to communicate her thoughts to the outside world as a way to keep provoking Si-chen's feelings for her. Even if she knew herself, her heart had already identified her and Si-han as a couple, and Si-han's shadow filled her heart completely. But all of this was only known to her, and outsiders were not allowed to know at all. Under this premise, Si-han could easily be disturbed by outsiders, especially since Si-chen had never been in contact with the previous Luo Jiro. Now he could only rely on Chiu Buochuan's side of the story to make his own judgment. Luo Jiro was really scared. She was afraid that Si-chen would be affected by Chiu Buochuan. And even more so, she was afraid that Si-chen would think that she would drive him away the first time she woke up. Luo Jiro wanted to say to Si-chen that she could sense everything in the outside world. She could feel all the things that had happened over this period of time, and she knew what Si-han had done for her. More than anything, she wanted to say to Si-chen, Sagittarius, don't believe what he says. Luo Jiro, as the White Feather Divine Sect Master, a supreme power of the 9th level of the transition realm, she had never thought that she would have such a helpless moment. Despite her infinite killing intent towards Chiu Buochuan and her full love for Si-chen, she was unable to convey any information to the outside world. All of it could only be judged by Si-han himself alone. This was the source of all Luo Jiro's fears. She was truly afraid that Si-chen would leave her just like that. And just when Luo Jiro was in the midst of deep trepidation, a pair of large, warm hands once again took her hand in theirs. Just as before when she was deep in the middle of the darkness, Si-chen's gentle voice rang out leisurely. It's not this old man's turn to say anything about what my mother and I will do in the future. Hearing Si-chen's firm and gentle words, Luo Jiro suddenly froze. Luo Jiro was a little unsure of how to describe her inner feelings. She wanted to laugh, but the satisfaction of the ups and downs made her want to cry a little. Idiot, it's all your fault. This sect master is going to cry. You're really bad. At this time, Luo Jiro sensed that Si-chen had taken her in his arms, just like every time before. Si-chen wrapped one hand around Luo Jiro's waist while the other held her small hand in his. Just as Luo Jiro was filled with shyness, Si-chen buried his face between her jade neck and whispered, I won't be influenced by him. Si-chen's voice was calm, so calm that Luo Jiro was somewhat unable to hear the emotions in it. Luo Jiro didn't even know if Si-chen was saying this to her or using it to convince himself. In fact, he'll still have some trepidation, I think. Feeling the warmth that Si-chen passed on to her, Luo Jiro suddenly felt very distressed for Si-chen. Luo Jiro's mind recalled this period of time after her marriage to Si-chen. All this time, she had been enjoying Si-han's tenderness towards her. All the things that outsiders don't think of, Si-chen thought of all of them. He would feed her. He would give her massages. He would tell her stories. Yet, she never gave any feedback to Si-han. Si-han even needs to worry about her killing him when she wakes up and then has to take care of her all at the same time. The enormous pressure that was like a Tarzan pressing down on the top of the mountain. Luo Jiro felt incomparably suffocated just by thinking about it. Yet Si-han goes through this every day, and he had never had any grievances, nor had he ever confided any of his negative emotions to Luo Jiro. It was as if Si-han was a machine that would never fail her in any way, and everything he did was for her good. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro only felt her entire heart clench heavily. A thought even popped up in Luo Jiro's mind, if I never manage to wake up, perhaps leaving me is the best place for him. Even though this thought was extinguished by Luo Jiro the first time it appeared, she knew that maybe the thing she least wanted to face was the thing that was really right. Although Luo Jiro knew that leaving her side was the best option for Si-chen, she felt a deep sense of suffocation whenever she thought that Si-chen would leave her. Looking into her heart, Luo Jiro really didn't dare to imagine her life without Si-chen. With these many thoughts mixed together, Luo Jiro only felt like she was incomparably struggling. She really wanted to hear Si-han whisper in her ear that he wouldn't leave. However, Si-chen just held her tightly like this and didn't say another word. For a while, Luo Jiro's heart was incomparably apprehensive. On Si Chen's side, although he would not be influenced by Qiubuochuan, he would not listen to his words. Sithen's own heart was actually struggling. After all, he really didn't know if Luo Jiro could sense the outside world, let alone what Luo Jiro thought of him. However, his goal of awakening Luo Jiro would not change. He had calculated that with a daily intake of 10,000 points, he would be able to save up enough points to purchase the red gold phoenix plume after more than 2 months. At the same time, Si Chen was also preparing to break through the cave ruin realm within 2 months. It wasn't just to activate the power of the phoenix in the red gold phoenix plume, it was also for his own sake. Only if you are strong enough can you cope with the many accidents that happen afterward. To achieve this goal, this also meant that Si Chen had to cultivate night and day, devoting his utmost energy to cultivation. After holding Luo Jiro tightly for a while, Si Chen placed her back on top of the white jade bed. "Mother, I'm going to practice." After whispering in Luo Jiro's ear, Si Chen went straight back to the top of his bunk. From the beginning to the end, Luo Jiro had neither been able to tell her heart to Si Chen, and Si Chen had not expressed her inner thoughts to Luo Jiro because she had to cultivate. The two just didn't spit out their love for each other because of this very wonderful accident. For a while, Luo Jiro thought about many things. It's not even a massage today, he didn't kiss me either. Is he really under the influence of Hao Pak Chen? But that's not even true. No, it's not. Luo Jiro, you have to trust him. He gave you all his love. How can you not trust him? One could only say that no matter what her cultivation level was and what position she had reached, Luo Jiro was still a tender little girl when it came to love between men and women. When her heart was truly filled by Si Chen, his every move would invariably tug at her heartstrings. Si Chen had been cultivating since noon and hadn't done anything else during that time. During this process, Luo Jiro also always lay beside Si Chen, feeling everything about him with her heart. Right now, Luo Jiro's mind had only one thought: hurry up and get to night. As soon as it's night, he'll be able to hold me again. Ever since Qiubuochuan left, nothing else was left in Luo Jiro's heart. She just wanted Sithen to be able to hug her more, to be able to be with her all the time. At this time Luo Jiro were still once that murderous female devil, now purely a love brain look. Finally, in Luo Jiro's expectant wait, Si Chen, who was in a state of tranquility, slowly converged on the spiritual energy that was leaking out of his body. This also meant that Si Chen was about to stop cultivating. Finally, Si Chen slowly opened his eyes and let out a long breath. Si Chen could feel that his cultivation, which had just broken through to the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm, had become much more solid. Let's continue this at night. Getting up slowly from the floor bunk, Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's bedside. Coming. Sunga, give me a hug. Noticing Si Chen's arrival, Luo Jiro couldn't wait to sit up herself and then stretch her arms towards Si Chen for a hug. In Luo Jiro's overflowing anticipation, Si Chen bent down and held her in his arms. Still like before, Si Chen first fed Luo Jiro the liquid food prepared by the two protectors. When the bowl of kanji was at the bottom, Si Chen let Luo Jiro lean in his arms and began to slowly massage her arms. At the same time Sithen began to softly recite the little story he had made up. The candle flame in the room flickered and dimmed, and Si Chen and Luo Jiro's shadows were reflecting on the walls, melting tightly together. Luo Jiro leaned in Si Chen's arms, feeling the sound of his powerful heartbeat. At this time, Luo Jiro seemed to suddenly think of something, and immediately afterwards she felt her face reddening. He came to sleep under my covers that day without his shirt on and hugged me. So unashamed. At the time if I hadn't too. Ah, shame on you, shame on you. At this moment, everything seemed to go back to the old days, and Luo Jiro's mind was much smoother. Luo Jiro's heart ached every time she thought that Si Chen would leave her. So now Luo Jiro subconsciously ignores this issue when she thinks about it. She just wants to be with Si Chen every day. Soon, the moon outside the window rose to the highest part of the sky, and the daily massage was gradually drawing to a close. At this time, Si Chen cupped Luo Jiro's chin and slowly lowered his head. Although she had already done it many times before, Luo Jiro had to admit that every time she was pinched up and kissed by Si Chen's chin, she would have a feeling of being conquered. Luo Jiro herself didn't know why she felt this way. Obviously she's the head of the demon sect. She's supposed to be in the dominant position in her relationship with Sithen. What made Luo Jiro even more chagrined was that her heart actually didn't reject this feeling at all, and even had some small expectations every day. Bad. It looks like this sect master isn't just being held. He's being held to death. The feeling of her tongue touching caused Luo Jiro's insides to tremble, and she was just about to taste it back when she realized that Si Chen had already released her. Luo Jiro then realized that Si Chen had put her back on the pillow and helped her cover up. Why? Today feels so rushed. After putting Luo Jiro back under the covers and laying back down, Sithen returned to the floor once again. Seemingly thinking of something, Si Chen said to the outside of the room, "Elder Mu and Elder Lu, I have some cultivation questions that I would like to ask. Oh, please tell me, my lord. Elder Mu's voice rang out, and the figures of both her and Elder Lu slowly appeared in front of Si-chen. The two protectors looked Si-chen up and down. Then Elder Lu smiled and said, "It seems that your excellency has already broken through to the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm. At this speed, it really won't take long to catch up with us." Elder Mu also nodded affirmatively, looking at Si-chen with an appreciative expression. Si-chen, on the other hand, asked without arrogance, "Elder Mu and Elder Lu, I would like to ask if there are any additional conditions needed for the Yuanshan realm to break through to the cave ruin realm?" Along with Si-chen's realm gradually improving, he also discovered something different from before when he was cultivating. That is, the closer he got to the cave ruin realm, the more he could feel a shackle that existed in his body. Upon hearing Si-chen's words, a few moments of surprise clearly flashed across the eyes of Elder Mu and Elder Lu. Elder Mu was even more direct. "I didn't expect that Gongzi would be able to discover this at the 4th level of the Yuanshan realm. By all rights it should be at the earliest at the late Yuanshan realm." Sure enough, the natural talent of you demons really can't be described by common sense. Hearing Elder Mu's words, Si-chen's eyebrows twitched slightly. "Elder Mu, are there any instructions here?" In the face of Si-chen's question, the two protectors didn't hold back any longer, and Elder Lu directly said, "Because the cave ruin realm is different from all the realms before it. Or rather every realm after the Yuanshan realm is different from before. After the realm reaches the late Yuanshan realm, it's time to start preparing for the breakthrough to the cave ruin realm." "What preparation?" Sidhan asked. "Open the cave." Elder Mu took over Elder Lu's words. "The human body contains countless mysteries, as if it were a treasure to be developed. Among them, there is the saying of the 36 cave days. In order for a cultivator to break through the cave ruin realm, he must open up a cave in his body, and the more cave heavens one opens up, the stronger one will be after reaching the cave ruin realm. The cave ruin realm requires the opening of a cave heaven, while the transition realm after that requires surviving a heavenly tribulation. This is also the difference that old Lu just mentioned." Hearing Elder Mu's narration, Si-chen also gradually understood why he had encountered that feeling of shackles when he cultivated. At this time, Si-chen asked again, "Elder Mu, how many caves need to be opened before we can enter the cave ruin realm smoothly?" Well, Elder Mu continued, "Specifically there is no limit to the number. Only that the more cavities that are opened up the stronger the strength will be." "And how many are the strongest?" Sidhan asked. Elder Lu pointed behind Si-chen and said with a smile, "That goes without saying. The one who has opened up the most caves amongst the divine sect is naturally the sect master. The sect leader has opened up as many as 32. It's the most ever in the Kanglan realm." As Elder Lu's words fell, Luo Jiro, who was lying on top of the bed, couldn't help but feel some faint joy in her heart. "How about it, bad guy? This sect master is awesome. Is it hard to hide your admiration for me?" However, just as Luo Jiro's thought had risen, she heard Elder Lu's words again. "But now that the sect master is unconscious, she is definitely not in a position to impart her experience for you." In addition to the sect master, the 4th elder and the 7th elder of the divine religion ranked second by opening 30 cave heavens. "Your excellency can go ask the 4th and 7th elders for advice if you need it." No, I don't agree. Elder Lu, what are you talking nonsense about? This sect master is still here, and you're abducting my Sagittarius towards other women, aren't you? Originally, Luo Jiro was still full of joy waiting for Si-chen to praise her, but Elder Lu's next proposal almost made Luo Jiro uncover her coffin. Originally, having just experienced Qiu Buechuan's provocation, both she and Si-chen's hearts were more sensitive. To push Si-chen to Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun at such a special time, how was it different from giving her man away? This sect master will not allow it. Bad guy, your cultivation speed is already perverted. Don't rush to break through the cave ruin realm or you'll have unstable roots. Should have waited for me to wake up and instruct you. Although Luo Jiro's heart would be a bit weak when she thought this way. After all, it was impossible for Si-chen's foundation to exist in such a way that it was unstable. But she just didn't want Si-chen to leave her to be alone with Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun. Unfortunately, there was no way for Luo Jiro and the others to hear all of Luo Jiro's thoughts, and all of this could only be decided by virtue of Si-chen himself alone. At this time, Si-chen said to the two guardians, Elder Mu, Elder Lu, I already understand the rough steps. I'm still some distance away from the cave ruin realm. Let's wait until I reach the late Yuanshan realm. Well, it's fine if Gongzi uses his own discretion. Elder Mu and Elder Lu also nodded. With regards to Si-chen, the two protectors were still immensely satisfied and would respect all of his ideas. After all, they had seen all of Si-chen's performances over this period of time. After briefly telling Si-chen about cultivation again, Elder Mu and Elder Lu left the room, leaving Si-chen and Luo Jiro alone. At this time, Si-Chen came to Luo Jiro's bedside and caressed her cheek with his hand. Mother, I didn't expect you to actually be so powerful, directly opening up 32 cave heavens. Humph, that's for sure. This sect master is powerful in more ways than one. Enough for you to learn for the rest of your life. Luo Jiro, who was still puffing up because of Elder Lu's words, instantly felt that her entire mood became better when she heard Si-Chen's compliments. Only, Si-Chen's next words caused a strange feeling to arise in Luo Jiro's heart. It might be a while before I break through to the late Yuanshan realm, so I need to work harder during this time. Give up all irrelevant things and focus on cultivation. For some reason, when Luo Jiro heard Si-Chen's words, she suddenly had the illusion that Si-Chen was particularly obsessed with breaking through the realm. It was the same as when Luo Jiro needed to pick up the White Feather Divine Sect alone after her master passed away. Why does it feel as if he's suddenly obsessed with his cultivation? This feeling Luo Jiro had had since a day ago, and she didn't know if it was her illusion or if it was meant to be. Why, is he afraid I'll hurt him when I wake up? This thought was deeply rooted in Luo Jiro's mind the first moment it appeared. Luo Jiro felt that the possibility of this idea was very high. After all, in her opinion Si-Chen was already insecure and now he was being provoked by Qiuebuochuan. This was what made Si-Chen want to raise his realm as much as possible so that he could stay out of her way when she woke up. Bad guy, don't think like that. I won't. I can't wait to have you with me. How could I kick you out? Good night, my lady. I'm going to continue practicing. At this time, Si-Chen's voice came again, while Luo Jiro was also able to feel Si-Chen slowly walking away and returning to his floor bunk. Even though there were countless words in her heart that she wanted to say to Si-Chen, Luo Jiro had no way of conveying a single thought of hers outwardly. That's all she could do to watch Si-Chen do something that was drifting away from her because of all the outside factors. What makes Luo Jiro even more afraid is whether Si-Chen will stop liking her and give up on her because of this prolonged pressure. After all, who likes someone who doesn't give any feedback, but instead threatens to kill them at any moment? As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro was anxious and heartbroken. Her heart could be said to be incomparably tormented. On Si-Chen's side, he naturally didn't think about it that much. His feelings for Luo Jiro hadn't diminished in the slightest, only that he needed to raise his realm as soon as possible in order to activate the phoenix power in the red gold phoenix plume. So focus on practicing as much as you can. At the same time, Si-Chen was somewhat curious about how many caverns he could open up. It shouldn't be any less than Luo Jiro, right? In this way, Si-Chen and Luo Jiro both had their own thoughts in their hearts, and both of them did not explain their feelings to each other for various reasons. This has led to the situation at hand. Si-Chen merely sat there and cultivated, while Luo Jiro frantically brainstormed on the side. One can only say that girls really do have a talent for brainstorming as well as self-strategizing that men can't match. In the days that followed, besides feeding Luo Jiro on time every day, helping her with massages, and telling her stories, Si-Chen spent all of his time in cultivation. Read the book Law. Even though what Si-Chen did every day wasn't that different from before, and he was always so gentle when he was with Luo Jiro, but for some reason, Luo Jiro always felt that Si-Chen was a little different from before. He seemed to have gone a little crazy with his pursuit of the realm, and even the time he spent with her every day had become very short. He never even slept with her in his arms again. Luo Jiro's inner anxiety could be said to be getting stronger by the day. How she wished that time could go back to the time when she and Si-Chen had just gotten married. The time when Si-Chen had only just started cultivating. Bad guy, can't you spend more time with me? This was the most repeated phrase in Luo Jiro's mind every day, and at the same time it was also her biggest wish for this period of time. Unfortunately, Si-Chen wasn't able to hear her heart and didn't stop continuing his cultivation. After this month or so of diligent cultivation, combined with Si-Chen's heaven-defying qualification that was already close to 500, finally today, Si-Chen managed to step into the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. By this point, Si-Chen was able to clearly perceive that it was difficult for his cultivation to progress any further. If he wanted to go further, then he would need to rely on what Elder Mu and Elder Lu had said earlier about opening up the cave heaven. Si-Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes focused on his system panel. Host, Si-Chen. Cultivation level, 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, open cave, 0. Degree of forging, 230. Qualification, 479. Charisma, 60. Luck, 100. Available points, 458,600. 450,000 points up. Still more than 300,000 to go. It's time to go to the 4th and 7th elders tomorrow as well. Si-Chen got up and came to Luo Jiro's side, carrying her into his arms. He didn't say anything, he just simply held her tightly like this, burying his face deep into Luo Jiro's neck. Luo Jiro incomparably coveted Si-Chen's embrace. She hadn't been held like this by Si-Chen for a long time. She could feel that Si-Chen's realm had once again seen a huge increase, yet it was all in exchange for the time he spent with himself. Although Luo Jiro didn't like to stop Si-chan from slowly becoming stronger, she didn't want Si-chan to use all his energy on cultivation. It would be good to at least set aside some free time with her. At this time, Luo Jiro's ears resounded with Si-chan's soft murmur. Mother, tomorrow I need to make a trip to the 4th and 7th elders. Go go go. I'm not going anywhere anyway. I'll just wait here for you. You bad guy must come back on time every night. You can't forget your own maiden just because you're practicing, or your mother will be very angry. Luo Jiro didn't stop Si-chan again as she had done before. During this period of time, just as Si-chan was obsessed with cultivation every day, Luo Jiro thought about a lot of things, and her state of mind underwent some changes. It's like a girl who just knows how to be capricious every day suddenly becoming virtuous after realizing how difficult it is for her husband, who is terrified that he will leave. Although it was hard on Luo Jiro's heart to let Si-chan leave her to go to Xiaowan and Guanshuryun to practice, Luo Jiro knew that it was inevitable. Anyway, he's just there to ask about some cultivation stuff. It's not like he's doing anything else. I don't think he'll do anything else. Definitely not. Finally, after a few moments of frantic self-brainwashing, Luo Jiro then decided what was in her mind. Lying in Si-chan's arms, listening to Si-chan tell a story in a gentle voice, Luo Jiro actually gradually became a little sleepy. In the haze of sleep, some of the true thoughts in Luo Jiro's mind also flowed out inadvertently. Bad guy, you should still like me, right? I don't have the means to respond to you, but I'm not stopping you from messing around either. I'm fine with whatever you do. Luo Jiro knew that Si-chan was very insecure, but as time passed, she hadn't realized that in fact, she had become very insecure herself, and she was very worried that Si-chan would just leave, especially since Si-chan was now so obsessed with raising his cultivation and no longer treating her like before. It made Luo Jiro think more. The next day, when the sky was getting light, Si-chan slowly pushed open the door of his room. At this time, Elder Mu, who had already been waiting at the door, slowly walked forward. Your Excellency, then let me take you to the two elders. After the last assassination by the man in black, the two sect protectors at this time could be said to be cautious to the extreme. They couldn't be sure if there were still any thieves within the White Feather Divine sect at this time, so they had to be meticulous about everything. This time, going with Si-chan to Guanshuryun and Xiaowan was the best example. Hearing Elder Mu's words, Si-chan nodded. Trouble Elder Mu. You're welcome, Your Excellency. As the words fell, Si-chan directly rose up in the air and followed Mu Lao as he swept towards the east of the White Feather Divine sect. In the room, Luo Jiro was quietly lying on the white jade bed couch. Her mind could be said to be messed up to the extreme. Obviously, Si-chan had just finished feeding her and massaging her. It was clear that Si-chan just went to Guanshuryun and Xiaowan to ask about some cultivation matters, but Luo Jiro still felt empty in her heart. He's gone, and for the first time in so long a time since we've been married, he's left me. What will he and Xiaowan and Shuryun do? It should just be pure cultivation, right? I don't think you need a hand-holding kind of thing when you're practicing. I'm so annoyed. Why am I not the one teaching him to cultivate? Flying in the air of the White Feather Divine sect, Si-chan suddenly had the feeling of being a world away. Look at the book law. The last time he flew through the White Feather Divine sect like this, he was still being held up in the air by the two sect leader protectors with their spiritual power. At that time he was still just an ordinary person with no cultivation. In the 3 months after that, what Si-chan went through would hardly be believed when told. First, he became the husband of the sect master, and his cultivation had changed from having no cultivation at all to being at the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm today. Si-chan and Elder Mu hadn't been flying for long when a grassy mountain peak appeared in front of them, completely different from the other 7 main peaks of the White Feather Divine sect. The aura on top of the mountain in front of him was going to seem much more gentle. At this time, Elder Mu, who was leading the way ahead, said, My lord, this is the Pill Soul Peak where the 7th elder is located, and you are most familiar with her. So come here first. I will stand guard outside of Pill Soul Peak, and we will go back to Rakshasa Peak together after Gongzi finishes his cultivation at that time. I'm sorry for troubling Elder Mu. After thanking Elder Mu once again, Si-chan swept straight toward the mountain peak in front of him. Just as Si-chan stepped into the confines of Pill Soul Peak, a voice that was very familiar to Si-chan rang out. Si-chan? Am I right? You actually know Pill Soul Peak? Hearing Xiaowan's ethereal voice, Si-chan smiled helplessly. 7th elder. Long time no see. Come on in. As he spoke, Si-chan saw a figure in a long green dress appear in front of the main hall, which was waving at him. Si-chan didn't hesitate any longer and flew straight towards that side. Coming closer, Si-chan arched his hand towards Xiaowan. 7th elder. At this moment, Xiaowan was constantly looking Si-chan up and down. Then she asked, Why are you here? In need of conditioning again? I say, will this be too frequent for you? Even if the sect master can't resist, You can't be so wanton. Si-chan could clearly perceive that a bean-sized bead of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ahem. Si-chan hurriedly coughed dryly. Seventh elder. You've misunderstood. I didn't come here for why I'm conditioning. Aang. Only then did Xiaowan nod in satisfaction. I told you so. There's no way that my Wanquan blood-replenishing aphrodisiac soup would lose its effect just because you casually messed around with it a few times. Stop. Si-chan hurriedly stopped Xiaowan's words and said on the spot. Seventh elder. I actually came here this time for cultivation matters. My body is fine. Xiaowan frowned. What cultivation questions? Is there any question that you can't ask Elder Mu and Elder Lu? Holy shit. Ninth level of the Yuan Shen realm. As soon as the words fell, Xiaowan instantly appeared in front of Si-chan, holding her chin with her hand while constantly shaking her head. Seeing Xiaowan's movements, Si-chan looked at her with a questioning face. Seventh elder? What's the problem? Perverted. Truly perverted. Xiaowan raised her head to look at Si-chan. I've lived for so many years, but I've never seen one as perverted as you. I'll take that as a compliment. Si-chan said helplessly. Xiaowan continued again. So you came, for the matter of opening the cave? Seeing that Xiaowan had already stated her purpose, Si-chan nodded straight away. Seventh elder. I've come here to ask you for some advice on this. Then you've come to the right person. Xiaowan reached out her hand and patted heavily on Si-chan's shoulder. She tilted her head and said proudly, in terms of things like opening up a cave, in the White Feather Divine Sect Xiaowan, say second, and only one person dares to say first. Just don't worry, with my guidance, you'll be able to open up at least 25 cavern heavens or more. Hearing her words, Si-chan's eyes also lit up. Then thank you, seventh elder. What a thing to say. I told you I admired you. After saying that, Xiaowan turned around and walked towards the large hall behind her, and while walking she also had a piece of turquoise sound transmission jade there. Sure Yun. Si-chan has come to Pill Soul Peak. Come and play. Si-chan. I've already said that he's not an ordinary miscellaneous disciple. Right. Unusual indeed. Worth looking into. Do you think he could have something unusual about him? Like physical fitness or something? How should I know? You'll have to ask the Godfather about that. Oi. I'm still here. Can you guys stop discussing so loudly? Si-chan looked at Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun, who stood in front of him and kept whispering, and only felt his eyebrows throbbing abruptly. Although Si-chan had long seen Xiaowan's big-hearted nature, but at the moment again felt it personally, still could not help but feel deeply helpless. Si-chan even felt that the reason why Xiaowan had called Guan Shiyun here was to gossip about herself with her. And then there's Guan Shiyun, who obviously used to look like a stranger, but as soon as he and Xiaowan got together, the whole person's temperament changed. Ahem. Hearing Si-chan's words, Xiaowan hurriedly coughed lightly and said with a straight face, I called the fourth elder over also to better instruct you. Okay, let's get started. Seemingly also knowing that Si-chan was rather in a hurry, Xiaowan didn't continue discussing other topics and her expression became much more serious. She looked at Si-chan and asked, the two protectors should have told you everything related to the opening of the cave heaven, right? Si-chan nodded. Elder Mu and Elder Lu have already spoken to me. That's great. Xiaowan continued. In fact, opening up a cave like this is tantamount to seizing the creation of heaven and earth and directly absorbing the essence of the outside world to supplement one's own body. The number of them that can be opened up and how long it takes to consume them all have a lot to do with one's own qualifications as well as one's enlightenment. I reckon that with your perverted qualifications, there's a great possibility that you'll catch up to the sect leader's 32 caves. By then, Yun and I will probably be unable to match you. Si-chan had learned through the two protectors the approximate realms of the 7 elders of the White Feather Divine Sect, the first elder and the second elder. Their realms were both at the late stage of the Cave Ruin realm, and the first elder was the strongest, having the 9th level of the Cave Ruin realm. The other elders were all spread between the middle and early stages, that is, the 3rd to 6th level of the Cave Ruin realm. Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun, because they didn't focus on cultivation and spent their days indulging in medical and poisonous arts as well as organ formations, the cultivation level was relatively the lowest, but it also had the appearance of being at the 3rd level of the Cave Ruin realm. If Si-chan was truly able to break through the Cave Ruin realm on the premise of opening up 32 cave heavens, then his battle power would most likely be directly comparable to Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun. Just as Si-chan was pondering in his mind, the aura around Xiaowan was changing. Buzz. Dum. Amidst a shocking buzzing sound, a cavernous silhouette that shimmered with golden light and continuously gulped essence began to appear around Xiaowan's body as well as in the air above her head. Under the golden light of these 30 caves, the Xiaowan at this moment was like a goddess descending to the world, and her entire aura was worlds apart from before. Si-chan, this is the cave heaven that I have opened up. It is also the key to me being able to advance to the Cave Ruin realm. Calm your mind and feel where the cave is. Sithen sat cross-legged on top of the futon, collecting all of his mind, and instantly entered that state of epiphany that echoed with the great Tao. Ever since Sichen's qualification had broken through 400, he had been able to enter this state without any hindrance almost every time he cultivated. In this state, he was able to achieve extraordinary results whether he was cultivating or comprehending a technique. It had almost become an extremely common thing for him. However, this is extremely commonplace for Sithen, but not in the eyes of other people. He's this. Does he usually cultivate like this? How come it seems a bit different from when I cultivate? Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun stood in front of Sichen, watching as he had just closed his eyes 1 second, only to enter a state of epiphany the next. And what about that great Tao rhythm that only existed in saints? Although Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun already knew that Sichen was perverted, they still couldn't help but be a bit dumbfounded when they actually experienced it firsthand. Facing Guan Shiyun's complicated gaze, Xiao Wan could only speak the words she had said to Guan Shiyun back then. Maybe he's not an ordinary miscellaneous disciple. After continuing to observe Sichen for a while longer, Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun withdrew their gaze. They all had the experience of once opening up a cave, so they all had a good idea of the time this matter would take. There was no point in standing here and watching all the time, so he just went to do his own thing and came back to see Sichen when he opened up the first cave heaven. Shiyun, come with me. I have something good for you. Looking at Xiao Wan's trickster-like appearance, Guan Shiyun said with some confusion. What is it? This is something I have painstakingly researched for a long time and spent countless geniuses and treasures to refine it. As she spoke, Xiao Wan pulled out a delicate jade bottle from her bosom and handed it directly to Guan Shiyun. Guan Shiyun first looked at Xiao Wan suspiciously before opening the jade bottle and placing it between her nose to smell it. In the next second, Guan Shiyun looked at Xiao Wan with an odd expression. Why does this thing smell like papaya? How about one? Xiao Wan very proudly said to Guan Shiyun. One and it works. It grows a big circle overnight. Pull back you. Guan Shiyun looked at Xiao Wan with a look of disgust. Then she threw the jade bottle at her. Guan Shiyun puffed out her chest. I'm the one who can't use this. Little actions hurt so much. Seeing Guan Shiyun walk past her with her head held high, Xiao Wan's entire face fell. Are you such a bully? If you don't eat it, why do you have a mental attack? Looking at Xiao Wan's downcast look, the corners of Guan Shiyun's mouth couldn't help but emerge with a smile. I can't use it. That's why I don't eat it. Yet I thought of one person who would need this. Who? Xiao Wan looked at Guan Shiyun with a puzzled expression. Guan Shiyun didn't say anything, but pointed to Sichen who was in the middle of an epiphany on the side. Xiao Wan's eyes widened as she lost her voice and exclaimed. Sichen! Yuck! Guan Shiyun crossed her arms with one hand, and with the other, she gave Xiao Wan a hard knock on the head. It's not Sithen? That's... Suddenly, Xiao Wan's eyes lit up and she looked at Guan Shiyun with a surprised expression. Guan Shiyun, on the other hand, directly avoided her gaze while whispering. I didn't say anything. Xiao Wan asked in a low voice. The sect leader shouldn't eat it, right? Who's to say? Guan Shiyun replied. Anyway, whether you eat it or not is up to the sect master himself. Whether you send it or not is up to you. Xiao Wan nodded. That makes sense. I have some more goodies to show you. Follow me. With that, Xiao Wan pulled Guan Shiyun towards the depths of the hall. By the time the two were on their way back, it was completely dark outside. Originally, the two of them were still thinking of waiting until the commotion of Sichen opening up the first cavernous sky came to them to return directly. But they waited for a whole day without waiting for any movement. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, the two were ready to come and see what was going on. The two of them looked at Sichen, who was still in the middle of his state of epiphany in the Great Hall, and couldn't help but glance at each other with some confusion. It's reasonable to say that the first few caverns are very good at opening up when we all managed to open up the first cavern in half a day's time, right? How come he hasn't moved at all here? Not even a single cave shadow has manifested. Guan Shiyun said with some hesitation. Perhaps he is progressing more slowly because he has no one to guide him. Just as the two of them were speaking, they sensed that the great Tao marks accompanying Sichen's body were slowly dissipating around his body. Sichen, who had been in the middle of his cultivation state, also slowly opened his eyes. Sichen, who had detached himself from the state of epiphany, first looked at the color of the sky outside, and then looked at Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun in front of him. Two elders? What's wrong? Sichen. At this time, Xiao Wan suddenly said in a serious tone. It's okay, it's good to slow down. Men can't be too fast. Sichen looked at Xiao Wan with a confused expression. Seventh elder. What are you talking about? Open up the cave. Xiao Wan blankly glanced at Sichen. It's good to open a cave sky slower. Not everyone is able to open their first cave sky in a day. Just keep working on it tomorrow. Hearing Xiao Wan's words, Sichen said with a slight hesitation. Meaning that being able to open up a cave on the first day is considered qualified? Xiaowan said after thinking about it. This thing is not a criterion to judge how many caverns a person can open up. Even if it doesn't open up on the first day, there's no need to be too concerned about it. No. Sithan waved his hand. That's not what I meant. So what do you mean? Si-chan raised an eyebrow, and his aura around him changed radically in an instant. Buzz. Dum. An incomparably dazzling golden light began to emanate from the cracks rushing out around him. Space rippled, and a cave that had long since been opened up and complete began to surface in various directions around Si-chan. Soon, the entire 13 cave images appeared around Si-chan's body. At the same time, Si-chan's voice sounded quietly in Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun's ears. I mean, what kind of level is it when I open up 13 a day? At this moment, a common thought rose in the hearts of both Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun. Sure enough, the world of perverts can never be judged by common sense. Just when we were worried that you wouldn't be able to open up a single cave heaven, you turn around and tell us that you've opened up 13. Have you ever struck people like that? Finally, after a long period of silence, Guan Shiyun said to Si-chan, Not bad at all. There's still room for it to continue rising. Si-chan nodded slowly and smiled faintly at Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun. I'll trouble the two elders. It's okay. Afterward, Si-chan then directly asked Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun to leave. He couldn't stay here in Xiaowan for a long time. After all, he still had to help Luo Jiro massage her body and sign in every day. Only when Si-chan's figure faded away did Xiaowan, who had been in the midst of self-doubt, come back to her senses. She looked at Guan Shiyun beside her and said quietly, Now I finally know the meaning of the phrase, it's not all in the family. No wonder he was able to become a couple with the sect leader. He's much more perverted than the sect leader. In the past, Guan Shiyun had maintained a wait-and-see attitude towards those wild ideas of Xiaowan. But this time, Guan Shiyun nodded heavily. You have a point. On Rakshasa Peak, inside the room of the sect leader. At this time Luo Jiro was lying on the bed, focusing her entire spirit on the doorway of the room. She had kept this state for a whole day, just so that she could sense Si-chan at the first moment he returned. Why isn't this bad guy back yet? It's been a day. Will he not come back? Is he going to live with Xiaowan Shiyun? As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro's mind unconsciously conjured up the sight of a man with a very blurry face living together with Xiaowan Guan Shiyun. After all, Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun's looks were both extremely beautiful, and the main point was that they could give back to Si-chan, talk to him, and, under this premise, Luo Jiro was really worried that Si-chan would become less fond of her after experiencing a better life. No. I'm the one who's your maiden. Bad guy, come back soon. Your maiden has been waiting for you. No, opening a cave is an extremely serious matter. He must still be cultivating. That's why he came back a little late. Yeah, that must be it. He's the one who didn't do anything else with Xiaowan Shiyun. Squeak. Just as Luo Jiro kept hypnotizing herself in her head, the sound of the room door being opened suddenly rang in her ears. Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro sensed a figure flying towards her side. Luo Jiro then realized that she was being held in a pair of strong arms, and the scent of a man that was familiar to her came from between her noses. Luo Jiro's heart let out a long sigh of relief. It's back. He's finally back. Scared me to death. Si-chan looked at the delicate face in his arms and couldn't help but smile dotingly. He whispered in Luo Jiro's ear, Mother, haven't seen you for a day. Have you missed your husband? Being held in Si-chan's arms, even though the joy in Luo Jiro's heart was already about to overflow, she still thought arrogantly, You still know to come back. Humph, I don't miss you. I haven't thought about you once. Who told you to come back so late? I'm mad at you. Would you like a kiss, ma'am? No. Oh bad guy, you slow down. I can't breathe. Just when Luo Jiro was almost completely immersed in this rich feeling of happiness, and her entire body became dizzy, Si-chan then loosened the hand that was cupping her chin. You're really bad, bullying me while I can't move. But, this feels so good. Ah, shame on you. It was already very late in the day when Si-chan returned from Xiaowan. In order to not let Luo Jiro starve, Si-chan flew back to Rakshasa Peak. After a long kiss, Si-chan took Luo Jiro in his arms and fed her. At the same time Si-chan was whispering to Luo Jiro about today's experience. Mother, I directly opened up 13 caverns in one day today. Awesome or not? Awesome is awesome. But I'm not going to admit that you're awesome, because it's not like I taught you. But, if you can sleep with me in your arms tonight, then I'll admit that you're good. Not great at all. Luo Jiro lay on the bed, only feeling that her entire body was bad. Originally, she was thinking that Si-chan and she hadn't seen each other for a day, and that Si-chan had been practicing for the whole day. It's not easy to come back at night, but you have to hold her and sleep with her. However, Si-chan was like a log, pressing the idea in this regard. After Sikhen finished massaging her, he went straight back to his bunk and continued to open up the cave. Not even more than a few words. "'Twas hard to wait all day for you to come back. And so rushed. You're so bad." The next day, Sichen headed directly to Pil Sol Peak, where Xiaowan was located. At the crack of dawn, Sichen was able to clearly perceive that along with the gradual increase in the number of caverns he had opened up, the subsequent difficulty was countless times greater than before. From the two sect protectors, I learned that they had spent several years at the Yuanshan realm in the first place. Only then did he open up a number of cavern heavens to his satisfaction and successfully break through to the cave ruin realm. Sidhan couldn't wait that long. The last attack by the man in black had already alerted Sichen to the fact that it would be difficult for him to gain a foothold by simply relying on the protection of the two protectors. Whether it was for his own sake or for Luo Jiro's, he had to be quick. To reach his goal, Sidhan would have to squeeze as much out of his time as possible. As the day went on, Sichen once again opened up 4 caverns. When the sky darkened, Sichen asked Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun to leave. Back on Rakshasa Peak feeding Luo Jiro and helping her massage her body. Sichen's daily schedule was very full and time-consuming, yet he never complained a single word to Luo Jiro. Even though he hadn't closed his eyes for more than 2 months, Sichen hadn't spilled a single bit of negative emotion to Luo Jiro. He was still as gentle as ever. It's just that the time he spent with Luo Jiro became very short, and he would often wander off during the storytelling. Time passed like this, day after day, and Sichen's number of caverns was always growing steadily. When Sichen's number of cavern heavens came to 27, that's when his rate of growth had become slow. Normally a day from morning to night, all the time was used to open up a cave, and only one could be opened up. And at this time, there was still half a month left before Sichen's original goal of 2 months. His points also came to 678. 130,000 short. On this day, after a day of cultivation, Sichen and Elder Mu returned to Rakshasa Peak together. It was also at this moment that the two saw a familiar figure. Hao Pak Chen. This time, Xiaobuochuan didn't come to Rakshasa Peak by himself. He had a tall woman by his side. Seeing this, Sichen frowned before he joined Elder Mu in front of the room. The first time he saw Sichen, Xiaobuochuan laughed out loud. "Your Excellency, it's been a long time." Sichen nodded. "Grand Elder, what are you?" "Of course I came to see the bishop." From the moment Sichen appeared until now, Xiaobuochuan's gaze never left Sichen. When he sensed Sichen's cultivation that had reached the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm, the greed in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. After a few moments of idle chatter, Sichen and the others entered the middle of the room. Sichen and Xiaobuochuan also looked at Luo Jiro on top of the bed. "It seems that the bishop's upturn is really getting better by the day," Sichen said in a flat tone. "I'm sorry that the Grand Elder has been thinking about it." Where? By the way, look at my memory. I forgot to introduce myself." Xiaobuochuan withdrew his gaze from Luo Jiro and once again looked at Sichen in front of him. He took the hand of the woman on the side and said to Sichen, "My lord, this is what I told you last time. A core disciple on my peak. Xia Yao. She has long heard of some of your son's exploits and has been begging me to bring her here to meet and get to know him. Yaoer, so don't be quick to greet his excellency." As Xiaobuochuan's words fell, Xia Yao's eyes glistened as she gave a slight salute towards Sichen. "Greetings, your excellency." At this time, Xia Yao was dressed in a black wraparound dress, a long black hair casually draped behind her, a bit of light makeup. The face is very charming. However, in the face of Xia Yao's salute, Sichen's expression did not change one bit. He then just gave a slight nod in return. He even gave a direct expulsion order. "Grand Elder, the sect leader is in a good state right now, but he still can't be disturbed too much. The old man naturally knows this." Xiaobuochuan waved his hand in an unusually unrestrained manner. "Old me also merely brought Yaoer here today to get acquainted with Gongzi, and now that the purpose has been achieved, it's time to leave." But, just as Sichen was surprised by Xiaobuochuan's words, Xiaobuochuan added, "Your Excellency, the sect leader's aura was fully restored a month ago. Why is it that we don't see him waking up even now?" Sichen naturally had no reason to tell Xiaobuochuan the reason for this. He then just asked back in a flat tone, "Does the Grand Elder have any advice?" "Oh, it's also just some guesses from the old man." Xiaobuochuan looked at Sichen's eyes and said in a serious tone, "I'm afraid that even if the sect master's chi recovers well, he will never be able to wake up. When the time comes, it's going to be hard on you." Gongzi, with Gongzi's qualifications of breaking through the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm in a few months, he is destined to shine no matter where he is placed. But now it is confined to the sectarian side, neither able to leave nor to receive any affection in return. Ha, if it were anyone else, I'm afraid I really would be a bit unable to stand this kind of widowhood." Xiaobuochuan's tone was casual, as if he was nagging a family friend. but everyone in the room knew that he had said the most divisive things in the most casual of tones. In the face of Chiu Bochuan's words, Sichen still didn't have any rebuttal. He just smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, great elder. What should be. We're all the same man, and old me also feels unfortunate for Gongzi. Chiu Bochuan continued. Your Excellency, I'll take Yaoer back to Ghost Peak first. Look at Yaoer like this. She really wants to stay with your Excellency for a while longer, but it's really getting late. So your Excellency should focus on your cultivation. It won't be too late to talk freely with Yaoer when you come to be a guest on Ghost Peak tomorrow. While speaking, a few shy looks flashed in the eyes of Xiaoyao beside Chiu Bochuan. She timidly said to Si Chen, Your Excellency, my concubine will take her leave first. Si Chen smiled and nodded towards Chiu Bochuan. Grand Elder, I believe it won't take long for me to go to the door. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Si Chen's words, the delight on Chiu Bochuan's face was almost too much to mechanism. Then old me will wait for your son's arrival on Ghost Peak. After saying that, Chiu Bochuan directly left Rakshasa Peak with Xiaoyao, and only Si Chen and Luo Jiro remained in the room, slowly closing the door to the room. Not a hint of intent was visible in Sithen's eyes. To these words of Chiu Bochuan, Si Chen only wanted to say, What do you know? Am I going to give up my precious maiden to sign in beside a stinking old man like you? Although the difference between Chiu Bochuan's identity and Luo Jiro, who is the head of the White Feather Divine Sect, will not be too great, but signing in can be more than just the identity of this condition. And check in distance. Do you want to stick it to an old man? Ha! This thought had only just risen when Si Chen felt a vicious chill. Si Chen's thoughts were not affected in the slightest by Chiu Bochuan. He still came to Luo Jiro's side as usual and carried her into his arms. In Si Chen's opinion, even though Luo Jiro was unable to give him any response, and even though Luo Jiro would probably banish him mercilessly upon waking up, but Sithen would still choose to wake her up, not only because she was Si Chen's maiden, but also because of the very strange obsession in her heart. Si Chen knew very well that if it wasn't for Luo Jiro, then he must still be working as an odd job disciple in front of the White Feather Divine Sect's mountain gate right now. To Si Chen, Luo Jiro was not the light that illuminated his gloomy life. Si Chen didn't know what others would do if this was put on someone else, but Si Chen would choose to stay by Luo Jiro's side without hesitation. However, although Si Chen himself will not be affected in any way by Chiu Bochuan, it does not mean that Luo Jiro will not be either. Just now, Luo Jiro, who had been waiting for Si Chen to come home, heard the sound of the room door opening. She also heard all the conversations between Chiu Bochuan and Si Chen. If placed in the past, Luo Jiro definitely wouldn't be affected by Chiu Bochuan in any way. After all, she clearly knew Chiu Bochuan's true purpose. But now, after going through so many things, Luo Jiro really thought too much. When she heard Chiu Bochuan's words, His Excellency should have shown in other places, but now he can only live here. Luo Jiro only felt her heart being hit hard. As Si Chen's pillow, Luo Jiro knew more about Si Chen's natural talent than anyone else. Perhaps she could scoff at anything else Chiu Bochuan said, but Luo Jiro had to admit that what he just said was true. Over this period of time, Si Chen's unconditional gentleness towards Luo Jiro had gradually intoxicated her. This made her subconsciously overlook one thing: Sithen was a living, breathing human being who also needed response and affirmation. Obviously, the current Luo Jiro wasn't in a position to give Si Chen these things. Luo Jiro didn't even know when she would wake up. May never wake up. If she really never woke up, would Sithen really have to take care of her at her bedside for the rest of her life? As the saying goes, there is no filial son before a long illness. Not to mention that Si Chen and her were still just husband and wife who had never said a word or had a substantial relationship. Luo Jiro had to admit that she was selfish. She wanted Si Chen to always be by her side. She simply couldn't stay away from him. However, she knew that it was unfair to Sithen. Under this premise, combined with Si Chen's current situation of only focusing on cultivation for the entire day, a thought popped into Luo Jiro's mind. I'm the one who dragged him down. Luo Jiro was incredibly eager to get a reply from Si Chen. Sunga, are you leaving me? By this time, Si Chen had already finished massaging Luo Jiro's body, and he once again placed her back on the white jade bed couch. He still didn't choose to sleep with her in his arms because he had to practice. It was a night that was destined to be sleepless for both of them. After that it was business as usual. Si Chen was still constantly running around every day in order to break through the cave ruin realm, and his points had finally come to 800,000 before. 32 now. Even though Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun had long expected that the number of caverns Si Chen had opened up would definitely catch up to Luo Jiro, but when this moment actually came, the two still couldn't help but gasp out in shock. At this moment, the entire Pill Soul Peak was protected by a large formation set up by Guan Shiyun, but even so, the enormous energy fluctuations from Si Chen's opening of the cave heaven were still continuously impacting these great formations. Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun hovered in the middle of the sky on Pill Soul Peak, looking down with helpless faces. Xiao Wan was even more chagrined as she said, "How could this guy open up 32 caverns with so much commotion? My Pill Soul Peak is going to be destroyed by him." 33 now. Just as Xiao Wan was feeling chagrined over what Si Chen had done, Guan Shiyun's sudden words caused Xiao Wan to never speak again. At this time, neither Xiao Wan nor Guan Shiyun spoke again. Just like that, he quietly hovered in the air, silently looking down at Si Chen. 33, 34, 35. Seeing that Si Chen didn't have the slightest intention of stopping, Xiao Wan suddenly said, "The entire Songlan realm has never heard of anyone being able to open up 36 cave heavens." Guan Shiyun shook her head, looked down. By this time, it was completely dark outside. However, the dazzling golden light emanating from Si Chen's 35 caverns completely illuminated the entire Pill Soul Peak. Below, Si Chen sat cross-legged on top of a futon. Not even close. Sithan could clearly perceive that it was just a little bit more. Just today, Si Chen looked at the points that had infinitely approached 800,000. He added all the attribute points he had accumulated during this period of time to his qualifications at once. And the very moment that Si Chen's qualification completely broke through 600, Si Chen only felt that his spiritual platform became incomparably empty. He was even able to clearly perceive the **** placements distributed by his own 36 caverns. In this situation, Si Chen no longer suppressed his absorption of the surrounding auras. Amidst the violent roaring, all the caverns opened up by Si Chen operated together and began to frantically absorb the essence of heaven and earth on Pill Soul Peak. Si Chen then used this power to frantically impact all the remaining caverns. Time flew by, and soon the moon in the sky had risen to its highest altitude. The commotion on Pill Soul Peak still didn't stop, and the violent energy impact even caused the entire White Feather Divine sect to look sideways. Buzz. Suddenly, ear-piercing buzzing sounds resounded throughout Pill Soul Peak. A majestic to the extreme suction force came from the entire Pill Soul Peak. Under the effect of this suction force, an aura storm centered on Si Chen suddenly took shape, crazily absorbing the surrounding aura. In the midst of the aura storm, all the caverns surrounding Si Chen's body all converged towards the top of Si Chen's head. Boom click. The 35 cave heavens slammed together and began to frantically devour each other. During this process, the aura amongst Si Chen's body completely changed radically. Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun both knew that it was the aura of the Cave Ruin Realm. However, Si Chen's Cave Ruin Realm was far stronger than them. After an unknown amount of time, all the caves surrounding Si Chen's body had disappeared. In its place, there was the magnificent cavernous silhouette that hovered above Si Chen's head like an ancient heavenly court. At this moment, this 36th and only remaining cave shadow was suspended in the sky above Pill Soul Peak. The heaven and earth essence that was as magnificent as a waterfall flowed out of the cave heaven and went straight into Si Chen's body below. Si Chen's cultivation had completely advanced to the Cave Ruin Realm. This is the 36th cave. At this time, Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun in the middle of the sky had long since fallen into a state of complete stagnation. And just as the two of them recovered from their stagnant state and prepared to properly see the power of these 36 caverns of Si Chen, the cave heaven shadow suspended in the middle of the sky, however, suddenly disappeared. Immediately afterward, in the dumbfounded gazes of Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun, Si Chen's figure flickered away from in front of them. Along with Si Chen's figure dissipating, there were also the last words he said before he left. "My mother must be waiting impatiently. Goodbye, two elders." Somewhat polite, but not much there. Xiao Wan, Guan Shiyun, damn, wife-favoring fiend. Right, inside the room. At this time, Luo Jiro fell into a deep loss. He didn't come back today. Sang Ho. Why? In the past, I would come back late, but I would come back. From the time Sikhan left in the morning, Luo Jiro had always been waiting for Sikhan to return. She waited and waited and waited from morning until midnight, but still no sign of Si Chen, since a few things had happened before. At this time Luo Jiro could be said to be insecure to the extreme. Originally Luo Jiro was very afraid that Si Chen would completely leave her because he resented her. Today, Sikhan was even more direct about staying out at night. This also gave Luo Jiro an instant feeling of abandonment. Yeah, I can't give him anything after all. I'll even slowly become a burden to him. Although Luo Jiro would always think that Si Chen might have a better future after abandoning him. However, when she really imagined being abandoned by Si Chen, Luo Jiro had a feeling of pain in her heart. In the midst of this great loss, Luo Jiro only felt that the abyss she was in at the moment was so cold. Without the tenderness that Si Chen gave her, Luo Jiro only felt that her entire being had become very lonely. Time passed little by little like this. Luo Jiro never waited for Si Chen to return. Just when Luo Jiro thought that Si Chen wouldn't be coming back today, the door to the room was quickly pushed open by a figure. After breaking through the cave ruin realm based on the 36 cave heavens, Si-chen's speed at this point could be said to be extremely fast. Closing the door to his room, Si-chen flew to Luo Jiro's bedside. "I'm sorry ma'am. I've been delayed for a while longer because I've reached the final stage of opening up the cave heaven," Si-chen said as he picked Luo Jiro up and let her lean against his arms. "It's okay, Sunga." Hearing Si-chen's words again, and being held in his arms once again, Luo Jiro ****ing flexed. She really liked Sit-hen. And she really didn't want Sit-hen to leave her. But the current state of affairs made her seem so powerless. She couldn't even tell anymore if Sit-hen still liked her or not. Si-chen sighed, looking at Luo Jiro's exquisite face in his arms, which was like an absolute goddess. At this moment, Si-chen also suddenly had a feeling of being at risk. After this period of intense cultivation, Si-chen managed to break through to the cave ruin realm. He was qualified to activate the red gold phoenix plume and his points came to 798. 600. With just one more sign-in, Si-chen would be able to buy the holy weapon that was enough to cause a bloodbath in the outside world. But at this moment, Si-chen couldn't bring up a single happy emotion. Even the joy he had just felt from opening up 36 cave heavens was completely washed away at this moment. He was indeed able to purchase the red gold phoenix plume now, as well as activate the power within it to dispel the taboo above Luo Jiro's divine soul. But what happens after that? What about when Luo Jiro wakes up, as someone who had touched her body, as a husband who came out of nowhere? Sit-hen was able to predict his end almost without thinking about it. After living with Luo Jiro within this small room for so long, Si-chen really didn't want to leave just like that. If he could, Si-chen even fantasized that Luo Jiro could fall in love with him the first time he woke up. Yet Sit-hen knew that the chances of this happening were pitifully small. It wasn't even as likely as him being pinched to death by Luo Jiro. At that point, where would Sit-hen go from there? Ugh. This was the first time in the months since Si-chen and Luo Jiro had gotten married that Si-chen had let out this lost sigh. Why he sighs. Hearing Si-chen's sigh, Luo Jiro suddenly froze. After being married for so long, Si-chen had never spilled out any negative emotions to her, not even heavy words to her. But now, Sit-hen sighed. Perhaps she also rushed to helplessness at having a tired maiden like me. Maybe he wants better girls too. But Sunga, I really don't want you to leave. I'll wake up soon. I'll wake up really soon. Don't you leave. Combined with the fact that before Si-chen was addicted to cultivation and no longer sticking with her, and the words that Xiaobuchuan said later on, coupled with the sigh that Si-chen never had just now, Luo Jiro really felt that Si-chen already still disliked her. She felt that she had become a burden to Sit-hen. Jiro, you're really killing your husband. Just then, Si-chen suddenly stretched out his two hands and began to viciously rub Luo Jiro's cheeks. At the same time he murmured, "How nice it would be if you could fall in love with me the first time you woke up. I really don't want to leave here. I really don't want to be kicked out by you. Oi, it's not right. It's not right. It's not right." Hearing Si-chen's words and feeling his somewhat exasperated behavior, Luo Jiro suddenly froze. What's going on? Never fantasized about unfolding. Just now, Sajiri said, if I can fall in love with him the first time I wake up. He also said he didn't want to leave. So doesn't that mean he didn't dislike me? Sunga, he still likes me. In an instant, Luo Jiro only felt a great sense of fulfillment and happiness instantly fill her heart. The huge drop from hell to heaven even gave Luo Jiro a feeling of unreality. Sunga, he likes me. He didn't dislike me. He's not trying to leave me. Luo Jiro's mind kept repeating those words that Si-chen had just said, and then smiled fondly in her heart. What do you mean you fell in love with you the first time you woke up? You're such a big badass. Am I going to forget about you now then love all over again from scratch when the time comes? You have a stupid mouth. I'll bite you to death. Drive you away. Humph. Don't even think about it. Until this sect master is satisfied. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Just stay here. Laughing and smiling, Luo Jiro suddenly felt like crying very much. There had really been too much trepidation and aggravation built up in her heart over this period of time. Now, on this quiet night, Si-chen finally hugged her and told her his true feelings. The huge difference in this even made her a great power in the transition realm, a little unable to carry it, and she wanted to laugh and shed tears at the same time. Bad guy, talk about falling in love with you with your eyes open. I don't even know what you look like yet, but it's okay if you're ugly. We complement each other quite well. For Luo Jiro, Si-chen had already become an indispensable part of her heart in an invisible way. When she realized that Si-chen didn't dislike the current her, but instead was still looking forward to Luo Jiro being able to fall in love with him the first time she woke up, Luo Jiro only felt that the haze accumulated in her heart during this period of time was swept away, and her world was warm once more. However, although Luo Jiro knew Si-chen's heart, and she had identified Si-chen as her husband in her heart, however, Si-chen never knew what was in Luo Jiro's mind. He was still immersed in a great struggle. Mother, if I apply to stay in the White Feather Divine Sect after you wake up, will you agree? Seemingly afraid that Luo Jiro would disagree, Sichen hurriedly added. I just broke through the cave ruin realm with a base of 36 caverns. If I can become your protector, that would really be the best ending I can think of. Bad guy. What are you talking about? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro also suddenly realized that Si Chen wasn't able to know what was going on in her mind. Listening to the lost tone of his voice, and the heart-wrenching words that, Luo Jiro only felt that the desire in her heart to hug Si Chen had reached its extreme at this moment. Sunga, don't think too much. I won't let you leave. How could I let you leave me when I love you more than I can say? Opening up 36 cave heavens? It's probably going to be snatched up by those great powers. How come it's become so unconfident in your mouth? I still want to be held by you in bed. While thinking about it, a touch of shyness rose in Luo Jiro's heart. You've taken advantage of me so many times and I haven't even taken it back yet. You can't just leave. In the room, Sichen held Luo Jiro in his arms tightly, placing his chin on her shoulder and murmuring softly. All he needed to do was to finish signing in as he did on weekdays. Then his points would reach 800,000. At that time, Sichen would be able to completely awaken Luo Jiro. However, Sithan was a bit hesitant. A thought even popped up in Sichen's mind. Why don't we delay awakening Yang Zi for a while longer? I can also accumulate some points first. Sithan is also a human being, and as a human being, he will have selfishness. He really kind of wanted to sign in beside Luo Jiro all the time. However, the first moment this thought arose, it was extinguished by Sichen. Regardless of the outcome, Sichen didn't want Luo Jiro to continue to be trapped in that pitch-black abyss. After spending a long time in this struggling emotion, Sithen finally slowly raised his head. He held Luo Jiro tightly in his arms, cupped her chin and kissed her deeply. Perhaps it was because this kiss would be Sichen and Luo Jiro's last kiss. This kiss was really long. Luo Jiro could even feel Sichen's ragged breathing, as well as his arms that were tightly holding onto her waist. Ding! Congratulations to the host for signing in at the mouth of Luo Jiro, the White Feather Divine Sect Master at the late stage of the Transitional Realm, obtaining 10,000 points and an Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe, *1, look at the book law. Today's discounted items. Sacred Grade Lower Red Gold Phoenix Plume, locked, price, 100 points, 20% off. Holy Grade Medium Grade Tong Tianjin Lance, price, 300 points, 30% off. A Holy Weapon Lance crafted from the branches of the World Tree, containing the power of creation of the World Tree, an Emperor-level Heavenly Treasure, unbreakable without any firmness. Heavenly Grade Top Grade Soul Flight, priced at 10 points, 70% off. Celestial Level Stance, can instantly travel thousands of miles by means of the Divine Soul. Honestly, looking at the discounted items that were refreshed by the system today, Sidhan really had his heart set on it. Holy Grade Medium Lance, priced at 3,000 points with a 30% discount. Si Chen now had 800,000 points in his hand, and he only needed to accumulate them for another 10 days. But if this was done, it would also mean that Luo Jiro would continue to be in this state for more than a few months. System, you're Hua playing me, aren't you? Ding, does the host purchase the Red Gold Phoenix Plume? Nonsense. Buy it. Hurry up and close the system interface for me. Don't make me look angry. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Holy Grade Inferior Red Gold Phoenix Plume, deducting 800,000 points, remaining 8,600 points. The system's beep fell, and the points that Si Chen had painstakingly accumulated for months completely shrunk at this moment. This also meant that he would be completely unattached to the Tong Tian Jianmu Lance. However, he finally bought the hope of awakening Luo Jiro as he wished. With one hand holding Luo Jiro, Si Chen's other hand began to slowly shine with a fiery red light. A few breaths later, an object like a phoenix feather appeared in Si Chen's hand. Perhaps because it had not yet activated the power of the phoenix, the aura emanating from the red gold phoenix plume at this time was not particularly appalling. But holding it at such a close distance, Si Chen was still able to feel the majestic to the extreme pressure of the holy weapon contained within it. Autonomous defense, break all evils, resurrect. Looking at the red gold phoenix plume in his hand, Si Chen gently caressed Luo Jiro's long hair. Ma'am, now I'm really going to lose my pants to you. What is that thing he's holding in his hand? And why does it have such an amazing aura? Right at the first moment the red gold phoenix plume appeared, Luo Jiro detected the aura contained within it. She was, after all, a transition realm powerhouse, and what she had seen and heard was too much richer than Si Chen. Luo Jiro was even certain that the item in Si Chen's hand would be an extremely rare item even if it was placed in the entire Kanglan realm. Combined with what he just said, Luo Jiro couldn't help but be a little confused about what he was going to do. Immediately after, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that Si-chen had picked her up. What are you going to do, Sunga? In the room, Si-chen picked Luo Jiro up from the bed and let sit up. At this time, Luo Jiro's head of green silk also naturally hung down to her waist. Si-chen first looked at the red gold phoenix plume in his hand, then he gently held Luo Jiro's head of hair. At the same time, Si-chen's gentle voice rang in Luo Jiro's ears. Mother, I really never thought that there would be a day in my life when I would put a hairpin on a girl. Si-chen used the red gold phoenix plume, a holy weapon in his hand, as a hairpin and gently twisted Luo Jiro's head of green silk together. His movements were light and slightly awkward. At this moment, feeling Si-chen's somewhat clumsy movements and listening to his gentle words, Luo Jiro actually gradually became somewhat infatuated. Just as Si-chen had never put a hairpin on a girl, how had Luo Jiro ever been put on a hairpin by anyone else? In the silence of this night, in this little room, a man and woman who love each other may be about to taste the bitterness of running in both directions but never meeting. After a while, Si-chen finally used the red gold phoenix plume to pull Luo Jiro's hair up. It's a bit unskilled, but perhaps because Luo Jiro is already versatile with all kinds of hairstyles. At this moment, under the reflection of the red gold phoenix plume, Luo Jiro was as holy and flawless as a goddess of the 9 heavens. Si-chen held Luo Jiro's shoulders face to face, looking at her who was flawless at the moment, and smiled gently. His smile was complex, and the feelings it contained were very much in evidence. Relieved, helplessness, loss, struggle. While laughing, the aura emanating from Si-chen's body also began to climb rapidly. The berserk power crazily impacted everything around. But for Luo Jiro, who was in the middle of it, was like a fresh breeze on her face. Under the impact of this furious power from Si-chen, the entire room began to shake continuously. At this time, Si-chen's calm voice also reached outside the room. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, blockade Rakshasa Peak. Yes, my lord. With almost no hesitation, countless large formations instantly appeared on top of Rakshasa Peak. Elder Mu and Elder Lu rushed up to the sky. The power of the late stage of the cave ruin realm opened up and enveloped the entire Rakshasa Peak. And just as Elder Mu and Elder Lu fully awakened their own cultivation, they suddenly detected an aura that could fundamentally threaten them. The aura came from the room where Si-chen and Luo Jiro were. It's, Old Lu, this is the miracle I want to show you. A miracle that only exists in Gongzi. As Elder Mu's voice fell, a heavily court silhouette like a vast and blazing sun suddenly appeared in the sky above Rakshasa Peak. And just as this shadow appeared in the sky above Rakshasa Peak, Elder Lu's entire body fell into a daze. This is, Cave Void. That's right, and it's an ancient miracle with 36 caverns fused together. As he spoke, the cave heaven shadow suspended in the middle of the sky also became incomparably solid at this moment. The essence of the heavens and earth that was so dense that it had almost condensed into substance gushed out from the cavernous sky, falling straight down into the room below. In the room, Si-chen held Luo Jiro's waist with one hand, and with the other hand, he received the spiritual power that caused that roiling sky. It was directly poured into the red gold phoenix plume. Under Si-chen's infusion of spiritual energy, which far exceeded that of an unusual cave ruin realm, the red gold phoenix plume began to flicker with a faint fiery red light, and with the passage of time, this light was becoming denser and denser, and the pressure of the holy weapon emanating from the red gold phoenix plume was becoming more and more obvious. While being in the very center of all this aura, Luo Jiro was incomparably confused. Sunga, what are you doing? Mother, you must also be curious as to why I've been cultivating like crazy during this period of time. Right? Si-chen said dotingly and gently. Because if you want to awaken the power in the red gold phoenix plume, you have to have a cave market realm cultivation. Si-chen was still pouring spiritual energy into the red gold phoenix plume. After an unknown amount of time like this, just as a distinct feeling of emptiness came from Sithan's body, the phoenix divine power in the red gold phoenix plume was finally fully activated at this moment. When the red gold phoenix plume was fully awakened, a holy fiery red light emanated from it and gradually wrapped around Luo Jiro's entire body. Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro, who was already wrapped in red light, and the expression in his eyes was incomparably complex. Perhaps, by this time tomorrow, I will no longer be in the white feather divine sect. Carrying Luo Jiro back to the white jade bed and helping her cover up, Si-chen gently pinched Luo Jiro's agitated nose. Mistress, good night. Sikhan didn't say anything more, but returned straight to his floor bunk that he had been sleeping on for months. Lying on the floor bunk, Sithan looked at the roof with his eyes lifeless. He could clearly sense that the power in the red gold phoenix plume was erasing the ominous taboos amongst Luo Jiro's divine soul. How long this process would last, Si-chen wasn't sure. Maybe an hour, maybe a day, maybe a month? Shaking his head heavily, Sithan only felt his mind confused. Perhaps it was because of an inner desire to escape this torment. In the midst of such tumultuous and complex emotions that Si-chen, whose body was already deficient in spiritual energy, fell into a deep sleep. On the other side, on the white jade bedstead, Luo Jiro, who was in the middle of the red light, was completely frozen at the moment. She was able to clearly perceive that the black chi that was attached to her divine soul like a maggot on her tarsus was being erased at a rapid pace. What this represented, Luo Jiro was incomparably clear. She's about to wake up. It's not fake. It's happening. And all of this was done for her by her Sangha, Si Chen. At the same time, Luo Jiro finally realized why Si Chen had gone crazy cultivating without eating or sleeping some time ago. It's all about her. At this moment, Luo Jiro suddenly felt that her suspicion of Si Chen some time ago was so ridiculous. Luo Jiro, he tried his best to treat you well. It's even if you don't do anything, but you're actually doubting his love for you in every way. At the same time, Luo Jiro was also shocked by Si Chen's actions just now. Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive that Si Chen wasn't cultivating, which meant that he was sleeping. Yet he didn't sleep beside her or hold her. Even the goodnight just now sounded like a goodbye. Sangha, come back quickly. Luo Jiro's love for Si Chen in her heart was almost breaking through the sky, and her entire being could be said to be excited to the extreme right now. There were countless words in her mind to say to Sikhen. She wanted to tell Sidhan that she would never kick him out, that she would keep him by her side with her forever, not a second apart. Faster, 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 let me wake up. In the past, it was always Sangha protecting me. This time it's my turn to protect Sangha. Time passed little by little like this, and the red light wrapped around Luo Jiro's body gradually became thinner. She's about to wake up. The night was already late, and Sidhan drifted off to sleep full of thoughts. At this moment, the room where Si Chen and Luo Jiro were in was incomparably silent. At this time, Luo Jiro's slender eyelashes, which had been silent for several months, suddenly fluttered a few times. Afterward, Luo Jiro's soulful eyes slowly opened. Everything in the room came into view again, and Luo Jiro raised her hand somewhat dreamily and waved it in front of her. When she was finally sure that she wasn't dreaming and had really woken up, Luo Jiro sat up from the bed quickly. With hardly any hesitation, Luo Jiro's head flew to a certain direction in the room. Immediately afterward, a very humble floor covering came into view. On top of the floor was a deeply sleeping, frowning man. To be honest, Luo Jiro had more than once imagined what her Sangha would look like when she was in a coma. She had thought that she would always love her husband whether he was handsome or plain, gifted or ordinary. And now, Luo Jiro really woke up, and she really cut her eyes on the husband who had haunted her. At this moment, Luo Jiro only felt that the most perfect image she had ever envisioned could not be compared to the Sichen at this moment. The world's extraordinary talent that far exceeded the world. The temperament and face that was like an exiled immortal in the sky. The powerful strength that had advanced to the cave ruin realm in a few months. Singling out one of these virtues is already considered to be beyond excellent. But her husband, Luo Jiro, had perfectly brought all of these virtues together. As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro on top of the bed smiled dementedly. If this smile of hers were to be placed in the eyes of the rest of the White Feather Divine Sect, she would probably be shocked out of her eyes, because Luo Jiro had never laughed before. Her body was permeated with an iceberg-like aura, but in front of Si Chen, she subconsciously showed her girlish side. Only, looking at Si Chen frowning tightly as he slept on that humble floor bunk, Luo Jiro's eyes had a flash of rich heartache. Jumping down from the white jade bed couch, Luo Jiro first looked in the mirror at the hair that Si Chen had helped her put up. Then he tiptoed to Sithan's side. Squatting beside Si Chen, looking at his frown that remained tightly furrowed in his sleep, Luo Jiro beamed in dissatisfaction. Bad man, your mother hasn't even said anything yet, but instead you're speculating about me on your own. As she spoke, Luo Jiro stretched out her slender fingers and gently rubbed Si Chen's furrowed brows. Afterwards, Luo Jiro gently pulled back a corner of Si Chen's quilt and furtively bent down and, first, he put his feet under Sithan's quilt, and then his entire body burrowed into Sithan's arms. Shrinking under Si Chen's blanket, sniffing the manly scent that mesmerized her, Luo Jiro had never felt so contented. Bad guy, it's been a long time since I've cuddled up with your mama. Humph, if you don't sleep with me in your arms, then I'll sleep with you in my arms. Arching her head into Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro held one of Si Chen's arms tightly in her embrace, then closed her eyes. But soon, Luo Jiro, who had just closed her eyes, opened them again. She raised her head to look at Sithan's side face in the middle of her sleep and smiled heatedly. At this time, where was she still half the demeanor of the female devil of the transitional succession realm back then? It was clearly the look of a foolish woman who only liked her husband. You're such a bad guy, doing all these bad things to me while I can't move. Lying in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro's thoughts couldn't help but return to the time when Si Chen had massaged her as well as kissed her. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro first put her ear close to Si Chen's chest, When Luo Jiro noticed that Si-chen was still sleeping heavily, her pretty face suddenly turned red. Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro owed her body and gave Si-chen a quick peck on his lips. After doing this, Luo Jiro was like a frightened ostrich, quickly shrinking back into the quilt. Ah, shame on you, shame on you. Even though Luo Jiro had already made all kinds of grandiose statements in her mind before she woke up, but now that it was actually time to implement it, she still felt her entire face redden and burn. She had even heard her pounding heartbeat. After a while, Luo Jiro secretly stuck her head out from the covers and once again looked at the sleeping Si-chen. When Luo Jiro realized that Si-chen still hadn't woken up, she became bold once again. How about another kiss? One more kiss and then bed. That's it. Blah blah blah. The little chicken pecked at Si-chen's lips several times again. Before Luo Jiro pursed her lips in satisfaction, Luo Jiro then propped her chin on her arm and lay on her side looking at the sleeping Si-chen. Looking at Si-chen for a while, Luo Jiro raised her hand again and touched the red gold phoenix plume above her hair. Idiot, giving me everything. What if you're in danger? Even though Luo Jiro's mouth spoke words of reproach, the color of happiness in her eyes directly betrayed her. Seeing that she kissed Si-chen several times, Si-chen did not wake up. Luo Jiro also gradually bold. She rested her head on Si-then's chest and wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. She then said timidly, "Bad guy, now it's good. Not only is this hairpin yours, even this sect master is yours. Humph, you won't be able to get away now. Tonight this godmother is going to sleep in the arms of a bad man like you." Lying in Si-chen's arms, listening to his steady heartbeat, Luo Jiro also gradually developed some drowsiness. The couple, who hadn't really said a word yet, just cuddled in and fell asleep. The night flew by. Just as the sun was about to rise in the sky, Luo Jiro in Si-chen's arms opened her eyes once again. She first looked at Si-hen, who was still asleep, and then she gently got up from Si-then's comforter. She straightened her somewhat disheveled clothes and, speaking of which, until now Luo Jiro was still wearing Si-chen's wide robe. Despite Luo Jiro's tall figure, when she stood up, she still could only reveal a pair of small white feet. Luo Jiro raised her arms, looked at the wide robe she was wearing, beamed, and didn't change it. Then she straightened the hair that Si-hen had put up for her. After doing this, Luo Jiro stood in the room, quietly waiting. Time passed a little bit, perhaps because of the heavy heart. Today's Si-chen woke up very early, slowly opening his eyes. Si-chen flew to the white jade bed and couch beside him. He desperately needed to know how Luo Jiro was doing now. However, when Si-chen looked at the bed to the side, he realized that Luo Jiro's figure was long gone from it. With hardly any hesitation, Si-chen flew up and anxiously looked towards all parts of the room. In the next moment, Luo Jiro, who had been waiting in the middle of the room, and Si-chen looked at each other. Mother, ah no, Si-hen subconsciously shouted, but immediately afterward he shook his head violently, interrupting himself. Who are you? Why are you in my room? AP. At this time, Si-chen heard Luo Jiro in front of him open her mouth and ask. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro, who was wearing his clothes and standing in front of him with an indifferent face. She was still beautiful as if she were a goddess of the 9 heavens, and her eyes were beautiful. From the way she was acting right now, Si-hen knew that she didn't know who she was, and had no idea what she'd done to her all this time. She was so close to Si-hen, yet Si-hen felt that she was so far away. At this moment, Si-chen's gaze was complicated to the extreme. He rose slowly, rolling up the floor spread underneath him and tightening it amongst his space ring. He said softly to Luo Jiro, "Sect Master, my name is Si-chen. This is leaving." With that, Si-hen took a hard step towards the door of the room. During this process, Luo Jiro's gaze didn't even change in the slightest. Finally, Si-chen arrived at the door of the room, and at this time, he did not hesitate any longer and directly pushed open the door of the room. And just as Si-chen was about to step out of this hut where he and Luo Jiro had lived together for so long, but behind him suddenly came Luo Jiro's huffing and puffing voice. "Bad guy, stop right there. Say that again. Who are you to this sect leader? Speak up. If what you say doesn't satisfy the sect master, I'll bite you to death." Si-hen, who was about to push out the door, suddenly paused, and even his hands stopped in the air. "Who are you to this godfather?" Repeating Luo Jiro's question just now in his mind, Si-chen turned around quickly. At this time, Si-chen's eyes were filled with ecstasy. At the same time, Si-chen also saw Luo Jiro standing in front of him with a disgruntled face. "This sect master is asking you. Speak up," Luo Jiro repeated again. In the face of Luo Jiro's question, Si-chen was at a loss as to how to answer. "Answer, I am your husband?" Si-chen was afraid that he would be crushed by Luo Jiro, who was at the 9th level of the transition realm. The first time he uttered those words. Judging from Luo Jiro's current behavior, it seemed that she really wasn't aware of all the things that had happened over this period of time. Otherwise she wouldn't have asked Sithan such a question. Sichan didn't think that Luo Jiro knew what had happened during this period of time and instead pretended not to know just to tease him. Because based on Sichan's understanding of Luo Jiro's character, it was simply impossible for her to do such a thing. After thinking for a while, Sichan softly asked, Sect Master, during the time you were unconscious, were you able to perceive what was happening in the outside world? What did you call me? Res Peak. As soon as Sichan's words fell, he realized that Luo Jiro was raising her head and glaring at him in exasperation, together with Sichan's wide robe. At this moment, the huffing and puffing Luo Jiro could be said to be adorable to the extreme. Sichan looked at Luo Jiro in this appearance and really had a very strong urge to take her into his arms. Sithan asked helplessly, what should I call you? Looking at Sichan's unenlightened appearance, Luo Jiro beamed and said, how do you usually call out to the sect master? Sichan was directly going out on a limb as he shouted on the spot, Mother! Humph! Keep asking. By this point, Sichan doubted that Luo Jiro really knew what had happened during this time and that she was just purely teasing him. But Luo Jiro had told him to ask down the line, so of course Sichan had to continue down the line. He lowered his head to look at Luo Jiro standing in front of him, and a smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Mother, have you been able to perceive everything that has happened in the outside world during this time? Looking at the smile that suddenly surfaced at the corners of Sichan's mouth, Luo Jiro suddenly didn't dare to meet Sichan eye to eye. Her eyes averted a bit. Can't detect it. You really can't detect it? Of course it's true. How could this sect master lie to you? Oh, then the matter of my lady's little feet smoking me should be able to be hidden. What are you babbling about? Sichan's words had only just fallen when Luo Jiro, who was in front of her, jerked her head up. She glared at Sichan and said angrily, you're the one who said that it doesn't stink at all, and you still hold it in your hand all day long. As a result, you are now saying that this sect master's feet smoked you. Are you tired of it? Do you believe this godfather? Halfway through Luo Jiro's words, she suddenly looked like a frightened little beast and hastily covered her mouth with her hand. And as Sichan watched Luo Jiro behave in this adorable manner, the laughter in his eyes was almost unstoppable. Mother, didn't you just say you didn't know everything that's been going on for a while? I didn't know in the first place, Luo Jiro said in a small, sly voice. Sichan leaned down and met Luo Jiro on all fours. Then why does the lady know that I said her feet don't stink, and instead hold them in her hands all day? Yikes. Before Luo Jiro could continue, she suddenly let out an exclamation of surprise. At this time, Sichan wrapped one hand around Luo Jiro's waist and hugged her, turning her violently so that she leaned against the door of the room. At the same time, Sichan bullied his way up and held Luo Jiro in his arms in a wall-to-wall position. In this position, Luo Jiro's body was tightly pressed together with Sichan, and she could even hear Sichan's heartbeat. Although in the past, when she was in a coma, Sithan would often do shy things to her, but that was when she was unconscious, after all, and she hadn't had that very shy feeling yet. And now that Luo Jiro had completely awakened, everything she could feel was countless times clearer than before. Once again being held in Sichan's arms like this, Luo Jiro only felt like her entire head was in disarray. When this bad guy wakes up later, I'm going to establish my position as head of the family at the first opportunity. That's what Luo Jiro was thinking just now. Only, at the moment she seemed to have forgotten all about it. Looking at Luo Jiro, who was shrinking in front of his chest like a little sheep, the smile in Sichan's eyes increased. He leaned close to Luo Jiro's ear and said, Ma'am, it's not right to lie to your own husband. I didn't, Then can the lady feel what has happened during this period of time or not? Sichan asked with a smile once again. Can detect a little. Just a little? Luo Jiro was in Sichan's arms, her face scarlet as she said, maybe a little more than a little. Sichan suddenly slammed his face and asked seriously, then why did the lady just pretend that she didn't recognize me? No. Seeing Sichan's suddenly serious expression, Luo Jiro was afraid that Sichan would get angry. She quickly whispered in defense. I just wanted to hear you admit our relationship in person. Looking at Luo Jiro's careful appearance at this moment, Sichan only felt his heart being hit hard. He had Luo Jiro lean against the door behind him, one arm wrapped around her waist and the other holding the back of her head. Close your eyes. Just like a well-behaved bunny, Luo Jiro obediently closed her eyes. Immediately afterward, Sichan lowered his head towards Luo Jiro's cherry lips and kissed them deeply. Bad guy. You're so bossy. The touch from the tip of her tongue caused Luo Jiro's body to tremble gently, and immediately afterward, she was completely immersed in Sichan's gentleness. I don't know how long had passed in this way, just when Luo Jiro even her jade neck had already been tinted with a touch of scarlet. It was only then that she suddenly realized what she was supposed to be doing. Oh no! This sect leader is going to be the head of the family. Luo Jiro, who was about to be eaten dry before she woke up, hastily propped up Si-chan's chest with her hands. At this time, Si-chan also gently let go of the hand holding the back of Luojiro's head, lips parted, and Si-chan just quietly looked at Luojiro. Bad guy, let go of this godmother. What's wrong, my lady? Sithan asked, cocking his head. Humph. Luojiro grunted softly and propped up Sithan with her hand to take a few steps back. She broke away from Si-chan's embrace and glared at him with her arms crossed. In the past, this sect leader had no way to act. That's why I let you fool around. But now that this sect master has awakened, surely you can't be left to your whims. Si-chan helped Luojiro stroke the handful of messy hair in front of her forehead behind her ear, and asked softly, then what does the maiden think is called fooling around? Luojiro, who had just prepared to establish her family's disciple position, was made to tremble again by Si-chan's sudden tender gesture. Almost forgot the wording he'd been struggling to come up with. However, Luojiro quickly stabilized her mind as she said seriously, first of all, don't ever mess around with this sect master again. Si-chan pulled Luojiro's hand over. Can't we cuddle then? Yes. So no kissing then? Can. So you can't massage your feet and legs? Look at Bukla can. The further Si-chan asked, the more heartfelt Luojiro's answer became, and the redder her face became. Although she said on her lips that she wouldn't let Sithan fool around. But if Sithan really didn't do these things to Luojiro that he had just asked about, instead, Luojiro would be the one who couldn't accept it the most. With a helpless face, Si-chan asked, then how exactly is it called fooling around? No matter. You'll have to listen to the sect master anyway. Good. I'll listen to you, ma'am. Seeing that Luojiro couldn't be persuaded by any means, and had already begun to use the method of being unreasonable plus pampering, Si-chan could only respond to her with a doting face. Hearing Si-chan promise himself, Luojiro then raised her head in satisfaction. Humph, that's more like it. As Luojiro spoke, a smile couldn't help but appear on her delicate and flawless pretty face. It was as if she herself was intoxicated by the blissful feeling. My lord, today's spirit porridge is ready. Look at the book law. Just as Si-chan and Luojiro were about to start a discussion on the topic of who was the head of the family, the voices of Elder Mu and Elder Lu suddenly came from outside the room. Hearing the voices of the two protectors, a touch of warmth flashed in Luojiro's eyes as well. Luojiro knew very well that when she was in the most dire straits, it was the two protectors who were trying to wake her up against all odds. After Si-chan and Luojiro got married, they also consistently protected the couple. Elder Mu and Elder Lu were really like Luojiro's relatives. Si-chan smiled and looked at Luojiro while he said to the two guardians, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, you can stop preparing spirit kanji today. Duke, why do you say that? Moreo asked. Since Si-chan Luojiro's color has been getting better and better under Si-chan's care, the two protectors had stopped entering the room if they didn't have something very important to do, nor will they perceive what is happening in the room. So, at this time, they didn't realize that Luojiro had already woken up. Sithan said again, because she might not want to drink it. Ha! Ask her yourselves if you don't believe me. Just at this time, Luojiro also spoke up. Elder Lu, Elder Mu, I really don't need to drink. Outside the room, listening to the voice that came out of the room, which was incomparably familiar to them, both Elder Mu and Elder Lu's bodies shook violently. Immediately afterward, both of their eyes were covered in excitement. Sect leader, you're awake. What's the matter? I've been lying here so long I can't wake up? In the room, Luojiro's voice came again. Elder Mu, Elder Lu, come inside the room and talk. Yes. After two consecutive promises, Elder Mu and Elder Lu quickly pushed open the door of the room. The door to the room was pushed open, and Elder Mu and Elder Lu finally saw the figure that had worried them day and night. At this moment, Luojiro was sitting in front of the table in the room, wearing the same clothes as Si-chan, with a touch of redness still remaining on her pretty face as well. Elder Mu and Elder Lu entered the middle of the room, their gazes wandering back and forth between Si-chan and their own sect master. The two had been guarding Luojiro since she was young, and could be said to know Luojiro best. After so many years, they had never seen Luojiro would look like this. Where was this still the once murderous god sect master? How was it more like a young girl in love? Elder Lu asked. My lord, was it you who awakened the sect master? Si-chan smiled and nodded. Elder Lu, Elder Mu, I'm fortunate to be able to do this. Thank you, Your Excellency. Hearing Si-chan's words, Elder Lu and Elder Mu were almost overwhelmed with excitement. However, as if they had suddenly thought of something, the two protectors suddenly dropped to one knee. Si-chan gave a slight start. Elder Mu, Elder Lu? Elder Lu and Elder Mu looked towards Luojiro in front of them. Sect Master, when we tried countless ways to wake you up, that's why we found the divine calculator. It was only a desperate move to let the Duke marry the Sect Master. It can't be blamed on the Duke. Based on the two protectors' understanding of their own sect master, Si-Chin should have died at Luo Jiro's hands within a few breaths after Luo Jiro woke up. After all, her own godfather wouldn't spare anyone who touched her body. For Si-Chan to be able to survive until now, it was already considered a great life. They had to hurry and explain the reason to Luo Jiro, or help Si-Chan find a way to live. Sect leader, if you want to blame us, Gongzi. He's innocent. We've all seen how good he's been to the sect leader all this time, and all he's done is just to awaken the sect leader. Even if he touched the body of the sect leader, he is not guilty to death. Listening to the flustered words of Elder Mu and Elder Lu, Luo Jiro blanked Si-Chan with an angry gaze. She said in a flat tone, Elder Mu, Elder Lu, you guys get up first. Sect leader. Hearing Luo Jiro's fluctuationless tone, the two protectors became even more flustered. Looking at Elder Mu and Elder Lu who were still kneeling on the ground, Luo Jiro could only say helplessly, I won't kill him. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at Luo Jiro with a look of surprise. But Luo Jiro continued faintly again, deadly sins can be spared, but living sins cannot escape. This, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other. Luo Jiro said without changing her color, I just woke up, and the spiritual energy in my meridian still needs a long time to recover. As punishment, it will be Si-Chen who will help me restore my cultivation. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other with a confused expression. This living sin is indeed it's hard to escape. What? Do you guys have any more comments? Luo Jiro asked again. No, Elder Mu and Elder Lu said in surprise. Many thanks, sect leader. Okay, you guys just stand down. At this time, Luo Jiro said in an icy tone, don't inform anyone of the news of me waking up, not even the 7 great elders. Yes, through Luo Jiro's tone, Elder Mu and Elder Lu also implicitly guessed something, but if Luo Jiro didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't ask a single more question. Just as Elder Mu and Elder Lu were about to exit the room, Elder Mu suddenly thought of something. She asked, sect leader, why don't you arrange for the male to stay in the side hall? Facing this sudden question from Mu Lao, Luo Jiro was directly at a loss as to how to answer. And when Elder Mu saw that Luo Jiro didn't say anything, he also looked at his own sect master with a puzzled expression. After a long silence, Luo Jiro then said in a flat tone, no, just let him stay here. I need to discipline him every now and then. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Elder Mu and Elder Lu both looked at Si-Chen with sympathetic gazes. It's too bad that it's so hard to save your own mother, and then you have to be disciplined. And from what they knew of their own godfather, the punishment must have been very cruel. The two protectors, filled with guilt for Si-Chen, slowly closed the door to the room. They no longer dared to imagine what kind of torture Si-Chen was going to suffer next. In the room, Si-Chen and Luo Jiro glanced at each other. Si-Chen smiled and asked, maiden? Luo Jiro, on the other hand, gave her a blank look. No playfulness. Si-Chen came to Luo Jiro's side and gently held her small hand. Why won't mother let me stay in the side hall? In the face of Si-Chen's actions, Luo Jiro pursed her lips with glowing eyes and did not draw her hand back. Still, she struggled to maintain her authority as the head of the family. This sect master should have made it clear just now. Then how is the lady going to discipline me? Si-Chen asked again. This sect leader had already thought about it back when he was still unconscious. Si-Chen's question could be considered a point that Luo Jiro was most proud of. Before, when Luo Jiro was in a coma, apart from indulging in Si-Chen's tenderness every day, thinking most about how to establish your dominance, and now is the time for her to put her ideas into action. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro pulled back the hand that was held in Si-Chen's hand and stood up to walk towards the white jade bed and couch. Come with this sect master. Looking at Luo Jiro's mysterious appearance, Si-Chen was also a little curious about what she would do. Luo Jiro came to the edge of the bed and sat on the edge of the white jade bed couch. She then propped her body up on her arms and leaned back slightly, slowly lifting herself to her feet. Bad guy. In order to punish you severely, now this teacher wants you to squeeze my feet. That's right. This was exactly one of the ways Luo Jiro had thought of when she was in her comatose state. To punish Si-Chen. At this time, Si-Chen stood beside the bed, while Luo Jiro sat on the bed and slightly raised her legs. Because the legs were lifted higher and Si-Chen's clothes were looser, this led to Luo Jiro's bare calves being exposed altogether. Combined with the blush on Luo Jiro's saintly and flawless pretty face, Si-Chen only felt that his spirit had been dealt a heavy blow. It is indeed disciplinary, and it is a heavy mental attack. Seeing that Si-Chen just stood by the bedside staring blankly at himself, Luo Jiro by the bedside was also shyly annoyed. Bad guy, what are you looking at? You've got weird eyes, and you have to tell me stories while you massage. Luo Jiro wrinkled her little nose and said to Si-Chen, the stories you told me a while ago were all wrong. Don't think I didn't hear them. Yikes. Just as Luo Jiro spoke, Sichin also gently took her small feet in his hands. The golden green light of the return to life Buddha hand reappeared, and Sichin accepted Luo Jiro's discipline with a face of grief and indignation. Although this scene had already happened more than once, Luo Jiro had been in a coma before, after all, and now that she was awake, she could feel the warmth from Sithin's large hands, as well as his aggressive gaze, propping up her body with her arms. Luo Jiro's small face, who was reclining at this time, was hot, but, looking at Sichan's sad expression, Luo Jiro instantly felt a little bit of joy in her heart again. Humph. Looking at his expression, it looks like this sect master's move really did have an effect. He'll have to be disciplined like this afterward. Bad guy. Tell this godfather a story. Sichin said softly while helping Luo Jiro with her massage. Let's tell a new story today. One that hasn't been told before. In the time afterward, Sichin sat on the edge of the bed, placing Luo Jiro's legs on his own lap and gently massaging her. At the same time he was telling Luo Jiro the story he had newly remembered. The atmosphere in the room was cozy and romantic, and the couple in it were enjoying this happiness that belonged to the two of them alone. With the passage of time, the story was nearing its end, and the golden green light flickering in Sichan's hands gradually dimmed. Snow White decides to marry Tsapina when she learns that his nose is free to grow longer and shorter. In the end, the two live a shamelessly happy life in the forest. Luo Jiro looked at Sichan dumbfounded. Why? Snow White is going to marry him because his nose gets longer and shorter. Ahem. That's a question for Mistress when next time. Luo Jiro lifted her foot and gently kicked Sichin, wrinkling her nose. Badass. I knew it wasn't a serious story the moment I heard it. Sichin pulled Luo Jiro's leggings down to cover her calves. At the same time, he smiled and asked, after massaging for so long, does the lady feel out of breath? Luo Jiro slightly raised her head. I'll spare you for now today. So what do we do next? Sithan asked again. Luo Jiro looked at Sichin. What would you normally be doing at this time? Sichin cocked his head. Cultivate. Cultivate in your room. Or go to the 7th elder and the 4th elder to cultivate. Sichin juggled and said to Luo Jiro. Speaking of which, your husband I opened up 36 cavernous heavens. Isn't that awesome? Humph. Awesome. Looking at Luo Jiro's indignant expression, Sichin scratched his head in some confusion. What's wrong mama? Humph. Awesome. Luo Jiro repeated again. Sichin would be damned if he really believed Luo Jiro's words. He leaned down and reached his arms straight out to take her onto his lap. Badass. Get off me. No release. Not until Mistress tells me why you're unhappy. Suddenly, Sichin realized that Luo Jiro in his arms was no longer struggling, and even the expression on his face became bright once again. She held onto Sichin's neck and smiled playfully. Sagittarius, can you tell people what you think of Xiaowan? Looking at this sudden transformation of Luo Jiro, and the change in her address to herself, Sichin only felt a sense of confusion. Still, Sichin pondered Luo Jiro's question carefully. After thinking for a while, Sichin replied, 7th elder? A very good person. She's helped me a lot, whether it's life or cultivation. Luo Jiro was still smiling as brightly. Did she help Sungda in life too? Well, that could be said. Sithan clearly hadn't realized the severity of the problem. He said sincerely, speaking of which, I was prepared to go to her place for a few days earlier if you didn't accept me and wanted to kick me out. Suddenly, a coolness rushed from Sichan's tailbone straight to the sky. At the same time, Luo Jiro's nuclear goodness voice rang in his ears. That's really nice. Sungda and Xiaowan are really close. That's really nice. Sungda and Xiaowan are really close. Something's not right. This atmosphere is not right. Sichin looked at Luo Jiro's slightly narrowed eyes, as well as her transition realm cultivation that was recovering rapidly. Jealousy is something that can even promote cultivation recovery, but now is obviously not the time to think about that, because at this moment Luo Jiro's little mouth was already able to hang oil bottles above it. What Luo Jiro thought in her heart and what she showed at this moment were not the same thing at all. Humph. Just as Sithan pondered how to salvage a bit of the transgression he had committed, Luo Jiro suddenly raised her hand and twisted it viciously around Sichen's waist. However, as if she was afraid of hurting Sichin, Luo Jiro had only just begun to exert her strength when she suddenly loosened her hand again. Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro broke free from Sichen's arms and grabbed the quilt on the side. Alone, he bounded to the innermost part of the bedstead and covered himself with the quilt. A word full of aggression came out from under the covers. This sect master is going to sleep. You bad guy, hurry up and go stay at Xiaowan's place for a few days. Hurry up and leave your mother alone. At this moment, Sichin sat on the outside of the bed, looking at Luo Jiro who had wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, her eyes filled with a gentle smile. My mother is really too cute. Sichin kicked off the shoes on his feet and slowly came to Luo Jiro's side. Looking at Luo Jiro who was covered in the quilt, Sichin raised his hand and gently lifted a small corner of the quilt. Look at the book law. Excuse me, is anyone in there? Luo Jiro yanked back a corner that Sithan had lifted. At the same time she huffed and puffed. There's no one at all. Sichen laid down beside Luo Jiro's body, smiled sideways and asked, is there really no one? Then why did I hear my mother's voice? Humph. This sect master is not your maiden. As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she realized that she was wrapped tightly in a pair of strong arms. At the same time, Sichen's voice came from his ears. But my lady and I are already married. She can't even run away if she wants to. Through the thin quilt, Luo Jiro was able to clearly feel the temperature that Sichen passed on to her. For a while, Luo Jiro's pretty face that was covered inside the quilt was a little hot, and she almost didn't even hold back from forgiving Sichen. However, Luo Jiro thought for a second, if she forgave Sithan so easily, then wouldn't her hard-earned position as head of the family go down the drain again? Thus, Luo Jiro thought quietly in her heart, one good sentence is not enough to make this sect master forgive you. At least a few more sentences are needed. Yikes. Just when Luo Jiro had already made up her mind, she suddenly realized that the quilt wrapped around her was lifted from the side. Immediately afterward, a figure darted in through this gap. Thus, inside this tiny quilt, Luo Jiro and Sichen were facing each other close together. The sound of both of their breathing heartbeats was so clear in the darkness. In this situation, Luo Jiro only felt her brain go blank. Where did she care about getting angry? Sichen asked in a small voice. Mother, do you want a hug? Luo Jiro subconsciously replied. Here? Sichen slowly held onto Luo Jiro's waist. That's for sure. Don't you want to, ma'am? Luo Jiro didn't block Sichen, but said timidly, but I still have some unhappiness in my heart. Woo! In the middle of Luo Jiro's cry of surprise, Sichen pulled her into his arms while kissing her deeply. In this dark and warm environment, all of Luo Jiro's attention shifted to the touch coming from her tongue. Gradually, Luo Jiro felt hot and the whole person became dizzy. I don't know how long it took, but only then did Luo Jiro, with that little bit of sanity left, pull back the quilt that was covering both of their heads. At this moment, Luo Jiro was lying on her back in Sichen's arms, a small face so red that it was about to drip water. Sichen sat up holding Luo Jiro and leaned down to whisper in her ear, asking, is your mother still angry? Humph. Knowingly, Luo Jiro stretched out her finger and poked Sichen's chest. You're such a big bad guy. It's obvious that this sect master is still angry. And you're still running around bullying me. Sichen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance and said with a smile, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. But there's also a part of it to be blamed on your mother. Luo Jiro gave Sichen a disgruntled blank look. How can there still be a part to blame on this sect master? Who asked for such a lovely maiden? Just lying there already makes me lose my ability to think. What nonsense! As the demon sect master, Luo Jiro, who had never experienced the affairs of men and women, where had she heard such meaty words? Luo Jiro was directly burying her face into Sichen's arms, not even daring to look at Sichen. However, Sichen could tell from Luo Jiro's red earlobes that she still seemed to like hearing these words. It's just really shy somehow. After the two of them hugged like this for a while, Luo Jiro, who was lying in Sichen's arms, suddenly raised her head to look at Sichen. What's wrong, ma'am? Luo Jiro's expression at this moment was very serious, while her eyes still contained a few hints of a winning look. Cultivation. This sect master is going to instruct you personally. Come on, come on. Well. In the room, Sichen sat cross-legged on the white jade bed couch, and Luo Jiro held Sichen's large hand in her hand, carefully observing the flow of spiritual energy in Sichen's body. After a while, Luo Jiro looked at Sichen in surprise. Bad guy, why are your meridians so much thicker than an ordinary person's? It's thick and hard. Spiritual energy operates dozens or hundreds of times faster than others. That's not a good thing to say. Sichen held Luo Jiro's hand and said with a helpless expression, Mother, let's just hurry up and help you recover your cultivation. I just broke through and there's nothing to cultivate right now. Luo Jiro pursed her lips and felt that what Sichen said made some sense. After sleeping for so long, Luo Jiro's meridians had been in a state of stagnation. Even without Sichen's help, the spiritual energy in it would have to stop flowing completely. Now that she had woken up, she still needed some time to recover her cultivation as well. Sichen looked toward Luo Jiro and asked softly, is there any way to help your mother recover faster? Luo Jiro said after a moment of contemplation, receive your spiritual energy into my meridians and help me speed up the speed of my meridians to run my spiritual energy. That might speed up my recovery a bit. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Sichen seemed to suddenly think of something. He looked at Luo Jiro beside him. Mother, isn't there a faster recovery method than this? Luo Jiro looked at Sichen. What method? Sichen heatedly smiled, moved to Luo Jiro's side, and whispered something in her ear. Sichen looked at Luo Jiro after he finished speaking. And then he saw Luo Jiro's pretty face turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Boo! Badass! What goes on inside your head all day? Kicking Si Chen off the bed, Luo Jiro covered her face with her hands and whispered, dual cultivation, double cultivation. Outside the room, listening to the sound that made the whole house shudder, Elder Mu and Elder Lu glanced at each other. It seems that the sect leader has already begun to discipline the Duke. Yes, the male is so pathetic. Inside the room, Sit Hen, who had been kicked off the bed, raised his hand and grabbed the edge of the bed, then slowly revealed a head. This is just a whim of mine. If you think it doesn't work, we won't try it. Ma'am. Humph. Luo Jiro raised her head and hummed lightly, raising her hand and patting the spot beside her. Don't come over yet. Si Chen stamped his foot on the ground and flew up from the ground, flying back to Luo Jiro's side. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, who had returned to her side, and pretended to carelessly straighten his somewhat wrinkled clothes, and asked casually, did the kick hurt you? Luo Jiro's tone was casual, but if one looked closely one would realize that her gaze never left Si Chen's body, and as Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's little arrogant look, he suddenly covered his chest in a very exaggerated cry. Ah, it hurts. Luo Jiro was startled by Si Chen's behavior, and her pretty face was filled with anxiety. Where does it hurt? For a moment, Luo Jiro suddenly became incomparably regretful. Luo Jiro. Double cultivation is double cultivation. How can you lay your hands on it without any lightness? However, just as Luo Jiro anxiously asked Si Chen where it hurt, Si Chen, who was covering his chest, suddenly stopped. He lifted his head, and the hand that had been covering his chest lifted slowly. At this moment, his thumb and forefinger crossed together, comparing it to a heart shape. Seeing that Nyangzi cares about me so much, I suddenly don't feel any pain anymore. Be heart. Looking at Si Chen's bad smile, and the heart shape he compared with his finger, Luo Jiro was stunned at first, but immediately afterward, she understood what had happened. Badass. Bitchy you. Luo Jiro cried out as if she was pouting, and raised her hand to pounce towards Si Chen. In the past when she was still in a coma, Luo Jiro had discovered that although Si Chen was very gentle, he would always be bitchy and tease her sometimes, but for some reason, Luo Jiro not only couldn't bear a trace of dislike for this kind of bitchy behavior, instead, he was amused by Sithan every time and forgot his troubles. Luo Jiro pounced on Si Chen, and immediately after that, to prevent him from resisting, Luo Jiro directly sat on Si Chen's body. Luo Jiro braced herself against Si Chen's chest, one finger pinching Si Chen's face and spinning it around. Strangle you bad boy. Mother, spare my life. Si Chen was pressed down by Luo Jiro and begged for mercy in an exaggerated manner. Inside the room at this time, the feelings between Si Chen and Luo Jiro were heating up fast. But outside the room, boo! Ah, it hurts. Mother, spare my life. Listening to this coming from within the room, a cry from Si Chen. The two protectors who had been worried about Si Chen being abused by their own sect master could be said to be anxious to the extreme. Elder Mu and Elder Lu agreed that Si Chen was the one they got back to marry Luo Jiro. Now, Si Chen had won their recognition and had managed to awaken Luo Jiro as well. They had the responsibility to protect Sithan's safety, and it would be best if they could make their own sect master give up on disciplining Sithan. However, from that cry of pathos, the two protectors could deduce, Sithan is in danger. The selfsame sect master was using some very sinister means to punish Sithan. Thinking of this, Elder Mu and Elder Lu glanced at each other. Old Mu, should we go in and persuade the sect master? It's necessary, but, in case the sect leader blames us for the sudden intrusion, couldn't care less. The Gongzi is in danger now. After the unanimous decision of Elder Mu and Elder Lu, it was necessary for them to go in and dissuade their sect master now. They were, after all, Luo Jiro's protectors, having watched Luo Jiro grow up from a young age, and had the closest relationship with Luo Jiro. If there was anyone else in the entire White Feather Divine sect who could make Luo Jiro change her decision, perhaps it was only the two of them. Summarizing the above, Elder Mu and Elder Lu decided to enter the room to stop Luo Jiro from disciplining Si Chen. In the room, Luo Jiro was sitting on Luo Jiro's body, twisting and twisting on his face while scolding him for being bad. Si Chen, on the other hand, loudly responded to Luo Jiro while raising his hand to support Luo Jiro's waist to prevent her from falling. And just as the couple was flirting and their feelings were heating up rapidly, the hands of Elder Mu and Elder Lu were placed on the door of the room. Immediately after that, Elder Mu and Elder Lu directly pushed open the door of the room after making up their minds. They flew off the handle. Sect leader, you have spared the Duke's life. Although he is guilty, he is not yet guilty enough to die. If you really have a grudge, just punch the two of us. At this moment, Mu Lao and Lu Lao stood frozen in the doorway, a pair of cloudy eyes staring blankly. Even the words they had thought of saying before stopped directly in their mouths. Across from the two of them, Si Chen was lying on the bed, while Luo Jiro was sitting on top of Si Chen. Even the hands were still cupped in Sithen's face. At the same time Luo Jiro's pretty face was turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. AP. The air fell into dead silence at that moment. A thought arose in the hearts of Elder Mu and Elder Lu at the same time. This is great. Originally I was going to get a lecture. Now I'm going to be silenced straight away. The two protectors had great doubts inside that old head of theirs. What the heck kind of disciplinary maneuver is that? In the midst of the deadly silence, Si Chen slowly raised his head to look at the two protectors, Elder Mu and Elder Lu. Is something wrong? The sect master and I are cultivating. No, nothing's going on. After Mu Lao stammered, he pulled up Lu Lao beside him, and the two of them quickly closed the door of the room. Before he left, Elder Mu didn't forget to say, "Sect leader, you continue to punish Gongzi." The door to the room was shut quickly, and only Si Chen and Luo Jiro were left in the room again. At this time, Si Chen turned his head to look at Luo Jiro who was pressing down on him. "Shall we continue, ma'am?" "Boo." Luo Jiro sat on the innermost side of the bed and couch, her back turned to Si Chen without looking at him. "Bad egg. The image of the sect master in Elder Mu and Elder Lu's mind has been ruined by you." Si Chen scratched his head somewhat helplessly. "Mother, who would have thought that Elder Mu and Elder Lu would suddenly come in here?" "Humph. It's not because you're always yelling." Luo Jiro turned her back to Si Chen. "I'm going to ignore you." "Really ignoring me?" In the face of Si Chen's question, Luo Jiro first hesitated for a moment, then colorfully said, "Just ignoring you." Well. Si Chen said in a flat tone, "Since your mother has already decided, let's cultivate ourselves." After Si Chen said that, he didn't bother to strike up a conversation with Luo Jiro again, but instead went to the corner of the bed and sat down on his knees by himself. Soon, Si Chen entered into the middle of his cultivation state, and the room quieted down. At this time, Luo Jiro, who had been turning her back to Si Chen, couldn't help but glance towards Si Chen's location when she noticed his state. When Luo Jiro was certain that Si Chen had truly entered a state of cultivation, a clear look of panic flashed across her eyes. Is it possible that I've gone a little too far? Once this thought surfaced in Luo Jiro's mind, she became more and more certain. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro hurriedly turned around, no longer turning her back to Si Chen. But Luo Jiro waited for a long time, but she didn't see any movement from Si Chen, who was still in the middle of cultivation. Si Chen just merely sat there, and Luo Jiro's heart became more and more anxious. In the end, Luo Jiro stood up and trotted to Si Chen's side, sitting close to him. At the same time, she didn't forget to arch over to Sithen's side, taking his spot a bit. At this time, Si Chen slowly opened his eyes to look at Luo Jiro. "Mother, is there something wrong? Didn't we agree to cultivate ourselves by ourselves?" Looking at Si Chen's gaze that didn't have a single fluctuation, Luo Jiro's heart became more and more flustered. But where had Luo Jiro ever encountered such a situation before? She didn't know how to speak. Eventually, Luo Jiro whispered, I want to cultivate in your position." "Oh," Sithan cocked his head. However, Si Chen didn't say anything more, but straightened up and walked towards the other side. Soon after, Si Chen continued to start cultivating again on the other side. It was also at this time that a figure sneakily came to Sithen's side and sat down again to arch towards him. This sect leader suddenly feels a little bad about that position. "I want to be here." As Luo Jiro finished her sentence, a blush flashed across her pretty face. "It's so humiliating. It's just so humiliating." Si Chen opened his eyes to look at Luo Jiro, and at this time, the laughter in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. "Mother, how can you always disturb other people's cultivation? Didn't we agree to cultivate ourselves on our own?" "Humph. This sect master has suddenly changed his mind." Luo Jiro's voice got smaller the more she spoke. "This sect master has decided to let you cultivate with me." "Oh," Sithan cocked his head. Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes glared. "Do you want to question the decision of the head of the family?" Dare not. Dare not." Si Chen raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's nose. "How dare I go against my mother's decision?" "Humph. That's more like it." Luo Jiro leaned on Si Chen and stretched out her arm toward him. "Don't hug the head of the family yet." Looking at Luo Jiro's outstretched arm towards himself, Si Chen's eyes had a tenderness that couldn't be dissolved. Without any hesitation, Si Chen took hold of Luo Jiro's waist and directly carried her into his arms. She was made to sit face to face in her arms, while her legs were coiled around Sithen's waist, once again being held in Si Chen's arms. Although this position really made Luo Jiro ashamed, there was still a faint trace of joy in her heart. It was because Si Chen was at least no longer prepared to cultivate by himself like he had just done. Hugging Si Chen's neck, Luo Jiro used her fingers to draw circles on Si Chen's shoulder. "Bad guy, did you just get upset?" Sithan smiled slightly. "When? It was just now, when I said I was ignoring you," Luo Jiro whispered. Seemingly afraid that Si-chen was still unhappy, Luo Jiro hurriedly said again, "That was all nonsense on my part. It wasn't genuine." Si-chen nodded, "I know." "Hey," Luo Jiro suddenly froze. "What do you know?" Si-chen held onto Luo Jiro's waist and met her four eyes. "I know that your highness isn't genuinely trying to ignore me." "Then you." Luo Jiro beamed in dissatisfaction. "Then why did you ignore me and start cultivating by yourself?" "Because." Si-chen first held Luo Jiro's waist tightly with his arm to prevent her from escaping in a while. AP. Immediately afterward he hemmed and hawed. "Because I'm faking it." "Ah. You total badass. You're playing lust with me, aren't you?" Hearing Si-chen's words, Luo Jiro's small fists kept pounding Si-chen's chest, while Si-chen coaxed her with a doting smile on his face. After Luo Jiro vented on Si-chen's chest, she poked Si-chen's chest in dissatisfaction. "Humph. Just a bad bully." Si-chen held Luo Jiro's waist with one hand and grabbed her wrist with the other while he said with a smile, "I have a question to ask my lady." Luo Jiro also finally put her heart down at this time because she knew that Si-chen wasn't really angry with her. She asked, "What's the problem?" Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's big, watery eyes. "Why did your mother take the initiative to come to me? I thought you would have been waiting for me to coax you." What a thing to say. Hearing Si-chen's words, Luo Jiro wrinkled her nose in great dissatisfaction while raising her hand to poke Si-chen hard in the face. Meeting Si-chen's four eyes, she said softly, "Who asked you, this bad guy, to be married to this sect master already? As a husband and wife, of course both of you have to give. And of course there's a more important point." Luo Jiro suddenly became extremely proud as she tilted her head and scrutinized Si-chen with a condescending gaze. As the head of the family, of course this sect leader has to dominate in everything he does, even the whole offering to apologize thing. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-chen was first stunned, and then he tightly hugged Luo Jiro in his arms. He didn't know why. Obviously Luo Jiro spoke in a very arrogant tone, but his heart was struck violently. A smirk spread across his eyes. "So, is my lady going to take the lead in things like washing dishes and cooking as well?" Luo Jiro suddenly gave a start as she cocked her head. This one I don't want it." "Yeah, it tickles." Luo Jiro was held in Si-chen's arms, and she suddenly let out a delicate cry, followed by collapsing into Si-chen. Si-chen scraped Luo Jiro's small nose and said to her with a smile, "Mother, shouldn't we start cultivating?" "Of course." Luo Jiro gently slapped away Si-chen's hand. "I've wanted to cultivate for a long time now, and if it wasn't for you stopping me all the time, my cultivation would have been fully restored." "Oh, is that so?" Seeing that Si-chen's big hand once again reached her waist, Luo Jiro hurriedly grabbed Si-chen's big hand and stared at her beautiful eyes and said, "Don't tickle this sect master anymore, otherwise I will punish you severely." I'm scared." Si-chen didn't tease her anymore. After all, the priority now was to help Luo Jiro recover her cultivation as soon as possible. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's pretty face and asked, "Mother, how do you need me to help you?" Being asked by Si-chen, Luo Jiro's pretty face suddenly turned a little red for some reason. However, she quickly returned to normal as she said solemnly, "This sect master will empty her body's guard, after which you can allow your spiritual energy to enter my meridians. Due to the long period of unconsciousness, this sect master's meridians are now in a congested state, requiring you to." Si-chen cocked his head. "Do you need me to poke at it for the lady?" Luo Jiro spat lightly. "Blah blah blah. It's not poke a poke, it's pass a pass." Luo Jiro slapped Si-chen's hand holding her waist. "Bad guy, let go of this sect master. We'll start right now." "Doesn't that work?" Si-chen asked. "Of course not." Luo Jiro blanked Si-chen as if she was pouting. What kind of person hugs while practicing? Well. Si-chen let go of the arm holding Luo Jiro, and the expression on his face gradually became serious. Accepting an outsider's spiritual energy into one's meridians was originally an extremely dangerous matter. Luo Jiro turned her back to Si-chen, and her entire aura changed in an instant. Letting go of the meridian's defense against unfamiliar spiritual energy was a big no-no for any cultivator. But at this moment, Luo Jiro didn't have a single moment's hesitation, and she didn't have any reservations about Si-chen. Si-chen raised his right hand and gently placed it at the back of Luo Jiro's heart, and the meridians around his body were completely revolving at this moment. Under Si-chen's spiritual energy operating speed that was dozens or hundreds of times that of an ordinary person, the majestic spiritual energy that was like a sea converged on Si-chen's hands. "Mother, I'm coming in. Come on in." As the words fell, Si-chen's surging spiritual energy also converged into Luo Jiro's meridians in an instant. At this time, Si-chen also discovered that Luo Jiro's meridians that had become stagnant due to the prolonged loss of soul. Without further hesitation, Si-chen controlled his spiritual energy to slowly push the flow of spiritual energy among Luo Jiro's meridians. In the beginning, because Luo Jiro's meridians were so severely blocked, the flow of spiritual energy was also very slow. Only when the meridians had completely flowed in a circle amongst Luo Jiro's peripheral meridians did the speed of the flow of spiritual energy begin to gradually accelerate. At the same time, the spiritual energy in Si-chan and Luo Jiro's bodies had also completely merged together at this moment. Spiritual energy flowed out from Si-chan's body, and after rushing around in Luo Jiro's body, it once again returned to Si-chan's body. During this process, Luo Jiro's meridians began to gradually recover, and the aura emanating from her body was rising rapidly. However, Luo Jiro's pretty face was also turning red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the jade neck became a pink color. The spiritual energy that entered her body at this time was not something without a master after all, but came from Si-chan's body. In this case, these spiritual forces would inevitably carry a portion of Si-chan's own aura. In the past, Luo Jiro's entire body was giddy just from being held in Si-chan's arms and sniffing the scent of his body between her noses. Not to mention the fact that the spiritual energy that was saturated with Si-chan's aura was now wandering through his body. This also made it so that, although Luo Jiro's cultivation was recovering rapidly, yet her body also began to transmit a sensation that was extremely unfamiliar to her. This feeling made Luo Jiro shy and timid, and she was even on the verge of not being able to restrain herself from wanting to jump into Si-chan's arms. Suddenly, Luo Jiro, who was originally sitting in meditation, moved in the direction where Si-chen was. And with the passage of time, Luo Jiro, who had originally been detached from Si-chen's embrace, was getting closer and closer to him. Bad guy, hold me tight. When Si-chen heard Luo Jiro's words, the corners of his mouth spread into a smile and he directly embraced her into his arms. Mother, I remember someone else just now saying that you can't cuddle when you're practicing. Humph, who said that? I didn't. Si-chen hugged Luo Jiro from behind, his hands dense with majestic spiritual energy placed at her lower dantian, continuing to help her push the spiritual energy among her meridians. After an unknown amount of time, just as Luo Jiro suddenly opened her small mouth and exhaled a mouthful of hot air, Si-chen also slowly withdrew his hand. At this time, Luo Jiro was leaning against Si-chen's arms, her entire body looking like she was being played out. However, even though Luo Jiro's entire body had become strange because of Si-chen's aura, the rebound in her cultivation was visible to the naked eye. If he had only been at the level of the first level of the transition realm before, he had at least recovered to the level of the third level of the transition realm now. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's appearance at this moment, his face filled with helplessness. How does it feel, ma'am? Badass. You say. At this moment, Luo Jiro was simply so ashamed and angry that she didn't even have the courage to look at Si-chen. At the same time, a thought suddenly surfaced in Luo Jiro's mind. Just the spiritual energy entering the meridians is already like this. So if it's really dual cultivation, Lara. Shame on you, shame on you. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro, who suddenly covered her face with her hands and started babbling. After Luo Jiro forcibly stabilized her emotions, she then looked at Si-chen with a serious look on her face. Ahem. This sect master has recovered a lot with your help. Well done. Si-chen smiled and asked, then may I ask if there is anything uncomfortable in the body of Lord Godfather? No. Luo Jiro definitely wouldn't tell Sit-han about the strange feeling coming from her body. Turning his head to look out the window, the sky was completely dark by now. Suddenly, Luo Jiro sat up from Si-chen's arms. Bad guy, this godmother doesn't want to wear your clothes anymore. I'm going to go change back into mine. Hey, Sit-han froze slightly. Be nice. Why the sudden change of clothes? And it's nighttime. Just a sudden urge to change. Stay out of it. Luo Jiro leapt off the bed quickly and jogged all the way into the innermost part of the room. Immediately afterward there was a rustling and changing of clothes in the room. And Sit-han lay in bed somewhat puzzled, contemplating what would happen next. Not long after, footsteps came from Luo Jiro's side, as well as Luo Jiro's shy cry. Bad guy, look at me. Following the voice, Si-chen's entire body froze when he saw Luo Jiro at that moment. Luo Jiro had already changed out of Si-chen's wide robes and switched to a white sarong. Unlike the previous long dress, this time this sarong only came up to the calf position. Luo Jiro's bare calves were completely exposed in the air at the moment. Under the red gold phoenix plume and the long hair that was casually coiled up, there was a touch of blush emerging on the cheeks that had been painted with a bit of light makeup. What attracted Si-chen's attention the most was the golden anklet that flickered with shimmering light at Luo Jiro's ankle. The white skin against the gold anklets added a touch of thrilling beauty. At this moment, Luo Jiro was simply standing there, facing Si-chen with 4 eyes. Noticing Si-chen's gaze, Luo Jiro subconsciously grabbed the hem of her skirt with her hand. Bad guy, you've got a weird look in your eye. Si-chen suddenly collected the smile on his face and said seriously, in the past, I always thought that my maiden was a fairy coming from the 9 heavens, but now I realize that I was wrong. Hearing Si-chen's words, Luo Jiro was a bit at a loss for words. She thought that Si Chen was not satisfied with the current her. Bokla. It's not pretty? Of course not. Si Chen shook his head incomparably decisively. Well, Si Chen pulled Luo Jiro's hand and made her come to the edge of the bed and sit down. Because I suddenly realized that my maiden is much better looking than a fairy. Ah, as Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro first froze. Then she reached out and poked Si Chen's chest with her finger. Oily mouth. Just say nice things. Having said that, the joy in Luo Jiro's eyes had completely betrayed her heart. As the saying goes, a woman pleases her own face. And this was the reason why Luo Jiro wanted to show her most perfect side in front of Si Chen. And Si Chen was able to fully appreciate her beauty. So how could this not be a two-way run? At this time Si Chen and Luo Jiro were sitting on the edge of the bed, and the moonlight outside the window was shining on the two of them. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's delicate and pretty face and said softly, "Mistress, may I ask if you want to sleep together today? You tell me." Luo Jiro looked dissatisfied and wrinkled her nose. "Are you still going to sleep somewhere else?" Si Chen rubbed Luo Jiro's furrowed brow. "I wasn't afraid that your mother wouldn't be prepared to sleep with me, so I asked." "Humph, since you asked the question in good faith." Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen very formally. "This is actually a part of disciplining you." "Oh, is this considered discipline?" Si Chen asked with a smile. "That's for sure." Luo Jiro seemed a bit weak, but she still said seriously, "Now this sect master is going to discipline you." Si Chen carried Luo Jiro into his arms while his body tilted over towards the back. "Then I will have to accept my mother's discipline." In the room, Si Chen was lying on a pillow, while Luo Jiro was resting on Si Chen's chest, while her pretty face had a small smug look on it. It was the first night the couple had experienced together after a lot of trials and tribulations. Neither of them had the slightest sleepiness, and both had countless words in their hearts that they wanted to say to each other. "Mother, do you know who caused you to go into a state of lost soul?" After experiencing so many things, Si Chen's mind had actually created some conjectures. After all, of all the people he had come into contact with over this period of time, there was only one person who was the most suspicious. Only, it all had to be confirmed from Luo Jiro here. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's eyes also flashed with a thick murderous aura. When she was with Si Chen, she would always hide her side as the demon sect master, leaving her most gentle side to Si Chen. But that was only when facing Si Chen. When facing others, Luo Jiro was still the demon sect master who held the lives and deaths of countless people in her hands. She said softly, "A few months ago, Qiubochuan came to me once and offered me a box filled with black gas." Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen's brows instantly furrowed. At this point, he knew that the truth was overlapping a little with his suspicions. After that, Luo Jiro recounted to Si Chen the exact reason why she had entered the state of lost soul as well as the beginning and end. During this entire process, Luo Jiro's tone was very flat. However, Si Chen knew that Luo Jiro's heart was far from as calm as her appearance showed. After all, without Si Chen's presence, Luo Jiro could have really died at the hands of Qiubochuan. The White Feather Divine sect that Luo Jiro had painstakingly managed would also completely fall into the hands of Qiubochuan. Moreover, right after Si Chen appeared, Qiubochuan had tried to kill him and draw him in several times, trying to use this to cut off Luo Jiro's last bit of hope. This has been almost monstrous hate. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's hand tightly and said softly, "Qiubochuan must not be alone. There must be someone behind him." Luo Jiro lay on her back in Si Chen's arms and gently nodded. "That's where I have the biggest headache, because I don't know how I'm going to uncover the people hiding behind him." Luo Jiro herself knew that if it was just a matter of simply killing Qiubochuan, it would be easy to do. However, once Qiubochuan is dead, his accomplices and those who supported him behind the scenes will completely disappear, and there was still the possibility of following up with another strike against her and Si Chen at any time. This was not the result Luo Jiro wanted to see. For a moment, the room was once again in the midst of silence. I don't know how long it took, but Luo Jiro suddenly noticed that Si Chen's arm around her tightened a few points. Luo Jiro raised her head and also happened to meet Si Chen's gentle gaze. "I'll fix it." Luo Jiro suddenly froze. "Settle what? Isn't your wife suffering from not being able to find out who Qiubochuan's accomplices are? I'll help you." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro shook her head at the first moment without even thinking. "No." Si Chen touched Luo Jiro's head. "How can it not work? Your mother hasn't even listened to my solution yet. No matter what." "No," Luo Jiro said without budging at all. "I won't allow you to be in the slightest danger. Understand?" Luo Jiro wrapped her hands around Si Chen's neck and said to Si Chen with incomparable seriousness, "This sect master has already made up her mind when she was unconscious, and when this sect master wakes up, she will definitely let you hold her thighs. But how can you risk your life when you haven't even been allowed to hold the thigh yet?" Looking at Luo Jiro's serious appearance, the gentleness in Si Chen's eyes increased. He smiled and asked, Is it really possible to get a hug? Luo Jiro nodded heavily. Of course, this sect master has already thought this way a long time ago. Yikes. In the next second, Sichen lifted Luo Jiro from his arms onto a pillow, while he himself slowly bent down, and Luo Jiro's exclamation of shock followed. Denizens, that's not the way to hug your thighs. Alright, the thighs have been hugged, so isn't it time to hear your Sagittarius plan next? Humph. Luo Jiro's pretty face was scarlet as she shrunk to the innermost side of the bed, turning her back on Sichen and not looking at him. What the sect master meant by hugging the thigh is to back you up. Who told you to make a mess like this? Sichen came behind Luo Jiro and stretched out his arm to hold her waist. In her ear, she swore, I misunderstood. I'll be sure to pay attention next time. Don't really need to pay too much attention. Ah no. Luo Jiro, who had almost blurted out her true inner thoughts, hastily covered her mouth. Say it. If there's the slightest danger, this sect leader won't even agree to it. Sichen first smiled, then asked, now that the news that Nyangzi has awakened, only you and I, as well as Elder Mu and Elder Lu know about it, right? Aha, Luo Jiro nodded. This was something she had specifically instructed Elder Mu and Elder Lu in the beginning. Sichen continued. This also means that the outside world thinks that Nyangzi is still in the middle of a coma. And for those on the side of Qiubuochuan, as long as Nyangzi is still unconscious, then I still have the qualifications to be pulled in. That is to say, right now I am the only one who can enter the interior of the Quebecois side. After hearing Sichen's words, Luo Jiro didn't answer at first, but immediately afterward, she directly shook her head. This sect leader does not agree. It's okay ma'am, Sithan said softly. When I say it's relevant, it's relevant. This time, Luo Jiro changed from her previous playfulness and gentleness, and her tone was full of seriousness. She turned around and met Sithan on all fours. You'll be in danger. Sichen pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks. The danger is small. That won't work either. Luo Jiro continued. What if the other party wants to kill you to silence you? Suddenly, Luo Jiro's tone took on a heartbreaking aggravation. Do you want this sect master to be widowed? How? Sichen took Luo Jiro into his arms and whispered in her ear. As your mother's husband, of course I have to face these things with you. Sichen looked into Luo Jiro's eyes and said softly, we're husband and wife. That's the way it should be between husband and wife. Looking at Sichen's eyes that were as deep as an abyss, at this moment Luo Jiro suddenly froze. She would never forget the words that Sithan was saying now, because that was exactly what Sichen had said to her during the assassination of the men in black not too long ago, when he was holding her and fighting dozens of people alone. It was also from then on that Luo Jiro completely identified with these words. Now, hearing Sichen say this again, Luo Jiro suddenly felt her heart hit again. Being pinched by Sichen's chin, Luo Jiro didn't resist in the slightest and only whispered, but I'm afraid that you'll be in danger. Then let Elder Mu and Elder Lu go with me. At that time, we'll make a beautiful appointment to visit the Grand Elder. With Elder Mu and Elder Lu around, Qiubuochuan won't make a move against me, otherwise he wouldn't be able to hang around in the White Feather Divine Sect. As Sichen's words fell, Luo Jiro didn't refute Sichen anymore, but she still had a very strong look of worry in her eyes. Sichen patted her shoulder. Alright, it's decided. I'll go tomorrow and come back tomorrow. It's just a quick visit. There won't be any problems. Just then, Luo Jiro also finally reacted. She raised her hand and removed the red gold phoenix plume that had coiled her hair, and her head of green silk was spread out with it. Luo Jiro took Sichen's hand and placed the red gold phoenix plume in his hand. It's okay for you to go, but you have to take it with you. Sichen took the red gold phoenix plume and nodded to Luo Jiro. Fine, all at your mother's will. Humph. Luo Jiro hummed softly. And you go and return quickly. You can't linger too much. Hey, Sithan looked at her with some confusion. In order to understand more clearly, of course I have to stay a little longer. That won't work either. A look of indignation suddenly surfaced on Luo Jiro's pretty face. What if you stay there for a long time and get attached to Xiaoyao? After all, she's the one who took the initiative. Concubine has met your son. To be honest, if it wasn't for Luo Jiro mentioning this name once again, Sichen would have almost forgotten about it. Looking at Luo Jiro mimicking what Xiaoyao had said to him back then in a conspiratorial tone, Sichen also shook his head helplessly. Mother, I don't even know her. That too. Although Luo Jiro didn't say anything on her lips, she knew very well in her heart how attractive Sichen's various qualities were to the opposite sex, especially within a demonic sect like the White Feather Divine Sect. A strong cultivation as well as a perfect physique was an absolute must. That's why she was always worried that Sithan would be abducted by another woman. Luo Jiro rolled over once more and sat on top of Sithan in one fell swoop. She propped her hand on Sichen's chest and looked down on him condescendingly. Bad guy, you have to be good, or else the head of the family will punish you. Because of giving the red gold phoenix plume to Si-chan, Luo Jiro's hair wasn't coiled up anymore. At this moment, she was looking down at Si-chan like this, her hair cascading down, tickling Si-chan's face. Si-chan looked out the window at the bright moon high in the sky, and he knew that a new day had arrived. At this time, Si-chan stretched out his arm to hold onto Luo Jiro's waist, and his body, which was originally lying down, violently lifted up. Yikes! Under this huge inertia, Luo Jiro fell towards the back with her hands and feet, her legs tightly coiled around Si-chan's waist, but immediately afterward, he was taken in Si-chan's arms. Si-chan straightened Luo Jiro's hair on her forehead and met her at eye level. At this moment, neither of them spoke again, but the thumping heartbeats of both of them completely betrayed their hearts. Si-chan came to Luo Jiro's ear and whispered, "Mother, do you want a hug?" Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with shyness. She remembered that Si-chan had asked her this question earlier when he burrowed inside her quilt. At that time, she was almost stunned by Si-chan's kiss. At this moment, hearing Si-chan say this again, Luo Jiro directly twisted her head to the side. "I don't know." In a trance, Si-chan actually saw a small touch of flirtatious color from Luo Jiro's face. Without any hesitation, Si-chan held Luo Jiro's waist tightly with one hand and held her neck with the other, then kissed her deeply. Woo! Being treated so dominantly by Si-chan once again, Luo Jiro stretched out her arms to hug Si-chan's back tightly, and even her ability to think was lost. The room was heating up with the passage of time. The high, bright moon gradually moved down and hid behind a cloud. Inside the room, Si-chan and Luo Jiro's murmurs died with the wind. "Ma'am, is it okay? But my body is still a bit weak. Can I use this place? Mother, it's time to get up." Don't. You bad guy, hurry up and go to Kobaquin's place." Inside the room, Si-chan looked at Luo Jiro, who had covered herself tightly with the quilt, and a gentle smile filled his eyes. Si-chan sat on the edge of the bed and raised his hand to gently pat Luo Jiro. "Mother, your husband is going to a very dangerous place, so you should at least come out to see me." Luo Jiro still didn't remove the quilt covering her head, but her pout-like voice came out from the quilt. "Don't! This godmaster has sore hands and feet right now and needs a good rest." Si-chan caressed Luo Jiro's quilt like he was petting a kitten, and smiled heatedly. "It seems like we need to work out more before we can do that. Any more nonsense and this sect master will have to discipline you." When she thought of Si-chan's compelling words last night, and what she did after listening to his words, Luo Jiro's face burned as if it were on fire. "Yesterday I was really spooked. How could I listen to this bad guy and do something so humiliating?" Well. Si-chan helplessly patted Luo Jiro inside the quilt, then stood up. "Then I'll set off with Elder Mu and Elder Lu. Mother, have a good rest." Si-chan said and took a step towards the door of the room. As for Luo Jiro, whose entire body was covered inside the quilt, her heart trembled when she heard Si-chan's words. Although she was a bit shy because of last night's incident and didn't know how to face Si-chan, she was more worried about Sithan's trip this time. Listening to Si-chan's footsteps that were moving away, Luo Jiro eventually couldn't help herself. She pulled the covers over her head and her head peeked out from under them. In the first moment of pulling back the covers, Luo Jiro's gaze went in the direction that Si-chan had left. At this time, Luo Jiro also happened to see the door of the room being closed by Si-chan from the outside. Outside the room, Si-chan and Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, "Then I'll trouble you to travel with me to Ghost Peak." Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at the Si-chan in front of them and only felt more and more satisfied the more they looked at him. How could they not have imagined that they had actually found such an excellent Sangha member for their own sect master? "Your Excellency is polite. This is something that the two of us are responsible for," Si-chan added. "After arriving at Ghost Peak, Elder Mu and Elder Lu will just need to wait for me outside. There is no need to hide your scent. Just let the entire Ghost Peak know that you are traveling with me." Elder Mu and Elder Lu's brows twitched before they nodded. "Good." As the words fell, the three of them, Si-chan, transformed into a stream of light and flew in the direction where Ghost Peak was located. Si-chan wasn't the least bit worried that someone would take advantage of their absence to endanger Luo Jiro. After all, now Luo Jiro could no longer be that unarmed vegetable, but a fully awake Transition Realm 9 major powerhouse. If someone did dare to come, it would probably go extremely peacefully. In the room, upon noticing that Si-chan and the two protectors had left, Luo Jiro, who was covered inside the quilt, sat up. She gently jumped out of bed and couldn't help but purse her lips as she looked around the empty room. This bad guy really doesn't know how to be ashamed. Definitely can't spoil him with these bad habits. That said, Luo Jiro's actions seemed to be the opposite of her words. As Luo Jiro spoke, a modest jade bucket as well as a few heavenly plants spreading a strange aroma also appeared in front of her. Luo Jiro placed these several heavenly plants in the wooden barrel, and with a gentle movement of her fingers, spring water full of spiritual chi appeared out of thin air and flowed into the jade barrel. Luo Jiro then placed the jade bucket on the floor next to the bed. while she herself sat on the edge of the bed and, gently lifting her little feet, she placed them in the middle of the jade bucket, one of the 8 main peaks of the White Feather Divine Sect, Een Ghost Peak. At this time, Si Chen and Elder Mu Laolu had already arrived outside of Een Ghost Peak. Almost at the same time, Chiu Buochuan's calm and cordial voice followed. Ha ha ha, today, Your Excellency is a guest at my Een Ghost Peak? As the words fell, a figure appeared in the line of sight of the three of them, and it was none other than Chiu Buochuan. My lord, the two of us will wait for you here. Si Chen nodded and didn't say anything more as he flew directly towards Chiu Buochuan's side. Coming closer, Chiu Buochuan greeted Si Chen with incomparable enthusiasm. Sir, I've waited so hard for you. As Chiu Buochuan spoke, his line of sight also swept extremely subtly over Elder Mu and Elder Lu's bodies. When he realized that Elder Mu and Elder Lu had all followed Si Chen along, a dark light flashed in his eyes. Si Chen said with the same enthusiasm, Grand Elder, I've been busy with cultivation lately, that's why I'm a little late. It doesn't matter. The Grand Elder pulled Si Chen's hand. Let's go. Before it was all about going to the Duke's place. Now that the Duke has come to my place, I'll do my best as a landlord anyways. Si Chen followed Chiu Buochuan to the middle of a large hall, which was already well decorated. Not only that, a tall figure was standing timidly in the middle of the hall at that moment, her gaze never leaving Si Chen. Si Chen's eyebrows twitched. Wasn't this person in front of him the same Xiao who had followed Chiu Buochuan to Rakshasa Peak last time? Si Chen was able to clearly perceive that the Xiao in front of him also had a cultivation level of the 6th level of the Yuanshan realm, and there seemed to be a charm emanating from her at all times. After taking her seat in the middle of the great hall, Xiao came to Si Chen's side with a jade wine pot. It seemed like it was intentional. When helping Si Chen pour the wine, Xiao would always inadvertently touch Si Chen's body. At the same time, her gaze never left Si Chen, and Si Chen even felt that her gaze was already about to pull the wool over her eyes. Enjoy your meal, sir. After pouring the wine, Xiao bowed slightly towards Si Chen and walked into the depths of the great hall. During this entire process, Chiu Buochuan did not speak. Only after Xiao left did Chiu Buochuan say, Gongzi is worthy of being a teenage genius. His charm is just great. Grand Elder is laughing. Si Chen let out a light laugh. Chiu Buochuan looked at Si Chen as if it was a careless and casual question. I wonder how the gentleman feels about Yaoer. Si Chen raised the wine cup in his hand and said after taking a light sip, whether it's the exterior or the qualifications, they are all described as excellent. Ha ha ha, Yaoer, this child's nature is like that. She will become extremely proactive towards those she likes. Chiu Buochuan clinked glasses with Si Chen. Most of all, Yaoer, she is a 10,000 charm spirit body. The perfect hearth physique. Hearth physique? Si Chen's eyebrows twitched. Ha! Chiu Buochuan suddenly threw Si Chen a look that all men understand. The 10,000 charm spiritual body can not only be able to feed back on the Tao couple in terms of cultivation, but there are even more subtle places. That tasting must have been very moist. Hearing Chiu Buochuan's words, Si Chen said with a smile. Chiu Buochuan once again clinked glasses with Si Chen. I won't hide it from you, Yaoer, she is a great admirer of you. Alas, it's just a pity that your son is already married to the sect leader. Chiu Buochuan's tone was filled with sympathy. Si Chen waved his hand, chagrined. Don't mention these. Good. Don't mention these things that make people unhappy. Drink and drink. From the beginning to the end, Chiu Buochuan was testing Si Chen's opinion of Luo Jiro a little bit. When Vengeance Buochuan noticed Si Chen's chagrined mood, there was an extremely obvious joy in his eyes. After 3 rounds of drinking, Chiu Buochuan acted as if he was joking. Gongzi, no matter how much you give to the sect leader, you won't be able to reap a single response. It's really not as real as a woman like Yaoer. Si Chen looked at Chiu Buochuan. He knew that the time of the figure was coming, and all Si Chen had to do was to give Chiu Buochuan hope, but without being too proactive. Si Chen let out a long sigh. The Grand Elder is right. It's just a pity that I'm already married to the sect leader and am destined to be unable to do anything else. Chiu Buochuan added, with your son's talent, what kind of woman can't you find? If the sect leader has been unable to wake up, could it be that His Excellency is really hanging from a tree? Si Chen shook his head sadly. It's destined to be just like this. Actually, nothing is certain. Suddenly, Chiu Buochuan said, there is still hope that Gongzi can end this life. Oh, Si Chen looked toward Chiu Buochuan, extremely interested. How? Chiu Buochuan looked at Si Chen's behavior at this moment, and he knew that the time had come. The fact that the sect leader was able to be in a coma for such a long time without his vitality fading is entirely due to the many efforts made by Your Excellency. Chiu Buochuan pulled on Si Chen's arm. Once one day the Duke stops helping the sect leader maintain his vitality due to some difficult situation, then nothing will be able to restrict the Gongzi in the future. Hearing Chiu Buochuan's words, A look of difficulty appeared on Si Chen's face. This, Xiao Buochuan lifted his wine cup and took a sip. Oh, these are just old man's ramblings too. No. Si Chen suddenly looked at Xiao Buochuan. Grand Elder, please also elaborate. A black light flashed in Xiao Buochuan's eyes. Your Excellency really wants to hear it? Si Chen was a bit hesitant. If I listen to the Grand Elder and something really happens to the sect leader, I'm afraid I'll have to bury the sect leader with him. Ha! That's not something the prince needs to worry about. Xiao Buochuan waved his big hand, his eyes full of confidence. In this white feather divine sect, I, Xiao Buochuan, still have some power. Your Excellency and I have known each other from the first moment we met. So how could I watch Your Excellency bury himself for someone who was destined to die? Is that true? Seriously. Suddenly, Si Chen left his seat and stood up as he made a deep bow to Xiao Buochuan. I still ask the Great Elder to show me a clear path. I will look up to the Great Elder in the future. I won't hide it from the Grand Elder. I've long since had enough of these days of suffocation. Please rise, my lord. Looking at Si Chen at this moment, Xiao Buochuan's heart was filled with complacency. He visited Si Chen several times, sidestepping his feelings for Luo Jiro, waiting for this very day. Si Chen's qualifications were something that all the elders knew by heart. It could be said that if any party pulled in Si Chen, it would be a great boost. Moreover, from Si Chen's behavior at this moment, Si Chen seemed to be extremely torn, not wanting to betray Luo Jiro, but also wanting to end this suffocating life. None of these many manifestations can be false. Xiao Buochuan pulled over Si Chen's hand and raised his hand to erect a soundproof boundary around his body. After doing this, Xiao Buochuan said, My lord, have you thought about it? At this time, Si Chen, who seemed to have already gone out of his way, nodded his head heavily. The junior is willing to listen to the Grand Elder. Ha ha ha, good. Then I wonder what the latecomer should do. Si Chen asked. Xiao Buochuan smiled faintly. After Your Excellency departs from me, just restore the body for the sect master as usual. It's just that the maneuvers involved. Si Chen came to a sudden realization. There seems to be some problems with my senior's technique, and I can no longer help the sect leader maintain his vitality. Hearing Si Chen's words, Xiao Buochuan laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, it's just convenient to talk to a smart person like Gongzi. Many thanks for the Great Elder's teachings. What are you talking about, Your Excellency? From this moment onwards, you and I will no longer be elders and juniors, but close friends. Yes. At this time, Si Chen still seemed to be a bit worried. Great Elder, at that time, can you really save the life of the late generation? It seems that Your Excellency is still a bit distrustful of my Xiao Buochuan's power. Oh, Si Chen looked at Xiao Buochuan. Did the Grand Elder leave something behind? Xiao Buochuan said in a deep voice. If Your Excellency hadn't come to my side before, I might have had some doubts, but now with the help of the Duke, you and I, plus the second Elder and the sixth Elder, who amongst this white feather divine sect can stop us? A flash of surprise flashed through Si Chen's eyes. We even have such a helping hand? And that's just within the divine sect. Xiao Buochuan didn't seem to want to say more and stopped after saying this. Si Chen's gaze grew more and more surprised. The Grand Elder is truly far-sighted. Your Excellency, Liao Zhan. As he spoke, Xiao Buochuan also dispersed the soundproof boundary he had erected. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Buochuan smiled and patted Si Chen's shoulder. Sir, why don't you stay on Yin Ghost Peak? Yaoer happens to have some cultivation matters that she would like to discuss with Gongzi late at night. Hearing Xiao Buochuan's words, Si Chen nodded his head almost without hesitation, but then shook his head immediately afterward. A tangled look filled his face. Why wouldn't I want to? But then I turn around and think, if I end this misery sooner, I'll be able to live a better life sooner. So, I'm going to go back first, Si Chen said in a deep voice, but I think it won't be long before I can come back here to the Grand Elder again. At that time, the Great Elder should prepare good wine. Ha. The little worry that was originally in Xiao Buochuan's heart was completely gone at this moment. He smiled broadly and said, then we can only condemn Yaoer to another period of bitter waiting. However, now at least there is hope. Si Chen bowed slightly toward Xiao Buochuan and said impatiently, Grand Elder, then I'll go back now and start making preparations. Well, sir, take your time. Greeting Xiao Buochuan once again, Si Chen couldn't wait to fly towards the outside of the Great Hall. Behind him, Xiao Buochuan looked at Si Chen's back with a pleased expression. Luo Jiro, how can you, a dying man, possibly fight me? After leaving from Xiao Buochuan, Si Chen returned directly to Rakshasa Peak with old man Lu Mu. Needless to say, things seemed to be going a little smoother than he had expected. Or was Xiao Buochuan incredibly confident in that black chi of his? In fact, it was right to imagine carefully. Who in their right mind could imagine that an odd job disciple would have something of the level of the red gold phoenix plume in his hands? If Si-Chen was really just an ordinary disciple, then even if his qualifications were high, there was simply no way to help Luo Jiro get rid of that ominous taboo. Although Qiu Buchuan still had reservations about Si-Chen had gotten the information he most wanted to get. A few moments later, Si-Chen and Elder Mu Lu returned to Rakshasa Peak. Without much hesitation, Si-Chen directly pushed open the door of the room and looked towards it. The scene in the room, on the other hand, caused Sithan to faintly stare. One could only see that at this moment, Luo Jiro was sitting on the edge of the bed, with a jade bucket filled with spiritual qi placed below her, while her small pair of white and tender feet were swaying in the air. Obviously, she had just washed her feet and hadn't controlled the water. Although Luo Jiro mouthed the words that she could no longer spoil Si-Chen's bad habits, but she secretly washed her feet with an elixir capable of retaining fragrance when Si-Chen left. Just as Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro of course also discovered Si-Chen who had returned. Meeting Si-Chen at eye level, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned red in an instant. She hastily pulled the hem of her skirt down. Bad guy. No looking. Si-Chen stood in the doorway, looking at Luo Jiro in the room, where he could still not know what had happened. For a moment, a gentle smile filled Si-Chen's eyes. Coming to Luo Jiro's body, Si-Chen pulled over Luo Jiro's hand and asked with a smile, "It smells so good. Do you know what flavor this is, ma'am?" "No, I don't know." Luo Jiro blocked her feet with the hem of her skirt, as if she was a small child whose secret had been discovered, and didn't dare to look into Si-Chen's eyes. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance and whispered in her ear, "I remember someone once saying that her feet would never stink, so why is she secretly washing them while I'm out?" Luo Jiro was a little tickled by the hot breath that Si-Chen exhaled as he spoke. She poked Sithan's arm with her beak. "Humph, it's not to cater to you, the bad guy." Yikes. Just as Luo Jiro was speaking, she suddenly let out a cry. At this moment, Si-Chen squatted down in front of Luo Jiro and took her small feet hidden under the hem of her skirt in his hands. Bad guy, what are you doing?" Si-Chen held Luo Jiro's small feet and placed them in the middle of the jade bucket, helping her gently massage them. "How's that for strength, ma'am?" Can. Luo Jiro sat on the edge of the bed, her pretty face crimson as she watched Si-Chen squatting in front of her, helping her wash her feet with a serious face. Time seemed to have come to a standstill at this moment, and the scene in the room seemed like a cozy picture. Luo Jiro would put in the effort for Si-Chen's liking, and why wouldn't Si-Chen leave all his tenderness to Luo Jiro? Finally, in Luo Jiro's shy and indignant mood, Si-Chen let go of her little feet. Luo Jiro quickly took her foot back, then wrinkled her nose and said, "Bad egg, bullying this sect master as soon as you come back." Si-Chen came to Luo Jiro's side, and with a flash of red light in his hand, the red gold phoenix plume then appeared in his hand. "Nah, I told you it wouldn't be dangerous." It didn't even get its turn to strike. Luo Jiro took a long breath. "That's also true. We can't take it lightly. After all, Qiubochuan is not a good person." Well, all at your mother's service. Here, I'll help mistress put it on. By the way, I'll tell you about today's harvest." Si-Chen hugged Luo Jiro and had her back to himself, using the red gold phoenix plume to help her put her hair up once more. With several previous experiences, Si-Chen's technique was much more skillful at this time. At the same time, Si-Chen shook his hand, and a glowing mirror appeared in front of Luo Jiro. Looking at herself in the mirror, as well as Si-Chen, who was helping herself to put up her hair, Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with happiness. At this time, Luo Jiro seemed to suddenly think of something as she asked, "Bad guy, will you help other girls with their hair in the future?" Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-Chen first gave a start, then he nodded. "Aha, will." Luo Jiro, who was still full of happiness, froze in an instant, and she beamed in aggravation. No, you say it from the beginning." "That's right." Sithan cocked his head. "It should." Hearing Si-Chan's reply again, the aggression in Luo Jiro's eyes almost turned into substance. But at this time, Luo Jiro once again heard Si-Chan's words. "When my mother gives me a lovely daughter later on, I guess I'll have to help her with her hair then." "Ha!" As Si-Chan's words fell, the aggravation in Luo Jiro's eyes instantly disappeared and was replaced by a strong shyness. She raised her hand and twisted it hard on Sithan's arm. "Badass. Who's going to give you a daughter?" "Nonsense." By this time Si-Chen had also helped Luo Jiro plait her hair, and he said with a smile, "Surely the maiden will give birth to me. Can I go to someone else?" "La." As soon as Si-Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro said anxiously, "Of course you can't find someone else. It's not like I refused." Si-Chen looked into Luo Jiro's eyes and asked with a smile, "Really?" Facing Si-Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro suddenly met him on all fours very formally. "Humph, This sect master will definitely do what he says. Ha ha ha, so happy. This sudden loud laugh from Si-chen startled Luo Jiro, but looking at Si-chen's smile that seemed like a child's, Luo Jiro couldn't help but laugh along with him. You're smiling like you're a fool. So is the maiden. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not. You're the only one who is. Luo Jiro sat on the bed couch with her legs on the ground in a very unladylike manner while saying to Si-chen, bad fellow, quickly tell the sect master about today's events. As you wish, Lord Godfather. Si-chen came to sit beside Luo Jiro and took her entire body into his arms. At the same time, Si-chen began to tell Luo Jiro about the conversation between him and Xiaobuochuan today. However, Luo Jiro was lying on her back in Si-chen's arms, and her little nose gently shrugged. She then propped her hands on Si-chen's shoulders, and her small face came up between Si-chen's neck, sniffing gently. What's wrong, ma'am? No, it's okay. In the end, he left me to spend the night at Ghost Peak, so your husband would definitely not agree. That's what happened. But Xiaobuochuan still seems to be a bit wary of me, and didn't tell me much about the details. Si-chen's narration came to an end, and the various experiences of today were told to Luo Jiro, although Si-chen was a bit puzzled as to why Luo Jiro was suddenly sniffing around his body. But hearing her say that she was fine, Si-chen didn't care too much, and almost as soon as Si-chen finished his narration, Luo Jiro said, it's true that Xiaobuochuan hasn't fully trusted you yet. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro in his arms with some surprise. Why did your mother say that? Aside from Party Hua and Huhan, Xiaobuochuan didn't tell you any information, and he's actually betting on it. For some reason, Luo Jiro's tone was aggravated, as if she was desperately trying to suppress the waves within her heart while also helping Si-chen analyze the current situation. If you really did what he said, then naturally all would be happy. And if you betrayed them and put their message out into the world, they could just as easily bite the bullet and say you're full of shit. They are, after all, the third of the 7 elders, and have much more authority than you and Mu Lao Lu. Of course, all of this presupposes that this sect master hasn't woken up yet. Si-chen only wanted to say that it really wasn't without reason that Luo Jiro was able to lead the White Feather Divine sect to become the largest demonic sect in the Kanglan realm. Just by listening to him alone, he was able to instantly analyze the key points, and that's something Si-chen has been thinking about. Luo Jiro didn't say anything more after analyzing it. She gently broke away from Si-chen's arms and came to lie down on the innermost side of the bed by herself. Luo Jiro turned her back to Si-chen and said softly, bad guy. This sect master is a bit sleepy. Let's sleep. Si-chen was stunned by Luo Jiro's series of actions. According to Si-chen's knowledge of the girls, the words I'm not upset, I slept that they said were all false. Si-chen came to lie down beside Luo Jiro and stretched out his arm to wrap around her waist from behind. Then he put his mouth to her ear and whispered, is my lady unhappy? Luo Jiro's body trembled lightly, but she still didn't turn around. No, this sect master is just a little sleepy. Si-chen listened to Luo Jiro's tone that was trying to hide her aggression, and was even more puzzled. Si-chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly and said softly in her ear, it's not right to lie to people, especially to your own husband. This sect master didn't. I'm just a bit uncomfortable in my own body, so I'll be fine after a nap. Yikes. Luo Jiro had only just finished speaking. Then she let out a cry of alarm and hurriedly used both hands to press down on Si-chen's big hands holding her. AP. Badass. Don't move. Si-chen saw that Luo Jiro had been hiding her grievances in her heart, so he had no choice but to take some necessary measures. Si-chen gently kneaded Luo Jiro's little tummy, while also using his fingers to pinch the soft flesh on her stomach from time to time. Si-chen's actions were directly causing Luo Jiro's entire body to itch, and her pretty face was even scarlet. But even so, Luo Jiro remained stubborn and didn't turn around to look at Si-chen. Ha! Just then, Si-chen's hand suddenly stopped and gave a light eep. Then Si-chen said with a smile, I remember the book said that girls' waists are slim without a trace of flab. But, at this time, Luo Jiro's attention was also attracted by Si-chen. It was about Si-chen's opinion of her figure, and it was impossible for Luo Jiro not to care. She asked stubbornly, but what? Si-chen came close to Luo Jiro's ear and whispered, but why is your mother's stomach soft? Badass. Say it again. At this time, where did Luo Jiro care about the grievances in her heart? She directly turned around and stared at Si-chen with a pair of beautiful eyes puffing with anger. Bad guy. Are you calling this godmother fat? Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro, who finally turned around and shook his head with conviction. In my mind, my mother's body has always been perfect. In fact, it was just as Si-chen had said. Luo Jiro's figure was tall and also extremely well built. In particular, the pair of long, straight legs and the slender waist were works of art. Luo Jiro snorted lightly. Humph. Then why did you just say that this sect master's stomach is soft? Is it because you think this sect master is fat? For a moment, Luo Jiro even really felt that she had gained weight. After all, She hadn't been able to get out of bed and move around for this period of time, while still being fed all sorts of heavenly herbs and earthly treasures by Sichen every day. It would be possible if they actually gained some weight. In the face of Luo Jiro's question, Sichen looked at her eyes and said, "It may be that there is no way to feel clearly through the clothes, or, no more talking." Luo Jiro hurriedly raised her hand to cover Sichen's mouth, and at the same time, a few moments of very obvious panic flashed in her eyes. But just at this moment, Luo Jiro solidly realized that Sichen raised his hand and grabbed her wrist, and his other hand tightly hugged her waist. In Sichen's arms, Luo Jiro couldn't even turn around anymore if she wanted to. That was all she could do to stay close to Sithen, with less than a finger's distance between their noses. At this time, Sichen softly asked, "Can my lady tell me now why you are unhappy?" Once again being asked this question by Sichen, the aggression in Luo Jiro's heart also surfaced once again. She looked at Sichen's eyes and whispered, "Then bad guy, you have to promise me that you can't be unhappy after I tell you." Sithen tilted his head. "Why would I be unhappy after my lady said it? Because I'm afraid you'll think your mama's a cheapskate." As Luo Jiro's words fell, Sichen also finally realized why Luo Jiro had to keep her grievances bottled up in her heart and not speak out. There was an unmistakable gentleness in Sichen's eyes as he raised his hand and scratched Luo Jiro's nose. "I swear, I wouldn't think that. My lady will always be perfect in my heart. I've always felt that it's really a lucky thing to be able to marry a woman like your mother." "Really? Really?" Hearing Sichen's words, Luo Jiro's eyes filled with rippling watery light, and thick joy surfaced in her heart. Sichen nodded without hesitation. "Of course it's true." Luo Jiro wrinkled her little nose. "That's more like it." Sichen looked at Luo Jiro, whose mood had become bright once again, and asked with a smile, "Then can your mother tell me why you were unhappy just now?" Once again being asked this question by Sichen, Luo Jiro also used her hands to prop up Sichen's chest, propping him up a bit further away from herself. At the same time, she said sourly, "Get away from this sect master. You smell like another woman's rouge." Sithen pinched the corner of his coat and put it between his noses to smell it. Then his brows tightened. At this time, Sichen also finally realized why Luo Jiro had become that unhappy. Anyone else who smelled another woman's rouge on her husband, she would not be angry. How can you not be angry unless you don't love it anymore? When Sichen looked at Luo Jiro's look that clearly showed she was very unhappy, but she was being careful, his eyes filled with heartache. It was clearly him who hadn't done a good job. But in the end, Luo Jiro was still required to bear all of this. As soon as he thought of this, Sichen felt deep regret. However, Luo Jiro was not aware of what was in Sichen's mind. She looked at Sithen's furrowed brow and thought that Sithen was upset because of what she said. For a moment, Luo Jiro's eyes once again flashed with a few moments of panic. She grabbed onto Sithen's clothes while saying accusingly, "Bad guy, you said you wouldn't be angry. Is it okay that this sect master is not angry anymore? You are not allowed to be angry either." As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she realized that Sichen's rich, manly scent was coming from between her noses. She was then held tightly into Sithen's arms, and her half-said words were blocked by Sithen's lips. The kiss was long and at the same time Sithen's breathing was heavy. Sichen held Luo Jiro tightly as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Being treated so dominantly by Sichen once again, where did Luo Jiro remember how angry she was just now? Her mind became blank. I don't know how long it took, but just as Luo Jiro was about to pass out from vertigo, Sichen slowly released her. Sichen then looked towards Luo Jiro whose pretty face was streaked with redness. "Ma'am, it was my husband who did wrong." Hearing Sichen's words, Luo Jiro, who had already been a bit dizzy, also finally remembered. She's obviously still angry. She looked into her eyes and asked, "Bad guy, aren't you upset?" "Of course not." Sichen nodded affirmatively. "It's clearly me who did wrong. Why should I be angry? I should be the one to cajole your wife." When she was sure that Sichen wasn't upset by what she said, Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with surprise. At the same time, it was finally time for Luo Jiro to establish her dominant position as the head of the family. Luo Jiro raised her hand and rubbed her cheeks, forcing the happy smile on her face to collect a few moments. She then glared at Sichen. "Bad fellow, quickly give this sect master an honest explanation as to why you have the rouge odor of another woman on you. Are you hiding something from this sect master?" Facing Luo Jiro's serious look, Sichen raised his hands high in surrender. "Your Holiness, I confess all. I give an account." Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with laughter by Sichen's actions, but she still said with a stern face, "Count on you to know what you're talking about. Hurry up and say it. If you hide anything, this sect master will have to exercise his right as the head of the family and punish you severely." Sichen hugged Luo Jiro, who had a lovely look on her face, and recounted what happened earlier when Xie Yao poured wine for him. "Ma'am, nothing happened between us at all. and the only some contact was just pouring wine. Luo Jiro lay in Si Chen's arms, listening to his narration, and the aggression in her eyes finally subsided a lot. Humph. This sect leader thought you had something indescribable going on with her. How can that be? Si Chen grabbed Luo Jiro's wrist as he looked her in the eyes and said, I'll just have indescribable things with my lady. What are you talking about, you? Unashamed. Luo Jiro hurriedly covered Si Chen's mouth, while what happened between her and Si Chen last night once again surfaced in her mind. For a while, Luo Jiro only felt ashamed and annoyed. She rolled onto her back again and sat on top of Sithan in one swift motion. She looked down on Sithan from above, frowning tightly, her little mouth like a machine gun. Bad guy, what's so good about the hearth physique? Do you think it's good? And want you to stay the night. Still want to discuss cultivation with you. It doesn't sound like serious cultivation. Isn't it just being gentle and flirtatious? Talking as if who can't? This sect master can do it too. Si Chen lay on the bed, looking at Luo Jiro who was sitting on top of him and chattering, and couldn't help but laugh helplessly. Mother, when you say that at least get up off of me first. No. Luo Jiro stubbornly shook her head as she said to Si Chen. Now, this sect master is going to test the ability of this bad guy of yours to sit still. Oh, Si Chen raised an eyebrow. Then how is the lady going to test me? Luo Jiro held her chin with her hand and thought before saying, recreate the scenario. Afterwards, Luo Jiro first straightened her hair and then adjusted her facial expression. Gonzi is concubine beautiful, is concubine gentle? Do you want to discuss about cultivation with concubine tonight? Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro's waist and nodded his head like pounding garlic. Beauty, gentle. I want it. I shucks. That's how you sit on your ass. You bad boy. Hearing Si Chen's words and looking at his piggy face, Luo Jiro kept pounding his chest with her small fists. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro and said earnestly, there's no way. It's really because your mother's charm is too great. Your husband can't stand it. Humph. A blush flashed across Luo Jiro's pretty face as she poked Si Chen's chest. Then will you do this to every woman? That's definitely not true. Si Chen shook his head decisively. I'm only like this to my lady. Ahem. Luo Jiro, who almost laughed out loud without noticing, hurriedly hid her embarrassment with a cough. The majesty of the head of the family that he had managed to build up was almost broken. With a haughty look on her face, she said to Si Chen, aha, not a bad performance. The head of the family has decided to wait until next time to discipline you. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly, and as if he suddenly thought of something, a flash of laughter suddenly flashed in his eyes. At this time, Si Chen said to Luo Jiro in his arms, actually, there is a way for your mother to become more flirtatious. I have a way. Ha? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with a skeptical face. You bad guy, could it be that you really like that kind of flirtatious woman? How can it be? Si Chen hastily shook his head. It's just that just now, Nyangzi said so I just casually asked. Luo Jiro drew circles on Si Chen's chest with her fingers, pretending to mumble carelessly. This sect master is not at all interested in such things, but if you really want to talk about it, then it's okay for this sect master to listen. Do you really want to hear it, ma'am? Luo Jiro tapped her chin with her finger. Well, it's okay to listen. Looking at Luo Jiro's expectant face, Si Chen smiled mysteriously. He then reached into his arms and felt around carefully. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's actions with a dumbfounded face. For some reason, she always felt that the Si Chen at this moment was a bit obscene. Finally, in Luo Jiro's expectant gaze, Si Chen took out 1 red, 2 white, 3 silk-made items from his arms. That's right. It was the 2 pieces of clothing that Si Chen had purchased from the system mall when Luo Jiro was unconscious. Snow Gold Mandarin bibs as well as Lulan sacred snow stockings. The Snow Gold Mandarin duck's bellyband is a bellyband embroidered with 2 mandarin ducks in gold silk thread. Lulan Saint snow stockings, on the other hand, are a pair of white silk socks that come up to the thigh position and have a lace trim. At that time, Si Chen had spent nearly 10,000 points in order to purchase these 2 pieces of clothing. It's almost on top of an earth-level technique, and it had been quite a while since Si Chen had bought them at this point. And if it wasn't for Luo Jiro suddenly bringing up the topic, Si Chen had almost forgotten about it. Luo Jiro looked at the 1 red, 2 white, and 3 pieces of cool fabric in Si Chen's hands, and a small face seemed as red as if it was on fire. Bad guy. What is this? Si Chen, on the other hand, said to Luo Jiro with a mysterious look on his face, this is what I call the key to the maiden becoming flirtatious. Snow and gold mandarin duck's bellyband, and Lulan sacred snow stockings. At this moment, Luo Jiro's mind had only one thought. It's bad. My husband is a pervert. What kind of person carries around a bib and a pair of socks? For Luo Jiro, who had been bent on pursuing power since she was a child, where had she ever come into contact with such a thing? What Sithan had in his hand was completely indistinguishable from a suki. and listening to Sikhan. Sikhan seems to want her to wear these two dresses. Ah ha ha ha. Luojiro's pretty face flushed scarlet as she snatched the belly bib and socks from Sichen's hands. You bad boy. You're so bad. Sichen cried out helplessly. I'm innocent. Mother, it was you who wanted me to take it out. Luojiro turned her back to Sithan. How did I know you would have such a thing? Shame on you. Touching his nose, Sichen said helplessly. Ma'am, do you want to try it then? Try your ass. Luojiro's hands flashed with light, and the snow gold mandarin duck's belly pocket and the Lulan sacred snow stockings disappeared into her hands as well. This sect master has confiscated it. Don't even think about it. This sect master would just die and jump from here. But he wouldn't wear this kind of clothes. Well. Sichen hugged Luojiro from behind and said with a doting face, your mother doesn't like to wear it then. Even if my maiden doesn't deliberately show her flirtatious side, she is still able to hang on to those rouge and vulgar fans. Luojiro's neck was tickled by the hot breath that protruded from Sichen's mouth as he spoke, and she subconsciously shrank towards Sichen's arms. Bad guy, is that what you really mean? Of course. Sithan nodded heavily. This was indeed Sichen's heartfelt words. In Sichen's mind, no matter if its other people were stovepipe physique or otherwise, they couldn't be compared to Luojiro. Just say nice things to cheer me up. Even though Luojiro said this on her lips, Sichen could still clearly hear the flavor of joy in her tone. Sichen added, Mother, let's take a nap? Gently responding in agreement. Luojiro leaned into Sichen's arms and closed her eyes. The room had once again fallen into silence at this point, and Sichen and Luojiro also seemed to be truly asleep. However, the silence did not last long. After a while, Luojiro, who was closing her eyes, suddenly rubbed her back against Sichen's chest, and her hand gently pulled at her clothes. Sichen slowly opened his eyes to look at Luojiro, but realized that her eyes were still tightly closed at the moment. What's wrong, ma'am? The words fell. Sichen suddenly realized that his hand was held by Luojiro's small hand, and took his hand and slowly reached inside her clothes. Afterward, Sichen only felt his hand touch Luojiro's smooth and tender jade-like skin. Luojiro still didn't open her eyes, but her pretty face was flushed. Bad guy, you touched this godmother's belly. You quickly say, has this godmother gained weight? Sithan's body jolted. He subconsciously pinched the flesh on top of Luojiro's small stomach with his fingers, then said with a smile, it seems that I was wrong about what I just felt. The lady's body is indeed still very perfect, not fat at all. And as Luojiro was being rubbed by Sichen's large hand around her waist like this, her entire body became extremely sensitive. Now that there were no clothes separating her after all, she was able to feel the temperature coming from Sichen's large hands more clearly. Bad guy, hurry up and take it out. It tickles. Luojiro's two small hands held Sichen's hand at the same time, using her last bit of strength to take Sichen's big hand out of her clothes. After proving to Sichen that she wasn't fat, her heart was finally settled. Again, he rubbed himself in Sithan's arms, finding a comfortable position. After doing this, Luojiro was ready to fall into a deep sleep. And Sichen looked at Luojiro in his arms and let out a long sigh up to the sky. No goddamned way. Just lighting fires and not putting them out, is that it? Always letting you get it easily will make you not cherish the sect master. Sleeping was definitely out of the question, so with no other choice, Sichen had no choice but to put his entire mind on cultivation. At the same time, Sikhan was going to modify his check-in time to daytime check-in. Now that Luojiro had woken up, midnight was a time to practice even if she didn't sleep, and wasn't a good time to sign in. Time still passed quickly in the state of cultivation, just as Sichen gradually grasped that early-stage cave ruin realm power completely. The sky outside the window was also flooded with a reddish hue. Opening his eyes and looking at Luojiro, who was curled up in his arms like a kitten, Sichen couldn't help but lower his head and gently kiss her on the forehead. Just in this cozy atmosphere, Sithan also closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how long it had been, but Sichen suddenly felt his neck itch. And at the same time there were familiar conversations coming from outside the room. Slowly opening his eyes, Sichen was just in time to see Luojiro, who was gently blowing towards him. With 4 eyes, Luojiro whispered, bad guy, Xiao Wan is here. Sichen also heard the sound of Xiao Wan and Elder Mulao Lu's conversation outside the room. He looked at Luojiro in his arms. Mother, the 7th elder is on our side, so it's okay to let her know that you've woken up, right? Luojiro raised her head arrogantly and said, of course I'll let her know. Save her from always eating the tofu of the sect master's man. But, Luojiro narrowed her eyes and looked kindly at Sichen. What happened when a certain person went to Xiao Wan's place to cultivate before? He hasn't told his mama about it until now. Mother, I really just cultivated. I didn't do anything else. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro's dangerous smile and always felt that she was plotting something bad inside her little head. As expected, just as Si-Chen had finished explaining, Luo Jiro pushed Si-Chen out of the nest. Bad guy. You go open the door for Xiaowan. Si-Chen got up from the bed and looked at Luo Jiro, who was already lying bored inside the quilt, and seemed to have guessed what she was going to do. Still, Sithan asked symbolically, what about you, my lady? I haven't woken up yet. I'm still in a coma. Si-Chen helplessly held his forehead with his hand while not forgetting to give Luo Jiro's but a light slap. How old is he, still acting like a little kid? Humph. This sect master doesn't care. Luo Jiro beamed. Go open the door. I must personally hear about your relationship with Xiaowan. Well. After Si-Chen was fully dressed, he got up and walked towards the door of his room. Si-Chen was very clear in his own mind that he didn't do anything else at Xiaowan's place other than cultivating, so he wasn't afraid of what Xiaowan would say. As for the matter of Luo Jiro having woken up, it would naturally be discovered when Xiaowan helped Luo Jiro diagnose her in a while. Coming to the door, Si-Chen slowly opened the door of the room and also happened to see Xiaowan standing in front of the door. Hiss! Right at the first moment Si-Chen saw Xiaowan, he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. At this moment, there was only one thought in Si-Chen's mind. Xiaowan is no longer suitable to be a 7th elder. She should be a grand elder. Big, really big. Si-Chen smiled faintly towards Xiaowan. No. 7th elder. I don't know what you've come here for this time, Humph. Of course I'm here to come regularly to check on the bishop's health. Could it still be to look for you? Xiaowan grunted lightly in dissatisfaction as she pushed open the door of the room and walked into the middle of the room. Not to mention, you ran away directly after breaking through the cave ruin realm last time without even saying hello, and you've never been to Pill Soul Peak since then. Xiaowan stood in the room and looked at Si-Chen. You're treating me and Shiryun as tool people, aren't you? Ah shucks. Scumbag. Sithan could only feel that his temples were throbbing suddenly. A smile as ugly as it could be surfaced on his face. 7th elder. What about in front of the sect master? Don't talk nonsense. What's wrong with being in front of the bishop? Even if the bishop has woken up, I must severely condemn this scummy behavior of yours. Si-Chen had made 1,000 calculations, but he hadn't counted on this. Both Si-Chen and Xiaowan know that what Xiaowan said was just a complaint between friends, but this use of words by Xiaowan. Si-Chen pulled Xiaowan with one hand. It's my fault for being ill-considered. 7th elder. Let's help the sect master check his body first. Si-Chen's coddling of Luo Jiro was still very well understood by Luo Jiro, so she didn't say anything more, but came directly to Luo Jiro's side. However, as if she was still very upset in her heart, Xiaowan complained once again. Day in and day out there's only the bishop in your heart. You don't even know to check on me and Shiryun. Sithan? Luo Jiro? Aha. 7th elder can really make jokes. Si-Chen only felt that he had really made a mistake. Si-Chen himself knew that Xiaowan was complaining about him just walking away in the first place, but Luo Jiro didn't know. Big sister. You don't play like that. Si-Chen feebly covered his eyes with his hand and waved his hand towards Xiaowan. Quickly help the sect master check his body. Right now. All Si-Chen wanted was for Xiaowan to hurry up and know that Luo Jiro had woken up, and then properly explain these rather ambiguous words. No need for you to say that. Xiaowan sat beside Luo Jiro and was just about to pick up Luo Jiro's arm to help her take her pulse. But just at this time, Xiaowan suddenly froze. Her eyes were also drawn to the gold and red hairpin between Luo Jiro's hair. As an elder of the White Feather Divine Sect, Xiaowan naturally had extraordinary insights. Nothing of this level existed amongst the White Feather Divine Sect, something Xiaowan was well aware of. And that means it's. Si-Chen gave it to him. Si-Chen, did you give this hairpin to the sect master? Si-Chen gave a slight lurch. Then he nodded. It's sort of a token of love between me and the sect master. Are you still short of a wife? Sithan? Happy Valentine's Day to everyone. 0.0. I'll give you an extra update, and I'll try to update 10,000 words today. Give me a good review, please. Oh come on. Now it's just a matter of jumping into the yellow river and not being able to wash it away. Stop. With a bitter look on his face, Si-Chen made a stop gesture towards Xiaowan while he pointed at Luo Jiro on top of the bed. 7th elder. Don't joke around. It's better to hurry up and help the sect leader check his body. No need. As soon as Si-Chen's words fell, a cool voice came from behind the two of them. Immediately afterward, Si-Chen saw Luo Jiro, who had been lying on the bed, slowly sit up. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro and gave her a bitter smile, but before Si-Chen could speak, he saw Luo Jiro glaring at him. Sithan opened his mouth and didn't make another sound, and Xiaowan instantly turned around when she heard the voice that was incredibly familiar to her. She looked at Luo Jiro, who was already sitting up, and her eyes instantly widened. Sect leader. You're awake. After the shock passed, Xiaowan hastily bounced up from the edge of the bed, and the look on her face became serious at this moment. She bent down deeply towards Luo Jiro. Xiaowan sect master. Luo Jiro sat on the edge of the bed, her expression indifferent and abnormal. The pressure of the peak of the transition realm in her body spread throughout the room like a shocking wave. At this moment, it was as if Luo Jiro had changed back into the demon sect master without a trace of emotion. Moreover, Luo Jiro didn't mention the conversation between Xiaowan and Xichen just now in the slightest. She nodded towards Xiaowan. Xiaowan, it's been a long time of hard work. Seeing Luo Jiro wake up, Xiaowan was happy from the bottom of her heart as she gently shook her head. Sect leader, this is all what I should do. When did the sect leader wake up? Not long ago. Luo Jiro's hand gently lifted, and an invisible force lifted Xiaowan's bowed body. Luo Jiro then asked, can the third elder and the fifth elder be among the divine sect? Xichen's eyes moved gently, and he knew that Luo Jiro might be about to embark on a campaign against Qiu Buochuan and the others. According to the information that Xichen had gotten earlier, besides Qiu Buochuan, the White Feather Divine Sect's second elder, Dang Hua, and sixth elder, Hu Han, were also involved in the plan to murder Luo Jiro, and leaving aside these three elders, there were only Guan Shiyun, Xiaowan, and the third and fifth elders that Xichen had not seen before. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Xiaowan said in a deep voice, Sect Master, the third elder just returned to the middle of the divine sect not long ago. There's no news from the fifth elder yet, and it's rumored that he's gone to the junction between the divine sect and the forces of the righteous path AP. Just then, Luo Jiro's hand suddenly had a flash of white light. After the light disappeared, a white feather-style token appeared in her hand. The token slowly flew towards Xiaowan, and Luo Jiro's cool voice sounded once again. Tomorrow afternoon, you, Shiyun, and the third elder will meet me here. At the same time, summon the fifth elder back. Xiaowan's body jolted when she saw the white feather token in Luo Jiro's hand. White Feather Order. The highest ranked token of the White Feather Divine Sect. Only the sect master is qualified to mobilize it. It's usually only moved before something of immense importance. At this moment, however, Luo Jiro handed over the White Feather Order to her and asked her to gather a few elders to deliberate. Xiaowan took the token and nodded without hesitation. Xiaowan obeys. After saying that, Xiaowan asked again, do you need me to help the sect leader recover his body? Luo Jiro shook her head. It's no longer necessary. I just need to recuperate. When the words fell, Luo Jiro didn't speak to Xiaowan again, but she didn't let Xiaowan leave either. Luo Jiro beckoned towards Sithen who was on the side. Sithen, come here. Xichen's eyebrows gently raised, somewhat puzzled as to what Luo Jiro was up to, but he still came to Luo Jiro's side. Xiaowan, on the other hand, scrutinized Xichen and her own sect master with a suspicious gaze. Under Xiaowan's gaze, Luo Jiro pulled over Xichen's arm and incomparably domineeringly pinched Xichen's chin. A heavy kiss followed. Xiaowan. At this moment, Xiaowan's eyes were wide open, and the pair of double ponytails on her head were constantly shaking. In all the years since Xiaowan had joined the White Feather Divine Sect, she hadn't even seen Luo Jiro smile a few times. But now, she actually saw with her own eyes that her iceberg-like sect master took the initiative to kiss Xichen. Xiaowan's heart at this time could be said to be shaken to the core. She even wondered if Xichen was some kind of hearth physique that was extremely attractive to women. How else could Luo Jiro do such things to him? And as Xichen looked at Luo Jiro's appearance at the moment, a flash of laughter flashed through his heart. He naturally knew Luo Jiro's purpose for doing this, so he didn't show any resistance, but let Luo Jiro do it. Luo Jiro's skills were very raw. After all, in the past it was Xichen who took the initiative. She had always been a passive recipient. The first time she took the initiative to kiss Xichen, still under Xiaowan's gaze, Luo Jiro could only somewhat clumsily mimic what Xichen did when he kissed her in the past. Xichen even felt like his lips were going to swell up from Luo Jiro's bite. After a few breaths, Luo Jiro let go of the hand cupping Xichen's chin and turned her head to look at Xiaowan, who had long since been dumbfounded. With a flat expression, Xiaowan, he is the man of this sect master. Can you understand that? Hearing Luo Jiro's bland voice again and looking at her gaze that was as plain as water. Even though Xiaowan had been joking with Xichen as a friend before, and didn't really have thoughts about him, she still subconsciously nodded. There was no way around it. Luo Jiro's aura unique to this kind of proper palace was really too strong. Well, go finish what I told you to do. After Luo Jiro said that, she withdrew her gaze and did not look at Xiaowan again. Xiaowan in the room swept her eyes over Xichen's body, and at the moment, her eyes were filled with a gossipy look. However, the orders of one's own godfather were certainly of the utmost importance. Xiaowan bowed slightly towards Luo Jiro. Xiaowan obeys. Xiaowan then exited the room straight away. Along with the door of the room being gently closed by Xiaowan, The room also fell into silence once again. Si-chen sat on the edge of the bed, looking at Luo Jiro, who had a straight face, the corners of his mouth slowly raised. And when Luo Jiro noticed the expression on Si-chen's face, the cold face that had been taut all this time also drained away in an instant. Recalling her actions just now, a blush surfaced on Luo Jiro's pretty face. Still, she glared at Si-hen. What are you laughing at? You unruly bad man. Si-chen moved his butt to Luo Jiro's side and stretched out his arms to hug her from behind. My lady can't talk nonsense. Obviously your husband didn't do anything. Luo Jiro didn't avoid Si-chen's embrace, but even though she was now leaning into Si-chen's arms, but she still said stubbornly, "Humph, who's your maiden?" "I'm not." Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's cute appearance when she was angry and smiled as he brought his mouth to her ear. "Well, Xiaowan, he is the man of this sect master, do you understand?" "Ah, you're shading this sect master, aren't you? I'm going to punish you severely." In the room, Si-chen sat on the edge of the bed, taking Luo Jiro's small feet in his hands and gently kneading them. Luo Jiro, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, looking at Si-chen with a smug look on her face. "Bad guy, this is your punishment." Si-chen looked at the lovely Luo Jiro and said helplessly, "My lady, the seventh elder and I are really just ordinary friends. This sect master naturally knows." Luo Jiro kicked Si-chen gently with her foot. "But I just don't like hearing other women say those things to you." Si-chen smiled and looked at Luo Jiro. So, was the lady just declaring? Luo Jiro was stunned by Si-chen's question, but she still turned her head arrogantly. How childish does one have to be to do such a thing? This sect master is not. Si-chen lowered his grip on Luo Jiro's small feet and then came to her side, lying face to face with her. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance that was trying to maintain her majesty, and he whispered, "If mistress wants to declare, I actually know a better way to do it. Does the lady want to know?" Luo Jiro's big watery eyes looked at Si-chen. "What method?" A smirk flashed across Si-chen's eyes. "But I remember someone just said that only childish people would do such things. Could it be that your highness is also prepared to do it?" Noticing the laughter in Si-chen's eyes, Luo Jiro knew that Si-chen was teasing her again. She reached out and twisted her hand hard on Si-chen's arm. "Bad guy, you're not allowed to make fun of me. Otherwise I'll, or else I'll." Luo Jiro otherwise half a day, thinking about it, did not think of how to let Si-chen long memory. Eventually, she huffed and puffed. "I won't eat or cultivate. I'll starve myself to death. Let you die of heartache." "No." Si-hen said on the spot. He hugged Luo Jiro and made her turn around, looking at the beautiful person in his arms with a crying face. "It's not enough that your husband is afraid. What an evil method. My lady, it will kill me." "Humph." Luo Jiro's eyes flashed with a small smugness. "It's fine if you know you're afraid. Let's see you still bully me all the time." As Luo Jiro spoke, she couldn't help but laugh herself. This feeling of being pampered by Si-chen like a daughter fascinated Luo Jiro so much that sometimes she smiled inadvertently to herself. Luo Jiro poked Si-chen's chest. "Don't tell me what method it is yet." Si-chen didn't rush to speak, but instead cast his eyes towards Luo Jiro's white and tender jade neck. Afterward, Si-chen lowered his head, buried his face between Luo Jiro's neck, and pecked on Luo Jiro's jade neck. Yikes! Si-chen's sudden move caused Luo Jiro's body to tremble, and a pink color gradually surfaced on her skin. Luo Jiro didn't push Si-chen away, but raised her arms and tightly wrapped them around Si-chen's neck. "Bad guy, what are you doing? It tickles." At this time, Si-hen also slowly raised his head, looking at Luo Jiro's jade neck again. A clearly visible red mark had appeared on it by now. The appearance of a red mark on the white neck was quite striking. "Nah, this is my exclusive seal for the maiden." Luo Jiro also saw this scene through the mirror, and she looked at Si-chen with a red face. "What crooked ideas are inside your head? If anyone sees this, you'll die of shame." "So it is." Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro seriously. "That way others will know in a moment that the maiden already has a master. My maiden is so perfect. If someone else snatches her away, then I'll cry my eyes out." "Bullshit." Before Si-chen could finish his words, Luo Jiro raised her hand to cover his mouth. At this time, Luo Jiro's expression was serious, and her large eyes were filled with earnestness. "Bad fellow, this sect master is already your maiden. How could she possibly leave with being? Unless you, the bad guy, are ready to give up on this god mistress, there's no way I'm going to leave the. Next time you won't say anything stupid like that. I don't like to hear it." Si-chen's eyes trembled as he nodded heavily. "I will never say it again." Luo Jiro raised her head and looked at Si-chen arrogantly. "Humph, that's more like it." Then, Si-chen Zhao pinched Luo Jiro's small stomach. "What does your mother think of my solution?" Luo Jiro blinked. "Feasible. This sect master is also going to imprint you, the bad guy, with my exclusive mark. Save you from going out and womanizing again." After Luo Jiro said that, she directly used her arm to hold onto Si Chen's shoulders, while her small face came between Si Chen's neck. Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro was like a kitten, sucking heavily on Si Chen's neck, seemingly afraid that the mark she had left would not be obvious. Luo Jiro, after sucking a few more chicken-pecking barks and kisses. After doing this, Luo Jiro raised her head and looked at the eye-catching mark on Si Chen's neck with satisfaction. Alright, this is the exclusive seal of this sect master. Si Chen summoned a mirror and looked at himself in the mirror shoulder to shoulder with Luo Jiro. However, in the next second, Si Chen's expression directly collapsed. He somewhat powerlessly looked at Luo Jiro beside him, only to see that at this time, the mark on her jade neck had already become very faint, and it looked like it was about to disappear immediately. Si Chen stated tearlessly, "Is this the physical body of the peak of the transition realm?" Seeing this scene, Si Chen understood the reason for it almost instantly. Cultivating to a realm like theirs, the spiritual energy in their bodies was mending the wounds of their bodies all the time. Like Luo Jiro's realm, rebuilding a broken arm was as simple as eating and drinking water, not to mention a strawberry. And Luo Jiro also noticed Sithen's dejected expression. She looked first at the mark on Sithen's neck, then at her own neck in the mirror. Then she held out her arms towards Sithen. Bad guy. This sect leader will let go of the protective astral aura that protects her body, and this time it won't fade away so quickly. Si Chen was first stunned, and then the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He picked Luo Jiro up and sat her face to face in his arms. Then, amidst Luo Jiro's cry of surprise, Si Chen tightly wrapped his arms around her waist and buried his face between her jade neck. This time, without the protection of that transitional realm's 9th level of spiritual power, a red mark quickly surfaced on Luo Jiro's neck as well. The location where the seal was located was almost exactly the same as Si Chen's. Luo Jiro forced herself to endure the tingling sensation coming from her body, and her arms tightly hugged Si Chen's back. Gradually, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen's breathing became heavy, and the arm holding her began to gradually tighten. Luo Jiro rested her chin on Sithen's shoulder while her fingers drew circles on Sithen's back. She murmured in a small voice, "Bad guy, are you thinking bad thoughts again? Look at Bukla. Ma'am, is it okay? But it's daytime. I always feel weird." Although Luo Jiro said this on her lips, she was not willing to break away from Si Chen's embrace. She gently waved her hand, and the majestic power of her divine soul instantly wrapped the room. "Badass. This is the last time. From now on, this sect master won't let you mess around anymore. We'll do it like last time." Outside the room, Elder Mu and Elder Lu were startled by the divine soul power that suddenly wrapped around the room. The two of them looked at each other, and at that moment, the same thought surfaced in their minds. Elder Lu was the first to say, "Sect Master and Gongzi must be discussing something extremely important." Elder Mu nodded approvingly. "That must be the case. Let's strengthen our guard and not let the thieves interrupt Sect Master and Gongzi." A little bit of time passes like this. Originally, Elder Mu and Elder Lu thought that their own sect master and eunuch should be finished soon. After all, it's just a matter of discussing something. However, the two of them waited from late afternoon until afternoon, and never saw the divine soul power that wrapped around the room dissipate. It seems that what the sect leader and Gongzi are discussing this time is somewhat beyond our knowledge. Definitely. Inside the room at this time, Luo Jiro shrank in the innermost part of the bed, her entire body wrapped tightly inside the quilt. For his part, Sithen was leaning against the bed with a smirk on his face. He wasn't wearing a shirt at this point, and his firm, well-muscled upper body was exposed to the air, with a long black hair spread out, a handsome and extraordinary face paired with that robust body. This also made Luo Jiro's eyes watery every time she looked at Si Chen. "Bad guy, this sect master is really haunted to listen to you. This is definitely the last time. Whatever the sect master says in the future will not be at your mercy." Si Chen raised his hand and gently stroked over Luo Jiro's cheek, bringing his face to hers. "Mother, have you really decided?" Luo Jiro looked into Si Chen's eyes, her eyes a little evasive. She colorfully chortled. "Decided? Well. Si Chen leaned on the bed and looked at the roof sadly. "Since your mother has already decided, then I will no longer have any illusions about your mother in the future." As Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro froze instead. "He doesn't think ill of me. Is it possible that one has grown tired of not thinking ill of one's lady?" As soon as she thought of this, Luo Jiro's eyes filled with aggression. However, after all, just now was the grandiose word she had put down, and at this point it was too late for her to back out even if she wanted to. For a while, Luo Jiro's heart could be said to be lost to the extreme. She covered herself in the covers and didn't look at Sithen. "It's best if you don't think ill of this sect master. This sect master doesn't care anyway." As if she felt that she didn't even believe what she said, Luo Jiro exposed her head from the covers again. She repeated again, "This sect master doesn't care." After saying that, Luo Jiro grunted heavily and covered her head once again. Si Chen leaned on the bed, looking at Luo Jiro's performance that was so different before and after. With a crying and laughing expression, he retreated back inside the covers and tried to reach out and hug Luo Jiro. But Luo Jiro tightly pressed her hand against the bit of quilt on her side, rather like a kitten protecting its food. Sichin raised his hand and patted Luo Jiro's blanket. Sect leader Sama, both of us have no ill intentions towards each other. So is it time for you to loosen the covers? We're not going to do anything excessive to each other anyway. Sichin put his head to Luo Jiro's side. Could it be that what the lady just said about not carrying herself was all a lie? As Si Chen's words fell, he was able to clearly notice Luo Jiro inside the quilt swaying. Humph. This sect master's word is a bond. Luo Jiro's exasperated voice came, and Si Chen realized that she had released her hand that was pressing on the quilt. At this time, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were under a blanket, and there was no longer a barrier between them. However, Luo Jiro still turned her back to Si Chen, only leaving him with a high and cold back. Looking at Luo Jiro's back, the smile in Si Chen's eyes grew thicker. Yikes! The moment Luo Jiro let go of the quilt, Si Chen quickly reached out and carried her entire body onto his own. Si Chen lay on the bed while Luo Jiro lay on his chest like a kitten. Looking at Si Chen's naked upper body, and feeling the warmth his body transmitted, Luo Jiro couldn't help but raise her hand to cover her blushing little face. You bad man, how could you be so bad? Si Chen wrapped his arm around Luo Jiro's waist and lowered his head to give her a bad smile. If I do one day have no more unsportsmanlike thoughts for your mother, it is not a problem with her charms, nor is it a problem with my feelings for her. What's that? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen curiously. Si Chen winked at Luo Jiro. Then it can only be me driving away. What nonsense! As soon as Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro directly raised her small hand to cover his mouth. She huffed and puffed and sat on Sithin's chest, looking at him with an unhappy face. No talking like that. I don't like to hear it. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's hand and gently stroked it. I'm not trying to show my determination to my lady. That's not allowed to be said. Luo Jiro frowned, her beautiful eyes glaring. Bad guy. I'd rather you didn't like me anymore. And I don't want anything to happen to you. Do you hear me? Say you heard me, or the head of the family will have to discipline you. Looking at Luo Jiro's serious appearance, Si Chen smiled warmly. Listen to your mother. I'll be sure to keep my mouth shut from now on. Humph. That's more like it. At this time, Luo Jiro also finally realized the ambiguous position she was in with Si Chen at this time. She subconsciously tried to get off of Si Chen, but she was held by his arms in a death grip. Luo Jiro's body trembled lightly. Bad guy. You're not allowed to mess around. Clearly you just bullied this sect master. Hold it for a little while. Just a little while. Si Chen's words came as he held Luo Jiro down gently in his arms. By now, their bodies were pressed together and the room was quiet once again. Lying on his back in Sithin's arms, he hadn't put on his shirt yet, and Luo Jiro's hands just fell on his body. Si Chen's strong manly scent as well as his hot body temperature made Luo Jiro giddy, but she felt at ease. Just as Luo Jiro was about to fall asleep like this, Si Chen's voice once again came from her ears. Mother, when can I wear those 2 dresses I gave you? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's already strong sleepiness was instantly washed away. At the same time, Luo Jiro's thoughts flew to the snow and gold mandarin duck's belly bibs as well as the Lulan sacred snow stockings that Si Chen had taken to her earlier. She raised her hand and poked Sithin's chest. Bad guy. I knew you weren't thinking of anything good. Si Chen lowered his head and asked softly. Mother, is it okay? No. Luo Jiro's little head shook like a rattledrum. No. I'm not going to wear it. Luo Jiro's face was directly red with shame just by imagining what she would look like after wearing it. That dress looks immodest. This sect leader won't wear it. At this time, Si Chen suddenly reached out his hand to scratch Luo Jiro's waist. I didn't say it had to be worn by my lady. I was just a little curious. Curious about what? Luo Jiro blinked her big eyes. Sithan heatedly smiled. Curious as to whether or not my lady can hold up. Killing breath. Cold killing breath. As soon as Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro, who had been lying in his arms, sat up violently. She raised her hand and cupped Sithan's face, twisting and twisting hard. Bad guy. Are you calling this godmother small? Luo Jiro sat on Si Chen's body and looked at him with an indignant expression. Of course not. How can a maiden be small? That's it. Luo Jiro angrily raised her head and puffed out her chest. Bad guy. Get a good look at me. Si Chen followed Luo Jiro's words and looked. Due to the reason that he was being pressed under Luo Jiro, his line of sight was from the bottom to the top. Si Chen's gaze traveled from bottom to top, all the way from Luo Jiro's small stomach to her chin. No obstacles were encountered in the middle of the journey, and after Luo Jiro finished speaking, she herself looked down from above. Then, Luo Jiro realized that her line of sight went all the way from the top to the bottom. and finally straightened up to meet Si Chen's eyes. In an instant, Luo Jiro's little face collapsed, and the whole person was like a deflated leather ball. Si Chen, on the other hand, had a helpless smile on his face. Mother, don't be presumptuous, I do think it's quite good. Humph. Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen powerlessly. Your consolation is not sincere at all. Si Chen sat up and looked at the frustrated Luo Jiro in his arms and gently patted her back. It doesn't matter, ma'am, Tiny is cute too. Luo Jiro raised her hand and twisted it heavily on Si Chen's body. You bad egg, this sect master doesn't want to talk to you anymore, Luo Jiro said, directly rolling off of Si Chen's body and squirming like a small caterpillar to the inner side of the bed. Luo Jiro's sour voice followed. Humph, what's the use of being big? You have to arch your back when you walk. As a cultivator bent on pursuing the Great Tao, this kind of thing will only affect the efficiency of the battle. Yes, that's it. That must be it. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro, who was shrinking under the covers and hypnotizing herself. Si Chen whispered, Mother, then if there was a way to get bigger, would you be willing? You have an idea? Before Si Chen could even finish his words, Luo Jiro, who had been muttering to herself, turned around quickly, and her eyes were also filled with little stars. Si Chen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Then those disadvantages of getting bigger that the lady just mentioned. At this time, Luo Jiro realized that she had lost her temper, and a blush surfaced on her pretty face. This sect master just wants to hear what you have in mind, without actually carrying it out. Sithan held his chin and thought carefully. He then looked at Luo Jiro. There are two ways. Luo Jiro's eyebrows raised. What method? First, Si Chen said in a deep tone. Use medicinal aids. Si Chen looked over at Luo Jiro and winked at her. Did your mother see the seventh elder today? Humph. Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen without any good humor. Bad guy. I knew your eyes weren't honest. Injustice. My lady. I just took a casual look. Luo Jiro murmured. It seems necessary to discuss matters of cultivation with Xiao Wan. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro with a skeptical expression. Is it really just cultivation? Being asked this by Si Chen, a flash of panic flashed through Luo Jiro's eyes. Still, she said stubbornly, you stay out of this. I'm not finished yet. Ma'am. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's hand and looked at her eyes with a straight face. There is another way. Then don't tell me. Facing Luo Jiro's eager gaze, Si Chen had a serious look on his face. My lady, as the saying goes, medicine is 3 times poisonous. If you hastily assist with medicine, it is likely to cause irreversible damage to your body. Ha! Luo Jiro was stunned by Si Chen's words. Should. It won't. Of course it will. Si Chen's heart first confessed to Xiao Wan in advance. Then he looked at Luo Jiro with a straight face. In case the strength of the fleshly body is disturbed due to indiscriminate consumption of medicines, it's likely that you won't be able to advance to the peak of the Great Tao in the future. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen dully, her big black eyes revealing a clear dullness. What can be done about that? Cough. Si Chen coughed softly. At this time, it is necessary to use the second method your Sangha mentioned. What way? In my hometown, there is a way to stimulate acupuncture points through specific massage techniques to promote the body's second development. Si Chen's gaze was deep and his tone was formally forced. Luo Jiro sniffled and asked dully, massage techniques? Si Chen nodded heavily. That's right, only your Sagittarius would know this technique. You bad boy still have that skill? That's of course, as good as fake. You can try it if you don't believe me. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's straight face and always felt that something was wrong. But then again, there was something she couldn't remember. In the end, in Si Chen's tone of conviction, Luo Jiro completely lost herself. So, why don't we try it? You're sure it really works, right? As in fake. Then it's hard work you bad boy. Si Chen held Luo Jiro tightly in his arms and raised his hand to gently pinch her nose. In the service of my lady, I am not ashamed to die. Your wife has to relax her body otherwise it will affect the effect of the massage. Luo Jiro did as Si Chen said, relaxing her body and shrinking obediently in Si Chen's arms. At this time, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen's big hand slowly climbed up to her waist and was going to go a little higher. The temperature coming from Si Chen's large, hot hand caused Luo Jiro's delicate body to tremble. At this time, she also finally realized what Si Chen was referring to when he spoke of the maneuver. Bad guy, are you sure this maneuver? Is it a proper technique? That must be proper. As proper as your Sagittarius me. But it's too shameful. Mother, you and I are like this because of our bodies. We have no shame. Inquiring minds. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's face, but realized that at this moment, Si Chen was full of seriousness, and not a single distraction was visible in his deep eyes. Could it really be that I was wrong about him? Luo Jiro forced herself to endure the feeling coming from her body that made her shy. and tried to relax as much as possible as she lay in Si Chen's arms. I don't know why. Luo Jiro always felt like a fish on a chopping board, letting Si Chen take it. Although this feeling made Luo Jiro ashamed and angry, she didn't want Sit-Han to stop. Bad guy. How long does this massage probably need to last? Press it when you're free. Catching up with the seventh elder is just around the corner. That's going to be tough. No hard work for the maiden. Mother, are you asleep? Sleep your ass. How can you sleep in this state? Luo Jiro shrank in Si Chen's arms and buried her face at Si Chen's chest. I don't know if it was because of Si Chen's blazing body temperature or because of what. At this moment Luo Jiro was like a porcelain doll. Even her earlobes were pink. Si Chen pulled his hand out of Luo Jiro's shirt, and Luo Jiro's body trembled lightly. It's finally over. Luo Jiro's heart was a little grateful and a little empty. Alright. Si Chen patted Luo Jiro's back. That's enough massage therapy for today. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's mind that had been holding on strongly also instantly relaxed. She always felt that this massage was even more exhausting than cultivating for a day in the middle of a thunderpool. Nuzzling into Sithan's arms, Luo Jiro found a comfortable position. Bad guy. This godmother is a little tired and needs to sleep. Wait. Just as Luo Jiro was about to fall into a deep sleep in Si Chen's arms, Si Chen suddenly called out to her. Not saying much, Si Chen cupped Luo Jiro's chin and lowered his head towards her cherry lips to kiss them. Lips and teeth met, and in the end, Si Chen even gently bit Luo Jiro's lips. After a while, their lips parted, and Luo Jiro angrily pushed her finger against Si Chen. Bad guy. Why are you badgering the sect master for no reason? A kiss before bedtime. Si Chen winked at Luo Jiro. It's a tradition that has been around since before the maiden woke up. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro, who had originally wanted to settle the score with him, suddenly froze. A touch of tenderness flashed in her eyes, and with her hands holding onto Si Chen's shoulders, she raised her head and gave a very raw peck on Si Chen's lips. Luo Jiro then closed her eyes quickly, hiding the waves within her heart. Good night, you bad boy. Good night, ma'am. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Reward, 10,000 points. Attribute gift pack, deluxe, *1. Listening to the system beeps ringing in his ears, Si Chen also looked at today's discounted items. In the time since Luo Jiro had awakened, Si Chen had been accumulating points. Apart from the refreshed attribute gift packs, he didn't choose to splurge anymore. After all, as his realm rose, the lower-ranked techniques were already somewhat unable to keep up with the intensity. It needs to be a little more powerful to do that. Today's discounted items. Holy Grade Medium Grade Tongtian Jianmu Lance, locked. Price, 300 points. 30% off. King Grade Top Grade Technique 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves. Price, 50 points. 40% off. King Grade Body Forging Technique, the ultimate in body refining. Abandon all negative effects and dramatically increase your lifespan as well as the flow of your spiritual energy. Creation Technique Yin and Yang Illusory Phantom Record. Price, 20 points. 60% off. Creation Level Dual Cultivation Technique. Yin and Yang intermingle, feeding both sides, dramatically increasing the speed of cultivation as well as the comfort level. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Creation, King, Saint, Emperor. Seeing today's discounted items, Sit-Han was really surprised hard. After accumulating these days, Si Chen's points at this point were 214. 600. Previously, because of the points needed to purchase the red gold phoenix plume, Si Chen had to choose to lock the Tongtian Jianmu Lance temporarily. And in addition to the Tongtian Jianmu Lance, 2 feats were directly refreshed today, and the grades are all very high. Raku Immortal Thief. From the system's introduction to 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves, one could see how powerful this body forging technique was. Being a king level high grade Gongfu, yet it was still discounted by 40%. Only 200,000 points are needed to purchase it. Undoubtedly, after purchasing 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves, Si Chen's strength would be qualitatively increased in a short period of time. But another creation grade technique, Yin and Yang Illusion Phantom Book, Dual Cultivation, Enhancing Comfort. Ahem. Sit-Han admitted that his eyes were drawn to some very strange words. As for the blurb about increasing cultivation speed, that really wasn't read at all. Si Chen first looked at his mere 200,000 or so points, and then looked at the 3 props in the system interface. The Tongtian Jianmu Lance definitely couldn't be unlocked. After all, it was a Saint-grade medium divine armament that was discounted by 30%. This also meant that Si Chen could only choose between the 6 Vaults of Immortal Thieves and the Book of Yin Yang Illusory Charms. Choose 6 Banks of Immortal Thieves to directly enhance your strength in a short period of time. And choose Yin and Yang Phantom Book. At this moment, Si Chen's heart was like a knife. Temporarily withdrawing his thoughts from the system interface, Si Chen looked towards the beautiful person in his arms. Luo Jiro snuggled into Si Chen's arms like a small beast, her delicate and naive appearance fascinating Si Chen. Lowering his head and placing a gentle kiss on Luo Jiro's forehead, Si Chen couldn't help but murmur in a somewhat tangled voice, "What exactly should I choose? What picks what?" As Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro's slender eyelashes fluttered gently, while her words reached Si Chen's ears. Si Chen was a bit surprised. "Is your wife still awake?" Luo Jiro stretched out in Si Chen's arms and said lazily, "Look at the book law. Oh, I was about to fall asleep, but I was woken up by some bad guy. Come on, come on. What did you just say about which one to pick?" Si Chen whispered to Luo Jiro. "Mother, right now I have a king-grade body forging technique and a creation-grade dual cultivation technique to choose from. Which one do you think I should choose?" Just as Si Chen finished speaking, Luo Jiro in his arms flew open her eyes. Luo Jiro at this time where there was still sleepiness, her big eyes beering looked at Si Chen. Luo Jiro knew that Si Chen would always inexplicably take out many things of a frighteningly high level, such as the red gold phoenix plume she wore on her head. But experiencing this feeling in person again, Luo Jiro still couldn't help but be very excited. After all, that wasn't a crappy item, but a king level or creation level. "Bad guy, are you still awake?" Luo Jiro used her forehead to paste Si Chen's forehead, and then said doubtfully, "There's no fever either. How could anyone hesitate between a king-grade feat and a creation-grade feat? And it's still a king-level body forging technique." "Wait." Luo Jiro noticed Si Chen's gaze towards her, and she suddenly glared with her beautiful eyes. "You hesitated that dual cultivation technique. It wouldn't be for the purpose of playing a bad trick on this sect master, would it?" Cough. Sithan coughed lightly. "How could it? I have absolutely no such idea. You bad boy." Luo Jiro naturally wouldn't believe Si Chen's heartfelt words. She opened her teeth and claws and bit hard on Si Chen's neck. "Bad guy, just pick the king-grade body forging technique." Fine. Just listen to your mother." At this time, Sithan didn't hesitate and cut off the mode in which the cow took over the brain. A direct order was given to the system to purchase the immortal thief of the 6 vaults. And just as an additional ancient scroll appeared in Si Chen's system backpack, Si Chen suddenly realized that Luo Jiro in his arms had moved. "Bad guy, if you want a dual cultivation technique, there's actually one in the Divine Sex Technique Pavilion." "Oh?" Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro in his arms and winked at her. "Humph. I'm just telling you so you don't have to think about all this all day. 6 reservoirs, the 6 organs of man. Immortal, the ultimate in art. Thief, the theft of heaven and earth. The immortal technique of stealing the vitality of heaven and earth to feed one's own body with the 6 reservoirs. This is the 6 reservoirs of immortal thieves." Late at night, the bright moon hung high above the sky, and the moonlight shone diagonally into the middle of the room. Si Chen leaned on the head of the bed as Luo Jiro drifted off to sleep beside him. After buying the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, Si Chen was completely sleepless. Carefully browsing through the introduction above the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, Si Chen was very curious about this technique that claimed to be the ultimate in arts. System, cultivate the 6 vaults of immortal thieves. Giving the command to the system to learn the 6 vaults of immortal thieves, a majestic flood of consciousness also surged into Si Chen's sea of consciousness. In an instant, the vitality in the surrounding heaven and earth began to rapidly surge into Si Chen's body. Si Chen's many organs began to operate, transforming these heaven and earth vitality into flesh strength. The forging degree column on top of the system interface was growing by leaps and bounds. Si Chen finally realized how powerful the king-grade body forging technique was. The night passed in a hurry, and the degree of body forging shown on Si Chen's system interface also successfully broke through 1000. Si Chen remembered clearly that Luo Jiro's cultivation at the 9th level of the ferrying realm and her level of body forging was only over 1,600, and he was only at the 3rd level of the cave ruin realm now, and he had already broken through the 1000 mark. When it was already dawn, Si Chen slowly opened his eyes. He raised his right hand and clenched his fist, feeling the sudden increase in strength in his body, and nodded in satisfaction. Si Chen looked at the sky that was already brightly lit, and then looked at Luo Jiro, who was asleep beside him holding onto his left arm, and a smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He slowly retreated back into the middle of the comforter, turning his body sideways to hug Luo Jiro tightly. The sleeping Luo Jiro seemed to notice Si Chen's behavior, and she grunted with her small mouth slightly open. "Bad guy, don't move." Si Chen scraped Luo Jiro's small nose and asked with a smile. "A certain person told the 7th elder to come back after lunch yesterday, so it wouldn't be just to spend the morning sleeping." "Bullshit." Luo Jiro, who still had her eyes closed, buried her face into Si Chen's embrace, her lazy appearance making Si Chen somewhat unable to hold back. Luo Jiro didn't know why. Obviously she never slept before she married Si Chen. At that time, she even felt that sleeping was simply a waste of time, and she just wanted to spend all her time on cultivation. However, since marrying Si-chen, and especially after being awakened by Si-chen with the red gold phoenix plume, Luo Jiro couldn't wait to get tired of being with Si-chen all day, and she fell in love with the feeling of being held by Si-chen as she slept. Whenever she was with Si-hen, she always felt like she would be a little more sleepy than when she was on her own. Of course, Luo Jiro definitely couldn't say these words to Si-chen, because she has to maintain her shining image as the head of her family. Time passed a little bit like this. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's sleeping face while playing with her hair. Suddenly, Luo Jiro, who was shrinking in Si-chen's arms, moved. Her surprised voice came with her. Bad guy, how come it feels like your physical body has become so much stronger overnight? Si-chen lowered his head, just in time to meet Luo Jiro's sleepy eyes. Luo Jiro blinked and raised her hand to squeeze at Si-hen's abdomen. How do you say? Ma'am, is it still okay? Luo Jiro snorted lightly. You did it on purpose. Si-hen was a bit puzzled. What on purpose? Luo Jiro didn't answer Si-chen's words, but broke away from Si-chen's embrace and sat up. Sitting next to Si-chen, Luo Jiro raised her head, exposing her polished jade neck to the air. The dark red strawberry mark on her collarbone was also showing. Luo Jiro's eyebrows lowered as she muttered in a small voice. You said before that we're all going to keep it all the time. Seeing her actions, Si-chen also finally realized why Luo Jiro was unhappy. Last night when he first practiced the 6 vaults of immortal thieves for the first time, hadn't the imprint that Luo Jiro had imprinted on his neck before been directly erased? Si-chen sat up and looked at the aggrieved Luo Jiro, holding her small hand tightly. Then can the lady print another one for me? Humph. Luo Jiro didn't answer Si-chen's words, but instead held Si-chen's shoulders with both hands, her small face flying close to Si-chen's neck. By the time Luo Jiro let go of Si-chen, a small touch of smugness was once again brought to her expression as well. It's like having your most beloved thing declared by yourself. And as Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance, he couldn't help but reach out and gather her into his arms. Mother, are you ready to take on Shiobuchuan and the others? Luo Jiro placed her chin on Si-hen's shoulder and nodded gently. My cultivation is already gradually approaching its peak, and we've already figured out who among the divine sect is on his side. It's time to get ready to take a shot at them. 2. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-chen didn't speak the first time, but instead fell into deep thought. A moment later, Si-chen said, My lady, the black box that Shiobuchuan plotted against you is definitely not his own. Outside of the divine sect, there must be someone behind the scenes supporting Shiobuchuan in accomplishing all of this. An ominous taboo that could cause a great power of the 9th level of the transition realm to fall into a state of lost soul, and that required a holy weapon of the level of the red gold phoenix plume to break. Si-chen dared to conclude that this thing would definitely not be Shiobuchuan's. Bukla. There must be a stronger person behind him secretly manipulating all this. I thought of that before. Luo Jiro didn't object to Si-chen's words, but Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with pride. In this Kanglan realm, other than those few old farts of the righteous path, this sect master doesn't fear anyone, just as Luo Jiro had said, with her cultivation level of the 9th level of the ferrying realm. In this Kanglan realm, where there hadn't been a mixed sage for an unknown number of years, it was indeed already someone who stood at the absolute top. What's more, she now had the help of the red gold phoenix plume. At this time, Luo Jiro's domineering aura of being the white feather divine sect master was also completely revealed. While Shiobuchuan and the others don't know that this sect master has awakened, directly kill them all with a thunderous force. As for the person behind Shiobuchuan, at that time, use the soul-searching technique to find them. This sect master will go and kill his entire clan again. Si-chen had to say that the Luo Jiro in this appearance now was really a great contrast to the silly white sweetness in her usual life. However, Si-chen didn't have any other emotions rising in his heart other than some sighs. In Si-chen's opinion, the way Luo Jiro said was the best way to handle the situation. For those who would be a threat to you, eliminating the roots is the way to go. And when Luo Jiro saw that Si-chen didn't say anything, she also realized the domineering side of her that she had just unintentionally revealed. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro hastily put away the killing intent in her heart and looked at Si-chen in some panic. Bad guy, why don't you say something? Would you hate me? Of course not. I can't help but love your mother. How could I hate her? Then you. Luo Jiro's gaze glistened as she looked at Si-chen. Then why didn't you say anything? Si-chen looked toward the flustered Luo Jiro and suddenly smiled badly. I'm thinking that I've married one maiden, but I'm having 2 experiences, and I've simply earned it. Luo Jiro first froze, then a flash of redness flashed across her pretty face. Really? Si-hen didn't say another word, but simply buried his head inside the covers, and Luo Jiro was also a little confused by his actions. Bad guy, what are you doing? What else can you do? Hug your thighs, you denizen. In the room, Si-chen was holding Luo Jiro's fair and slender thighs tightly in his arms, and his face was filled with unrestrained laughter. and Luo Jiro was already blushing, not even daring to look at Si Chen. After Si Chen made such a fuss, Luo Jiro's apprehensive heart finally settled down, and no longer had the panic she had just felt. Instead of changing his love for her because of her killings, Sithan had been helping her with ideas and giving her a boost. At this moment, Luo Jiro's love for Si Chen in her heart was almost breaking through the sky. And isn't that what love looks like at its best? He's making a scene. She's laughing. Both are wholeheartedly committed to each other and also tolerate each other's pet peeves. You denizen, this sect master is going to punish you severely. Just as Luo Jiro used her slender legs to brace herself against Si Chen's chest, preventing him from continuing to mess around, the sudden movement from outside the room caused the two to pause violently. Knock, knock, knock. Sect master, the third elder, fourth elder, and seventh elder seek an audience. At this moment in the room, Luo Jiro and Si Chen were as if they were caught in the middle of stasis. The couple looked at me and I looked at you. Luo Jiro's feet were still being held in Si Chen's hands. Ah, denizen, it's all your fault. This sect master has forgotten the time. Let go of me. Ma'am, don't take you to dump the pot like this. It's obviously you who slept until noon. Okay, humph. Whatever. It's you who are to blame. Quickly give me this godmother's socks. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's somewhat flustered appearance with a helpless face. His eyes filled with laughter. He handed Luo Jiro the new silk socks on the side. Nah, you just dropped it on my side yesterday and I washed it for you. Luo Jiro took the socks that Si Chen handed over and poked Si Chen's chest with an angry face. Why don't you get dressed? Even though Luo Jiro was the sect leader, it was not wrong to let the several elders wait for a while, but Luo Jiro's heart was still a bit weak. After all, it wasn't because she was busy cultivating that she made the several elders wait. Instead, it's because, getting all mushy with Sithen, just as Si Chen and Luo Jiro were putting on their clothes and organizing their room, outside the room, because of Xiao Wan. At this time, Guan Shiyun and third elder Yu Hai already knew about Luo Jiro's awakening. When they were told that Luo Jiro had just let a few of them come, they had some vague guesses in their hearts. At the same time, they couldn't help but raise a few points of caution for the Grand Elder few. Guan Shiyun looked at Elder Mu and Elder Lu in confusion. Protectors, what is this for the sect master? Naturally, Elder Mu didn't know what her own sect master was doing with Si Chen, but she remembered what happened yesterday when Luo Jiro's divine soul power wrapped the room. The sect leader should be discussing cultivation matters with His Excellency, so there's been some delay. Hearing Elder Mu's words, Guan Shiyun and the others nodded in understanding. Behind Guan Shiyun, a burly figure with an incomparable figure, almost 2 meters tall, smiled and said, speaking of which, I have yet to meet the sect leader's husband. You can get acquainted later. With the party Hua and Xiao Buochuan's kind of sinister different, at this time seems to be very bold, at first glance as a person of temperament. This person was the third elder of the White Feather Divine Sect, Yu Hai, sixth heaven of the cave market realm, specializing in refining the body, possessing the strongest physical body among the 7 elders. He had returned to the middle of the divine religion not long ago, having previously been out dealing with various matters of the divine religion. When he returned to the middle of the divine sect and heard the various legends of Si Chen, he was also incomparably curious about him. And just as a few people were talking to each other, Luo Jiro's plaintive voice came from the room. Come in. Yu Hai and the others' gazes condensed. Then they stopped talking and gently pushed open the door of the room. Entering the room, several people saw Luo Jiro sitting before the round table, as well as Si Chen standing beside Luo Jiro. Without the slightest hesitation, several people bent down and saluted at the same time. See the godfather. Luo Jiro didn't say much. She tapped her fingertips, and 5 balls of light slowly disappeared into the brow centers of the 2 protectors as well as the 3 elders. In the center of the massive light was the very beginning and end of why Luo Jiro had fallen into a state of lost soul. As the 5 people in the middle of the room completely digested the information in the light mass, a touch of cold killing intent surfaced in the eyes of several people at the same time. As an elder of the White Feather Divine Sect, Yu Hai and the others knew better than anyone else how much Luo Jiro had given to the Divine Sect. It could be said that the White Feather Divine Sect's ability to become the largest demonic sect in the entire Kanglan realm was entirely supported by Luo Jiro's hand. Under this premise, Xiao Buochuan actually took a shot at Luo Jiro. This undoubtedly completely ignited the anger in their hearts. Yu Hai, who had the hottest temper, even asked directly, Sect leader, when are we going to do it? I want to pinch this villain party Hua to death. Luo Jiro slowly raised her head to look at them. 3 days later. Afterwards, Luo Jiro gave Yu Hai and the others a detailed deployment of the plan afterward. Because it was unclear if there were any other strong people on Xiao Buochuan's side, Luo Jiro chose to have Elder Mu Lu as well as the 3 elders intercept party Hua and Huhan. Instead, she would head to Ghost Peak and return all the pain she had suffered over this period of time to Xiao Buochuan. After deploying everything, Luo Jiro suddenly looked at Yu Hai. Yu Hai was a bit puzzled. Sect leader? Luo Jiro said expressionlessly. Third elder, your physical body is the strongest amongst the 7 elders, and it just so happens that Si-Chen has also been practicing his physical body recently. Yu Hai gave a slight lurch, first looking at his own sect master, then at Si-Chen, who was standing behind Luo Jiro. He nodded. I will certainly not let the sect leader down. Si-Chen was a bit surprised by Luo Jiro's sudden approach. He didn't expect Luo Jiro to ask Yu Hai to help him improve his physical body strength, but surely Si-Chen wouldn't refuse. Si-Chen slightly arched his hand towards Yu Hai. I'm sorry to trouble you. Third elder. Ha ha ha. Wherever, my lord. Follow me. After Yu Hai bid farewell to Luo Jiro, he took the first step towards the outside of the room. Si-Chen followed him. Just as Si-Chen walked to the door, he suddenly turned back and blinked at Luo Jiro. As for Luo Jiro, when she noticed Si-Chen's actions, she couldn't help but glare with her beautiful eyes, throwing Si-Chen a meaningful look. After Si-Chen and Yu Hai walked out of the room, Luo Jiro looked at Old Man Mu and Old Man Lu again. Elder Mu, Elder Lu, you guys should step back first. Yes, Godfather. By now, there were only 3 people left in the room. Luo Jiro, Xiao Wan, and Guan Shiyun. Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun looked at Luo Jiro. Does sect leader have anything to order? Luo Jiro stood up and came in front of Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun. At this moment, the 3 women stood together, forming a stunningly beautiful picture. Xiao Wan, the green-clothed little lowly, Guan Shiyun, the purple-clothed big sister, and finally, Luo Jiro, the white-clothed high-cool goddess. Although Guan Shiyun and Xiao Wan couldn't match Luo Jiro in terms of looks, they each had their own characteristics. At this moment, the 3 people stood together, and an unspeakable look surfaced on Luo Jiro's cold and absolutely beautiful pretty face. For some reason, Luo Jiro's gaze would always look uncontrollably towards Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun's chests. In the past, Luo Jiro had indulged in cultivation every day, and with Xiao Wan accompanying her, she hadn't noticed this, but after Si-Chen said that before, plus the fact that Xiao Wan was no longer with her either, Luo Jiro suddenly became a little worried. In case Si-Chen really dislikes her because of this kind of thing. No, Luo Jiro can't accept this kind of thing, but for her to ask Xiao Wan just like that, how could she open her mouth? Stammering and hesitating for half a day, finally Luo Jiro put her heart on the line. She pointed to Xiao Wan's chest and asked in a small voice, Wan this, how did you do it? Ha? Xiao Wan looked at Luo Jiro dumbfounded. Which one? Wan As soon as Xiao Wan's words fell, Guan Shiyun on the side touched her arm with a smiling face. Xiao Wan looked at Guan Shiyun and realized that at that moment, the other party was scowling at her. Guan Shiyun's mind was much more meticulous than Xiao Wan's, and she remembered to notice Luo Jiro's intentions at once. Wan don't you have pills left for the sect leader? Ah, yes. Speaking of which, Xiao Wan also finally realized what was going on, and began to search through her spatial ring in a flurry of searches. At the same time, her gaze toward Luo Jiro became a bit strange. Xiao Wan could never have imagined that the iceberg-like sect master would actually ask her such things on a normal day. Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun finally understood why Luo Jiro had told Si-Chen and Yu Hai to leave. How could such a thing be known to Si-Chen? Looking at Luo Jiro's shy gaze, the two of them also had a new perception of the relationship between Si-Chen and Luo Jiro in their hearts. So the bishop would also secretly pay for someone. A few moments later, a delicate little bottle appeared in Xiao Wan's hand. Xiao Wan handed it to Luo Jiro. Sect leader, this is the secret elixir I researched. It works in 1 pill. Then, Luo Jiro looked at Xiao Wan with some hesitation. It works immediately after you take it? Of course. Xiao Wan swore and patted her chest. If Xiao Wan produces something, it will be a fine product. 1 capsule to see the effect. Abandon the trouble. Luo Jiro took the small bottle in Xiao Wan's hand and winked at her. After eating it, do you still need massage assistance? Hey, massage aid? Xiao Wan looked at Luo Jiro in confusion. Of course I don't need it. Don't need it anymore. Luo Jiro looked at the small bottle in her hand in a daze. Once again, her mind uncontrollably floated back to Si-Chen's bad smile. After a long silence, Luo Jiro returned the small bottle to Xiao Wan. Well, it's better to forget it then. This sudden change in Luo Jiro caused both Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun to be a bit unresponsive. For a while, both of them were looking at their own godfather with an odd gaze. In order to hide her embarrassment, Luo Jiro came to sit down in the room, and her expression became serious once again. I have one last question, and after answering that, you can go back to preparing for 3 days from now. Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun also replied solemnly. Sect leader, please speak. Luo Jiro waved her hand in a seemingly careless manner and asked in a small voice. If you were to give a man a gift, what would you give him? Ha? Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun were both a bit unresponsive when they heard Luo Jiro's question. They thought Luo Jiro would ask them about the things that had happened in the divine sect during this period of time. As a result, in the end, the high and mighty godfather in their hearts actually asked them what kind of gift to give a man. They even wondered if Si Chen had given Luo Jiro something strange to eat, which caused her to be so attached to Si Chen. And Luo Jiro couldn't help but have a flash of shame in her eyes when she faced the scrutinizing gazes of Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun. She turned her head to the side, not looking at the two men. For a while now, Luo Jiro had been struggling with this issue. During the time she was in a coma, Sithan gave her all his best. At a later stage, even a rare and incomparable holy weapon like the red gold phoenix plume was given to her without hesitation. Now that Luo Jiro had woken up, she also wanted to give Si Chen a gift. But Luo Jiro, after all, had no concept of the affairs of men and women, and did not know what to send to reflect her intentions. Today, she sidetracked Si Chen in order to ask Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan about these. Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun glanced at each other. It was obvious that Luo Jiro's words had likewise touched their intellectual blind spots. Luo Jiro had never been in contact with the opposite sex, and why shouldn't they be? A moment later, Xiaowan took the lead and said, "Doesn't the sect leader have many high-level techniques there? You can teach him a few practical techniques." Feats? Luo Jiro was a bit hesitant. As soon as Xiaowan's words fell, Guan Shiyun retorted, "No, no, no, the sect leader isn't giving it to an outsider. He's giving it to the man he likes. What's the point of giving away a gong method? Shiyun, what nonsense." Luo Jiro blanched at Guan Shiyun angrily and hastily interrupted her. But she was also looking at Guan Shiyun with a hopeful gaze, hoping to find an answer from Guan Shiyun. Guan Shiyun said while thinking, "Based on what I know about men from various books, there are only two types of things they like the most. Rights, and beauties." Luo Jiro gave a slight lurch. Rights? Beauty? Guan Shiyun nodded her head if anything. That's right. In terms of rights, from what I know of Sithen, he doesn't seem to have much interest. Take away the power, then it's all about the beauty, Guan Shiyun said. And together with Xiaowan, they looked at Luo Jiro in front of them, and Luo Jiro's head shook like a rattle after hearing Guan Shiyun's words. No, 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 everything else is fine, but sending him a beautiful woman is absolutely not. When Si Chen and Xiaoyao said a few words like that, Luo Jiro felt sour in her heart. Not to mention giving Si Chen a beautiful woman directly. That's not giving yourself a hard time. It didn't say for the sect leader to send him beautiful women. Guan Shiyun looked helplessly at Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro looked at Guan Shiyun suspiciously. Then what you mean is? Guan Shiyun smiled wickedly and pointed at Luo Jiro. The God Master himself. That's it. When the time comes, the God Master wraps himself up, wears the clothes that Sifu Tatsu likes, and finds a suitable time. Isn't that the best gift? Ha! Luo Jiro froze for a moment. Guan Shiyun didn't go any further. She took Xiaowan's hand and bowed slightly towards Luo Jiro. Sect Master, we'll go back first. Luo Jiro waved her hand at the two. It was clear that her mind had long since flown off to nowhere. After Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan left, Luo Jiro sat alone in her room and mumbled, "Giving myself to that bad guy, doesn't that mean to?" Unconsciously, Luo Jiro's mind once again recalled the 2 charming nights she and Si Chen had spent together. A moment later, Luo Jiro's pretty face was scarlet as she covered her eyes with her hands. At the same time, her soft murmur dissipated into the air as a breeze. Would he like this kind of gift? White Feather Divine Sect's 8 main peaks. Vajra Peak. The topic Luo Jiro and Guan Shiyun Xiaowan were discussing. Si Chen naturally did not know about it. At this moment, he followed Third Elder Yu Hai to the top of the main peak where he was. When Si Chen and Yu Hai traveled to Vajra Peak, Si Chen chose to conceal his own aura. He didn't want to reveal his identity, thus allowing people on Xiaobuochuan's side to notice the abnormality. King Kong Peak. From this name you can hear that the Yuehai faction belongs to absolutely all hardened men, and that's exactly what happened. By the time Si Chen arrived at Vajra Peak, he was truly shocked by the sight before him. It was different from Xiaowan's Pill Soul Peak that was filled with exotic elixirs, and it was also different from Xiaobuochuan's Ghost Peak that had a gust of gloomy wind. Bare-chested, burly muscle-bound sluggers can be seen everywhere on Yuehai's Vajra Peak. Si Chen wasn't exactly short, but his 5-foot-something height could really only be considered small on Vajra Peak. My lord, I don't know what you think of the cultivation atmosphere of my Vajra Peak. Facing Yu Hai's inquiry, Si Chen was somewhat at a loss as to how to answer. After all, this scene where a bunch of muscle-bound guys get together and fuck each other, it's really a bit of a hot mess. Si Chen even felt a philosophical male sign-s aura permeating the air on Vajra Peak, worthy of being Vajra Peak. This kind of cultivation atmosphere is truly one of the best in the world. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Si Chen's words, Yu Hai smiled widely and patted Si Chen's shoulder. Obviously, he was extremely taken in by Si Chen's words. Yu Hai asked again. I wonder if your excellency has come into contact with body forging techniques before? Sithan nodded. There was some contact, but it was brief. Does your excellency know where the essence of body forging lies? Yu Hai asked again. Si Chen thoughtfully replied. Accepting the aura of heaven and earth to hammer one's body, thus answering the purpose of improving the strength of one's body. That's right. Yu Hai nodded. At this moment, his eyes were filled with a proud look. I have 8 body refining treasures on Vajra Peak, including the Thunder Pool, Lava Pool, Thorough Cold Pool, and Green Poison Pool. Your excellency can choose one of them to hammer yourself if you need to, but before that, I need to fully understand the strength of Gongzi's current physical body. Oh, Si Chen looked at Yu Hai with interest. My lord, my Vajra Peak's unique real man battle. Come or not, real men battle. Hearing this name spoken by Yu Hai, Si Chen couldn't help but be interested. He looked at Yu Hai. How so? At this moment, Yu Hai's expression was incredibly serious as he said to Si Chen, do not use your own cultivation, and simply rely on your physical strength to fight against it. After saying that, Yu Hai's line of sight was cast in a certain direction of Vajra Peak. Yu Feng, come over here to me. As Yu Hai's shout fell, a figure also flew quickly towards Si Chen's 2 sides. Coming closer, Sithan saw the visitor clearly. It was a burly, shirtless young man, his bronzed skin streaked with scars. The hideous muscles seemed to contain endless power. Yu Hai said to Si Chen, Your Excellency, this is K9's son Yu Feng. Yu Feng, greetings to your Excellency. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Feng bowed respectfully towards Si Chen. Yu Feng has met your Excellency. Si Chen helped Yu Feng up and looked at Yu Hai with a smile. Third Elder, what are you? My lord, don't look at Yu Feng, his cultivation is not as good as yours, but this kid has mastered this body refining kung fu of mine. Yu Feng said seriously. Your Excellency, feel free to let go of your body and use every muscle in your body to the extreme. At that time, I will formulate the most reasonable body refining program for you based on your situation. Entrusted by Luo Jiro, Yu Hai naturally wouldn't be the slightest bit slow to Si Chen, and the service could be said to be attentive to the extreme. Si Chen followed Yu Hai and his father and son to a large ring on Vajra Peak. At this moment, there were some people gathered around the ring in 2s and 3s, and they should all be here for the drills as well. When they saw Yu Hai arrive, they saluted towards him. Yu Hai waved his hand toward them and turned to Si Chen. Gongzi, do you want to try? Sithan smiled and nodded. Try it. Ha ha ha. Yes, Si Chen said, taking the lead and stepping into the ring. And Si Chen's sudden appearance instantly attracted everyone present. A murmur came from the stage. Who is this person? Who seems to have come with the master? Could it be that he is about to engage in a battle with someone? Just this little body. Can it stand it? His opponent still seems to be senior brother Yu Feng. It looks like someone else is going to be abused beyond recognition. Yu Feng and Yu Hai sighed. Yu Hai patted Yu Feng's shoulder and transmitted a voice to him. Feng Gongzi's cultivation has progressed very quickly, but he has only practiced some of the skins in terms of body refining. Don't hurt your son. Just try to feed your son's moves as much as possible. Yu Feng nodded his head. My child obeys. Yu Feng then walked up to the ring as well, and stood eye to eye with Si Chen. Your Excellency, I am offended. As the words fell, the hideous muscles on top of Yu Feng's body instantly bulged, transforming into a fierce beast that charged towards Si Chen. As Si Chen looked at Yu Feng, who was rushing towards him, his eyes also not only flashed a few looks of anticipation. This was the first time Si Chen had sparred with someone in the physical body without using his cultivation. Without hesitating, Si Chen's foot slammed down and turned into a stream of light rushing towards the direction Yu Feng was attacking from. He didn't even dodge. When really, he's ignorant and fearless. I'm afraid I'm going to have my arm shattered by senior brother Yu Feng in the next second. Just as Si Chen rushed towards Yu Feng, the audience below the stage couldn't help but murmur. Obviously, they were disdainful of Si Chen's hardcore behavior with Yu Feng. Boom! In the next moment, furious power chi erupted from above the ring. In the center of the ring, Si Chen's fist clashed heavily with Yu Feng. In an instant, Yu Feng's originally indifferent gaze became incomparably grave, and even his arms trembled a little. Just as his fist collided with Si Chen's fist, he felt a force as powerful as a mountain. Under this power, Yu Feng even felt a little unable to fight, and just in the moment Yu Feng froze, Si Chen in front of him once again bullied his way up. One of Si Chen's arms deadlocked Yu Feng's arm, while the elbow of the same hand went straight to Yu Feng's chest. Yu Feng's eyes jumped in the face of Si Chen's attack. Drink! Utilizing his entire body's strength, Yu Feng lifted his knee, and after neutralizing Si Chen's elbow strike in front of him, he quickly retreated towards the back. Standing at the edge of the ring, at this moment, Yu Feng's breathing was incomparably ragged. At the same time, the view of Si Chen in his heart had changed drastically. He had originally thought that Si Chen would just be merely progressing his cultivation relatively quickly. But now, in just a single glance with Si Chen, he was deeply shocked by the power contained in Si Chen's physical body. Yufeng was certain that the power contained within Si Chen's seemingly thin and weak physical body was definitely directly comparable to that of his father, Yu Hai. At the same time he remembered what his father had just said. Gongzi hasn't refined his body for a few days. Don't hurt him. In response, Yufeng only wanted to say, "Old Deng. You're pitting your son, aren't you? Look for yourself. This looks like what a few days of body refining should look like." Yufeng's double fists pounded violently towards his chest as the dull heartbeat sound like a beating drum emanated from his body. In this heavy heartbeat, the veins on the surface of Yufeng's body were as if they were about to burst, hideous and terrifying. "Duke, watch out." As the words fell, Yufeng once again rushed towards Si Chen. This time, Si Chen was able to clearly perceive that the power amongst Yufeng's body had changed drastically from before. This seems to be a body forging technique. Eyeing this, Si Chen's gaze slightly condensed, and the dharma of the 6 vaults of immortal thieves operated infinitely. At this moment, Si Chen's body was like an abyss that never knew saturation, crazily devouring the surrounding vitality of heaven and earth. In the next moment, Si Chen's right fist once again collided with Yufeng. Boom! In an instant, the ring beneath Si Chen and Yufeng's feet all shattered. An ear-piercing bone-cracking sound rang out, and a dull pained grunt escaped from Yufeng's mouth. The follow-up force erupted and Yufeng's body turned into a stream of light and flew out backwards, and Si Chen instantly appeared behind Yufeng, holding his body as it flew out backwards. Afterwards, golden green light emerged above Si Chen's hands, slowly covering Yufeng's arms. Yufeng raised his head to look at Si Chen, revealing a look of gratitude towards him. It's Yufeng who underestimated his excellency. Si Chen smiled and nodded. There's no harm in it. A little rest and recuperation will heal it. Yufeng bent his head towards Si Chen, then held his injured arm and slowly walked down the ring. After Yufeng left, Si Chen stood alone on top of the ring, becoming the center of attention for everyone present. At this moment, there was a deafening silence under the ring. Everyone couldn't believe their eyes. They could never have imagined that their own invincible senior brother Yufeng would actually lose to Si Chen. And it's so easy to lose. Si Chen above the ring was like a god, and the power contained in that seemingly thin and weak physical body made everyone's heart flutter. At this time, Yu Hai also came above the ring. He looked at Si Chen, who was standing in front of him, with marvel in his eyes. Gongzi, you really have surprised me beyond measure. Your fleshly body already far exceeds the average level of the early stage of the cave ruin realm. For Yu Hai Yufeng, a hard man of true character, Si Chen was also very favorable. After all, getting along with this kind of person could be much more comfortable than a vicious viper like Choguochuan. At the same time, Si Chen also figured out what stage his physical body strength was at the moment. Yu Hai handed over a token to Si Chen. My lord, this is my identity token. With this token, you can enter any of the 8 body refining treasures. Come to Vajra Peak often in the future, and then the 2 of us will compete as well. Ha ha ha, Si Chen laughed out loud. Thank you, third elder. After that, Si Chen didn't stay at Vajra Peak for long. After all, if one were to enter the body refining pool, it would take a bit longer. This is for Si Chen. Where to be by Luo Jiro's side. Concealing his own breath, Si Chen flew towards Rakshasa Peak. On Rakshasa Peak, inside the room, Luo Jiro sat by herself on the edge of the bed, her mind still echoing what Guan Shiyun had just said. Wrap yourself in a dress that Sithan likes and gift wrap yourself. This bad guy's favorite outfit. For no reason at all, Luo Jiro's mind suddenly floated up 1 red, 2 white, and 3 objects that were cool to the extreme. Turning his head to look at the doorway of the room, he made sure that Sithan hadn't returned yet. Luo Jiro's hands flashed with light, and the snow gold mandarin duck's belly pocket and Lulan's sacred snow stockings that she had confiscated earlier appeared in her hands. Feeling the cold and slippery texture of the Lulan sacred snow stockings with her hands, and then looking at the lifelike mandarin ducks of the snow gold mandarin duck's belly pocket, Luo Jiro's jade neck turned pink. Shame on you if you only wear these 2 dresses. Having said that, once Luo Jiro thought of what Si Chen had done for her, her heart became more and more determined. And I wonder if Shiyun is right. Would he like such a gift? Squeak! Suddenly, just as Luo Jiro froze, the sound of the room door being opened suddenly came from the doorway. Yikes! Luo Jiro subconsciously let out a cry of alarm and quickly put away the belly socks in her hands into the middle of her space ring. When Si Chen returned to Rakshasa Peak, it was already getting dark, and Xiao Wan and Guan Shiyun had already left. Slowly pushing open the door to the room, Si Chen happened to see Luo Jiro sitting on the edge of the bed. At this moment, Luo Jiro was like a small child whose secret had been discovered. Her face flustered. Si-chen came to sit next to Luo Jiro and touched her with his shoulder. Maiden, what's on your mind? Luo Jiro waved her hand towards Si-chen. Didn't think anything. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's distraught look and stretched out his arms to take her into his embrace. It's not right to lie to your husband. Luo Jiro was held in Si-chen's arms, somewhat afraid to look into his eyes. She drew circles on Si-chen's chest with her fingers. Bad guy, just don't ask me yet. I'm not ready. Si-chen pinched Luo Jiro's nose and smiled dotingly. Fine. My lady doesn't want to say, then I won't ask. Then what do we do next? Continue to help my lady recover her cultivation? At this time, there were still 3 days before Luo Jiro's deployment day, but her cultivation was still a bit short of being able to recover to its peak. Luo Jiro nodded. Well, one more time is almost enough. As Luo Jiro spoke, her gaze became watery. From the first time Si-chen helped her restore her cultivation, Luo Jiro completely gave up the idea of cultivating separately from Si-chen. It couldn't be helped. Even if they kept their distance in the beginning, by the time the two of them had their spiritual energy penetrating each other, she still hadn't been able to resist Si-chen's strong aura either. So much so that there was a slight tremor in her body as she shrank into Si-chen's arms again. Moreover, Si-chen didn't know why, but every time after recovering her cultivation ended, Luo Jiro would always run to the innermost part of the room to change her clothes. Late at night. At this time, the room had been completely filled with Luo Jiro's strong to the core pressure. The 9th level of the transition realm, the highest realm under saints. After experiencing countless trials and tribulations, Luo Jiro had finally recovered to her peak once more. This realm that seemed to be able to cause heaven and earth to resonate caused Si-chen to be deeply shocked by it. By the time Luo Jiro walked out from the innermost part of the room, she had already changed into a close-fitting sarong. At Si-chen's request, Luo Jiro's skirt got shorter than once. With regard to these strange requests from Si-chen, although Luo Jiro would always refuse Si-chen on her lips, but when she did finish changing and came in front of Si-chen, her skirt would always be a bit shorter than before. It couldn't be helped. She really didn't know how to reject Si-chen's words, especially when she was held in Si-chen's arms and whispered softly. Luo Jiro only felt like she was going to faint throughout. In the quiet of the night, Luo Jiro lay on the bed with her back to Si-chen, while Si-chen hugged her from behind. At this time, Luo Jiro's body suddenly trembled lightly. Then her voice, as weak as a mosquito fly, came. Bad guy. You lighten up. Si-chen sniffed, and the movements of his hands became much gentler. Just as Si-chen and Luo Jiro were enjoying this cozy and quiet atmosphere, Luo Jiro suddenly said, This afternoon actually Xiao Wan did give me pills. Oh, Si-chen gave a slight lurch. What kind of elixir? Luo Jiro, who was shrinking in Si-chen's arms, arched her body and said angrily, What other kind of elixir could it be? Hearing Luo Jiro's words, a strange expression also appeared on Si-chen's face. So the lady wants it? Luo Jiro turned around and met Si-chen on all fours. Do you think I want it yet? Si-chen said after a slight contemplation. The 7th Elder's elixir shouldn't have any side effects. It's okay to take it if your mother wants to get results quickly. Blah blah blah. Luo Jiro beamed in dissatisfaction. It was a certain person who said it's medicine that's 3 times poisonous. Si-chen put his face close to Luo Jiro and touched her nose with his nose. So the lady didn't want it for me? Humph. Luo Jiro grunted softly and gently bit Si-chen on the cheek. Don't think that this sect master doesn't know that a certain person always has a look of enjoyment on his face when he bullies the sect master. If this sect master eats Xiao Wan's elixir, although it can put an end to a certain bad egg from doing bad things to the sect master again, I reckon that bad egg will be very sad. Luo Jiro was like a little detective, analyzing Si-chen with a serious face. This sect master doesn't really want to see a certain bad guy sad, so he simply doesn't want Xiao Wan's pills. After Luo Jiro said that, she crossed her arms and looked at Si-chen with a haughty face. Of course, it's not that this sect master likes this bad guy much, it's that I simply don't want to take the medicine myself. Hearing Luo Jiro's words and looking at her serious appearance, Si-chen really felt like his heart was going to melt. He reached out and hugged Luo Jiro tightly, and asked in her ear, Then what if this bad guy bullies mama again? Look at Bukla. Humph. That can't be helped. Luo Jiro turned her head to the side not to look at Si-chen. Whoever told this patriarch that he could ride a boat in his chancellor's stomach had to commit myself. Woo. Looking at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance, Si-chen didn't hesitate any longer. He held Luo Jiro tightly in his arms and kissed him heavily, and Luo Jiro reached out her arms to hold onto Si-chen's neck when she was confronted with his move. Feeling Si-chen's intense love, Luo Jiro's heart couldn't help but be filled with joy. Humph. Bad guy. In the past you always pinned this sect master. This time it's this sect master's turn to pinch you, isn't it? Against the sect master. You are still young. Bad guy. No more badgering this sect master. You hear me? Mistress, what are you talking about? How is my husband massaging mistress a bad thing? At this time, the sky was already bright, but Si-Chen and Luo Jiro couple were still shrinking inside the quilt. Luo Jiro frowned slightly and angrily whacked Si-Chen with her fist. Humph. If you massage, you massage. Who told you to keep your hands to yourself? Mother, I'm wronged. Si-Chen moaned feebly. The hell with you. Luo Jiro braced her hand against Sithen's chest and pushed him out from under the covers. Get up. You promised to cultivate with this sect master today. Si-Chen sat up and sat on the edge of the bed with his legs crossed, looking at Luo Jiro with a bad smile on his face. What are you looking at? Noticing Si-Chen's expression, Luo Jiro's pretty face was covered in a blush. She wanted to raise her hand to shield her eyes from Sithen, but she didn't even dare to leave the protection of the covers at the moment. Si-Chen asked, is the maiden still not getting up? Of course I'm getting up. You turn around. No looking. Never listen to your bullshit again. Si-Chen blinked at Luo Jiro. Mother, where did this come from? Humph. You said that the massage is more effective without the obstruction of clothing, but after this sect leader takes off her outer clothes, where do you bad guys care about massaging? Full of nothing but how to bully the sect master. The more Luo Jiro said, the more humiliated she became, so she directly covered her head in the quilt and didn't look at Si-Chen. Ahem. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-Chen scratched his head somewhat sheepishly. He patted Luo Jiro's head, which was covered inside the quilt, and turned to himself. I won't look. My lady, get dressed. It was only after Si-Chen's words fell for a while that Luo Jiro's head, which was covered inside the quilt, sneaked out. It was determined that Si-Chen had turned away and wasn't looking her way anymore. Only then did she dart into the clothes she'd left at the foot of the bed. After a rustling sound, Luo Jiro's voice came from behind Si-Chen. Bad guy. Don't come over here and practice. Si-Chen turned around just in time to see Luo Jiro folding up the quilt on the bed with a serious expression on her face. Si-Chen came behind Luo Jiro, his gaze filled with tenderness. Luo Jiro placed the quilt at the end of the bed, and then immediately met Si-Chen's gaze. Luo Jiro gave a soft lurch as she asked in a small voice. Bad guy, why are you looking at me like that? Si-Chen said with incomparable seriousness. I just suddenly feel that to be able to marry a woman as beautiful and virtuous as your mother is truly a blessing that I cultivated in my past life. Blah, 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 so unashamed. Hearing Si-Chen's words, Luo Jiro was stopping Si-Chen despite her mouth, but her big watery eyes were filled with a happy and playful look. Luo Jiro crossed her arms and said arrogantly, this sect master is leaving the huge sect alone, yet she has to be bullied by you, the bad guy, every day, and to fold your quilt. You're just going to be happy with yourself. Luo Jiro stood at the edge of the bed, while Si-Chen stood underneath the bed. At this time Luo Jiro was a head taller than Si-Chen. Si-Chen raised his arm just enough to be able to hold Luo Jiro's waist. Si-Chen raised his head to look into Luo Jiro's eyes. His eyebrows lowered as he asked in a lost voice, then does the lady not like this life? Do you still prefer to be the same demon sect master as before? Nonsense. Noticing the loss in Si-Chen's tone, Luo Jiro hastily retorted in a panic. Luo Jiro turned her head to the side, not looking into Si-Chen's eyes. She beamed and whispered, it's not like the sect leader said she didn't like it. Si-Chen hugged Luo Jiro's waist tightly and looked at her with an expectant face. So the lady just likes it? Luo Jiro turned her head to the side and muttered, this sect master doesn't know. Say it, say it. At Luo Jiro's cry of alarm, Si-Chen directly picked her up by the waist and Sithen sat himself on the edge of the bed and held Luo Jiro in his arms, looking at her with an expectant face. Luo Jiro looked at Si-Chen's expectant expression, and her heart was filled with intense happiness. She symbolically kicked and tossed her legs twice. Let go of this sect master first. No. What if your wife really doesn't like this life and suddenly runs away? This godfather will not run. Then the lady will answer my question first. Luo Jiro looked at Si-Chen with a face of shame and indignation. She buried her face into Si-Chen's arms, her voice thin and weak. Then, this godfather likes it. I can't hear some of what the lady is saying. Luo Jiro used her hand to push away Si-Chen's head that came over. Her pretty face reddened as she shouted. This sect master likes it. Likes the life with you bad guy. That's fine. Luo Jiro's words fell, and her expression suddenly gave way. Looking at Si-Chen's bad smile on his face, Luo Jiro suddenly reacted at once. She raised her hand and twisted it hard around Sithen's waist. Bad guy. Your lost tone just now was all pretend, wasn't it? You just want to see the sect master make a fool of himself. Aw, pain, pain, pain. Si-Chen laughed out loud while holding Luo Jiro tightly in his arms. How could I be faking it? That was all genuine on my part. Luo Jiro pinched Si-Chen's face with both hands, left and right, and twisted hard. Humph. This sect master is really sleep-dazed to listen to your bad guy's bullshit. Today this sect master is going to exercise my right as the head of the family and punish you severely. Having said that, Luo Jiro didn't use a bit of her cultivation at all, and only pinched Si Chen's face with the little strength of an ordinary woman. And instead of removing Luo Jiro's small hand that was pinching on his face, Si Chen shouted exaggeratedly, "My lady, I was wrong. Your honor is not forgetting the faults of the little one. Spare me." Humph. Luo Jiro listened to Si Chen's exaggerated tone and pouted with a light hum. "Seeing as you're a bad guy who knows what's wrong and can change, this lord will spare you this time." Si Chen lowered his head and the tip of his nose touched Luo Jiro's. "I thank you, my lady Sama." Si Chen raised his head and met Luo Jiro's eyes. But the next moment, the couple laughed together for no apparent reason. Luo Jiro poked Si Chen's chest and said in a good-natured manner, "Bad guy, you're acting so fake." Si Chen's hand holding Luo Jiro's waist pinched the soft flesh around her waist and let out a long sigh to the sky. "It seems that someone's acting skills still need to be refined. Actually being recognized by your mother at a glance." Si Chen pressed his face close to Luo Jiro's ear and asked with a smile, "Then, do you really like living with your husband?" Luo Jiro tilted her face to the side. "Humph. Like it. Stop. 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 No ing thoughts." Seeing that Si Chen was about to kiss toward her again, Luo Jiro hurriedly pushed Si Chen away with her weak-to-the-point willpower. Luo Jiro used her arm to brace herself against Si Chen's chest and struggled, saying that we're going to practice properly today. You can't fool around. That's for sure. Si Chen said with conviction. "I was originally thinking of rushing to get up and cultivate. It's just that I was attracted by your mother's beauty halfway through. Che, I don't believe you. Okay, let's start now." Si Chen let go of the arm around Luo Jiro's waist and put her back on the bed. On the white jade bed couch, Si Chen and Luo Jiro sat facing each other on their knees. At this moment, Luo Jiro's expression was very serious. She said to Si Chen in a deep voice, "Bad fellow, you don't need to worry too much in the area of body forging feats, but the feats that you use to kill and destroy need to be fewer. So today this sect master will teach you an offensive move." "Oh?" Si Chen raised his eyebrows and became interested. Si Chen knew very well that as Luo Jiro was a great power at the 9th level of the Tantalus realm, the killing techniques she spoke of must all be extremely strong as well. Luo Jiro's slender finger gently tapped on Si Chen's brow, and a majestic flood of consciousness surged into Si Chen's sea of consciousness. At the same time Luo Jiro's ethereal voice rang in Si Chen's ears. This technique is called the White Feather Moon Beheading. It's a creation-level technique that only the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect can access. A wide-range killing feat that can also focus all the damage at one point for single damage. Listening to Luo Jiro's voice ringing in his ears, Si Chen's heart fluttered. He hadn't expected that Luo Jiro would teach him a technique that only the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect could learn. At this moment, the transmission of the flood of consciousness had finished, and Si Chen slowly opened his eyes. He looked to Luo Jiro, who was sitting across from him, and spoke softly, "Mother." Luo Jiro seemed to already know what Si Chen was going to say. Her finger tapped on Si Chen's lips and smiled playfully at him. "Bad guy, hurry up and grasp this technique. It's all in the words." It was as if Si Chen was willing to do whatever it took to awaken Luo Jiro, and Luo Jiro was likewise willing to save all her best for Si Chen. Si Chen didn't say anything more as he gathered his mind and focused all of his attention on the White Feather Moon Beheading. Under Si Chen's tireless signing in, his qualification column had come to 736. With this kind of qualification, Si Chen was already more than just a fast rate of cultivation advancement. He wouldn't have the slightest bottleneck existing when cultivating any technique. Luo Jiro sat beside Si Chen. Originally she thought that Si Chen could help him solve any doubts he had, but Luo Jiro soon realized that her thoughts were too naive after all. For perverts like Si Chen, something like doubt would not even appear on their path of cultivation. Feeling the powerful aura emanating from Si Chen's body that originated from the white feather beheading the moon, Luo Jiro powerlessly held her forehead with her hand. Knock, knock, knock. Just at this time, a knock on the door suddenly sounded in Luo Jiro's ears. At the same time Mu Lao's voice came from outside the door. "Sect Master, the affiliated sects of the Divine Sect have sent in this year's offerings, and among them are 2 heavenly grade upper grade ice flame spirit fruits, which I've brought for the Sect Master." Luo Jiro moved her eyebrows and erected a soundproof boundary around Si Chen's body to prevent him from being disturbed. Then she got out of bed and walked towards the door. Opening the door, Luo Jiro saw Elder Mu standing in the doorway. At this moment, she was carrying 2 ice blue strange spirit fruits in her hands. These 2 spirit fruits were surprisingly as transparent in color as Jinbing, and there was a throbbing flame present in them. Luo Jiro looked at the ice flame spirit fruit in Elder Mu's hand, and a bold thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. However, when this thought appeared, a few moments of very obvious shyness flashed through Luo Jiro's eyes. Receiving the ice flame spirit fruit, Luo Jiro nodded towards Elder Mu. "Elder Mu, I'll deal with the other stuff afterward." "Yes, Godfather." After saying that, Luo Jiro returned to the middle of the room with the ice flame spirit fruit. At this time, Si Chen, who was in the middle of the soundproof boundary, was still in the middle of his cultivation. However, from the increasingly solidified torrent of spiritual energy, it could be seen that Si Chen was just one last point away from fully mastering the White Feather Moon beheading. Luo Jiro came to Sithen's side, her hands clenched tightly together. Obviously, Luo Jiro was now torn, but feeling Si Chen's aura that was about to wake up, Luo Jiro's eyes also revealed a look of determination. She held an ice flame spirit fruit in her hand and came to sit beside Si Chen. Looking at Si Chen's handsome and incomparable side face, Luo Jiro's pretty face flushed. At this moment, Luo Jiro's mind was filled with the scene when she was unconscious and Si Chen fed her Xianin spirit milk. She also wanted to secretly experience what that felt like. She took a small bite on the ice flame spirit fruit, and the ice flame spirit fruit instantly melted in her mouth, the cool spiritual energy instantly filling her lips and teeth. Luo Jiro then came closer to Si Chen, holding Si Chen's shoulders with both hands, her pretty face scarlet as she pressed her lips close to his. Along with Luo Jiro getting closer and closer to Si Chen, she closed her eyes nervously. Finally, in Luo Jiro's excited and nervous mood, she gently kissed Si Chen's lips, but in the next second, Luo Jiro's eyes snapped open. It was because she realized that her lips had actually been gently bitten by Sithen. Opening her eyes, Luo Jiro's large eyes filled with panic also happened to meet Si Chen's eyes filled with laughter. Luo Jiro's hands danced haphazardly for a few moments and flew back towards the back. Bad guy. You, cough cough. Without paying attention, Luo Jiro directly choked on the ice flame spirit fruit essence in her mouth. Seeing this, Si Chen hurriedly pulled Luo Jiro over and gently patted her back. It was hard to smooth down this breath before Luo Jiro said, "Bad guy, why did you suddenly wake up?" Si Chen said with a bad smile, "Of course I woke up when I fully mastered it. By the way, Mama, what were you doing just now? Sneakily eating my tofu while I'm practicing? Blah blah blah. This sect master didn't." Luo Jiro turned her head away from Si Chen with a flustered expression while she said, "This sect master just wants to observe your cultivation." "Which one is observant like that?" Sithen said while pouting. Obviously, he knew all about what Luo Jiro had just done. Luo Jiro was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to answer Si Chen. In the end, Luo Jiro threw the intact ice flame spirit fruit to Si Chen. The ice flame spirit fruit just sent by Elder Mu. "Eat it, talk less while eating." Si Chen received the ice flame spirit fruit that Luo Jiro threw over, but he just looked straight at Luo Jiro like this. Luo Jiro was made uncomfortable by Si Chen's gaze, mainly because she was too vain. Bad guy, what are you looking at?" Si Chen came behind Luo Jiro and pulled her into his arms. He leaned down and whispered in Luo Jiro's ear, "Mother, I don't want to eat this kind of fruit." Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen and asked suspiciously, "Why?" Si Chen hemmed and hawed, "Fruits, I only eat the ones imported by your mother. Eat other I cough." "Ha? Imported?" Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro first froze, but after all, she had been married to Sithen for a long time, and had heard this kind of strange words too many times, and she quickly understood what Sithen meant. Luo Jiro clutched the ice flame spirit fruit in her hand so tightly that her earlobes turned pink. She gently bit into the fruit in her hand, her eyes glistening as she looked towards Sithen. It can be one of the 8 main peaks of the White Feather Divine Sect, Een Ghost Peak, in the middle of an extremely hidden secret room. At this moment, there were 3 figures in the secret room looking at each other. It was none other than Xiaobuochuan, Dang Hua, and the 6th elder Hu Han, who had previously not been among the White Feather Divine Sect. As the 6th elder of the Divine Sect, Hu Han's realm had already reached the 5th level of the Cave Ruin realm. He was currently wearing a pitch-black robe, and even his head was hidden amongst the cloak. "Grand Elder, are you really sure he'll be on our side?" After Hu Han returned to the White Feather Divine Sect, he also learned about Xiaobuochuan's separation between Si Chen and Luo Jiro. Hu Han hadn't been in contact with Si Chen, so he still had some doubts about what Xiaobuochuan was doing. In the face of Hu Han's doubts, Xiaobuochuan said indifferently, "I've been in contact with him many times and understand his character. He won't be willing to be a companion to someone who is going to die, so he will definitely be on our side. Of course, subsequent to that, if he has any dissent towards you and I, then we'll have to trouble Senior Mu to refine him into a puppet." "Oh, just a show of hands." Just as Xiaobuochuan's words had fallen, an old voice came from the shadows behind the 3 of them with it. Immediately afterward, a hunched figure holding a walking stick cane slowly stepped out of the shadows. The moment this figure appeared, the 3 Xiaobuochuan people simultaneously took a step back and bowed. "Elder Mu, 3 elders, there's no need to be so polite to me." An old man buried up to his neck in yellow soil. Having said that, the old man went straight to the head of the table in the secret room. After the old man took his seat, The three Chiobutchuan people then sat down in their seats. When facing this old man in front of them, the eyes of the three Chiobutchuan people were filled with respect. Not to mention the old man's means of being able to make a transition realm 9 major power instantly fall into a state of lost soul. Just his cultivation alone, which far exceeded that of the three of them, was enough to make them feel awe. That's right, this person in front of him was the presence standing behind Chiobutchuan. It was also the source of the black aura in Chiobutchuan's hand. Chiobutchuan took the lead and said, "Senior Mu, Luo Jiro has been in a coma for more than a few months. I wonder when we will be able to make our move." The old man's cloudy gaze looked at Chiobutchuan without a trace of emotion in his eyes. "Grand Elder, you said that you would solve that junior beside Luo Jiro, but after so much time has passed, have you made any progress?" Facing the old man's gaze, Chiobutchuan's heart thumped. He hurriedly said respectfully, "Elder Mu, I've already succeeded in divorcing his relationship with Luo Jiro. This son's talent is extremely high and his cultivation has reached the cave ruin realm, so if he can be drawn to our side, he will certainly provide us with a great boost." "Lara." The old man doesn't want to wait any longer. The old man suddenly interrupted Chiobutchuan. "A cave ruin realm booster. Dispensable." The old man didn't know if he was saying this to Chiobutchuan or to Party Hua and Huhan. It was because several of them were also all in the cave ruin realm. The old man's gaze swept over the three people present. "As you just said, call him to come, and I will refine him into a puppet." Hearing the old man's words, the three Chiobutchuan's bodies were shaken. Regarding the old man's unpredictable means, they had already seen it a long time ago. That was why they did not have the slightest doubt about the old man's ability to refine Si Chen into a puppet, as he had said, especially the Party Ho, because this tactic of the old man was the key to Party Hua joining Chiobutchuan and the others. Chiobutchuan and the old man had made a promise to Party Hua. As long as Party Hua could help them succeed in controlling the White Feather Divine Sect, that old man would then refine Luo Jiro into a puppet, completely under Party Hua's control. Facing the old man's words, Chiobutchuan nodded heavily. "Elder Mu, I will summon him afterward." At this time, the old man suddenly said again, "It's not just him, there are other elders as well." The old man's gaze flashed with a bloody light. For those stubborn people who refuse to give up Luo Jiro, the old man will personally take action. As the words fell, a black gas that was thick to the extreme also began to spew out from the old man's body. Under the rendering of this black aura, densely packed demonic patterns began to show on his body. At the same time, his hoarse and crazy voice sounded ghostly in the ears of the three Chiobutchuan people. "Luo Jiro, the pain you once inflicted on old me, I will return it to you in no small measure." On Rakshasa Peak, in the room, "Bad guys, eat your own from now on." Luo Jiro clutched an ice blue spirit fruit that had already been half bitten off in her hand and glared at Si Chen with a beak. The ice flame spirit fruit in Si Chen's hand, on the other hand, was still intact and hadn't been touched a bit. Si Chen pulled Luo Jiro's hand and looked at her with a bad smile on his face. "No, this is only half eaten." "Humph. The head of this sect is in charge of whether you can do it or not." As if she wanted to vent the aggression she received from Si Chen on the fruit in her hand, Luo Jiro took a large bite on the spirit fruit. Because the bite was so big, Luo Jiro mumbled a bit in her speech. She clutched her arms tightly to her chest, as if she was afraid that Sithan would still mess with her. "You bad fellow, you don't forget to bully the sect master even when you eat something. Obviously you said you would only eat spirit fruits, but what have you eaten? This sect leader will never trust you again." Just as Luo Jiro kept making grandiose speeches, Si Chen held onto Luo Jiro's waist end. He leaned in close to Luo Jiro's face, his eyes unblinking as he stared into her eyes. "Hey, you, what are you doing?" Suddenly being treated like this by Si Chen, Luo Jiro's speech became a little sloppy. Si Chen looked into Luo Jiro's eyes and whispered to her, "Mother, shouldn't you change the way you address me? Change your name?" Luo Jiro gave a slight lurch. "Change to what?" Sithan's expression suddenly became sad. "That's what I've been calling you, ma'am, since we were married. But after all this time, I have never heard my lady call out to me as her husband. I'm too hard." Sitting on Si Chen's lap, Luo Jiro suddenly froze when she heard Si Chen's words. After she thought carefully about it, it seemed like it was really as Si Chen had said. She hadn't really formally called out to Si Chen's husband. Looking at Si Chen's expectant face, Luo Jiro's eyes were also watery. "Calling out to your husband, it's really shameful." Luo Jiro's small mouth opened slightly, and she didn't cry out after several attempts. "No, no, no, this sect leader can't call out. I'm not ready." Si Chen cried out feebly. "No ma'am, you're willing to let your husband wait dryly like this? A man is 21 flowers, and it takes love to water him. Without your love, your husband will become dry." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro couldn't help but put out a laugh. She twisted lightly on Sithan's arm. "Blah, blah, blah, bad guy. What nonsense. How come I didn't shower you with love? Then mama call out to me, or I'll tickle you. You villain. Eat this sect master's kick. 3 days had passed in a hurry, and the time that Luo Jiro had planned for in the first place had come and gone. During these 3 days, Si Chen would learn feats from Luo Jiro every day. Luo Jiro also completely consolidated her own cultivation that had been restored to its peak with the help of some heavenly materials. And fate is so marvelous. Yesterday, a person that neither Si Chen nor Luo Jiro had imagined actually came to Rakshasa Peak. It was none other than Grand Elder Qiu Buochuan's faction's core disciple, Xia Yao. Xia Yao's purpose for coming to Rakshasa Peak was also very simple. Help Vengeance Buochuan to send word for Si Chen to head up to Ghost Peak for a fling. Only the way Xia Yao spoke. Your Excellency. It's been a long time. My concubine misses you. Tomorrow, Master wants to invite Your Excellency to the peak for a fling, and my concubine is looking forward to meeting with Your Excellency again. Xia Yao left after saying those words. It's just as well that she's gone. But sit hen. Bad guy. I miss you so much. And also my concubine looks forward to meeting with your son again. What are you going to do when you meet? In order to make up for the serious consequences caused by these few words of Xia Yao's, Si Chen's lips almost wore out. In the end, it was only under the policy of big sticks and big dates that he finally coaxed the huffing and puffing Luo Jiro. In fact, Luo Jiro also knew in her heart that Xia Yao was being instructed by Qiu Buochuan, but she just didn't like to hear someone say such things to Si Chen. On this day, just as the reddish haze rising from the sky dispersed the darkness of the night, Si Chen slowly opened his eyes. Si Chen leaned down to look at Luo Jiro in his arms. The two men's eyes met at that moment. Si Chen patted Luo Jiro's back. Mother, it's still early. Aren't you going to sleep for a while? Luo Jiro gently shook her head. There's still business to be done. At this moment, Luo Jiro once again transformed back into the demon sect master who had mastered the lives and deaths of countless people. She gripped Sithen's hand tightly and brought a rare seriousness to her tone. Bad guy, you have to remember what this sect master said to you. Once there is any danger, you must leave at the first opportunity. Absolutely nothing must happen to you. Bukla. Si Chen raised his hand in and pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks. Mother, your Sangha is now in the cave ruin realm, and has mastered so many high-level techniques. How could he be as fragile as you think? That too. Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes glared. Do you listen to what the head of the family says or not? Looking at Luo Jiro's serious look, Si Chen said helplessly. Your wife always gives me the feeling of being adopted like this. This godfather is just going to beg you. Say you heard me. Si Chen nodded his head with a helpless face. All listen to your mother. Humph. That's more like it. The words fell, and silence fell over the room once more. At this time, Si Chen suddenly realized that Luo Jiro in his arms was hugging him tightly. She pressed her face against Sithen's chest and murmured softly. I want you to be good all the time. All the time to be my sage. Si Chen tightened his arms around Luo Jiro's waist and gently kissed her on the forehead. I will. I promise. Hold it a little longer. Just as the sun fully rose, the three elders of the White Feather Divine Sect also arrived outside Luo Jiro's room. Sect leader, Vajra Peak, Zishuan Peak, and Pil Sol Peak belonging to them are all ready. Third elder Yu Hai said in a deep voice. This operation is top secret. Other than the three of us, all of the Peak's affiliates will just treat it as a drill. Yu Hai's words fell, and the door to the room was gently pushed open. Under the watchful eyes of Yu Hai, Guan Shiyun, Xia Wan, and Elder Mu Lu, Luo Jiro and Si Chen slowly walked out of the room. At this moment, Luo Jiro was wearing a white robe, while Si Chen was wearing a black tunic embroidered with golden patterns. After a few months' time, Luo Jiro once again walked out of that room behind her, and this time, the entire pattern of the White Feather Divine Sect would be turned upside down. Luo Jiro looked towards the three elders as well as the two protectors, third elder, fourth elder, and seventh elder. Your mission today is to behead Hu Han, Elder Mu, Elder Lu. You'll be responsible for stalling Party Hua. Luo Jiro's eyes looked towards the distant sky, her voice carrying a strong killing intent. After I kill Qiu Buochuan, I will rush to your side. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, the few people in front of him all bowed heavily. Your obedience. Move. As Luo Jiro's words fell, the seven of them transformed into streams of light and instantly flew in different directions of the White Feather Divine Sect. Outside of Ghost Peak, Si Chen's figure slowly emerged, and right at the first moment Si Chen appeared, a familiar voice rang in his ears. Ha ha ha, Your Excellency. It's been some time since I've seen you. Qiu Buochuan's figure stepped out from the Ghost Peak and flew towards Si Chen's side. Looking at Qiu Buochuan, who was flying towards his side, Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, not seeing a trace of emotion flowing out. Coming closer, Qiu Buochuan eagerly patted Si Chen's shoulder. I wonder how you've been, my lord? Si Chen's movements lurched, and he knew very well what Qiu Buochuan was asking him. It was nothing more than whether he had recently withdrawn his treatment of Luo Jiro, and to what extent Luo Jiro's body had collapsed. Si Chen handed Qiuebuochuan a rather meaningful look and said with a smile, living up to the great elder's trust, the recent plan has been going smoothly to the extreme. Oh, a flash of light flashed in Qiuebuochuan's eyes. He wanted Si Chen to transmit. No one has discovered what your son has done? Si Chen smiled and nodded. The other party naturally didn't notice. Ha ha ha, good. Qiuebuochuan smiled broadly and patted Si Chen's shoulder. Your Excellency is indeed a young genius, and such a meticulous mind. Looking at the enthusiastic Si Chen in front of him, Qiuebuochuan suddenly had a feeling of cherishing his talent. He even felt that it was a bit of a shame for Si Chen to be refined into a puppet. Gongzi, let's go. Come to my peak for a fling. Yaoer she has been waiting for you for a long time already. Qiuebuochuan pulled Si Chen's arm, and immediately was about to return to the Ghost Peak, but just then, he suddenly realized that Si Chen beside him had not moved. Qiuebuochuan looked at Si Chen with some confusion. Is there anything else, Your Excellency? Si Chen smiled and nodded. Great Elder, I brought you a gift. Oh, Qiuebuochuan raised his eyebrows. Your Excellency is surprisingly so polite. Sithan waved his hand. It's just a favor. A faint spatial ripple began to emanate from Si Chen's hands, while a spatial barrier began to appear around Qiuebuochuan's body. Si Chen said softly, I'm going to send the Grand Elder. Go to hell. Leave immediately. A pale voice suddenly rang in Qiuebuochuan's ears. Qiuebuochuan's heart jumped, and without the slightest hesitation, he swept towards the Ghost Peak. However, his speed was still too much slower than a transition realm powerhouse after all. Clang! An ear-piercing sword sound rang out, and a cold sword light tore through space, heading straight for Qiuebuochuan's back. Seeing that the sword light that contained the strongest strike of the 9th level of the Ferrying Realm was about to stab Qiuebuochuan in the back of his heart, right in the midst of this lightning bolt, a black gas that was thick to the extreme but suddenly enveloped Qiuebuochuan. The sword light clashed fiercely with the black gas. Boom! In the midst of the violent energy impact, Qiuebuochuan heavily smashed into the ground like a cannonball. The ground on Ghost Peak completely shattered, and a deep circular pit appeared in front of everyone. Cough! In the midst of the roiling dust, a figure was weakly lying in the middle of a deep pit, coughing out blood from its mouth. At this moment, there was only one thought in Qiuebuochuan's mind. Old Six. There's Old Six in the crowd. Qiuebuochuan knew very well in his heart that if it wasn't for the old man's black chi that helped him withstand some of the damage at the last moment, there was absolutely no way he could have survived that sword light. To a great power at the 9th level of the Ferrying Realm, he, at the 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm, was truly as small as a mole cricket, struggling to sit up from the deep pit. At this moment, a thought rose in Qiuebuochuan's mind that he couldn't believe. At the same time, he suddenly remembered what Si Chen had said earlier. The latest program is going as well as it can go. After standing up, Qiuebuochuan's sight looked towards the sky. Almost instantly, Qiuebuochuan's pupils contracted violently. In the sky, a black and a white figure stood side by side. Their gazes were dead silent as they stared downward at Qiuebuochuan, their eyes burning with a dense to the extreme killing intent. At this moment, Qiuebuochuan's eyes were filled with an unbelievable look. He simply didn't want to believe what he was seeing right now. Why? Why did she suddenly wake up? It's not real. How can it be? Qiuebuochuan had planned for so many years to obtain the White Feather Divine Sect, and for this reason, he had even gone so far as to make friends with the White Feather Divine Sect's former enemies. Seeing that his hopes were at hand, seeing that everything he had plotted would be realized, but just before the pre-dawn light of Qiuebuochuan arrived, Luo Jiro suddenly appeared in front of him, and almost stabbed him to death with a sword. This was unacceptable to Qiuebuochuan in any way. In the middle of the sky, Luo Jiro looked at Qiuebuochuan, who slowly stood up from the ground, and frowned slightly. She was able to clearly perceive that a being not on par with her had just helped Qiuebuochuan block her sword light. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro's heart sank. The long sword in her hand pointed straight at Qiuebuochuan. Qiuebuochuan, colluding with foreign enemies and plotting to kill the sect master. His crime should be executed. Qiuebuochuan naturally knew that the moment Luo Jiro woke up, it also meant that all his plans would be exposed, so he didn't say anything to beg or explain. The only way he could go now was to fight Luo Jiro to the end. However, Qiuebuochuan had the presence of that old man behind him, and he had enough confidence in his heart. Luo Jiro now only wanted to waste Qiuebuochuan as fast as possible. She didn't even want to spend a little more time with Qiuebuochuan. A buzzing sound came from the long sword in her hand as Luo Jiro rushed towards Qiuebuochuan below. At this moment, her cultivation level of the 9th level of the Ferrying Realm exploded out. An enormous pressure filled the heavens and earth, causing everything around them to start trembling. And just as the long sword in Luo Jiro's hand was about to stab Qiuebuochuan's chest, the black aura that had appeared before surfaced once more. This time, The black gas was even denser than last time, and there was an old man holding a walking stick slowly emerging from it. Boom! The long sword in Luo Jiro's hand slammed against that old man's walking stick. The violent energy storm caused Jiubochuan to fly out backwards like a piece of paper, heavily impacting the building behind him. After the strike, Luo Jiro and the old man each withdrew 100 meters away. The old man slowly raised his head to look at Luo Jiro in front of him. Luo Jiro, do you still remember old me? Hearing the old man's voice, Luo Jiro's eyes narrowed slightly and her tone was icy cold. Mu Bloodwind, you actually didn't die. At this moment, Luo Jiro also recognized the person in front of her. Mu Bloodwind, once the greatest enemy of the White Feather Divine Sect, the old ancestor of the Bloodshed Mountain Villa. The Bloodshed Villa and the White Feather Divine Sect were feuds, and Luo Jiro's master died at the hands of Mu Bloodwind. Only after killing Luo Jiro's master teacher, Mu Bloodwind also fell into serious injury. By the time Mu Bloodwind came out of seclusion again, Luo Jiro had already arrived with an army. Under Luo Jiro's cultivation of the 9th level of the Ferrying Realm, the Bloodshed Villa was undoubtedly slaughtered by the White Feather Divine Sect, and Mu Bloodwind was forced by Luo Jiro to flee into the middle of the endless wasteland when he was desperate. It was just that Luo Jiro didn't expect that Mu Bloodwind actually didn't die no matter what. Instead, he had also mastered that black mist that could affect the divine soul, and his cultivation level had come to the 9th level of the transition realm. Ha! Mu Bloodwind leaned on the ground with his crutch and slowly said, how can I die when I haven't had a good discussion with Sect Master Luo? Do you know what kind of price the old man paid in the middle of the endless wasteland? As Mu Bloodwind spoke, his skin that was covered in magic lines was also exposed to everyone. His eyes were shadowy and full of hatred. I gave up everything precisely to give back to you everything you bestowed on old me. Luo Jiro looked at the black gas that filled Mu Bloodwind's body, and she finally knew the reason why she had entered the state of lost soul at this time. Originally, Luo Jiro was still surprised because Mu Bloodwind had managed to escape the endless wasteland, but when she saw Mu Bloodwind's body full of demonic tattoos, she instantly understood everything. No wonder Jiubochuan was able to obtain that box filled with black gas. It turned out that Mu Bloodwind was manipulating all of this. Luo Jiro looked at Mu Bloodwind with an icy face, and berserk strength surged from her body once more. She didn't say anything more and rushed straight towards Mu Bloodwind in front of her, and as Mu Bloodwind looked at Luo Jiro who was rushing towards him, his cloudy eyes were filled with the recklessness of a great revenge about to be avenged. He waved the walking stick in his hand, and thick black gas erupted from his body. Luo Jiro, do you recognize this black aura? I won't kill you, but I'll make you watch the White Feather Divine Sect fall at my hands. The black gas rushed straight at Luo Jiro, but Luo Jiro didn't avoid it in the slightest. The long sword in her hand rushed straight at Mu Bloodwind's throat. Just at the moment when the black chi tainted Luo Jiro's body, the fiery red phoenix plume between Luo Jiro's long hair flashed with a dazzling light. Dense fiery red light erupted from the red-gold phoenix plume, completely wrapping Luo Jiro in it. When that black gas touched the power of the red-gold phoenix plume, it was as if the first snow had touched the blazing sun, and was instantly turned into nothingness. Mu Bloodwind's body shook violently as he saw this. He couldn't believe, no matter what, that his black chi, which was capable of infesting the divine soul, actually didn't work on Luo Jiro. But now there was no time for him to think that much. The long sword in Luo Jiro's hand had already arrived in front of him. Between life and death, Mu Bloodwind swung the cane in his hand towards Luo Jiro's sword blade with all his might. Boom! In the violent energy storm, Mu Bloodwind's pale body flew out backwards. Even though he had deflected Luo Jiro's sword blade at the last moment, his shoulder was still penetrated by Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro, what's that? Mu Bloodwind simply couldn't accept what was happening in front of him. He couldn't accept that the power he had traded everything for couldn't even hurt Luo Jiro in the slightest. Looking at Mu Bloodwind's hysterical appearance, Luo Jiro's heart for some reason suddenly flashed with a few small points of pride. I have so many good things from Sunga. What are you going to win me with? After Rai thought that the black chi had lost its effect, Mu Bloodwind fell into a frenzy. No matter how thick the black chi summoned by Mu Bloodwind was, it couldn't harm Luo Jiro in the slightest. However, the long sword in Luo Jiro's hand was always able to leave a hideous wound on his body. The power and hegemony of the black chi. This was something that even a peak transition realm powerhouse like Luo Jiro had to admit. However, Mu Bloodwind had paid a great price accordingly in order to obtain this power. His body was incomparably weak, far from being comparable to an existence of the same rank, and at the same time, the spiritual energy in his body was far too thin compared to Luo Jiro. On the premise that the black chi had lost its effect, if Mu Bloodwind didn't run, dying under Luo Jiro's sword would really just be a matter of time. As the battle continued, the originally magnificent Ghost Peak was now ravaged beyond recognition. Even the mountain protection formation was directly shattered by Luo Jiro's extremely powerful force. On the other side, Chilbochuan sat against the ruins and took out a bottle of elixir from his spatial ring and took it in order to slow down his body's injuries. He likewise saw the battle taking place in the middle of the sky. In the time between just now and now, Chilbochuan only felt that everything he had worked so hard for so many years had been destroyed in an instant. He didn't want to believe it, but the truth woke him up hard. Looking at Mu Bloodwind's black chi that was completely rendered useless under the red gold phoenix plume, Chilbochuan knew that Luo Jiro must have a high-ranking person behind her. How else could she have possessed a holy weapon? There weren't a few sacred artifacts to be found in the entire Kanglan realm. Seeing that the wounds on Mu Bloodwind's body were growing, the black blood in the sky splashed with the wind, Kubokwin knew that he had to leave. While Luo Jiro was now caught in the middle of a fight, while no one could stop him yet, once he waited until Luo Jiro had cut down Mu Bloodwind, then all that awaited him was death. After taking a bottle of elixir again, the injuries in Chilbochuan's body had finally recovered a bit. He slowly stood up from the ground and swept towards the depths of Een Ghost Peak in a hidden form. But just as Chilbochuan was about to leave the center of the battlefield, his steps suddenly stopped. The Grand Elder is preparing to leave? Looking at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him, Chilbochuan's gaze was filled with hatred and disdain. Judging from Si Chen's behavior just now, he knew that Si Chen had never been moved by his words since the beginning. Chilbochuan spat the blood foam in his mouth onto the ground and sneered at Si Chen. If I'm not mistaken, Lu Qing, Xian Rui, Yu Hai and the others should have gone to party Hua and Hu Han. Si Chen smiled faintly. Great Elder is wise. Chilbochuan looked at Si Chen, who was only standing in front of him, and gusts of ghostly hissing began to come from above his dry palms. His gaze towards Si Chen was filled with disdain. You want to stop me? I have to admit that you are a genius, but if you want to stop me, you're still a bit short after all. Si Chen's hand slowly surfaced with a golden light, and a golden lance then appeared in his hand. Does the Grand Elder recognize this lance? Many of your disciples have died under this lance. Think you're going to be reunited with them today? A raging hostile aura emanated from Chilbochuan's body as he was uncovered by Si Chen's scar. A soul invocation streamer appeared out of thin air in his hand, and with a fierce stomp of his foot, he charged straight at Si Chen. Griffin, die! Looking at Chilbochuan who was charging towards him, Si Chen stabbed out a spear flower with the Star Moon Lance in his hand, and the 6 vaults of immortal thieves was in full operation. The long spear in his hand was wrapped in a huge force and rushed straight at Chilbochuan. At this moment, Si Chen was using the 4th level of the Cave Ruin Realm to challenge the 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm. Boom! The violent energy storm exploded, and Si Chen's cold, silent gaze locked eyes with Chilbochuan. A huge force violently erupted above his arms, and the lance in Si Chen's hand directly flicked Chilbochuan's soul recruiter away. Boom! The sky above Si Chen's head suddenly cracked open with dense fissures, and an ancient heavenly court shadow slowly appeared in the sky above Si Chen. There was a raging spiritual energy like a waterfall flowing out from the cavernous sky, surging straight into Si Chen's body, and his aura began to rise rapidly, crossing the lance in his hand in front of his chest. Si Chen spread his hands out. Behind him, countless white flying feathers glittering with ethereal light began to coalesce, and Chilbochuan's pupils contracted violently when he saw this dense white feather behind Si Chen. The white feather beheading the moon. Luo Jiro even taught you this technique. Si Chen looked at Chilbochuan and gave him a dangerous smile. Grand Elder, I'm married to the sect leader. Si Chen's words drifted away with the wind, and the white flying feathers behind him, which were dense to the extreme, had also completely coalesced into shape, and as Chilbochuan felt the extremely powerful aura of white feather beheading the moon, a flash of red light suddenly surfaced in his hand, while the creepy undead hissing sound completely wrapped him up. Death to the harpies. In an instant, the red light in Chilbochuan's hand shot out violently, coming straight at Si Chen's chest. And the sky full of flying feathers behind Si Chen also attacked Chilbochuan. Dang it! Dense to the extreme metal clashing sounds rang out, and the light shield that enveloped the surface of Chilbochuan's body began to show densely packed cracks. The light shield completely shattered, and Si Chen's body disappeared into thin air. But, the next moment, in Chilbochuan's unbelieving gaze, Si Chen's arm violently stabbed into his chest. Chilbochuan's divine armor of creation actually only hit a residual shadow. Immediately after, a majestic suction force suddenly came from Si Chen's arm, and Chilbochuan could only feel that his vitality was rapidly diminishing. Under the powerful force of the 6 immortal thieves, Chilbochuan's already aged body shrank to the extreme in an instant. At this last moment, Chilbochuan once again saw Si Chen's ice-cold eyes. Grand Elder, you shouldn't have any thoughts about my mother. But, spare my life, I wish to repent. Si Chen gently shook his head. It's too late to know repentance now. Pay attention in your next life. Boo! A creepy popping sound rang out as Si Chen crushed Chilbochuan's heart alive. Pulling his hand out slowly, Sithan wiped the blood on his hand on Chilbochuan's clothes. After doing so, Si Chen's gaze turned to the direction where Luo Jiro was, and Si Chen also saw the scene where Luo Jiro used the red gold phoenix plume to break through Mu Bloodwind's defense and stab the long sword in her hand into his chest. At this time, hundreds of meters apart, Si Chen's gaze locked with Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro first looked at Si Chen, who had a gentle smile on his face, and then looked at Chiu Buochuan, who was already dead at his feet, and a touch of warmth flashed through Luo Jiro's heart. She poked her tongue out at Si Chen, showing a cute face, and then quickly turned her head away, throwing Mu Bloodwind's corpse on the ground. Luo Jiro rushed up into the sky. At the highest place of the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro's icy words were like a hongmeng bell ringing, resounding throughout the White Feather Divine Sect. Chiu Buochuan, Dang Hua, and Hu Han colluded with the remaining members of the Bloodshed Villa with the intent to brutalize their fellow disciples. Immediate and severe punishment. 3 days later, convene a clan meeting. I know people don't like to see fights, but I still have to write one to move the plot forward. To make up for it, there will be one more chapter in a while, and 5 updates today. White Feather Divine Sect's 8 main peaks. On Yin Ghost Peak, at this moment, Elder Mu, Elder Lu, Yu Hai, Guan Shiyun, and Xiao Wan all came before Luo Jiro and Si Chen. Below them, Party Hua and Hu Han, who were already completely cold, lay quietly on the ground. Just a moment ago, Luo Jiro's voice resounded throughout the White Feather Divine Sect, causing a huge stir. At this moment, all of the remaining senior members of the White Feather Divine Sect all arrived in front of Luo Jiro. The people present looked at the large hole that had been taken out of Chiu Buochuan's chest, and their bodies couldn't help but be shaken. Everyone was looking at Si Chen with a look of having seen a ghost. The cultivation level of Chiu Buochuan was clear to everyone present. That was a solid 9th level of the Cave Ruin realm. But even so, he still died tragically at the hands of Si Chen. Xiao Wan came to sit inside and scrutinized Si Chen up and down. You killed Chiu Buochuan with your own hands? Si Chen blinked at Xiao Wan. 7th Elder. Doesn't it look like it? Xiao Wan blankly glanced at Si Chen. More than unlike. If it wasn't for the sect leader being there, the ghosts wouldn't have you a Cave Market Realm 4th level being able to kill a Cave Market Realm 9th level. Pervert. You really are a pervert. Shiyun and I realized it a long time ago. At Xiao Wan's words, Guan Shiyun nodded with conviction. Ahem. And just as Si Chen was about to speak, the sound of Luo Jiro's light cough suddenly rang in his ears. Mother! Without speaking to Xiao Wan again, Si Chen flew to Luo Jiro's side and took her hand with a concerned face. Is everything okay? How could Luo Jiro not expect Si Chen to actually take her hand in front of so many people? For a moment, a flash of panic flashed across Luo Jiro's pretty face, but seeing that so many elders were there, she hastened to cover it up. Withdrawing her hand from Si Chen's hand, Luo Jiro said expressionlessly, It's fine. It's just that the battle just ended, and her blood chi is a bit churned up. Si Chen breathed a long sigh of relief. It's okay. It scared me. The few people around them looked at Si Chen and Luo Jiro, and the corners of their mouths were flushed with a touch of anti-smile. Up to this point, those present could be considered to be on their own. They had a deep knowledge of Si Chen's wife-favoring nature, as well as the arrogant nature of their own godmaster. Sect leader. At this time, Yu Hai said knowingly, Chiu Buochuan and the others are dead, and the disciples under their command still need to be enlisted. Let a few of us do this. Luo Jiro nodded. Several elders. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, sir. After bidding farewell to Luo Jiro and Si Chen, the few elders swept towards the distance. Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other and also returned directly to Rakshasa Peak. By now, only Si Chen and Luo Jiro were left on Yin Ghost Peak. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, who was standing in front of her, and a smile spread across her pretty face. She poked Si Chen's chest. You bad guy, moving your hands in front of so many people in front of the sect master. Don't know how to be shy. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's hand and said in an overbearing manner, What's wrong with that? My own daughter-in-law. What's wrong with me holding hands? Looking at Si Chen's domineering appearance, Luo Jiro lightly hummed. Humph. Bad egg. Having said that, Luo Jiro did not pull her hand out of Si Chen's large hand, but let him hold it. Mother, we go back? Wait. Suddenly, Luo Jiro pulled Si Chen back. In Si Chen's puzzled gaze, a majestic torrent of spiritual energy slowly grew dense above Luo Jiro's hands. Under Luo Jiro's power of the 9th level of the transition realm, the entire Yin Ghost Peak began to disintegrate rapidly and then reorganize itself. The corpses of Chiu Buochuan and the others were also buried deep in the middle of the Yin Ghost Peak's mountain. After doing this, Luo Jiro slowly withdrew her hand and said to Si Chen, Let's go back. Si Chen pulled Luo Jiro's hand, and the two of them turned into streams of light and flew towards Rakshasa Peak. Mother, this hand of yours is too strong. Just know that this sect master is powerful. Next time you dare to bully the sect master, I'll punish you ruthlessly. When he returned to Rakshasa Peak, it was already getting dark at this time. Si-chen lay on the white jade bed and couch, looking suspiciously at Luo Jiro, who stood in the room with a tangled face. Ever since she came back to her room, Luo Jiro seemed to have been obsessing over something, and she wouldn't say anything no matter how Si-chen asked her. What on earth are you thinking, mother? No questions, no questions. This godmaster is not ready yet. This conversation had been repeated many times, but Luo Jiro still hadn't said anything. However, based on Si-chen's understanding of Luo Jiro, it was 80% likely that she was brewing up some kind of small mind right now. Seeing that Luo Jiro refused to say anything no matter how much she asked, Si-chen had no choice but to lie down on the bed and fiddle with the divine armor of creation that Xiao Buochuan had just created. At this time, Luo Jiro in the room suddenly, heavy stomping. She then darted into the far side of the room. Bad guy, you're not allowed to peek, or else this sect master will bite you to death. Si-chen looked confused as he watched Luo Jiro run into the innermost part of the room, somewhat puzzled as to what Luo Jiro was going to do. The innermost part of the room there had always been the place where Luo Jiro changed her clothes. It's probably because I got dirty from today's fight. Si-chen muttered and continued to study the silver needle with red light in his hand. I don't know how long it had been, just when Si-chen was about to fall asleep, but Luo Jiro's slightly trembling voice suddenly came from his ears. Bad, look at me. Following Luo Jiro's voice, Si-chen's gaze turned to Luo Jiro at the inner side of the room. In an instant, Si-chen's eyes went wide and his entire body froze completely. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, Si-chen somewhat wondered if he was still awake. Across from him, at this time Luo Jiro shed the white robe she wore during the day today. In its place, there are snow gold mandarin duck's belly bibs as well as Lulan's sacred snow stockings. At this time Luo Jiro's long hair naturally spread out. Snow gold mandarin duck's belly band, that red ribbon tied around the neck. The bare back is completely exposed in the air. The pair of slender jade legs also became more eye-catching under the Lulan Xingxue stockings, compared to the overbearing and overwhelming transition realm powerhouse during the day. Luo Jiro at this moment was truly seductive to the extreme. Noticing Si-chen's dumbfounded gaze, Luo Jiro's pretty face had long been red enough to drip water. She bit her lip lightly, her hands squeezing the hem of her snow gold mandarin duck belly band tightly, and her legs twisting and gathering together. Looking at Si-chen's stagnant appearance, Luo Jiro softly asked, "Bad guy, no, doesn't it look good?" Hearing Luo Jiro's words, the dumbfounded Si-chen then reacted. His head shook fast and he spoke like a machine gun. Good looking. Mama is really good looking. Si-chen's dumbfounded look made Luo Jiro, who was originally nervous, puffed and burst out laughing. She playfully blankly glanced at Si-chen and gently stomped her foot while raising her arm towards Si-chen. Then give the head of the family a hug. Whoosh! Luo Jiro's words had only just fallen, when Si-chen arrived in front of her as a stream of light, and then directly picked her up by the waist in a princess hug. Being held in Si-chen's arms, Luo Jiro's arms held Si-chen's neck. She rested her chin on Si-chen's shoulder and murmured timidly, "Sunga, tonight Jiro is your gift." Oh. It was night. The moon and stars were thin. Milky moonlight splashed on the earth, and a charming atmosphere quietly enveloped the entire hut. The breeze with intense love gently caresses over the slightly gathered petals, and the petals slowly ooze out a little bit of crystal water droplets. Inside the hut that was completely wrapped by the raging divine soul power, Luo Jiro was like an octopus, clinging to Si-chen's back. Si-chen looked at the lovely and confused appearance of his mother in his arms, and the tenderness in his eyes almost turned into substance. "Maiden, may I?" Well, the power of the divine soul that wrapped around the hut lasted for 2 days and 2 nights before slowly dissipating. Inside the room at this time, Luo Jiro was lying on the innermost side of the white jade bed couch, looking at Si-chen, who was pouncing towards her. Her small feet in Lulan's sacred snow stockings propped up at Si-chen's chest, preventing him from taking another step closer. Luo Jiro pulled the hem of her belly band downward with a look of shame. "Bad guy, no more messing around." Si-chen held Luo Jiro's small feet in his hands with a sad look on his face. "Ma'am, you can't unload on me? You've clearly agreed to call me your husband from now on." Luo Jiro turned her head to the side with her small mouth. "This sect master didn't say that. Don't even think about it." Looking at Luo Jiro's stubborn appearance, Si-chen suddenly heatedly smiled. Afterward, Si-chen sat beside Luo Jiro with his legs crossed and said with a bad smile, Sunga, you spare Jiro. Jiro will listen to you in everything." "Ah, no talking, no talking." Before Si-chen finished his words, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned red with shame in an instant, and she raised her small hand to cover Si-chen's mouth. Si-chen grabbed Luo Jiro's hand and fell towards the back in a smooth manner, and Luo Jiro's entire body was also pressed against Si-chen. For a moment, the two were once again looking at each other in all directions. Si-chen smiled faintly at Luo Jiro. "Mother, guess who just said those words?" Luo Jiro sat on Si-chen's body, her legs tightly together, her small hand over Si-chen's mouth. Blah, 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 what a shame, don't mention it again, forget it at once. At this moment, Luo Jiro's pretty face was red, even her neck turned pink. Si-chen clutched her hand in his hand and looked at her big watery eyes and said, then if the lady calls out to her husband, maybe I can forget all about it. Luo Jiro looked at Si-chen dumbfounded and asked, really? Si-chen smiled and nodded. Of course, those who don't count on their word are puppies, Si-chen said while holding Luo Jiro's waist with his hand. However, Si-chen waited for a while, but did not see Luo Jiro make a move. He pinched Luo Jiro's chin to make her look over to his side, but realized that Luo Jiro was closing her eyes as if she had already fallen asleep. Maiden? Si-chen pinched Luo Jiro's little nose. Are you asleep? Asleep. Luo Jiro took Si-chen's hand away and twisted her head to keep Si-chen from seeing her face. Si-chen was a bit puzzled as he asked softly, then, does mama want me to forget what just happened or not? Just call out to me as a sangong. Oh, Luo Jiro still didn't look at Si-chen. Don't. Si-chen pulled the quilt aside to cover him and Luo Jiro's body and asked at the same time, why not? As the words fell, Si-chen suddenly realized that his chest was itchy. Looking down, he happened to see Luo Jiro drawing circles on his chest with her fingers. Seeing Si-chen looking towards herself, Luo Jiro pursed her lips and whispered, because, I don't want you to forget, ever. After Luo Jiro said that, she gently took Si-chen's arm and let him hold her, and she closed her eyes with it. It's all your fault, you bad guy. This sect leader is going to be exhausted. I'm going to sleep. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro, who had already closed her eyes in his arms, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. After a long time, Si-chen tightly hugged the beautiful person in his arms, his tone incomparably firm. And how could I forget this most important moment, ever? When Si-chen said that, he suddenly realized that Luo Jiro in his arms was arching her body like a little piglet. Oomph, count on you bad boy. Blanched. Someone stole electricity and the power actually went out. I had to use my cell phone to type a chapter. I'll make it up tomorrow. Wahahaha. Perhaps because so much energy has been expended in the last 2 days. Or maybe it's because when you're with your favorite person, you're always a little sleepier than usual. It wasn't until the next day at dawn that Si-chen woke up leisurely. Opening his eyes, Si-chen suddenly realized that Luo Jiro in his arms was just like a frightened little beast. Flying back the hand that was rubbing his face, he closed his eyes and continued to pretend to be asleep. Slowly bending down, Si-chen whispered in Luo Jiro's ear, when did your mother wake up? Luo Jiro didn't say anything, but being spoken to in Si-chen's ear like this, coupled with the fact that the clothes both of them were wearing at this time were incomparably cool, and the touch between their skin was that clear, Luo Jiro's ears turned pink at a speed visible to the naked eye. When Si-chen saw that Luo Jiro was still silent, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a pair of large hands gently rubbed on Luo Jiro's back. Being treated like this by Si-chen, Luo Jiro's body was gently trembling, and her small hands couldn't help but hug Si-chen's arm tightly. Si-chen smiled and muttered, is it possible that the maiden has not yet woken up? Then I'll be close to the water, just in time to renew yesterday's. Wake up, this sect master has woken up. Si-chen's words had only just finished when Luo Jiro hastily pressed down on his large hand. Opening her eyes, Luo Jiro was just in time to see the bad smile on Si-chen's face. So Nyangzi has already woken up? Then why did you pretend that you didn't wake up just now? Mama? Humph. Luo Jiro poked Si-chen's face in dissatisfaction. Which is more serious, waking up or being bullied by you? The bad guy. This sect master can still tell the difference. Si-chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly and asked with a smile. So, which one is more serious? Of course. Luo Jiro's tone was stifled. Then she whispered and muttered. Of course it's worse to be bullied by you bad guy. I won't be able to let you get away with it so easily in the future. Don't, ma'am. Si-chen wailed. Obviously you're my maiden, and I'm here as your husband. If you get it easily, you won't appreciate it. Luo Jiro said seriously. If this sect master always indulges you, then you will definitely slowly feel that this sect master is not important, and maybe to other women. How? Si-chen said with incomparable firmness. There's only one person in my heart, mother, before and after, and there will definitely be no other woman. Humph. That's a nice thing to say. This sect master isn't a little girl who will become happy if you just say a few nice words, Luo Jiro said righteously to Si-chen. But the very next second after she said that, a sweet smile couldn't help but flash across the corners of her mouth. She muttered in a small voice, bad egg, you only know how to say things to make the sect master happy. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance and tightly held onto her waist, lowering his head to kiss her cherry lips. After a long time, Luo Jiro then pushed Si-chen away with a heavy gasp. She looked Si-chen in the eye and whispered the question she had been worrying about. Bad guy, how do you like my gift to you this time? Gifts? Si Chen was slightly stunned, but immediately afterward, he understood Luo Jiro's meaning. At the same time Luo Jiro's words to him that night surfaced in his mind. Sunga, tonight Jiro is your gifto. I hope you all get gifts like this 2.0. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro with an extremely serious expression. Love it. This is definitely the best gift I've ever received. Thank you, Mama. What a thing to say. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's eyes were also filled with surprise and relief. She had been agonizing for so long, preparing for so long, and in the end her efforts were able to be liked by Sit-hen, and there was nothing more gratifying than that. Luo Jiro gently nudged Si Chen's forehead. What else to say thank you to the sect master? Don't say it in the future. Do you hear me? Or I'm going to get angry. At this time, Luo Jiro suddenly remembered the words that Si Chen had once said to her, and she said softly, we're husband and wife. And that's the way it's supposed to be. Listening to Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen's eyes fluctuated violently. He hugged the beautiful person in his arms tightly and buried his face between her neck with a hefty grin. Mother, shouldn't husband and wife still? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with an indignant face and opened her small mouth to bite hard on his neck. This sect master is simply talking to a cow. Why do you bad guys always think of Thai things? Luo Jiro saw that the cozy atmosphere she had managed to create was thus broken by Si Chen's sentence, and she angrily pinched Si Chen's face and kept twisting and twisting. Si Chen, on the other hand, shouted with an exaggerated expression on his face, Ma'am, I mean husband and wife should still be together. What are you thinking? Humph. Hell no. Luo Jiro turned her back to Si Chen, and her bare and perfect back was displayed in front of Si Chen. At this time, Si Chen hugged and held Luo Jiro's waist from behind and asked in a whisper in her ear. So, is it possible or not? Luo Jiro scrunched her neck and clenched her hands together. But, there's still the sect assembly today. Nope. Almost went soft on your bad self again. Suddenly reacting, Luo Jiro slapped away Si Chen's hand and said decisively, don't even think about it. If this sect master says no, then it's no. Okay. Sit-hen answered, then stopped talking, and Luo Jiro turned around in a bit of a panic when she realized that Si Chen seemed to be in a bit of a mood. Bad guy, aren't you happy? No. Si Chen naturally knew that there was still the clan assembly today, so he had just been merely talking, not really wanting that. However, Si Chen's short answer fell on Luo Jiro's ears, but it meant something else entirely. It's like when you're replying to a girl's message and it's obvious that you can answer with him but you have to reply with him. What about? Nah. Otherwise you're just cold, rusty, and unloving. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with some aggression, her big eyes watery. Bukla. Bad guy, don't be unhappy. It's really going to be a clan meeting today. Luo Jiro had originally been incredibly dependent on Si Chen ever since she woke up. Now that she had just gone through these 2 nights with Si Chen, Luo Jiro had almost her entire heart resting on Si Chen's body. And as Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro in this manner, he only felt like his heart was going to melt. He gently caressed Luo Jiro's face with his hand and said with a smile, Mother, I'm really not unhappy, and I certainly know that we're going to have a sect assembly today. Mother will think of me, and of course I will think of her. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro let out a long sigh of relief. She asked softly, are you really not upset? Sit-hen nodded heavily. No. Then you kiss this sect master. Dudes, can you help Octopussy push the book Desert Square? Balls up, my lord godfather. Isn't it time to get up? If your congregation learns that their patriarch stays in bed every day, then I reckon your shining image as a patriarch could crumble. Humph. It's not your fault. At this time, Si Chen had already changed into a white long shirt. His long hair was tied up with a golden hairband, and his perfect temperament paired with that handsome to the extreme face was truly like an immortal descending to the world. Si Chen stood at the head of the bed, looking with a doting face at Luo Jiro, who was still cowering inside the quilt, only revealing a head. What are you wearing today, Your Eminence? Do you want my husband to get it for you? No need. This sect master has it here. Just turn around. Are you still so shy when you're an old married couple? Who told you to tear my godfather's socks one by one? Turn around quickly. Si Chen helplessly touched the bridge of his nose and turned away without continuing to look at Luo Jiro with a smile on his face. After a burst of rustling sound of dressing, behind Si Chen came Luo Jiro's voice. It's okay. Sit-hen turned around, and when he saw his mother at that moment, he suddenly froze. Si Chen had to admit that at this moment, Luo Jiro's appearance was really the first time he had seen it. Pure white Taoist robes without a hint of mixed colors, long hair coiled up with a red gold phoenix plume, and a white veil on his flawless face. Noticing Si Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro asked in a low voice, Bad guy, what are you looking at? Si Chen smiled faintly at her. This should be what Nyangzi used to look like, right? This is the image that matches my imagination of a demonic sect lady demon. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro came to Si Chen's side, her small hand holding his big hand tightly. Because her face was blocked by the veil, Luo Jiro's eyes appeared even more radiant at this time, her slender eyelashes fluttering. So you would dislike me for who I am or something I do? Si Chen gently shook his head and firmly said, of course not. I can't wait to be happy. Si Chen would never forget that it was because of Luo Jiro's identity that he was able to walk step by step to today. So how could he possibly dislike Luo Jiro because of her status? When Luo Jiro heard Si Chen's reply, the light in her eyes fluctuated a few times. She took Si Chen's hand and turned into a stream of light and flew outside of Rakshasa Peak. At this time, Luo Jiro's voice came from Si Chen's ears. Bad guy, this sect master has a surprise for you in a while. Oh, Si Chen, who was flying side by side in the air with Luo Jiro, gave a slight lurch. He looked at Luo Jiro beside him. What surprise? Just don't ask so many questions for now. You'll naturally find out later. As the largest demonic force in the entire Kanglan realm, the White Feather Divine Sect was further divided into the inner sect and the outer sect. In addition to the most central sect master as well as the 7 great elders, there were numerous inner sect offerings as well as outer sect elders and the like. The 8 main peaks of the White Feather Divine Sect surrounded a huge square in an arching position. This was the place where the sect assembly was held. At this moment, a large number of disciples, offerings, and outer sect elders had already gathered above the square. Everyone was looking at the high platform in the center of the square with awe. At this moment, there were already 3 figures standing proudly on top of the high platform with indifferent expressions. They were 3rd Elder Yu Hai, 4th Elder Guan Shiyun, and 7th Elder Xiao Wan. Perhaps for Si Chen and Luo Jiro, the 3 were close friends, but for the rest of the White Feather Divine Sect, the 7 great elders were the highest existence besides the sect master. In the minds of the members of the White Feather Divine Sect, each of the 7 great elders had supreme strength as well as the ability to control the lives and deaths of countless people. With the passage of time, the square above was already occupied by a dense crowd. Everyone had already come, and all of them were looking at the center of the high platform with expectant gazes. Buzz. Suddenly, spatial fluctuations that made heaven and earth resonate suddenly appeared. Majestic to the extreme pressure instantly filled the entire square. Under this pressure, everyone present felt a huge pressure like a titanic mountain. But even so, their eyes were still blazing, and there was a strong color of reverence in their eyes. Among the devil cults, the concept of the strongest being honored was heavier than the righteous path. Regarding Luo Jiro, the powerful person of the transition realm who led the White Feather Divine Sect to the peak, all the disciples of the White Feather Divine Sect regarded her as a figure like a goddess of the 9 heavens. In the next moment, 2 figures dressed in white slowly emerged amidst the crowd's gaze. And just as these 2 figures appeared, everyone present except for the 3 elders were stunned. Luo Jiro's appearance was naturally expected by everyone in the White Feather Divine Sect. But who was this man in white beside his own sect master? The crowd suddenly recalled the previous rumors of the sect leader's marriage. Could it be that this person is the sect leader's husband? Why does he look so young? No one in the room would have any doubts about their own godfather. However, Si Chen standing beside her looked very young, as if he had just entered the cultivation path not long ago. For a moment, the gazes of everyone present focused on Si Chen's body. In the face of these hundreds and thousands of gazes, Si Chen's expression did not change one iota. He slowly stepped out and came to where the 3 elders were. After greeting the Yuehai trio, the high platform was also quiet once again. At this time, Luo Jiro's plaintive voice slowly resounded throughout the square. Senior Elder Qiubuachuan, 2nd Elder Dang Hua, and 6th Elder Hu Han of the Divine Sect colluded with foreign enemies with the intention of murdering their fellow disciples. They have now been executed in their entirety. The same goes for the disciples of their sect who participated in this. From today's date, all inner sect offerings will enter a period of scrutiny, and there will be 2 elder slots created from them. Although Luo Jiro's voice was calm, it was like the sound of heavy muffled thunder echoing in everyone's mind. Everyone present did not expect that such a thing would actually happen amongst the divine religion. It was even if the rebellion was a rebellion, it was still 3 of the 7 great elders who started the rebellion together. At the same time, all of the inner sect's offerings were agitated. They had become inner sect provisioners and had given so much to the divine sect for so long. Wasn't it precisely for this day? Becoming one of the 7 great elders means that you will have your own main peak, countless cultivation resources, as well as higher authority to enter the pavilion of merit. All these benefits are worth the madness of everyone present. But people can't help but have a doubt in their minds. Why did 3 elders die, but only 2 were recruited? But Luo Jiro's next words answered that question for everyone. In addition, in light of Si Chen's outstanding contribution in the midst of this battle, from today onwards, Si Chen will assume the position of Grand Elder of the Divine Sect. Everyone present couldn't help but freeze when they heard Luo Jiro's words, even Sit Han himself. Immediately afterward, however, A flash of warmth flashed through Sithen's eyes. He might have guessed why Luo Jiro did what she did. Luo Jiro's voice fell, and the gazes in the arena once again focused on Si-Chen. Everyone present had the same perception that the divine sect's Grand Elder was the strongest person other than the sect master. But, now the sect master is appointing someone who looks so young to be the Grand Elder of the divine religion. Is it just because he is the sect leader's Sangha? Under everyone's gaze, Si-Chen's aura remained flat and calm. Luo Jiro's voice also sounded once again. Chiu Buochuan died at the hands of Si-Chen, so it's only fitting that Si-Chen take up Chiu Buochuan's position. Of course, those who have objections can also go on stage to challenge Si-Chen, ignoring Luo Jiro's latter sentence automatically. After all, only someone who disliked his own life would go against Luo Jiro's idea. Going on stage to challenge Si-Chen, even if you win, what can you do? You are slapping the face of the Godfather. Someone will die. People's attention was drawn to Luo Jiro's previous sentence. Death at the hands of Si-Chen. It's really fake. How could they not want to believe that Si-Chen, who looked so young, could be stronger than the long-famous Grand Elder Chiu Buochuan? I remember that Chiu Buochuan is a strong person at the 9th level of the Cave Ruin realm, right? It's impossible for the sect leader to lie. Could it be that all of this is true? I can't see his cultivation, but his bone age seems to be no more than 30, so how high can his cultivation be? Whether one wanted to believe it or not, Si-Chen's immortal-like figure was still imprinted in the hearts of everyone present. The matter of him becoming the Grand Elder of the divine religion was also on the table. In the time that followed, Luo Jiro announced some more directions for the development of the divine religion and the way to get along with the righteous path one after another. She had, after all, been a shirker for a few months now, and now was as good a time as any to take care of the things that had piled up before. Finally, as the sky grew dark, the sect assembly finally came to an end, along with Luo Jiro as well as Si-Chen and the other elders' figures disappearing on the high platform. The disciples' offerings below also began to leave one after another. Other things may be put aside for now, but from this day forward, the name of the White Feather Divine Sect's Grand Elder, Si-Chen, was bound to be known by everyone in the divine sect. On Rakshasa Peak, inside the room, Sithen sat on the edge of the bed and pulled Luo Jiro's hand to let her sit in his arms. Raising his hand to remove Luo Jiro's veil, Si-Chen smiled and asked, "Mother, is this the surprise you wanted to give me? Letting me take over Chiu Buochuan's position?" The veil was removed, and Luo Jiro's exquisite and flawless face also appeared in front of Si-Chen once again. She winked at Sithen. "Don't you like it?" "Like it." Si-Chen nodded without hesitation. "As long as it's from my lady, I like it." Hearing Si-Chen's words, Luo Jiro's pretty face couldn't help but have a sweet smile appear on it. Si-Chen asked again, "Why does mother want me to be the Grand Elder?" After Luo Jiro pondered for a while, she said, "After becoming a Grand Elder, you bad guy will be able to run roughshod over the White Feather Divine Sect. You'll also be able to receive many cultivation resources every month, and you can browse through the Gongfu Pavilion's Gongfu at will. Haven't you always been interested in that creation-grade dual cultivation technique in the Technique Pavilion? Well now, you can take it and look at it whenever you want. But first things first, this sect master won't be practicing with you." Actually, there was one thing Luo Jiro hadn't said. That is, she wanted to give Sithen an identity that could shock everyone. When there were female cadres who wanted to strike at Si-Chen, he would have to be afraid of the forces behind Si-Chen. At the same time, Luo Jiro didn't want Si-Chen to be described by others as someone who only knew how to rely on women. These were some of the little things in Luo Jiro's heart that she naturally couldn't say to Si-Chen. As Si-Chen's wife, Luo Jiro would always look out for Si-Chen in all sorts of places and take care of his feelings. And Si-Chen, as Luo Jiro's husband, he actually understood Luo Jiro's small mind in his own heart. So Si-Chen didn't continue to delve deeper into this issue, but tightly hugged Luo Jiro in his arms. The two just hugged for a long time in this cozy atmosphere, neither one seeming to want to break the ingenious atmosphere first. At this time, Si-Chen leaned down and asked in Luo Jiro's ear, "Mother, after I become the Grand Elder, will Ghost Peak be mine?" Luo Jiro nodded. "So to speak, each elder will own a main peak, and of course, the name can be taken by yourself. Then do I need to live at Ghost Peak?" Luo Jiro also suddenly thought of this point at this time. If Si-Chen really became a Grand Elder, wouldn't that mean that he would have to leave Rakshasa Peak to go live at Ghost Peak? No. Luo Jiro's little head was about to shake out stumps. Si-Chen cocked his head again and asked, "Do I still need to open a sect to recruit disciples? For example, recruit some sexy female disciples with the hearth physique or something?" "Bad guy, I'll fight you." "Mother, I was wrong. I'm not leaving. Mistress, spare my life." A few moments later, Si-Chen sat on the edge of the bed, holding Luo Jiro's small feet in his hands with a helpless face, massaging and coaxing the puffing Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro lay on the bed, staring at Si-chan with wide eyes, her little mouth unheard from just now until now. Good. You really are still thinking about Xiaoyao, aren't you? This is just a little bit of achievement. And you're ready to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, aren't you? What master said at first was really right. Men become bad when they have money. Blah, 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 scum, bad. At this moment, Si-chan also finally saw how big the brains of girls in love were. How could he dare to retort? He could only play with Luo Jiro's little feet to himself. As Luo Jiro looked at Si-chan's aggrieved appearance, she couldn't hold back her laughter. In order to ease her embarrassment a bit, Luo Jiro said solemnly, "Ahem. This sect master will now urgently convene a meeting of the elders." Si-chan blinked at Luo Jiro. "Lord sect leader. I wonder if there's anything I need to order. Do you need me to call the other elders?" No need," Si-chan said with extreme cooperation. "Then, sect leader, please speak." Luo Jiro took out her official voice and said seriously. After many considerations, combining many practical aspects, and examining a series of livelihoods, this sect master has made a decision. Divine Sect Grand Elder Si-chan. His current qualifications are still shallow and not enough to serve at the main peak alone. Therefore, he needs to temporarily stay by the sect master's side to receive training from the sect master. After Luo Jiro finished speaking, her wide eyes met Si-chan's eyes that were filled with laughter. Luo Jiro gently twisted on Si-chan's arm and said with a straight face, "Grand Elder, please also be serious." Si-chan boarded his face and solemnly replied, "Si-chan at your service." Si-chan's words fell. The couple looked at each other. Both did not hold back to give a laugh out loud. "Put. Ha ha ha. Ma'am, are we role-playing?" Role-playing? What's that? Si-chan looked at Luo Jiro, who had a dumbfounded look on her face, and came to her ear to whisper a few words of explanation. And just as Si-chan explained, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Ah, what a mess. I don't want it." Early the next morning, Sit-han woke up leisurely. In his arms, Luo Jiro was still sleeping heavily. At this time, Si-chan's ears rang with his long-awaited system beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the highest level of signing in beside Luo Jiro, the 9th level of the White Feather Divine Sect Master in the Transition Realm. Reward, points *30, 000. Attribute Gift Pack, Deluxe, *2. Unknown Grade Heavenly Treasure, World Tree Seed. The first couple of times, Sit-han, who had been busy with business, hadn't bothered to sign in. After all, whoever this is for can't be bothered to sign in. This made it so that Si-chan didn't complete the highest level signing he had been longing for until the early hours of this morning. And it's a reward that lives up to the name of the highest level of signing. Not to mention the unknown grade of World Tree Seed. The doubled points and attribute packs alone were already enough of a surprise. But this kind of signing can only be described as unattainable. After all, you can't sign up every day just to. Si-chan felt eager just thinking about it. Ah no, all feel resistant. Unknown class, World Tree Species. Lying on his bed, Si-chan looked at the turquoise seed in his system backpack that was flickering with a crystalline light, and his heart and mind shook violently. At this moment, Si-chan suddenly remembered the Saint-grade medium-grade Tongtian Jianmu lance that he had locked onto. Si-chan clearly remembered that in the introduction of the Tongtian Jianmu lance, it had been mentioned that it was crafted from the branches of the World Tree, and if a weapon crafted from a single branch could reach the middle grade of the Saint level, then how powerful should the World Tree's main body be? System, how does this thing work? Ding! The system provides the host with 3 methods of disposal. First, directly take and refine, a short period of time to greatly enhance their own cultivation. Secondly, taking it after refining the elixir with other heavenly materials and treasures will have better effect and enhance one's cultivation even more. 3. Incorporate into yourself. Slowly cultivate the World Tree seed to sprout and grow. And the World Tree after sprouting will have an increase on yourself. Looking at the 3 options given by the system, Si-chan's eyebrows twitched. It seemed a bit of a waste to directly eat a World Tree seed that possessed an Emperor-level base. Si-chan was not in a hurry to dramatically increase his strength right now, and the first 2 options were simply unnecessary. Moreover, in Si-chan's opinion, with his current cultivation level, eating the World Tree seed raw should cause his body to explode and die. Without further hesitation, Si-chan immediately said, "System, I choose the 3rd item. Fusion of World Tree species requires a lot of spiritual energy. Please host to find a cavernous place with abundant spiritual energy." A cave? At this time, Si-chan suddenly remembered what 3rd Elder Yu-hai had said to him earlier, the 8 body refining treasures on Vajra Peak. Thinking of this, Si-chan felt the need to make another trip to Vajra Peak. Retracting his thoughts from the system interface, Si-chan also once again looked at Luo Jiro in his arms. At this time, Si-chan's gaze also happened to meet Luo Jiro's large, watery eyes. "Bad guy, What are you thinking? Si Chen scraped Luo Jiro's nose and said softly, I'm thinking that I need to hurry up and become stronger, so that I can also be able to protect my mother. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro beamed with some dissatisfaction. Just feel free to hug the sect master's thigh. Who needs your protection? Si Chen said helplessly. As a Sangong, I can't always stand behind my mother. What if one day mother loses the ability to fight back and there happens to be a powerful group of outlaws trying to endanger her? Luo Jiro was slightly stumped by Si Chen's question. She bit her lower lip gently, her tone soft yet firm. If it ever does come to that, you need to just leave. Luo Jiro held onto Si Chen's neck and looked him in the eyes, saying, say it, bad guy, just say you heard it, and you'll just leave then. Si Chen tightened his arms around Luo Jiro's waist and asked rhetorically, then, if it's the case that my husband loses his mobility, will my lady leave me behind and just leave? Of course not. As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she froze directly, and that's when she saw the gentle smile in Si Chen's eyes. So, my lady is still asking me to leave you behind and run? Whatever. Luo Jiro quickly reacted as she braced herself against Sithen's chest and sat up to look down on him from above. This sect master is so much stronger than you. Even if someone tries to harm you, this sect master can just beat them to death. But you're a bad guy who hasn't caught up with this sect leader yet, so you're going to run straight away when the time comes. You hear me? Looking at Luo Jiro's serious demeanor, Si Chen smiled gently. Then what can be done if something really happens to your mother? So, a look of despondency flashed across Luo Jiro's eyes. She whispered, Then you should forget about this sect master. Yikes. As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she suddenly let out a cry. Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen, who was pressed underneath her, suddenly sat up and had his arm tightly around her waist, holding her entire body on his lap as well. Snap! Immediately after that, 3 crisp slapping sounds rang out, and a fiery pain also came from Luo Jiro's buttocks. When she was with Si Chen, Luo Jiro would always remove her protective astral aura, so these 3 slaps from Si Chen were real, and the pain was fiery. Lying on Si Chen's lap, Luo Jiro arched her body like a piglet, and her legs kicked and tossed a few times. Bad guy, how dare you hit the head of the family? Si Chen's expression didn't change for a second, and it was still incredibly serious. He said in a deep voice, you have to be punished if you say something wrong. Say it again from the beginning, and if you say it badly, your husband will also punish you. Luo Jiro's tone was slightly choked, and at the same time, she also felt Si Chen's somewhat angry tone. At this time, where did Luo Jiro care about the pain in her body? She lay on Si Chen's lap and said in a resigned manner, this sect master said it wrong. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's aggravated appearance, and a flash of warmth flashed through his eyes. Still, he asked in a hushed voice, and still want me to forget you? No more. Luo Jiro pouted her little mouth. Her voice was aggrieved. Originally, this sect master didn't want you to forget. Just now that was just words against your will. Don't say it again. You hear me, or your husband will punish you again. Hear that? Luo Jiro pouted. Only after receiving Luo Jiro's answer did Si Chen nod in satisfaction. Taking her back into his arms, Sithen's hand rubbed gently on the underside of her back, and Luo Jiro shrank in Si Chen's arms, her little mouth already able to hang a bottle of oil. Her long, slender fingers poked at Sithen's chest. Humph, what a bad man, not giving any face to the head of the family. Bad guy, come on, who's in charge of us? Of course it's mother's call. Humph, that's more like it. Si Chen looked at the huffing and puffing Yang Zi with a helpless face, the laughter in his eyes almost overflowing. Now that the biggest tumor within the White Feather Divine sect had been removed, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's lives were a bit more peaceful. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro and nudged her forehead. My lady, I may need to make a trip to Vajra Peak today. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at him with some curiosity. Going to practice your body refining technique? Si Chen gently shook his head. I obtained a seed of a heavenly material, and if I want to cultivate and germinate it, I need a large amount of spiritual energy as a foundation. That's why it's necessary to find a cavernous place to provide spiritual energy. It just so happens that there are 8 body refining treasures available on Vajra Peak, so I'm going to make a trip there. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro gently nodded. She was already very familiar with Si Chen's tactic of always being able to take out some supreme treasure out of thin air. However, Luo Jiro wouldn't go too far in interfering with Si Chen, much less get to the bottom of these things. If Si Chen wanted to talk to her, Luo Jiro would listen patiently. But if Si Chen didn't want to say, Luo Jiro wouldn't keep pressing. As Si Chen's wife, Luo Jiro would always subconsciously think of Si Chen. Luo Jiro took Si Chen's hand and said softly, bad guy, if you just simply need aura, you don't actually have to go to Vajra Peak at all. Rakshasa Peak will do. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro and asked curiously, "Mother, is there a similar cavernous paradise on Rakshasa Peak?" Previously, he had been taking care of the unconscious Luo Jiro, and Si Chen hadn't taken a good stroll around Rakshasa Peak, and didn't know much about the many buildings on it. Luo Jiro nodded. For Rakshasa Peak to be the core area of the divine sect, it certainly isn't just because it's where the sect master resides. It's also because there's an extremely concentrated vein of spirit stones underneath Rakshasa Peak's mountain. My master had built a spirit pool above the spirit stone vein just for the sect master to use for cultivation. A flash of light flashed in Si Chen's eyes, and he looked at Luo Jiro with a surprised expression. "Mother, may I go then?" Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen and said with her head held high, "It's logical that only the sect master alone can enter there. But, seeing as you're such a bad guy for being so nice to this godfather, I'll take you there." Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen pulled her over and gave her a heavy kiss on her cheeks. "This is great. You can cultivate and have your wife with you." Luo Jiro lightly slapped Si Chen on his arm and gave him a blank look without any good manners. "Look at you die." After dressing up, Si Chen and Luo Jiro flew towards a certain direction of Rakshasa Peak. As the grandest of the 8 main peaks, Rakshasa Peak covered an extremely wide area and the mountain was unusually huge. Soon, a stone door inscribed with mysterious runes appeared in front of Luo Jiro and Si Chen. According to Luo Jiro, this was the passageway that led to the interior of the mountain after the door gate, a place that only the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect was qualified to enter. White light flickered in Luo Jiro's hand, and her palm slowly pressed on top of the stone door. Boom! A buzzing sound rang out, and the huge stone door slowly parted. The first moment he entered inside the stone door, Si Chen detected an overwhelmingly rich spiritual aura. After walking down the steps for an unknown amount of time, at this point, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were already wrapped in a thick, milky white mist. At the same time, a 5-meter square pool appeared in front of the two men, and the fog around them originated from this pool. At this time, Luo Jiro, who was being held by Si Chen's hand, turned her head to Si Chen and said, "This spirit pool was constructed directly on a vein of spirit stones, and the pool water in it is also a product of the liquefaction of spirit chi. Bad fellow, you are the only one who has entered this place besides the sect master. Why don't you hurry up and grab some time to cultivate?" Si Chen first looked at the hot, steaming spirit pool in front of him, then turned his head to look at Luo Jiro beside him. For some reason, a strange thought suddenly rose in Si Chen's mind, and Luo Jiro couldn't help but look at Si Chen, who was fuming in confusion. "Bad guy, what are you thinking about?" Si Chen approached Luo Jiro's ear and asked in a low voice, "Did your wife bring any clothes to wear for bathing?" Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with a puzzled expression. "Do you still need to wear bathing clothes for cultivation?" Yikes! Before Luo Jiro could finish her words, she suddenly realized that her entire body was being held up by Si Chen. Immediately afterward, Si Chen directly flew up, carrying Luo Jiro, and flew into the spirit pond. After entering the middle of the spirit pool, the clothes on Si Chen and Luo Jiro's bodies were also completely wetted by the spirit liquid. Luo Jiro had originally been wearing just a white sarong, and now that it was soaked with spirit liquid, this also caused the long dress on Luo Jiro to cling tightly to her body, and her perfect figure was completely revealed, with her arms around Si Chen's neck. At this time Luo Jiro also finally knew what Si Chen was going to do. Her pretty face was blushing, her eyes were watery, and she twisted on Si Chen's arm. "Why are you so bad, you?" Si Chen stood in the pool water, lowering his head with a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked at Luo Jiro in his arms. "Mistress, we haven't even soaked in a hot spring together yet, so it's a good time to try it today." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro first gave a start, then symbolically kicked and tossed her legs a few times. "Then you first put this sect master down." With her clothes being completely wet, and being pressed tightly together with Si Chen like this, Luo Jiro could only feel her body getting all hot and bothered. And Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's appearance and slowly let go of the arm holding her. There were stone benches built at the bottom of the pool, and after releasing Luo Jiro, Sidhan took his top off and sat in the pool while his back rested against the edge of the pool. Luo Jiro stood in the pool and subconsciously pursed her lips as she looked at Si Chen, who was sitting in the pool with his eyes closed. It had to be said. At this time, naked, long hair loose, leaning against the edge of the pool sitting Si Chen really has a fatal attraction to her. Si Chen opened his eyes, only to find Luo Jiro still standing in the pool looking at him in fascination. Si Chen blinked at Luo Jiro. "Mother?" "Ah." Suddenly awakened, Luo Jiro hastily responded. "What's wrong?" Sidhan patted the seat next to him. "Sit here." Luo Jiro moved her feet, taking small steps to arrive beside Si Chen, but instead of sitting in the pool, she sat on the wall of the pool. Si Chen obediently leaned his head against Luo Jiro's jade leg, his body completely stretching in the spiritual liquid. "Ah." Hearing Si Chen's soulful voice, Luojiro red-faced punched Si-chan on the shoulder. Bad guy. What are you shouting blindly for? Si-chan smiled gently at Luojiro. Every day with your mother by your side is a godly day. Of course, it would be even more perfect if my lady could massage your husband for you. Luojiro's beautiful eyes glared. Bad guy. Don't give an inch. You actually let the head of the family give you a massage. Maiden. So, then it's just this once. Next time the sect master won't spoil you. Luojiro sat on the edge of the spirit pond while Si-chan rested his head on her slender jade leg. At the same time, Luojiro's small hand was gently kneading on Si-chan's solid arm, as it had once been when Si-chan had massaged her. Looking at the look on Si-chan's face, Luojiro's eyes were filled with happiness. At this time, Luojiro suddenly realized that her hand was held by Si-chan's large hand. Si-chan opened his eyes, his fingers gently pinched in the air, and an exquisite ring appeared in his hand as the icy blue light flashed. Just one of the items on sale today at the System Mall, priced at 30,000 points with a 60% discount on the Lingxia Dan Yun ring. According to the system, it was a space ring that contained thousands of cubes inside, and it was also extremely gorgeous on the outside. The icy blue finger ring with a haze-bright gemstone was definitely a dream love ring for a woman cultivator. Si-chan turned around and gently took Luojiro's left hand and put the Lingxia Dan Yun ring on Luojiro's left ring finger. Throughout this entire process, Luojiro was looking at Si-chan with a surly gaze. Bad guy. What's this? Si-chan smiled warmly at Luojiro. My lady, in my hometown, when a man and a woman get married, they will use a wedding ring as a token of love. Previously, my husband never got around to building a ring, so now I'm helping my lady make up for it. Listening to Si-chan's gentle words and looking at the gorgeous ring on her left ring finger, Luojiro's heart jolted. She raised her head to look at Sithen, her eyes filled with emotion. Sithen turned around and once again rested his head on Luojiro's lap. At the same time, he said, Alright, I'm going to start cultivating. My lady will help me protect my magic. When Sithen said that, he slowly closed his eyes, and Luojiro looked at the ring on her finger with a happy look in her eyes. At the same time, Luojiro was pondering what she was going to give to Si-chan. Even though she had already given herself to him before, Luojiro felt that it was better to have a physical object. Suddenly, Luojiro's eyes lit up, and an astonishing idea appeared in her mind. There seems to be a creation-grade heavenly treasure suitable for Taoist couples on the side of the Righteous Alliance. Just as Luojiro pondered when she should visit the Righteous Alliance, her gaze suddenly lurched. Immediately afterward, Luojiro looked at Si-chan in front of her with an incredulous gaze. Luojiro was able to clearly perceive that the aura emanating from Si-chan's body at this moment was definitely not something that could be found in the ordinary cave market realm. Moreover, when Luojiro touched this aura emanating from Si-chan's body, she actually realized that her cultivation level, which had been stuck at the 9th level of the transitional juncture realm for many years, had loosened. One must know that Luojiro had tried countless methods before, but there was no way to get even the slightest bit closer to the mixed sage realm. But at this moment, just by coming into contact with some of the aura emanating from Si-chan's body, a slight loosening of her bottleneck occurred. The power of the laws that only appeared on a mixed sage appeared on Si-chan of the cave ruin realm. Noticing this, Luojiro collected her shocked mind and carefully perceived the power of the laws on Si-chan's body. Sechan sighed. At this moment, he leaned back and sat in the middle of the spirit pool, focusing all of his attention on his body. System, extract the world tree species. As Si-chan's thoughts fell, the turquoise seed that had been lying in his system backpack slowly appeared in his body. The world tree seed followed Si-chan's body, working its way down from the upper dantian. A few moments later, the seed that seemed to contain thousands of worlds landed right in the center of the lower dantian. It was also during this instant that Si-chan felt the spiritual energy in his entire body's meridians begin to surge towards his dantian. But that's not enough. Si-chan's meridians around his body completely revolved, and the power belonging to the 6 vaults of immortal thieves began to crazily devour everything around him. Sitting beside Si-chan, Luojiro was able to clearly perceive that the spiritual liquid in the spiritual pool was rapidly surging into Si-chan's body. It was also during this process that the power of the laws emanating from amongst Si-chan's body became denser and denser. Gradually, the suction force emanating from Si-chan's body grew stronger and stronger, and the spirit liquid in the entire spirit pool boiled up. A vortex centered on Si-chan took shape, madly surging into Si-chan's body. Under the surging spiritual energy replenishment, Si-chan was able to notice that the world tree seed in the middle of his dantian seemed to bulge a bit more than before. The arcane power that fed back from it also began to wash over his body, cleansing his meridians. Si-chan was no longer leaning against Luojiro, but sat up and sat cross-legged in the middle of the spirit pool. The spirit liquid in the spirit pool was also decreasing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the floor of the spirit pool was revealed, and the spirit liquid in it had been completely absorbed by Sichen. However, Sichen looked at the seed in his dantian that never sprouted. It's not enough. How could Sichen not expect that the sprouting of the world tree seed would actually require so much spiritual energy? The spiritual liquid in this entire spiritual pool was actually not enough to support it to sprout. If this were to be replaced by the body refining treasures on Vajra Peak, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be enough to completely suck 8 of them dry. Just as Sichen was about to give up for the time being, in search of a location with abundant spiritual chi, instead, he suddenly found a jade hand gently covering his back. Immediately afterward, the majestic to the extreme spiritual energy began to madly surge into Sichen's body. Not only that, Sichen was able to clearly perceive that the aura contained in this spiritual energy was so familiar. It was the very same spiritual energy that he had once come into contact with when he helped Luo Jiro unclog her meridians. In the middle of the spirit pool, Luo Jiro looked at the bottom of the pool that had been completely exposed, and she didn't hesitate for a second. Her extreme cultivation of the 9th level of the ferrying realm fully erupted once again. Buzz click click click. Luo Jiro's palm slowly touched the bottom of the spirit pool, and the stone slabs at the bottom of the spirit pool shattered in an instant. Underneath the stone slabs were ice blue spirit stones that were dense to the extreme. It is the vein of spirit stones under the spirit pool. Luo Jiro had one hand covering the vein of spirit stones, while the other hand gently stroked on top of Sichen's back. She actually used herself as a relay, using the spiritual energy of the entire spirit stone vein to help Sichen break through. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Sichen and Luo Jiro's meridians were once again completely integrated. And unlike before, this time, there was more law power belonging to the world tree species amongst Sichen's meridians. Just as the world tree seed in Sichen's dantian was frantically devouring spiritual energy, Luo Jiro's bottleneck was also loosening up more and more. This state lasted for a long time, and at a certain moment, Sichen's body suddenly shook violently. In the middle of his dantian, the turquoise seed was finally broken through, and a little green sprout slowly grew out from it. Sichen's cultivation had seen a crazy rise at this moment. Luo Jiro also realized this, so she cut off her connection with Sichen in due time. Although the power of the laws amongst Sichen's meridians could help her break through the bottleneck, she didn't want to affect Sichen because of herself. The 4th level of the cave market realm, 5th level of the cave market realm, 6th level of the cave market realm. Sichen's cultivation had directly broken through 3 minor realms in a very short period of time. That kind of speed would be considered astounding anywhere. After the 6th level of the cave ruin realm, the speed of Sichen's breakthrough slowed down, but he still didn't wake up. He still needed time to digest his own power. Luo Jiro gently breathed a sigh of relief. She could sense that it might be a while before Sithan woke up. There was something she needed to do while she was here. Bad guy, you cultivate in peace. This sect master is going to find someone to get something and will be back soon. Leaning down and placing a gentle kiss on Sichen's forehead, Luo Jiro's figure slowly disappeared into thin air. At this moment, in the middle of the cave, Sichen was the only one still immersed in his comprehension of the world tree. Vaguely, a giant tree shadow that encompassed thousands of worlds was slowly taking shape behind Sichen. In the sky above Rakshasa Peak, Luo Jiro's figure slowly emerged. At this moment, she once again resumed the dress she wore when she held the clan assembly earlier, an immaculate white robe plus a white veil. Sect leader, where are you going? Elder Mu, Elder Lu, protect him. Luo Jiro didn't explain in detail where she was going to Elder Mu and Elder Lu. She left a sentence and then flew towards the western part of the White Feather Divine Sect. As the largest demonic force in the Kanglan realm, the White Feather Divine Sect belongs to a huge range of thousands of miles around. Outside the White Feather Divine Sect's area of affiliation there were also many affiliated forces spread out in a starry pattern. Under the leadership of Luo Jiro's White Feather Divine Sect, today's demon sect had vaguely once again had the tendency to separate itself from the forces of the righteous. And in order for the forces of the righteous path to be able to always hold a steady head over the demon sect, they chose to make an alliance. A righteousness alliance led by 3 top righteousness forces, the Broken Pole Sword Sect, the Tsan Yen Sect, and the Violet Light Temple, was thus born. With this, the Righteous Alliance would have 3 transition realm powerhouses, much stronger than the Demon Sect. But the alliance has also contributed to a delicate situation akin to a 3-legged race. None of the 3 top forces wanted anyone to be stronger than them, much less did they want their allies to monopolize the power of the Demon Sect. The Devil's Cult came, and they joined forces against the enemy. The demonic cult left, and they watched out for each other. It was true that the alliance of righteousness was a bit stronger than the forces of the demon sect, but there were 3 leaders and not enough unity. This was the main reason why the righteous path and the demonic sects were able to always live in peace with each other. Perhaps if no mixed saints had appeared, this situation would have continued. Luo Jiro's destination this time was the largest affiliated force of the Broken Pole Sword Sect. The Heavenly Sword Sect. It was said that the Heavenly Sword Sect's patriarch was the favorite disciple of the Broken Pole Sword Sect's sect master, who later broke away from the sect to found the Heavenly Sword Sect. However, the relationship between the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Broken Pole Sword Sect was also extremely good. After all, they came from the same lineage. The Broken Pole Sword Sect would also help the Heavenly Sword Sect from time to time in various places. And the sect leader of the Broken Pole Sword Sect had rewarded the sect leader of the Heavenly Sword Sect with a creation-grade heavenly treasure. Its name, Yin-Yang Geranium. Expanding her cultivation completely. Luo Jiro's speed was fast to the extreme. The demon cult crowd below only felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain sweeping by, but it disappeared immediately afterward. Only a figure that turned into streams of light flew into the distance. Half a day later, a majestic mountain gate slowly emerged in front of Luo Jiro. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Jiro swept straight towards the mountain gate. Luo Jiro didn't want Si-Chen not to see her the first time he woke up, so she had to go and return quickly. Entering the middle of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Luo Jiro didn't hide her cultivation in the slightest, and her divine soul power of the 9th level of the transitional soul realm was completely open. And Luo Jiro's completely undisguised transition realm aura also caused the entire Heavenly Sword Sect to be thrown into great turmoil. In a moment, a dozen figures flew towards this side. A few breaths later, a dozen people led by a middle-aged man appeared in front of Luo Jiro. The first moment the man in the lead arrived in front of Luo Jiro, he made a deep bow towards Luo Jiro. Latecomer didn't know that Sect Master Luo was visiting the Heavenly Sword Sect, so it's really a loss to welcome him. The middle-aged man's attitude could be described as humble to the extreme, and he recognized Luo Jiro's identity at a glance. After all, there were only a few transition realm powerhouses in total in the entire Kanglan realm. Among the women with white veils covering their faces, Luo Jiro was the only one. In the face of the middle-aged man's polite words, Luo Jiro's tone didn't fluctuate one iota. Jian Feiyu, give me the Yin-Yang Geranium. The corners of the mouth of the middle-aged man named Jian Feiyu twitched viciously, and his face directly twisted into a bitter melon. He told him that the leader of the demon cult couldn't have appeared here for no reason. It's a farce to come in for the goods. Jian Feiyu said cautiously, Sect Master Luo, the Yin-Yang Geranium my master has already retrieved it some time ago. Clank. Ah! As soon as Jian Feiyu's words fell, a mournful scream rang in his ears. Within 3 breaths, if the Yin-Yang Geranium does not appear before this sect master, the Heavenly Sword Sect will henceforth be removed from the Tsan Lan realm. The long sword in Luo Jiro's hand was pointing straight at Jian Feiyu, and behind him, a man's arm had been chopped off. Sect leader Luo. Jian Feiyu's expression was incomparably serious as he once again said to Luo Jiro, the Yin-Yang Geranium really isn't among the Heavenly Sword Sect. This was, after all, a creation-level heavenly treasure, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that it was the Heavenly Sword Sect's town treasure. Jian Feiyu, who had only heard of Luo Jiro's name but hadn't come into contact with Luo Jiro, still wanted to fight a little more, but obviously, he had somewhat underestimated the weight of Luo Jiro's words. The next moment, the long sword in Luo Jiro's hand only swept across once. The group of elders behind Jian Feiyu were all cut down at the waist, and their staring corpses flew down towards the bottom. At the same time, Luo Jiro's figure had arrived in front of Jian Feiyu. Luo Jiro didn't even say one more word to Jian Feiyu. Her mighty pressure that boomed like the blazing sun slammed into Jian Feiyu's body, and his body smashed into the ground below like a cannonball. The sword light flashed again, and Jian Feiyu's right hand flew up accompanied by bloodlight, while a sharp sword also pierced into Jian Feiyu's chest. Luo Jiro hovered in the air and took the space ring above Jian Feiyu's right hand into her hands. A few moments later, a juxtaposed flower composed of black and white appeared in Luo Jiro's hand. Throwing away Jian Feiyu's spatial ring, Luo Jiro's silhouette figure disappeared into thin air. Bokla. On the ground below her, Jian Feiyu's eyes carried endless remorse. At this time, he also finally remembered what his master had once said to him. Luo Jiro was able to unify all the demonic sects in the Kanglan realm. Her methods are definitely not something you can imagine. If one day you meet her, you will give her whatever she wants. To summon me at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, the fluke in Jian Feiyu's heart had ultimately harmed him. His cultivation level of the 9th level of the Cave Ruin realm really wasn't any different from a baby in Luo Jiro's eyes. And at the very first moment when Jian Feiyu died under Luo Jiro's sword, in the middle of a secret room of the Broken Pole Sword Sect, boom! A raging aura instantly erupted out, and an old man's eyes flew open. Yuchan, Luo Jiro, you returned my son's life. Thousands of miles apart, an old hissing voice arrived along with the roiling sword light. Only 1,000 miles away from the territory belonging to the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro frowned slightly as the long sword in her hand slashed down vertically, dispersing the roiling sword light. At this time, the owner of that voice also appeared in front of Luo Jiro. It was an old man carrying several long swords. with a head of white hair, and at the moment, his eyes were even more bloodshot. Sword nameless, Luo Jiro was suspended in the middle of the void, without a single change in her expression under the veil. Luo Jiro, why did you massacre all of the Heavenly Sword Sect's executives? As the old man spoke, the several long swords behind him trembled as well, and bursts of ear-piercing sword chirps continued to ring out. Luo Jiro still didn't change her face. I need to give you a reason for the person this sect master wants to kill? Ha! Jian Wuming let out a cold smile. His blood-red eyes were filled with a morose killing intent. You're so used to being a bully in your demon sect's acre of land that you think I, the Broken Pole Sword Sect, will be at your mercy as well. Today, I will let you recognize yourself. As Jian Wuming's words fell, the several long swords behind him rushed up into the sky at the same time. Sword Nameless hovered in the middle of the void, using his finger as a guide, manipulating those several long swords, spreading a terrifying aura to rush towards Luo Jiro. And as Luo Jiro looked at Jian Wuming, who was nearly in a frenzy, the speculation in her heart solidified a few more points. She never believed that a so-called disciple would be given a surname by Sword Nameless, and could even freely give away heavenly materials at the creation level. But Luo Jiro didn't care about any of this. She only wanted to return to the White Feather Divine Sect as soon as possible. Looking at the several sword lights rushing towards her side, Luo Jiro's hand gently brushed the red gold phoenix plume between her long hair. A crimson energy also arrived in front of Luo Jiro as she tugged on it. Boom! In the next moment, the shield formed by the crimson energy collided with Jian Wuming's long sword. At the same time, Luo Jiro's body disappeared in place, and when she reappeared, she had already arrived in front of Jian Wuming. White flying feathers with cold light flashing in the sky flew out from behind Luo Jiro and went straight towards Jian Wuming. Seeing this, Jian Wuming waved his finger once again, and countless flying swords appeared in front of him out of nowhere, forming a dense sword net. However, just between the instant the white flying feather collided with that sword net, Jian Wuming's eyes jumped. As one of the two of the four who stood at the absolute apex of the Kanglan realm, Jian Wuming knew how difficult it was to break through to the mixed sage realm. The 39th level of the transition realm of the Righteous Alliance still didn't have the slightest clue after 100 years. After all, it was really too difficult to capture that nebulous power of law. However, just now, in the middle of the collision between Jian Wuming and Luo Jiro, he suddenly realized that Luo Jiro's spiritual power had already begun to be accompanied by the power of laws. Although this power was very thin, it was enough to shock Jian Wuming. Luo Jiro, what on earth have you encountered during this period of time? Jian Wuming couldn't accept that his 100 years of hard cultivation couldn't even compare to Luo Jiro's short period of cultivation. In the face of Jian Wuming's inquiry, a touch of tenderness suddenly flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes. Perhaps it was only when thinking of Sichen that the iceberg like Luo Jiro would show her gentle side. Luo Jiro said in a flat tone, "This doesn't seem to concern you?" As he spoke, Jian Wuming's sword net was also broken by Luo Jiro's white flying feathers, and his body fell back 100 meters away. The several long swords floating in the sky returned to their scabbards, and Jian Wuming's face was incredibly grave. The shock from this matter even caused Jian Wuming to temporarily put aside the pain of losing his son. After he let out a heavy cold snort, his figure slowly disappeared in place as well. Luo Jiro, this won't just go away. Jian Wuming knew that it was impossible for him to get an advantage from Luo Jiro by continuing to stay. He needed to inform the other two guys about this matter as soon as possible. Witnessing Jian Wuming's figure disappear in the middle of the sky, Luo Jiro didn't stop him, although she was slightly stronger than Jian Wuming because she was tainted with Si Chen's law power. However, it was still far from being able to leave Jian Wuming behind. Without stopping any longer, Luo Jiro swept straight towards the direction where the White Feather Divine Sect was located. White Feather Divine Sect. Within the Rakshasa Peak Mountain, at a certain moment, Si Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the spirit pool, slowly opened his eyes. A majestic to the extreme power exploded from amongst Si Chen's body, and the impact of the energy even caused the entire Rakshasa Peak to start shaking continuously. Buzz! The giant tree silhouette behind Si Chen that seemed to contain thousands of worlds had nearly completely solidified and began to grow rapidly. Soon, the giant tree's shadow covered the entire Rakshasa Peak in it, and its growth still didn't stop. At this moment, the gazes of the entire White Feather Divine Sect were cast towards Rakshasa Peak's side. Looking at the sky-high ancient tree that stuck straight up into the clouds, the hearts of everyone in the White Feather Divine Sect jolted. In the face of the World Tree's immense pressure, they couldn't even help but feel the urge to kneel down and worship it. The World Tree's shadow didn't last long and soon turned into a mysterious energy that merged into the Rakshasa Peak. To be precise, it landed in the middle of Si Chen's body. Opening his hands to feel the World Tree feeding back to him, Sithan nodded in satisfaction. At the same time, Si Chen's gaze also looked towards his side. Maiden? Si Chen searched the entire cave without finding Luo Jiro's figure. he hurriedly rushed towards the outside of the cave. In the midst of that metaphysical state, Si-chen was a little confused as to how much time he had spent, so he was in need of someone to ask as soon as possible. Arriving outside the cave, Si-chen's figures of Elder Mu and Elder Lu also appeared amongst his line of sight. Mu Lao Lu Lao, where's Jiro? Seeing Si-chen walk out of the cave, Elder Mu and Elder Lu's faces were also filled with awe. Obviously, they were all shocked by the power of the World Tree just now as well. Elder Mu said softly, "We're not sure where the sect master went. She only told us to keep an eye on Gongzi before she left." Hearing Elder Mu's words, Si-chen frowned. "How long have I been practicing?" 3 days. The sect leader has also been gone for 3 days. Which way did she go? West. Without asking any more questions, Si-chen swept towards the west after thanking the 2 protectors. After flying west like this for an unknown amount of time, Si-chen gradually approached the border of the White Feather Divine Sect's territory. At that moment, his eyes suddenly flickered. Relying on his own powerful divine soul power, Si-chen was able to keenly sense that there was a battle taking place in front of him, and from the aftershocks that spread out, it could be seen that the strength of both sides involved in the battle were extremely strong. To be able to call Si-chen strong at this moment, perhaps only the transitional succession realm had this ability. This also meant that the party fighting would most likely be Luo Jiro. Realizing this, a few moments of tyranny suddenly flashed in Si-chen's eyes. His feet slammed down, and his entire body's aura skyrocketed as he flew toward the front. On the other hand, after repelling Jian Wuming, Luo Jiro also flew towards the White Feather Divine Sect's side. Luo Jiro didn't want Si-chen to open his eyes without her by his side, and she also wanted to give Si-chen the gift she had prepared in the first place. Even though Luo Jiro was thousands of miles away from the western border of the White Feather Divine Sect, but this really wouldn't be much of a distance for Luo Jiro and Si-chen, who were in full rush. Luo Jiro's body, who was rushing along, suddenly trembled, and a few unexpected looks flashed through her beautiful eyes. She could clearly sense that Si-chen's aura appeared ahead. However, at this moment, the aura on Si-chen's body was very unstable, and the power among his body was not as powerful as the cave ruin realm. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Realizing this, Luo Jiro accelerated the speed of her feet. Finally, in the skies above a White Feather Divine Sect affiliated force, Luo Jiro saw the speeding Si-chen. Bad home. Luo Jiro was just about to open her mouth, but Si-chen's body didn't stop for a second, flying straight towards her and holding her tightly in his arms. Being held by Si-chen like this, listening to his somewhat ragged panting from the full force of his journey as well as his worry, Luo Jiro only felt that the softest part of her heart was violently hit. This feeling of being cared for by the one you love really made Luo Jiro sink deep. Gently patting Si-chen's back, Luo Jiro timidly said, "Bad guy, this sect master is fine." Lying in Si-chen's arms, at this time Luo Jiro where there is still half of the Justin Jinwoming confrontation when the tough posture, completely is a small daughter-in-law's soft appearance. If this appearance was seen by Jian Wuming and Jian Feiyu, their eyes would probably stare out. Si-chen went up and down inside and out to help Luo Jiro check. When he was sure that Luo Jiro was really fine, he then looked into Luo Jiro's big watery eyes. Was the lady just fighting someone? Luo Jiro said softly. Sword nameless of the Broken Pole Sword School. However, he knew that he was no match for the sect master and had already retreated. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-chen frowned. The Broken Pole Sword Sect of the Righteous Alliance? Did they take a shot at Nyanzi? A flash of panic flashed through Luo Jiro's eyes, and she was somewhat at a loss as to how to tell Si-chen the reason. "I can't say I killed someone's bastard child to rob the gift I gave you. Wouldn't that make the sect master seem too overbearing and unreasonable? It's actually not a big deal," Luo Jiro whispered in defense. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's flustered and adorable appearance and couldn't help but lift his hand to nod her forehead. "No more questions. No more questions. It's most important that your mother is fine." Luo Jiro held Si-chen's shoulders with both hands and whispered close to Si-chen's ear. "Let's go back. This sect master has a gift for you." Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-chen's body jolted. Si-chen remembered very clearly that the last time Luo Jiro said she wanted to give him a gift, he and Luo Jiro didn't leave the room for 3 days, and now Luo Jiro was giving him a gift. The gifts at that time were already so blown up, so what would the gifts that needed to go through a great battle to be prepared now blow up into? Si-chen was a little afraid to think about it. Looking at Si-chen's demented smile, Luo Jiro was puzzled. "Bad guy, what are you thinking? You're smiling so lewdly." Back on Rakshasa Peak, Si-chen pushed open the door of his room and pulled Luo Jiro and ran into the room. In the process, Si-chen flew off his blouse with a speed that was almost beyond the limits of the human body. By the time Luo Jiro gently closed the door to her room and prepared to give Si-chen the gift she had carefully prepared, Si-chen was already sitting naked on the edge of the bed, looking at Luo Jiro with an expectant face. Looking at Si-chen, who was sitting naked on the edge of the bed. Luo Jiro froze directly in place. She gave Sit-hen a blank look without any good humor. Bad guy. You're thinking about again, aren't you? Facing Luo Jiro's inquiry, Si-chen looked at her with a straight face. Mother, how can you think of your husband like that? Your husband has always been a righteous man. I'm just but posing ahead of time with the proper gestures one should make when receiving a gift. Luo Jiro snorted lightly. Humph. This sect master doesn't believe your bullshit. As Luo Jiro spoke, she also came to sit beside Si-chen. She poked Si-then's chest. Bad guy. Don't put your clothes on yet. Don't. Mother said Si-chen helplessly as he held Luo Jiro's hand. I'm going to take it off later anyway. What a pain in the ass to put it on now. Ha! In the face of Si-chen's words, Luo Jiro only felt confused. Why, you want to take it off later? Si-chen touched Luo Jiro's shoulder with his shoulder. Ma'am, you're an old married couple and still so reserved. Quickly go to the inner side of the room and change there. Luo Jiro looked at Si-chen's expectant face, and a thought of enlightenment suddenly flashed through her mind. She suddenly remembered her first gift to Sit-hen. Luo Jiro's eyes narrowed slightly, and a kind smile surfaced on the corner of her mouth. Sajiri, why do I have to go to the inner side to change? It was Si-then's turn to be puzzled. Si-chen looked at the smile on Luo Jiro's face and asked in a low voice, is your wife's gift this time different from last time? But as soon as Si-chen's words fell, he sensed that something was wrong. How come my own lady's smile looks so dangerous? You villain! This sect leader knew you weren't thinking good thoughts. I'm going to bite you to death. Luo Jiro kicked off the shoes on her feet and lunged towards Sit-hen with her teeth and claws open. Si-chen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed, was directly pounced on by Luo Jiro and fell backwards, while Luo Jiro also pressed on top of Si-chen. Without the slightest hesitation, Luo Jiro huffed and puffed and bit hard on Si-chen's neck, and as Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's puffed-up appearance, he also begged loudly for forgiveness. Mother, it's my fault for thinking wrong. I repent. Where are you wrong? I shouldn't have thought ill of my lady. Not harboring any illusions about this sect master. It seems you're tired of it. This sect master is going to bite you to death. The couple frolicked around in this cheerful yet cozy atmosphere for a while, and just as Luo Jiro was busy disciplining Si-chen, she suddenly realized that Si-chen's big hands were tightly holding her waist. Her entire body was now lying on top of Si-then's body. Her body was held tightly by Sit-hen, and the key Sit-hen hadn't put on a top yet. Noticing this, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She seemed to have foreseen what was going to happen next. At this time, Si-chen approached Luo Jiro's ear and gently blew in her ear. Ma'am, isn't it Sunga's turn? No way. Even if it works, it'll take a while. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro in his arms and tilted his head, asking, so when is it going to be okay? Being asked by Si-chen, Luo Jiro also finally remembered. She had business to attend to. Luo Jiro lightly slapped Si-chen's chest. It's all because you're such a bad guy, letting you make such a mess. This sect master even forgot about the main event. Si-chen rubbed Luo Jiro's small nose between his noses and said with a serious face, Lord Nyonya, please instruct. Put. Luo Jiro was so amused by Si-chen's appearance that she couldn't hold back her laughter, but her small hands went into her arms with it. A few breaths later, a black and white juxtaposed yin-yang geranium appeared in Luo Jiro's hand. 2 flowers, one black and one white, with roots that do connect together. The moment the yin-yang geranium appeared, the rich aura that uniquely belonged to a creation-grade heavenly treasure also instantly filled the room. The rich yin and yang qi was continuously flowing through the yin-yang geranium. Just as Si-chen froze, Luo Jiro's words rang in his ears. This is a treasure that this sect master asked for from the Alliance of the Righteous, and its name is yin-yang geranium. Nah, bad guy. Send you. As Luo Jiro spoke, she also handed the yin-yang geranium in her hand to Si-chen. Si-chen's eyes fluctuated violently for a few moments as he looked at the creation-grade heavenly material in Luo Jiro's hands. My lady, you broke into the Righteous Alliance all by yourself just for this treasure? Sit-hen had never imagined that there would be a woman who would pay such a great price to give him a gift. It's like when a girl saves a lot of money to give you sneakers and a watch 0.0. Although Luo Jiro's mouth spoke in a cloudy manner, the twists and turns of this, Si-chen found it tough just to think about it. Gently holding Luo Jiro's hand that was holding the yin-yang geranium orchid, Si-chen's eyes were filled with a look of emotion. Mother, despite the thousands of touches in his heart, Si-chen didn't know how to speak. Luo Jiro looked at Si-chen's appearance. Her large watery eyes curved into a crescent moon, a pair of pear eddies looming on her pretty face. Nothing would make her more joyful than for Sit-hen to like her gift. Luo Jiro raised her left hand and waved it in front of Sit-hen. On her left ring finger, the spirit cloud Danxia ring was flashing with a strange light. Bad guy, you gave this godmother a wedding ring. Of course this godmother should have something to give you too. But, Luo Jiro's pretty face flushed as she continued. You don't use this stuff alone. We use it together. Yin and yang geranium, divided into two strains, men, who are yang, take the white part, women, who are yin, take the black part. After taking it, in addition to that powerful medicinal power of the creation level, it can also dramatically increase the degree of bonding between Dao couples. Dramatically increase the effect of cultivation when double cultivating. Sithan nodded heavily and lowered his head to place a soft kiss on Sithan's lips. Thank you, ma'am. I like it very much. Luo Jiro lightly grunted and arrogantly looked away. Humph. That's more like it. It shouldn't be any worse than the previous gifts. Si-Chen hemmed and hawed. Compared to external objects, your wife is definitely the most important. So the previous gift was the best. But this one I like a lot too, Luo Jiro said, and her eyes were also filled with a happy look. At this time, Si-Chen suddenly said, My lady, the people of the Righteous Alliance shouldn't give this to you so easily, right? According to Si-Chen's understanding, a heavenly material treasure of the creation grade, this would be extremely precious anywhere in the Kanglan realm. But Luo Jiro got it right in front of her. Luo Jiro scratched her head awkwardly. Well, anyway, it's been through some twists and turns. Si-Chen asked in a low voice. Mother, you're not going to kill your whole family, are you? No way. Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes glared. I've only killed a few lesser ones. And those few were all people who had violated the affiliated forces of the divine sect. Just as Luo Jiro had said. It wasn't for no reason that Luo Jiro had sought out Jin Feiyu this time around. This was because the Heavenly Sword sect had gone to war with the affiliated forces of the White Feather Divine sect more than once. And all of these were instructed by Jin Feiyu. Mother did the right thing. Si-Chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly and said in an extremely certain tone, when dealing with such a person, you should be like your mother. Hearing Si-Chen's words, Luo Jiro smiled sweetly. It's good that you won't dislike the sect master. I love it more than I can say. How could I dislike my mother? Luo Jiro rested her head on Si-Chen's chest, quietly listening to his heartbeat. Si-Chen also hugged Luo Jiro in this way. And suddenly, Luo Jiro realized that Si-Chen's big hand was placed on the girdle around her waist. Noticing Si-Chen's actions, Luo Jiro poked Si-Chen's chest in dissatisfaction. Bad guy. Why do you think about these things all day? Si-Chen hemmed and hawed. Doesn't the yin-yang geranium have to be used during dual cultivation to bring out its best effects? That too, Luo Jiro whispered wryly. Then first in advance. The socks have already been torn by you. This godmother does not want to wear them. Bad guy. What is that power in the middle of your body? Luo Jiro was lying on Si-Chen's chest like a kitten. Her lazy and cute appearance made Si-Chen somewhat unable to hold back. Coupled with the exercise she had just done, Luo Jiro's hair was somewhat loosely blocked in front of her forehead, adding a bit more flirtatiousness to her. Si-Chen patted Luo Jiro's back and asked somewhat gently, what power? Laws. Luo Jiro's expression was serious. It stands to reason that only after one's cultivation completely breaks through to a mixed sage can one master one or more laws. This sect master has been stuck in the 9th level of the transition realm for many years, but he has never comprehended any of the laws. This is also the root of why those 3 old guys from the Righteous Alliance and I have never broken through to the mixed saints. But just before, when my spiritual energy was interlinked with your meridians, I felt the power of the laws from your body. But I've never been exposed to a law like yours before. It feels scary and strange. Luo Jiro had a puzzled look on her face. I never thought that the power of laws would actually appear in the cave ruin realm. Now you know how powerful your Sagittarius is. Si-Chen said with a smile. After listening to Luo Jiro's explanation, Si-Chen's heart also had some clarity. The law that Luo Jiro was referring to should be the power of the World Tree seed when it sprouted. I just don't know what rank the laws carried by the World Tree are among all the laws. This time, Luo Jiro didn't refute Sithen. She looked at Si-Chen with a glistening gaze and said, I have to say, even though you, this bad guy, always bullies this sect master, you are always able to bring me surprises. Si-Chen asked again, then doesn't this mean that I can help my mother break through to the mixed realm? By then, my mother will be a legendary saint. It says so, Luo Jiro said while pondering, but where is the reality so simple? The amount of laws that have to be consumed to break through the mixed realm is very large, relying solely on the little bit of law carried out by the meridian interconnections. I don't know how many years it will take. Si-Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light. That is to say, we need a cultivation method that can fully fuse the spiritual energy of the two? There just seems to be one way to do this, doesn't there? What? Luo Jiro asked with some confusion. Si-Chen didn't say anything as his hand flashed with light, and the yin-yang geranium that Luo Jiro had given him earlier appeared in his hand as well. He blinked at Luo Jiro. Mother. Originally, Luo Jiro was still curious about what the method that Si-Chen was talking about was, but when she saw the yin-yang geranium in Si-Chen's hand, she instantly realized. For a moment, Luo Jiro's face instantly turned red. and her eyes were filled with panic. She instantly retreated under the covers and covered her entire head with them. At the same time, Luo Jiro's slightly shaky voice came out from under the covers. This sect master doesn't want to double cultivate with you. Don't even think about it. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro, who was lying on his chest, covering her entire body with the quilt, and her eyes were also filled with laughter. No ma'am, I haven't said anything yet. Don't think that this sect master doesn't know what you're thinking. Your little bad thoughts. This sect master knows it very well. Luo Jiro's voice once again came from the quilt. Why didn't you say anything just before bullying this sect master? Now that the bullying is over, you're only taking out this thing. You clearly had it all planned out. You want to bully the sect master one more time. Cough cough. Si-Chen lightly coughed and said with a straight face, just now I that was just not thinking about it. I'll be damned if this sect master believes you. Ah, it tickles. As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she realized that Si-Chen's large hand was caressing her waist and had begun to gently rub it. The waist was tickled, and Luo Jiro also lifted the quilt covering her head with a blushing face. At this time, she also saw Si-Chen's eyes that were full of laughter. In shame and anger, Luo Jiro sat up and pinned Si-Chen down. She clasped her arms to her chest and said with a puff of anger, "You bad guy doesn't want to do anything serious day after day. So you're thinking about how to bully this sect master? No way." Si-Chen cried out unjustly. "Since my lady doesn't want this, forget it. I won't even mention it again in the future. My dear husband." Hearing Si-Chen's words, Luo Jiro suddenly hesitated a bit. Luo Jiro actually knew in her heart that the method described by Si-Chen, although very humiliating, was indeed the fastest way to accumulate the power of the laws. After all, among all the cultivation methods, apart from Daigo, dual cultivation was indeed one of the fastest methods out there. But at this moment let Luo Jiro take the initiative to say to double cultivation. How could she open her mouth again? For a while, Luo Jiro could be said to be riding a tangle. In the end, Luo Jiro leaned down and bit down hard on Si-Chen's neck. The desire to escape doesn't work on this sect master anymore. It really doesn't work anymore? Si-Chen laughed crookedly. Of course I don't care. Oomph. This sect master doesn't know. Ha ha ha. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable and haughty appearance, smiled broadly and sat up, hugging her tightly into his arms. Luo Jiro flopped down in Si-Chen's arms and raised her small fists to hammer on Si-Chen's chest. You bad boy. Si-Chen lowered his head to look at Luo Jiro's large, watery eyes and asked in a small voice, "Mother, then should I go to the Married Law Pavilion and bring that creation-grade dual cultivation technique?" Facing Si-Chen's gaze that was filled with laughter, Luo Jiro lowered her head to not look at him. At the same time, she muttered in a small voice, "A certain person is the Grand Elder of the Divine Sect, so I can't stop him from taking any feats from the Feats Pavilion if he wants to." Si-Chen, on the other hand, said with a straight face, "Mother, all we've done is for the Divine Sect." Hey! Luo Jiro looked at Si-Chen with a dumbfounded expression. Why? Her little brain couldn't even think clearly why Si-Chen would say that her dual cultivation with Si-Chen was for the good of the Divine Sect. Si-Chen said with a deep expression, "Although the White Feather Divine Sect is already the most powerful demonic sect in the Kanglan realm, it is still subject to the constraints of the Alliance of Righteousness. But if Nyangzi succeeds in breaking through the mixed realm, then the Divine Sect will completely override the apex of the entire Kanglan realm." Being said so by Si-Chen, Luo Jiro nodded her head a bit dumbfounded. It seems to be the case. That must be so. Si-Chen patted his chest with conviction. That's why everything we're doing now is for the good of the Divine Sect. We have a clear conscience. Looking at Si-Chen's straight face, Luo Jiro suddenly felt that what he said made so much sense. But Luo Jiro always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't tell. Si-Chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance. The smile at the corner of his mouth expanded infinitely, and he couldn't hold back his laughter. And when Luo Jiro heard Si-Chen's laughter, her sanity, which had been taken over by her love brain, was finally restored a bit. Bad guy, are you fooling this sect master? No, ma'am, I'm telling the truth. I'll be damned. This sect master almost believed your bullshit. You're still asking for a clear conscience. Eat this sect master's kick. So itchy. Bad guy, you dare to tickle this sect master's feet. I don't dare to. If you don't believe me, try again. In the room, Luo Jiro braced her feet on Si-Chen's chest to stop his big hands from continuing to mess around. Si-Chen, on the other hand, was holding Luo Jiro's ankle with a look of grief and indignation, waving his other arm with an exaggerated expression. If this scene were to be seen by the congregation of the divine religion, then their eyes would absolutely glaze over. Where was this still the invincible sect master and grand elder in their hearts? And just as the two of them were immersed in this cozy atmosphere, constantly frolicking, there was a loud knock at the door. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden knock on the door made the couple who were fooling around move. Luo Jiro even sat up instantly. In a flash of flowing light, A white robe had appeared on her body. At this time, Elder Mu's voice also came from outside the door. Sect leader. The fifth elder has returned and seems to have something important to report to you. Fifth elder. Hearing the words outside the door, Luo Jiro and Si Chen looked at each other at the same time. When they were rounding up Chou Buochuan and the others before, Luo Jiro had already had someone call the divine sect's fifth elder to come back. However, the people who went to look for the fifth elder brought back news. A very major conflict seemed to have erupted at the border between the White Feather Divine Sect and the Alliance of Righteousness. The fifth elder was unable to get out of the way because of the matters at the borders of the divine religion, and his return might have to be delayed somewhat. Now, several days after Chou Buochuan and the others had been surrounded, this godly fifth elder had also finally appeared. Maiden? Seemingly aware of the doubts in Si Chen's mind, Luo Jiro softly explained. The fifth elder is named Tuzua, one of my master's former guards. When master passed away, Tuzua always thought that he had failed to protect him. He later became the fifth elder of the divine sect, and I've seen everything he's done for the divine sect over the years. He can be trusted. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen also gently nodded. I'll accompany my lady to check it out. While talking, Si Chen and Luo Jiro had also gotten fully dressed. Arriving at the meeting hall on Rakshasa Peak, a middle-aged man in grey cloth also appeared in Si Chen's line of sight. The middle-aged man's body's emanation is very thick and bloody, and those eyes are even sharper. At a glance, Si Chen could tell that the man must have experienced countless baptisms of blood. Godfather. Seeing Luo Jiro come, Tuzua rose and saluted, while his gaze also looked at Si Chen. He similarly arched his hand slightly toward Si Chen. Grand Elder. Obviously, Tuzua had already understood what had happened during this period of time after returning to the divine religion. He also had a clear perception of Si Chen's identity. Si Chen held onto his wrist to help him up and smiled at him. Fifth elder, let's get down to business. Tuzua nodded as his expression became incredibly serious. Sect master, grand elder, please forgive me for not being able to return to the middle of the divine sect before. Because of the matters at the borders of the divine religion, I just can't get away. Luo Jiro's brows twitched. Friction at the divine sect's borders happens from time to time. Why has it been delayed for so long this time? Just 7 days ago, there was suddenly a monstrous purple light present at the border between the divine sect and the Zhongyan sect. The aura carried amongst this purple light is incomparably strong, far beyond my understanding. But now that that ban was unopened, no one could tell what was underneath it. It seems to be an amethyst vein, and there seems to be a treasure buried in the amethyst vein, Tuzua said in a deep voice. Because of where the violet light is located, the aura it spreads attracted the attention of both the divine sect and the Zhongyan sect. Sect leader, grand elder. At this moment, the Zhongyan sect's people must also be rushing towards this opportunity. After Tuzua said that, silence fell in the middle of the hall. At this time, Luo Jiro said, Fifth elder, what is the situation at the border now, and how long will that prohibition last? Tuzua said, the divine sect's people have already surrounded this opportunity, but the Zhongyan sect is also deploying their manpower towards this side. If the ban is in place, perhaps it will be opened in half a month. Luo Jiro and Si Chen glanced at each other, and Luo Jiro said to Tuzua, Fifth elder, you've had a long journey, go rest first. Yes, Tuzua nodded. He naturally knew that Luo Jiro needed time to ponder on this matter. After Tuzua left, Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro. Mother, what are you going to do? No one can snatch away what belongs to the divine religion. Luo Jiro said in a deep voice. Since the Zhongyan sect wants to rob it, they have to be prepared to pay the price. After Luo Jiro took over the White Feather Divine Sect, her methods were thought to be thunderous, and her external attitude was incomparably tough. So in this instance, Luo Jiro would definitely not allow the Zhongyan sect to take away the chance that belonged to the White Feather Divine Sect. Si Chen also nodded. I'll accompany mother. It's fine for the fourth elder and the girls to stay behind. The divine sect needs to have elders to sit on the ground. Luo Jiro turned her head to look at Si Chen. She was just about to say something, but immediately after, she was pinched by Si Chen. Ma'am, you'd better not say anything about fearing my danger and letting me stay, or else your husband will punish you severely. When Si Chen said this, Luo Jiro's words, which had already reached the edge of her mouth, were directly interrupted by Si Chen. Humph. Luo Jiro grunted lightly and turned her head away from looking at Si Chen. What if you're in danger? And when is it your turn to discipline the head of the family? Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro from the back and said helplessly, Mother, why are you like coaxing your son? Your husband is already not weak, alright. Si Chen didn't even have to think about it to know that Luo Jiro would worry about him being in danger and not let him go. But Luo Jiro was worried about him. And how could Si Chen not be worried about Luo Jiro? So he directly interrupted Luo Jiro's words. He had to follow Luo Jiro. Bukla, you're the one coaxing your son. Luo Jiro's pretty face turned a little red at Si Chen's words. She gave Si Chen a blank look without any good humor. What a thing to say. Si Chen sat on the chair, and Luo Jiro was brought along by him to sit obediently on his lap. Si Chen held onto Luo Jiro's waist. Mother, even though I become a grand elder of the divine sect, I haven't done anything for the divine sect yet. Do you want people to say that I, as the grand elder, am hugging my thighs to get here? Luo Jiro frowned and seemed to have thought of this as well. It seemed that Si Chen had only struck out once during the siege of Shobuchuan so far. Although she knew of Si Chen's strength, none of the congregations of the divine sect were aware of it yet. It's good to take this opportunity to show off. At this time, Si Chen added, didn't the fifth elder just say that that chance would not be opened until half a month later? It's just as well. We don't need to be in too much of a hurry on our way to the divine sect's borders. We can take a look around. Hearing this, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes. She looked at Si Chen and said arrogantly with her head held high, then for the sake of you, a bad guy who wants to pay for the divine sect, this sect master will let you come with me. That's right. Si Chen pinched Luo Jiro's nose and said with a smile, I've been in the divine religion since I got married, and now I finally have a chance to go on a honeymoon. Who's going on a honeymoon with you? This sect master is going on a business trip. Although her mouth said so, the delight in Luo Jiro's eyes completely betrayed her heart. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro with a bad smile on his face. Mother, you can laugh if you want to. I can see it all. Nonsense. You're not allowed to look. Luo Jiro raised her hand to cover her face, not allowing Si Chen to see the smile at the corner of her mouth. Righteous Alliance, San Yen Sect. On top of a mountain peak with extremely dense spiritual chi, 3 figures with different forms were sitting before a stone table, all of them looking somewhat grave. One of them was clearly none other than the sect master of the Broken Pole Sword sect, Sword Nameless, who had previously engaged in a great battle with Luo Jiro. The other 2 figures, one was an old man in a fiery red brocade robe, while the other was a bald monk holding a golden Zen staff. One could tell from the aura spread by the 2 that their realms were not weaker than Jen Wuming's in the slightest. They were also the other 2 ninth level of the ferrying realm from the Righteous Alliance. Sanyan Sect Master Yen Tianhao, Violet Light Temple Abbot Tuahai, Brother Nameless, can what you said be true? Luo Jiro has really realized the laws. At this time, Yen Tianhao, who was seated at the first place, took the lead to ask, while Tuahai also looked at Jian Wuming. Just today, the 2 suddenly received an urgent message from Jian Wuming. The content of the message also made the 2 men's hearts flutter. As one of only 3 of the 9 levels of the Transition Realm and the Kanglan Realm today, all 3 of them were well aware of what would happen to the 3 of them if Luo Jiro managed to break through to the Saint Realm. I'm afraid that the Kanglan Realm will be dominated by the White Feather Divine Sect by then. Facing Yen Tianhao's question, Jian Wuming said in a deep voice, it's not about comprehending the laws, but there is a hint of the laws vaguely amongst her spiritual energy. She shouldn't have comprehended the laws on her own, but gained the chance to possess the breath of the laws. Hearing this, the gravity in Yen Tianhao and Tuai's eyes decreased by a few points, but they certainly couldn't just let it go. Otherwise, if they really let Luo Jiro realize the laws from that chance, the consequences would not be something they could accept. Yen Tianhao looked at Jian Wuming and Tuai. I wonder how you 2 have decided to handle this matter. Jian Wuming took the lead and said, the 3 of you and I will join forces and behead Luo Jiro, thoroughly snuff out the demon sect's flames. Obviously, he was still haunted by the fact that Luo Jiro had killed Jian Feiyu. Of the 3, he also had the greatest animosity towards the White Feather Divine Sect. On the other hand, Yen Tianhao and Tuai both frowned slightly when they heard Jian Wuming's words and did not speak out in agreement. To kill a Transition Realm 9th level, it was easy to say, but to actually put it into action, the price to pay would be too great. Neither Yen Tianhao nor Tuahai dared to guarantee whether Luo Jiro would pull a person's back before dying, and this padded back was fine if it was Jian Wuming. If it was the 2 of them, then this huge family business of theirs would be really cheap for their allies. Thinking about this, Yen Tianhao and Tuahai's eyes were both somewhat subtle. Tuahai slowly said, beheading Luo Jiro involves too much. According to this monk's view, it's better to look for an opportunity to knock some. By the way, snatch that chance or destroy it. Yen Tianhao also said, what Brother Tuahai said is good. You guys, hearing the words of the 2, Jian Wuming naturally knew the concerns in their hearts, so even though he had 1,000 hates in his heart, he couldn't do anything about Luo Jiro. Jian Wuming sternly whispered, even if we can't kill her, we must completely cut off her doorway to comprehend the laws. Naturally, as soon as Yen Tianhao's words fell, his eyebrows moved, and a silhouette dressed in a fire-red phoenix plume long dress appeared beside him. The young girl's figure was extremely tall, her face was delicate and charming, and her long white hair was incomparably eye-catching. The 3 people present stopped talking at the same time, their gazes looking together at this young girl who had suddenly appeared. Yan Tianhao said unhappily. Yan Ji, can't you see that my father is talking to the two seniors? Although his words were a reproach, anyone could hear that his doting on the young girl in front of him was barely concealed. The young girl came to Yan Tianhao's side and whispered a few words to him. As the young girl's words fell, Yan Tianhao's expression changed. Yan Ji, step back first, for father to handle this matter. Yes. After Yan Ji saluted Jian Wuming and Tuahai once again, she left directly. Yan Tianhao looked at Jian Wuming and Tuahai and suddenly laughed. Both of you. The opportunity to knock Luo Zhiro out is just around the corner. Oh, Jian Wuming's eyebrows twitched. Brother Yan, what do you mean by that? A great opportunity has appeared on the border between the Tsang Yen sect and the White Feather Divine sect. According to the news, the White Feather Divine sect's fifth elder has gone back to the White Feather Divine sect to report to Luo Zhiro. As Yan Tianhao spoke, the light in Jian Wuming's eyes grew sharper. With a gloomy gaze, he droned. Luo Zhiro, I will completely destroy all your hopes of breaking through to the mixed realm. White Feather Divine Sect. On Rakshasa Peak, Luo Zhiro sat on the edge of the bed, propping up the edge with her hands, her little feet gently rocking in the air. Just before, after some discussion with Sid Hen, Luo Zhiro decided to let Elder Mulu follow 5th Elder Tuzua to go to that place of opportunity first, while she and Si Chen went alone. At this time, there is still half a month before the opening of the Forbidden System, and if they go at full speed, they will only need 1 day at most. So Luo Zhiro and Si Chen still had a long period of time at their disposal, and that was the reason why Luo Zhiro was as happy as a child. Although Luo Zhiro didn't know the exact meaning of the term honeymoon, as long as she thought that this was something only couples could do, her heart was filled with joy. Just as Luo Zhiro was sitting in her room thinking wildly, the door to her room was also gently pushed open by Si Chen. Seeing Si Chen coming, Luo Zhiro asked with some confusion, "Bad guy, where have you been?" Si Chen came to Luo Zhiro's side and smiled gently at her. "I went to the intelligence hall." Intelligence hall? Luo Zhiro gave a slight lurch. Going there for what? Si Chen slowly raised his hand, and in his hand was a dazzling ball of light. Luo Zhiro's slender fingers gently tapped on the ball of light, and a map outlined by flowing light appeared in front of the two. Sidhen pointed to a point on the map and said with a smile, "Here, it seems to be the boundary of the Acacia sect." The elders of the intelligence hall said that there is an ancient city here, and that there are 100 hectares of acacia tree forests in the middle of the ancient city. At this time of the year, when the acacia flowers are in full bloom, Taoists from all over will come here. It's said that Tao couples who witness the blooming of the acacia flower together are able to live a long time and their relationship will be a bit more like a bond. As Sidhan spoke, he was also rubbing his chin in thought. It's said that the city will also sell all sorts of trinkets that are only used by Tao couples, and it seems that you can even seek a good pregnancy. When Si Chen said that, he suddenly realized that at that moment Luo Zhiro was frozen and kept murmuring something. Taoist couple, long and long, like glue. Si Chen put his hand in front of Luo Zhiro and shook it. "Mother? What's wrong with you?" "Ah." Luo Zhiro was then alerted, her little head shaking continuously. Nothing. "So, does the lady want to go here? I'll look at something else if you don't like it," Sidhan asked again. Facing Si Chen's expectant gaze, Luo Zhiro's gaze evaded. Her voice was almost weak and inaudible, and her large eyes were full of spring. I want to go." "Right. A trip to the intelligence hall shouldn't take this long, right?" After saying the words "I want to go" to Si Chen, Luo Zhiro met Si Chen's eyes that were full of smiles. In order to hide her inner panic, Luo Zhiro hurriedly changed the topic and said, however, Luo Zhiro herself didn't expect that her casual question had actually hit the nail on the head. Si Chen looked at Luo Zhiro with a serious face and said, "That's right. In addition to a trip to the intelligence hall, I also went to the Merit Law Pavilion." Luo Zhiro was a bit surprised at first, but nodded immediately afterward. She patted Sidhan's shoulder gratefully, clearly looking adorable, but her tone was old-fashioned. "Didn't think so, bad guy. You're quite motivated. Even when you go out on a mission you don't forget to cultivate new gong methods. This sect master is very pleased. That said, what feats have you taken? This sect master can give you some pointers." After Luo Zhiro said that, she looked at Si Chen with an expectant face. However, she suddenly realized that there was something wrong with Sidhan's gaze. Why is the smile so strange? Why does it feel Thai? At this time, Si Chen's hand flashed with light, and an ancient scroll appeared in his hand with it. Si Chen handed the scroll to Luo Zhiro and smiled faintly. "Mother, have you dabbled in dual cultivation techniques as well?" "I dabble your ass." The first moment she saw the scroll in Si Chen's hand, Luo Zhiro's gaze became extremely odd. Reaching out her hand to twist hard at Si Chen's waist, Luo Zhiro's beautiful eyes glared. "You bad egg. You went to the Merit Law Pavilion for so long just to look for a dual cultivation merit law." "Ahem." Si Chen coughed lightly. "Mother, Didn't we all agree to practice together before? We're all about to leave the divine sect, so of course we should bring the feats with us in advance. Who said yes to you? Don't even think about it, Luo Jiro said, and turned straight away, not allowing Si-chan to see her reddened pretty face. Si-chan looked at Luo Jiro's appearance and smiled as he put away the scroll in his hand. Mother, the two protectors and the fifth elder have already departed for the divine sect's borders. Shouldn't we also set off to inspect our work? Of course. Hearing Si-chan's words, Luo Jiro said without hesitation. Luo Jiro sat on the edge of the bed and slightly raised her little legs towards Si-chan, stretching her little feet out in front of him. Nah. Si-chan glanced at Luo Jiro, who had a haughty face, dotingly and helplessly holding her small feet in his hands. How old and still acting like a little girl, Si-chan said as he helped Luo Jiro put on her brand new footwear, followed by her shoes. And Luo Jiro looked at Si-chan, who was helping her put on her socks, and playfully hummed softly. Humph. Who asked you, the bad guy, to always take advantage of this sect master? Of course this sect master has to find a chance to take advantage back. Finally, everything was ready, and the matters of the divine sect had been laid out with you customs Shiryun and the others. On Rakshasa Peak, Si-chan and Luo Jiro glanced at each other. Si-chan held onto Luo Jiro's waist, and their silhouettes transformed into streams of light as they swept off into the distance. Being carried by Si-chan as she flew above the white feather divine sect, Luo Jiro looked at the large and small buildings and star-studded peaks below and suddenly had a trance-like feeling. As the sect master of the white feather divine sect, Luo Jiro had flown over the white feather divine sect's territory countless times. However, this time, Luo Jiro's mindset was completely different from before. She even felt that everything along the way became beautiful. Luo Jiro knew that it wasn't because the white feather divine sect had become beautiful. Rather, it's because he has more Si-chan beside him. Being held in Si-chan's arms, Luo Jiro looked up at Si-chan's side face. She suddenly stretched out her arms around Si-chan's neck and stood on her tiptoes to give him a peck on the lips. After doing this series of actions, Luo Jiro was like a frightened little beast, quickly retracting her hands and burying her face deep into Si-chan's chest. Si-chan, who was looking at the map and concentrating on his journey, was stunned by Luo Jiro's sudden move. He lowered his head to look at Luo Jiro, and a gentle smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Si-chan didn't say anything, but tightened his arms around Luo Jiro by a few points. The couple flew towards the territory belonging to the Acacia sect in this atmosphere. As a subsidiary force of the White Feather Divine Sect, the Acacia sect was not too far away from the White Feather Divine Sect. Soon, a very ancient city appeared in his and Luo Jiro's sight. Even though they were separated by 100 miles, Si-chan and Luo Jiro still saw the 100 hectares of acacia tree forest that bordered the ancient city. It seems that the time for complete opening has not yet come, and the acacia is not in full bloom at this time. But looking at that state, it doesn't seem far from being fully open. Walking through the gate of the ancient city side by side, Si-chan and Luo Jiro finally arrived at the ancient city called Burying Flowers before dark. Entering into the middle of the buried flower ancient city, Si-chan and Luo Jiro were also attracted by the things in the ancient city. Perhaps the old city is quite famous for its long tradition, so it is crowded with vendors selling their wares. This also made the ancient city quite lively, with lights and colors on both sides of the streets and constant shouting. For Luo Jiro, who had been immersed in cultivation all year round, all of this was really incomparably rare. Luo Jiro's eyes widened, looking at all this with a face full of novelty. However, soon after, Luo Jiro's gaze underwent a subtle change. Aside from the vendors selling their wares, there was only one type of person left in the old city. That's the dogs. From all directions, at this time in the ancient city, men and women were paired up, or strolling under the acacia trees holding hands, or feeding each other exquisite food at the stalls. What's more, Luo Jiro even saw a pair of men and women kissing passionately in a small alley. All of this had a huge impact on Luo Jiro. When it came to cultivation and killing, Luo Jiro prided herself on being better at it than anyone else. But if you want to talk about falling in love like this, then Luo Jiro is no different from a blank sheet of paper. And just as Luo Jiro was fuming, she felt her small hand being held tightly by a large hand. At the same time, Si-chan's voice with a smirk came with him. Ma'am, it's not good to peek at other people's kisses. Where? Having her small mind discovered by Si-chan, Luo Jiro blankly glanced at him with a shy face. Si-chan got close to Luo Jiro's ear and whispered in her ear. Mother, should we try it too? Hey, Luo Jiro froze slightly. Try what? Si-chan reached out and pointed at the pair inside the small hutong and whispered. That. Ha! After noticing Si-chan's intentions, Luo Jiro's face instantly turned red with shame. No. Where had she ever seen such a situation? Where had she ever done such a thing? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Do as the Romans do. But before Luo Jiro could finish, she was pulled by Si-chan towards the alleyway. Soon, Si-chen pulled Luo Jiro behind the pair. Looking at the man and woman who were gnawing fiercely, Si-chen raised his hand and patted the male cultivator's shoulder. Dude, still busy? Luo Jiro. As Si-chen's words fell, the entire hut-on was instantly plunged into silence. The pair also separated with an electric shock, looking at Si-chen and Luo Jiro with a confused expression. Besides Si-chen, Luo Jiro forcefully turned her head to the side. All she wanted to say now was, I don't know him. I'm not familiar with him. And Si-chen smiled faintly as he faced that male cultivator's confused gaze. Make room for a buddy. At this moment, the male cultivator only wanted to say, not buddy, you two strokes it. However, feeling the unfathomable cultivation of Si-chen and Luo Jiro, he still pulled the scarlet-faced female cultivator towards the outside of the alley. At the same time, that female cultivator's gaze was constantly sizing up Si-chen. After all, Si-chen's looks were still extremely lethal to women. After the two of them left completely, only Si-chen and Luo Jiro were left in this secluded hut-on. At this point, the couple looks at me and I look at you. Sit-hen hemmed and hawed. Mother, how do you say? It's okay, right? Luo Jiro's expression at this moment could be said to be wonderful to the extreme. How could she have never imagined that Si-chen's social bullying disorder would actually be this serious? You, how can you be so bad? Si-chen, on the other hand, said in an old-fashioned manner, that can't be helped. Who told them to take up my place and my mother's place? I had to get rid of them, now that they're gone. Before Luo Jiro could react, Si-chen wrapped his arms around her waist while holding her hands above her head with one hand. In this way, Luo Jiro was walloped by Si-chen in this small alleyway. Si-chen lowered his head and looked into Luo Jiro's eyes. Mother! Feeling the temperature coming from Si-chen's body, Luo Jiro's mind couldn't help but once again recall the image of the man and woman kissing each other just now. She whispered, bad guy. Someone will see. Then use your cultivation to block it. As Si-chen's words fell, he also heavily kissed Luo Jiro's cherry lips. And in the face of this domineering kiss from Sit-hen, she didn't choose to push Sit-hen away. Instead, his fingertips flicked, and a majestic force closed off the entire hut-on as well. Afterwards, Luo Jiro's arm also slowly took hold of Si-chen's neck, tapping her toes and responding to Si-chen in a raw manner. The berserk spiritual energy that had completely closed off the entire hut-on slowly dispersed, and two figures appeared at the exit of the hut-on with it. Si-chen stood still with a faint smile on his face, while Luo Jiro timidly hid behind Si-chen. At the location of her collarbone, there was a faint purple mark, while her eyes glowed with a bit of watery light. The appearance of the two instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Although Luo Jiro was wearing a white veil at this time, her dusty temperament was extremely attractive. Si-chen did the same. His handsome appearance coupled with his evil smile caused the surrounding female cultivators to look sideways. While the two didn't care at all about what other people thought, Si-chen held Luo Jiro's hand beside him tightly and whispered in her ear, Ma'am, are we going to find a place to stay, or are we going to turn around again? Luo Jiro, who was in a daze, was pulled back to reality by Si-chen's words. She looked at Sit-hen with watery eyes and said, You decide. I'll listen to you. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro in this appearance and suddenly had an illusion in his heart. How did it feel that at this moment, his own wife was not at all like a demonic sect master, but instead had a feeling of being a little birdie? Si-chen pinched Luo Jiro's small hand and said with a smile, Then go around. Where is the reason to run off to sleep as soon as you arrive? Who wants to sleep with you? Luo Jiro protested in a small voice. Si-chen, on the other hand, said with a straight face, My lady, are we there simply to sleep? It isn't. We are here to enhance our cultivation and better serve the divine sect. We have a clear conscience, don't you think so? Hearing Si-chen's words of conviction, Luo Jiro sniffled dully. It seems like, right, Si-chen once again said. So next time, my lady can't misunderstand me. Luo Jiro always felt that something was wrong, but there was something she couldn't put her finger on. In the end, she could only allow Sit-hen to pull her towards a stall in front of her. The stall was filled with many novelty trinkets, and there was a wooden stake standing on one side, which was filled with candy canes. Si-chen was skillfully picking his way through the stall, while Luo Jiro stood glaring at Si-chen. At this moment, Si-chen's figure fell in Luo Jiro's eyes, literally radiating warmth all over. A few moments later, Si-chen's hand had an extra sky blue hairband and a golden anklet with gemstones. Si-chen stood up and placed the hairband and anklet into Luo Jiro's hands. Mother, send you. Luo Jiro looked at the two trinkets in her hands, her eyes curving into a crescent moon, her long eyelashes fluttering. Bad guy. I love it. If placed in the past, perhaps Luo Jiro wouldn't have come into contact with such mortal goods at all. But at this moment, when Luo Jiro received the trinket given to her by Si-chen, her heart was filled with intense happiness. Luo Jiro said as she stepped in front of the stake filled with sugar gourds. She pointed to the sugar plum, then winked at Sit-hen. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance and said to the boss at the side with a smile, "Boss, more skewers of sugar plums." "Okay." After paying the stall's owner with spirit stones instead of silver money, Si-chen pulled Luo Jiro to continue walking towards the front. Behind them, the owner of the stall was holding the extremely high-grade spirit stone, and his entire person was in the midst of a frenzy. Just like that, Si-chen and Luo Jiro strolled through the bustling streets. Hand in hand, Luo Jiro took off her veil, her small mouth slightly open, eating the string of sugar gourds in a very civilized manner. And Si-chen's gaze never left Luo Jiro's face. Noticing Si-chen's gaze, Luo Jiro's speed of chewing on the sugar gourd slowed down a lot, while a touch of redness flashed across her delicate and flawless pretty face. "Bad guy, what are you looking at?" Si-chen smiled slightly. "I have to say, this is a lovely look for the maiden." "No talking, no talking." Hearing Si-chen's words, the blush on Luo Jiro's face deepened a few points. As the sect master of the White Feather Divine Sect, outsiders would always speak of her as powerful, cold, and cruel. Luo Jiro had never heard anyone call her cute before. If anyone else dared to say that, Luo Jiro would definitely make his entire family feel the cruelty. But when these words came out of Si-chen's mouth, Luo Jiro was so shy that she even forgot to eat the sugar gourd in her mouth. At this time, Si-chen suddenly came close to Luo Jiro's face, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "Ma'am, can you give my husband a bite of sugar plum?" "No way. You buy it yourself." Luo Jiro turned around quickly as if she was protecting some incomparably precious treasure. "No way, ma'am. You don't exploit your husband like that." Listening to Si-chan's wailing, Luo Jiro seemed to feel that she had gone a bit overboard as well, so she turned around and handed the candy cane in her hand to Sit-hen. "Nah, you're only allowed one bite." Si-chen didn't take the sugar gourd in Luo Jiro's hand, nor did he take a bite on it, but continued to look at her again with eyes filled with laughter. Luo Jiro looked at Si-chen warily. "Bad guy, you're thinking of something bad, aren't you?" Si-chen leaned close to Luo Jiro's ear and whispered, "Mother still remembers the last time we ate the ice flame spirit fruit." At this time, Luo Jiro was also finally able to figure out Si-chen's true intentions. He clearly wants to eat imported candy canes. Don't you even think about it." Luo Jiro viciously took a bite on the sugar gourd, her small mouth bulging as she said, "How can you do such a thing in public?" Luo Jiro's words had just fallen, when Si-chen suddenly pointed behind him and Luo Jiro, looking in the direction Si-chen pointed, Luo Jiro saw a pair of men and women who were passionately kissing. And how did Luo Jiro feel that this pair looked so familiar? But it wasn't the same pair that Si-chen had driven away from inside the alleyway earlier. Good lord, this is a change of pace to continue. Watching the movements of the two, Luo Jiro shyly turned away in a hurry. Si-chen, on the other hand, said with a look of righteous indignation, "How can you do such a thing in public?" "Mother, I'm going to stop them." Stop. Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si-chen without any good reason and hurriedly pulled him back. "It's not okay for the sect master to feed you. You can't bother people. I was mortified when you took someone's place like that before." Cough. Si-chen coughed lightly and gave Luo Jiro a bad smile. "You bad boy," Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice while taking a big bite on the sugar gourd in her hand. At the same time she blushed and beckoned towards Sit-hen, signaling him to come closer. Afterward, Luo Jiro stood on her tiptoes, came close to Si-chen's lips, and used her tongue to push the top of the sugar gourd in her mouth into Si-chen's mouth. After doing all this, Luo Jiro's eyes suddenly flashed with a sly bad smile, and Sit-hen was savoring the imported sugar plums. Gradually, Sit-hen's gaze became a bit odd. "No ma'am, you've eaten all the candy outside and you're just giving me sour hawthorn, aren't you?" Hearing Si-chen's words, a playful smile flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes. "Serves you right, sour you bad boy. No need to pity them. They have to share a bunch of candy canes, while we singles eat a whole bunch each. Don't run. Your husband is going to punish you severely today. You bad egg. You don't think so? You're just happy that the head of this family didn't come after you. You, AP." The two couples just chased each other and fought their way along the busy streets. On this journey, the laughter of the two flew far away with the wind. When Si-chen and Luo Jiro gradually went deeper and deeper into the center of the ancient city, the two of them suddenly had their attention drawn to a very strange stall. It's a stall run by a kindly-faced crone and a little girl. The crowd was rather sparse before the stall, but every couple of Taoists who came here had a very pious look on their faces. Out of curiosity, Si-chen took Luo Jiro's hand and walked towards the stall. When she came closer, the little girl with the pill-popping hair trotted up to meet her. "Two immortals, do you want to divine?" Si-chen smiled gently at the little girl. "Little sister, what is it that can be divined?" Because of the divine calculator before, Si-chen was still quite interested in the way of divination in the Lingxiao continent. This was also counted as the reason why he had met Luo Jiro. The air descended. The little girl said timidly, "My grandmother's fortune-telling is very good, and she has helped many people with their fortune-telling. You can do divination and pray for blessings." The air descended. Hearing the little girl's words, both Si Chen and Luo Jiro were stunned. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro, but found that her eyes were filled with shyness, not daring to meet Si Chen's gaze in the slightest. Si Chen touched Luo Jiro with his shoulder and asked with a smile, "Mother, do you want to try?" Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, her beautiful eyes rippling with light. "Bad guy. I'm a bit scared." Si Chen held his chin with his hand and asked in a low voice, "Does your mother like boys or girls?" Luo Jiro turned around and gently stomped her foot, saying in shame, I don't know." Si Chen took Luo Jiro's hand and led her to the crone. The old woman looked at Si Chen and Luo Jiro, who came near, and smiled kindly. "You two don't know whether you want to divine or pray for blessings?" Si Chen said, "Divination. Please draw a stick from this." As the old man spoke, he took out a bamboo tube, in which were many bamboo sticks. Si Chen and Luo Jiro glanced at each other, holding her hand, and together they drew a sign from the bamboo tube, handing the bamboo stick to the old woman. Si Chen realized that Luo Jiro's palms were actually sweating. Si Chen squeezed her hand and said softly, "Is your mother nervous?" How can you be nervous?" Luo Jiro sophistically said. That said, her tone as well as her look betrayed her heart. Si Chen didn't say no more, but looked straight at the old man in front of him. For the results of this kind of folkstyle divination, Si Chen could predict the outcome almost without thinking. Nothing but all kinds of nice things to say. After all, no one would like to hear something unlucky for a man and woman in love. So Si Chen wasn't worried that the old man would say anything bad. Sure enough, after the old man had read the bamboo sticks of the two Si Chen men and combined them with the tortoise shell in her hand for some divination, she slowly opened her mouth. "Congratulations to both of you, Ohio Palace. The top sign. This is a sign of great fortune, and because of the Duke, the future heirs of the two will be of supreme stature." Standing at the end of the line at birth, Si Chen blinked at Luo Jiro. "Mother, did you hear that?" Regarding the old man's words, Si Chen regarded them as some words to cheer up his guests, but just then, the old man added, "However, if you want to successfully carry a pregnancy, the two of you still need to put in some effort before you can do so." This time it was Sithin's turn to be confused. "What do you mean?" This time, the old man didn't answer Si Chen's words again, but instead looked at Luo Jiro. She said, "Perhaps this fairy will know the answer." As the old man's words fell, Si Chen could clearly feel Luo Jiro's grip on his arm tighten a few points. After leaving that stall, Luo Jiro stood in front of Si Chen, looking down at the ground under her feet without speaking. Si Chen stretched out his arms to hold Luo Jiro tightly in his embrace and asked softly, "Mother, are you worried about something?" And what was the answer that old man just said? Lying in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro's voice was a little apprehensive. She murmured softly, "Bad fellow, will you dislike me because this godmother won't be able to give you an heir for a long time?" Si Chen first gave a start, but then tightened his arms around Luo Jiro. His voice was firm and unshakable. "Of course not. I love my mother and will not change because of any external factors." Si Chen cupped Luo Jiro's chin and made her look into his eyes. He said with a bad smile, "Besides, not having an heir is fine. We're alone every day. After having a child, what if mistress only likes our child and doesn't like me anymore?" Listening to Si Chen's words coming from her ears and looking at the gentleness in his eyes, Luo Jiro actually gradually became a bit infatuated. But what Si Chen said next made Luo Jiro's entire body almost explode. Si Chen said, "But, is there something wrong with your mother's body? Is it because of the ominous taboo from before? You're the one with the physical problems." Luo Jiro viciously twisted Si Chen's waist. "This sect master is fine." Seeing Luo Jiro's attitude take a direct turn, Si Chen became even more puzzled. Confused, he asked, "Then why did the lady say she could not give birth to an heir?" "It's not the inability to give birth to an heir. It's..." The more Luo Jiro spoke, the redder her face became, and eventually, she whispered, "Bad fellow, have you ever heard that the more powerful beings in the world, the more difficult it is to give birth to an heir?" This, regarding Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen did understand them. As Luo Jiro had said, those more powerful beings were less likely to give birth to heirs. For example, those low-ranked demonic beasts would often have a very large number of heirs, and the reproduction of their clans would be extremely fast. However, those high-ranking demonic beasts, such as the Imperial Beast Phoenix clan, the Phoenix clan often does not necessarily give birth to a son for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Si Chen also finally understood what the old man and Luo Jiro meant just now. That is to say, it is not that there is something wrong with her body, but that she is too strong to get pregnant? Humph. Luo Jiro crossed her arms and glared at Si Chen in dissatisfaction. "Idiot. After saying that, Luo Jiro also looked at Si Chen with some guilt. Bad guy. That's why. Will you dislike me? Si Chen blinked. What kind of disadvantage is that? Why would I dislike my mother? Isn't that a drawback? Luo Jiro asked dully. Yikes. Just as Luo Jiro was still waiting for Si Chen's answer, Shilak suddenly let out a cry of surprise, and her entire body was also picked up by Si Chen's waist. Bad guy. What are you doing? Find a place to stay. Just now. Your Highness has also heard that our future heirs will all be of unparalleled beauty. We must work hard to have 10 or 8 of them. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro kicked and tossed her legs a few times in his arms, her small fists constantly pounding his shoulders. Ah shucks. Denizens, don't even think about it. 10 or 8. Also, that's too many. Help Octopus push through the book shortage. Wahahaha. My lady, the work is better than the work. Karma's your ass. I'm going to die of exhaustion. At night, the burial flower ancient city was still bustling, and Si Chen and Luo Jiro had found an inn to stay in. In the room, Luo Jiro wrapped herself tightly in the quilt, only giving Si Chen a lonely back. Just before, she had been bullied by Si Chen because she had listened to his nonsense about excellence in work and diligence. At this moment, Luo Jiro took advantage of the fact that she had entered sage time and hurriedly pushed Sithan out of the covers. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist Sithan's compulsion again, thus letting him have his way. And Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's huffing and puffing back, sitting cross-legged on the bed, somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. Mother, you snatch all the quilts. Your husband will freeze to death. Blah blah blah. This sect master won't believe your bullshit. Luo Jiro still didn't turn around. Instead she even tightened the quilt wrapped around her body. Sithan sniffled pitifully. It's cold. A man's 21 flowers should be watered with love. I'm going to wither away when my wife snubs me like this. Sarah. Put. Hearing Si Chen recite his men are like flowers theory again, Luo Jiro couldn't hold back her laughter. Even though she had heard Si Chen say it many times, Luo Jiro still couldn't help but laugh. When Si Chen heard Luo Jiro's laughter, he shouted even more exaggeratedly. Withered. About to wither. As Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro, who had been turning her back to Si Chen, also slowly turned around. She grabbed the edge of the quilt with her hand and handed Sithan a small corner. In order to prevent this flower of yours from wilting, this sect master will take pity on you. As the saying goes, concern is chaos. Luo Jiro's excessive concern for Si Chen also caused her to subconsciously forget about Si Chen's cultivation at this time. With Si Chen's cultivation that was able to single-handedly kill the 9th level of the cave ruin realm, not to mention sitting naked in the room, it's just ing off your clothes and running around naked in the freezing cold, and I'm afraid you'll still feel hot. Si Chen grabbed the small corner of the quilt Luo Jiro handed over and covered his body. At the same time, he was resting on the same pillow as Luo Jiro, and his body was still moving towards Luo Jiro's side. When it was too late, Si Chen quickly pulled the quilt toward himself, and the quilt that had been blocking the middle between him and Luo Jiro tensed up all of a sudden. By now, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were back inside a quilt, and because of the inertia of the quilt being pulled over, Luo Jiro also rolled into Si Chen's arms at once. Luo Jiro lay in Si Chen's arms, propped her arms against his chest, and whispered, "Bad guy, no more messing around. This sect master is a bit tired." Si Chen nodded Luo Jiro's forehead and smiled gently. "The acacia flowers should be fully open tomorrow, so take a good rest for a while, Mama." Finding a comfortable position in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro rested on his arm and closed her eyes. However, as time passed, Luo Jiro's pretty face was getting redder and redder, and her teeth were gently biting her lower lip. Her hand pressed against the large hand that Sithan was massaging her with, and she whispered with her eyes closed. "Bad guy, said no messing around. Okay, no more presses, no more presses," Sithan said, his hand about to be removed, but at this very moment, he heard Luo Jiro's almost imperceptible voice. No need, just keep going." Early in the morning of the second day, when the first rays of morning sunlight shone into the room through the window, Si Chen and Luo Jiro opened their eyes coincidentally. On this day, even though he was in the middle of the room, he still smelled the faint scent of acacia flowers. 3 days had passed since he and Luo Jiro had arrived in the middle of the ancient city of buried flowers, and the sea of acacia flowers would finally be in full bloom today. Luo Jiro didn't wear the white robe from before today, but changed into an unusually gorgeous black dress. A head of green silk naturally hung down to the waist, under the reflection of the red gold phoenix plume. The Luo Jiro at this time was noble and had an unparalleled appearance. Si Chen was dressed in a long black shirt, his handsome and extraordinary face paired with his evil temperament, attracting Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes. The couple strolled through the streets of the buried flower ancient city, making their way towards the east of the city. There, the ancient city borders 100 hectares of acacia forest, allowing direct access to the middle of the acacia forest. Not long after, the sea of acacia flowers spreading endlessly gradually appeared in Si Chen and Luo Jiro's line of sight. At this time, many pairs of Dao couples had already gathered in front of the acacia tree forest. These Taoists were either holding hands or embracing each other. Everyone was waiting for the moment when the sea of acacia flowers was in full bloom. Si Chen and Luo Jiro stood on the outskirts of the crowd. His large hand held Luo Jiro's hand tightly, and Luo Jiro gently snuggled into his embrace. Even though Si Chen and Luo Jiro had tried to keep a low profile, their unearthly appearance still attracted the attention of many people. Everyone would never have thought that the ones standing with them at this moment were none other than the sect leader as well as the grand elder of the strongest demonic sect in this Kanglan realm. Time passed a little bit, and at a certain moment, the sea of acacia flowers suddenly had bursts of pink fluorescence surfacing. That pink fluorescence was getting brighter and more radiant, while at the same time that acacia flower was completely opening up at this moment. At this moment, 100 hectares of acacia flowers bloomed together, and the old city of buried flowers seemed to be transformed into an earthly paradise at this moment. Everyone was watching the scene, watching the acacia bloom. The Taoist couple who witnesses the blooming of the acacia flower can live a long and happy life together. Everyone present had come to this burying flower ancient city for this moment. The same was true for Si Chen and Luo Jiro. Si Chen looked at the blooming acacia flower in front of him, pink fluorescent light filling his eyes. The past came back to him. Unconsciously, Si Chen's arm around Luo Jiro tightened a few points, and just as Si Chen was looking at the sea of acacia flowers, Luo Jiro's gaze never left Si Chen. Luo Jiro's eyes were brimming with waves of light. A figure was reflected amongst the watery light, and there was only this person in her eyes, only Si Chen. Looking at Si Chen's appearance, the corner of Luo Jiro's mouth curled up slightly, and she couldn't help but stand on her tiptoes and peck on Si Chen's lips. At this moment, where is she still the Luo Jiro who was clamoring for a clean conscience before? All she wanted now was to carve Si Chen's shadow deeply into her heart, never to be erased. Being snapped back to reality by Luo Jiro's movements, Si Chen lowered his head to look at the maiden in his arms. At this moment, under the 100 hectares of acacia flowers, amongst the pink petals all over the place, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were looking at each other. "Mother," Si Chen called softly. Luo Jiro's pretty face was slightly red, but she still shouted softly, "Sunga." Luo Jiro's words fell, and their faces grew closer together, eventually kissing deeply. When in full bloom, the sea of acacia flowers is as bright as the stars in the sky, but the flowering period is also very short. Perhaps this is the common characteristic of all good things in the world. After Si Chen and Luo Jiro departed from the middle of the sea of acacia flowers, they once again returned to the middle of the ancient city of buried flowers. In the previous 3 days, the two of them had already wandered through most of the ancient city, but the north of the city was the only place they had yet to visit. Before leaving, Si Chen felt the need to visit, because after wandering around for so long, Si Chen hadn't seen any of the gadgets that are only used by Dao couples as recorded in the Hall of Intelligence. If there really was one in the middle of the ancient city, it would only be in the north of the city. Of course, Si Chen wasn't looking to buy it, he just merely wanted to see it. Holding Luo Jiro's small hand, Si Chen rushed all the way towards the north of the city. After coming to the north of the city, Luo Jiro looked at both sides of the street with some confusion. She was surprised to find that there wasn't a single stall in the north of the city, and the stores on both sides of the street were closed, revealing some very ambiguous pinkish-purple light inside their doors. Look at the book law. Every now and then, a Taoist couple would come out of these stores, and their expressions were all very odd. It's like shyness, but also like anticipation and elation. And as Si Chen looked at this scene, he knew that he should have guessed correctly. Bad guy. What does the store here sell? Why is it so hidden? Ahem. Si Chen coughed lightly, his eyes filled with clarity and innocence. I don't know, mother. I don't know anything at all about these things. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at him with a puzzled expression. According to Luo Jiro's understanding of Si Chen, every time Si Chen said something like this, there must be a ghost inside him. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro let out a light grunt of indignation. Humph, you definitely know. You just won't tell the sect master. You treat the sect master like a child, don't you? Si Chen helplessly touched Luo Jiro's head. Mother, really don't go in. Right. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's heart suddenly had a feeling of being underestimated. This she can tolerate. Luo Jiro crossed her arms and wrinkled her little nose as she glared at Si Chen. You underestimate the head of the family, don't you? I'm going to go in there today, Luo Jiro said, puffing up and walking towards the biggest and most luxurious one of all those stores. Behind her, Si Chen covered his eyes with his hands, a sobbing look on his face. Mistress, should we buy something then? Would it be bad to go in like this if we don't? Luo Jiro, who was sulking, twisted Si Chen's arm. She wasn't sure what was being sold here, but she was still stubborn. Why don't you buy it? This sect master is going to bag the whole store. Magnificent. Worthy of the head of the family. Humph. Just so you know, the couple just jostled as they made their way to the store. At this time, there happened to be a pair of Taoists walking out from it. At the same time, a middle-aged woman in a flashy dress standing at the doorway greeted her. May I ask if the two of you are Tao couples? Hearing the middle-aged woman's words, Si Chen didn't say anything, but instead blinked at Luo Jiro. When Luo Jiro saw Si Chen's appearance, how could she not know what was in his mind? This ingrate clearly wanted to hear her tell outsiders that she was his wife. Luo Jiro blankly glared at Si Chen and said to the middle-aged woman, "Right, we are husband and wife. It's really a talented man and a beautiful woman." The middle-aged woman covered her mouth with the handkerchief in her hand and laughed softly. "The two of you just go in and pick the goods you want, and settle the bill together when you're done." Si Chen nodded. Then he took Luo Jiro's hand and walked into the middle of the store. The middle-aged woman didn't follow along into the store, but continued to stay at the door. After all, it's a bit of a strange feeling to pick something like this with someone standing next to you. Entering the middle of the store, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's gazes were first attracted by the ambiguous lighting. The interior of this store, the largest on the entire street, is divided into two parts of rooms, and this room that Si Chen and Luo Jiro were in had many styles of clothing hanging on the wall. At the first moment he saw these clothes, Si Chen's eyebrows jutted out twice. He had to admit that the clothes sold in this store could be much more exciting than the snow gold mandarin belly pocket and the Lulan sacred snow stockings, lace-trimmed socks, two lines outlining a triangle, cut-out camisole pajamas. Can't look at it more than once. You definitely can't look at this thing more than once. One more look is going to explode. At the same time, Si Chen couldn't help but turn his gaze to Luo Jiro beside him. Turning his eyes, Si Chen realized that at that moment, Luo Jiro was looking at the clothes hanging on the wall without taking her eyes off the wall. Her small face was as red as a ripe apple, and her shell teeth were tightly biting her lips. Si Chen brought his head close to Luo Jiro's ear and asked softly, "Mother?" Only after being reminded by Si Chen did Luo Jiro remember where she was now, and for some reason, it seemed to be the reason that he had already shown it to Sechen in a belly band and socks before. Luo Jiro stood here at the moment, and in her mind, she couldn't help but begin to fantasize about what she would look like after wearing these clothes. Luo Jiro turned violently towards Sithen. No looking. Luo Jiro's hands were busy waving her hands, trying to block Si Chen's eyes. "I didn't look, ma'am. So tell me what color the front pair of socks are." "Black with lace trim. And you say you didn't look? I'll bite you to death." Si Chen held Luo Jiro's wrist and looked at her with a smile on his face. "I told you not to come in, didn't I?" The maiden nonetheless didn't listen. "Humph." Luo Jiro poked Si Chen's chest hard. "How was I to know it would be a store like this? And the clothes in this are too. It's also too nasty. Nasty. Although Luo Jiro covered Si Chen's eyes to prevent him from looking around, her own gaze would always look uncontrollably above the wall. The more she looked, the redder her face became, and the redder her face became the more she wanted to see it. And Si Chen continued, "Ma'am, I remember someone just said they were going to bag the store. Blah blah blah. Why don't I remember?" Luo Jiro retracted her gaze from those clothes and pulled up Si Chen's hand before heading out. Go. Hurry up and leave this strange place." However, Luo Jiro realized that Si Chen actually stood still and didn't move. "Bad guy, what are you waiting for? Get out of here." As Luo Jiro's words fell, she suddenly froze as if she had thought of something. Immediately after that, she looked at Si Chen with an extremely shocked gaze. You don't really want to." Luo Jiro's little head shook as if it were a rattle. "This sect master is just starving to death and jumping from here, and there's absolutely no way he'll wear it." No wearing." Looking at Luo Jiro's look of conviction as well, Si Chen doted on her waist and gently patted her back. Luo Jiro retracted her gaze from the wall and beamed. "Bad guy, did you already know that this store sells this kind of stuff?" Si Chen blinked, vaguely guessed some. Luo Jiro grabbed Si Chen's arm and glared at him with a puff of air. "Then you still let this sect master in? You're thinking Thai things again, aren't you?" Si Chen sighed softly. "I thought that as the wise and valiant head of the family, your mother shouldn't be afraid of these things. It seems that I have overestimated the vigor of the head of a family. A wise and honorable man, the head of the family. Overrated." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro directly couldn't help herself. Even though Luo Jiro, as the head of the family, had no real power, and often had to be bullied by Si Chen, she still listened to Si Chen in everything. But, actions are one thing, words are another. The little arrogance inside Luo Jiro wouldn't allow her to be looked down upon by Si Chen. Who is afraid? You're provoking this sect master, aren't you?" Luo Jiro immediately put her heart on the line. Even the look on her face became serious. She waved her hand. What great storms has this sect master not seen before? There is no way for these things to cause the slightest ripple in this sect master's heart. Oh. Si Chen scratched Luo Jiro's nose with a wicked smile. Then it shouldn't matter if Xiang Gong buys a few pieces, right? I don't care about you, Luo Jiro said, and walked towards the inner side of the store on her own, no longer looking at Si Chen behind her. Behind her, Si Chen looked at the wide array of clothes on the walls and couldn't help but once again marvel at the ingenuity of the designer who had created them. No one understands men better than she does. But although Si Chen is not red in the face when teasing Luo Jiro, but to really let him pick and choose inside these clothes, that's really a bit of a pull too. And so, once again, Sithan made a decision that was completely out of instinct. Since you can't pick and choose, simply, have one of each. At this time, Si Chen looked towards Luo Jiro who was moving towards that room on the inside and asked in a small voice, "What's the right size to buy?" "Ma'am?" Luo Jiro turned around, her eyes narrowing slightly. "What size does the Sangha think is appropriate? If you wear it, ma'am, you should be fine with the smallest size, right? Otherwise it won't hold up." Boo! Hiss! Before Si Chen could finish his words, he realized that Nyang Zi in front of him was viciously charging towards him, and then Nyang Zi's small fist full of resentment solidly struck him in the waist. Even though both husband and wife would not use their own cultivation when fighting, Si Chen was still sucking in a breath of cold air from the punch, and looking at this situation, Luo Jiro still didn't look like she was going to lose her temper. "Mistress, have mercy. Fight somewhere else. Don't hit your husband's waist. If you break it, we can only be sisters." Looking at Si Chen's pained appearance, a look of relief surfaced on Luo Jiro's small face. She twisted on Si Chen's arm. "Bad guy, make it clear to me. What do you mean this sect master can't hold it up?" Si Chen scratched his head and said with a serious face, "I mean there's something wrong with the design of all these clothes. Serious beauties wear them loosely." Humph. Hearing Si Chen's explanation, Luo Jiro then spared him. She clasped her hands to her chest and grunted softly, "You bad guy. It's not all your fault. Obviously this sect master has been massaged by you for so long, but the effect is never obvious. Little also blames you. I guess it's still relatively short, and it hasn't taken effect yet," Si Chen said firmly, "but the fact that your mother's body is perfect is not to be questioned." "Really?" Luo Jiro asked in a small voice. "Of course it's true." Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro and pinched her cheeks. "My maiden not only has a stunning face, her body is even more perfect." "Bad egg, you just say nice things to make people happy." As Luo Jiro spoke, a touch of joy couldn't help but spread inside her large, radiant eyes, and even the corners of her mouth gently rose a few points. Seeing Luo Jiro happy again once more, Si Chen joked, "Someone just said they wouldn't wear it, and then got instantly upset when I said something about sizing. This sect master was not to wear it in the first place. You can buy it if you want. There's no way the sect leader would have worn it. Shame on you." Luo Jiro's pretty face reddened, and she hurriedly turned toward that room on the inside. All she wanted to do now was to get out of the room, or get out of this atmosphere that was making her blush. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's back, and there was also a gentle smile in his eyes. A few moments later, Si Chen also finally left the room selling clothes on the outside and came to the inner side of the store. And just as Si Chen saw what was laid out here, he only felt his brow throb abruptly. Originally, Si Chen thought that the clothes in the room outside would be outrageous enough, but when he arrived here, Si Chen realized, smaller pattern. Just see all kinds of fluffy tails hanging all over the walls of this room. Each tail is extremely delicate. Snow white, tiger spotted, pale pink, sky blue. Also some of the tails have their own bells on them, and ribbons tied in bows add to the beauty of these tails. Because Luo Jiro was going to arrive here one step before Si Chen, Luo Jiro was surveying these exquisite and ornate big tails with a curious gaze when Si Chen arrived. Seeing Si Chen come over, Luo Jiro looked at him curiously. "Bad guy, look. There would actually be so many tails here, and it seems like none of these tails are from demonic beasts, right?" "Ahem." Si Chen hurriedly pulled Luo Jiro over. "Mother, you're right. These things aren't from demonic beasts. Do you know what this is?" Luo Jiro's eyes glistened as she looked at the large snow-white fluffy tail in front of her and asked Si Chen, "This seems to be a decoration?" Si Chen held his chin in thought. "It should be considered a decoration, but not just any decoration. And where is this ornament worn?" Luo Jiro took the large tail off the wall and looked curiously at the smooth, round, silver-colored iron at the top end of the tail. She asked, "This doesn't even have a place to fasten it yet, so I don't suppose it's a hanging ornament?" "Ahem." Sithen coughed lightly and whispered, "Indeed it's not a pendant. Specifically it should be. Plug in. Face swollen like a pig's head after a tooth extraction. More tomorrow." Outside the store, Under the scrutinizing and marveling gaze of the boss's wife, Luo Jiro pulled Si Chen and turned her head to run. The boss's wife looked at the couple's departing figure with a pleased aunt's smile. What a fancy way to play with this young couple nowadays. Clothes and tails again. Fearful afterlife. In the sky, Si Chen and Luo Jiro flew straight towards the outside of the burial flower ancient city. After so many days of wandering around in the buried flower ancient city, it was time to leave. Previously, Fifth Elder Tu Zhuai had said that sealed prohibition would be opened about half a month later. Counting the time it would take to travel back and forth, it was time for the two to get going. Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro was still obsessed with what had just happened until now. Bad guy, what exactly is this plug-in you speak of? When Luo Jiro asked for a long time before, Si Chen didn't even tell her. Instead, he chose several articles for himself. While picking them out, Sithan would bring those tails to her side to compare them. It's like she's a little fox with a tail growing behind her. Luo Jiro would even think, could it be that Si Chen likes this kind of shiny-looking decorations? Why else would he buy them? And when Si Chen, who was concentrating on his journey, heard Luo Jiro's question, a bad smile flashed in his eyes. Mother, don't ask. I'll naturally tell you when the right time comes. Luo Jiro hummed in dissatisfaction. Bad guy. Then when exactly is the right time? Sithan hesitated slightly. He lifted his hand and tickled Luo Jiro's waist. Wait until Mama agrees to wear those clothes for my husband to see. Then it will be considered the right time. Ha! Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro was completely confused. With Luo Jiro's simple and ignorant mind, she naturally couldn't guess the true purpose of these tails. She didn't understand the connection between those tie clothes and these fluffy tails. However, Luo Jiro definitely wouldn't admit that she would wear those clothes. Forget it if you don't want to say it. There's no way the sect leader is going to wear those clothes. Okay, Sithan answered in a flat tone. If you don't want to wear it then don't. I won't force you. When Si Chen said that, he continued to rush, while speeding up his flight. Originally, Si Chen's tone was subconsciously a bit flat because he was pondering the matter of the divine religion's borders. But when this tone fell on Luo Jiro's ears, it was a completely different meaning. Why did his tone suddenly change? Is he angry? At the thought of this, Luo Jiro's heart clenched together. She grabbed the clothes on Si Chen's chest with both hands and raised her head, her big eyes looking at Si Chen pitifully. Bad guy, aren't you happy? Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen looked at her with a puzzled expression. No, why do you say that? Ma'am? Sithan asked rhetorically. Luo Jiro's voice was a bit muffled when she spoke at this time, as if she had made some decision inwardly. She leaned her face against Si Chen's chest, her pretty face blushing as she murmured. I'm not ready yet. Bad guy, let me get ready first. When I'm ready, naturally. Will what? At this time, Si Chen also noticed Luo Jiro's abnormality, and he lowered his head to ask softly. Will? Luo Jiro's face grew redder and redder, and her tone was full of petulance. We'll wear those clothes for you, badass. Woo! As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she was held tightly by Si Chen, and at the same time, her cherry lips were bitten by Si Chen. Being treated so dominantly by Si Chen, Luo Jiro first flailed her arms a few times in panic, then she wrapped her arms around his neck while slowly sinking into his gentleness. After an unknown amount of time, the two slowly separated, for eyes met, and at this time Luo Jiro also saw Si Chen's eyes that were full of laughter. Luo Jiro pounded Si Chen's chest in anger. No laughing, you bad guy. You're just going to bully this sect master. This sect master is considered to have fallen into your hands in this life. Well, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Si Chen held Luo Jiro's wrist and softly coaxed her. He smiled and asked, and does the lady think it's a good thing or a bad thing to fall into my hands? Luo Jiro turned her head to the side and said tongue-in-cheek, this sect master doesn't know. Looking at the lovely appearance of his mother in his arms, Si Chen had to admit that he really couldn't get enough of this scene. Lowering his head and placing a heavy kiss on Luo Jiro's cheeks, Si Chen asked in a small voice, is it true what the lady just said? What? Luo Jiro asked, looking at Si Chen, the one that was just mentioned, the one that dresses for the Sagittarius. Luo Jiro playfully looked at Si Chen and said, fake, ha? No way mama. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly, and his expression instantly collapsed, and when Luo Jiro saw Si Chen's expression, her beautiful eyes were filled with the stolen joy of a small scheme succeeding. She said in an old-fashioned manner, that depends on someone's performance. If the performance is good and this sect master is happy, then it's not impossible to consider it. Woohoo! Take off! Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen also let out a cheer, and even the speed of his flight sped up by a few points. As Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's happy appearance, she couldn't help but have a smile on her pretty face, with a pair of pear eddies hidden in her eyes, which was really cute. She slapped Si-chen lightly on his arm and pouted. Look at your dead face. A day later, Si-chen and Luo Jiro were also gradually approaching the northwestern part of the White Feather Divine sect. This was the place bordering the Tsongyen sect, and it was also the location of the chance that Fifth Elder Tuzhua had mentioned. The closer they got to the border, the denser the silhouettes in Si-chen and Luo Jiro's line of sight became. Judging from the trajectory of the movement of the gods' cult congregation below, it seemed that conflict had begun to erupt at the border. Thinking of this, Si-chen and Luo Jiro flew towards the front. Soon, 3 figures appeared in front of the two. It was the Fifth Elder and the 2 protectors who had received the news and came to greet the 2. Sect leader, Great Elder, Luo Jiro directly said, take us to that place where the chance is. Yes. Tuzhua didn't say much and took the first step towards the distance. Si-chen and Luo Jiro also followed behind him. Soon enough, Si-chen detected the extremely powerful sense of oppression coming from the front, while at the same time, Si-chen's line of sight began to be filled with a dense purple glow. It was a huge vein that had been opened up to a gaping hole, and dense runic chains shrouded the vein, spreading a terrifying aura outwards. Seeing this, Si-chen's eyes moved slightly, and the Eye of Heaven was unleashed at this moment. Purple sky plagioclase crystal vein sealed a king-grade upper-grade cave. The veins containing huge amounts of purple sky plagioclase crystals had a scent that was not easily detected because the upper layer was covered with low-grade amethyst veins, formed as a result of a great battle between powerful men in ancient times. Something seems to be buried deep in the vein. The moment the information about the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein appeared in the middle of Si-chen's mind, Si-chen stifled a sharp grunt and his body shook. Si-chen could clearly perceive that in that instant just now, the spiritual energy in his body had instantly disappeared by more than 80%. When Si-chen had obtained the Eye of the Ascended Heavens, the system had prompted him that the stronger the target probed by using the Eye of the Ascended Heavens, the more spiritual energy would be consumed. This was also the reason why Si-chen didn't use the Eye of the Divine easily, and at this moment, Si-chen had consumed so much spiritual energy while exploring this chance in front of him. Thinking about this, Si-chen also had a brand new perception of this purple sky plutonic crystal vein in front of him. Si-chen's abnormality attracted the attention of Luo Jiro and the others beside him. Luo Jiro hurriedly held Si-chen's arm. Bad family, Great Elder, what happened to you? Luo Jiro almost blurted out, but when she saw Tuzhua and the others beside her, she quickly changed her words. Si-chen shook his head towards Luo Jiro. It's fine. This opportunity seems to be very uncomplicated. Seeing the shimmering light in Si-chen's eyes, Luo Jiro's brows moved gently. As Si-chen's wife, she almost instantly sensed the meaning of Si-chen's words. She looked at Tuzhua, who was on the side, and asked, Fifth Elder, how is the situation over here now? Tuzhua's gaze was a bit gloomy as he said in a deep voice, Sect Master, for some reason, the Tsongyen sect has suddenly sent a large number of men over here, and there are even several elders among them. In just these few days, the Divine sect has had several clashes with the Tsongyen sect. I always feel that the Tsongyen sect must have other purposes. Where's Yen Tianhao? Luo Jiro gazed at the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein in front of her and asked, has Yen Tianhao ever appeared? If there was anyone else in the Tsongyen sect who could pose a threat to her and Si-chen, it was only the Tsongyen sect's patriarch Yen Tianhao. If Yen Tianhao hadn't appeared, then with Luo Jiro personally arriving, the White Feather Divine sect would need to exert little effort to obtain this purple heavenly underworld crystal vein. However, if Yen Tianhao also appeared, it would be more troublesome. Luo Jiro definitely didn't want Si-chen to get hurt at all. Tuzhua slowly shook his head. Sect leader, I didn't receive any news about Yen Tianhao, but we still need to be careful. Hearing his words, Luo Jiro frowned slightly. Keep an eye on the situation over here at all times, and if you find Yen Tianhao appearing, report to me at the first opportunity. Yes, Godfather. After explaining some more to the congregation, Luo Jiro and Si-chen returned to the Divine Religion's garrison. At the same time, the arrival of their own sect master as well as the Grand Elder gave the congregation a shot in the arm. Inside the room, Si-chen and Luo Jiro, husband and wife, sat in front of the table. Bad guy, did you find anything? At this time, Luo Jiro asked about what had just happened in front of the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein. Si-chen said softly, Mother, have you ever heard of the purple heavenly underworld crystal? Purple sky underworld crystal? Luo Jiro gave a slight start, murmuring softly under her breath. Suddenly, Luo Jiro seemed to think of something. She exclaimed, there's a purple sky underworld crystal under that seal? Sithen nodded. Has the lady ever seen this before? I once heard my master mention it. Luo Jiro recalled. Master once said that when the 9th level of the transitional tribulation realm breaks through to the mixed saints, it will go through the last heavenly tribulation, and after successfully transiting the tribulation it will successfully break through its own laws. This heavenly tribulation is going to be harder to resist than any other in the past, and it is said that many great powers have died in this heavenly tribulation. And in order to be able to counteract the damage of the heavenly tribulation, people will try to use external objects to assist. The purple sky underworld crystal is a heavenly material that can greatly reduce the damage of the heavenly tribulation. It is said to be extremely rare and hard to find. As Luo Jiro spoke, the light in her eyes grew brighter. Bad guy, are you sure that the purple light under that seal comes from the purple sky underworld crystal? Originally, listening to what Fifth Elder Tuzwa said, Luo Jiro and the others thought that it was just a simple amethyst vein under that forbidden seal. Although the amethyst veins were able to provide massive amounts of spiritual chi and were also very rare, if they were compared to the purple sky plagioclase crystals, they were truly nothing. After all, the violet sky underworld crystal could mean the hope of breaking through to a mixed sage. How could Luo Jiro not expect that Sichen was actually able to see the purple sky underworld crystal buried below through that powerful forbidden seal? Sichen looked at Luo Jiro's excited appearance and pulled her into his arms. How about it? Ma'am, isn't your husband great? Awesome. Luo Jiro didn't mince her words of praise. She always believed in her heart that as a wife, she should always recognize her husband as the best. Be sure to recognize Sidhan when he's doing well. Then is the lady going to reward the Sagittarius? What reward do the bad guys want? Like wearing those clothes, blah blah blah, don't you even think about it. In the end, forced by Si Chen's, Luo Jiro still took the initiative to kiss him lightly on the lips. At the same time, she gently blew in Si Chen's ear. Badass. I'll make up for the rest of the rewards when I go back. Si Chen looked towards the beautiful person in his arms. He had never thought that his maiden would still be able to say such provocative words. After Luo Jiro finished speaking these words, her pretty face also turned red with shame, and she hurriedly broke free from Si Chen's arms. She was afraid that if she continued to stay in Sidhan's arms, Sidhan would bully her again. Trying hard to adjust her mind, Luo Jiro looked seriously at Si Chen. Bad guy, if there really is a violet sky underworld crystal under that prohibition, then the divine sect will get it no matter what. Luo Jiro had already sensed that mysterious force of law from Si Chen. As long as the power of the laws was sufficient, then she would have the possibility of breaking through to a mixed sage. The purple sky underworld crystal, sooner or later, would come in handy, and even if he couldn't use it himself, such a precious thing should never fall into the hands of the Righteous Alliance. Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's side, holding her hand tightly and looking straight into her eyes. I'll help mother get anything you want. Luo Jiro stood in front of Si Chen like a clueless young girl, and Si Chen was quietly looking at her. And just as the couple was immersed in this cozy atmosphere, Tuzwa's voice came from outside the door. Sect leader, Grand Elder, Song Yen sect leader Yen Tianhao has appeared. Hearing Tuzwa's words outside the door, Si Chen and Luo Jiro frowned at the same time. Mother, is Yen Tianhao one of those 3 Fairy Realm 9 in the Righteous Alliance? Because he hadn't come into contact with Yen Tianhao and the others before, Si Chen didn't know much about these 3 ninth levels of the transition realm of the Righteous Alliance. Luo Jiro nodded, and she gave Si Chen a careful account of the distribution of the forces of the Righteous Alliance, as well as the subtle relationship between the White Feather Divine Sect and the Righteous Alliance. After listening to Luo Jiro's explanation, Si Chen's heart had a rough idea about the Righteous Alliance. Let's go check it out? Aha! Since Yen Tianhao had already appeared, it also meant that the Song Yen sect didn't want to easily give up this opportunity to the White Feather Divine Sect. In that case, Luo Jiro would have to step in. On the other hand, before the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein, at this moment, 2 teams of people were eyeing each other intently. On one side were the disciples of the White Feather Divine Sect who were responsible for guarding this opportunity, while on the other side was a group of righteous cultivators wearing the costumes of Song Yen sect's disciples. The opportunity here was first discovered by my White Feather Divine Sect, so it naturally belongs to my White Feather Divine Sect. Half of the chance is located within the territory of my Song Yen sect, so my Song Yen sect is naturally entitled to a share. The disciples of the White Feather Divine Sect and the disciples of the Song Yen sect were each at loggerheads with each other. This was already an unknown number of times in these recent days, and it was as if the disciples of the Song Yen sect had been instructed in some way to constantly provoke the congregation of the White Feather Divine Sect. In that atmosphere of saber rattling, it looked as if the great battle was already on the verge of breaking out. But it was also at this time that white flying feathers suddenly surfaced in the sky above the White Feather Divine Sect congregation. Pffffffffff. In a burst of creepy blood and flesh-piercing sounds, all the disciples of the Song Yen sect had an additional bloody hole in their bodies. Immediately afterward, 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared above the White Feather Divine Sect disciples. Sect leader, Great Elder, Si Chen and Luo Jiro hung in the middle of the void, their gazes straight at the back of the Song Yen sect's disciples. Just by standing here, Luo Jiro and Si Chen detected the extremely powerful aura at the back of the Tsang Yen sect. Luo Jiro, who was wearing a white veil, had frosty eyes and said in a cold voice, "Yen Tianhao, come out." He, Sect Master Luo's hand is really ruthless, to treat the juniors in my sect like this. The moment Luo Jiro's words fell, several figures dressed in dark red long shirts appeared in the sky in the direction of the Tsang Yen sect. At the head of the group was none other than a middle-aged man in a flashy outfit. Tsang Yen sect leader Yen Tianhao. Behind Yen Tianhao, there were several Tsang Yen sect elders, as well as a woman wearing a fire-red phoenix plume long dress. If it wasn't for your instructions, these dirt dogs would have dared to come to my white feather divine sect's borders to spread their wildness. Facing Yen Tianhao's words, Luo Jiro did not give him the slightest bit of face. Over the years that Luo Jiro had taken over as the white feather divine sect master, her external attitude had always been incomparably tough. Because of this, the White Feather Divine Sect was able to step by step reach the position of the strongest demonic sect in the Kanglan realm. Yen Tianhao's expression remained meaningless to change. He looked straight at Luo Jiro and said, "Even Sect Master Luo has appeared here, so I'm sure the White Feather Divine Sect is determined to win this amethyst vein? There's naturally no reason to give away what the White Feather Divine Sect has its eyes on." Luo Jiro gazed at the group of elders behind Yen Tianhao, and she suddenly realized that there were many people among them who were not supposed to be here. As the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro had an incomparable understanding of the strongest people above the cave ruin realm of the Righteous Alliance. At this moment, Luo Jiro actually saw people from the Violet Light Temple and the Broken Pole Sword sect behind Yen Tianhao. Seeing this, a touch of uneasiness also rose in Luo Jiro's heart. Yen Tianhao naturally noticed Luo Jiro's gaze, but he didn't seem to care at all. "Sect Master Luo, my Righteous Alliance is also very attached to this amethyst vein. I wonder if your sect is able to part with it. Did Jin Wuming ask you to come out?" Before Yen Tianhao could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Luo Jiro. As for Luo Jiro, when she saw the person behind Yen Tianhao, her mind also connected the things that had happened during this period of time. To be able to lead the White Feather Divine Sect to this point, Luo Jiro's mentality was definitely incomparably meticulous. Almost instantly, he guessed the reason why the Tsang Yen sect and Yen Tianhao did so. "Brother Nameless and I are close friends, and there's no distinction between you and me within the Righteous Alliance. We're like family," Yen Tianhao said with a smile on his face. "But don't get carried away. Let's talk about allocating this amethyst vein. This time, my Tsang Yen sect has brought a bit more manpower with them, so please think twice before you do it. Sect Master Luo." As he spoke, the nearly 10 cave ruin realm powerhouses Yen Tianhao had brought with him also lined up behind him. Looking at Luo Jiro's side again, other than the 5 elders and the 2 sect protectors, the only other person was Si Chen. Anyone could hear that Yen Tianhao was threatening Luo Jiro to give in with absolute numerical suppression. Luo Jiro's gaze could be described as cold to the extreme, and the murderous intent on her body grew thicker. It was also at this moment that Luo Jiro's ears heard Si Chen's voice. "Mother, do whatever you want. I'll take care of the rest." Luo Jiro turned her head to look, just in time to see Si Chen's gentle gaze. "Perhaps your husband can't kill Yen Tianhao to relieve his anger for your mother right now, but to kill those few cave ruin realm elders, your husband will directly take it in hand." Although Si Chen's tone was relaxed and casual, Luo Jiro was still able to hear his extreme killing intent towards Yen Tianhao and the others. Realizing this, a warmth rose within Luo Jiro's heart. Situations like the current confrontation with the Righteous Alliance had happened many times in the past, but there were very few instances where someone stood by her side and faced it with her. This feeling of being protected and supported by Si Chen moved Luo Jiro deeply. Yen Tianhao, on the other hand, seemed to have already guessed the several choices Luo Jiro could make. He said once again, with Sect Master Luo's boldness, "I'm sure that he will definitely not do anything that will result in both of us losing. So, can we sit down and talk now?" Luo Jiro's eyes moved slightly. What Yen Tianhao said was exactly what she had in mind. She absolutely couldn't lose both with Yen Tianhao because of a momentary whim. The only consequence of that would be to have the Violet Light Temple and the Broken Strike Sword sect reap the benefits. This is categorically not a good outcome. Seemingly having guessed what was in Luo Jiro's mind, Yen Tianhao continued, "Sect Master Luo, people at your level and mine are definitely no longer fit to go out and participate in a fight. After all, that would be too far-reaching. How about we let the elders of our clan decide the ownership of this amethyst vein? 3 people from each side. Let these 3 people decide the ownership of this amethyst vein." When they heard Yen Tianhao's words, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's brows both frowned. Yen Tianhao, on the other hand, looked at Luo Jiro and the others without changing his face. This was a solution that he had discussed with both Takumi and Jian Wuming. As the highest echelon of the Alliance of Righteousness, the 3 of them had learned of the White Feather Divine Sect's internal turmoil a long time ago. They all knew that at this point in time, in the White Feather Divine Sect, besides Luo Jiro, the sect leader, there was almost no one who could rise to the occasion. If we take this opportunity, we can eliminate the few remaining elders of the White Feather Divine Sect as well. Then Luo Jiro would be a real lightweight. It had to be said that the three were no less than the highest echelons of the Righteous Alliance, and this approach was truly able to fundamentally affect the foundation of the White Feather Divine Sect. Luo Jiro and Si Chen both realized this as well. Yet, they had no choice. If she didn't fight, Luo Jiro didn't want to give up the Purple Sky Plagioclase crystal vein to the Tsongyan sect. If you fought, you would inevitably run the risk of having your fundamentals shaken by the Righteous Alliance. After all, behind Yin Tianhao were all the supreme elders of the three top sects of the Righteous Alliance. This young plot of the Righteous Alliance was really pushing the White Feather Divine Sect to the brink of extinction. Luo Jiro's hands clenched as she contemplated the cost of everything. And it was at this time that Si Chen's voice sounded once again. Ma'am, do you trust Sunga? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen. In the face of her husband, a touch of helplessness also appeared in the eyes of Luo Jiro, who was always tough outwardly. Bad guy, she really didn't know what to choose, because her decision at this moment would most likely have a great impact on the future of the divine religion. It was even possible that the Alliance of the Righteous Path could actually have a hybrid saint appear because of the Violet Sky Underworld Crystal. And just as Si Chen saw that helplessness in Luo Jiro's eyes, he knew that if he couldn't make the Righteous Alliance pay the price in blood, then everything he had cultivated from no cultivation to the present day would become a complete joke. Si Chen didn't have any ambitions of reaching the top of the Great Tao. The only thing he had was the determination to protect his wife from outsiders. Si Chen didn't say anything more to Luo Jiro. He slowly took a step forward and arrived in front of Luo Jiro. Si Chen's gaze was 100 meters apart as he looked directly at Yin Tianhao and the others. Patriarch Yin. This matter, the White Feather Divine Sect, accept. However, the mechanism of the match I demand a wheel battle. Yin Tianhao did not expect Si Chen to make a decision for Luo Jiro in the slightest. He laughed. I believe your excellency is the White Feather Divine Sect's trusted Grand Elder. Sect Master Luo's husband? Sect Master Luo. Are the words spoken by the Grand Elder useful? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's back without the slightest hesitation. The words spoken by the Grand Elder are the decision of this sect master. Good. Worthy of being a Grand Elder. With vigor. A flash of black light flashed in Yin Tianhao's eyes. Luo Jiro, if your husband is wasted in this way, I'm sure your Dao heart will be damaged because of this. However, Sect Master Luo, yet I have one more request. Yin Tianhao said again. Luo Jiro looked at him with a morose gaze. Speak, if your sect can win this match, then this amethyst vein, the Tsan Yen sect, will no longer ask for half of it. But if your sect loses, I heard Brother Nameless say that sect leader Luo seems to have a chance containing the power of laws there? If your sect loses, please also ask sect master Luo to give up that chance. Sid Hen? Hearing Yin Tianhao's words, Luo Jiro's aura almost instantly fell into a rage. The berserk aura and the overwhelming pressure surged towards Yin Tianhao's direction like a tsunami. Everyone else might have thought that her laws came from some chance or some treasure, but only Luo Jiro herself knew that the chance or treasure they were talking about was none other than Si Chen. If Yin Tianhao wanted to get his hands on the Purple Sky Underworld crystal vein, Luo Jiro had doubts in her heart. Then if he wanted to hit Si Chen's idea, he would be truly touching Luo Jiro's reverse scale. Huzzah! Even though Yin Tianhao had already erected a flame barrier at the first time, that barrier was still instantly strewn with dense cracks. Seeing this, Yin Tianhao's heart was violently shocked. He and Luo Jiro were both at the 9th level of the transition realm, but at this moment, Yin Tianhao had a feeling of being unbeatable. At this time, he finally experienced the kind of power depicted by Jian Wuming. That was the power of the laws, the key to breaking through to the mixed sage realm. Seeing this, Yin Tianhao's heart was also more eager for that chance held by Luo Jiro. Swinging out a fire-red flame gas again, Yin Tianhao was able to counteract Luo Jiro's strike. On Luo Jiro's side, just as she was about to fly up and decapitate Yin Tianhao regardless, her hand was held tightly by Si Chen. At the same time Luo Jiro saw Si Chen's firm yet gentle gaze. Mother, let me fix it. Okay? Facing Si Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro suddenly froze. In Luo Jiro's mind, when Si Chen treated her, he always had that kind of bitchy yet gentle feeling. But at this moment, looking at Si Chen standing in front of her, Luo Jiro's gaze was slightly dazed. Si Chen's aura at this time was completely different from before. He was not as jumpy as before, not as breezy as before, but at this time he was able to give Luo Jiro an infinite sense of security. Luo Jiro subconsciously nodded. Bad guy. I won't let anyone take you. Si Chen squeezed Luo Jiro's hand, and then he turned to look in the direction where Yin Tianhao was. Patriarch Yin. Betting against betting is only considered betting against betting if the chips are balanced. What kind of reasoning is it for you to want the sect leader's chance when you have nothing to give? As Si Chen spoke, his gaze also began to sweep over the group of elders behind Yin Tianhao. With the help of the Eye of the Heavens, Si Chen learned that there were 4 people behind Yin Tianhao whose realms had all reached the 9th level of the cave ruin realm. Among them, the woman wearing a fire-red phoenix plume long dress was even infinitely close to the half-step transition realm. Si Chen's eyes twitched slightly, but his expression didn't change a bit. Yin Tianhao laughed when he heard Si Chen's words. I wonder what kind of bargaining chips the Grand Elder wants me to take out. I don't have any chances that contain laws here. Si Chen similarly smiled faintly. Even Patriarch Yin himself said that this chance to contain the laws can be precious to the extreme. If Patriarch Yin can't come up with a treasure that makes the sect master's heart flutter, I'm afraid the sect master won't bet against Patriarch Yin even if he gives up this amethyst vein. Yin Tianhao's eyebrows twitched. He was really afraid that Luo Jiro would just give up the amethyst vein and leave with her people. If that was the case, he would really have no way to explain to Jian Wuming and the others. After all, he had brought all of their elders with him, and it would be a joke if he couldn't get some results. He said to Si Chen, if the Grand Elder already has an idea in mind, just say so. Si Chen's expression remained calm as he said, if I, the White Feather Divine Sect, lose, we will naturally withdraw from the fight for this amethyst vein, and the sect master will also hand over that chance to Patriarch Yin. And if the Tsong Yan sect loses, then they will have to cede 1,000 miles of territory bordering the White Feather Divine Sect. At the same time, I've also heard that sect leader Yin seems to have a king-grade upper-grade Tsong Yan swordbox there. Yellow, Qian, Earth, Heaven, Creation, King, Saint, Emperor. As Si Chen's words fell, the arena instantly fell into the midst of silence, and everyone was looking at Si Chen with an extremely shocked gaze, even those on the White Feather Divine Sect's own side. After all, this condition proposed by Si Chen can really be described as a lion's mouth to open not to mention the Tsong Yen sect's treasure, the king-grade upper-grade Tsong Yen swordbox. That 1,000 miles of territory alone was already outrageous enough. If the Tsong Yen sect agreed and actually lost, then the Tsong Yen sect would really be reduced to the laughingstock of the Righteous Alliance. After all, this was a game between the 2 top forces of the Righteous Path and the Devil's sect, and the loss of either party would be used by those who wished to make an article out of it. After Si Chen finished those words, he did not make another sound, but scrutinized Yin Tianhao with a flat gaze. Since Yin Tianhao wanted to do something to hurt Luo Jiro, then Si Chen naturally wouldn't leave the slightest bit of mercy for him. Yin Tianhao's eyes narrowed slightly, and his cold and stern gaze carried the 9th level of pressure of the transition realm straight at Si Chen. As for Si Chen, when facing Yin Tianhao's mighty pressure, his body didn't see a single bend, and even his expression didn't undergo a single change. I believe that Patriarch Yin himself knows that the conditions I put forth, though harsh, are, but when it comes to the degree of preciousness, it's far from being able to compare to the chance that contains the laws. Si Chen's voice came again, and Yin Tianhao's gaze also became determined at this moment. He first looked at the woman in red behind him as well as the 2 old men beside her with more confidence in his eyes. In Yin Tianhao's opinion, even if the chips he took out were precious, so what? There's no way he's going to lose. With these people from the White Feather Divine Sect right now, they simply couldn't defeat the Tsong Yen sect any of the times, without Luo Jiro making a move. The White Feather Divine Sect simply didn't have any power that could stop the 3 Cave Ruin Realm 9th levels. Thinking of this, Yin Tianhao waved his hand towards the group of elders behind him who wanted to persuade him. He looked at Si Chen. Great Elder is truly well informed. Even the Tsong Yen swordbox in my clan couldn't be hidden from Grand Elder. Si Chen asked in a cloudy voice. Then I wonder how Sect Yen wants to choose? The Grand Elder didn't even have any rebuttals to the conditions I put forth. So how can I have the nerve to rebut the Grand Elder's demands? Yin Tianhao waved his big hand, his voice sounding like thunder. Just as the Grand Elder said, you and I will each put out 3 people and adopt a wheel battle. The winner gets the deal you and I agreed on. However, Sect Leader Luo, there is one thing I want to say in advance. At this moment, it was exactly the time when Yin Tianhao's figure was poor. When you cut, it's inevitable that there will be casualties. If someone slips up and injures someone, we, as patriarchs, can't take action against a junior. After some gaming between Si Chen and Yin Tianhao, the final result was also determined. Each side sends 3 people to face off in a wheel-to-wheel battle. The party that ultimately won would be given the right to mine the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein as well as a series of conditions attached to it. On Yin Tianhao's side, he looked at the direction where the White Feather Divine Sect was in a breezy manner, as if the 3 people sent out by the White Feather Divine Sect had already died in the hands of the Tsong Yen sect. Patriarch, then I will be the first to appear. At this time, the old man who always stood at Yin Tianhao's side said to Yin Tianhao, this person was the Grand Elder of the Tsong Yen sect, Yan Yi, 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm. the strongest person in the Songyan sect other than Patriarch Yin Tianhao and Sacred Maiden Yin Ji. Yin Tianhao nodded and said in an icy tone, "Kill if you can. If you can't kill, then scrap it." Yes, unlike the Songyan sect side, which was relaxed and cozy, the atmosphere on the White Feather Divine sect side could be described as depressing to the extreme. Aside from Luo Jiro and Elder Lu Mu, everyone was looking at Si Chen with puzzled gazes. Look at Bukla. They didn't understand why their own Grand Elder had agreed to the conditions Yin Tianhao had proposed. And it's still a wheelbarrow fight. This could be said to be completely unfavorable for the White Feather Divine sect. Behind Yin Tianhao was all the Cave Ruin Realm 9th levels of the entire Righteous Alliance. On the White Feather Divine sect side, the only Cave Ruin Realm 9th level had also died in the midst of the civil unrest not long ago. Because they hadn't participated in that battle, everyone present only knew that Xiu Buchuan had died and Si Chen had taken over the position of Grand Elder. However, he didn't know the details of that battle, not to mention how strong Si Chen really was, not to mention anything else. Just Si Chen's cultivation of the 6th level of the Cave Ruin Realm was not the least bit convincing. The crowd couldn't figure out what exactly their side had to do to win over the 3 Cave Ruin Realm 9th levels without the sect leader making a move. Godfather. Right at this moment, 5th Elder Tuzwa took the lead and stepped forward, his eyes filled with determination, as if he was already prepared to die for the divine sect. I'll be the first one out. As the old sect master's guard, I failed to fulfill my duty to protect the old sect master. After living for many years, it's time to follow the old sect master. A touch of remembrance flowed from Tuzwa's scarred and vicissitude's face. He looked at Si Chen with a hint of admonishment in his tone. Grand Elder. As the Grand Elder of the divine sect, every decision you make will affect the future of the divine sect. This time, the divine sect might really have to pay some price. I hope that the Grand Elder will take this as a warning in the future and think clearly before making a decision. Tuzwa said very euphemistically, but Si Chen was able to hear that Tuzwa was ready to die, and before he went to his death, he spoke kindly to Si Chen. 5th Elder. Si Chen held Tuzwa's arm and smiled faintly at him. I'll be the first to go up. Under the gaze of everyone in the White Feather Divine sect, Si Chen said softly, do you know why I chose the method of a wheel battle? Because it's the only way I can stay on stage. I can. Si Chen's tone lurched, so that I can let all these people die at my hands. Grand Elder. Listen to the Grand Elder. Tuzwa wanted to continue saying something, but was directly interrupted by Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro's voice rang out, and the crowd of the White Feather Divine sect all looked at her as well. Luo Jiro repeated once again, the first elder is the first to go up. Yes, Luo Jiro had already spoken, so even if there were more doubts in the hearts of the people present, they could only stop. Everyone retreated to the back, leaving Luo Jiro and Si Chen alone. At this time, Luo Jiro's eyes glistened as she looked towards Si Chen beside her. Bad guy, don't push it. Si Chen heatedly smiled at Luo Jiro. Mother, don't you know your husband's ability? Luo Jiro gave a white Si Chen glance. What ability? This sect master doesn't know. Si Chen whispered in a voice. Sajiri is the best spare Jiro. Ah, no talking no talking. Before Si Chen could finish his words, Luo Jiro covered his mouth with her hand, but immediately afterward, Luo Jiro realized the position she and Si Chen were in, and hastily withdrew her hand again. She stood in front of Sidhan and stomped her foot hard. You denizen, what a time to be thinking about these things. Si Chen pulled Luo Jiro's hand and winked at her. Ease up on the atmosphere. Otherwise this atmosphere is too tense. Mother, everyone can distrust me, but you can't. That's for sure. Luo Jiro said without hesitation. Being pulled by Si Chen's hand in front of so many people, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned a little red. However, she still said firmly, even if everyone doesn't believe in you, this sect master will still believe in you unconditionally. Not to mention Si Chen's qualifications and the various miracles he had created. Just because he was her husband, Luo Jiro would trust Si Chen unconditionally. Si Chen squeezed Luo Jiro's hand. If the energy was in a depleted state just now, then my energy instantly exploded after being spoken to like this by my lady. Behave yourself. Luo Jiro poked Si Chen's chest angrily, and helped him straighten his somewhat messy clothes. At the same time she whispered, make sure you don't get hurt or I'll... Luo Jiro didn't finish, but both she and Si Chen knew exactly what she wanted to say in their hearts. Si Chen hemmed and hawed. Don't worry mama. Your husband is hard as nails. Sect Master Luo, has your sect already selected the candidates to participate in the tournament? Right at this moment, Yin Tianhao's voice came with him. His voice was full of playfulness, as if he had already taken the White Feather Divine sect completely under control. However, he did have this backbone. At this moment, there were 3 people standing behind him. All 3 of them were at the 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm. Song Yan Sect Grand Elder Yen Yi, Great Elder Jian Gu of the Broken Pole Sword Sect, Dong Kong, the head of the golden-bodied Luohan of the Purple Light Temple, Looking at the three people behind Yen Tianhao, Luo Jiro named their identities one by one. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen murmured, "If all three of them die, the alliance of the righteous Tao should be in for a hard flesh ache." Si Chen said to Yen Tianhao, "Patriarch Yen, let me be the first to go on." Ha ha ha, the Grand Elder is really bold. Yen Tianhao laughed out loud. Then my side will be fought by my Tsong Yen sect's Grand Elder. The two of you may as well spar. After Yen Tianhao said that, he looked at Yen Yi beside him, and a flash of black light flashed in his eyes. Yen Yi, this one, can't be killed. Yen Yi's eyebrows twitched and he instantly understood Yen Tianhao's meaning. If you can kill it, kill it. If you can't, abolish it. Boom! Under the impact of Yen Tianhao's power of the 9th level of the Ferrying Realm, a giant ring rose up from the ground, just like when Luo Jiro reshaped the entire Ghost Peak with the flip of a hand. At this moment, Yen Tianhao also revealed the overbearing power of the Ferrying Realm. The ring was built, and Yen Yi took the lead and flew above the ring, his gaze straight at Si Chen beside Luo Jiro. Bad guy, must be careful. Si Chen nodded, then flew towards the ring. At his rear, the Divine Sect's congregation, including 5th Elder Tu Zua, were all looking at Si Chen. To be honest, they were really a bit unsure if Si Chen, who was at the 6th level of the Cave Ruin Realm, would be able to fight against Yen Yi, who was at the 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm. Is this newly appointed Grand Elder of our own family just famous but not real? In the ring, Si Chen and Yen Yi stood looking at each other. Yen Yi arched his hand towards Si Chen, killing intent all over his eyes. I'm offended. As Yen Yi's words fell, the fingers of his hands began to be dense with a rich fire-red glow, and the temperature of the entire ring began to rise rapidly. Buzz! In an instant, a wall of fire formed by flame aura took shape in front of Yen Yi's body and was violently pushed out by him towards Si Chen. The aura in this wall of fire was extremely powerful, and the blazing temperature even caused the aura in the air to start burning on its own. Looking at the wall of fire that sped towards his side, countless white flying feathers suddenly surfaced behind Si Chen. Whoosh! A rain of arrows made up of white flying feathers collided with the firewall, shattering it without a second thought, and swept towards Yen Yi without losing momentum. Seeing this, a look of surprise also flashed across Yen Yi's eyes. He hadn't expected Si Chen to be able to defuse his attack so easily and still be able to attack towards himself. Drink! Shattering the flying feathers, the berserk flame aura took shape once more, and a flame storm centered on Yen Yi took shape at a rapid pace. At the same time, the space behind Yen Yi's back began to collapse inch by inch, and a cavernous sky began to rapidly take shape. Yen Yi didn't want to waste too much time with Si Chen, because in his opinion, if he fought back and forth with Si Chen, who was at the 6th level of the Cave Ruin Realm, it would be a real loss of face. He was prepared to fight a quick battle and waste Si Chen with a single blow. Seeing this, a burst of whispers also came from the direction of the Tsong Yen sect. Rumor has it that the Grand Elder opened up 30 cave heavens when he advanced to the Cave Ruin Realm, and it seems that the Grand Elder has also mastered the secret method of squeezing his own cavernous heavens. Looking at this kid's young appearance, I guess he's a thug who's in a hurry to break through the Cave Ruin Realm after only opening up a dozen or so cave heavens. With this strike, this son is in danger. Everyone in the Tsong Yen sect had a gloating expression on their faces. In their eyes, Si Chen would definitely become useless under this strike from their own Grand Elder. On the White Feather Divine Sect side, everyone didn't say a word. Their hands clenched tightly as they stared unseeingly above the ring. Yen Yi's 30 cavernous silhouettes emerged completely, and the dazzling golden light caused Si Chen's eyes to turn golden. At that moment, Sithan moved. A loud sound as if space was collapsing came, and the space above Si Chen's head completely shattered. He's going to summon the cave as well. I just don't know how many caverns the sun has opened up. La! Buzz click click click. Under everyone's gaze, a huge heavenly court shadow as magnificent as a vast blazing sun emerged from above Si Chen. The moment the shadow of the ancient heavenly court appeared, the aura above the entire ring began to rewind crazily into it, like a waterfall of surging aura surging into Si Chen's body from the heavenly court. I blanch. What is this? This is the cave. Why does he only have one? Why is his so big? With the assistance of that berserk aura, Si Chen's surroundings once again surfaced with roiling white flying feathers. At the same time, the flame storm that had been surrounding Yen Yi's body had also been fully formed. The Great Inferno. Buzz. Yen Yi's large hand swung out once more, and that huge storm of flames surged madly in the direction where Si Chen was. Wherever the storm passed, the ground of the ring was burned to ashes, and just at that moment, Si Chen's tightly closed eyes slowly opened. Not a trace of emotion was visible in his eyes, with only the shadow of a heavenly ancient tree reflecting in his eyes. It's the World Tree. Si Chen's fingers flicked, and the white flying feathers behind him flew towards the storm. Yen Yi swung out. In the next instant, the fire-red storm and the silver flying feather violently collided together. Boom! The violent explosion instantly stirred up half a day's worth of dust, and even the entire ring was completely obscured. At this moment, the palms of both the White Feather Divine Sect and the Tsong Yen Sect were pinched with cold sweat. Everyone was looking at the top of that ring. I don't know how long it took, but that sky of dust and smoke finally began to slowly disperse. Through the thick dust, a figure dressed in white stood proudly in the center of the ring, a head of long black hair fluttering in the wind. In front of him, a body that had lost its head lay silently on the ground. Wow! An extremely shocked clamor came from the direction where the Tsong Yen sect was located, and everyone was looking at this with a gaze of disbelief. They couldn't accept that Si-Chen was actually able to defeat their own Grand Elder no matter what. That's the 9th level of the Cave Market realm. To actually die so easily in the hands of a Cave Ruin realm 6th level. And right in the crowd, a bright light flashed in the eyes of a woman in a long, fire-red dress. Her beautiful eyes stared tightly at Si-Chen's figure in the ring, a look of surprise and curiosity in her eyes. On the White Feather Divine Sect side, at this moment, their eyes were glazed over. Is this the power of the Grand Elder? Luo Jiro hung in the sky, looking at Si-Chen in the middle of the ring, pink peach hearts almost emerging in her eyes. In the ring, the dust and smoke had completely cleared by now. Si-Chen's head turned in the direction where the Tsong Yen sect was. Si-Chen smiled faintly towards Yen Tianhao. Patriarch Yen. I'm really sorry, eldest Elder Yen. He had to use his face to punch my fist. It was also a slip of the tongue on my part. Like you said before, cutting? There will inevitably be casualties. Hearing Si-Chen's words, at this moment, Yen Tianhao's fists were clenched tightly, and the spiritual energy in his body was already almost about to explode. After all, the one who died on the stage was not someone else, but the Grand Elder of the Tsong Yen sect who had followed him for many years. However, at this moment there was no time for him to hesitate too much. Yen Tianhao would not forget that this was a wheel battle. He absolutely could not give Si-Hen time to rest. Ha! Yen Tianhao similarly laughed. It's me who underestimated the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is truly worthy of being a teenage genius. Then, for the second match, our side sends out the Hole in the Sky Rowan. After Yen Tianhao said that, he looked straight at the golden-bodied monk beside him whose body was all brass-colored. The killing intent in Yen Tianhao's eyes made even Dong Kong sweat a little. He bowed decisively. Patriarch Yen, I will certainly not dishonor my mission, Dong Kong said and flew straight towards the top of the ring. Boom click. He merely landed on the ring, causing the ring's floor to crack open with countless cracks. Violet Light Temple Golden Body Rohan Dong Kong, specializing in physical body cultivation. Physical body strength is incomparably strong. Obviously, Dong Kong also knew the essence of a wheel battle, so he didn't want to give Si-Chen a bit of time to recover his energy. Scholar, I'm offended. Clank. The ear-piercing sound of metal clashing rang out, and Cave Hollow's skin actually became as hard as iron in an instant. His naked upper body muscles bulged, and his sandbag-sized fists came straight at Si-Chen's face. He just exerted all his strength to kill the Grand Elder, and his power has already been depleted. This time, he will die at the hands of Cave Hollow Rohan. Facing the heavy fist of Cave Air which blocked and easily killed an unusual Cave Ruin realm, Si-Chen did not dodge and swung his fist to meet it. Boom! Extreme physical collision. The ground beneath Si-Chen and Dong Kong's feet simultaneously chafed and sank, and two huge deep pits appeared with them. Si-Chen had the tempering of the King Grade Upper Grade technique, 6 vaults of Immortal Thieves, and coupled with the sprouting of the World Tree Seed, the power amongst Si-Chen's physical body would not be weaker than anyone else's. Seeing that Si-Chen had completely received this full-strength punch of his, Cave Kong's pupils contracted violently. He had never expected that Si-Chen would be able to be on par with him in terms of physical strength no matter what. In the very next instant, Dong Kong suddenly detected an extremely evil devouring power from Si-Chen's fist. Under this force, the golden skin on Cave's fist unexpectedly began to turn into roiling points of light and merge into Si-Chen's body. AP. Realizing this, Cave Kong flew back. However, how could Si-Hen just let him go? Si-Chen's foot slammed down, and his body also turned into a stream of light to catch up with the figure retreating out of the cave. Boom! Both of their fists clashed together once again, and at the same time, Si-Chen bullied his way up, not giving Dong Kong a chance to retreat at all. 6 vaults of Immortal Thieves. That power of the Sage Thief was utilized by Si-Chen to the extreme, and with every impact, a portion of the cave's undefeatable golden body would be transformed into points of light in the sky. Dong Kong knew that if this kept going on, then he would inevitably end up in the same situation as Yen Yi. With that in sight, Cave Hollow's arms violently launched out, forcing Si-Chen's body back dozens of meters. Dong Kong gazed straight at Si-Chen and said in a cold voice, "What kind of evil technique is that you're practicing? Despicable." Si-Chen smiled disdainfully. "You've been chanting scriptures all day and have gotten demonic? Who am I? The great elder of the devil cult. If I don't practice evil, Am I going to join you in fasting and reciting Buddha's teachings? Put. Hearing the conversation between the two in the ring, Luo Jiro under the stage couldn't hold back her laughter. However, her gaze was directed straight towards the direction where the Tsang Yen sect was, because just when she laughed just now, someone from where the Tsang Yen sect was also laughed. It was the beautiful young girl in the long, fiery red dress. In this quiet atmosphere, the silver bell-like laughter of the two instantly attracted each other's attention. For a moment, both men scrutinized each other. Luo Jiro, Tsang Yen sect's holy daughter Yenji? Could it be that she knows Si Chen? Yenji, this person is Luo Jiro's husband? That's really interesting. Both his spiritual power and physical body are so powerful. After the two women merely glanced at each other, they withdrew their gazes and continued to look towards the ring. At this time, Si Chen had already tangled with Cavecone once again. Under Si Chen's overbearing power, Dongkong's proud physical strength could not take the slightest advantage. Quite the contrary. The undefeatable golden body that he had cultivated for many years was actually being disintegrated by Si Chen little by little and was becoming his sustenance. Stop. It is the poor monk who is lost. Finally, just at the moment when Cavecon's undefeatable golden body was completely disintegrated, he shouted out these words towards Si Chen that he had wanted to shout out for a long time. Dong Kong knew that if he didn't admit defeat at this point, he was afraid that he would end up even worse than Yen Yi. The evil power in Si Chen's body would surely devour him down to his bones. Wow! Just as the voice of Dong Kong voluntarily admitting defeat came, the direction where the White Feather Divine Sect was located was completely caught in the middle of a boil. Everyone was looking at Si Chen, who stood proudly above the ring, with a fervent gaze. On the contrary, in the direction of the Tsang Yen sect, there was silence at this time. Losing twice, this result was unacceptable to them. Everyone's eyes were looking at Jiangu behind Yen Tianhao. He was the only hope on the Tsang Yen sect side at the moment. Facing the gazes of the crowd, Jiangu also clasped his fist heavily. Patriarch Yen, Elder Sword, you should step back first. Before Jiangu could finish his words, he was directly interrupted by Yen Tianhao. At the same time, Yen Tianhao's gaze straightened to Yen Ji in the middle of the crowd. Seeming to have guessed her father's thoughts, Yen Ji lightly tapped her feet and arrived in front of Yen Tianhao. And just as Yen Ji appeared, Jiangu had the good sense not to say anything more. It seemed that he had a very clear perception of the power of this young girl in front of him. Father, Yen Ji, him, what do you think? Yen Ji gave a slight beat, then said to Yen Tianhao, very strong. Are you sure about this? Abolish him. Yen Tianhao asked with a gloomy face. His own daughter, at this point, was his only hope. He didn't want all his planning to be ruined in Sithan's hands like this. In the face of her father's inquiry, Yenji didn't say much, but only nodded gently. At this moment, Si Chen's figure was reflected in Yenji's eyes, and her mind didn't know what she was thinking. You can try. After 2 consecutive battles, the spiritual energy in your body should have been depleted. I'll give you time to recover. Yenji's figure appeared above the ring. Her gaze focused on Si Chen, but the words she uttered caused the Tsang Yen sect's crowd to freeze a little. Yenji. Yen Tianhao even directly spoke out to remind Yenji. However, Yenji acted as if she hadn't heard Yen Tianhao's words, still looking at the direction where Si Chen was. At the sight of Yenji appearing above the ring, Si Chen was initially a bit surprised. He hadn't expected Yen Tianhao to temporarily change the person who appeared on the stage, and Yenji would actually give him time to recover his spiritual energy. Before that, Si Chen had already used the Eye of the Ascension to check out some of Yenji's information. Target, Yenji. Cultivation level, 9th level of the cave market realm, about to experience the first heavenly calamity. Degree of forging, 950. Qualification, 153. Charisma, 70. Lucky, 35. Special note, sacred daughter of the Tsang Yen sect, daughter of the patriarch Yen Tianhao, a proud daughter of heaven with a high character and a strong sense of goodwill, in all aspects, towards Luo Jiro. What's going on? Has a great sense of entitlement to Luo Jiro and also various aspects? Seeing the introduction of Yen Ji by the Eye of Heaven, Si Chen only felt a puzzled look on his face. But other than that, Si Chen had to admit that although Yen Ji was much younger than Yen Yi, Jian Gu and the others, her strength was far from being comparable to theirs, because she was about to experience her first heavenly tribulation. After the heavenly tribulation, she could be an actual transition realm powerhouse, and from the information given by the Eye of Heaven, Yen Ji's stats in all aspects were straight after Luo Jiro. If she was given enough time, she would surely become the 4th transition realm 9 of the Righteous Alliance. Thinking of this, Si Chen's gaze towards Yen Ji became dangerous. If they really let Yen Ji also grow to the same realm as Yen Tianhao, then this would undoubtedly be a disaster for the White Feather Divine Sect. Nipping the danger in the bud as early as possible was what Si Chen should do at this moment. Si Chen let out a long breath. and the aura emanating from his body began to change. In the two previous battles, Si Chen hadn't lost much of his strength, so it wasn't like he needed extra time to recover his spiritual energy. Let's start straight away, Si Chen said directly. Yanji also seemed to notice the hostility in Si Chen's eyes as she said softly, "You're strong, but you're on the wrong side." Sithen cocked his head and asked indifferently, "Is it considered wrong not to take your side? I'm doing it for my mother, for my clan, and I don't feel bad about it." Hearing Si Chen's words, Yanji turned her head to look at the silhouette above the distant sky. At this time Luo Jiro was looking at Si Chen with a surfeit of eyes, although as the demon sect master, but when she looked at Si Chen, her gaze was filled with pride and dependence. This state in which Si Chen and Luo Jiro treated each other made Yanji puzzled and curious. Yanji was not able to understand the feelings between Si Chen and Luo Jiro, as she had never had similar feelings for men. With her arrogant nature, she had always felt that men only affected the speed of her sword drawing, and she was quite disdainful of those who flattered her. The extremely high status and unparalleled qualifications made Yanji always feel that no one could be worthy of her. It wasn't until today that Yanji ran into Si Chen. She had to admit that everything that Sithen had shown was completely different from the men she had come into contact with before. Not only his looks, talent, strength, or the way he treated Luo Jiro was completely different from what Yanji had imagined. This made Yanji incomparably curious about Sithen. "Luo Jiro was better than you. Will you treat her with respect because of her status?" Just as Si Chen was already preparing to rush towards Yanji, but then he heard her words. Si Chen was directly left with a question mark on his face. What kind of weird questions are these? Si Chen did not reply to Yanji's words, but instead directly bullied his way up and threw a heavy punch straight at Yanji. Seeing that Si Chen did not answer her question, but instead took the initiative to attack towards herself, Yanji's expression also became grave. No matter how curious she was about Sithen, she could never lose to him, because Yanji knew very well that she was already the last hope of the Tsongyen sect. If she lost, the price that Tsongyen sect would have to pay would be too great. Having seen the two previous battles that Sithen had fought with Yanyi and Dongkong, Yanji was well aware of Sithen's power. Only to see the fiery red light in her hand was dense, and in a sharp phoenix sound, she slapped her palm at Si Chen's heavy fist. Violent explosions rang out, and Yanji and Si Chen each retreated out tens of meters away. And just the moment the two separated, their hands also simultaneously erupted with majestic spiritual energy once again. Fire Phoenix Dance. Flip the Sky Seal. The flaming phoenix and the ice blue hand slammed together, and the thick white mist was violently blown away only just as it took shape. And that, too, is just the beginning. After the first collision, Si Chen and Yanji's figures instantly disappeared from their original positions and rushed towards each other once more. Both of them did not hold anything back, and the wildly gushing out spiritual energy destroyed the entire ring. After an unknown amount of time, the two figures separated again. At this moment, both of them looked at each other with somewhat dangerous gazes. Si Chen could also tell from that one collision just now that Yanji's strength was definitely too much stronger than the Yen-Yi from before. On Yanji's side, even though she had prepared herself before, she was still shocked by the battle prowess that Si Chen's was displaying at the moment. Suspended in the sky in front of Si Chen, a fiery red aura slowly surfaced in Yanji's hand. She looked at Si Chen condescendingly, her tone full of moroseness. "Si Chen, you're strong, but not enough." When the fiery red light dispersed, a long, morose white whip also appeared in Yanji's hand. Right at the moment this long whip appeared, Si Chen felt a faint sense of crisis. At the same time, there was a gasp of surprise from the crowd below the field. Red Dragon Bone Whip, one of the only two king-level divine weapons of the Tsongyen sect. With the help of the Red Dragon Bone Whip, the Holy Maiden's battle power is bound to go up a notch. Pop! The Red Dragon Bone Whip in Yanji's hand violently struck where Si Chen was, completely shattering the ground beneath his feet. Even though Si Chen had already dodged in advance, the forceful air brought up by the swing of the long whip still caused his face to feel a hint of coldness. A golden light emerged in his hand, and the Star Moon Lance appeared in Si Chen's hand. Si Chen stood on top of the ring holding the Star Moon Lance and raised his head to look at Yanji, who was suspended in the middle of the sky. He said in a deep voice, "Mid-King Grade, Red Dragon Bone Whip." Yanji swung the long whip in her hand, and the terrifying power originating from the king's artifact began to surge around her. At the same time, the space around her began to open up inch by inch, and a cavernous silhouette strewn with golden light began to emerge around her. 32. The same amount as Luo Jiro. With the added strength of those 32 caverns, the long whip in Yanji's hand flung out violently, coming straight at Si Chen's chest. Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as 10,000 feet of aura flowed out of the cavernous sky above his head, and the long spear in his hand stabbed straight out. Boom! The red dragon long whip and the tip of the Star Moon Lance collided together, and the space around the two instantly collapsed. followed by a direct explosion. Under this majestic force, the body of the star moon lance in Si Chen's hand bent and curved into an arcing moon, then once again tensed violently. Seeing this, the White Feather Divine Sect congregation under the field all raised their hearts to their throats. With such a huge gap in weaponry, would Si Chen really still be able to defeat Yan Ji like he did before? If Si Chen lost, then who else on his side would be able to fight against Yan Ji? On the ring, Yan Ji looked down on Si Chen. She didn't swing the long whip in her hand again, but said softly to Si Chen in front of everyone, "Si Chen, the lance in your hand won't even be able to hold up to the Red Dragon Bone Whip's next attack. Your wife, who won't even give you a decent weapon." Just the moment Yan Ji's words fell just now, no matter if it was the White Feather Divine Sect or the Song Yan Sect, all of them were in a daze. How is it that the battle between Si Chen and Yan Ji can still be brought onto Luo Jiro? In the sky outside the ring, Luo Jiro's gaze shifted from Si Chen to the direction Yan Ji was in when she heard what Yan Ji said to him. There wasn't a flicker of emotion in her at the moment, and no one knew what she was thinking. And aside from Luo Jiro, everyone present turned their gazes towards Si Chen. Si Chen stood in the ring, and he first gave a slight start when he heard Yan Ji's words. Immediately afterward, Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled faintly at Yan Ji. "You're stirring up my relationship with my mother?" For some reason, everyone present unanimously winced when they saw the smile on Si Chen's face. Yan Ji continued as if she hadn't noticed Si Chen's expression. "I'm just curious, if a woman whose appearance can be compared to Luo Jiro's at this time, and who is younger and more passionate, appears, would you like it?" While Yan Ji was speaking, her gaze never left Si Chen. She seemed to be very obsessed with Si Chen's attitude towards Luo Jiro. Or perhaps Yan Ji didn't understand why she had managed to meet someone who made her curious. But this person was Luo Jiro's husband. This feeling was strange to say the least, but it had actually appeared in Yan Ji's heart. Perhaps this was what the Eye of Heaven had described. Yan Ji's goodwill towards Luo Jiro at work. I don't know when it started, but whenever Yan Ji gained any extraordinary achievement, someone was bound to say, "The Holy Maiden has extraordinary natural talent and will certainly become a legendary woman like the second White Feather Divine Sect Master." The Holy Maiden's natural talent is truly on par with the White Feather Divine Sect Master. This was true when Yan Ji opened up 32 cave heavens, and it was equally true when she broke through to the 9th level of the cave ruin realm at a young age. It was as if she was always living in Luo Jiro's shadow, and all the achievements she had made were the same as what Luo Jiro had already achieved. All of this caused Yan Ji to treat Luo Jiro as an object to surpass. This was the main reason why she had just ghosted out those words to Si Chen. "It's fine if you can't compete in cultivation. Can't you even find a man in time to catch a hot one?" Facing Yan Ji's question, Si Chen slowly shook his head. "No, why wouldn't it be? Is it because of Luo Jiro's identity?" Yan Ji asked again. Sithan held his forehead with his hand and asked feebly, "Are you still fighting or not?" "Fight, of course, but you have to tell me first." Si Chen suddenly snorted as he asked Yan Ji, "Could it be that in your eyes, the feelings of two people are based on some material factors?" Hearing Si Chen's words, Yan Ji suddenly froze. She was tempted to ask, "Isn't it?" Born on a high horse, all she had access to was the flattery of other men. This also made Yan Ji feel in her heart that what men liked was nothing more than her looks, her qualifications, and her status. But Yan Ji could tell from Si Chen's behavior that what he was looking for didn't seem to be these. If not these, what else? Originally, Yan Ji wanted to continue to say something, but in the next moment, just as she felt the aura overflowing from Si Chen's body, her pupils suddenly contracted violently. Immediately afterward, the long whip in her hand unreservedly lashed out in the direction where Si Chen was. Snap! Buzz! In everyone's dramatically contracted pupils, the Red Dragon Bone Whip was about to arrive in front of Si Chen when it was directly stopped by an invisible force. The tip of the Red Dragon Bone Whip was only 3 inches away from Si Chen's brow, but this short 3 inches became a heavenly wrath. Si Chen stood in place, looking at the Red Dragon Bone Whip that was close at hand with a flat expression, and there was a heavenly ancient tree reflected in the bottom of his eyes. At this moment, the world tree that had been silent in Si Chen's dantian fully awakened. Berserk power flowed down Si Chen's meridians to every corner of his body. Si Chen's right hand tightly gripped the body of the Star Moon Lance, and the world power originating from the world tree surged into his right arm. In the next instant, Si Chen threw the Star Moon Lance in his hand violently in the direction where Yan Ji was. Berserk to the extreme power burst out instantly, and the clothes on Si Chen's arm also crumbled in an instant. What Sithan didn't know was that just as he used the power of the world tree to throw the Star Moon Lance out of the way, in the direction where the Song Yan sect was located, Yan Tianhao's gaze towards Si Chen changed at this moment. The Star Moon Lance wrapped in endless power turned into a meteor that went straight at Yan Ji. Yan Ji instantly retracted the Red Dragon Bone Whip that she had swung out, only to hear a mournful phoenix chirp suddenly emanate from amongst her body, and the red dragon bone whip even began to flicker with a rich fiery light. Song Yen Feng Yin. In the midst of that rich fiery red light, Yen Ji violently lashed the red dragon bone whip in her hand towards the star moon lance. In the next moment, the star moon lance collided with the red dragon bone whip. Buzz! The aura above the entire ring was drained in an instant, and the star moon lance could no longer withstand this tremendous force and exploded. Countless golden fragments wrapped in majestic spiritual energy splashed madly towards the surroundings. Yen Ji swung her whip in her hand, trying to block the debris splattered by the explosion of the star moon lance. Looking at the bukla, however, she did not notice that just as Si Chen threw the star moon lance, his figure had disappeared into thin air. By the time Yen Ji reacted, it was already too late. Si Chen appeared behind Yen Ji, and his large powerful hand directly held Yen Ji's wrist. It was a big no-no for a cultivator who used a long whip as a weapon to be approached by an enemy, because at such a close distance, all the advantages of the long whip would be completely lost and could not be utilized at all. Being held by Sithen's wrist, at this time, Yen Ji also experienced the tremendous power in Sithen's body that she could not resist. Yen Ji, who was suspended in the middle of the sky, was smashed directly into the ground by Si Chen. Boom! In an instant, the already devastated ring all collapsed, and a huge deep pit just appeared in front of everyone. In the middle of the deep pit, Si Chen had one arm pressed down on Yen Ji's throat, while a silver needle with a flashing red light appeared in his other hand. It was the same divine armor of creation that Si Chen had obtained when he killed Xiao Buchuan earlier. According to Si Chen's research over this period of time, the penetration ability of this healed silver needle was extremely strong. It could easily break through any defense below the king level. But just as the silver needle in Si Chen's hand was about to pierce Yen Ji's brow, Luo Jiro's voice suddenly rang in Si Chen's ears. Bad guy, maiden, if you kill her, the White Feather Divine Sect and the Tsang Yen Sect will completely enter a situation of immortality. Luo Jiro's voice fell, and the silver needle in Si Chen's hand was thus fixed above Yen Ji's brow. At this time, Yen Ji's eyes moved slightly as she looked towards Si Chen who was pressing down on her. Sick hen, I've lost, but I won't give up on this. What's beyond those material factors? I'll figure it out. After Yen Ji said these words, she tapped her feet and flew in the direction where the Tsang Yen sect was located. Just as she was about to jump out of the ring, she suddenly turned her head and glanced towards where Si Chen was. The breeze caresses Yen Ji that a head of white long hair flutters with the wind. At this time the look back is rather deep meaning. It was only until Yen Ji's figure completely disappeared above the ring that the crowd of onlookers below the arena realized what was happening in front of them. The White Feather Divine Sect's Grand Elder, Si Chen, penetrated 3 with 1. With the 6th level of the Cave Ruin Realm, he made the 9th level of the Cave Ruin Realm of the Righteous Alliance all return with hatred. At this moment, a white-clothed Si Chen stood above the ring that had been completely reduced to rubble, his black hair dancing with the wind. Although he was only one person, he gave the impression that 1,000 armies were still unbeatable. By this time, the voices that were previously skeptical of Si Chen had completely disappeared. In its place, there was an endless frenzy. Especially the 5th Elder Tuzua and those who had tried to stop Si Chen earlier. They simply could not comprehend what was happening in front of them. At this moment, Si Chen was no different from a god to everyone in the White Feather Divine Sect. Si Chen stood in the ring and turned his head in the direction where Luo Jiro was. He blinked at Luo Jiro in the sky and transmitted his voice. Ma'am, is night not awesome for your husband? Suspended in the sky, Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen without any good reason. She angrily transmitted her voice to Si Chen. Awesome, awesome. You bad guy is the best. Even though Luo Jiro's tone on her mouth was somewhat restrained, she couldn't stop her heart from trembling as she looked at Si Chen in the ring. The man in front of her, who always had a bad smile at the corner of his mouth, was already standing in front of her for the unknown number of times, blocking for her all those who wanted to hurt her. Everything that Si Chen did, if any woman came, I'm afraid that she wouldn't be able to stop her heart from fluttering. At this time, Si Chen's voice also came once again. Then is my lady going to reward me? What do the bad guys want as a reward? Si Chen winked at Luo Jiro. If your wife can wear new clothes, why do you think about these things all day long? Luo Jiro transmitted her voice to Si Chen with an odd expression on her face. Si Chen heatedly smiled. It can't be helped. Your Sagittarius only has 2 hobbies in his life. Eating and now, I'm not really hungry. Luo Jiro, returning to the place where the Tsang Yen sect was located. Yen Ji bowed slightly towards Yen Tianhao with a complicated expression. Father. She had lost to Si Chen, which meant that the Righteous Alliance had lost completely in this encounter with the White Feather Divine Sect. The same also means that the Tsang Yen sect not only has to give up the right to mine this amethyst vein, but also has to cut off thousands of miles of land and give away its own family's treasure. However, to everyone's surprise, Yen Tianhao actually didn't see the slightest bit of lost color in his expression at this time. Yan Tianhao patted his daughter's shoulder and said softly, Yan Ji, there's no harm in it. It's not your fault. Yan Tianhao looked at Si Chen in the ring, the meaning in his words somewhat unknown. He said, Luo Jiro is worthy of being a heaven's favorite daughter. Even the husband she found is so outstanding. Hearing Yan Tianhao's words, the light in Yan Ji's eyes dimmed a bit. Father, I'm inferior to Luo Jiro in every way. Aren't I? What a thing to say. Yan Tianhao directly interrupted Yan Ji's words. Just as Yan Ji uttered these words, a flash of inexplicable color flashed across Yan Tianhao's eyes. Luo Jiro was only born a few decades earlier than you, taking advantage of your age. If you, Yan Ji, were in the same era as her, you would certainly be even more outstanding than her. But, Yan Ji asked softly, could it be that when searching for a Dao couple, it's also an advantage to be older? Look at the book law. Yan Tianhao scratched his head. This? It probably depends on personal charm. Yan Ji, do you like him? Yan Ji shook his head softly. I can't tell you what it felt like. Ha! Yan Tianhao touched Yan Ji's head. If you like it, don't worry and go after it boldly. My Song Yan sect's holy daughter will never be inferior to any woman. After Yan Tianhao said that, he did not make another sound. However, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Si Chen with greed in his gaze. Being Yan Ji's father, he understood Yan Ji's kind of winning heart towards Luo Jiro better than anyone else. So he started by telling about Luo Jiro's power, little by little stimulating the competitive spirit in Yan Ji's heart and stimulating her to go after Si Chen. As long as Si Chen could fall for Yan Ji, even if it was only for a short period of time, he, Yan Tianhao, would then have a chance to obtain what was hidden in Si Chen's body. That was the power that Yan Tianhao detected from Si Chen just now when he was using the power of the World Tree to throw the Star Moon Spear out. Although Yan Tianhao wasn't sure why Si Chen also had the power of the laws on Luo Jiro on his body. None of this mattered. The important thing was that as long as Si Chen was able to get involved with his Yan Tianhao's daughter and come into the Song Yan sect, then the power of the laws in Si Chen's body would no longer belong to the White Feather Divine sect, much less the Violet Light Temple and the Broken Pole Sword sect, just as Yan Tianhao's. In the future, the only one who would be able to achieve the status of a hybrid saint would be him, Yan Tianhao. This wave, although Yan Tianhao had utilized his own daughter, he didn't feel the slightest bit of regret. One can only say that no one who can come to the position is not an old fox, and no one's mind is simple. Si Chen above the ring turned in the direction of the Tsangyan sect. Patriarch Yan, the White Feather Divine sect won this tournament by a fluke. The Grand Elder is worthy of being a juvenile genius. The natural talent is truly exceptional, Yan Tianhao said expressionlessly. Although Yan Tianhao's tone was still calm, anyone could hear that his back teeth were probably about to be bitten to pieces. Although he already had a plan in mind, but the output to go can be real. Si Chen smiled faintly. Then the conditions that Patriarch Yan promised my sect master before. Yan Tianhao snorted coldly. The promise made by my Song Yan sect will naturally not be broken in the slightest. I will naturally order my people to withdraw from the fight for the Amethyst Vein, but I don't have that Song Yan sword box with me. I'll order Yan Ji to go back to the clan to get it. She'll be delivered to you personally within 3 days. Then thank you, Patriarch Yan. The fall of the last sentence also meant that this time, the Song Yan sect's ambush against the White Feather Divine sect was a big failure, and all of this failure was because of Sithan alone. From today onwards, perhaps the name of the White Feather Divine sect's Grand Elder, Si Chen, would completely resound throughout the entire Kanglan realm. However, Yan Tianhao did not immediately hand over the sect's treasure, the Song Yan sword box, to Si Chen or Luo Jiro. Instead, we have to wait 3 days and have Yan Ji hand deliver it to Si Chen. Upon receiving Yan Tianhao's answer, the eyes of the White Feather Divine sect's congregation were filled with a strong color of joy. As for the disciples of the Song Yan sect and the group of elders from the Broken Pole Sword sect and the Violet Light Temple, they were completely dumbfounded. They want to vent, but they can't find a way to vent at all. Going after Zichen? That's no different than looking for death. The process of the 3 matches they all saw clearly, and the fact that the skills were not as good as the others was also as ironic as the fact that they were not as good as the others. So despite the complete indignation in their hearts, they could still only chew it up and swallow it in their stomachs. With all the members of the Righteous Alliance leaving, only the crowd of the White Feather Divine sect remained in front of the Purple Sky Plutonic Crystal Vein. Si Chen flew down from the ring and came in front of the crowd. By this point, the gazes of the crowd towards Si Chen had completely changed. Grand Elder, Tuzwa bowed heavily towards Si Chen. Forgive me for my previous offense. In the face of this 5th elder who was prepared to sacrifice himself to preserve the divine sect in a time of crisis, Si Chen naturally would not have any blame. Sithan picked up Tuzwa and patted him on the shoulder. 5th elder, I know you're also doing this for the sake of the divine sect, so you're not at fault in any way. Just as Si Chen was talking with Tuzwa and Mulao Lulao, Luo Jiro, who had been hanging in the sky, also slowly came this way. At this time, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other and pulled Tuzwa's hand. My lord, let's go with the fifth elder to check out the seal of the mineral vein. Being suddenly pulled by the two colleagues, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, Tuzwa looked at them with a confused expression. Read the book law. Old Mu and Old Lu, you guys go. I still have to have an in-depth conversation with the Grand Elder. You communicate my ass. Is this the time for you to communicate? Elder Lu gave an awkward smile towards Sichen, and then flew away with the fifth elder, who was almost immediately going to claim brotherhood with Sichen. After everyone from the divine sect had left, only Sichen and Luo Jiro were left in the arena. Sichen turned around and smiled gently at Luo Jiro. Mother! Falling from the air, Luo Jiro trotted over to Sichen's side, her eyes glistening as she looked at him. Sithan looked around the area, which had quieted down. He then cupped Luo Jiro's chin and kissed her deeply. Luo Jiro looked around nervously, and when she realized that the congregation had all left, she hugged Sithan's back tightly and responded to Sithan's kisses in a raw manner. Only after a long time did Sichen let go of Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro was lying in Sichen's arms. Her little face was flushed. It was really cute. Sichen smiled and asked, Mistress, do you know the two ultimate dreams of a man? Ultimate dream? Luo Jiro froze slightly. She looked to Sithen. What's it all about? Sichen looked at the crumbling everything around him, gazed into the distance, and said softly, Gentle land, hero's grave. Tender land, hero's grave. Luo Jiro murmured Sichen's words. Sithen continued, and now, one of my two ultimate dreams has been realized. Sichen gently caressed Luo Jiro's cheeks and smiled softly. My mother is my gentle land. As for the other one, no talking. Sichen was originally going to say horse and buggy for the one you love is considered a hero's grave, but Luo Jiro covered his mouth with her small hand. Luo Jiro stood on her tiptoes and met Sichen on all fours. Bad guy, you have tenderness enough. Remember no. Looking at Luo Jiro's serious yet adorable gaze, Sichen gently nodded. Quickly say you remembered. Luo Jiro had repeated. Remember remember remember. Sichen rubbed his forehead against Luo Jiro's head. All listened to the head of the family. That's right. Hearing Sichen's words, the corners of Luo Jiro's mouth rose slightly as she smiled gently. At this time, Luo Jiro suddenly and mysteriously pulled Sichen. She whispered, Bad guy, let's go back. I have a reward for you. Sichen looked at the mysterious face Nyangzi suspiciously. Nyangzi? What? Don't ask so many questions. In Sichen's confused gaze, Luo Jiro took Sichen's hand and led him all the way towards the White Feather Divine Sex compound. After returning to the premises, the two of them went straight to the front of the room. Because of Luo Jiro and Sichen's status, the couple's residence was much more luxurious than other places. Stopping in front of the room, Luo Jiro used her hand to brace herself against Sichen, who was preparing to enter the room with her. Bad guy, stay at the door for a minute and don't come in. Sichen looked at Luo Jiro with a helpless face, then nodded. Fine, I'll stay here. You're not allowed to peek. After dropping these words, Luo Jiro entered the room and closed the door tightly. Standing at the entrance, Sichen's gaze swept towards the White Feather Divine Sex compound. At the same time, Sichen was also pondering. He always felt that the Righteous Alliance had retreated a bit too decisively. According to the plots in the novels I had read in my previous life, the villain should be annoyed after losing the match. After holding his chin and pondering for a while, eventually Sichen figured out one thing. Blanche, it turns out the villain is actually myself. But no, he's the husband of the demon sect master, the grand elder of the demon sect. He should be the one to be the villain if you want to be the villain. However, Sichen still felt that Yen Tianhao should be plotting something. Just as Sichen was pondering, he suddenly heard a voice transmission ringing out from within the room. Luo Jiro whispered to Sichen, Bad guy, come in. Sithen cocked his head, very curious about what Luo Jiro was going to do. He didn't hesitate either, and slowly pushed open the door of the room and entered in the middle of it. After entering the room, Sichen closed the door and looked towards Luo Jiro in the room. Inside the room at this moment, a very large jade bucket was placed, and at this moment, hot air was continuously rising from the jade bucket. Obviously, the water in the jade bucket should have just been added. And just as Sichen's gaze went to Luo Jiro next to the jade bucket, his eyes widened violently, only to see that Luo Jiro had already removed the white robe she had just worn at this point, only wrapping herself in a white bath towel. Because the length of that bath towel was limited, Luo Jiro would only be able to cover the part below her collarbone and above her thighs. As such, Luo Jiro's long and straight jade legs were directly exposed to the air. At this point her long hair was cascading out, her legs twisted together, her delicate little feet on the ground. Noticing Sichen's gaze, Luo Jiro's pretty face flushed a few points more. Still, She tried her best to overcome her inner shyness as she timidly said along with Si-chen, "Bad guy. Next, it's reward time for you." In the room, Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro in front of him, his eyes wide. Si-chen had to admit that although Luo Jiro had only wrapped herself in a bath towel, the poise she was displaying at the moment was better than all the gorgeous rhetoric in the world. Seeing that Si-chen was still dazed, Luo Jiro gave him an angry blank look. "Bad guy. What are you still waiting for? Is this sect master helping you undress?" Perhaps because of the blush on her cheeks, or because of her watery eyes, Si-chen actually felt that Luo Jiro at this time had some flirtatious intentions, but Si-chen's hands weren't idle either, as he jogged all the way towards Luo Jiro. As he ran, he threw all the outer clothes he was wearing into the air. Coming before the jade bucket, Si-chen flew up and sat his butt in the middle of the steaming jade bucket. At the same time Sit-han didn't forget to pat the empty seat beside himself. "Mother, sit here. Blah, 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 blah. I won't." Luo Jiro stood next to the jade bucket, her little head shaking rapidly. In her own heart, she knew very well that if she really stayed in the jade barrel with Si-chen at this time, then she would be bullied today. However, looking at the perfect lines of Si-chen's upper body displayed in the jade bucket, Luo Jiro's heartbeat still couldn't help but speed up a lot. Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro's petulant appearance and couldn't help but ask, "Do you want to wash together, Mama?" I'll forget it. This is for you. The bad guy." After Luo Jiro finished speaking, her feet stepped on the stool and stood on the edge of the jade bucket, while her hands held Si-chen's head so that he could rest on the edge of the jade bucket in a comfortable position. Afterward, Luo Jiro's small hands began to gently knead on Si-chen's shoulders, sitting in the middle of the jade bucket filled with spiritual chi, feeling the movements of the pair of small hands on his shoulders, and lightly sniffing the milky scent coming from between his noses. Si-chen's entire body was a bit fluttery. At this time, Si-chen also finally realized what the reward Luo Jiro was talking about was. Even though there had been all sorts of conjectures in Si-chen's mind previously, when this moment really came, he was still moved to tears by his mother's actions. What's a tender spot? This is the gentle land. And just as Si-chen was enjoying his lady's massage, Luo Jiro's light voice suddenly came to her ears. "Sagittarius, are people's strengths okay?" Yes, thank you, ma'am." "So does the Sagittarius like people?" "Of course I like it." "Then does Sagittari like people more? Or that Yenji more?" Si-chen, who was already about to fall asleep, opened his eyes and looked at Luo Jiro behind him with an innocent expression. He knew that every time Luo Jiro called out to him as Sangong, it meant that she was going to start looking for trouble. "Mother, I don't know her well." "Humph." Luo Jiro twisted heavily on Si-chen's arm. "You still haven't answered this sect master. Do you like her more? Or do you like me more?" Without hesitation, Si-chen replied, "Of course I like Nyingzi more, and much more." Luo Jiro's eyes completed a crescent moon. "Then that means that Sangong still likes her a little, right?" Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro with a dumbfounded expression, his forehead filled with black lines. "Mother, I don't like her at all." "Then you." Luo Jiro's emotions were a bit lost. Her eyes lowered as she whispered, "Then why does she say those words to you during your match?" Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si-chen also instantly understood why she asked herself that. Looking at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance whose heart was full of grievances, but she couldn't bear to take it out on him, Si-chen only felt like his heart was going to melt. Yikes! Just as Luo Jiro was puffing up and waiting for Si-chen to answer, she suddenly let out a gasp. Immediately afterward, she realized that Si-chen's large hands tightly embraced her waist, carrying her entire body directly into the middle of the jade bucket. Up to this point, Luo Jiro was still soaking in the same jade bucket as Si-chen. Sitting in Si-chen's arms, Luo Jiro only exposed her little head to the water, but the expression on her face was still puffed up. "Bad guy, don't think that this sect master will forgive you just because you look like this." Si-chen pinched her nose and said helplessly, "Mother, I really don't know her, and this tournament is only the first time I've seen her." "Humph, just because you don't have feelings for her doesn't mean she doesn't have bad thoughts about you." Regarding Si-chen's charisma that made any female unstoppable, Luo Jiro was more aware of it than anyone else. So she was certain that Yenji must have something in mind for Si-chen. "My heart is only for my lady." Si-chen hugged Luo Jiro from the back and said with a serious face, "Other women, in my eyes, are just dung." Hearing Si-chen's words and looking at his serious expression, Luo Jiro couldn't help but feel a little less resentful in her heart. Ap. Luo Jiro turned to look at Si-chen. "Other people are dung. What about me?" Sit-han cocked his head and thought, "My lady's words are roses stuck in dung. Ha, you bad boy, you're disgusting. Ha ha ha." The couple sat face to face in the middle of the jade bucket, and both couldn't help but puff a little laugh out loud. Luo Jiro looked into Si-chen's eyes and said with dissatisfaction, "You bad guy, you really don't let people worry about you." Even participating in a tournament can get you involved with another woman. Sichin scratched his head and smiled heatedly. There's no way. The charm is too big to block. But I'm ready to hang on to the crooked tree of my lady all the time. You're the crooked-necked one. Luojiro gently patted Sichin, her large eyes watery. At this time, Sichin took Luojiro's hand, smiled at her and asked, "My lady, weren't you already very unhappy at the time of the tournament?" Luojiro turned her head to the side, not allowing Sichin to see the expression on her face. This sect leader is not. Sichin naturally couldn't possibly believe Luojiro's tongue-in-cheek words, and he once again asked, "Then why didn't your mother say anything at that time?" At the time, Luojiro looked back at Sichin, and the expression on her face became much more serious. It was in front of outsiders. It's not like it was just the two of us. If you are in front of outsiders, of course, you are still the bad guy who has the final say. This sect master is responsible for listening to you just fine. Luojiro and Sichin looked at each other, wrinkled her little nose and said, "But when there are only the two of us, then it's up to the head of this family." Hearing Luojiro's serious reply, Sichin was at a loss as to what to say for a moment. Perhaps no amount of talk is better than action at this point. Arms tightly holding onto Luojiro's waist, Sichin deeply kissed her cherry lips. After a long time, their lips parted, and the watery light in Luojiro's eyes continued to fluctuate. "Badass," she cursed lightly, then she rested her head on Sichin's shoulder, her small hand drawing circles on Sichin's shoulder. Sichin didn't say anything either, so he just gently hugged Luojiro's waist. Soon, however, Luojiro seemed to remember something else, only to see her slowly raise her hand. Her hand began to be dense with gusts of purple light, and an extremely high grade of pressure began to coalesce around the two. Under Sichin's gaze, a lavender stone talisman appeared in Luojiro's hand. "Nah." Luojiro handed the stone talisman in her hand to Sichin. "Bad guy. For you." Sichin first looked at the stone talisman in Luojiro's hand, then looked at her again. "Mother, this is like the Tsan Yen sect. The White Feather Divine sect also has a total of 2 king grade upper grade treasures. One is the long sword in the hand of the sect master, and the other is it." Luojiro explained. "This stone talisman was passed down to me by my master. It can send out extremely powerful divine soul attacks when fighting against the enemy. At the same time it is also the object of inheritance for successive generations of White Feather Divine Sect Masters." Luojiro placed the stone talisman in Sichin's hand and pushed his hand toward him. "Bad guy, put it away." Sichin examined the stone talisman in his hand, his brows twitching slightly. Sichin was surprised to find that the stone talisman didn't seem like a complete king's artifact. It was more like a part of some higher-order divine weapon. Putting the stone talisman back into Luojiro's hands, Sichin smiled gently from her. "Mother, you can just keep it. My husband won't be able to use this for a while." "No, you just have to take it." Luojiro didn't take the stone talisman that Sichin handed over, but turned around and muttered in a small voice, "Saves you from having another woman say, your mother won't even give you a decent weapon." Hearing Luojiro's learned look, Sichin cried and laughed a little. Well, then I'll keep it for my lady for now." But with the words having been said, there was no way for Sichin to be in a position to refuse. Putting the stone talisman away in the middle of the system space, Sichin was prepared to study it again when he had time. "That's more like it." Only after receiving Sichin's answer did Luojiro look at him with satisfaction. But Luojiro's line of sight happened to meet Sichin's eyes that were filled with laughter. At this moment, she was being held in Sichin's arms, and the two of them were just soaking in the jade bucket, clinging to each other. "My lady, the little episode is over. May I continue with the reward you gave me?" Suddenly, Luojiro's eyes snapped wide open. Her small hands pounded relentlessly on Sithin's chest. "Bad guy, don't you let it move around. Bad guy, don't you let it move around. It can't be helped. Mother, it won't listen. Just bullying this sect master." In the room, Luojiro took the bath towel beside the jade bucket as soon as she could, and like a frightened little beast, she quickly jumped out of the jade bucket. She wrapped herself in a towel as she had done before and jumped onto the bed with her pretty face red. Sichin, on the other hand, was sitting inside the jade bucket, looking at her with a tearful expression. "Mother, my reward is over too soon." "Reward your ass." Luojiro sat on the edge of the bed with an indignant look on her face. The tips of her hair were still wet because she had just come out of the water. Crystalline droplets of water stained her pale skin, as striking as warm jade. Luojiro folded her legs together, clasped her hands to her chest, and said aggressively, "Given your performance just now, the reward is over. Now the head of the family is going to discipline you." Sithin slowly stood up from the jade bucket and took the clean pajamas aside to put them on. As he approached Luojiro, he narrowed his eyes and looked her up and down. "How will my lady discipline me?" noticing Si-chen's extremely aggressive gaze. A flash of panic was evident in Luo Jiro's eyes. Still, she feigned composure as she looked at Si-hen, not letting her expression show the panic she felt inside. Luo Jiro stretched her feet out in front of Si-chen. Punish you bad egg for helping this godmaster dry the water on her legs. Si-chen's expression was stifled, staring dully at Luo Jiro's foot that reached out in front of him. Mother, this punishment of yours is also too what? Luo Jiro asked rhetorically. It's too heavy. Si-chen took the towel with one hand and held Luo Jiro's small feet with the other, placing her slender legs on his lap. Then began to carefully wipe the water stains from it for her. Luo Jiro looked at Si-chen's serious appearance and hummed lightly. It just has to be heavier so you badasses can learn your lesson. Having said that, but looking at the sad and angry look on Si-chen's face, Luo Jiro suddenly felt a little embarrassed. After all, she was the one who had decided to reward Si-hen, but now she had only massaged him for a short time before stopping. In the middle of her thoughts, a bright light suddenly flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes. At this time she also suddenly realized that it had been so long that Si-chen was actually still wiping. Bad guy, aren't you done yet? You've been back and forth so many times. Ahem. Si-chen coughed lightly. It's not that I want to rub it much. It's mainly because I'm afraid that your mother's legs will have water on them and make the bed wet. I don't believe a word you're saying. Luo Jiro gently poked Si-hen's arm as she placed her chin on Si-hen's shoulder and whispered in his ear. I've read an ancient book related to human acupoints before, and on it, in addition to the technique of massage, it has also recorded another way that can soothe the meridians. Oh, Si-chen looked at Luo Jiro with some curiosity. But, Luo Jiro's two hands entwined together and whispered, but you have to promise the sect master that you can't move around, much less have crooked thoughts. Must. Si-chen nodded his head as if he were pounding garlic. I will definitely not have any improper thoughts about my lady. That's good. Luo Jiro tightened the bath towel wrapped around her body again, then bounced to the bed. She gently tapped the pillow where it was and said to Si-hen, bad guy, you take off your top and lie down here. Although Si-chen was puzzled as to what Luo Jiro was going to do, he nevertheless lay down on the bed as she said. Luo Jiro stood at the corner of the bed, looking at Si-chen's back that was covered with firm muscles. Her pretty face began to blush a little. She raised her hand and gently patted her face, and said to Si-chen, bad guy, you can't move around, or else the sect leader is going to fall down. As the words fell, Luo Jiro stepped away from her long, white legs and tapped her toes. Then she stood on Si-chen's back. Not only that, after Luo Jiro stood firmly, her little feet began to gently stomp on Si-chen's back. Feeling the touch coming from his back, Si-chen's heart once again jolted. Bad guy, don't you move. Si-chen stabilized his body and grunted. Mother, where did you learn this technique? It's in the ancient books. I've only read it by accident, but I haven't practiced it yet. Luo Jiro's pretty face was already about to drip at this time. She asked apprehensively, bad guy, is this uncomfortable? Of course not. With Si-chen's physical body, not to mention Luo Jiro's slender figure of less than 100 pounds, even if 7 or 8 more stepped on it together, it would definitely not be a problem. Of course, it has to be 7 or 8 100-pounders, not one 700 or 800-pounder. Luo Jiro asked in a small voice. Then why are you looking at me like that? Si-chen said seriously, because this time of the year, Nyanko is really cute. In the time after that, Si-chen didn't speak again, while Luo Jiro clasped her hands around the bath towel in front of her chest, her feet stepping lightly on Si-chen's back. I don't know how long it took, but Si-chen said softly, Mother, will you rest for a while? Luo Jiro arrogantly raised her little head. Then this reward is but over. Yikes. Luo Jiro's words had only just finished when she was hugged tightly in Si-chen's arms. At this time, Luo Jiro was in Si-chen's arms, and between her 4 eyes, she seemed to have anticipated what was going to happen next. Bad guy, this sect master can just labor for so long. You can't mess around. Si-chen pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks and smiled faintly. An ancient scroll slowly floated up in his hand. He looked to Luo Jiro in his arms and winked at her. Mother, do you want to practice? Push the book Desert Square Bar Brothers. We'll add more if it works. Practicing Kung Fu. Practicing what Kung Fu? Luo Jiro leaned in Si-chen's arms, her eyes blinking as she looked at the scroll of feats in his hands. As the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect, she naturally recognized this only creation-grade dual cultivation technique in the White Feather Divine Sect at a glance. The Yin-Yang Heart and Marrow Sutra, quite similar to the previous Yin-Yang Illusory Phantom record sold by the system. The Yin-Yang Heart and Marrow scripture was able to prompt the spiritual energy and meridians of 2 people in dual cultivation to connect with each other, greatly promoting the cultivation speed of both Dao couples. As for other effects such as comfort and such, I'll have to try it to find out. Si-chen moved closer to Luo Jiro's face and met her on all 4s. His voice was low and tinged with a hint of laughter. What kind of feat does the lady think it is? This godfather doesn't know. Noticing the laughter in Si Chen's eyes, Luo Jiro turned around with a red face and buried her face into Si Chen's arms. Not letting him see her face, Si Chen held onto Luo Jiro's waist and said with a helpless face, "Mother, you're an old married couple. Why are you still so shy?" At the instant Si Chen's words fell, Luo Jiro, who was still lying in his arms with a shy look on her face, suddenly raised her head. "Mother?" Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro, who had a serious face, with some confusion. "Do you think I'm old?" Si Chen had to say that the girl's brain circuits were really clear as day. They always seem to catch the blind spots in a man's words. Seeing that Si Chen didn't say anything, Luo Jiro's eyes filled with a touch of apprehension. As the White Feather Divine Sex Sect Master, the Kanglan realm's long-famous 9 great powers of the Transition Realm, Luo Jiro's age was already over 100 years old, which was far too much older than Si Chen's 20s. This is no longer something that can be explained by a mere woman with a big heart. Even though Luo Jiro had been deliberately avoiding this matter before, she still couldn't help but think about it from time to time in her mind. Having just heard Si Chen talk about this again, Luo Jiro finally managed to ask, and Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's appearance and suddenly gave her a bad smile. "Not only do I not resent the maiden, but it feels exciting." Eh? Luo Jiro froze slightly as she stared blankly at Si Chen. "Why is it exciting?" Si Chen rubbed his chin with his hand, and his eyes recklessly ogled Luo Jiro's body. "Because all I have to do is to think of the fact that my lady is a supreme power that has been famous for 100 years, and her cultivation has to exceed mine by so much more, and yet she has to lie down in my arms and woo and beg for mercy with me. Aha! Don't say. Before Si Chen could finish his words, Luo Jiro directly blushed and covered his mouth with her hand. She echoed Sithen's words, only to feel her entire body heat up a bit. "Denizens." In the end, Luo Jiro only muttered in a small voice, and then lay motionless in Si Chen's arms. Si Chen, on the other hand, had a bad smile on his face as he took Luo Jiro's waist and shook her. "My lady, it's really okay. This difference between us is nothing at all. People thousands of years old will still be looking for teenage flower girls." As Si Chen had said, at a realm like his and Luo Jiro's, 100 years of longevity was almost negligible. Si Chen was now at the 6th level of the Cave Ruin realm, and if there were no surprises, he could have a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years, and at a realm like Luo Jiro's, who was one step away from breaking through to the realm of the Mixed Saints, he almost already possessed a lifespan of nearly 10,000 years. It's just that neither of the couples has experienced the long years yet, and they're still looking at their age a little more favorably now, especially since Luo Jiro's entire heart was now attached to Si Chen. That's why she was so attached to this matter. "Have you bad guys ever seen an old man looking for a young girl?" Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro asked with an angry face. "Bokla." Sithen hemmed and hawed. "That's not certain. Just in case he's old and crazy one day and wants one." Phoomf. Net bullshit. The corners of Luo Jiro's mouth, who had finally unraveled the knot in her heart, spread a sweet smile, and her gaze couldn't help but look at the yin-yang heart-marrow scripture in Si Chen's hands. Si Chen added, "As the saying goes, when a woman is bigger, she holds a golden brick, so it doesn't matter if the woman is bigger." Hugging a gold brick? As a native local, Luo Jiro naturally hadn't heard of this phrase, so at the moment she was full of doubts. Sithen laughed and nodded. "Anyway, that means that the woman is 3 years older than the man, and the man will benefit. So, what's a big female 300? Hug?" Si Chen scratched his head and looked at Luo Jiro with a serious face. "I'm not really sure about this, but it should be hugging 100 gold bricks." Put. Luo Jiro's eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons at Si Chen's words, and her small hands kept pounding on Si Chen's chest. At this time, Luo Jiro's eyes also met Si Chen's eyes once again. Sithen blinked with a pitiful look on his face. "Ma'am, you don't want your husband to be humiliated in the next tournament either." Luo Jiro frowned slightly. "Why were you humiliated right in the middle of the tournament?" "Because the strength is not good," Si Chen replied. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen suspiciously. "You bad guy, there will still be times when your strength is not good?" In Luo Jiro's mind, it seemed that she had never seen Si Chen in a situation where he was at a disadvantage against an opponent. This was true when Kobaquin was there, and it was likewise true when Yinji and the others were there. That's not a sure thing. What if I run into an opponent of Nyanko's caliber next time? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro couldn't help but feel a little worried as well. When Si Chen saw Luo Jiro's appearance, a bad smile flashed in his eyes. "Mother, you must not want this kind of thing to happen, right? Bad guy, do you have a solution?" Luo Jiro asked. Si Chen said with a serious face, "The only thing in front of us now is to rapidly improve our strength." "Rapidly increasing your strength?" Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with a skeptical expression. "Your strength hasn't increased rapidly enough?" "Ahem. It's fast, but not the fastest. And what's the fastest? I'll have to introduce this mysterious technique called the yin-yang heart marrow scripture to your mother. Good. So you're a bad guy waiting here for the sect master. Maiden. Luo Jiro sat face to face in Si Chen's arms, looking at the way Si Chen was playing rogue. Her pretty face was filled with shame and indignation. However, Luo Jiro suddenly had some truth in what Si Chen said. She was still really a bit worried that Si Chen would meet an untimely end because he had encountered an opponent whose strength far exceeded his. In the end, after some intense struggles of thought, Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with spring water in her eyes. Bad guy. You're only allowed to mess up this one time. Ma'am, is this kung fu to be learned beforehand? Or while you're doing your business? You. What kind of words are you asking? It's so unashamed. In the room, Si Chen sat naked on the edge of the bed examining the scroll in his hand, while Luo Jiro's entire body was shrunk inside the quilt, only revealing a head. It didn't take long for Si Chen to have completely mastered all the veins of the yin-yang heart marrow scripture. Coming to Luo Jiro's side, Si Chen's fingers filled with light and gently tapped on Luo Jiro's brow. A moment later, Luo Jiro's slender eyelashes fluttered gently, and her gaze glistened as she looked toward Si Chen. Bad guy, I'm a little nervous. It's okay, ma'am. We're just doing this purely for the sake of raising our cultivation. Nothing else. We have a clear conscience. That makes sense. A clear conscience and a clean slate, along with the rich divine soul power wrapping the entire room. The ambiguous atmosphere in the room was quietly heating up. Time passed a little bit like this, and in the blink of an eye, the 3-day period Yin Tianhao had mentioned had arrived. At the same time, the restrictions on the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein were getting weaker and weaker, and it shouldn't take long for them to be completely lifted. On this day, a familiar figure appeared at the outskirts of the White Feather Divine Sex compound. It's none other than Yankee. At this time, Yen Ji was wearing an elegant fire-red cheongsam, with a head of white hair naturally hanging down to her waist, and a bit of light makeup painted on her delicate cheeks. Obviously, today's Yen Ji should have specially made up herself, and it was also true that she was now a bit more flirtatious than ever. Suspended in the air, Yen Ji's aura of the 9th level of the cave ruin realm slowly spread towards the front. In just a few breaths of time, the figures of Elder Mu and Elder Lu appeared in front of Yen Ji. Seeing the two figures, Yen Ji frowned slightly as the person she wanted to see did not appear. Yen Ji said to Elder Mu and Elder Lu, "You are Luo Jiro's protectors?" Elder Mu and Elder Lu nodded with a flat expression. "Precisely. I'm looking for Sit Hen. Call him out." Hearing that Yen Ji was looking for Si Chen, Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other with inexplicable colors in their eyes. Elder Mu said softly, "Come amongst my divine sex quarters first. The Duke and Sect Master are busy." They naturally knew that Yen Ji had come to deliver the Tsong Yen sword box to the White Feather Divine Sect, and it was impossible for them to commit the act of driving Yen Ji away. Otherwise, when the time came for the Tsong Yen sect to use this as an excuse to refuse to hand over the Tsong Yen sword box to the White Feather Divine Sect again, then this culpability would be somewhat greater. Therefore, Elder Mu and Elder Lu had no choice but to temporarily bring Yen Ji to the middle of the White Feather Divine Sect residence. In the middle of the White Feather Divine Sect's hospitality hall, Yen Ji looked at Old Man Mu and Old Man Lu suspiciously. "Sit Hen, what is he doing? Why isn't he coming now?" Elder Mu and Elder Lu naturally weren't sure what their sect master and son were doing. The Duke and the sect leader are cultivating, and the time of their release may be a bit later. Cultivation? Yen Ji first looked at Elder Mu and Elder Lu standing in front of her, and then at the vast quarters of the White Feather Divine Sect. She asked towards Elder Mu Lao Lu, "Are there any guest rooms within the White Feather Divine Sect's compound?" Hearing Yen Ji's words, both Elder Mu and Elder Lu were stunned, but immediately afterward, the two men's gazes became cautious. Yen Ji was the holy daughter of the Tsong Yen sect, but now she suddenly had to live within the White Feather Divine Sect's compound. It was hard not to make Elder Mu and Elder Lu, who were the protectors of the sect master, think more. Something wrong with the holy maiden? Yen Ji waved her hand indifferently. "If Si Chen doesn't show up now, do I have to keep sitting here waiting for him? I sent the Tsong Yen sword box, and this is how you are prepared to treat your guests?" As Yen Ji's words fell, Elder Mu and Elder Lu's gazes were filled with scrutiny. As sect protectors, they naturally wouldn't really let Yen Ji live within the White Feather Divine Sect's compound just because of a few provocative words from her. The guest room is naturally there, but until we figure out what Yen Ji is up to, we definitely can't let her stay. I will report this to the sect leader and the prince. Until then, please ask the holy maiden to stay here. When Elder Mu said that, he rushed directly towards Luo Jiro and Si Chen's room, while Elder Lu was responsible for staying behind to stay with Yen Ji. After Elder Mu left, Yen Ji suddenly looked at Elder Lu. "Protector Lu, does Sit Hen have any favorite foods? And what do you like to watch?" Elder Ryu? The power of the divine soul that wrapped around the room slowly dispersed in the room. Luo Jiro flopped down in Si Chen's arms like a kitten, lazily stretching her back and letting out a cute mmm sound from her mouth. Si Chen raised his hand and scraped Luo Jiro's nose, dotingly saying, "Mother, it's been 3 days, shouldn't we get up? Do you count this as from now on? The king doesn't have a morning court? And you say, it's still your fault." Luo Jiro raised her head and blankly glanced at Si Chen, raising her hands and feet with endless flirtatiousness. "This sect master is a monarch. Then you, a bad guy, are a bad man who only seduces this sect master." Si Chen gave a bad smile, close to Luo Jiro's ear and said with a smile, "But how do I remember that the second half of it was your wife taking the initiative? She also kept asking me to use some force to hold you." "Aha! No talking, no talking." Luo Jiro tucked her head under the quilt, while her mind couldn't help but think of the time she and Si Chen had spent in the past few days. Where is the proper cultivation? Cultivation runs away with cultivation. Si Chen helplessly rubbed Luo Jiro's hair and gently sat up. "Today will be the day that the Tsangyan sect agreed upon in the first place. I'll go and take a look at it. Mother, sleep for a while. Go go go." Originally, Luo Jiro was prepared to join Si Chen, but she was now a little unsure of how to face Si Chen, so it was just as well to let him go on his own for a while. And right at that moment, Si Chen had just sat up when Mu Lao's voice also came from outside the room. "Sect leader, Your Excellency, the Tsangyan sect's people have arrived." Because he subconsciously ignored Yan Ji's strange thoughts about Si Chen, Elder Mu only said Tsangyan sect's people when reporting. "Not Yan Ji, Elder Mu. I'll be right there." As he spoke, Si Chen had also finished dressing, opening the door to his room. Si Chen happened to see Mu Lao waiting at the door. Seeing that Si Chen was the only one, Elder Mu looked at Si Chen suspiciously. "My lord, isn't the sect leader going to go?" Si Chen suddenly said with a straight face. "The sect leader has just finished his cultivation and is having some trouble walking, so he needs to rest for a while." As the sect protector who always came without contact with men, Mu Lao couldn't even think clearly why he couldn't walk well after practicing. "Gongzi, she's in the waiting room." Without asking any more questions, Elder Mu directly said. Si Chen nodded and swept towards the waiting room with Elder Mu, gently pushing open the door to the waiting living room. Yan Ji's figure also slowly surfaced in front of Si Chen. Yan Ji also sensed Si Chen's arrival, and she turned her head quickly. Si Chen and Yan Ji looked at each other with different meanings implied in each of their eyes. The only thing in Si Chen's eyes was dismay, while Yan Ji's eyes carried a look of eagerness. "Sit hen. Brothers, I have influenza A. Yesterday did not have time to take leave. You must pay attention to health. I'll make up for yesterday's day tomorrow. Did you bring the Cthulhu sword case?" Inside the White Feather Divine Sect's waiting room, Si Chen looked at the young girl standing in front of him without a single fluctuation in his expression. Regardless of what Yan Ji thought of Si Chen had never come into contact with her so far other than in a match, and it was not too much to say that she was a stranger. As if she had already anticipated Si Chen's attitude a long time ago, Yan Ji did not feel any dissatisfaction because of Si Chen's cold tone. Quite the contrary. Yan Ji was constantly sizing up Si Chen at the moment, an imp-like evil light flickering in the bottom of her eyes. Long before coming to the White Feather Divine Sect, Yan Ji had already carefully looked through the relevant ancient books. She had already grasped the knowledge points in that ancient book by heart, and could already easily pinpoint a man's heart. "Bring it on." Yan Ji nodded, softly. As she spoke, her hands densely glowed with a dense fire, and a strong pressure instantly filled the entire hospitality hall. Si Chen's eyes flickered, and his sight focused completely on Yan Ji's hand. In the dense fire-red light, a wooden sword case with a dark black body and red inflammation patterns on it slowly appeared under Yan Ji's hand. The Tsangyan sword box was about 1.5 meters tall, and just by placing it in front of Yan Ji's body, the terrifying aura originating from the top king artifacts was constantly dispersed. Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he scrutinized this Tsangyan sect's Shinzong treasure. At this time, Yan Ji's voice also rang in Si Chen's ears. "Si Chen, there are 12 swords in the Tsangyan sword box ****, and the grade of each sword has reached the creation grade." As Yan Ji spoke, her hand gently pressed on the top of the pale flame sword box. Click, click, click. A regular mechanical sound rang out, and the sides of the Tsangyan sword box opened up. 12 long swords spreading out in a fan shape. These 12 long swords, their names: Genkai, Morning Dew, Spring Water, Peach Blossoms, Moth Eyebrows, Vermilion Bird, the Yellow Tree, an Ant, the Finger Wrapper, Jade Rui, the Golden Wisp, Taya. Yan Ji's words fell, and she raised her head, her gaze glistening as she looked toward Si Chen. "Si Chen, the Tsangyan sword box will be under your control. Sect leader Luo, she doesn't want to give you a good weapon. What if I give it to you? Si Chen is such a good person. How could she do this to you? If I wouldn't." Sidhan always felt that this sounded so wrong. tea in the tea. When Yan-ji saw that Si-chen didn't say anything, she added, Si-chen, you can leave your divine soul imprint on the Tsongyan sword box so that you can freely control the Tsongyan sword box. Si-chen nodded. Many thanks. What's the point of being so polite with me? It doesn't matter what happens to me. It's good that it doesn't affect your relationship with sect leader Luo. Si-chen seriously doubted that Yan-ji had watched anything messed up. How else could she, as a native of the Kanglan realm, have said such a thing? But after all, they had sent a king-grade upper-grade divine soldier, and Si-chen was not in a good position to turn his sword on them. Without paying any further attention to Yan-ji's words, Si-chen placed his hand above the Tsongyan sword box. To be honest, Si-chen always felt that the Tsongyan sect wouldn't hand over the Tsongyan sword box to the White Feather Divine sect so easily, and might just tamper with the Tsongyan sword box. That was why Si-chen still needed to carefully inspect the Tsongyan sword box before putting it away. Buzz! In Yan-ji's astonished gaze, an extremely appalling force suddenly erupted from Si-chen's body. Yan-ji was able to clearly feel that during these 3 days, Si-chen's cultivation had risen quite a bit more than before. At this moment, the shadow of the world tree slowly emerged under Si-chen's eyes, and an invisible force began to flow out from his hands, directly into the Tsongyan sword box below. Under this force from Si-chen, the 12 long swords in the Tsongyan sword box began to tremble continuously, and the patterns on the surface of the box flickered with light. Si-chen was surprised to find that the Tsongyan sword box actually didn't have any divine soul imprints in it, as if it was a completely unowned object. During this process, Yan-ji's expression did not change in the slightest. She just quietly looked at Si-chen. She knew the condition of the Tsongyan sword box best. Previously, Yan Tianhao did have the idea of burying a forbidden system in the Tsongyan sword box, but he was stopped by Yan-ji. A moment later, Si-chen opened his eyes, and Yan-ji spoke softly. Si-chen, I have a spell seal here that is related to the Tsongyan sword box. It can enhance the divine soul connection with the 12 longswords of the Tsongyan sword box. Oh, Si-chen looked towards Yan-ji, and was still somewhat interested in the spell seal she was talking about, because Luo Jiro was a sword user. He was prepared to give the Tsongyan sword box to Luo Jiro to use, and needed to understand things related to the Tsongyan sword box well in advance. Yan-ji beckoned towards Si-chen. Give me your hand. I'll draw it for you. Si-chen frowned slightly and didn't extend his hand. Yan-ji's eyebrows lowered, and her voice took on a hint of resignation. It's just a spell mark that people found unintentionally, and it doesn't matter if they don't have it. Since Si-chen doesn't want to be touched by others, it's better to forget about it. I'll just leave. It was that tone again, and Si-chen was already starting to smell the fresh scent of green tea. But if you think about it, what Yan-ji said seems to make sense. Si-chen slowly stretched out his right hand while saying to Yan-ji, just engrave it in my hand. In order for Luo Jiro to maximize the power of the Tsongyan sword box, Si-chen finally decided to inscribe this spell mark. Seeing Si-chen's outstretched hand, a point of joy flashed through Yan-ji's eyes. She nodded happily and took Si-chen's hand in hers. A fiery red glow flashed across her fingertips, and Yan-ji's fingers began to slowly slide up in Si-chen's hand. White Feather Divine Sect Residence, Luo Jiro in Si-chen's room. At this point, it had been a while since Si-chen had left, and Luo Jiro was curled up under the covers by herself, her nose sniffing lightly on the covers. When she smelled the scent, which belonged to Si-chen, she caught the covers in her lap and rolled on the bed. A moment later, Luo Jiro also asked Mu Lao outside the house. Mu Lao, is Si-chen coming back soon? Sect leader, it should be soon. Outside the room, Elder Mu said softly, Your Excellency should be able to get the Tsongyan sword box from the Tsongyan sect's holy maiden very soon, and then the strength of my divine sect will see another rise. No, 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 no. 10 out of 12. Luo Jiro sat up from the bed in a flash, and at this time, she also finally remembered what Yan Tianhao had said earlier. 3 days later, I'll have Yan-ji bring the Tsongyan sword box to the White Feather Divine Sect. Previously, that reckless indulgence with Si-chen had caused Luo Jiro to forget about the main event. If the Tsongyan sect had only come to Yan-ji alone, and at this moment, Si-chen had also gone to the waiting room alone, wouldn't that mean that, at this moment Yan-ji was alone with Si-chen? Also being a woman, Luo Jiro was very clear in her heart about some of Yan-ji's thoughts towards Si-chen. Sect leader, what's wrong? At this time, Elder Mu asked. However, the moment Mu Lao's words had just fallen, a figure had already swept past her eyes and headed straight for the waiting parlor. Inside the White Feather Divine Sect's waiting room, Yan-ji held Si-chen's hand in her own, while the fingers of her other hand gently slid over his palm. Gradually, an incantation seal outlined by countless complicated rays of light began to take shape in Si-chen's hand. Si-chen's eyes were always focused on this spell seal to prevent Yan-ji from having bad intentions towards him. I don't know how long it had been, but the incantation seal had tended to take full shape. Si-Chen was also able to vaguely feel the connection between this spell seal and the Tsong-Yen sword box now. At this time, Si-Chen suddenly realized that Yen-Ji raised her head to look at him. Si-Chen, your hands are a bit rough. Does sect leader Luo often make you work? If it were me, I wouldn't let you be like this. Hold it, hold it, hold it, hold it. Si-Chen interrupted Yen-Ji with a black face. I say, where did you learn all this? Yen-Ji blinked at Si-Chen. It's in the ancient books. It says that men like women to talk like this. Sit hen. I've said before that I'll figure out what a relationship between two people needs besides being based on material factors. Now I'm here. Boo. Just as Si-Chen was still wondering what kind of messed up ancient books Yen-Ji had read, a loud bang suddenly came from the door of the waiting living room. At the same time, a figure dressed in a white Dao robe suddenly appeared in Si-Chen's line of sight. Just as this figure appeared, Si-Chen first looked at her, and then turned his head to look at his hand that was being held in Yen-Ji's hand. At this moment, there was only one thought in his mind. Bad thing. Si-Chen scratched his head, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Mother. This side of Luo Jizhua. Upon learning that Si-Chen was spending time alone with Yen-Ji, she also flew towards this side, although she believed in her heart that Si-Chen wouldn't do anything out of the ordinary. The fact that Si-Chen wouldn't do it didn't mean that Yen-Ji wouldn't do it as well. Summarizing the above, Luo Jiro flew towards this side the first time she learned of the news. At this moment, standing in the doorway of the waiting living room, looking at Si-Chen and Yen-Ji's hands held together in the hall, Luo Jiro's heart instantly rose up with endless grievances. Why would he? Obviously just now. You were still with this sect master. Luo Jiro just stood frozen in the doorway of the waiting living room, her heart filled with mixed feelings. But when Luo Jiro saw Si-Chen's expression, her mind quickly calmed down again. After experiencing so much together with Si-Chen, her heart was incredibly sure that Si-Chen was not that kind of person. The look on Luo Jiro's face became calm as she slowly walked into the waiting room. At the same time, Yen-Ji also saw Luo Jiro standing in the doorway. Instead of being chagrined because Si-Chen withdrew her hand, she said very sweetly to Si-Chen, Si-Chen, I've finished drawing the spell seal, go back and study it. After saying that, Yen-Ji looked towards Luo Jiro who was walking slowly and bowed. Yen-Ji has met sect leader Luo. I've come to honor the Tsong-Yen sect's promise from back then. At this time, Luo Jiro also arrived in front of Yen-Ji and Si-Chen. She glanced at the Tsong-Yen sword box on the side of the two of them and nodded towards Yen-Ji. Since the holy maiden is done, then leave as soon as possible. Yen-Ji smiled faintly at Luo Jiro. Recently, I've been tired of running around and I'm a bit exhausted. Yen-Ji wants to stay amongst the White Feather Divine sect for a few days. I wonder if sect master Luo would agree. Hearing Yen-Ji's words, Luo Jiro frowned. Sweeping her eyes over Yen-Ji, Luo Jiro could be certain that she was bound to have countless life-preserving supreme treasures on her body, which was why she was so relieved to stay here. It's not realistic to take a shot at Yen-Ji. To be honest, Luo Jiro didn't really want Yen-Ji to stay amongst the White Feather Divine sect, because she didn't want Yen-Ji to do that to Sit-Hen. But as the sect leader of the White Feather Divine sect, if he didn't even have that kind of heart, then he was bound to be the laughingstock of the Righteous Alliance. In the end, Luo Jiro slowly nodded. I'll have Elder Ryu take you to the guest room afterward, Luo Jiro said, slowly looking at the innocent-looking Si-Chen beside her. She smiled faintly at Si-Chen. Since the Grand Elder has already obtained the Tsong-Yen sword box, I wonder if I can leave with the sect master now. Ahem. Si-Chen covered his mouth and coughed lightly, nodding his head without falling. That's a given. Of course it's going to be with Nyangzi. In front of outsiders, it's better to address me as sect leader, Luo Jiro said as she walked towards the outside of the waiting room. Si-Chen looked at her back, his face filled with a helpless bitter smile. Any fool can see that his own wife is misunderstanding .ap, and the flying vinegar goes straight to your heart's content. But yes, it would make no sense not to be jealous when you directly run into your husband holding hands with another woman. Si-Chen's hand slowly brushed over the Tsong-Yen sword box, storing it in his system backpack, and then he prepared to chase after Luo Jiro in the direction she had left. But just then, Yen-Ji suddenly pulled him back. She whispered to Si-Chen, Si-Chen, when I was returning to the sect, I learned a fire phoenix dance. I can dance it for you. Do you want to see it? Yen-Ji's words were not transmitted, but were spoken directly. This also led to the fact that it wasn't just Si-Chen who had heard her words. Luo Jiro had likewise heard them. Luo Jiro's footsteps towards the door of the band parlor suddenly lurched, but she didn't turn back. Grand Elder, are you prepared to leave with the sect master, or are you prepared to stay and watch the Yen Holy Maiden dance? It's not even a thought, in terms of which was more important, his little brother's safety or watching the dance. Si-Chen still had a clear distinction. Si-Chen quickly waved his hand towards Yen-Ji. Next time, Holy maiden, rest well and strive for an early recovery and return to the sect, Si Chen said, jogging all the way towards Luo Jiro to catch up. Behind the two, Yan Ji looked at Si Chen and Luo Jiro's backs with a puzzled expression. She muttered, "What the ancient books say isn't right either. How come he didn't move? Could it be that some step was wrong?" Yan Ji first stopped her father from laying his hands on the Tsang Yen sword box, and later offered to teach Si Chen to learn spell seals. She didn't pester Luo Jiro much after she showed up and had to dance for Si Chen. What a way to do everything that's been done in line with the ancient texts. According to Yan Ji's perception, if Si Chen was with Luo Jiro because of Luo Jiro's identity and cultivation, then Si Chen should have been moved by her as well. After 100 fruitless thoughts, Yan Ji pulled out another thick book from somewhere. Yan Ji began to flip through the book quickly while chanting under her breath. Number 2. Cook for him. Cooking, cooking. The line of sight gradually drew away, and above the cover of the tattered book, a line of large letters stood out. 100 Ways to Conquer a Married Couple. Inside the white feather divine sex compound, Luo Jiro huffed and puffed as she walked ahead, while Si Chen followed behind her. "My lady, let me explain." The Grand Elder doesn't need to explain anything to the sect master. That would make it appear that this sect master doesn't know as much as Yan Holy Maiden. The conversation had been repeated I don't know how many times during the journey from the waiting room to the two men's room. Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's side and tried to hold her hand. However, in the case of girls getting angry, it's as if their dodging has directly increased by hundreds of times. Can't catch it at all. There was no way around it. Si Chen had no choice but to follow Luo Jiro closely. "Mother, I really don't know Yanji well. Sidhan, I learned the Fire Phoenix dance for you. Do you want to see it?" Hearing Luo Jiro's decent imitation, Si Chen directly held his forehead with his hand, a face of tears and laughter. "Mother, believe me." As they spoke, the two also arrived at the door of the room. Luo Jiro pushed open the door of the room and entered in a huff. Closing the door, Si Chen also saw Luo Jiro standing in the center of the room, breathing heavily. A smirk flashed in Si Chen's eyes as he stepped in front of Luo Jiro and approached her face. "Is my lady angry?" "No." Luo Jiro snorted lightly and turned straight away without looking at Si Chen. Si Chen spun around again and came over to Luo Jiro. "So is Mama jealous?" "Jealous?" Luo Jiro blared viciously at Si Chen. "This sect master might be jealous? How broad-minded the sect master is. You badass are afraid that you still don't know. Would this patriarch be jealous because you two are holding hands? Would this sect master be jealous because she wants to dance for you? It's simply impossible." Si Chen nodded his head with certainty. "I have indeed seen your mother's broad-mindedness." Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen in confusion. "When have I seen it?" Si Chen raised his hand to gesture while raising an eyebrow at Luo Jiro. "Just those days ahead. Let's just say that the maiden is not very broad-minded." Luo Jiro hadn't reacted to what Si Chen was saying at first, but when she saw Si Chen's hand gesture, a grasping gesture, she instantly reacted. After Luo Jiro said that, she rushed towards Si Chen with her teeth and claws open. "You denizen! You're calling the sect master small again, aren't you?" Just as Si Chen was about to come to the bedside, Luo Jiro pounced Si Chen onto the bed. Just before Luo Jiro jumped onto the bed, she didn't forget to kick off the shoes on her feet. Si Chen leaned back on the bed and watched as Luo Jiro rose up in the air and sat on his butt. "Ah, mother, I'm going to be crushed by you." "Bullshit, nonsense. This sect master didn't exert any force at all. Tell you to run out and get your hands dirty. You villain." Luo Jiro sat on Si Chen's abdomen and pressed Si Chen's hands under her legs, her small hands constantly kneading on Si Chen's face. "Mother, spare me your life. I confess everything," Si Chen shouted in an exaggerated manner, while one of his hands quietly pulled out from under Luo Jiro's legs. With one hand grabbing Luo Jiro's wrist, Si Chen and Luo Jiro looked at each other. Only then did Luo Jiro say to Si Chen, "Hurry up and confess truthfully, otherwise this sect master will use my foot to punish you severely." I don't know why I'm suddenly not so eager to confess." Si Chen looked helplessly at the puffing Luo Jiro. "Mother, we really weren't holding hands there." In the time that followed, Si Chen was pressed by Luo Jiro in this manner, giving her a complete account of how things went in. When Si Chen finished speaking, Luo Jiro looked at him with a skeptical expression. "Are you saying that she wasn't pulling your hand then, but was helping you inscribe a spell mark?" Si Chen nodded, while raising his right hand and opening it in front of Luo Jiro. In his right hand, a fire-red incantation seal was continuously overflowing light outwards. "Nah, that's why I had her inscribe it in order for Nyanko to get a better grasp of the Tsang Yen sword box." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at the spell seal in Si Chen's hand again. Luo Jiro's small mouth opened slightly, wanting to say something but somewhat unable to. Si Chen also noticed Luo Jiro's abnormality, and he looked at Luo Jiro suspiciously. "Maiden?" In Si Chen's puzzled gaze, Luo Jiro, who was pressed on top of Si Chen, suddenly leaned down and pecked lightly on Si Chen's lips. She clenched her small hands together, her eyes a little averted. Luo Zhi softly mumbled in a soft voice, "Bad guy, it's me who misunderstood you. Will you be angry?" Looking at Luo Zhiro, who was lying in his arms with an apologetic face, Si Chen's arms tightly hugged her waist. At the same time, he smiled and said, "Of course not. The reason why my lady is jealous is also because she cares about me. Not only will I not be angry, but I'm happy instead." "Really?" Luo Zhiro asked in surprise as a flash of light flashed in her eyes. Si Chen nodded. "Of course it's true. He, ahem." A sweet smile spread across the corners of Luo Zhiro's mouth, but she immediately realized that she was out of line as the head of the family, and hurriedly covered her embarrassment with a light cough. Si Chen, on the other hand, looked at Luo Zhiro with a smile on his face. Noticing the flirtatious color in Si Chen's eyes, Luo Zhiro lightly pounded on his chest. "Then she's going to dance for you," Si Chen said directly. "I won't watch anyone else's dance except for the one performed by your mother." "Dance?" Luo Zhiro lay on Si Chen's chest, not knowing what she was thinking inside her little head. Si Chen didn't say anything either, but was scrutinizing the spell seal in his hand. After an unknown amount of time, Luo Zhiro, who had been lying on Si Chen's chest, suddenly sat up. "Maiden?" However, Luo Zhiro didn't say anything. Her small feet in white stockings gently tapped on the bed and flew straight towards the innermost part of the room. Si Chen looked at Luo Zhiro's actions with a puzzled expression, somewhat curious as to what she was going to do. After a short while longer, a tinkling bell sound suddenly came to Si Chen's ears. With a puzzled look, Sithan looked towards the innermost part of the room, and it was also at this time that Luo Zhiro, who had already changed into a white sarong, appeared in Si Chen's line of sight with a light tap of her toes. At this moment, Luo Zhiro was dressed in a white gauze skirt, with a head of long hair flowing out, and her feet had already faded away from the white stockings she had just worn, and instead, she had put on a pair of golden anklets on her ankles. The sound of that bell came from none other than the pair of bells that came with the anklets. Luo Zhiro stood there timidly, her small feet set off by the golden anklet incomparably striking. Noticing Si Chen's gaze, Luo Zhiro clutched the hem of her skirt and whispered, "Bad guy, your gaze is so strange." Si Chen, on the other hand, looked at Luo Zhiro dumbfounded. "Mother, what are you?" Light emerged in Luo Zhiro's hand, and her king-grade upper-grade turquoise-colored longsword appeared in her hand with it. "Humph, isn't it just dancing? This sect master can do it too, but this sect master will only dance with a sword. Bad guy, you can't say it's not good." As the words fell, Luo Zhiro added in a squirming whisper, "I'll dance just for you." At night, outside the White Feather Divine Sex compound, on top of a 1,000-foot mountain, the full moon hangs high in the sky, and a few clumps of clouds casually nestle beside it. Osmanthus floating jade, the first month full of Sky Street. The night is as cool as a wash. It was also at this moment, above the prominent cliff tip at the peak of the mountain. But there were two figures looking at each other and smiling. Si Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, his arm propped up on his chin, his eyes never leaving Luo Zhiro in front of him. Luo Zhiro's small white feet stepped on top of the tip of the cliff, holding the turquoise-colored long sword tightly in her hand, her long hair fluttering along with the breeze from the mountain top. Behind her was the full moon. Luo Zhiro was somewhat overwhelmed by Si Chen's gaze, and she looked at him with a watery gaze. "Bad guy, this instructor is going to be a bad dancer, so don't you dare laugh at me." Sithan gently nodded and said softly, "Absolutely not." Si Chen still had a sentence that he hadn't said, and that was that Luo Zhiro was already a stunningly beautiful picture just by standing here. If it was supplemented by a sword dance, it could really be called perfect. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Zhiro's eyes moved slightly, and a touch of shyness flashed in her eyes. However, she didn't hesitate any longer and gently danced with the long sword in her hand. Luo Zhiro hadn't specialized in sword dance, but she was, after all, a transition realm powerhouse who specialized in sword arts. In her hands, the turquoise-colored long sword was as if it had been given life. At this time, the full moon, the breeze, the long sword, and the beauty complemented each other. The full moon emanating a shimmering light seemed to have become Luo Zhiro's backdrop, setting her off in a more and more sacred and noble manner. In a burst of crisp bell sounds, Luo Zhiro's little feet gently stepped, the long sword in her hand either stabbing or picking, an icy sword flower taking shape, and then quickly dissipating with the wind. During this process, Si Chen sat on the ground, his eyes unblinking as he admired Luo Zhiro's sword dance. While Luo Zhiro was dancing with her sword, her gaze was always opposite Si Chen. On top of this 1,000-foot mountain, the couple's relationship was heating up rapidly. After an unknown amount of time like this, the speed of the longsword dancing in Luo Zhiro's hands gradually slowed down, while the sound of the bells on her ankle chain gradually subsided. Luo Zhiro tapped her toes and timidly arrived in front of Si Chen. Bad guy. Was it good? Si-chan nodded without stumbling. Good looking, good looking, good looking. Si-chan didn't even know what words to use to describe Luojiro's sword dance just now anymore, so he could only keep saying that it looked good. I can't help it. I'm uneducated. I'm good looking. I'm good looking. I'm good looking. Put. Seeing Si-chan's moving and clumsy appearance, Luojiro couldn't hold back her laughter. The long sword in her hand slowly dissipated, and she reached out her finger to poke Sithan's chest. Idiot. Can't you think of any other words? Si-chan held Luojiro's hand in his hand with a bitter look on his face. Mother, it's really pretty, but I can't think of the words. Humph. A sweet smile spread across the corners of Luojiro's mouth. To her, it was obvious that Si-chan's affirmation from the heart was the most important compared to all the flashy rhetoric. Si-chan looked at Luojiro's adorable appearance, his arm tightly wrapped around her waist while his gaze was fixed on her cheeks. Bad guy. Noticing Si-chan's movements, Luojiro lay on her back in Si-chan's arms and raised her head to look at him. Woo! Lips and teeth met, and Si-chan tightly embraced Luojiro into his arms, while Luojiro's arms slowly encircled Si-chan's neck. After a long time, in Luojiro's increasingly rapid breathing, Si-chan slowly released the hand that was cupping her chin. Luojiro lay on Si-chan's chest and whispered, Bad guy, let's go back. Si-chan looked down at her with a wicked smile on his face. Ma'am, do you have some idea? I'm not. Luojiro's tone was stifled, her eyes a bit averted. Sithan continued to ask, is there really none? No. Luojiro's pair of small hands tightly covered Si-chan's eyes, pouting. Don't look at this sect master like that. Well. No. As he spoke, Si-chan once again picked Luojiro up by the waist and leaped down from the top of the cliff, heading straight for the White Feather Divine Sect's compound. At the same time the sound of his conversation with Luojiro dissipated into the air with the wind. Does my lady want to practice? But the prohibition of the mineral vein will be opened in a day or two. No way mama. 1 or 2 days isn't enough? Who said we need to practice for so long? You want your husband's life. You're talking nonsense. How could this sect master possibly like that kind of thing? On the second day, when the sky dawned, the White Feather Divine Sect's compound began to have silhouettes gathering one after another. At this time, a figure dressed in a fiery red cheongsam swished away from the guest room and headed straight for the residence mess hall. Although there was a kitchen within the White Feather Divine Sect's compound, very few people came back here. After all, with the cultivation level of the White Feather Divine Sect's congregation, they had long since reached the realm of the grain-absorbing, and there was absolutely no need to ingest any more grains. The mess hall is generally unoccupied except for a few people with special needs. But just today, Yenji slowly pushed open the door of the mess hall. Entering the kitchen, a series of pots and pans as well as various seasonings appeared in front of Yenji. Looking at the wide array of kitchenware, Yenji was directly a headache. As the holy daughter of the Tsongyen sect, where had she been exposed to these things since she was a child? However, just when Yenji wanted to give up, Si-chan's figure came back to her mind. Gradually, Yenji's gaze became incredibly determined. Her fingers gently waved, and many rare heavenly materials appeared in the air in front of her out of nowhere. Among them, apart from spiritual rice and spiritual springs, there was no lack of some cherished beast meat. Immediately afterward, the red glow of her fingertips flashed, and a blazing fire started among the stove. Following what the ancient texts tell us, Yenji placed the pot on the stovetop and heat and pour oil, pop onion and ginger, put in ferocious beast meat, put in messy spirit medicine, add spirit spring, add spirit rice, cover and simmer. This whole process was carried out by Yankee at a rapid pace. Because it was her first time cooking, Yenji wasn't sure how much time she should spend on each stage. This also leads to, the onion, ginger, and garlic had been exploded into black charcoal before I remembered to add the beast's meat. Then, before the beast meat was cooked through, the cold spring was added. Zip! Boom! In order to save things, Yenji didn't add firewood to the stove, but instead directly used her own spiritual power to urge the Tsongyen sacred flame to cook. I don't know why, but Yenji always felt as if the pot in her hand was melting and going limp. However, after all the trials and tribulations, Yenji still completed all the steps recorded in the ancient book. Looking at the iron pot that was bubbling hot, Yenji nervously rubbed her hands together. It's done. It's done. After an unknown amount of time again, Yenji estimated that the spirit porridge in the pot should have already taken shape. So, with anticipation, she placed her hand on the lid and slowly removed it. Just as Yenji saw what was inside the iron pot, she silenced herself, but she was also incredibly glad that she had lifted the lid to take a look, only to see that at this time that big pot of spirit porridge has completely solidified into a black pot. Only the most central position. There is still some residual white rice porridge mixed with black residue. A little later and what little is left will be burned dry. Yanji carefully scooped out the little bit of rice porridge that was left and put it into the jade bowl that had already been prepared. Yanji then cupped her hands around the jade bowl and held it up in front of her, carefully admiring the results of her first time cooking. For some reason, Yanji always felt as if she saw the ghostly silhouettes hovering over this bowl of porridge. Can this thing really hold Sithen's heart? In Si-chan and Luo Jiro's room. At this moment, the room was being filled with spiritual energy that was dense to the extreme, and the majestic pressure that was merely leaking out for a single point made people incomparably frightened. Si-chan and Luo Jiro sat together on the edge of the bed. At this time, the meridians of the two of them were completely connected, and surging spiritual energy like a sea rolled through the meridians of the two of them. Si-chan's cultivation was rising rapidly, and the power of the laws originating from the world tree that Luo Jiro was tainted with was also getting deeper and deeper. At a certain point, both of them opened their eyes towards each other at the same time. Si-chan blinked at Luo Jiro beside him. "Mother, does it feel alright?" Luo Jiro's body trembled as she pursed her lips with a red face. "This sect master doesn't know what you're talking about." Si-chan tilted his head to look into Luo Jiro's eyes. "What else could it be? Cultivation. What is it that your wife is thinking about?" Hearing Si-chan's words, Luo Jiro blankly glanced at him without any good reason. "You villain are teasing this sect master again, aren't you?" Si-chan came closer to Luo Jiro and took her into his arms, gently pinching her cheeks. "Well, what else could I ask? Ow, I'll bite you." Just as Si-chan's hand was placed on Luo Jiro's face, her small mouth opened slightly and she bit heavily on Si-chan's finger. Hiss. Humph. Luo Jiro grunted lightly and turned her head away from looking at Si-chan. She muttered in a small voice. "This sect master's throat is still a bit sore even now. Must bite you to get out of it." Si-chan looked at the lovely appearance of the maiden in his arms. His hands clasped her waist tightly, and he laughed out loud. "And you laugh? Okay, down to business." Si-chan shook Luo Jiro's body and asked softly, "Mother, is it true that you are able to obtain more power of the laws every time you cultivate the Yin-Yang Heart Marrow Sutra?" Luo Jiro nodded. Although the way of cultivation was a bit too shy for her, Luo Jiro had to admit that dual cultivation was indeed much more efficient than mere intercommunication of spiritual energy. "If I follow this progress, perhaps it won't be long before I can begin to comprehend this mysterious law." Luo Jiro sat in Si-chan's arms and looked at Si-chan's face. Si-chan's appearance really changed her life completely. Whether it was her feelings or her cultivation, or her white feather divine sect, all of them had changed drastically because of Si-chan's appearance. Even because of Si-chan, she had the only chance to break through to a mixed sage in the entire Sonlan realm. Si-chan touched Luo Jiro's head with his forehead, a serious look on his face. "According to what the lady said, it seems we need to step up our efforts. Increase your head." "I'm not ashamed, bad guy. It's been a long time since I've been to the border, and I need to explain something to the deacon elders over here. Want me to come along? You may be needed over at the Purple Sky Plagioclase Crystal Vein." After Si-chan and Luo Jiro frolicked around the room for a while longer, Luo Jiro rushed towards somewhere amongst the quarters. If Luo Jiro explained things to the deacon elders over here, there was no use for Si-chan to go. Therefore, Si-chan was prepared to go over to the Purple Sky Plagioclase Crystal Vein to take a look, and according to the time, the restrictions on it should be lifted soon. However, just as Si-chan was fully dressed and ready to leave for the Purple Sky Plagioclase Crystal Vein, his movements suddenly gave way. Standing in the doorway of the room, Sithen's eyes looked towards his left. At this time, he saw the mysterious Yanji trotting towards him. Si-chan frowned slightly and looked at Yanji with a puzzled expression. Coming closer, Yanji straightened her somewhat messy white hair, and then she looked at Sithen. "Look at the book law. Sten, have you had breakfast yet?" "Ha?" Si-chan suspiciously looked Yanji up and down, somewhat confused as to what she was up to. He hadn't eaten for a long time since Luo Jiro woke up. Si-chan asked towards Yanji, "You still have the habit of eating breakfast?" Inferno choked on her tone. "That's not true," she followed up with, "but I made you breakfast." At this time, Si-chan also noticed Yanji's right hand that had been hidden behind her. Sithen shook his head. "No need. I'm not really in the habit of eating breakfast." "Is that because sect leader Luo doesn't want to cook breakfast for you?" "LOL, unlike me, I like to cook for my sweetheart." Si-chan thought that Yanji had given up this way of speaking, and after all the fuss, he was the one who was hasty. Just as Sithen was wondering what Yanji was going to do, the hand she had hidden behind her was slowly brought out. In her right hand, there was a delicate jade bowl with a lid. "Actually, it's not really breakfast, but a medicinal meal that I've carefully prepared." Raising the jade bowl in her hand in front of Si-chan, Yanji looked at her with anticipation. "Want a taste?" Si-chan suspiciously scrutinized the jade bowl in Yanji's hand, and for some reason, Si-chan always felt that what was in this bowl seemed to be quite powerful. However, looking at Yenji's he won't stop if he doesn't eat stance, Si-chan finally raised his hand towards the lid of that jade bowl. In Yenji's expectant gaze, Si-chan slowly lifted the lid of the jade bowl. As the lid was lifted, Si-chan's eyes widened and his body leaned back even more drastically, looking at the black residue in the jade bowl as well as the ferocious beast meat that was glistening with blood, as well as the sporadic few grains of rice. The corners of Si-chan's mouth twitched fiercely for a few moments, and as Yenji looked at Si-chan's shocked expression, a small touch of pride rose within her. The first and second methods recorded in ancient texts work both ways. Little man, this still can't take you. Si-chan looked at Yenji and asked with a serious face, does your Tsonyen sect still practice poison techniques? Ha! Yenji had thought of all sorts of things that Si-chan would say, but how could he have never thought that he would ask himself this? Still, she replied, no. Si-chan pointed to what was in the jade bowl and asked suspiciously, then what is this? It's not the manhwa soul-snatching soup? Nonsense. You don't even recognize lean pork porridge. Yenji first blankly glanced at Si-chan, then looked at the porridge in the middle of the jade bowl. She was flabbergasted herself, and had to say, it was really quite similar to the 3 to 5 soul snatcher soup. 3 to 5 soul catching soup. The king of hell tells you to die on the 3rd night. Who dares to keep you until the 5th night? It's clearly skinny porridge. Yenji stomped on the ground in anger. It may not look that great in appearance, but the flavor is absolutely one of a kind. Try it if you don't believe me. No, I've eaten. With a bitter smile on his face, Si-chan pushed the jade bowl back while gently shaking his head. Seeing that Si-chan did not intend to taste the spirit porridge that she had worked so hard to make, Yenji also withdrew her hand with some loss. And just as Yenji was about to say something, she heard Si-chan's voice. Yankee, why do you like me, whom you've only met once? Si-chan spoke as he walked in the direction where the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein was located. In Sithan's opinion, it was better to make this kind of thing clear as soon as possible. He didn't want to make Luo Jiro think too much because of Yenji's matter, and likewise he didn't want Yenji to keep doing useless things, pursuing someone who had no hope at all. Hearing Si-chan's words, Yenji gave a slight lurch. She casually placed the jade bowl on the windowsill of the room, and followed Si-chan with the same steps. At the same time she pondered on Sithan's question. At this time, Si-chan turned towards her and smiled gently. Actually, you can't tell, or maybe, you don't really like me that at all. Not really, Yenji said firmly. I have a crush on you. You're different from all the other men. You don't covet Luo Jiro's status or looks. Sithan cocked his head at her. How do you know I don't want my mother's status and looks? I can see that, Yenji said with certainty. You're not like the others. Actually, I'm just like all of them. Si-chan put his hands behind his head and said as he walked forward. I'm not some saint. Before I had a maiden, I guess I would also be attracted to women with temperament and looks. Except it's certainly different when you have a maiden. My lady will distance herself from other men for me, and more than that, she will put her whole heart in me, and I, likewise, will reject other women who want to come into my life for her. Hearing Si-chan's words, Yenji's footsteps following him stopped as well, and she stood still, asking softly, is she worth it? Of course. Si-chan raised his hand and slightly smoothed out the hair covering his forehead, while the mark originating from the yin-yang geranium at the center of his brow also appeared. This seal was precisely the yin and yang geranium that Luo Jiro had snatched when she had gone deeper into the righteous alliance alone. Luo Jiro being yin and Si-chan being yang. Don't you want to know what else besides material factors can affect relationships? I can tell you. A shared experience. Sithan stood still, as if he was caught in the middle of a memory. You know, when I first met my mother, it was as a burial companion. What could I have wanted at that point? Just her identity and my own life. It's just that in the time since, we've been through a lot together. Throughout all of this, we've gotten to know each other better, while our relationship has grown stronger. As the saying goes, it starts with the face and stays true to the character. That's roughly what it means. When Si-chan's words fell, he didn't speak again, and Yenji also fell into a deep silence. Sithan didn't rush her either, so he just stood still. After an unknown amount of time, Yenji raised her head and looked at Si-chan. If Luo Jiro was disfigured for certain things now and lost her position as the White Feather Divine Sect Master, would you still like her? Of course. Si-chan nodded without hesitation. Then if you lose all your cultivation, or even no longer have any mobility, will she still love you? Yenji asked again. This time, Si-chan didn't answer Yenji first. Sithan was tempted to say, I have a feeling it will. However, his heart didn't want Luo Jiro to be implicated because of that kind of himself, so he hesitated. Will. Just as Si-chan was still hesitating, a cool and unusually firm voice came from behind him in Yenji. At the sound of this voice, A gentle color also flashed in Si Chen's eyes. He turned to look at Luo Jiro. Mother. Facing Si Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro's expression didn't change in the slightest. Instead, she even gave Si Chen a vicious glare. That look was like saying again, "You actually doubted this sect master. You wait for it, you." Luo Jiro looked straight at Yanji and repeated again, "Will." At this moment, Luo Jiro's aura was incomparably powerful, and her unrivaled confidence was able to make anyone ashamed of themselves. Yanji looked at Luo Jiro who stood beside Si Chen, and the beliefs she had been upholding in her heart gradually loosened. After a long time, Yanji said softly, "The Tsang Yen sect will give up 1,000 miles of their borders." As he spoke, Yanji's figure also gradually became blurred in the gusts of fire. "Luo Jiro, the next time we meet again, you and I will still be enemies." The last voice came, and Yanji completely disappeared into thin air. Thus, the conflict between the White Feather Divine Sect and the Alliance of Righteousness ended in a complete victory for the White Feather Divine Sect. And right after Yanji left, Si Chen pulled up Luo Jiro's small hand beside him. "Mother, when did you come?" Luo Jiro slapped on Si Chen's hand and hummed lightly. "Just when you were telling her about your past experiences." Si Chen came closer to Luo Jiro and touched her little nose with his nose. "So, how did your husband behave?" Being treated this intimately by Si Chen in public, a shy look flashed across Luo Jiro's eyes. She looked around in a panic to make sure no one was around before she wrinkled her nose at Sithen, who was waiting for a compliment. "Humph. Bad behavior. Ha? No ma'am." Si Chen let out a cry of pain, and his handsome face directly collapsed. And as Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's appearance, a playful smile flashed across her large watery eyes. She stood on her tiptoes and tapped Sithen's forehead. "Who told you to be a bad guy and hesitate when she asked a question?" "Hesitation? When?" Sithen asked. "Yanji asked if the sect master would still like you if you had an accident. Why did you hesitate?" The more Luo Jiro said, the angrier she became. She stomped her foot hard and flew off in the direction of the purple sky plutonium crystal vein on her own. Si Chen also understood why Luo Jiro was unhappy at this time. He hurriedly flew to catch up with Luo Jiro who was flying slowly, holding Luo Jiro's waist from behind. Si Chen whispered in her ear, "Nyangzi, I was wrong. I shouldn't have suspected your highness." Luo Jiro didn't break away from Si Chen's embrace. Instead, she shrunk her neck because Sikhan was talking in her ear. In a soft voice, he said, "Pay attention in the future. How can you just doubt your own maiden?" Si Chen nodded and gave a bad smile. "Mistress, then other than that statement, wasn't my performance pretty good?" Luo Jiro nodded slightly. "Not bad. Then shouldn't there be a reward?" "Hey," Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen. "What reward?" Si Chen approached Luo Jiro's ear and whispered a few words in her ear. Just as Si Chen spoke, Luo Jiro's pretty face also turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. She broke free from Si Chen's arms and ran towards the front in a flash. Don't. Last night this godmother already listened to your badass compulsion and her throat is still uncomfortable. Wearing those clothes with so little fabric is mortifying just to think about. Mistress, the clothing fabric is a little less, but it all adds up." Bullshit. Luo Jiro grunted and squirmed as she was held from behind by Sithen. "What could it possibly do? Only you, the bad guy, would like to see it. That's not right." "Ma'am." Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro in a serious manner, while a black leg ring with a heart-shaped iron ring and lace edging slowly surfaced in his hand. "This one, for example, has a special effect." "Ha?" Luo Jiro stared blankly at the black leg ring in Si Chen's hand. Her pretty face filled with confusion. Although Luo Jiro's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the transition realm and her divine soul power was incomparably strong, she was unable to feel any spiritual power from this leg ring at all. The only thing Luo Jiro knew was that it seemed to be an ornament worn at the thigh position, but Sithan said that it had a special effect. Bad fellow. How come this sect leader can't feel that this thing has any peculiar effects? Could it be that this is a spirit weapon of a rather high grade? Ahem. Sithan coughed lightly, a bad smile flashing in his eyes. He said solemnly, "My lady, I would call this thing the Phoenix Ring." Phoenix Ring? Luo Jiro's small mouth was slightly open, and a pair of large eyes revealed a touch of clear dullness. Uncomplicated. The name is not simple at first sight. Bad guy. What is the function of this Phoenix Ring? Can it aid in battle? Assisting in battle. It's not impossible to say that. Si Chen came close to Luo Jiro's cheek and said seriously, "It's meant to be used to increase attack speed and reduce cooldowns." Increase attack speed, reduce cooldown. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen doubtfully. "Bad guy, are you sure that the thing we bought for a few spirit stones will have these effects?" Although Luo Jiro wasn't sure what this increase in attack speed and cooldown reduction meant, it was still the same thing. It's not simple. Once you hear it, a few spirit stones could buy such an uncomplicated thing. Could it be that he had picked up a big leak? That's for sure. Si Chen nodded exactly. Only this bonus has a limit. What restrictions? Luo Jiro became more and more curious. Apparently she really took it seriously. Sikhen continued. This is worn by Nangzi, but the added attack speed and reduced cooldowns work on me. Oh, Luo Jiro looked thoughtfully at the leg ring in Sichen's hand. Could it be that this is a spirit weapon of an auxiliary nature? Are there any other restrictions then? Sikhen nodded. Yes. What? This thing only works for a specific period of time. Ha? What time frame? Sichen approached Luo Jiro's ear with a mysterious face. At the same time, his feet began to dance with gusts of fast wind, seemingly ready to run at any time. After preparing everything, Sichen whispered a few words in Luo Jiro's ear. Ahem. Mother, the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein is about to open. I'll go and take a look first. After Sichen finished speaking, he ran towards the distance in a puff of smoke, and just as Sichen's figure had run away, Luo Jiro was still standing frozen in place as she recalled Sichen's words. This Godfather wears, it can help you increase your attack speed? It also reduces sage time? Luo Jiro, who had always been a blank sheet of paper in this regard, were exposed to this kind of thing, so she was still trying to ponder over Sichen's words, and just as Luo Jiro pondered over what Sichen had said, her pretty face began to turn red at a speed visible to the naked eye, combined with what Sidhen said, and the way she looked when she was bullied by Sidhen. Luo Jiro finally understood what Sichen meant by adding attack speed. Ah! Luo Jiro raised her hand to tightly cover her reddened cheeks. You denizen! Stomping heavily on the ground, Luo Jiro flew after Sichen in the direction he had left. It turned out that Sidhen had been teasing her the whole time. Add attack speed isn't it? Reduce cooldown isn't it? Let's see if the head of the family doesn't punish you severely today. As Luo Jiro's words fell, she also turned into a stream of light and chased after Sichen's departing direction. Bad guy. Eat this Godfather's kick. Before the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein, Luo Jiro's exasperated voice suddenly came from behind Sichen. Turning around, Sichen happened to see Luo Jiro's figure that fell from the sky, only to see Luo Jiro transform into a stream of light, flying to Sichen's front, her slender jade leg raised high, ready to kick Sichen's ass hard. However, just as Luo Jiro's slender leg was about to kick Sichen flew close to Luo Jiro and, good timing, Sichen roared, holding onto Luo Jiro's legs with one hand and Luo Jiro's waist with the other, holding her fiercely tight in his arms. In doing so, their bodies were pressed together while their eyes met. Luo Jiro, who was originally still aggressive, was hugged by Sichen, and her full of bravado was directly deflated. Faced with Sichen's behavior, Luo Jiro's gaze was a bit evasive. What are you doing? Sichen hugged Luo Jiro tightly and said pitifully, Mother, a kick with shoes on hurts. Then, this Godmaster is a bit lighter. Yuck. It's to make you hurt. Otherwise you're a bad guy who's not serious all day long. Luo Jiro almost went soft again, thanks to a timely reaction. Hurry up and let go of this sect master. An early and honest ambush is your destiny. Just as the couple was talking, there was also a group of patrolling White Feather Divine sect members coming this way in the distance. Sichen nudged over there. Mother, don't there are so many people. Can you give the Grand Elder face? Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes glared. Then what do you say? Today the sect master must relieve her anger. Sichen let go of the hand that was lifting Luo Jiro's long legs, and at the same time loosened his arm around her waist. Come on then, ma'am. There's no need to save my face. While saying this, Sichen turned around and said sadly, let me, the great elder of the divine religion, be ruined, and let me carry the reputation of being afraid of my daughter-in-law. Put. Looking at Sichen's back and listening to his words, Luo Jiro's originally still forced seriousness was directly broken. She poked Sichen in the back angrily. Phoomf. You bad guy would be afraid of your daughter-in-law? Which time wasn't you bullying this sect master? Sichen turned around and looked at Luo Jiro, who was standing in front of him with a cute look on her face, and lowered his head to gently bite on her cherry lips. How can a mother be so nice? Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Sichen. What can this sect master do? Who told you to be so overbearing? Sichen smiled faintly. Then does the lady still want to hit me to relieve her anger? Luo Jiro tapped her fingers on her cherry lips and thought. After thinking about it, this godmaster thought that it would indeed hurt more to kick your badass ass with shoes on. But, deadly sins can be avoided and living sins can't be escaped. When we get back to the room, this preacher is going to take off his shoes and kick you. That prohibition is already weak. Sichen and Luo Jiro stood side by side in front of the purple heavenly underworld crystal vein, and the complicated spell formation that rotated above the vein had also become thinner and thinner. Behind them, Fifth Elder Tu Zua, Sect Protector Mu Lao Lu Lao, and the White Feather Divine Sect congregation were waiting for their own sect leader and first elder to make their moves, with the last match with the Alliance of the Righteous. At this point, Si Chen's prestige amongst the white feather divine sex congregation could be said to have reached its peak. Everyone's gazes turned incomparably hot when they looked at Si Chen. Si Chen whispered to Luo Jiro beside him, "Mother, this prohibition seems to have reached a level where it can be broken artificially." Luo Jiro gently nodded. Indeed, being the strongest person present, Luo Jiro had also discovered this a long time ago. At this time, Luo Jiro suddenly realized that Si Chen winked at her. She looked at Sithan suspiciously while transmitting, "Bad guy, what's wrong?" Si Chen didn't answer Luo Jiro's question, as his hands began to thicken with a dense fire-red glow. A pressure belonging to a top-grade king artifact spread throughout the entire heaven and earth. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, a dark black sword box inscribed with a flame spell mark suddenly appeared. Click, click, click. The sound of a mechanism rang out, and the sides of the Tsang Yen sword box opened up, and 12 long swords spreading a terrifying pressure were revealed in a fan shape. King grade upper grade divine soldier. Tsang Yen sword box. The appearance of the Tsang Yen sword box instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. At the same time, people also saw the constantly flickering fiery red spell mark in Si Chen's palm. It's the Tsang Yen sword box that the Grand Elder won from the Tsang Yen sect. This kind of aura is truly terrifying, worthy of being a Grand Elder. Amidst the roar of the crowd, Si Chen transformed his finger into a sword, and the 12 long swords amongst the Tsang Yen sword box began to tremble continuously. In the next instant, amidst the bursts of fire, 12 long swords rose up into the sky, charging straight towards the forbidden system above the purple sky underworld crystal vein. Clank, clank, clank. The sharp sword turned into streams of light and stabbed straight at the complicated large formation, and ear-piercing sounds of metal clashing followed. Cracks began to emerge above the purple sky plutonium crystal vein, and these cracks became more and more obvious. Boom! Finally, the forbidden array, which had been eroded by the years for an unknown amount of time, crumbled. The moment the prohibition collapsed, the majestic spiritual energy that had accumulated underneath the prohibition gushed out, signaling the power of the vein to everyone present. Everyone present was excited. After all, the stronger this vein was, the more benefits the White Feather Divine Sect would receive, the more rewards they could share as disciples of the White Feather Divine Sect. And just as Luo Jiro was looking at the amethyst vein in front of her as well as the 12 long swords suspended in the sky, Si Chen suddenly pulled over her hand. Sensing Si Chen's actions, Luo Jiro froze slightly. Then she looked at him with a glowing gaze. Although it was well known amongst the White Feather Divine Sect that she and Si Chen were husband and wife, but at this moment, in front of so many people and being held by Si Chen's hand, a touch of shyness couldn't help but flash through her eyes. Under Luo Jiro's gaze, Si Chen merged his palm tightly with her small hand. Dazzling flames flickered up, and the spell seal in Si Chen's hand began to shift towards Luo Jiro's hand. Realizing Si Chen's actions, Luo Jiro's brows tightened. In Luo Jiro's opinion, the Tsang Yen sword box was won by Si Chen, and Si Chen had also lost the Star Moon Lance because of that battle. This pale flame sword box should be held by Si Chen no matter what, not to mention that the power of the Tsang Yen sword box was evident to everyone present, and to be able to become the Tsang Yen sect's town treasure, this was definitely an incomparably precious divine weapon. And now, Si Chen wanted to transfer the spell seal that could control the Tsang Yen sword box to her. Luo Jiro wanted to withdraw her hand, but she realized that Si Chen was holding her hand tightly. Bad guy, don't you? Si Chen smiled gently at Luo Jiro. Badass, you're an animal. In the room, Luo Jiro cowered in the corner of the queen-sized bed, hugging the covers tightly to her chest. At this time, her long hair was disheveled, and her pretty face still had a few moments of redness that had not faded. Perhaps it was because she had just been bullied by Si Chen. Her delicate face was filled with a pitiful look. Across from her, Si Chen sat on the edge of the bed shirtless, his perfect muscular lines paired with an evil smile underneath his long hair. Si Chen's lethality towards women could be described as incomparable. Si Chen moved towards where Luo Jiro was and took her small feet in his hands. He winked at Luo Jiro. Now a certain person should be convinced. Blah blah blah. Badass. Just because the head of this family begged for mercy doesn't mean I'm going to give in. Luo Jiro's words had just fallen, when she saw Si Chen's wicked smile. At the same time the scene that had just happened came back to her mind once more. The thought of her toes tensing up, her eyes going white, and her little mouth slightly open and drooling out. Luo Jiro felt like her entire being had become bad. You. Luo Jiro hugged the quilt with one hand and pointed one finger at Si Chen and said, "You bad guy. You're just going to bully this sect master. This sect master is considered to be planted in your hands." Si Chen played with Luo Jiro's small feet while smiling at her, but it was the maiden herself who said, "Well, what can you do even if you have added attack speed? This godmother isn't afraid." Hearing once again from Si Chen's mouth the grandiose words she had just spoken, Luo Jiro even turned her earlobes pink. I don't care. You're a badass anyway. We agreed to cultivate the Yin-Yang Heart Marrow Sutra together, but as a result, you treated this sect master like that. So how could this sect master care about cultivating? Good. I'm badass. Seeing that Luo Jiro had begun to pout unreasonably, Sichin held her ankles with a doting face and pulled her entire body towards himself. Yikes! Luo Jiro, who was originally still cowering in the corner of the bed, was pulled by Sichin in such a way that her entire body slid towards him. At Luo Jiro's exclamation of surprise, Sichin wrapped one hand around her waist and carried her into his arms. Luo Jiro sat face to face in Sichin's arms, angling her little head to not look at him. Bad guy. The head of the family won't forgive you even if you say nice things now. Sichin raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks. And what will it take for my lady to forgive me? Luo Jiro glanced at Sichin arrogantly. This sect master doesn't know. That's going to be hard to do. Sichin sighed, while his arm tightly wrapped around Luo Jiro's waist, burying his face deep into her neck. In this way, Sichin and Luo Jiro's upper bodies were tightly pressed together, and all of the hot air from Sichin's breathing pummeled onto Luo Jiro's jade neck. Gradually, Luo Jiro's body, which was held in Sichin's arms, began to tremble slightly. Her long, white arms tightly hugged Sichin's back, and her disoriented murmurs sounded in Sichin's ears. Bad guy. Sichin raised his head and looked at Luo Jiro in his arms, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Mother? What's wrong with you? Why are you so red in the face? Hearing Sichin's words, Luo Jiro, who had already been somewhat mesmerized, also reacted instantly. She raised her hand to tightly cover her reddened face while spouting. You still say that? You just did it on purpose. Sichin rubbed Luo Jiro's beautiful back and whispered in her ear. Mother. It's okay. Nope. Almost got compelled by you again. Luo Jiro herself didn't even know why. She always unconsciously became mesmerized whenever she spent time with Sichin. Obviously, she was a great power at the 9th level of the transition realm. How is it that this powerful power of one's divine soul is not useful at all? Reacting, Luo Jiro propped her arm against Sichin's chest and wrinkled her little nose. Bad guy. You're simply a stumbling block on this sect master's path to self-discipline. I want to stay away from you, Luo Jiro said, breaking away from Sichin's arms like a kitten, and darted to the corner position of the bed again, hugging the quilt tightly to her chest. And just as Luo Jiro jumped up and ran there, the black leg rings with lace trim on her long, slender, jade legs were so conspicuous. Ha. Sichin couldn't help but let out a loud laugh as he looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance. You're still laughing. Luo Jiro raised her little foot and kicked Sichin's arm. You're just going to tease the sect master. For some reason, Luo Jiro had only just finished speaking, but a smirk flashed across her own delicate pretty face. The couple just gazed at each other with smiles full of happiness. After playing around for a while longer, Sichin also put away his cynical smile. He looked at Luo Jiro and asked, Mother, every time I cultivate the Yin-Yang Heart Marrow scripture, my cultivation rises. Is it the same for you? Luo Jiro gently shook her head. I've got to reach a bottleneck in my cultivation. It's hard to raise it further. Her expression was serious. The only way to go further is to collect enough law power if you want to go further. And using this as a foundation, he will undergo the last heavenly tribulation and ascend to sainthood. Sichin's brows twitched as he knew long ago that the power of the laws that Luo Jiro had spoken of originated from the world tree. Sichin slowly raised his right hand and held his breath, carefully feeling the world tree in the lower Dantian location. Perhaps it was because the world tree seed had just sprouted not long ago. At this time, Sichin was still unable to freely control the world tree's power of laws. After many fruitless attempts, Sichin could only look at Luo Jiro with an apologetic face. Mother, I'm still unable to freely control this force of law. It's okay. Luo Jiro held Sichin's large hands in her arms and whispered to him, just take your time. This kind of thing cannot be rushed. I've been practicing for 100 years. I'm not in a hurry for this moment. There was one thing Luo Jiro hadn't said, and that was that Sichin's preciousness was far beyond his own imagination. She was certain that once the few people from the Righteous Alliance knew that Sichin had the power of the laws in his body, they would be completely thrown into a frenzy. After all, it was something they had been seeking for thousands of years. The Kanglan realm hadn't produced a saint for several thousand years. At a time like this, whoever was able to obtain the power of the laws and survive the last heavenly tribulation, then he would become the first saint of the Kanglan realm in these thousands of years, completely becoming the master of the Kanglan realm. Moreover, the forces behind him would leap to become the overlord of the entire Kanglan realm with his ascension. One could imagine how precious this power of law was. Just as Luo Jiro was pondering all this, she suddenly heard Sichin's words. Mother, shouldn't we step up our efforts? Hey, step up to what? These days, the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein was always in a state of mining. Under the command of 5th Elder Tuzua and the 2 patriarchal protectors, the amethysts in the upper layers of the vein were transported back to the White Feather Divine Sex compound in batches. Because of the rule of rewarding amethysts according to labor set by Si Chen, the efficiency of the congregation in mining amethysts could be said to be extremely high. Along with the upper layer of amethyst being gradually mined, the aura emanating from the purple sky underworld crystal mining cave began to become oppressive and terrifying. A portion of the disciples with lower cultivation levels could no longer even resist the power in the middle of the mine. It was also at this time that Si Chen and Luo Jiro's figures appeared in the sky above the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein. At the same time that Si Chen and Luo Jiro appeared, Tuzua and Elder Mu and Elder Lu also came to their side. Tuzua said to Luo Jiro and Si Chen, "Sect Master, Grand Elder, there seems to be something else buried underneath this vein." Si Chen patted Tuzua's shoulder. "5th Elder, it's been a long time of hard work. What a thing for a Grand Elder to say." Ever since he had witnessed Si Chen's performance in the competition last time, Tuzua had thoroughly recognized Si Chen's identity as a Grand Elder. Si Chen gazed at the deep cavern that was constantly radiating a terrifying purple light and raised his head to look at Tuzua and Elder Mu Lao Lu. "5th Elder, Elder Mu, and Elder Lu, isolate the amethyst vein. Don't let anyone near the vein until the sect leader and I come out." Listening to Si Chen's grave tone, Tuzua as well as Elder Mu and Elder Lu's expressions became very serious. Yes, after ordering everything, Si Chen and Luo Jiro beside him exchanged glances and flew towards the deep mining cave below. The first moment they entered the mine, Si Chen and Luo Jiro felt the oppressive power that struck their souls directly. At the same time their sight was filled with dazzling purple light. "Mother, is this the scent of the violet sky underworld crystal?" Luo Jiro, who was being held by Si Chen's hand, looked at him and nodded. "Right." Luo Jiro's gaze towards Si Chen at this time was filled with surprise. She couldn't understand how in the world Si Chen knew in advance that there was a purple sky underworld crystal underneath this mineral vein. Not to mention the 9th level of the transition realm like her, Luo Jiro even felt that even if a saint came, they wouldn't necessarily be able to penetrate the several hundred meters thick amethyst and perceive the purple sky underworld crystal below. But Sithan did it on the contrary. However, just as Luo Jiro wouldn't get to the bottom of the matter and ask Si Chen where he got the red gold phoenix plume from, she likewise wouldn't press Si Chen on how he had learned of the existence of the purple sky underworld crystal. Continuing on again, mined amethyst also appeared ahead of the two. At this time, the purple heavenly underworld crystal did not reveal itself, and there was still a layer of amethyst present above it. Si Chen walked over to that amethyst and slowly placed his hand on it. Click, click, click. Along with the burst of spiritual energy in Si Chen's body, the amethyst in front of him began to crumble by inches, while the entire mine began to shake continuously. Boom! Buzz! Just as this last layer of amethyst also completely collapsed, an incomparably majestic force instantly gushed out from the front, charging straight at Si Chen. It was also at this time that Luo Jiro's figure appeared in front of Si Chen. The red gold phoenix plume in her hand swept out, and the searing firelight sliced through that force instantly. The berserk power caused Luo Jiro's hair to flutter in the wind, and rolling debris began to fall from above the entire mine. After an unknown amount of time had passed in this manner, when the amethyst as well as the rubble had all been turned into obliterating powder by Luo Jiro, the incomparably dense dark purple sky underworld crystals were thoroughly presented in front of the two. Luo Jiro looked at the purple heavenly underworld crystal in front of her, and a few moments of obvious shock flashed through her beautiful eyes. Noticing this, Sithan squeezed her small hand. "Mother?" Luo Jiro looked towards Si Chen. Even with her heart nature, she couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. "That's too much storage." Luo Jiro had once read in an ancient book that even a palm-sized piece of purple heavenly underworld crystal would be able to reduce the power of the heavenly tribulation to a great extent. But at this moment, the purple heavenly underworld crystals in front of himself were too numerous to count. "Bad guy, how do you know everything?" Si Chen tilted his head. "How do you say mama? Knight is not awesome your husband." "Awesome, awesome, you bad boy are the best." Luo Jiro glared at Si Chen angrily. She didn't know why, but Si Chen was really incredibly obsessed with the matter of her praising him for being awesome. Especially when it comes to that, Sithan always likes to ask her if he's good. Ahem. Sithan looked ahead with satisfaction. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but Si Chen always felt that his lower Dantian location was constantly sending out a throbbing sensation, and there is only one thing that can produce a throb in that position. That's the world tree. Noticing this, Si Chen took a step before the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein and slowly placed his hand on top of a piece of purple sky plagioclase crystal. Almost instantly, Si Chen felt the powerful force contained within. Whether it was to defend against heavenly tribulation or to be used for cultivation, the effects of the violet sky underworld crystal were incomparably strong. However, when Si Chen touched the purple sky underworld crystal, The throbbing coming from his dantian did not change significantly. Isn't it because of the violet sky underworld crystal? Si Chen murmured doubtfully. Si Chen didn't think any more about it, and began to work with Luo Jiro to collect all of this dense purple sky underworld crystals into his spatial ring. There was no doubt that with these violet sky underworld crystals as a base, the strength of the White Feather Divine Sect would see a qualitative change. Soon, the surface layer of the purple sky underworld crystal was mined out of an opening by the two Si Chen, and it was also at this time that the excitement coming from Si Chen's dantian grew stronger. It's what's underneath this purple sky underworld crystal. Sithan recalled the special introduction of this vein by the Eye of Heaven earlier, formed as a result of a great battle between powerful people in ancient times. Something seems to be buried deep within the vein. After collecting all of the violet sky underworld crystals from the surface layer, Si Chen and Luo Jiro also finally saw what was in the deepest part of this entire vein. It was a piece of purple sky underworld crystal that was about a foot tall, but its color was denser than any of the previous purple sky underworld crystals. In the middle of that bottom layer of purple sky underworld crystal, a trace of dark red blood was flowing continuously. In the centermost area of this sliver of blood, there was a crystal clear dark purple finger bone as well as an ancient ring. There were also arcs of electricity jumping from the finger bones, and the moment this cut-off finger bone appeared, the throbbing that the world tree transmitted to Si Chen reached its peak. Looking at the cut-off finger bone and ring, Luo Jiro murmured in disbelief. The aura of the law. Another law. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen looked at her furiously. At this time, Si Chen also finally knew why the world tree, which could not even be moved by the purple sky underworld crystal, would react to this small finger bone. This power of law that Luo Jiro and Yin Tianhao of the Righteous Alliance and the others had painstakingly searched for hundreds of years had now appeared underneath this purple sky underworld crystal vein. Luo Jiro held onto Si Chen's hand tightly, and her voice trembled slightly as she spoke. Bad guy, feel that powerful pressure in it? It's a saint's finger bone. The power of the laws contained within it is incomparably strong, completely sufficient for a ferrying realm 9 to break through to the sage realm. Luo Jiro couldn't believe that what she had been chasing for so long would actually be led by Si Chen's. It appeared so easily in front of him. Si Chen's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked at Luo Jiro suspiciously. Mighty pressure? Si Chen touched the bridge of his nose. Mistress, I don't feel any mighty pressure. Ha! Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen in doubt. Can't you feel the pressure of such a powerful law? Sithan nodded blankly. I really can't feel it. Luo Jiro held her chin with her hand and looked Si Chen up and down. The law of thunder and lightning. Ah, one of the laws with the most powerful attacks. Can't you feel it? Sithan shook his head. Can't feel it. Weird. No. Suddenly, Luo Jiro seemed to realize something, and she suddenly tightened her grip on Si Chen's arm. Mother? Facing Luo Jiro's sudden move, Si Chen was also stunned. Luo Jiro looked straight into Si Chen's eyes and asked in a deep voice. Bad guy. I suddenly remembered something that my master teacher told me, Luo Jiro said as she recalled. Mixed saints, relying on the laws they comprehend to raise their cultivation. This is also the reason why the 9th level of the transition realm needs to comprehend a law in order to break through to the sage realm. But there are countless kinds of laws, and there are strengths and weaknesses among them. For example, what is contained in this finger bone is the law of thunder and lightning, an extremely powerful law of killing ability. Even the sect master feels a strong pressure of the law from it. You have the same power of law in your body, and you can't feel any pressure from the law of thunder and lightning. Luo Jiro came into Si Chen, a pair of big watery eyes looking at him without blinking. Doesn't that mean that your law power is even more powerful than the law of thunder and lightning? Bad guy, you're only in the cave ruin realm. What kind of monster are you? After listening to Luo Jiro's description, Si Chen had a rough idea of why he couldn't perceive the pressure, but Si Chen felt that this seemed to be the right phenomenon. I guess, AP. After all, one's own laws come from the world tree. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's shocked appearance and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch her head. Mother, then are you still prepared to comprehend the laws amongst this finger bone? Si Chen asked in a low voice. If you want to comprehend the laws of thunder and lightning, is it that you no longer need to double cultivate with your husband? You. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro also looked at him with a face of shame and indignation. Bad guy, what time is it? You're still thinking about? Sithan scratched his head. Because I'm full now. Luo Jiro threw Si Chen a big blank stare. Eat your fill and then just want to off, is that it? Humph. Badass. Si Chen wrapped his arm around Luo Jiro's waist. Speak quickly. Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro poked at Si Chen's chest. Her tone was light, and she seemed a little torn. If this sect master uses your laws to break through, you'll be much more tired than normal cultivation due to the need to replenish your law power. As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, she met Si Chen's unimpressed gaze. That's it? Now it was Luo Jiro's turn to be confused. Bad guy. Isn't this serious enough? It'll slow down the speed of your cultivation. Si Chen's large hand gently kneaded Luo Jiro's earlobe and smiled evilly. I thought there would be consequences such as death of the body, suffering the wrath of heaven, and so on. Bullshit. Before Si Chen could finish his words, Luo Jiro's small hand covered his mouth. Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes glared at Si Chen. No such words. The head of the family doesn't like to hear them. Si Chen smiled and nodded, removing Luo Jiro's hand over his mouth. Mother, breaking through the sage realm is not a small matter, and the laws chosen will even affect a sage's fighting strength. Why would we deliberately choose a weak one when we have stronger laws of our own? But, because Si Chen's big hand was rubbing on her earlobe, Luo Jiro's face was flushed at the moment. She said timidly, but I'm afraid it will affect you. That little influence is nothing compared to your mother. Si Chen's large hand held Luo Jiro's neck, his gaze looking straight into her eyes. Give up this lightning law. Your Sagittarius will help you with the aftermath. Listening to Si Chen's overbearing tone, Luo Jiro's heart, instead of being able to raise a trace of resistance, was filled with emotion. She beamed at Si Chen. Bad guy. You're so bossy. Who's the head of the family anyway? Si Chen smiled gently. Then will the lady listen to me? Humph. Luo Jiro turned her head to the side and muttered in a small voice. Which time didn't I listen to you? That's right. Si Chen nodded his head in satisfaction, while not forgetting to place a gentle kiss on Luo Jiro's brow. Good boy. Luo Jiro wrinkled her little nose in dissatisfaction. Bad guy. You think the sect master is a child, aren't you? Of course not. My lady is bigger than me. No. 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 Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Sithan hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was obvious that it was too late. You total badass. You said that you wouldn't mind the sect leader being old. I'll bite you to death. Spare me your life. Ma'am, it was I who was wrong. Just like that, between the laws of the world tree and the laws of that finger bone, Luo Jiro chose to listen to Si Chen. And now, it was time for Si Chen to study some of the reasons why the world tree was so interested in this finger bone. Si Chen slowly placed his hand on top of that purple sky underworld crystal, and a dense light began to emanate from within his palm. And just as Si Chen had immersed his mind in the world tree, Luo Jiro stood behind Si Chen with her thoughts reeling. If it's because of the need to cultivate the Yin-Yang Heart Marrow Sutra and double cultivate from time to time, will he get tired of it over time and not like the sect master anymore? 'Tis quite possible. No way, no way. Absolutely no way. Must think of some countermeasures. Just as Luo Jiro's mind was filled with random thoughts, she suddenly remembered what Guan Shiyun had said to her earlier about the sect leader wrapping herself as a gift proposal. At that time, Luo Jiro had to admit that Guan Shiyun was worthy of being the most well-read elder of the White Feather Divine sect. This proposed method is really working. Thinking of this, Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice. Looks like we need to go back and ask Shiyun again. Buzz. Just as Luo Jiro's mind was reeling with thoughts, a strange power began to erupt from Si Chen's body. The purple sky underworld crystals among the veins had already been collected by the two of them for the most part. Only the giant purple heavenly underworld crystal containing a saint's finger bone remained in front of Si Chen. At this time, Si Chen's eyes had completely transformed into white, and a shadow of a heavenly ancient tree began to flicker continuously behind him. Almost at the same time that the world tree shadow appeared, Luo Jiro's body shook violently. She looked at Si Chen in front of herself in astonishment, an incredulous look in her eyes. Her words didn't get a response, and Sithan had already entered a metaphysical state. He only felt that the freshly sprouted world tree at his Dantian location was fully awakening at this moment, and the branches and leaves that could cover the heavens were wildly stretching out. When the world tree silhouette behind Si Chen completely solidified, its disjointed root system covered toward the front. Soon, the huge purple sky underworld crystal was completely enveloped by the roots of the world tree. Click, click, click. In a matter of moments, a shattering sound came from the extremely hard purple sky underworld crystal. The purple sky underworld crystal cracked inch by inch, and the blood filaments flowing through it turned into a roiling blood mist, which was completely absorbed by the root system of the world tree. At this time, Luo Jiro was shocked to discover that the cut-off saint's finger bone actually began to tremble continuously. It was as if they had encountered something absolutely unbeatable. Whoosh! Perhaps it was the law's own instinct. The saint's finger bone even turned into a stream of light and swept toward the distance. However, how could Si Chen let this duck in his mouth fly away just like that? His arm was outstretched and his right hand snapped. In an instant, it was as if there were countless small worlds impacting on the saint's finger bone, and the saint's finger bone was even directly confined in the void. Immediately afterward, the roots of the world tree arrived instantly, entangling it in death. It was also at this time that the purple light in the middle of the mine reached its peak, and the entire mine was filled with dense arcs of electricity. The laws originating from the World Tree fought fiercely against the thunder and lightning laws among the saint's finger bones. In the midst of that terrifying pressure, even Luo Jiro, who was at the 9th level of the transition realm, let out a muffled grunt. The lightning laws and the World Tree were still clashing fiercely, but the purple light was dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, when that purple light completely passed away, dense cracks appeared on the crystal jade-like saint's finger bones. Buzz! The pure strength of the laws was absorbed by the World Tree, and Si Chen's body shook violently. Luo Jiro was able to clearly perceive that Si Chen's long-stagnant cultivation began to rise crazily. The 7th level of the cave market realm, the 8th level of the cave market realm, 9th level of the cave market realm. At this moment, Si Chen, dressed in a white suit, stood in the middle of the mine, and behind him was a heavenly ancient tree that seemed to contain billions of worlds. Under the reflection of the strange purple light in the mine, Si Chen was as transcendent as an exiled immortal descending to the world. After an unknown amount of time like this, Si Chen's eyes, which were glowing with white light, slowly opened. After completely absorbing the lightning laws amongst that saint's finger bone, Si Chen's cultivation level managed to come to the 9th level of the cave ruin realm. At the same time, Si Chen realized through his inner vision that the World Tree at his dantian had grown countless times larger than before. Standing across from Si Chen, Luo Jiro knew that Si Chen had definitely not just improved his cultivation, there was an absolute sea change among his body. And just as Luo Jiro was nervously watching Si Chen, she realized that Si Chen had moved. Si Chen's finger lifted and slowly pointed at Luo Jiro's brow. Buzz! In an instant, Luo Jiro only felt a majestic force of laws surging into her meridians once more. With just this one hit, Luo Jiro felt like she was a huge step closer to the mixed realm. The power of the laws slowly dispersed, and Si Chen's eyes came to meet Luo Jiro's. Si Chen smiled gently at Luo Jiro. Mother, it's over. As Si Chen spoke, he bent down and picked up the ancient ring that also existed amongst the violet sky plagioclase crystals. Playing with the ring in his hand, Si Chen was able to sense the faint layer of prohibition on it. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, who was standing in front of her studying the ancient ring, and her eyes contained a complex look. Luo Jiro felt that Si Chen was like a man shrouded in mist, and that he really had many secrets. He was even able to absorb the power of the laws of the Sage Realm directly across 2 great realms with his Cave Ruin Realm cultivation. This kind of thing could never happen to anyone, but Sikhen managed to do just that. However, this complex emotion only lasted for an instant before disappearing completely. In Luo Jiro's opinion, no matter what kind of secret Si Chen had, his love for her would never be false. Under this premise, all she had to do was to silently support Sithen. Raising her hand to straighten out Si Chen's somewhat messy collar, Luo Jiro said softly, "Bad guy, didn't meet with any accidents, did you?" Si Chen held Luo Jiro's small hand and said jugglingly, "Then of course there won't be any problems. The law that is to be used for the maiden. How could it lose to this laborious lightning law? You're the best." "Okay." Luo Jiro patted Si Chen's arm lightly and smiled lightly as she gave him a blank look. This man beside him, although always looking cynical, can really give himself an infinite sense of security, but sometimes it's goofy, always like a big competitive boy. Luo Jiro held Si Chen's arm in her arms as she thought about walking outside the mine while looking at Si Chen with a glowing gaze. She didn't even think to go over and take the ring from Sithen's hand. In her eyes, Si Chen was a million times more important than these external objects. Noticing Luo Jiro's gaze, Si Chen turned his head to look at her pretty face with a hefty smile. "My lady, even though I'm very handsome, you shouldn't look at me like that, should you? You're not a demented woman, are you?" "I shucks." Hearing Si Chen's words, a blush fluttered across Luo Jiro's cheeks and she quickly turned her head to the side. "This sect master doesn't like looking at you. Speak as if I can't live without you." "Oh." Si Chen held Luo Jiro's cheek and made her look at herself. With a saddened look on his face, he asked, "Am I so unimportant to your mother?" "How?" Luo Jiro didn't break away from Si Chen's hand, but whispered, "I didn't say it wasn't important." Si Chen asked in a lost voice, "But mother just said she'd be fine without me." I. Luo Jiro's cherry lips slightly opened, wanting to say something, but she was somewhat unable to speak. "That's just it." Si Chen let out a long sigh and teared up. "It seems that I'm not that important to your wife." Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's lost appearance, and a flash of obvious panic flashed in her eyes. Her small hand tightly grasped Si Chen's arm as she anxiously said, "It's not. This sect master is just a little embarrassed to say. It's okay, I understand everything." Sithen continued. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro became even more anxious, and her former high-cooled little face was now red. However, the love for Si Chen eventually overcame the shyness in her heart. Luo Jiro held onto Si Chen's neck, causing him to lower his head slightly, and she stood on tiptoe, her pretty face flushed, and murmured in his ear, Bad guy. I can't live without you. Woo. In the darkness of the mind, a faint purple light flashed, making the silence seem somewhat ambiguous. In this atmosphere, Luo Jiro shrank in Si-chan's arms like a kitten, and was dazed by his kisses. Boo. A long time passed, and with a crisp boop, Si-chan released Luo Jiro, who was breathing a bit heavily. Lying on Si-chan's chest, Luo Jiro saw the smile in Si-chan's eyes through the faint purple light in the mine. Her small hands clutched Luo Jiro's clothes and she asked in an exasperated voice, "Bad guy, you're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" "What?" Si-chan had a serious look on his face. "I don't know what mother is talking about. You weren't even sad just now. You're molesting this sect master again. How can that be? Don't talk nonsense." "Ma'am, I poo. Don't think that just because your realm has risen that you can hold this sect master." After spending a lot of time with Si-chan, Luo Jiro always brought in his speaking habits when he spoke as well. For example, Luo Jiro pinched Si-chan's ear and puffed, "Today the head of the family will let you know who is the king of size." Si-chan directly blurted out without thinking, "Nyangzi is smaller, so Nyangzi is the little king." Luo Jiro almost exploded with anger. "You're calling this sect master small again? I'm going to bite you to death. Young in years. Do you think this sect master will believe your bullshit?" In the time that followed, Si-chan and Luo Jiro had a long discussion on the question of just where exactly was small. In the end, it was only after Si-chan was viciously bitten on the neck by Luo Jiro that Luo Jiro was finally demoralized. Si-chan looked at Luo Jiro, who was standing in front of him with an exasperated look, and lifted the ancient ring in his hand and handed it to her. "Mother, the prohibition on top of this ring is too strong, and it must still be the head of the family to fix it." "Humph." Luo Jiro took the ancient ring in Si-chan's hand with a haughty face. "Just know that the head of a family is powerful." As Luo Jiro's words fell, a playful smile couldn't help but flash across her originally puffed-up face. But in order not to be noticed by Si-hen, she hastily rubbed her cheeks again to make herself serious. Collecting her mind, Luo Jiro gazed at the ancient ring in her hand. It was a silver-white ring made of some unknown material, and the dragon pattern on its surface seemed to have been smoothed out a lot by the years. But even so, Luo Jiro was still able to perceive a very strong pressure from above. Holding the ancient ring in her hand, Luo Jiro's hand began to glow with an icy blue light. Her divine soul power of the 9th level of the transition realm transformed into a sharp sword and violently stabbed at the divine soul prohibition above the ancient ring. If Si-chan and Luo Jiro understood correctly, this ancient ring should be owned by the owner of that saint's finger bone, a saint's divine soul restriction. If it wasn't for the erosion of the years, Si-chan and Luo Jiro might not really have been able to open it up. However, at this moment, under Luo Jiro's divine soul sharp sword, which had an extremely strong killing ability, the prohibition on the ancient ring still began to gradually loosen. Roar! Just as the divine soul restriction on the ancient ring was completely shattered, a dragon's roar that resounded through the heavens and earth came out from it. Seeing this, a flash of obvious dismay flashed across the eyes of both Si-chan and Luo Jiro. "Bad guy, just now that was a dragon chant?" Si-chan nodded. "Is it a dragon clan technique? A secret treasure of the dragon clan? Or is the owner of this ancient ring an imperial beast master?" There were many races on the Lingxiao continent, and the number of various demonic beasts was even more incomparably large. Some powerful demonic beasts had even possessed the ability to take human form. Among these many demonic beasts, the dragon race was undoubtedly the race that stood at the top. Even some of the branch races of the dragon clan were incomparably powerful. For example, the augur. And besides the demonic beasts that had transformed into humans, there was also the existence of the imperial beast masters. Beast masters can harness demonic beasts to fight for them through heavy means, either by signing a contract or cultivating them from a young age. Only, because of the Kanglan realm's geographic location, the number of demonic beasts and imperial beast masters were both very small. This was also the reason why Si-chan and Luo Jiro would be very much in the wrong when they heard the dragon's roar coming from amongst the ancient rings. Luo Jiro handed Si-chan the ring whose restraints had been broken. "Bad guy, the ban has been opened. Let's see what's inside." Si-chan gently nodded his head, and the power of his divine soul slowly penetrated in towards it. Buzz! Just as Si-chan's divine soul power entered the ancient ring, his eyes were filled with doubt. While Luo Jiro noticed Si-chan's expression, she was also puzzled, touching her hand to the ancient ring, her divine sense entering into it. Soon, she had the exact same expression on her face as Si-hen, only to see that in the middle of a vast and boundless space, a worn-out book and a dark purple crystal were placed alone in it. Other than that, there was nothing else in the ancient ring. This was a storage ring left behind by a saint, and this could be seen from the ridiculously large space. However, in the middle of such a large space, there were no mountains of spirit stones, much less piles of divine weapons. There was just a worn book, and a dull-colored crystal. Si Chen used his divine sense to take out the book and the crystal, and the eye of the ascension swept towards it. Almost instantly, Si Chen's face instantly turned deathly white, and his body's spiritual energy was directly drained to nothing. And that was just him checking out the ancient book. The crystal hadn't even been looked at yet. Even when he was checking out the purple sky plagioclase crystal vein back then, nothing like this happened. For a moment, Si Chen's curiosity about this ancient book was directly at its peak. Luo Jiro stood beside Si Chen, and she only felt that the spiritual energy in Si Chen's body had been drained in an instant. She hurriedly held onto Sithan's arm and looked at him anxiously. Bad guy. What's wrong? Si Chen revealed a bitter smile towards Luo Jiro while picking up the ancient book without a cover in his hand. Targeted technique, Taishu Ancient Dragon Mind Technique. Grade, half-step Emperor level. Cultivate the power of the Dragon Clan and forge the body of a giant dragon. The exact power is unknown. The exact effect is unknown. The supreme mind method that has been pursued for thousands of years by countless mixed saints. There still seem to be people on the continent looking for it today. The Taishu Ancient Dragon Heart Technique. Si Chen murmured softly as he looked towards Luo Jiro. Mother, this is a half-step Emperor level technique. Half-step Emperor level. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes stared in disbelief. A half-step Emperor level though hadn't really reached the Emperor level and couldn't really be compared to an Emperor scripture. But even so, this was the strongest technique under the Emperor scriptures. Yellow, Xian, Earth, Heaven, Creation, King, Saint, Emperor. In the entire Kanglan realm, the only thing Luo Jiro knew that existed above the king level was the red gold phoenix plume that Si Chen had given her. Other than that, there was no existence above the saint level. Before the appearance of the red gold phoenix plume, regardless of whether it was the White Feather Divine Sect or the Righteous Alliance, the grades of the sect's treasures were all of the upper king grade. And now, underneath this violet sky plagioclase crystal vein, there was a half-step Emperor level technique. Under this premise, even with Luo Jiro's unperturbed mind, she felt incomparably unbelievable. Without hardly any hesitation, Luo Jiro came to Si Chen's body and placed the worn book in his hands while holding his hands tightly. She looked into Si Chen's eyes and said with extreme seriousness, "Bad guy, quickly put it away and make sure not to let anyone know." Mother. Seeing Luo Jiro's actions, Si Chen froze slightly. This was a half-step Emperor level technique, and no one could not remain unmoved by it. But at this moment, Luo Jiro not only didn't have any intention of checking it out, but instead, she even shoved it directly into his hands. Don't freeze. Luo Jiro's small hand waved in front of Si Chen. What are you gawking at? Quickly put it away. Quickly put it away. Si Chen looked at the Taishu Ancient Dragon Heart technique in his hands, and his eyes were filled with a look of emotion. Si Chen said softly, "Mother, let's join together." Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro gently shook her head. There is a divine soul prohibition on it, and when someone studies it, the books will destroy themselves. Luo Jiro acted as if she was describing something very insignificant. She playfully poked her tongue out at Si Chen. This sect master has now reached her bottleneck. Even if I have a half-step Emperor level technique, it won't be able to help me break through my bottleneck. So what it's better for you, the bad guy, to practice. It's not too late to teach me when you learn. Read the bukla. As Si Chen listened to Luo Jiro's words that were as gentle as the spring breeze, the veins on his hand that held the Taishu Ancient Dragon Heart technique bulged out, and the light in his eyes was even more violently turbulent. Half-step Emperor level. Not to mention half-step Emperor level. Even a saint-level lower grade technique or even a king-level technique would make countless people go completely crazy. On the Ling Shao continent, things abounded in which the closest relatives turned against each other and masters and disciples became enemies for the sake of a high-level technique. There was only one reason for all of this, and that was that a high-ranked technique was simply too precious. It would be an excellent aid for a cultivator to reach the top of the Great Tao, and would even be above billions of people as a result. Si Chen even felt that the reason why the owner of that saint's finger bone had died in battle was because he held this Taishu Ancient Dragon Heart technique. But at this moment, in front of this half-step Emperor level technique that all the world could be crazy about, Luo Jiro let it go to Si Chen without the slightest hesitation. Mother, Si Chen held the Taishu Ancient Dragon Heart technique in one hand, while the other hand held Luo Jiro's hand tightly. And Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's expression among the moving. She gently tiptoed, her arm around Si Chen's neck, her eyes glittering looking at his wild eyes, her small mouth opened slightly, and the hot breath she exhaled gently hit Sithan's cheek. Bad guy, if your realm exceeds the sect masters in the future, will you leave me? No way. Without the slightest hesitation, Si Chen said with a firm gaze, "That's not good." Luo Jiro smiled sweetly. "It's not like we're going to be separated. So what does it matter who practices this technique?" At this moment, Si Chen and Luo Jiro looked at each other. Both did not speak, just silently staring at each other. Perhaps, At this moment of speechlessness is already better than thousands of words in the world. Si Chen's arms hugged Luo Jiro tightly, as if he wanted to rub her into his body. Luo Jiro lay on her back in Si Chen's arms, feeling his body that was trembling slightly from all the exertion. She let her chin rest on Si Chen's shoulder, and the gentleness in her eyes seemed to flow out like spring water. Bad guy. This teach is going to be out of breath. Only after hearing Luo Jiro's words did Si Chen hastily loosen his arms around Luo Jiro. He scratched the back of his head and whispered towards Luo Jiro. Mother, I wasn't paying attention. Humph. Murdering your own maiden, isn't it? Luo Jiro poked Si Chen's chest while turning around and walking towards the outside of the mine. We've been out for so long. It's time for us to go back. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's back, and his eyes were filled with intense tenderness. Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's side and arched her shoulder with his shoulder. Mother, after you go back, aren't you going to seize the time to cultivate? Well, it's time to hurry up. The Righteous Alliance has already discovered that there are laws amongst the White Feather Divine Sect. Perhaps after many fruitless attempts, Yen Tianhao's trio will have to come in person. Si Chen nodded thoughtfully. Your mother has a point. It seems that we need to step up our efforts. What strength? Luo Jiro said knowingly. Si Chen put his hands behind his head and looked at her with a smirk on his face. What does your mother think? Facing Si Chen's bad smile, Luo Jiro's small fists kept pounding on Si Chen's body. This sect master doesn't like to double cultivate with a bad guy like you. Don't flatter yourself. Ma'am, I didn't say it was a double cultivation either. No matter. Today the head of the family is going to discipline and punish you. Couples just like this while jostling while walking towards the outside of the mine. Dense with a faint purple light in the mine, only two people, the cheerful voice echo. By the time Si Chen and Luo Jiro walked out of the mine, Tu Zhuo and Elder Mu Lao Lu were still waiting nervously. The three of them had already had the White Feather Divine Sex congregation completely encircle the surroundings of the purple heavenly plutonium crystal vein, while they were always keeping an eye on the winds and grasses in this surrounding area. It wasn't until they saw Si Chen and Luo Jiro walk out of the mine that the three of them let out a long sigh of relief. Only, as Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at the blush on their own sect master's cheeks and the innocent smile of the Grand Elder beside them, they only felt confused. No, are these two going to the mines or not? How is it that you're still red in the face when you're driving a mine? Not understanding. The two men who had been single for centuries just couldn't understand. As for Luo Jiro, who walked out of the mine, when she noticed the puzzled gazes of Elder Mu and Elder Lu, she let out her anger and lifted her hand to fiercely twist at Si Chen's waist. Hiss. Si Chen was curious to know who Luo Jiro had learned this trick from. This twisting on the soft flesh of the waistband is really painful. Could it be a girl's natural skill? At this time, Tu Zhuo and Elder Mu Lao Lu also greeted them. Sect Master, Grand Elder. Luo Jiro gently nodded as she and Si Chen looked at Tu Zhuo together. Fifth Elder, you'll be in charge of taking over the Tsongyan sect ceded lands. Tu Zhuo nodded heavily. Yes. In the time that followed, Luo Jiro instructed Tu Zhuo on some more specific matters. After everything was explained clearly, she looked at Elder Mu and Elder Lu again. Elder Mu and Elder Lu, you guys return to the middle of the Divine Sect first. The Grand Elder and I need to patrol the affiliated forces of the Divine Sect on our way back. Elder Mu and Elder Lu looked at each other with amiable anti-smiles in their eyes. Obviously, they could see at a glance that their own Godmaster was trying to live in a two-person world with Si Chen. They smiled and nodded. Yes, Sect Leader, we won't be the light bulb. After the two said that, they turned into a stream of light and swept towards the distance. In place, Luo Jiro, whose mind was discovered by Elder Mu and Elder Lu, glared fiercely at Si Chen. I asked you to say it, but you preferred to let this sect master say it. Elder Mu and Elder Lu saw it at a glance. On the way back, Si Chen and Luo Jiro didn't linger too much longer. After the existence of the power of law was discovered by the Righteous Alliance, Luo Jiro needed to cultivate as soon as possible in order to prevent any unexpected discoveries. If he was able to successfully break through the Sage Realm, then there would be no more existences in the entire Kanglan realm that could threaten the White Feather Divine Sect. From the borders of the White Feather Divine Sect to the 8 main peaks where the White Feather Divine Sect's headquarters were located, Si Chen and Luo Jiro spent a total of 1 day. When the two of them returned to Rakshasa Peak, it was already completely dark. Just then, Luo Jiro suddenly transmitted her voice in a certain direction. No need to come. I will summon you tomorrow. Si Chen knew that it was Yu Hai Xiaowan and the others who realized that they had returned and were ready to come over, but they were backed off by Luo Jiro. At this time, Elder Mu and Elder Lu hadn't arrived at Rakshasa Peak yet, so other than some of the offerings and elders patrolling outside the peak, there were only two people on Rakshasa Peak, Si Chen and Luo Jiro. Sithen cocked his head and looked at the matron beside him. Immediately following Luo Jiro's cry of alarm, Si Chen directly picked Luo Jiro up by the waist and walked towards the hut that hadn't returned for a long time. Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro kicked and tossed her legs twice, her arms encircling Si Chen's neck. The bad guy. You just got back and you're being bad. Si Chen's expression was solemn as he said to the shy Luo Jiro, "Mother, quickly put away all your childish thoughts." Hey! Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro looked at him dumbfounded. Immediately afterward she heard Sit Hen say, "Are we just plain ing around?" Luo Jiro sniffled and asked in a small voice, "Isn't it?" "Of course not." Si Chen shook his head decisively. "Then what are we doing?" Luo Jiro asked again. Si Chen gently pushed open the door to the room and carried Luo Jiro to the bedside and sat down. "Everything we do as the divine sect master and grand elder is for the sake of the congregation being able to be safer." Si Chen's voice was extremely loud and his expression was serious as hell. He waved his hand. "As the saying goes, establish a heart for heaven and earth, establish a life for the people, succeed the great learning for the past saints, and establish peace for the 10,000 generations. The divine religion has not yet been revitalized. How can we talk about children's love? We're not ing around. We're fighting for the future of the Church of God." Sitting in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro stared blankly at Si Chen's serious and solemn expression and listened to his righteous oath. Suddenly feeling that all the burdens on her shoulders were much heavier, she asked dully, "Bad guy, really?" "Of course." Si Chen nodded heavily. "Mother, let's get started. So, need this godfather to put on your favorite dress and socks?" "Needed." In an instant, the room was plunged into an atmosphere of incomparable silence. Reacting, Si Chen covered his mouth as he whimpered and muttered, "Mother, what I mean is, formal dress code can increase the efficiency of practicing." "Efficiency your ass. This sect master almost believed your bullshit." Where could Luo Jiro not react at this point? Si Chen was clearly molesting her. If not for the fact that she knew exactly who Sit Hen was, she almost believed Sithen's bullshit. Luo Jiro kicked off the shoes on her feet and sat up from Si Chen's arms, jumping and running to the bed. And Si Chen sat on the edge of the bed, looking at the smile on Luo Jiro's face with a lifeless expression. He looked up to the sky and let out a long sigh. 100 years of planning. Ruined. You say this mouth of mine. Put. When Luo Jiro heard Si Chen's words and looked at his exaggerated expression, she couldn't hold back her laughter. Tapping her small feet in white socks, Luo Jiro came to Si Chen and bent down to look at him. "Bad fellow. You don't say those words of yours were quite bluffing. This sect master almost listened to your compulsion. If it weren't for the fact that this godfather asked a mouthful of questions about whether or not he wanted to wear those humiliating clothes, I would have almost believed you." Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's smiling face that was close at hand, arranged himself into a two lying on the bed, and looked at the roof lifelessly. "Ah, your husband has lost his face. All right. Looking at Si Chen's dejected gaze, Luo Jiro's eyes completed a crescent moon. She sat beside Sithen and placed her pair of jade legs on Sithen's chest, her little feet wiggling around. "Bad guy, even though your brain can't be compared to that of the lord of this family, it's already very impressive. At least the sect master almost believed it." Sithen wanted to say, "You are comforting." At that moment, the breeze from the window blew into the room along the open window, and the candle flame in the room danced brightly and dimly. Si Chen was lying on the bed while Luo Jiro's pair of small feet were wiggling around on Si Chen's chest. Gradually, neither spoke, but neither pulled away from the other either. In the quiet atmosphere, through the faint candlelight, Si Chen realized that a blush quietly surfaced on Luo Jiro's stunningly beautiful and pretty face. Sithen lifted his hand and took her small foot in his hand. "Bad guy, it tickles." Si Chen slowly sat up while taking Luo Jiro, who was sitting beside him, into his arms. Si Chen approached Luo Jiro's ear and asked softly, "Mother, is it okay?" Luo Jiro's neck was tickled by Si Chen's actions. She shrunk her neck and said in a small, sly voice, "This sect master doesn't know what you're talking about." At this time, her eyes also met with Sithen's. It was as if he had already figured out what was going on in Sithen's mind. Luo Jiro and Si Chen said at the same time, "To establish the heart for heaven and earth, to establish the lives of the people, to succeed the great learning of the past saints, and to establish peace for the world." Both voices begin and end at the same time. As the words fell, Luo Jiro and Si Chen looked into each other's eyes, the corners of their mouths lifting slightly as they smiled together. "Bad guy, I knew you were going to say that. Mother, you are simply a maggot inside my stomach. Blah blah blah, you're the maggot. You can't tell a roundworm from a maggot. Bad boy." Luo Jiro pampered herself as if she was gently pounding in Si Chen's arms for a few times, then she leaned her head on his shoulder. And as Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro in his arms, there was a doting smile in his eyes. The dense power of the divine soul wrapped the hut the two were in thickly, and what was happening in it was no longer known to outsiders. The only thing that dissipated into the air along with the breeze were the few vaguely audible conversations. "Bad guy, saying that it's for the sake of the divine religion. Why do you still want this sect master to wear this belly band? Ma'am, correct attire to improve cultivation efficiency. Oomph. It's clearly your weird fetish for being a badass. I'll wear this one last time. Late at night, Sidhan sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed. Beside him, Luo Jiro, dressed in a snow-gold mandarin duck's bib, slept lazily, and her naive demeanor made people smile. Si Chen gazed at the worn volume of books in his hands, his eyes incomparably grave. And besides the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique, Si Chen had another item in his hands. The dark purple crystal that had appeared in the middle of the ancient ring along with the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique. At that time, Si Chen had been directly drained of his spiritual energy after merely using the eye of the heavens to view the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique. And this crystal had never had the time to view it. Si Chen always felt that this crystal must not be simple. After all, it was put together with a half-step emperor-level technique. The eye of heaven slowly operated, and Si Chen was able to clearly perceive that the spiritual energy in his body was rapidly disappearing. Target celestial treasure, Taishu dragon crystal. The special crystals that existed under the reverse scales of the Taishu ancient dragon clan contained the power of the Taishu ancient dragon. The Taishu dragon crystal is incredibly important to the inheritance of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. And after the fall of the Taishu ancient dragon, the Taishu ancient dragon clan will take back the dragon crystal. The Taishu dragon crystal. Although he had already guessed that this crystal would be associated with the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique, Si Chen had not expected that it was actually originating from the same source. Gripping the ancient book and dragon crystal in his hands, Si Chen slowly got up and out of bed, gently kissing Luo Jiro's brow. Mother, I'm right outside the house. Luo Jiro, who had just gone through a good deal of exertion, let out a soft and rolled over to continue sleeping. Sidhan smiled helplessly and walked towards the house. Under the starry sky, the Rakshasa peak was cold and silent. Si Chen sat cross-legged under the white moon. Calming his mind and soul power slowly covered the ancient book in his hand. Wow! In an instant, the pages of the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique flew and a complicated purple golden rune flew out from it, heading straight for Si Chen's brow. Boom! Si Chen only felt a bolt from the blue explode in his mind, and what followed was a vast and boundless purple heaven and earth. In the middle of this heaven and earth, Si Chen saw a vicissitude old man with white hair. The old man's upper body was naked, and there were incomparably dense arcs of electricity jumping all over his toned muscles. And what caught Si Chen's attention the most was the pair of dragon horns on top of his head, as well as the arms that had been completely dragonized. Opposite the old man, a dozen or so people dressed in black with ghost masks on their faces surrounded the old man. In the next moment, a great battle that only existed between saints erupted. Every time the old man's dragon claw swung out, an incomparably thick thunder would descend from the sky. Roar! Although the old man was only one person, he made the 10 or so black-robed men not dare to get close to him. This great battle lasted for an incomparably long time, and the entire heaven and earth became riddled with holes because of it. Bokla. In the end, the old man was still gradually weakened by the large number of opponents. However, a trapped beast would still fight, let alone a mixed sage. And just as the group of black-clothed men surrounded the old man, a dark purple crystal slowly emerged from the old man's hand. When Si Chen saw the crystal, his eyebrows jumped. In the old man's hands, the dark purple crystal erupted with an incomparably blazing purple light. In the midst of that roiling purple light, the old man's body was completely covered by dragon scales. A dark purple dragon 100 meters long emerged in the sky. In days gone by, the forbidden union of my father and mother gave birth to me. Now, I too will finally follow them because of this forbidden union. This passage, as if the old man had intended it. Sidhan wasn't even sure if the words were meant for those men in black or for him. The old man's gigantic body, which had been completely dragonized, expanded rapidly, and dense cracks then spread all over his dragon body. Seeing this, the 10 or so black-robed men's bodies shook violently as they simultaneously rushed towards the old man. They had to stop the old man from blowing himself up, or else what they needed would be completely destroyed. But they had ultimately underestimated the power of the Taishu ancient dragon clan. Boom! The purple light in the sky instantly filled a side of the world, and boundless dragon blood mixed with the flesh and blood of dozens of saints flew down. The earth infested with dragon's blood began to gradually rumble, and a piece of purple heavenly underworld crystal was generated with it. The scene comes to a quiet halt. Si Chen's divine sense was suspended in the middle of this heaven and earth, and his mind could not be calmed for a long time. From the old man's words, Si Chen was able to obtain quite a bit of information, a product of the combination of the Taishu ancient dragon and the human race. Recalling the old man's huge body that was completely dragonized, Si Chen still couldn't help but be shocked by that terrifying power. That was the power of a saint, the power that could easily sway a side of the world. Retracting his thoughts from the scene he had just witnessed, Si-Chen realized that a complete volume of the heart law had been added to his sea of consciousness. Following the guidance of the purple gold-colored rune, the spiritual energy in Si-Chen's meridians ran wildly like a river and a sea. A burst of giant dragon hissing sounds began to come from around Si-Chen's body, who was sitting cross-legged on Rakshasa Peak. At the same time, the Taishu dragon crystal held in Si-Chen's hand also began to have a trace of purple flowing light penetrating into Si-Chen's body. Gradually, a spiritual energy storm centered on Si-Chen began to travel rapidly. Boom! The ancient heavenly court shadow and the world tree shadow appeared at the same time, and boundless aura surged madly towards Si-Chen's body. All the people cultivating amongst the White Feather Divine sect opened their eyes at the same time. They were incomparably shocked to discover that there was actually not a single trace of spiritual chi available for them to use on this huge 8 main peaks. Countless figures rose into the sky at the same time, and they even saw the aura that had condensed into substance surging towards Rakshasa Peak. What the hell is this? Could it be that the sect leader is breaking through to the mixed sage realm? It's the Grand Elder. The congregation closest to Rakshasa Peak saw Si-Chen, who was at the center of the aura storm. Boom! A roar that resounded through the heavens and earth resounded above the sky, and several figures appeared outside of Rakshasa Peak at the same time. Luo Jiro, Elder Mu, Elder Lu, Yu Hai, Guan Shiyun, and Xiao Wan. At this time, the sky above the White Feather Divine sect had been completely covered by pitch-black dark clouds, and dense golden arcs of electricity were constantly jumping in the dark clouds. Xiao Wan looked towards Luo Jiro, lost in thought. Sect Master, this is heavenly tribulation. Si-Chen is going to break through the transition realm. Facing the inquiring gazes of the group of elders, Luo Jiro gently nodded her head despite the infinite shock in her heart. After all, among the people present, she was the only one who had experienced a heavenly tribulation. Luo Jiro's gaze was firmly fixed on Si-Chen, who was sitting cross-legged in front of her, and the shock in her heart was no less than anyone else's. This was because she was the only one present who knew that Si-Chen was still at the 6th level of the cave ruin realm not too long ago. At this moment, however, the heavenly tribulation that symbolized the transition realm was about to descend on the White Feather Divine sect. Not even close. Gazing at the dense dark clouds in the sky, Luo Jiro said in a deep voice, his realm has risen too quickly, and he hasn't even searched for a magic weapon to receive the heavenly tribulation. Just like the Yuanshan realm breaking through the cave ruin realm was required to open up the cave heaven, the cave ruin realm breaking through the ferrying realm similarly required certain conditions. That is to sacrifice the magic weapon that receives the heavenly tribulation. When Luo Jiro broke through the transition realm, the receiving magic weapon she used was the King Great Upper Grade Divine Sword in her hand, the Blue Moon Clear Light Sword. As far as Luo Jiro knew, the 3 members of the Righteous Alliance likewise all had their own receiving spells. Sword Nameless, King Great Upper Grade Divine Armament Elong Ancient Sword, Yen Tianhao, King Great Upper Grade Heavenly Material Red Flame Divine Flame, Takumi, King Great Upper Grade Divine Weapon Saka Zen Staff. While at this moment, Luo Jiro knew that Si-Chen did not yet have the magic weapon used to receive the heavenly tribulation. His Star Moon Lance had completely disintegrated in the battle with Yen Ji, and even that Song Yen sword box had been given to Luo Jiro. Without a receiving artifact, no one would be able to carry the heavenly tribulation if they were to fight it with their physical bodies. Hearing Luo Jiro's explanation, Guan Shiyun, who was on the side, asked softly, Sect Leader, doesn't Si-Chen have a suitable receiving spell? Luo Jiro nodded. He shouldn't have any magic artifacts on him that can help him resist the heavenly tribulation. Luo Jiro's tone was a bit remorseful. She very much regretted that she hadn't prepared for Si-Chen earlier. She said softly, perhaps the heavenly tribulation will recede soon. Boom! As soon as Luo Jiro's words fell, an incomparably soul-shattering roar resounded in the sky. Under the puzzled and shocked gazes of Luo Jiro and Guan Shiyun and the others, an incomparably thick thunderbolt descended from the sky and headed straight for Si-Chen. Just as that thunder was about to descend on top of Si-Chen's head, a force that was strong to the extreme suddenly erupted from his body. Si-Chen's top was completely crumbling at this moment, and his arguably perfect musculature was exposed to the air. Yu Hai's brow throbbed abruptly as he looked at Si-Chen's fleshly body that could be described as perfect, and tears of envy flowed from the corners of his mouth. Under the gaze of the entire White Feather Divine sect, an ancient tree that plunged straight into the sky completely materialized. This ancient tree was constantly dense with golden green light, and each branch and leaf seemed to contain a small world. That's right, this was the magic weapon that Si-Chen was going to use to receive the heavenly tribulation, the World Tree. Si-Chen, who was still sitting under the World Tree, floated up and slowly landed between the branches of the World Tree. Afterward, the World Tree acted as if it possessed divine intelligence, and the branches intermingled with the infinite divine power of creation jerked toward the dark clouds in the sky. Boom! Under the strike from the World Tree, the dark clouds in the sky were actually hardened and dispersed by more than 30%. World Tree, come on. Let me see what's going on. Skyjack, you can't afford to play, can you? The people present who witnessed this only felt their hearts stop beating for a few seconds, especially when the branches of the World Tree lashed at the dark clouds. They even felt that if this blow would have hit them, it would have to be beaten to death in the east and the west. Guan Shiryun looked at Luo Jiro beside her. Sect leader, Sichin, this doesn't seem like he doesn't have a receiving spell. Well, Luo Jiro admitted that she had underestimated how outrageous Sithan was after all. Boom! Right in the middle of the crowd's discussion, the branches of the World Tree were already pumping strikes on top of the heavenly tribulation at one time. At this time, the sky above the white feather divine sect had even begun to gradually glow. It's getting light. The next moment, without even waiting for the World Tree to swing out its branches once more, the dark clouds in the sky actually began to disperse of their own accord. Seeing this, Xiaowan excitedly waved her fists. Sect leader, is the divine sect going to have another transition realm? Hearing Xiaowan's words, Luo Jiro only shook her head helplessly. The corners of her mouth curved in bitterness. It seems that it's not a good thing for a receiving spell to be too strong. It was also at this time that Sichin, who was sitting on the World Tree, slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, Sichen's gaze met the crowd of the White Feather Divine Sect. Facing the expectant gazes of the crowd, Sichin flew to them. Guys, hey, Sichin, shouldn't you be in the transition realm already? Noticing the aura on Sichen's body, Xiaowan asked suspiciously. Sichin helplessly touched the bridge of his nose. I haven't even crossed the heavenly tribulation, so how could I possibly break through the tribulation realm? Sichin first looked at the more than 800,000 points on his system panel and then said, it seems that we have to choose one other receiving magic weapon. You guys saw this one of mine just now. Sithan's meaning was obvious. The heavenly tribulation was directly dispersed by the World Tree. Not even a tribulation. How could it be considered a tribulation realm? The crowd was stunned. So being too strong is also a kind of trouble. At this time, Luo Jiro comforted Sichin. It's alright. Your current realm has already reached the half-step transitional tribulation, so you can start your first transitional tribulation at any time. After that, it's just a matter of finding a suitable receiving spell. After speaking to Sichin, Luo Jiro turned to several other main peaks. Alright, stand down, all of you. Thus, the storm over Sichin's breakthrough gradually subsided. Although he hadn't managed to break through to the transition realm yet, anyone could see that he could break through any time he wanted to. At the same time, the commotion that Sichin had just created had shocked everyone present. The White Feather Divine Sect's congregation all had the same thought in their hearts. The self-same Grand Elder, terrifying as it is. After the congregation had all dispersed, Yu Hai, Guan Shiryun, and Xiaowan followed Luo Jiro and Sichin to the council chamber on Rakshasa Peak. Luo Jiro sat in the first place, looking down at Yu Hai and the others. During the time that the Grand Elder and I have been gone, has anything happened amongst the Divine Sect? Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Yu Hai and the others' expressions also became grave. He got up and gave a slight salute towards Luo Jiro and Sichin, and said in a deep voice, Sect Master, nothing has happened since you and the Grand Elder left in the middle of the half-month. However, just 2 days ago, an affiliated force in the west of the Divine Sect called the Fierce Underworld House was slaughtered with its entire family. Not only that, but the wind-chasing divine tigers that the Fierce Underworld Mansion raised for the Divine Sect were also killed in their entirety. According to the report of those who went to investigate, they seem to have found the shadow of the Righteous Alliance at the scene. Hearing Yu Hai's words, Luo Jiro's eyebrows frowned slightly. She asked in a deep voice, the Fierce Underworld Mansion's Mansion Master was at the second level of the Cave Ruin Realm, yet he was killed outright? Luo Jiro's words fell, and the atmosphere within the council chamber was somewhat oppressive. The people in the room knew exactly what that meant. To be able to slaughter a force with a full house of Cave Ruin Realm powerhouses, it meant that the other party's strength must be far beyond the early stage of the Cave Ruin Realm. And among the people present, only Sichin and Yu Hai possessed this kind of strength. At this time, Sichin said softly, Mother, I'll go take a look. From today onwards, those disciples with outstanding talent will be able to receive 1 amethyst crystal every month. Donors and elders with outstanding contributions will be rewarded with purple heavenly underworld crystals. Luo Jiro's tone was very light, but the words she uttered caused the few people present to not be able to help but have their bodies shaken. Purple sky meditation crystals. Yu Hai and the others were not short-sighted people, so they naturally knew very well what this purple sky underworld crystal meant. Luo Jiro continued, I will discuss matters related to the Fierce Underworld Mansion with the Grand Elder. If there's nothing else to do, then retire first. However, just as Guan Shiryun and Xiaowan were about to walk out of the council chamber, Luo Jiro suddenly said to the two of them again, Shiryun and Waner, Come back up to Rakshasa Peak tomorrow. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan looked at her suspiciously. Do you need us to prepare anything, Godfather? Facing the inquiring gazes of the two, a flustered look flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes as well. However, she still shook her head flatly. No need. This sect master just has some things to discuss with you. Yes, Godfather. Despite the doubts in Guan Shiyun and Xiaowan's hearts, they would not disobey Luo Jiro's orders. After Xiaowan and the others had left as much as they could, only Si Chen and Luo Jiro remained in the council chamber. Si Chen leaned back in his seat and winked at Luo Jiro. Mother, what do you want with the 4th and 7th elders? Also, there's nothing going on either. Luo Jiro turned her head to the side and muttered in a small voice. If I were to talk to you about this kind of thing, you wouldn't be thinking about bullying this sect master all day long. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro. What? Nothing. Luo Jiro's pair of small hands kept shaking in front of Si Chen. She adjusted her emotions and said towards Si Chen. Bad fellow. That ancient tree you used to receive the heavenly tribulation is just a little too powerful. This sect master has lived for hundreds of years, and it's the first time I've heard of a heavenly tribulation being broken. Luo Jiro spoke, and she looked at Si Chen as if she was scrutinizing a monster. And Sitan leaned back in his seat helplessly. Who would have thought it? How could Si Chen not expect that the dense heavenly tribulation's dark clouds would actually be directly pumped away by the world tree? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen. Why don't you still use the Tsongyan sword box to receive the heavenly tribulation? I have the Biyue clear light sword and that's enough. In the face of Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen was directly shaking his head. Mother, I already have a choice in mind, so don't worry about it. How about? Luo Jiro's hand gently caressed over her long coiled hair, and a fiery red phoenix hairpin appeared in her hand. The red gold phoenix plume is for you to use. No need. Ma'am. Si Chen placed the red gold phoenix plume in Luo Jiro's hand while holding her hand and pushing it back. But, Luo Jiro still seemed a bit worried. If the grade of the receiving magic weapon is too low, it will easily be destroyed by the heavenly tribulation. Si Chen held his chin with his hand as he gazed up and down, scrutinizing Luo Jiro's perfect petite body. 2 more days of signing in, and we'll have saved enough for $900,000. The Saint grade medium grade Tongtian Jianmu lance from the system interface was priced at 900,000 points. Luo Jiro naturally didn't understand what Si Chen meant by $900,000, but she was somewhat embarrassed by Si Chen's extremely aggressive gaze. Bad fellow. This sect master is talking to you. What are you looking blindly at? Si Chen gave her a wicked smile. My lady, don't worry. You still don't believe what your husband says. Badass. Luo Jiro gently got up and came to Si Chen's side, and Si Chen obediently wrapped her in his arms. Sitting on Si Chen's lap, Luo Jiro's small hand lightly caressed at Si Chen's wrist, while feeling Si Chen's meridians. The shock in Luo Jiro's eyes grew in her eyes. Bad guy. Your meridians seem to be thicker and harder than before. That's not a good thing to say. Si Chen hurriedly changed the topic. Mother, why don't I go over to the fierce underworld mansion and take a look? It will be more dangerous if the other elders go. Hearing Si Chen's words, a flash of reluctance flashed through Luo Jiro's eyes. She held onto Si Chen's neck, her pretty face close to him. Then, let's go together. After being married for so long, Luo Jiro and Si Chen had never been separated. And Si Chen also seemed to have known that Luo Jiro would say this. He favored Luo Jiro by scraping the bridge of her nose. Mother, the divine sect has just obtained so many amethyst crystals and purple sky underworld crystals. You are needed to hold down the fort, and it shouldn't take long for things to get delayed over there. Maybe I'll be back in 3 or 2 days. 3 or 2 days. Luo Jiro murmured Si Chen's words in a small voice, her face filled with a tangled expression. Eventually, though, she nodded. Luo Jiro also knew that she and Si Chen were not alone after all. As absolute rulers of the White Feather Divine Religion, they needed to be responsible for some of the divine religion's mishaps. Yikes. Just as Luo Jiro was losing her mind because Si Chen was going to leave for the time being, she suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Immediately after that, she found her entire body being carried by Sithen. With that, Si Chen carried her towards the outside of the council chamber, aiming straight for his and Luo Jiro's room. Bad guy, what are you doing? Si Chen lowered his head to look at Luo Jiro in his arms and smiled heatedly. Mother, do you remember what you said about the heavenly Tao making it more difficult for those powerful existences to give birth to heirs? Remember. What's wrong? Luo Jiro was curious as to why Si Chen suddenly brought this up. Walking out of the council chamber, amidst the anti-smiles of Elder Mu and Elder Lu, Si Chen pushed open the door of his room while holding the pretty, red-faced Si Chen in his arms. I'm going to let the heavenly Tao know today what it means that my destiny is not up to heaven. You. Nonsense. Righteous Alliance. San Yen Sect. On top of the mountain peak where Yen Tianhao had deliberated with Jian Wu Ming and Tuahai. At this time, Jian Wuming and Tuahai had already left with hatred. Obviously, the two of them were extremely dissatisfied with the fact that Yen Tianhao had gathered the strength of the three clans and had not been able to do anything about the White Feather Divine Sect. However, Yen Tianhao was incomparably calm in the face of this matter, and it seemed as if he didn't know what was brewing in his heart. On top of the mountain peak, Yen Tianhao sat in front of the stone table, gently shaking the teacup in his hand. Across from him, Yen Ji, who was wearing a fire-red dress and had white hair, stood quietly. Father, forgive Yenji for not being able to bring him back. In the face of Yen Ji's words, Yen Tianhao only nodded lightly. He said, Yen Ji, my father asked you to bring him back with the Tsong Yen sword box. This is my toast. But apparently he didn't seem interested in a toast for his father. Yen Tianhao himself felt unbelievable that Si Chen was actually really able to ignore Yen Ji's charm and directly reject her. Only, his desire for the power of the laws in Si Chen's body would not be diminished by a single bit. Since he won't eat my father's toast, then my father will have to prepare some other means for him. Yen Ji frowned slightly. Father, he's strong. Very strong. Yen Ji, even if he is stronger, with his cave ruin realm cultivation, can he carry the joint ambush of the 9 elders of my Tsong Yen sect? Yenji doesn't know. Bad guy. You don't even need a break. My godfather is going to be exhausted. In the room, Luo Jiro was lying on the bed, wrapping her own in the quilt. A pair of small feet propped up against Si Chen's chest, her slender legs white as jade. Sithan sat on the bed, massaging Luo Jiro's calves and smiling gently at her. My lady, it seems to be the reason for practicing the Taishu ancient dragon's heart technique. I felt that my physical strength was more than several times stronger than before, and the flow rate of spiritual energy in my meridians was growing geometrically. The energy recovery is even more fantastically fast. Luo Jiro gently nodded. After all, it's a half-step emperor level technique. Its power must be far beyond our imagination. What you've said should still only be the most basic effects. As Luo Jiro spoke, a look of shame and indignation flashed across her pretty face. She muttered in a small voice. Earlier you said that there are only tired oxen, not plowed fields. This sect leader just wants to ask what kind of land would be able to forbid a cow like you. Hearing Luo Jiro's little mumble, Si Chen's face was also filled with a look of forbearance. Si Chen came to Luo Jiro's side and took her into his arms and said with a smile, my bad. I'll be careful next time. Humph. You say that every time. Luo Jiro used her small fist to pound on Si Chen's chest and said indignantly, but every time this sect leader says slow down, you get more and more energetic. Ahem. Sithan coughed lightly, a cold sweat surfacing on his forehead. Yes, there, badass. Tell me yourself if you did. Facing Luo Jiro's mortified expression, Si Chen's large hand gently rubbed at the small of her back. At the same time, he hastily changed the topic and said, Ma'am, tomorrow I'll go directly over to the fierce underworld mansion, right? Even though she had known that this moment would eventually come, Luo Jiro couldn't help but feel a little lost when Si Chen said it. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's lost and tangled appearance and only felt his heart melting. Mother, I'll just be going to investigate some minor matters, and I'll be back in a few days at most. Maybe I'll already be back before you fully refine the power of the laws I left you? Luo Jiro still answered with her head lowered, and that pathetic look almost made Si Chen fail to hold his mental defenses. And just at this time, Luo Jiro, who had originally lowered her head, suddenly raised her head and, at this moment, her pretty face was filled with inquiries. Bad guy, if this godmother can't satisfy you, will you go find another woman? Ha! Si Chen, who was still pondering about tomorrow's matters, was frozen by Luo Jiro's direct question. Si Chen pinched out Luo Jiro's little nose and twisted it back and forth. He asked in a good-natured manner, Ma'am, does your husband look like the kind of person who lusts for more? Look at Bukla. Luo Jiro removed Si Chen's hand and whispered, it's not like it doesn't look like. All is not said and done though. After all, you badasses are getting stronger in the flesh now. Maybe you'll make a mistake that day. Si Chen wrapped his arm around Luo Jiro's waist, a helpless look on his face. Mother, absolutely not. Luo Jiro opened her small mouth like a kitten and bit on Si Chen's hand. That's more like it. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro tightly. The two of their bodies pressed tightly together. Luo Jiro felt the temperature that Si Chen's body transmitted to her, and she only felt her head spinning. Si Chen looked at the beautiful woman in his arms and said with a smile, Mother, you're a sect leader, a great power of the 9th level of the transition realm. Why do you act like a little girl who likes to be jealous all day? Humph. Hearing Si Chen's words, a flash of shyness flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes. Do you think this sect master is willing to do that? It's not because of you. Si Chen first looked out the window at the dark night, then turned his gaze to the warm and beautiful Luo Jiro under the candlelight. Mother, a little sleep? Hold this godfather. On the second day, When the sky was flooded with a reddish haze, the sleeping Si-Chen slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Luo Jiro was still asleep in Si-Chen's arms. Si-Chen turned his gaze to his system panel. Host, Si-Chen. Cultivation level, half-step transition, the first heavenly tribulation is coming. Degree of body forging, 2890, humanoid dragon beast, hand-tearing beginner cave market. Qualification, 1486, heaven's blessing will come. Charisma, 130, excellent hearth. Highly attractive to females. Lucky, 106, when nothing seems to happen. Nothing does happen. Available points, 898,300. Unlike before, the system interface at this time had an extra introduction after each attribute. Looking at these several introductions that could be described as ghostly to the extreme, Si-Chen for a moment actually didn't know which one to start spitting on. In the end, Si-Chen had no choice but to turn his gaze to the points column that he had been longing for. After tirelessly signing in over this period of time, Si-Chen's points had already come to 89 million. With just one more check-in, Si-Chen would be able to save up enough points to redeem the Saint-grade medium-grade Tongtian Jianmu lance. Retracting his thoughts from the system interface, Si-Chen's gaze happened to meet Luo Jiro's bright eyes. On Rakshasa Peak, Luo Jiro stood in front of Si-Chen with a watery gaze, raising her hand to help him straighten out the folds on his clothes. Bad guy. The location where the fierce underworld mansion is located is very special. It is a place where the fierce fiends gather in a radius of 1,000 miles. When you go over there, if you encounter any unforeseen dangers, you must summon me forward at the first opportunity. Si-Chen nodded, and after placing a gentle kiss on Luo Jiro's brow, he turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky. Only when Si-Chen's figure completely disappeared into the sky did Luo Jiro, who had always been stationed in the same place, withdraw her gaze. It was also at this time that two silhouettes appeared in the sky outside of Rakshasa Peak. It was none other than the fourth elder of the divine sect, Guan Shiyun, and the seventh elder, Xia Wan. Luo Jiro looked at the two of them, a strange look flashing in her eyes, like anticipation and shyness. Coming closer, Guan Shiyun and Xia Wan saluted Luo Jiro. Sect Master. Luo Jiro waved her hand and asked in a low voice toward Guan Shiyun. Shiyun, did you bring everything? Guan Shiyun raised her head to look at Luo Jiro, who had an expectant face, and nodded with a smile. At the same time the ring on her finger flashed with a bright light, and a large stack of thick books appeared in front of several people. Bishop, it's all brought. This is all the ancient books I've found from the Acacia sect on how to take a man's psychology. Just as Guan Shiyun spoke, her gaze toward Luo Jiro was also filled with sighs. Before Si-Chen appeared, how had this kind of look ever appeared on the face of the selfsame sect master? To this, Quan Shian only wanted to say, you're done, you've fallen in love. Just as Guan Shiyun and Xiao Wan froze, they also heard Luo Jiro's voice. You guys can't say anything about this to Si-Chen, west of the White Feather Divine Sect, the fierce underworld state. Si-Chen had spent roughly a day arriving from the White Feather Divine Sect's headquarters. As the more top-tier existence among all the affiliated forces of the White Feather Divine Sect, the fierce underworld mansion was the absolute overlord of the entire fierce underworld prefecture. The cultivation level of its mansion master had already reached the second level of the cave ruin realm. However, it was such an existence that was slaughtered in one night. The fierce underworld mansion was, after all, a force under the White Feather Divine Sect, and at the same time had been raising wind chasing divine tigers for the White Feather Divine Sect. This time, when the fierce underworld mansion was destroyed, the White Feather Divine Sect was obliged to investigate the matter to the end. Find the murderer and kill him outright. If we can't find the murderer, then we have to carry out all kinds of looks to the end. Otherwise who else would be willing to do their best for the White Feather Divine Sect in the future? Suspended in the middle of the sky, Si-Chen was always scanning the pitch-black colored earth below, just as Luo Jiro had told him before the trip. The location where the fierce underworld mansion was located was a place where the fierce fiends gathered in a 1,000-mile radius. Simply by hovering in the air, Si-Chen felt the monstrous fury. Continuing forward, Si-Chen's sight also slowly surfaced the broken mountain gate of the fierce underworld mansion. Descending slowly from the air, Si-Chen stepped into the middle of the mountain gate of the fierce underworld mansion. Around Si-Chen, there was devastation, and the ground was filled with black blood that had long since dried up as well as broken limbs and arms. Looking at this scene, which was like an inferno on earth, Si-Chen's eyes became incomparably gloomy. Slowly raising his right hand, Si-Chen's hand still had dense spiritual power chains pouring down. These spiritual energy chains were like a dense net, spreading out in all directions towards Si-Chen. Gradually, Si-Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. He sensed an aura that was familiar to him from that residual power around him. It was only not long ago in the tournament that he had just felt this kind of aura. In the next moment, Si-Chen's body turned in a certain direction, his tone not containing a trace of emotion. Come all the way out here. Just come right out. He, Grand Elder C's divine sense is really sharp. An old and sinister voice followed, and a figure slowly walked out from behind the broken wall in front of Si-Chen. Right from the first moment this figure appeared, Si-Chen recognized him. Song Yan Sek's second elder, Yan Guang. When he was behind Yan Tianhao, Si-Chen had seen this old man in front of him. Compared to Yan Yi, Yan Guang gave Si-Chen a very sinister feeling, looking like a villain in any way. Si-Chen even wondered just how this thing had become the second elder of the forces of the Righteous Alliance. And just as Si-Chen recognized Yan Guang also laughed. It's truly an honor for me that Grand Elder Si was able to remember me. Si-Chen didn't engage him in too much nonsense, but asked directly, did you do this? What is the Grand Elder referring to? Yan Guang continued to ask rhetorically with a smile. Si-Chen smiled slightly. What do you think I'm asking? Did you do it when my sow gave birth? A flash of ferocity visible to the naked eye flashed in Yan Guang's eyes. However, he still smiled lightly. Grand Elder Si really knows how to joke. Si-Chen said expressionlessly. The Song Yan Sek's hand seems to have reached a little too far. If I don't do so, will the Great Elder show up? Oh no! I should say, will Sect Master Luo let me meet with Grand Elder Si? Yan Guang spoke while walking slowly in the direction where Si-Chen was. He opened his hands and took a sickly deep breath. What does it matter even if more of this devilish cultists die? If killing just a few cultists will allow me to meet with Grand Elder Si, then I don't mind killing some more in the slightest. Si-Chen looked at Yan Guang, who was approaching step by step. His eyes narrowed slightly, the emotions contained within them somewhat unspeakable. Yan Guang, on the other hand, continued. I thought that Sect Master Luo would send the other elders first, but I didn't expect the Grand Elder to be the first to come. It's a pity that I didn't get to fight with a few other elders. His meaning was obvious. If Si-Chen wasn't the first to appear, then he would kill all the Divine Sect elders before Si-Chen, until Si-Chen showed up for it. Si-Chen gazed straight into Yan Guang's shadowy eyes and said softly, your bottom line, are the other 8 elders in the dark? Ha! Hearing Si-Chen's words, Yan Guang's expression didn't change a bit. He smiled and said, Grand Elder Si, before I came here, the Patriarch had already understood that Sect Leader Luo would definitely not come with you, because the White Feather Divine Sect has just obtained the Amethyst Vein and 1,000 miles of territory. There are too many things in the Divine Sect that she needs to deal with. In this case, I'll be able to discuss something alone with Grand Elder Si. Sit-Han raised an eyebrow. What did you want to talk to me about? Naturally, it's about breaking away from the White Feather Divine Sect and joining my Song Yan Sect. Yan Guang did not hide a single thing. After all, in this situation now, he did not need to hide anything from Si-Chen at all. Sit-Han cocked his head and looked at Yan Guang as if he was looking at a fool. You should know about my relationship with the White Feather God Sect Master? So what? Yan Guang asked back without the slightest hesitation. Great Elder Si, just a woman. What kind of woman can't a man like Senior Elder find? Even as long as Great Elder wants to, my Song Yan Sect can always find a woman with superior qualifications in the entire Xanlan realm for Great Elder. As Yan Guang's words fell, his shadowy eyes looked straight at Si-Chen. His face was filled with a smile of determination, as if Si-Chen would definitely be impressed by him. While Si-Chen faced Yan Guang's words, he only said softly, you killed the entirety of the Fierce Underworld Mansion. And now I need to hang your head on the mountain gate of the Fierce Underworld Mansion. Hearing Si-Chen's words, Yan Guang's gaze swept unnoticeably towards the surroundings. He continued, does the Grand Elder mean that he doesn't intend to consider what I've said? Sit-Han smiled slightly. Can I refuse? Yan Guang said indifferently, naturally, but please also ask the Grand Elder to think clearly before answering. After all, this isn't your White Feather Divine Sect's Rakshasa Peak, and a few of my fellow disciples won't be as nice as I am. Si-Chen paused, following Yan Guang's gaze, and similarly scanned towards the surroundings. He then blinked at Yan Guang. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. And what about the 8 of them? They shall likewise be hung on the mountain gate. Click, click, click. As Si-Chen's words fell, Yan Guang's hands clenched deathly tightly, and a severed arm in his hand was directly pinched into smithereens by him. At the same time, right around Si-Chen in all directions, there were also 8 figures dressed in dark red robes slowly stepping out. Yan Guang's sinister voice followed. First, I'll waste you. When the Patriarch ascends to the level of a mixed sage, he will naturally send Sect Leader Luo down to meet you. Boom! Almost the instant Yan Guang's words fell, Si-Chen's figure disappeared in place with a violent roar. A horrifyingly deep pit appeared where Si-Chen had been before. All of this happened in a flash of lightning, and Si-Chen's sudden outburst of power directly caused Yan Guang's heart to contract violently for a few moments. Click, click, click. Even though Yan Guang had anticipated that Si-Chen would launch an attack at him at the first opportunity, he had also prepared extremely high-grade defense spells beforehand. But at this moment, looking at the divine armor of creation, which was already strewn with cracks after only enduring a single punch from Si Chen. Yan Guang's brow throbbed violently. Just what kind of power was required to shatter the divine armor of creation with a single punch from one's physical body alone? Wasn't it said that Si Chen's strength was not much better than his own holy maiden? It's not much of a fucking win. This punch could have shattered the selfsame holy maiden. Without any hesitation, Yan Guang hissed towards the surrounding puts. Full power. Obviously, the other 8 Songyan sect elders who had come with Yan Guang had also witnessed this. They all knew very well that anyone who took this punch from Si Chen hard would definitely be nailed into the ground below as a human stick. For a time, the hands of all that Songyan sect elders, including Yan Guang, were dense with a rich fiery red light. 9 fire-red spiritual power chains simultaneously twined towards Si Chen, directly entangling his arms and legs in them to death. Since they had already seen Si Chen's physical strength, they naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to physically fight with him again. Just as Si Chen's arms and legs were being held back by the 9 people from the Songyan sect, the 9 people's attacks, which were dense to the extreme, also came blasting towards Si Chen like rain. To be able to become an elder of the Songyan sect, all 9 of them had already reached the Cave Ruin Realm. 9 Cave Ruin Realm elders joined forces against Si Chen, who was also in the Cave Ruin Realm, and their eyes were filled with the light of determination. Si Chen, on the other hand, did not undergo a single change in his expression even as he faced the attacks of the 9. Roar! Suddenly, a giant dragon hissing sound that resounded through the heavens and earth rang out, and a giant dragon silhouette that was purple in color slowly coiled Si Chen within it. Under this giant dragon's shadow, the attacks of the 9 elders of the Songyan sect were obliterated almost instantly. Not only that, the 9 of them only felt a huge force so huge that they couldn't resist it coming from the chains in their hands, and the 9 of them were actually pulled towards the direction where Si Chen was at the same time. All back off and open the grand formation. Yan Guang's voice came out once more, and at this moment, he also finally realized how wrong he was at the beginning. It was the same Cave Ruin Realm. How could it be so much different? But it was clear that Si Chen wouldn't have the slightest reservation for them because of Yan Guang's awakening. Just as he pulled the 9 people together towards him, the elder whose realm was only the 3rd level of the Cave Ruin Realm initiated the weakest resistance among them. He was pulled in front of him with almost no resistance by Sit-Hen, and Sit-Hen's hands held his arms and shoulders in a death grip amidst his terrified gaze. Rip! Ah! The creepy tearing sound was followed by that elder's agonizing hiss. With the only arm he had left, he covered himself dead at his other shoulder. There, dark red blood gushed out like a fountain. This elder even felt that if he hadn't given up an arm to quickly retreat, what he had been torn off would not have been as simple as an arm. He himself would probably be the first person to have his head hung on the mountain gate by Si Chen. However, just as this elder's arm was torn off by Si Chen, the others, including Yan Guang, had already spread out, each standing in one of the directions of the fierce underworld mansion. Seeing this, Si Chen's brows frowned slightly. He was able to perceive that the dense ferocious chi enveloping the sky above the fierce underworld mansion seemed to be converging rapidly towards his side. At the same time, Si Chen also saw the blood-red lines that began to rapidly emerge above the ground. Buzz dun 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 dun. A blood-colored array centered on Si Chen took shape with a bang, and the ferocious chi of the surrounding sky began to surge wildly towards the array. Being in this grand formation, it was as if Si Chen had entered a blood-colored purgatory condensed from pure baneful chi. At this time, Si Chen also heard Yan Guang's gloomy voice once again. Si Chen, do you think that we have really done nothing by waiting here for so long? This devil flame fierce fury formation is prepared for you. As Yan Guang's words fell, the blood-colored array surrounding Si Chen also began to rotate rapidly. Si Chen stood in the center of the grand formation, and countless stern ghosts condensed from the fierce fury chi pounced madly towards him. Si Chen's hands were dense with a rich purple light, and all the severe ghosts that were close by were obliterated in an instant. At the same time, Si Chen turned into a stream of light and charged towards the elder closest to him. Buzz click click click. Right in front of that elder, Si Chen's fist smashed heavily on the demonic flame fierce fury formation. That elder looked at Si Chen, who was separated from him by a pang, with suddenly contracted eyes in horror, and he even saw a death-like smile on Si Chen's face. However, it was fortunate that the devil flame ferocious fiend formation was strong enough, or that the ferocious fiend chi of this ferocious underworld state was thick enough. Si Chen's punch was as strong as it was, but it was still quite a bit short of breaking the grand formation. Seeing that Si Chen was unable to break through the grand formation, a flash of joy appeared on the faces of the 8 Songyan sect elders who were controlling the grand formation. As long as Si Chen was unable to break the demonic flame ferocious fiend formation within a short period of time, then he would definitely have his sanity eroded by the dense ferocious fiend chi, ultimately turning into a puppet with no consciousness. And Si Chen frowned as he looked at the gusts of ripples on the red film of light in front of him. It seems like it's really troublesome to not have a proper weapon. As Si Chen spoke, His gaze slowly turned to the faces of the group of Tsongyen sect elders. Looking at the several people's look of determination, a crazy and teasing look suddenly surfaced in Sichen's eyes. After working so hard to prepare so much for me, I'm really sorry if I don't return some big gifts to you guys. Sichen picked up the broken arm on the ground and said slowly, "System, sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for signing in at the hands of Tsongyen sect elder Yen Dao at the 3rd level of the Cave Market realm. Received reward, 2,000 points. Attribute gift pack, medium, *1. Purchased the Tontine Kenwood Lance. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing the Saint Grade Medium Grade Divine Armor, Tongtian Jianmu Lance. Deducting 90 points. Remaining 300 points. As the system's words fell, Sichen's hand suddenly became dense with a golden green light that was so thick that it was extreme. At the same time, the world tree in Sichen's body gave the same response. In the next moment, a long spear that was about 7 feet long, with a pitch-black body and a tip that flashed with cold light appeared in Sichen's hand. After a lapse of more than 2 months, Sichen finally held this heartfelt Tongtian Jianmu lance in his hands. And the moment the Tongtian Jianmu lance appeared, a sense of crisis arose in the hearts of Yen Guang and the others who were maneuvering the Grand Formation for no reason. They were even prepared to maneuver the Grand Formation to defend against Sichen's attack. However, as time passed, Yen Guang and the others realized that Sichen actually just stood still without taking any attacks. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and earth came from above the dome of the sky, and the hearts of Yen Guang and the others jumped violently. A few people looked up to the sky, only to find that the originally clear sky was now covered in dark clouds. In that black, pressurized dark cloud, countless electric arcs that were dense to the extreme were brewing. These dark clouds surrounded everyone, including the 9 elders of the Tsongyen sect, and the arcs of electricity in them were already thick to the extreme. Looking at what was happening in front of him, gradually, an idea that made Yen Guang's liver and gall rise in his heart. Heavenly tribulation. Yen Guang lost his voice and hissed. In Yen Guang's terrified gaze, he saw the evil smile at the corner of Sichen's mouth. This isn't just any apocalypse, my friend. This is weighted by numbers. 1, 2, 3, 1 by 1. Sichen's fingers pointed over the elders of the Tsongyen sect, and the words he uttered were like whispers from hell. 9, 10 times the heavenly tribulation. If you have a friend from afar, you will be killed even though you are far away. Men like to be called brother by girls. Men like dainty, pathetic women. Make up a pitiful life for yourself when you capture a hearth. This was summarized by the generations of ancestors of the Acacia sect. So don't look at me like that. On Rakshasa Peak, in Sichen and Luo Jiro's room, Guan Shiyun flipped through the book in her hands while reciting what was written in it. On the opposite side of her, Luo Jiro and Xiaowan were both sitting at the table, using their hands to lean on their chins in a serious manner. The 3 of them at this point were like a teacher with nothing in his head teaching 2 almost completely demented students. One little smart guy is teaching 2 big smart guys. The things recorded in the books in Guan Shiyun's hands could be said to have completely surpassed the trio's perceptions. After all, how could they have been exposed to this love affair before? As Guan Shiyun chanted, her gaze was also cast towards Luo Jiro on the side. Sect Master, you have to be dainty and churlish, and you have to call out to Brother Siken. Luo Jiro, Xiaowan, who almost laughed out loud, hastily covered her mouth with her hand. As for Luo Jiro beside her, although she was still in a cold and icy manner, a flash of extremely obvious panic flashed through her eyes. She spoke quietly, "It would be better to let this sect master do that than to let me die." Hearing Luo Jiro's words, a look of forbearance also surfaced on Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun's faces. Even they felt unbelievable just by the mere association of the iceberg-like sect leader, daintily calling out to Brother Sichen. The probability of this scene occurring was completely no less than Sichen mowing down the righteous alliance with his own strength. Looking at Luo Jiro's tangled look, Guan Shiyun gently slid her finger on the page with a smile on her face. She said softly, "Sect leader, this if you can't do it, there are other ways." What? Luo Jiro looked at Guan Shiyun with a hopeful face. Guan Shiyun, on the other hand, looked at the book while scowling at Luo Jiro. "Before I tell the godfather about this method, I need to clear up one thing." Luo Jiro looked at Guan Shiyun suspiciously. "What is it?" Guan Shiyun placed the book in her hands on the table, clasped her hands to her chest, and asked very seriously, "Has the sect leader and Sichen had that yet?" In the face of Guan Shiyun's question, Luo Jiro and Xiaowan were directly confused, especially Xiaowan, her twin ponytails fluttering, her doll face full of confusion about unknown knowledge. Luo Jiro asked in a small voice, What is it?" "It's just that." Guan Shiyun picked up the book on the table and pointed her finger at a certain line of small print on the book, and right where her finger was, The 4 big words yin and yang intercourse in the Acacia sect secret method were incomparably eye-catching. Nah, this. Seeing where Guan Shiyun's fingers were, Luo Jiro's face, which was always cold when facing her subordinates, also turned red with shame. Shiyun, what are you talking about? It can't be helped, Godfather. If you won't daintily call out to Sichen's brother, then you'll have to do it some other way. At this time, Quan Shiyun could be said to have taken the point of having a teachable moment to the extreme. It didn't matter if it was her own high and mighty godmaster or Xiaowan whose eyes were full of clear stupidity. She treated them all the same. Even though Quan Xian hasn't had any personal experience either. That doesn't stop her from talking about it on paper. Guan Shiyun once again asked toward Luo Jiro. So, sect leader, did you give it to him or not? Luo Jiro's pretty face was directly red and she couldn't say anything after holding her tongue for half a day. Finally, she muttered in a thin, mosquito voice. He had to. When Luo Jiro said that, she only felt that her entire strength had been drained away, and she was directly ashamed of herself. Hey, that's good. Guan Shiyun had a look of understanding, as if she had already seen through the truth a long time ago. As for Luo Jiro, who had spoken out about her relationship with Sichen, she directly covered her face tightly with her hands, not daring to look at Xiaowan's inquisitive gaze beside her in the slightest. Yes, until now, Xiaowan still didn't know what Guan Shiyun was saying to Luo Jiro. For Sithen? Give Sithen what? 2 clunks? Guan Shiyun looked at Luo Jiro with a mysterious expression. Sect leader, under this premise, I'm compelled to tell you about this mysterious method that originated from the Acacia sect's ancient city of buried flowers. Ancient city of burial? Hearing Guan Shiyun talk about this, Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes twitched as an incomparably absurd thought surfaced in her mind. Guan Shiyun didn't know that Sichen had taken Luo Jiro to the ancient city of buried flowers before, so she asked, why? The sect leader knows about the ancient city of buried flowers? Being asked by Guan Shiyun, Luo Jiro's mind also couldn't help but recall what she and Sichen had experienced in front of the Sea of Acacia. Gradually, a shy look surfaced on Luo Jiro's pretty face, and as Guan Shiyun looked at the sect leader who suddenly had such a look on his face, he only felt filled with question marks. Sect leader, you know about the ancient city of buried flowers? Know a little, Luo Jiro whispered. What's wrong, Shiyun? Although Guan Shiyun was a bit puzzled by Luo Jiro's behavior, but she still said seriously, it's said that in the north of the city of burial ancient city, there are many stores that sell special costumes and props. According to the records of the ancient books of the Acacia sect, when the disciples among their sect put on those clothes, their hearthlings couldn't even walk the next day. Can't even walk. Xiaowan inhaled dully. There are still such godly costumes in this world? And it can make people unable to walk? A fixation spell? Could it be some kind of spiritual weapon? Luo Jiro. Looking at the confused Xiaowan and Guan Shiyun, Luo Jiro's hand couldn't help but tighten her collar. They didn't know what the clothes were, but Luo Jiro, who had experienced it firsthand, knew it clearly, but it wasn't the clothes with little fabric that were directly rounded up by Sichen. As for what so-called props, Luo Jiro estimated that it should be those big fluffy tails. How does Sichen describe coming from plugins? Guan Shiyun looked at Luo Jiro who looked puzzled. Sect leader, do you need me to make a trip to the ancient city of buried flowers? Help you fetch some of those costumes? At that time, sect leader can also wear them to show Sichen. No need. Can I get a little free gift? Guys, when the apocalypse descends, one of the transmigrants must fight the apocalypse alone. This was a common knowledge shared by almost all cultivators in the Lingxiao continent. Helping other people to cross the heavenly tribulation, or entering within the range of the heavenly tribulation without authorization would cause the power of the heavenly tribulation to increase geometrically. This was also the reason why even if many great powers died in the heavenly tribulation, no one dared to intervene. Unless you are sure of everything, interfering with another person's tribulation without authorization will only end up with the two of you dying in the tribulation together. At this moment, in the sky above the Devil Flame Fierce Fury formation, Sichen's heavenly tribulation had already been completely brewing. The constantly pulsating arcs of electricity in that huge dark cloud that enveloped the entire fierce underworld state were on the verge of being suppressed. However, at this time, Sichen was not the only one under the heavenly tribulation. Specifically, there were 10 of them. Yan Guang and the other 9 Song Yan sect elders were all in the range of Sichen's heavenly tribulation. Under such a premise, to what extent would that heavenly calamity be powerful? Yan Guang and the others present almost felt their livers guts cracking just by thinking about it. They wanted to run, but looking at the heavenly calamity that enveloped the entire fierce underworld state, where could they run to? Yan Guang had even forgotten to control the demonic flame fierce underworld formation in front of him as he hissed maniacally towards Sichen. Sichen, you demonic sect madman! with such a powerful heavenly tribulation. You will die all the same. Si-Chen stood in the middle of the devil flame fierce underworld formation, and all around him was the boundless fierce underworld prefecture's fatal chi. Under the rendering of that boundless baleful aura, Si-Chen, who was holding a metaphysical lance and whose white clothes were stained with blood, looked incomparably demonic. Si-Chen slowly turned his head towards Yen Guang, the corners of his mouth narrowing slightly. Second Elder, how do you say? Do you like this gift? In advance, I'll let you experience the heavenly tribulation that breaking through the transitional realm is to go through. I wouldn't give this kind of good thing to anyone else even if they begged me. As Si-Chen's words fell, the Tongtian Jianmu lance in his hand slowly raised, its sharp, cold light pointing straight up to the sky. Boom! A soul-shattering muffled thunder came from above the sky, signaling the imminent arrival of the heavenly tribulation belonging to Si-Chen. The heavenly calamity that loomed over the fierce underworld prefecture attracted the attention of the entire Kanglan realm. All the cultivators in the Kanglan realm raised their heads and looked somewhere within the White Feather Divine Sex compound. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, the crowd still felt the terror of that heavenly calamity. In the direction of the Tsang Yen sect, Yen Tianhao's gaze was similarly attracted by the heavenly calamity in the distance. For some reason, an extremely ominous premonition surfaced from his heart. With a wave of his big hand, 9 jade tiles were suspended in the air in front of him. It was only when he looked at these 9 jade tiles that were still intact that Yen Tianhao finally let out a long sigh of relief. What is this disturbing premonition? Boom! Si-Chen slowly raised the Tongtian Jianmu lance above his head, and an invisible wave spread out from the Tongtian Jianmu lance. In the next moment, the long-suppressed heavenly tribulation came crashing down. In the presence of the entire Kanglan realm's living beings, a giant thunderbolt that enveloped the entire fierce underworld prefecture violently struck down. And that's just the beginning. Right at the moment the first heavenly tribulation descended, the entire fierce underworld prefecture was completely transformed into a thunderous inferno. Countless thick thunderbolts seemed as if they were about to extinguish the world, tilting down crazily towards Si-Chen and the others below. At this time, the heavenly tribulation was as if it wanted to completely turn Si-Chen and the others into obliterating powder, without the slightest reservation. In the face of this soul-shattering attack, Si-Chen swept out the Tongtian Jianmu lance in his hand, and a giant purple dragon encircled his lance body as it shot straight up into the sky. Roar! Boom! The purple dragon collided fiercely with the thick heavenly tribulation and exploded violently in the next second. On the other hand, Yen Guang hissed in desperation towards the 8 fellow disciples around him. Run the grand formation with all your might. Bring out all the life-preserving magic weapons. Buzz! Under the maneuvering of Yen Guang and the others, the Devil Flame Fierce Fiend formation that gathered the entire fiendish underworld prefecture's endless fiendish chi collided with the heavenly tribulation. Put! Almost just in an instant, the 9 of them spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and their breath instantly withered. However, the heavenly tribulation in the sky above would not hold back because of their injuries. Boundless thunder was still pouring downwards, and Yen Guan was weakly leaning under a broken wall, holding a completely shattered divine armor of creation in his hand. At this moment, his gaze was fixed on Si-Chen in the middle of the big formation, and his eyes were filled with endless remorse. He had ultimately underestimated this monster that had caused the entire Righteous Alliance to return in defeat. Ka! Another thunderbolt descended, and the 8 people beside Yen Guang had been completely turned into charred corpses. By this time, Yen Guang knew that it was impossible to survive, and a maniacal and sickly smile began to appear on his face. Si-Chen, so what if you kill us all? You'll die just the same. We'll meet you down there. Ha 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 ha. In the next instant, in the midst of Yen Guang's unbridled, maniacal laughter, his laughter came to a screeching halt, and he lost his voice completely. By this time, the only person left in the entire fierce underworld state was Si-Chen. As for Si-Chen, he was about to face the supreme heavenly calamity that had just killed 9 cave ruin realm powerhouses all by himself. With the world tree and the Taishu ancient dragon's heart technique, Si-Chen held the pitch-black Tongtian Jianmu lance in his hand, and each strike would completely shatter the thick thunder. Look at the book law. And just as Si-Chen used the Tongtian Jianmu lance to meet the heavenly tribulation again and again, the Tongtian Jianmu lance began to have a trace of strange power flowing through it as well. The system had introduced it to Si-Chen in the beginning. The saint-grade medium-grade Tongtian Jianmu lance, crafted from the branches of an adult world tree. Under this premise, the fit between the Tongtian Jianmu lance and Si-Chen could be said to have reached perfection. Not only that, under the rendering of that boundless heavenly calamity and the power of the world tree laws, the Tongtian Jianmu lance seemed to produce a strange metamorphosis. Roar! The hissing sound of a giant dragon capable of rivaling the heavenly tribulation rang out as Si-Chen held the Tongtian Jianmu lance in one hand and the Taishu dragon crystal in the other. A pair of dragon wings condensed from purple light emerged from behind Si-Chen as he charged directly into the sky. In the midst of the sky full of thunder, Si Chen, who was clad in purple light and holding a metaphysical lance, was like a god descending from the heavens. Between his long hair flying, Si Chen's upper body was naked, letting that thunder strike on his body. At the same time, his cultivation began to infinitely climb upwards from the 9th level of the cave ruin realm. And just as Si Chen was alone to face the heavenly tribulation, the Sanlan realm was already in the midst of a huge fluctuation at that moment. Countless exclamations spread from everywhere. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is a heavenly calamity. How come it's so dense? It seems that the last time the sect leader passed through the 9th level of the transition realm's heavenly tribulation, there wasn't even a scene like this, was there? Look at that purple light. That seems to be the person who greets us this time. Isn't the heavenly calamity one after another? How come this? My ex-girlfriend wasn't even this good at spraying. You're fucking driving, aren't you? Open the door. I want to get out. White Feather Divine Sect. Rakshasa Peak. Inside the room, Wan Shiyun and Xiao Wan had already left, and Luo Jiro was sitting cross-legged on a futon to comprehend the laws. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open while her head turned in a certain direction. In the next instant, the entire mountain of Rakshasa Peak shook violently, and Luo Jiro's figure disappeared into the sky as a stream of light. Even though they were thousands of miles apart, Luo Jiro still saw the heavenly tribulation that kept falling in the distant sky, as well as the dazzling purple light that kept flickering up. Although the power of this heavenly tribulation was just too appalling, Luo Jiro, who had already experienced several heavenly tribulations, knew that that definitely wouldn't be a heavenly tribulation for the transitional realm to break through the mixed sage realm, foundation establishment realm, divine hidden realm, violet mansion realm, primordial spirit realm, cave ruin realm, Si Chen, transition realm, Luo Jiro and the other four, mixed realm, saints, supreme realm, supreme emperor. And apart from that possibility, that leaves only one possibility. Si Chen. Luo Jiro had never expected that Si Chen would trigger the heavenly tribulation just by going to the fierce underworld state to investigate a murder. He's in danger. Once this thought appeared in Luo Jiro's mind, it completely lingered. A monstrous fury emerged from Luo Jiro's eyes. The fear of losing Si Chen caused Luo Jiro's power to go into a rampage, and she wrapped herself in an incomparably appalling might and headed straight for the fierce underworld state. On the other side, the Righteous Alliance, Song Yan Sect. On top of a mountain peak, Yen Tianhao's gaze gazed at the heavenly calamity in the distance, holding those 9 jade tiles tightly in his hands. These 9 jade tablets were the soul tablets of the only 9 elders of the Song Yan Sect. Each jade tablet contained a trace of an elder's divine soul power. When they died, the corresponding jade tags would shatter. Ever since that ominous premonition had risen from Yen Tianhao's heart, especially when that heavenly calamity had appeared, Yen Tianhao's entire heart had lifted up. That direction. Wasn't it the direction where the 9 elders were? Even though Yen Tianhao's mind had been hypnotizing himself, it wouldn't be long before Yen Guang and the others would return with Si Chen. But the disturbing sense of foreboding never receded. Click, click, click. Suddenly, a dull cracking sound came from Yen Tianhao's hand, and his eyes snapped to the jade token in his hand. In Yen Tianhao's unbelievable gaze, the 9 jade tiles in his hand shattered one after another, until it finally dissolved into a cloud of powder. This also meant that the 9 elders of the Song Yan sect who had traveled to the White Feather Divine sect this time, and the only 9 elders of the Song Yan sect, had all fallen. Boom! The bursting Song Yan divine flame instantly burst into flames, turning everything around Yen Tianhao into ashes. At the same time, Yen Tianhao's figure disappeared above the mountain peak. Ka! Under the roiling thunder, a figure with dark purple lines all over its body stepped into the air, constantly waving the lance in its hand. AP. At this time, a full half-day had passed since the beginning of the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation capable of destroying everything could almost be said to have completely destroyed the entire fierce underworld prefecture. Even the boundless ferocious aura in it was completely swept away. At this moment, the arcs of electricity contained in that boundless black dark cloud had nearly dried up, but what followed was a huge thunderbolt that spread a lurid aura. By this time, the dense heavenly tribulation from earlier no longer descended, but the dark cloud still hadn't dissipated. Si Chen hovered in the air, the knuckles of his hands holding the Tongtian Jianmu lance a little white. At this time, Si Chen also had to admit that he had ultimately somewhat underestimated the strength of this heavenly tribulation that had been increased by 10 people. If he didn't have the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique as well as the 6 vaults of immortal thieves to increase his physical body, he might really have to pay a price if he wanted to withstand this level of heavenly tribulation. However, after experiencing such an intense heavenly tribulation, Si Chen had more surprising discoveries. Not to mention the power in the body that has been completely transformed. But the change in the hand of the Tongtian Jianmu lance is already enough to surprise Si Chen. At this moment, the pitch-black body of the Tongtian Jianmu lance in Si Chen's hand was already covered in purple gold lines. Si Chen could even feel the connection between the world tree in his body and the Tongtian Jianmu lance, under the dual refinement of the world tree and the heavenly tribulation. At this point, the grade of the Tongtian Jianmu lance was already infinitely close to a saint grade upper grade. Looking up, Si Chen's eyes gazed at the ever-brewing thunder in the sky above. Sidhen knew that this would be the last time. Si Chen gripped the Tongtian Jianmu lance in his hands, and a shadow of a heavenly ancient tree began to emerge behind him. At this time, the power of the world tree's laws flowed down Si Chen's meridians to his entire body, and a giant dragon silhouette with a purple gold body surrounded Si Chen. The huge dragon's head of the giant dragon shadow was located right above Si Chen's head. Boom! In the next instant, the sound of thunder that resounded through the heavens and the earth came, and a thunder that had been the thickest since the beginning of the heavenly tribulation up until now descended from the sky, charging straight at Si Chen. And this time, Si Chen wasn't raising his hands Tongtian Jianmu lance in defense like before. The eyes of the purple golden dragon behind him suddenly shone with incomparable blazing light, while a deep vortex suddenly surfaced in his mouth, and the aura of the surrounding sky began to gush towards the vortex. Taishu Dragon's breath. At a certain moment, the light in the giant dragon's eyes reached its peak, and the vortex in its mouth stopped spinning at that moment, and a pillar of light rushed straight towards the heavenly calamity. Sidhen, Sunga. Almost at the same time, Si Chen heard two shouts containing completely different emotions ringing in his ears. Turning his head to look, Si Chen saw Luo Jiro with a worried face, as well as Yen Tianhao on the other side of the room with a wide-eyed look on his face. And right under the watchful eyes of the two ninth levels of the transition realm, the heavenly apocalypse, which was enough to obliterate a continent in an instant, collided with Si Chen's dragon's breath. Buzz! At this moment, the space above Si Chen contracted violently before exploding in an incomparably dazzling light. Even with Luo Jiro and Yen Tianhao in this realm, their pupils still contracted violently when faced with this scene. The two of them couldn't even believe that this kind of commotion in front of them was made by someone who was just preparing to advance to the transition realm. With a wave of Yen Tianhao's large hand, a barrier condensed from flames was blocked in front of him, while his shadowy gaze was always on Si Chen. On the other hand, Luo Jiro didn't stop for a second and went straight in the direction where Si Chen was. Boom! Just as Luo Jiro's figure rushed into the center of the explosion, the red golden phoenix plume between her long hair flickered with a burst of intense fiery red light. Immediately afterward, Luo Jiro saw a figure being blasted below the ground like a cannonball. Luo Jiro's toes slammed in the air, rushing to catch Si Chen, who was about to smash on top of the ground at the last moment. Facing the sudden embrace, Si Chen, who was already nearly completely exhausted, opened his eyes to look at Luo Jiro. He raised his hand and brushed it gently across Luo Jiro's cheek, a bitter smile spreading across the corners of his mouth. Mother, I didn't think I'd have a day to be princess hugged by you. Luo Jiro first probed Si Chen's meridians, and only after realizing that he wasn't in any serious trouble, and was only exhausted, did she let out a long sigh of relief. At the same time, Si Chen's realm at this time had also managed to come to the first level of the transition realm. Simply by leaving enough time, Si Chen would soon be able to regain his strength. Luo Jiro gently placed Si Chen down next to a boulder and sat down, and her tone became incomparably cold. Bad guy. Who took a shot at you? Si Chen held Luo Jiro's small hand and shook his head at her. It's alright, mama. This sect master is asking you. If you don't answer properly, you can't expect the sect master to like you anymore. Luo Jiro's words at this moment could be described as overbearing to the extreme, not giving Si Chen the slightest bit of leeway to retort. After all, she was really close to losing Sidhen. Even thinking about it now, Luo Jiro felt a pang of fear. Si Chen's gaze went to Yen Tianhao in the distance, and Si Chen knew that he was not as strong as Luo Jiro. Moreover, Luo Jiro had the protection of the red gold phoenix plume. Thinking of this, Si Chen's expression instantly became incomparably aggravated. He hugged Luo Jiro's slender thighs and cried out in aggravation. Mother, it's the Tsangyan sect that bullied your husband. You must avenge me. Your husband was bullied too badly by them. If it wasn't for my skill, I almost wouldn't have seen you. Suddenly being hugged by Si Chen's thighs, Luo Jiro's beautiful eyes flashed with a touch of shyness, but with it, there was also an endless amount of killing intent. Her body slowly turned to the direction where Yen Tianhao was, and the aura that erupted from among her body was appalling. Luo Jiro bent down and helped Si Chen lean against a boulder to the side, raising her head to touch Si Chen's head. Although she had a stern face, the words she uttered gave Sidhen a full sense of security of being adopted by a rich woman. This sect master will kill his entire family to avenge you. In the next instant, Luo Jiro's body shot up into the sky, the violet power even shattering the dark clouds in the sky that hadn't had time to recede completely. The long sword in Luo Jiro's hand stabbed straight out, heading straight for Yen Tianhao's throat. In the next instant, the red flame divine flame in Yen Tianhao's hand collided with Luo Jiro's long sword. With just this one glance, Yen Tianhao's expression became incomparably grave. His body violently retreated out hundreds of meters away, his body forcibly reversing its direction in the air and heading straight for Si Chen. Yen Tianhao knew that Luo Jiro had already begun to comprehend the power of the laws, and now he was no longer able to fight Luo Jiro head-on, so he pointed his spear at Si Chen. From Yen Yi to Yen Guang and the others, it was this teenager in front of him that caused the Zhang Yen sect to lose all of its elders. The current Yen Tianhao could not even be described as a bare-bones commander. Take a shot at him, and you'll stay here completely today. Luo Jiro's hand gently brushed the red golden phoenix plume between her long hair, and a fiery red glow accompanied the tugging of her fingers to cover her Biyue Qingfeng sword. Immediately after that, the Biyue Qingfeng sword turned into a stream of light and stabbed Yen Tianhao straight in the back of his heart. The sense of crisis straight to the soul came from behind him, and Yen Tianhao could only stop himself as the berserk flames clashed with the Biyue Qingfeng sword. Luo Jiro, do you know what price he cost my Zhang Yen sect? Yen Tianhao hissed madly towards Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro was suspended in the middle of the void, her tone as cold and silent as ice. At what cost? I don't really care. I only know that if you presume to take a shot at him, you will die. Mother, don't listen to him. Your husband almost never saw you again. I was bullied so badly by them. Hearing Si Chen's backhanded words, Yen Tianhao almost didn't spurt out a mouthful of old blood. Damn it, you killed a whole 10 of my elders, and you yourself are merely exhausted and managed to break through to the transition realm. As a result, you are now saying that you were bullied so badly. Who the hell is so miserable? If eyes could kill, perhaps Si Chen had already been killed countless times by Yen Tianhao. Yen Tianhao gazed at Luo Jiro in the middle of the sky, and then looked at Si Chen in the distance, and a mouthful of his back teeth was almost bitten to pieces. He knew that with Luo Jiro around, he wouldn't be able to hurt Si Chen in the slightest today no matter what. Unless he exchanged 1-for-1 with Si Chen at the cost of his own life, he would definitely not be able to break through Luo Jiro's defense and injure Si Chen. How could Yen Tianhao do that? As an old demon who had lived for nearly 1,000 years, Yen Tianhao's ability to scrutinize the situation was better than anyone else's. He knew that he would definitely not be able to avenge the dead elders with just himself at this moment, yet he had the righteous alliance behind him. Slowly raising his hands, Yen Tianhao's hands fiercely danced with 2 blazing fireballs. Immediately afterward, the fireballs were flung by him in the direction where Luo Jiro and Si Chen were respectively. Luo Jiro, thieves! The Zhang Yen sect will definitely find you to settle this account. Yen Tianhao's words fell, and his figure swept madly towards the distance, and Luo Jiro, who originally wanted to leave Yen Tianhao behind, also gave up on striking at him again because she had to help Si Chen defend against Yen Tianhao's attacks. Luo Jiro's figure appeared in front of Si Chen and helped him block Yen Tianhao's attack, while Yen Tianhao's figure disappeared into the sky. Thus, the Zhang Yen sect's plan against Si Chen had completely fallen through, and had lost all of its elders as a result. At this time, on the great land of the fierce underworld prefecture that had been completely reduced to ruins, Luo Jiro and Si Chen's eyes locked together. Sithan sat on the ground and smiled gently at Luo Jiro. Mighty and dominant, my lady. Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen with a reproachful face and came to Si Chen's side. Until now, Luo Jiro's heart was still somewhat fearful. She simply didn't dare to think about how the completely exhausted Si Chen would have to face all of this if she hadn't arrived in time, or if she had let Yen Tianhao arrive first. Luo Jiro squatted down beside Si Chen and said coldly with a frown, "Bad guy. From today onwards, you're not allowed to take half a step away from this sect master." Si Chen smiled helplessly. "Ma'am, not so much. Your husband is not a child." "That too," Luo Jiro said decisively. "You bad guy will always make some appalling commotion. This sect master must keep an eye on you." Si Chen raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's puffy cheeks, giving her a bad smile. "Mother, have you been premeditating this with me for a long time? You are also clinging to me, right?" "Bullshit. Nonsense. Who would like to stay with a bad guy like you who only knows how to bully people?" By Si Chen's words, a flash of panic flashed through Luo Jiro's eyes. Although Luo Jiro couldn't wait to be with Si Chen every moment in her heart, she still couldn't help but be a little shy when she was spoken to like this by Si Chen. Well. Si Chen moved his butt and laid down directly, resting his head on Luo Jiro's jade leg. "Mother doesn't stick to me. It's me who sticks to mother, that's always okay." Luo Jiro used her hand to help Si Chen straighten his long, messy hair while her eyes curved into a crescent moon. "Humph, that's more like it." "Right." At this time, Luo Jiro suddenly asked, "Bad guy, the person from the Zhang Yen sect who wanted to take action against you has already escaped? Which elder was it?" Luo Jiro felt that she had to ask for clarification, and the next time she saw it, she would directly kill that person to avenge Si Chen. At the same time, She was also a bit puzzled as to why Yen Tianhao was so hostile to Si Chen. Could it be that Si Chen had killed another Song Yen sect elder? Sithan turned his face to the spot below Luo Jiro's belly, his voice whimpering with some embarrassment. After all, he had just yelled that he was being bullied and asked Luo Jiro to be his master. Si Chen's finger pointed in a certain direction and whispered, "Mother, there." Luo Jiro frowned slightly. Did the bullies escape in that direction? Ahem. I'm all buried in there. Luo Jiro, you killed 9 elders of the Song Yen sect by yourself. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, who was lying on her lap, and her small mouth slightly opened in shock. And just as Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with a shocked expression, she realized that Si Chen was placing one hand on her thigh with a look of enjoyment. For a moment, Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with a look of shame and anger. No wonder Yen Tianhao had behaved like that before. At this time Luo Jiro suddenly understood Yen Tianhao. Counting Yen Yi from before, Si Chen could be said to have terminated the entire Song Yen sect's elders by himself. Taking Si Chen's big hands away, Luo Jiro raised her hands and twisted them hard on Si Chen's face. Bad fellow, why is your heart so big? No wonder Yen Tianhao is so hostile towards you. Si Chen opened his eyes and raised an eyebrow at Luo Jiro. Mother, you should be able to protect your husband, right? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's indifferent appearance and couldn't help but throw him a big blank stare. Let's see you behave. Si Chen pillowed on Luo Jiro's lap, his arms wrapped tightly around her waist in protest. No way mama, I've just eradicated a great enemy for the divine sect. You can't just ignore your husband. Luo Jiro's face was slightly reddened by Si Chen's actions, but she couldn't bear to push Si Chen away. Under 100 entanglements, Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice. It's not like the sect master said that she doesn't care about you. Anyway, just now you've promised me that you won't separate from me for a moment in the future. Luo Jiro's words fell, and Si Chen in her arms lifted his head toward her. Si Chen sat up, crossed his legs and Luo Jiro looked at each other. Mother, I completed the task that the divine sect explained. Shouldn't there be a reward for that? Luo Jiro's finger gently tapped on her cherry lips, feeling that what Si Chen said seemed to make sense. What kind of reward does the bad guy want? Other elders are usually rewarded with merit laws or cultivation resources after making contributions to the divine sect. Sithan shook his head without stumbling. I don't want that. Then what do you want? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen, always feeling that he had some bad thoughts in his mind. Si Chen brought his face in front of Luo Jiro, then pointed a finger at his own face. Nah, here. Seeing Si Chen's actions, Luo Jiro also instantly sensed his intentions. For a moment, Luo Jiro pursed her lips and turned her head to the side. In a small voice, he muttered, this godfather doesn't understand. Really don't understand? No understanding, no understanding. Seeing that Luo Jiro was pretending to be confused, Si Chen came close to her ear and whispered, alright then, I don't want this reward then. Hey, Luo Jiro suddenly froze. Then what do you want? Si Chen winked at Luo Jiro and smiled heatedly. I want my lady to wear those clothes I bought earlier in the Burial Flower Ancient City. Understood. This sect master understood. Before Si Chen could finish his words, Luo Jiro hurriedly covered his mouth with her hand with her pretty face flushed red. Apparently, a kiss on Sithan's face was nothing compared to wearing those clothes. Si Chen smiled and held Luo Jiro's small hand in his hand, bringing his face to her. Come. Your husband is ready. Badass. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's handsome side face, and after muttering in a small voice, she used her own lips to peck gently on Si Chen's face. After doing this, Luo Jiro stood up and ran quickly towards the distance. And Si Chen sat in place looking at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance with a gentle smile in his eyes. Slowly spreading out his hands, Si Chen carefully felt the surging spiritual energy in his meridians that was like waves. By this time, the dark clouds in the sky had completely faded away, and Si Chen's nearly depleted spiritual energy was recovering rapidly. After breaking through the transition realm, Si Chen's absorption speed of the surrounding aura was also countless times faster. When the spiritual energy in his body had almost recovered, Si Chen got up and came behind Luo Jiro. At this time, Luo Jiro was red-faced and kicking a crumbling wall in front of her. Mother, if I had come a little later, you would have kicked down all the walls in this area. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro also came back to her senses. She raised her hand and poked at Si Chen's chest, her large eyes watering inside. Bad guy, are we going back now? Sithan cocked his head. Don't you want to go back? Ma'am, how could it be? Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice. Si Chen saw Luo Jiro's mouthing off look at a glance, and he looked at her with a smile. Then why don't you go play for a few days? What words are these? Luo Jiro arrogantly held her head high. You must not affect the sect master's moral heart to pay for the divine sect. Yikes. Before Luo Jiro could finish her words, she was embraced by Si Chen and rushed up into the sky. Being held in Si Chen's arms, Luo Jiro's gaze also met his eyes that were full of bad jokes. Bad guy, would it be bad not to go back to the Church of God? Sichin said very solemnly to Luo Jiro. This Grand Elder needs to release an extremely important mission right now. What mission? Due to the previous tribulation, this elder's Dao heart has been damaged, and I need a beauty to travel with me to help me stabilize my Dao heart. This elder has tentatively decided that it will be the maiden who will be this beauty. Beauty? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's eyes narrowed slightly as she looked at him with a smirk on her face. Then, if this sect master doesn't come to be this beauty, will the Grand Elder choose someone else to do it? Without any hesitation, Si Chen's head directly shook out the remnants. No, 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 only Nyangzi can do it. Luo Jiro stretched out her hand and twisted it fiercely around Si Chen's waist. That means there are still a lot of other beauties out there, doesn't it? Hiss. Of course not. Only the maiden is a beauty. Humph. Luo Jiro snorted lightly. The word beauty sounds too frivolous. Si Chen looked helplessly at Luo Jiro in his arms. Then what word does Mama think is more appropriate to describe you? Beautiful snot bubbling big beautiful girl? Obviously this one is worse. Okay. Ha 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 ha. After a good deal of jostling, Si Chen and Luo Jiro looked at each other with laughter in their eyes. Luo Jiro asked in a low voice. Bad guy. We're a sect master and a Grand Elder. Wouldn't it be too good to run out and play around without going back to cultivate? Of course not. Sichin said to Luo Jiro as if he had no idea. Are we playing around? Of course not. We are making a private visit to examine people's livelihoods in order to better manage the divine religion. Luo Jiro sniffled dully. Then where are we going to play? No. Where to go to investigate people's livelihood? At this time, an unusually lush jungle slowly emerged in front of Sichin and Luo Jiro. Sichin revealed a row of white teeth towards Luo Jiro in his arms. First examine to see how the magical beasts taste here. Ever since Sichin obtained the system refreshed all sorts of strange props every day. In addition to those high-level techniques and various divine weapons, there were also always things that were refreshed in the midst of everyday life. For example, the previous Snow Gold Mandarin bibs and Lulan's sacred snow stockings. And today, Sichin's system interface refreshed a prop that was just right for the moment. Daily necessities, King of Kitchen gift pack, price, 500 points, 60% off. With almost no hesitation, Sichin directly gave the order to purchase to the system. Along with the system's deduction of 300 points, Sichin's system backpack also contained more pots and pans, large bags of seasonings, and a cookbook. Descending slowly at the edge of the forest, Luo Jiro looked at Sichin with a puzzled expression. Bad guy, are you hungry? Sichin took her hand and said as he walked towards the forest. My lady, it's not like eating is just purely for the sake of solving the problem of sustenance. Could it be? Luo Jiro asked softly. Do you still cook spirit food? Spirit food, food cooked using ingredients that contain spiritual qi, is generally able to provide cultivators with sufficient spiritual energy as well as some additional effects. Luo Jiro had heard her master mention that outside of the Kanglan realm, there were places that specialized in drilling spirit food. It was said that those powerful spirit foods, which were even hard to find for 10,000 gold, could increase a cultivator's battle power to an extremely terrifying degree. And Sichin shook his head helplessly in the face of Luo Jiro's curious gaze. Sichin naturally knew that the previous Luo Jiro was only busy cultivating and didn't know much about these things. He came to come closer to Luo Jiro and said with a smile, Mother, don't you feel that it's a very cozy thing for a husband and wife to cook together? Not only is it delicious, but it also promotes bonding. Promoting feelings? Luo Jiro's eyes lit up as she whispered. Bad guy, I want to cook with you. Walk. Sichin laughed out loud, and with Luo Jiro in tow, he walked into the forest where the roars of the beasts were constantly emanating. The sky had gradually darkened by this time, and Sichin led Luo Jiro to find an open space. With a wave of spiritual energy in his hand, he cleaned up the open space, and then he laid a 2-meter square piece of silk cloth, and then it was considered done. Luo Jiro and Sichin sat in the clearing. You looking at me and I looking at you. Bad guy, can you cook? Sichin scratched his head and nodded with conviction. Of course I will. Your Sagittarius will do everything. Hearing Sichin's words, Luo Jiro also couldn't help but look at him with great shock. You even know how to cook? That's a must. As Sichin spoke, the recipe book that was in the middle of the Kitchen King gift pack also surfaced in his hand. With a wave of his big hand, Sichin handed the recipe to Luo Jiro. Come on, ma'am, take your pick. Tell your husband which one you want to eat. Luo Jiro held the recipe and propped her chin on her hand, her beautiful eyes rippling as she looked at Sichin. She flipped through the recipe, her eyes scanning line after line. Bad guy, I want to eat this charming belly-wrapped chicken. No, you don't want to. Then this clear stewed Buddhist lotus? Not even this one? Then this Izumo earth bear paw. Si Chen covered his eyes with his hand and whispered, "Ahem, Nyanzi. All those fancy things aren't tasty." Yes, that's for sure. As the saying goes, the highest end ingredients are often used. Forget it, I can't make it up. Si Chen hugged Luo Jiro with a loveless face and wailed, "Mother, I don't know how to do it." Put. Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen's appearance, and her eyes were filled with laughter that she couldn't help but smile. She raised her hand and stroked Sithen's head. "It's okay, bad guy. Just do whatever you'll do." Si Chen took the recipe handed over by Luo Jiro and rummaged through it very carefully. "I have to say, it's worthy of being the king of cooks gift pack." Si Chen had never even heard of these dishes, let alone made them. However, under Si Chen's persistent search, he finally found something suitable for him on the last page of the barbecue category. Charcoal grilled whole rabbit, Orleans roasted only because. "Mother, let's eat this." Aha! In the time that followed, Si Chen directly released his divine soul power in full. Soon, he scouted a red flame rabbit as well as a spotted chicken in a certain part of the forest. Si Chen's strength in the transitional realm was simply a proper dimensional blow to the magical beasts in this forest. With little effort, Si Chen's hands were filled with 2 rabbits and chickens that had already been processed. Afterwards, Si Chen set up the grill and got the rabbit good, and started his first cooking. As for the chicken, it still needs to marinate in the marinade, and during this process, Luo Jiro had always been looking at Si Chen with a rippling gaze, and the corners of her mouth always carried a gentle smile. In this quiet and dark environment, the only thing in Luo Jiro's eyes was the dancing firelight and Si Chen's busy figure that was going back and forth. And just as Si Chen was busy, he didn't forget to take a look at Luo Jiro on the side. "Mother, do you want to try?" Luo Jiro looked at the roasted whole rabbit with oil bubbling in Si Chen's hand with some anticipation and some hesitation. "I wouldn't. It's okay. Come to my side." Luo Jiro moved her feet to Si Chen's side, who handed her the skewer with rabbit meat in his hand while holding her hand from behind. Under Si Chen's control, Luo Jiro placed the rabbit meat in her hand on the fire, turning the stick in her hand as she did so carefully. Amidst the crackling sound that resounded as the firewood burned, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's gazes met and smiled gently. The air pulsed with the scent of meat entering her nostrils, and a great sense of satisfaction arose in Luo Jiro's heart. She was very arrogant and rubbed her head against Sithen. "Bad guy, how do you say? Not bad for a maiden. Humph, that's for sure." Receiving Si Chen's praise, Luo Jiro's face brought on a playful smile. The smell of meat coming from in front of him grew stronger as time went on. The sky was already completely dark, and the stars in the sky nestled against the side of the white moon, tilting downward in a soft glow. From time to time, the roar of the beasts would come from the trees around the clearing, accompanied by a gentle caressing breeze, which was quite pleasant. Si Chen tore off a rabbit leg and handed it to Luo Jiro. "Mother, taste it. What you eat makes up for what you have." Luo Jiro took the rabbit leg that Si Chen handed over, put it between her nose and sniffed it lightly, then looked at him angrily. "Bad guy, what do you mean by eating what makes up for what you've eaten? Do you think this godfather's leg needs mending?" Si Chen shook his head. "Of course not. Your ladyship's legs are long and well proportioned. They are the best on earth." What a thing to say. Even though she knew that Si Chen was really praising herself, Luo Jiro couldn't help but give him a shy, indignant blank look. Luo Jiro took a small bite on the rabbit leg and asked while savoring the results of her first time cooking. "You say that this sect leader's legs don't need to be mended, so why do you still say that what you eat mends them?" Si Chen suddenly winked at Luo Jiro and smiled heatedly. "No problem. Eat a little white rabbit to make up for the little white rabbit." Luo Jiro first had a question mark on her face, but it didn't take long for her to react. "You denizen." "Mother, I didn't say anything. You're the one who realized it. I'll bite you to death." Luo Jiro didn't care about savoring the rabbit leg in her hand, and pounced towards Si Chen with her teeth and claws open. And it was as if Si Chen had expected Luo Jiro to do this. He stretched out his arm and quickly wrapped it around Luo Jiro's waist, while also taking a big bite on the rabbit leg she had bitten in a swift manner. Si Chen let out a loud laugh as he savored the rabbit meat. Ji. Luo Jiro, who had already been shamed to death, and then by Si Chen, her small fists directly fell on Si Chen's chest like raindrops. "Badass, I've bitten them all." "It's okay, ma'am, I don't mind you. You don't dislike this sect master. This sect master still dislikes you. You still eat." Bad guy, what are you yelling about?" Under the stars in the sky, beside the throbbing campfire, Si Chen and Luo Jiro lay in the clearing, looking up at the night sky above the forest. Luo Jiro was resting on Si Chen's arm, and had originally been immersed in this warm and romantic atmosphere, but just at this time, Sithen suddenly let out a long groan. Luo Jiro glared at him with an angry sideways glance. "Those who don't know would think that this sect master has done something to you." Si Chen's other arm held Luo Jiro's waist and raised an eyebrow at her. That can't be said. In the middle of nowhere, alone with a man and a woman. In case some gets horny and wants to do something to her husband, then there's no way for me to resist. Luo Jiro spat lightly at Si Chen and twisted her small hand on Si Chen's arm. You're evil first, aren't you? Blah blah blah. Bad guy. Why don't you wipe your mouth after you finish eating? The oil from the corner of your mouth is all over the sect master's face. Just as Luo Jiro raised her hand to block Si Chen's mouth and kept protesting in a petulant voice, Si Chen was smiling with an indulgent evil smile. Since my lady has already said so, wouldn't it be too much of a shame for me not to be beastly for a bit? Luo Jiro's side face was resting on Si Chen's arm, her small hands clutching the clothes on his chest. Bad guy, why are you immodest all day? Si Chen winked at Luo Jiro. My lady, food and color are also sex. If I'm a decent man all day long and don't even touch my wife, then why should we be husband and wife? We should just worship each other as brothers and sisters with different surnames. As Si Chen spoke, he looked sideways at Luo Jiro. Ma'am, why don't we burn yellow paper and pay our respects? No. With almost no hesitation, Luo Jiro's little head shook fast. Si Chen laughed at Luo Jiro's reaction. Why? No means no. Luo Jiro held her head high and muttered in a small voice. What kind of brother and sister do that kind of thing? Ha? Sithan raised an eyebrow. What is it? What else could it be? You're playing dumb, aren't you? Si Chen came close to Luo Jiro's small face and asked in a hoarse voice. I want to hear it from your mother herself. Facing Si Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro's pretty face reddened, and she stuttered a bit as she spoke. It is you. You eat the tongue of this godfather. And, you're still trying to fool me into giving you a baby. You bad boy. No laughing. The head of the family is going to be angry. Good. No laughing. Ha 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 ha. And you laugh. Seeing that the laughter in Si Chen's eyes was almost overflowing, the blush on Luo Jiro's pretty face was also thick to the extreme. You're the one who did these things. And you're still laughing. Si Chen gently patted Luo Jiro's back while saying, Mother, this is what a husband and wife should do, right? Luo Jiro froze slightly. It seems so. Right. Si Chen hemmed and hawed. You think I'm Yangtze? If the husband and wife two people all day square, respect each other, getting up at dawn and going to bed at dark. Giving birth is also a repetitive mechanical action in the dark. How boring would that be? If the first sentence Luo Jiro still expressed her approval, then this latter sentence of Si Chen's directly left her with a question mark on her face. Si Chen and Luo Jiro looked at each other in all directions and asked in a low voice, Does Mama think there's any truth to it? Looking into Si Chen's clear and deep eyes, Luo Jiro nodded dully. It seems, that's what happened. Hey, that's not right. The corners of Si Chen's mouth rose infinitely. That's why this is not called perversion on the part of your husband. This is precisely a sign of my deep love for my lady. Si Chen's words fell, and the atmosphere between him and Luo Jiro quieted down. Si Chen was looking up at the sky while Luo Jiro was clenching her small hands, not knowing what she was thinking. After a while, Si Chen suddenly heard Luo Jiro's voice. Bad guy, why don't we turn off the lights when we make babies? Even if Si Chen had burned his entire brain, he hadn't expected Luo Jiro to be thinking about this after half a day of pondering. That's a clear-cut question to the core. Si Chen scratched his head, looking at Luo Jiro's eyes that were full of curiosity, and was a little unsure of how to answer. Cough. Si Chen coughed lightly. Because I still have to admire your majesty's marvelous face. Badass. You have such a strange fetish. No wonder you like my godmother wearing those clothes. This time Luo Jiro didn't get to the bottom of it, and after muttering a small sentence, she rested her head on Si Chen's chest. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro in his arms and raised his hand to rub her hair. Si Chen heatedly smiled. Mother, if we don't worship each other, shouldn't we do something that couples love to do? Luo Jiro sat up with her hands posting on Sithan's chest and leaned down to give him many pecks on the lips. I knew you badasses were still thinking about these things. Sithan smoothly took her by the waist, his eyes meeting hers. Bokla. At this time, Luo Jiro suddenly asked towards Si Chen. Bad guy, what do you like this sect master to call you? Ha? Si Chen froze slightly. Mother can call me whatever she likes. No, you have to like it. Luo Jiro looked into Si Chen's eyes and asked very seriously. Do you have a favorite name? Si Chen suddenly winked at Luo Jiro. Mother, call out to me as my husband and listen. Sagittarius? Luo Jiro pursed her lips. Is that your favorite name? Si Chen rubbed his chin with his hand. Isn't this title good enough? I'm already happy that your wife can call me her husband. It's okay, just let go and say it. Luo Jiro waved her big hand. It doesn't matter even if it's a bit excessive. Luo Jiro's eyes glistened as she looked at Si Chen, and she had a premonition that Si Chen would ask herself to call him brother in the next second. Si Chen suddenly came closer to Luo Jiro. My lady, different occasions, different names will be addressed. Oh, So, what's it all about? Luo Jiro asked smoothly. If you're in front of outsiders, it's fine for your wife to call me your husband. Luo Jiro nodded and continued to listen to Si Chen. And if it's not in front of outsiders? Sithan looked up at the sky and smiled while thinking. Luo Jiro suddenly realized how Si Chen smiled so much like a demented man. If we sleep and sleep, my lady can call me daddy. What? Dad? Luo Jiro looked at Si Chen with a suspicious face. Bad guy. What kind of fetish are you having? Si Chen scratched his head. It was Nyangzi herself who told me to say it. If I say it, you can't call me a pervert. Humph. Pervert? No ma'am. You're the one who asked me. Si Chen protested with a sad face. That, Luo Jiro whispered. Then you say a more serious one too. And what title does the lady think would be appropriate? If the sect master gave you two choices, which would you choose? What choice? Si Chen took Luo Jiro's hand, always feeling as if his mother had prepared something long ago. Luo Jiro muttered with a red face. Xiangong and brother. Brother. Si Chen's mouth directly transformed into a machine gun. I want to hear mama call me brother. Put. Bad guy. Why do you like it when I call you that? Luo Jiro asked curiously. Sidhan said while thinking, I'm not sure, but my intuition tells me that this will be very exciting. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro gave him a flirtatious blank look. Sure, Yun was right. You are a denizen. Mother, when are you going to call me brother? Depending on how you behave. This godfather is not ready. This conversation has been repeated I don't know how many times, from the time Luo Jiro brought up the topic last night until now, except for the time when the two of them cuddled together and slept. Si Chen had been asking her about it all the other times. Walking through the forest in the early morning, rays of sunlight shine warmly and harmoniously on the couple's faces. Si Chen took Luo Jiro's hand and walked towards the outside of the forest. And just as the two came to the edge of the forest, they suddenly twitched their eyebrows. Then together they cast their gaze to the east. With Si Chen and Luo Jiro's powerful divine soul power, the two of them almost instantly detected the sound of breaking wind coming from the distance. Si Chen curiously looked at Luo Jiro beside him. Mother, do you know what these people are doing? Luo Jiro's eyes narrowed slightly as she pondered. Over there, it seems to be where the Heavenly Sun secret realm is located? Tianyang's secret realm? Si Chen was slightly stunned. As the sect leader of the White Feather Divine Sect, Luo Jiro was still very clear about some of the secret areas within the Divine Sect's territory. She softly explained, the Heavenly Sun mystic realm opens every once in a while, and it produces all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures from the yellow grade to the heavenly grade. However, the probability of high-grade heavenly treasures appearing is not high, and they don't have much possession value for the Divine Sect. Hearing Luo Jiro's explanation, Si Chen also had a clear perception of this Heavenly Sun mysterious realm in his heart. Although this secret realm was nothing to the White Feather Divine Sect, it was an unparalleled opportunity for those low-ranking cultivators. At this time, Luo Jiro continued, these people shouldn't be aiming to enter the Tianyang mysterious realm. They should be rushing towards the Tianyang ancient city. The Tianyang ancient city is located outside the Tianyang mysterious realm, and the city gathers cultivators from all over the world, counting it as a trade supply point. The heavenly materials and treasures amongst the Heavenly Sun mysteries are usually traded amongst the ancient city. As Luo Jiro's words fell, a flash of light flashed in Si Chen's eyes. He took Luo Jiro's hand and smiled gently at her. Ma'am, how about we go and have a look in the middle of the ancient city? Si Chen's goal was naturally not the Heavenly Sun mystic realm, much less the heavenly treasures within it. He simply wanted to experience a different life with Luo Jiro. Luo Jiro instantly comprehended what was in Si Chen's mind, and she revealed a sweet smile towards him. Listen to you. After receiving Luo Jiro's reply, the two of them turned into a stream of light and flew in the direction of Tianyang ancient city. After roughly half an hour or so, a lofty ancient city with a dark gray body appeared in Si Chen and Luo Jiro's line of sight. At this time, at the entrance of the city, bustling crowds were constantly coming in and out, which was quite lively. Seeing this, Luo Jiro put a white veil on her face and followed closely behind Si Chen. Anyone who enters the ancient city, pay one inferior spirit stone this way. Just as Si Chen and Luo Jiro arrived before the city gates, a shout suddenly rang in their ears. Turning their heads to look, the two of them also saw the crowd lined up to pay the spirit stones. Si Chen and Luo Jiro looked at each other. Mother, did you bring lower grade spirit stones? Luo Jiro's tone didn't have a single ripple. Do you think this sect master looks like someone who would carry lower grade spirit stones around? Si Chen looked helplessly at the line that was about to reach his own, and he couldn't help but have a bit of a headache. One couldn't just pay an extreme spirit stone just to enter a city. Sure, it would work, but then it would certainly have to cause a ruckus. Sidhan just wanted to shop in peace and quiet, but he didn't want to be recognized for who he was. Fellow Taoists, are you worried because you don't have any spirit stones? Just as Si Chen was grasping whether to directly hide his breath and enter the ancient city, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly came from behind him. Turning his head to look, Si Chen saw a rough-faced man with several young men and women beside him. Si Chen's eyes moved slightly as he asked the middle-aged man, "Your Excellency?" The middle-aged man arched his hand and said with a smile, "Blood Sea Hall Tang Lei, not enough. Did the two Taoists not bring any spirit stones? Blood Sea Hall?" Si Chen knew that the White Feather Divine Sect possessed countless affiliated forces, but he had yet to hear of this Blood Sea Hall. Could it be because it's too small? Si Chen gently nodded. Indeed, he is bothered by this matter. No harm done. With a wave of his hand, Tang Lei fished out two slightly dimly glowing spirit stones from his waist pocket and handed them to Si Chen. "Fellow Taoist, feel free to take it and use it." Si Chen's gaze swept over Tang Lei and the group of young men and women behind him, wondering what his purpose was. When you're out and about, there are times when you're in trouble, so help when you can. Fellow Taoist, just take it and use it. Hearing his words, Sidhan didn't hesitate any longer. He took the spirit stone handed over by Tang Lei and slightly clasped his fist at him. "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. Ha! No harm, no foul. Go into the city." With the two lower-grade spirit stones given by Tang Lei, Si Chen and Luo Jiro managed to enter the middle of Tianyang Ancient City. At this time, the two also saw the densely packed stalls in the city. Unlike the buried flower ancient city, the stalls in this Tianyang Ancient City were all filled with all kinds of heavenly materials and treasures as well as pieces of divine weapons. The stall owners of these stalls were all cultivators with spiritual power. Entering the ancient city, Tang Lei walked straight into the depths of the ancient city after bidding farewell to Si Chen. When Tang Lei and the others walked away, a youth behind him looked at his own elder in confusion. "Elder Tang, why are you helping these two people you've never met?" Tang Lei stopped to look at the young man. "It's just two lower-grade spirit stones. If I can befriend two high-ranking people because of this, it's simply a heavenly chance." Tall people? The crowd of youths were stunned. Tang Lei walked towards the front on his own. Old me has read countless people over the past 100 years. My intuition tells me that these two are by no means simple. Both that man and that masked woman give me a mysterious and dangerous feeling. Maybe they are the outer elders or offerings of the White Feather Divine Sect. My Blood Sea Hall, as a clan at the lowest level of the demon sect, must learn to seize those significant opportunities that flash by. Take a gamble. Blood Sea Hall might just make a leap as a result. When Tang Lei said that, the group of youths behind him all nodded thoughtfully, while the figures of Si Chen and Luo Jiro couldn't help but appear in their minds. On the other side, Si Chen and Luo Jiro stood inside the gates of the ancient city, looking at the various stalls on both sides of the street and smiling at each other. "Mother, have you ever shopped before as you are doing now?" Luo Jiro gently shook her head. "Before I broke through to the cave ruin realm, I had always been amongst the divine sect to receive the teachings of my master." Si Chen pinched Luo Jiro's hand and said with a smile, "I haven't experienced it either. Let's go see it together." When Si Chen said that, he held Luo Jiro's small hand and walked towards the vendor in front of him. At the same time, the incessant shouting reached the ears of the two men. "Fellow Taoist, don't miss it if you're passing by. The spittoon used by the saint in his lifetime is stained with a hint of the saint's pressure." "Fellow Taoist, the remnants of the mysterious map contain the secret to becoming an emperor. You and I are destined to be together, so I'll sell it for 5 top-grade spirit stones." "Fellow Taoist, the sacred grade technique that was just charted out of the heavenly sun mystic realm. Only the book cover is gone. Sell it to you for 1 top-grade spirit stone." Luo Jiro and Si Chen glanced at each other, their eyes filled with smiles that they couldn't help but laugh at. Sure enough, where there is a crouching dragon, there will be a phoenix within 5 meters. Hearing the yelling of these vendors, Si Chen's mind for some reason suddenly conjured up those artifact vendors from his previous life. From the Qin dynasty, the terracotta warriors holding machine guns, and the flip phone used by Emperor Qianlong. Following the vendor's introduction, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's gazes fell on the copper pot in his hand. With Si Chen and Luo Jiro's powerful divine soul power, they could see the breakage of that copper pot almost at a glance. Because of the reason for wanting a low-grade thunder talisman, the yellow-grade lower-grade copper kettle would have a very strong pressure for a short period of time. This, in the hands of a peddler, becomes a spittoon used by a saint. And just as Luo Jiro and Si Chen were both feeling disdain for this clumsy tactic, a very young youth used all his savings to buy it away while the two watched. Si Chen and Luo Jiro almost didn't even have to think about it. This teenager must be a hot-blooded youth who had just stepped out of the sect, not having experienced the beatings of society. His heart is higher than the sky and he feels that he is the one who is destined to be the son of God. Maybe he'll grow up a lot after this lesson. One always grows from such lessons over and over again. It's similar to the young writer who had trouble finding a job after college. 555. And this was just the beginning. In the time that followed, Si Chen and Luo Jiro wandered along the streets. past all kinds of stalls. The two could say that they hadn't seen much of anything serious along the way. However, there were also stalls that dealt with cultivation resources in a proper manner, and generally such stalls were preceded by the kind of high-ranking cultivators who were extremely experienced. In their eyes, the value of this thing could be seen almost at a glance. That's not right. Could it be that the novels are all lies? Why can't I pick up the slack? According to Si Chen's experience in his previous life, aren't all the protagonists in novels able to pick up absolute treasures just by casually strolling around? How come he's been wandering around here for so long and hasn't seen any treasures? Bad guy. What do you mean you can't pick up the slack? At this time, Luo Jiro beside Si Chen also looked at him curiously. On this journey, the corners of Luo Jiro's mouth under her veil were always raised. She even felt that if she could always spend her future days with Si Chen in such a relaxed and cozy manner, what a blissful thing it would be. Si Chen lifted his hand and nodded at Luo Jiro's brow. He smiled. In theory, with your Sungda's natural talent, you should be picking up great imperial divine armaments casually on the street. Luo Jiro threw Si Chen a big blank stare and raised her hand to touch Si Chen's forehead. Are you still awake? And a great imperial divine warrior. Look at the book law. One day if you can obtain the great imperial divine soldier, I'll do whatever you ask the sect master to do. Really? Looking at Si Chen's serious expression, Luo Jiro first gave a slight start, but immediately afterward nodded. Of course it's true. Yes. Si Chen waved his hand and looked at Luo Jiro with a bold face. Mother, don't say anything, just based on your words. One day, I will be on the top of the great Tao, and achieve the godless. Dude, do you want the Tian Yang spirit grass? It's a kidney tonic and aphrodisiac. The moment Si Chen's bravado fell, a sudden sales pitch almost didn't cause Si Chen to spray a mouthful of old blood. Put. Ha 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 ha. Luo Jiro beside Si Chen even laughed out loud directly, her small hand constantly slapping on Si Chen's arm. Si Chen gritted his teeth and looked at the vendor who spoke, his gaze even more aggressive. He stomped over to the stall and asked aggressively, you think I look like someone who needs a kidney tonic and aphrodisiac? The middle-aged man with a goatee was forced to take a step back by Si Chen's aura. He shook his head without stumbling. No like. Your Excellency's chi and blood is like a dragon. At a glance, he is a person with strong kidneys and a strong body. Just so you know. As Si Chen's words fell, he directly took all of the bundles of fire-red spirit herbs from the vendor's stall in his hands. Fellow Taoist, it was I who said the wrong thing. When that middle-aged man saw Si Chen's actions, he thought that Si Chen was infuriated and was going to destroy all of his heavenly yang spirit herbs, so he hurriedly spoke out to apologize. This heavenly yang spirit grass was collected from the heavenly yang mysterious realm with countless efforts on my part, and it must not be destroyed so easily. How to sell? I have a friend who asked me to help buy some. In the goatee man's dumbfounded gaze, Si Chen dropped a few extremely high-grade spirit stones and pulled up Luo Jiro, who was already laughing and unable to speak, and flew towards the distance. Only when Si Chen and Luo Jiro's figures disappeared from sight did the goateed man come back to his senses. He was as fast as he could be, and as soon as he did, he cradled in his arms the few pieces of spirit stones that Si Chen had thrown at the stall. Feeling the spirit power that was filled to the brim among the spirit stones, the man's entire body began to tremble continuously. Could this be extreme spirit stone? On the other side, Si Chen stretched out towards the ancient city without looking away. Beside him, the laughter in Luo Jiro's eyes barely abated. Bad guy, this friend you speak of, it can't be yourself, can it? What words this is? Sithan righteously retorted. Just a mere dear friend I've never met. Humph. Badass. Luo Jiro beside Si Chen poked Si Chen's back and muttered in a small voice. Obviously, every time you bully the sect master into that state, you end up buying these messy things. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro beside him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Mother, you actually recognize your husband's strength, right? Luo Jiro first looked at Si Chen's expectant expression, then directly ran all the way towards the front. This sect leader doesn't recognize it. Aha! Si Chen was directly nonplussed and also took a step towards Luo Jiro's direction to chase after her. The couple joked around like this all the way, their joyful laughter causing the cultivators along the way to give them frequent side glances. And just as Si Chen caught up with Luo Jiro and held her fiercely in his arms, he froze as a whole. Si Chen's eyes looked straight ahead, their light fluctuating violently. Bad guy? Noticing Si Chen's abnormality, Luo Jiro also followed his gaze towards the front. At this time, a flash of color flashed in Luo Jiro's eyes as well. Only in front of the two of them, within a remote corner, there was a very shabby stall. Next to that booth, a white flag was displayed with the vertical endorsement, Tian Jishin. Underneath the white flag was a vicissitude old man with a head full of white hair. Si Chen recognized that he had never met this old man before. However, just as Si Chen's eyes looked at him, an unusual stirring surged up in Si Chen's heart. It was as if this man was an important part of his destiny. And just as Si Chen looked toward this old man, the old man who had kept his head lowered also slowly looked toward Si Chen's side. Little friend Si Chen, goodbye. Push the book famine. Brothers, cannot afford to eat? Free gifts can also. Wahahaha. Time seemed to have come to a standstill in the noisy streets. Si Chen and the vicissitudes of the old man stood looking at each other, and everything around them, whether it was people or objects, flashed by as quickly as if they were traveling lights. Sithin's eyes wavered violently. He was pretty sure that he had never seen this old man in front of him before. But why was there such a strong throbbing within his heart? In between his musings, Si Chen's eyes of the heavens was then unleashed, probing towards the old man in front of him. And just as the information probed by the eye of the divine was presented to Si Chen's body was violently shaken. Targeted person, the divine calculator. Cultivation level, first level of cave market realm, continuously decreasing. Degree of physical forging, 90, in comparison to cultivators of the same rank. The physical body is incomparably weak. Qualification, 99, extraordinary qualification in the way of divination. Charisma, 53, breezy and charismatic. Luck, -50, major karma. Heaven's wrath is upon us. Special note, because of helping Luo Jiro, the master of the White Feather sect, to divine the art of awakening, changing the course of the world of the Haotsung continent, he was subjected to the pressure of thousands of karmic consequences. To be honest, ever since Si Chen had obtained the Eye of Heaven until now, he had never seen such an attribute from the old man in front of him. Continuously regressing cultivation, even inferior to the physical body of the foundation establishment realm, was directly a negative fortune. Si Chen knew very well why the person in front of him had become the way he was now. Because the person in front of him was the key to him being able to marry Luo Jiro in the first place, the divine calculator. In the beginning, it was he who burned his own lifespan and allowed Luo Jiro's two protectors to find Si Chen through the art of divination, and let Si Chen marry Luo Jiro and perform the rite of husband and wife. It was then that Si Chen's life took a huge turn for the worse. It could be said that Si Chen was able to walk to today from his downtrodden appearance at the beginning, and the old man in front of him deserved a lot of credit. At the same time, Si Chen had learned about the situation he was facing today through the system's introduction. The body is weighed down by thousands of causes and effects. For a while, Si Chen's heart was mixed, and his eyes were filled with guilt. Regardless of what the divine calculator had started divining in the first place, Si Chen had taken his favor. Sir, Sithan called out softly. The white-haired divine calculator sat cross-legged in front of the stall and smiled gently at Si Chen. Little friend Si Chen, speaking of which, this is still the first time you and I have met. As the divine calculator's words fell, his gaze also turned to Luo Jiro beside Si Chen. Sect Master Luo, it seems that my humble Dao still plays some role. Si Chen took Luo Jiro's hand and came to the divine calculator's stall, and Luo Jiro's gaze was always scrutinizing the divine calculator. After Luo Jiro woke up, she heard Mu Lao and Lu Lao tell the specific reason why Si Chen married her in the first place, precisely because of the divine calculator in front of her. Si Chen sat down in a crouch before the stall and said softly, Sir, is there a way to get rid of the karma on you? Hearing Si Chen's words, a few moments of surprise flashed across the divine calculator's eyes. However, he shook his head. Little friend Si Chen, what can you or I do to stop the affairs of the heavenly Tao? As a person who used the way of divination as the foundation of his life, the divine calculator's obsession with the heavenly Tao could be said to have reached a level of obsession. He didn't ask Si Chen why he knew that he was under the pressure of complete karma, but continued. The source of all of this, although it was the two sect protectors who forced it first, it was me who volunteered behind it. The divine calculator's gaze looked straight into Si Chen's eyes. This is a big gamble. It's what I've been pursuing all my life. A chance to change my own destiny. When the divine calculator said this again, it could be said that he swept away his earlier decline, and a brilliant light appeared in his eyes. Hearing the divine calculator's words, both Si Chen and Luo Jiro fell into silence. None of them knew much about the art of divination, so they weren't sure what the divine calculator meant by the chance to change their destiny. And just as they fell silent, the divine calculator's aged voice sounded once again. Junior friend Si Chen, Sect Master Luo, the two of you are here today, but do you want to divine a hanging? Si Chen looked at the divine calculator. Sir, nowadays, you are still able to use the art of divination? Si Chen was a little worried about the state of the divine calculator. After all, it was clearly written in the introduction of the Eye of the Divine, behind the divine calculator's negative luck value, the words tainted with major karma. The wrath of heaven is upon us were incomparably conspicuous. No harm, no foul. Some minor divination techniques are still possible. As the divine calculator spoke, he also took the pieces of tortoise armor from the stall in his hands. How about? The divine calculator laughed. Divine the fortune of the fetus for the two of you? Hearing the divine calculator's words, Si Chen and Luo Jiro glanced at each other, and Si Chen arched his hand towards the divine calculator. Mister, just divine the fate of the fetus. A flash of shyness flashed across Luo Jiro's eyes, but she didn't say anything to stop Si Chen. Oh, good. The divine calculator smiled and nodded, and a stream of arcane power began to flow from his hands into the turtle armor. Gradually, that tortoise armor began to rotate according to a certain regular trajectory, while at the same time, the divine calculator's eyes were filled with a dense white light. And just as Si Chen and Luo Jiro were crouching in front of the divine calculator's stall, watching his divination, several familiar figures happened to appear not far from them. The person at the head of the group was none other than Tang Lei, who had previously gifted the two of them with lower-grade spirit stones in front of the city gates. Behind Tang Lei were the disciples of the Blood Sea Hall. Earlier, they had arrived at the depths of Tianyang Ancient City one step ahead of Si Chen, and at this time, they happened to meet up with the two of them. Elder Tang. It's the Taoist couple from before. At this time, a person behind Tang Lei was the first to speak out. Why would they pay any attention to a juggler? In their eyes, the divine calculator, who was incomparably weak in both appearance and flesh, was simply not the least bit convincing. The shabby stall that was in the far corner was also as simple as it could be. It's not an overstatement to describe the divine calculator as a charlatan. Instead, Si Chen and Luo Jiro were waiting with serious faces for the divination of a charlatan. For a while, the image of Si Chen and Luo Jiro as high people suddenly diminished a lot. Tang Lei naturally saw Si Chen and Luo Jiro as well, and he gently nodded. Maybe that old man is really proficient in the art of divination. Tang Lei had wanted to go up and say hello to the two Si Chen men, but seeing that they seemed to be very serious, he dismissed the idea in his mind. He headed straight for a stall a short distance away. First, complete the task explained by the hall master and purchase some heavenly sun crystals. Si Chen and Luo Jiro's side. At this time, the rapidly rotating tortoise armor in the hands of the divine calculator had gradually slowed down, while the white light in his eyes also began to gradually fade. Si Chen squeezed Luo Jiro's small hand and gave her a hefty smile. Mother, do you want to know the results of the divination? Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice. I don't want to know. As Luo Jiro spoke, she also remained unblinking as she stared at the tortoise armor in the divine calculator's hands, and fine beads of sweat began to seep out of her palms. It was clear that what was on her mind was not as simple as what was on her lips. After all, she was incredibly concerned about the fact that she was having a hard time getting pregnant. Finally, in Luo Jiro's tense gaze, the turtle armor in the divine calculator's hand stopped rotating, and just at this time, the divine calculator in front of the two men violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his breath became even more atrophied. Little friend Si Chen, Sect Master Luo. The divine calculator wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth while placing the pieces of turtle armor on the stall. At this time, Si Chen also noticed the difference between those tortoise shells. One of the tortoise shells, the first to start turning, remained intact until the end. The remaining few tortoise shells, however, were completely shattered at the moment. The divine calculator leaned on the wall behind him and smiled weakly. Fetal flare is double. Taiyin and Sun. The heavenly beams are in the same degree. What is the meaning of this? Luo Jiro was the first to ask. As the saying goes, concern is chaos. Luo Jiro's concern for this matter caused her to subconsciously ignore the turtle armor's abnormalities. After the divine calculator and Si Chen glanced at each other, they said to Luo Jiro, Sect Master Luo, you don't need to worry. At the right time, the heirs of you and little friend Si Chen will naturally appear. And when they show up, it will be a different kind of surprise for both of you. Them. Luo Jiro was extremely keen in noticing the key point in the divine calculator's words. The divine calculator didn't say anything more on the subject, his expression gradually becoming grave. Little friend Si Chen, Sect Master Luo, after the Tianyang Ancient City, returned to the middle of the divine sect. Si Chen and Luo Jiro raised their eyebrows and simultaneously looked at the divine calculator, and Si Chen's line of sight inadvertently swept over the shattered tortoise shells on the stall. Si Chen knew that the divine calculator must have done more than just divining the fortune of the fetus. The divine calculator's right hand slowly waved in the air in front of him, and a star map appeared in front of the three of them. The divine calculator gazed at the points above the star map and said softly, if little friend Si Chen and sect leader Luo still have methods to enhance their strength, they should use them as soon as possible. After saying this last sentence, the divine calculator's already shriveled breath also became weaker and weaker. Sidhan nodded and slowly stood up. Looking at the divine calculator leaning against the corner, Si Chen's aura changed radically at this moment. Buzz. Majestic to the extreme pressure erupted from Si Chen's body, and a shadow of a heavenly ancient tree suddenly appeared behind him as a burst of dragon roars began to resound. At this moment, the heavens and earth changed color, and the entire Tianyang ancient city was enveloped under Si Chen's pressure. And just a short distance away from the divine calculator's stall, Tang Lei and the group of disciples behind him looked in the direction where Si Chen was with horrified gazes. Tang Lei's pupils contracted dramatically, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the purple light on the surface of Si Chen's body. For some reason, Tang Lei suddenly remembered the purple light that had hardened against the heavenly tribulation above the sky of the fierce underworld state a few days ago. The group of youths behind him were even standing in place in a daze, their bodies constantly trembling under that majestic pressure. They didn't dare to imagine just what realm this white-clothed youth in front of them had reached. Thinking about their previous suspicions of Si Chen, they really wanted to find a crack in the ground. Si Chen's dual commands moved, and a majestic to the extreme power of creation was pulled out from above the world tree. This power was then slowly integrated into the god calculator's frail body under Si Chen's traction. Facing this old man who had changed the course of his destiny and was still laying down his life to divine for himself, Si Chen did not have the slightest reservation. Seemingly noticing Si Chen's attempt to change the karma on the divine calculator, a muffled thunderclap that resounded through the heavens and earth actually resounded in the sky above the Tianyang ancient city. "Get the fuck out of here!" Si Chen let out a furious shout, and the branches of the world tree that had almost condensed into substance swung out violently, directly dispersing the dark clouds that were about to coalesce into shape. After this strike, the dark clouds actually did not continue to coalesce and dissipated. Wow! In the very next instant that this strike was struck, the entire Tianyang ancient city was plunged into a huge outcry. The god calculator's weakened body had also recovered a lot under Si Chen's power of creation, and even his cultivation had refined. After an unknown amount of time, the power surrounding Si Chen's body slowly dispersed, and the divine calculator stood up. At this time, Si Chen said softly, "Sir, there are still a few elders missing among the divine sect. I don't want to bring the karma on me into the middle of the divine religion." The divine calculator laughed and shook his head. "And I'm used to being lazy. Setting up a stall as a Jianghu practitioner is just fine. Little friend Si Chen, Sect Master Luo, let's part ways here." Si Chen nodded and arched his hand in a deep bow towards the divine calculator. "Sir, farewell." Si Chen's voice fell, and his and Luo Jiro's silhouette slowly disappeared in place. And just as the two figures disappeared, an ancient scroll appeared in the air in front of Tang Lei out of nowhere. From this moment on, Blood Sea Hall is an affiliated force of the White Feather Divine Sect and is under the shelter of the White Feather Divine Sect. Thus, in Tang Lei's trembling gaze, Si Chen and Luo Jiro's figures completely disappeared without a trace. With almost no hesitation, Tang Lei swooped down to the divine calculator's stall in a frenzy. "Sir, please tell me, who exactly were those two tall people just now? I beg you to inform me." The divine calculator put away his stall and nodded towards Tang Lei with a smile. "Fellow Daoist, congratulations! You made the right bet. To be able to grasp this flash of opportunity, the forces behind you should be proud of you." Tang Lei's body shook violently, his body bending deeply towards the divine calculator. "Please inform me." The divine calculator tied the cloth of the stall into a parcel and carried it on his back, while picking up the white flag on the side and walking towards the distance. In this Kanglan realm demon sect, it seems that there is already no one who can match the two of them. Looking at the divine calculator's gradually fading figure, Tang Lei, who was standing in place, fell into a deep stupor. No one can match them. Even if Tang Lei's cognition was shallow, he still had a clear perception of this sentence. Aside from the sect master and grand elder of the White Feather Divine Sect, I'm afraid that no one else has earned this title. For a moment, Tang Lei turned around quickly, pulling up the teenagers who were frozen in shock as he did so. Go back, elder. We still haven't completed the task that the hall master gave us. Finish my ass. I'm not even done with him if he doesn't kowtow to this elder when we get back." In the distance, the divine calculator held the flag of divine chance heavenly calculation, and with his other hand, he picked up the wine gourd at his waist and took a deep, muffled sip. His back was stretched out in the setting sun. At the same time his long, low voice accompanied the setting sun and the breeze, rocking upwards. "In a few days, the dragon fights in the field. My destiny has begun to shift from this point on." After receiving some tips from the divine calculator, Si Chen and Luo Jiro did not stay too long. From Tianyang Ancient City to the White Feather Divine Sect, with Si Chen and Luo Jiro's speed, they could arrive in half a day, so the two were in a hurry. Walking leisurely down the road, Si Chen clasped his hands behind his head and smiled at Luo Jiro beside him. After coming out of Tianyang Ancient City, Luo Jiro had been in a mysterious manner, which caused Si Chen to be somewhat puzzled. "What's on your mind, ma'am?" Fetal flare is a double, Tai-in and Sun. It was only when he heard Luo Jiro's muttering that Si Chen reacted. After all the fuss, Luo Jiro was still obsessing over the matter of the tire luck that the divine calculator had just mentioned. Si Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, slowly approaching Luo Jiro's ear. "Mother, Are you so obsessed with having a baby? Why don't we try harder when we get back? Being spoken to by Sithan close to her ear, Luojiro also finally reacted. Her hands were on Sithan's arms, pushing him out far away. Go, 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 go. Si-Chen looked at her with a smile. It's the maiden herself who has been obsessing over this matter. Humph. Luojiro hummed softly. This sect master is just a little curious about the significance of the passage spoken by the divine calculator. It's not like I want to have a baby with a bad guy like you. Si-Chen raised an eyebrow. Since your wife doesn't even want to have a baby with me, why are you still dwelling on this passage? I just, being asked by Si-Chen, the haughty Luojiro was at a loss for a moment as to how to answer. Her heart is naturally not what her mouth says it is. It could even be said that she was incredibly attached to the matter of being able to give birth to an heir for Si-Chen, because Luojiro was worried that Si-Chen would dislike her for not being able to produce an heir. And just in case Sithan gets tired of her one day because of this and wants to find another girl to do it for her. Daba. Luojiro was already storming out just thinking about it. After stammering for a while, Luojiro asked in a small voice, "Bad guy, what do you mean this tire flare is a double?" Sithan rubbed his chin with his hand and mused. "I guess it's going to be an even number of babies." As Si-Chen spoke, his arm smoothly wrapped around Luojiro's shoulders, like 10 or 8 of them. Blah blah blah. Luojiro was embraced by Si-Chen, and she turned her head towards him and spat softly a few times. "You think this sect leader is a cow, don't you? 8 out of 10. This sect master is directly exhausted." Si-Chen smiled gently at her. "And what does the lady think it means?" This sect master reckons that it should mean that 2 babies will be born. As for Tai-In and Sun's words, a girl first and then a boy after, Luojiro said, and her cheeks flushed. After all, what she and Si-Chen were discussing right now wasn't about cultivation nor managing the divine religion. Instead, it's having a baby. Hearing Luojiro's words, Si-Chen lowered his head to meet her at eye level. "What your mother said seems to have some truth to it. Oh, that goes without saying." Luojiro pouted arrogantly. "This sect master's brain isn't much better than yours." Si-Chen smiled again and asked, "Then does the lady like boys or girls?" Hearing Si-Chen ask about this, Luojiro's thoughts couldn't help but start to come alive. Looking at the two of them, it's like they've actually given birth to the baby. But the truth is that 8 is not even close. After some careful thought, Luojiro stood on her tiptoes and whispered close to Si-Chen's ear. "It should be liked by both boys and girls, and as a mother, you should have to be even-handed to get it right." Si-Chen gave a slight lurch and looked at Luojiro with great surprise. "Is your mother so specialized?" "Humph, that goes without saying." Luojiro looked at Si-Chen with a fluttering brow and a smug look. "Bad guy, so do you like boys or girls?" "My word." After thinking about it, Sithan said, "I reckon I'd prefer a girl." "Why?" Luojiro asked curiously. Si-Chen, on the other hand, said seriously, "For a girl, I guess I'll be daddy's sweetie pie. As for boys, there's a higher chance of becoming a rebel." But, originally, Luojiro was still serious and ready to listen to Si-Chen tell the reason. But when Si-Chen said why, she couldn't hold back her laughter. "Bad guy, I've heard of patriarchy in this sect, but it's the first time I've heard of patriarchy." Si-Chen wrapped his arm around Luojiro's shoulders and smiled heatedly. "I didn't expect it, but your husband has a unique opinion on everything." Then, Luojiro smiled and looked at Si-Chen. "Bad guy, do you only like daughters? Is there another one?" "AP. Ha?" Sithan raised an eyebrow quizzically. "What else is it?" "Hiss my lady, it hurts." Si-Chen's words had only just fallen when he was directly twisted hard by Luojiro at his waist. At the same time her exasperated voice sounded in Si-Chen's ears. "Having a daughter makes you forget about this sect master, doesn't it? Bad man, give birth to it yourself you." "No ma'am, you're digging a hole for your husband to jump into." "Humph, who is your maiden?" "This fellow Taoist, don't shout nonsense." Luojiro burrowed out from under Si-Chen's arm like a small rabbit, and ran all the way toward the heading. Si-Chen, on the other hand, trotted behind him with a helpless face and shouted, "My lady, you're my favorite. This sect leader doesn't believe in it anymore. Then I'll just have to prove it with practical actions. But the maiden has to give birth to a few babies for me first, or else I won't be able to prove it even if I want to. Blah blah blah. I'm not listening to you." Half a day later, Si-Chen and Luojiro returned to the middle of the White Feather Divine sect. At this time, the news of Si-Chen's breakthrough into the transition realm spread thoroughly amongst the White Feather Divine sect. At the same time, Si-Chen's deed of shaking all the elders of the Righteous Alliance with his own strength on the border in the first place had also spread back to the 8 main peaks of the White Feather Divine sect. At this moment, Si Chen had just become the faith in the hearts of the entire Kanglan realm's devils. Everyone would discuss this demon sect grand elder who had risen to the top in a very short period of time in their spare time. Rakshasa peak. Si Chen leisurely lay on the bed, while Luo Jiro, dressed in a white gauze skirt, sat on the edge of the bed, her small hands gently kneading on Si Chen's legs. Bad guy. Are you the head of the family or is this godfather the head of the family? Ever since this sect master woke up, I've been the one giving you massages every time. Si Chen stretched long and hard, his smile-filled gaze scrutinizing the beautiful person at his side. After finishing her official duties for the day, Luo Jiro had already shed the tight-fitting Taoist robe she wore during the day, and instead changed into a white gauze dress with a vertical knee area. Under the long hair, the pretty face with a little bit of anger and the delicate collarbone was incredibly striking. Si Chen raised his hand and pinched Luo Jiro's cheeks. Mother, your husband has just made a major contribution to the divine sect. It's not like I'm trying to figure out the divine sect's techniques and resources like the other elders. What's wrong with me trying to figure out some of the sect leader's beauty? And you say? Luo Jiro's small hand that was squeezing Si Chen's leg couldn't help but pound on him. You might as well figure out some cultivation resources like the other elders. You just know how to bully the sect master every day. Luo Jiro muttered in a small voice. Where is the sect leader of anyone who pounds the legs of the grand elder all day long? Hearing Luo Jiro's muttering, the corners of Si Chen's mouth also gently lifted. Ma'am, it's still true. Luo Jiro blankly glanced at Si Chen. Where is it? This sect master hasn't even heard of it in her hundreds of years of living. Si Chen crossed his arms and rested them behind his head while smiling. In the mortal realm, there are just as often some great female dryads who wreak havoc on the imperial government. They just covet the beauty of their own emperor all day long. Then in that case, Luo Jiro wrinkled her little nose and said, thanks to letting this sect master take you in. Otherwise if I let you go to a mortal's kingdom to be a vassal, you still don't know to what extent you'll have to be Baron of Een. As Luo Jiro spoke, a flash of celebration suddenly surfaced in her heart. The thought that if Sithan hadn't met her and met another woman instead, and also transferred all the goodness to her to other women, Luo Jiro, then the whole person is not good. The more Luo Jiro thought about it, the more angry she became, and the small fists pounding on Si Chen's legs became even harder and harder. His mother, you're going to murder your own husband. Denizen, go be nice to another woman. After dropping an exasperated sentence, Luo Jiro jumped straight onto the bed and stepped over Si Chen. By himself, he ran to the innermost side of the bed and lay down, covering his head with the quilt to death, not even looking at Sithen. Looking at Luo Jiro's sudden transformation, Si Chen directly had a black question mark on his face. It's true that women in love have unpredictable temperaments. Even the great powers of the 9th level of the transition realm were like this. Si Chen pulled on Luo Jiro's quilt. Mother, it's not like I've ever been to a mortal's kingdom to be a female godson. Shrinking inside the quilt, Luo Jiro whimpered. Then how come you're so experienced? Heard. It's all I've heard. Si Chen watched as Luo Jiro just covered her head with the quilt, with her body still exposed. Si Chen sat cross-legged next to Luo Jiro and held her small feet in his hands, the power of the returning spring Buddha's hands surging out of his hands as he began to help her gently massage them. Luo Jiro's body, who was originally shrinking inside the quilt, shuddered violently, feeling the long-lost crunchy feeling coming from her feet. Luo Jiro inside the quilt spoke with a voice that was a little shaky. Bad guy, it tickles. Si Chen didn't let go of Luo Jiro's feet because of her words. Instead, a bad smile surfaced in his eyes. Your Majesty, from now on, please call my division Prime Minister. Ha? Luo Jiro asked with some confusion. What do you mean? Si Chen smiled gently, because from now on, I am the great female dryad who is a scourge to the dynasty, while your mother is the young empress who is persecuted by me. Stop. As soon as Luo Jiro removed the quilt from her head, her pretty face reddened as she glared with a cry. Bad guy, what kind of weird fetishes are you having? Si Chen blinked. Your Majesty, you said the wrong line, please call me Si Prime Minister. Blah, bad. Yikes. Luo Jiro was just about to retract her foot from Si Chen's hands, but the next second, her entire body was directly pulled over by Si Chen holding her ankle. Immediately afterward, Si Chen wrapped his arms around Luo Jiro's waist and carried her into his arms so that she was face to face with him with 4 eyes. Si Chen gave a bad smile. Your Majesty, you also don't want this Prime Minister's clause to reach out to other subjects, do you? Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro blared at her with a face of shame. Prime Minister Si Chen nodded gravely. Cough. This Prime Minister needs to help His Majesty check his body now. AP. You denizen. This sect leader knew you weren't thinking good thoughts. Your Majesty. Wrong line. I said fuck you. Oh. Just as Luo Jiro's small fists kept pounding at Si Chen's chest, Her cherry lips were also heavily kissed by Si-chen. At first, Luo Jiro cocked her head in exasperation. However, soon after, sniffing the strong manly scent that Si-chen passed on to her, a tantalizing blush surfaced on Luo Jiro's face. Her arms gently encircled Si-hen's neck. Her little head was dizzy and she let Si-hen do what he wanted. After a long time, the lips parted. Si-chen rubbed Luo Jiro's face and gazed into her watery eyes. Mother, is it okay? This sect master doesn't. I don't know. Luo Jiro leaned her head against Si-chen's chest, her small hands gripping his clothes tightly. At this time, Luo Jiro, where was the high and mighty look she had when facing the congregation in the daytime? Late at night, the bright moon was high in the sky and the breeze was light. The lights in the room slowly went out. In the midst of that passionate and fiery love, the flowers slowly bloomed. It wasn't until the sky was flooded with a reddish haze that Luo Jiro shrank in Si-chen's arms and fell into a deep sleep. Si-chen leaned on the head of the bed, looking at the sleeping face of the beautiful woman in his arms, with tenderness in his eyes. At the same time, Si-chen's mind couldn't help but recall what the divine calculator had said to him back in the Tianyang ancient city. If there's still a way to raise your strength, use it as soon as possible. If there's a way to boost your strength in a short period of time now. In the midst of his thoughts, Si-chen's eyes also looked toward Luo Jiro in his arms. After absorbing the saint's finger bone in the middle of the purple heavenly underworld crystal vein, the world tree's power of laws became even more dense. And this was the key to Luo Jiro's breakthrough into the mixed sage realm. Si-chen had just broken through the transition realm, and it would already be difficult to have a huge boost in the short term, unless the system was still able to refresh any heaven-defying props. Aside from Si-chen, the other elders of the White Feather Divine sect would also find it difficult to make huge improvements in a short period of time. In this situation, the only choice was Luo Jiro, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the transition realm. As long as Luo Jiro was able to successfully break through to a mixed sage, then the White Feather Divine sect would no longer be a threat in the Kanglin realm. And what Si-chen had to do next was to give Luo Jiro World Tree as much law power as possible while raising his own cultivation. After determining his next goal, Si-chen's gaze went back to today's system mall. Today's discounted items. Sacred grade top grade Gongfu Dharma Heaven and Earth Soldier Lord Chi, selling price, 500 points. 30% off. Excerpted from the Imperial Scripture Chaos Demon God Record. Summoning the Chaos Demon God Soldier Lord Chi to descend, greatly increasing one's combat power. Imperial Grade Divine Armor 8 Desolate God Breaking Lance. Price, 3,000 points. 20% off. The 8 Desolate Emperor's once companion divine weapon, whose clan was destroyed and lost to the world 10,000 years later. Drunken Dream Rouge. Price, 5,000 points. 60% off. Cosmetics to enhance femininity. Attribute Gift Pack, large. Price, 1,000 points. 30% off. Dharma Phase Heaven and Earth, 8 Desolate God Breaking Spear. Seeing today's discounted items, the corners of Si-hen's mouth couldn't help but shed tears of longing. But Si-chen only felt deeply helpless as he looked at the points with a series of zeros after the 8 Desolate God Breaking Gun. 30 million points. Discounted. Is more than 20 million. I couldn't afford to buy him even if I sold him. The last time he broke through the transition realm, in order to receive the heavenly tribulation, Si-chen chose to purchase the Tongtian Jianmu lance. After that, one is left with only 300 points. Even though he had been signing in beside Luo Jiro in the days that followed, he still only had 100,000 or so points by the end of the day. After thinking for a long time, Si-hen finally decided. System, purchase Drunken Dream Rouge Red and Attribute Gift Pack. Lock on Dharma Heaven and Earth Soldier Lord Chi. Ding. Purchase successful. 3,300 points deducted. Remaining points, 97,000. Drunken Dream Rouge can be used to give to your own maiden. The Dharma Heaven and Earth, on the other hand, was the thing that Si-chen needed the most at the moment. A Saint Grade upper grade technique was definitely able to greatly add to Si-chen's battle power in a short period of time. The main thing is that it is discounted by 30% and can be purchased for only $1.5 million. With the current speed at which Si-chen was acquiring points then, it was estimated that more than 2 or 3 months would be about right. This was much more fragrant than those Emperor-level feats that were only discounted by 80%. Si-chen didn't want an Emperor-level technique at all. That's right, didn't want it. Retracting his thoughts from the system space, Si-chen opened the Attribute Gift Pack, and then he looked at the rouge box in his hand that was sparkling with a bit of starlight. Gently opening the rouge box, it contained this small mirror, a box of peach dew rouge, and a brush for tracing the rouge. Si-chen's gaze subconsciously turned to Luo Jiro's gently pursed cherry lips. With a gentle smile in his eyes, Si-chen placed Drunken Dream Rouge on the 2 of their pillows and lowered his head to place a gentle kiss on Luo Jiro's forehead. Si-chen then gently got up and put on his clothes and walked towards the outside of the room. Si-Chen had never properly understood his own power after breaking through the transition realm. Because he had just made a breakthrough, Luo Jiro came to his side. With Luo Jiro around, he naturally didn't need to make another move. After the Tongtian Jianmu Lance advanced into the Saint Grade upper grade, he had never used it either. So he was ready to find a place to familiarize himself with his battle power. Suspended in the sky above Rakshasa Peak, Si-Chen's ears heard the voices of Elder Mu and Elder Lu. My lord, can I help you? Elder Mu and Elder Lu were hidden in the shadows, looking at Si-Chen in the sky with a look of satisfaction in their eyes. Si-Chen said softly, Elder Mu and Elder Lu, is there anywhere in the divine sect to test one's own power? I want to try to see to what extent my own power has reached. Hearing Si-Chen's words, both Elder Lu and Elder Mu were stunned. However, immediately afterward, Elder Mu said, if you want to test your own strength, you can head to the Heaven's Pole Forbidden Ground in the west of the central square. There's a stone monument there that originated from the middle of an ancient murderous land, and it's inscribed with the strength seal rankings of the God sect's successive generations of powerhouses. As Elder Mu's voice fell, Si-Chen's eyebrows raised. Before, he didn't even know that there was such a place among the divine religion. In fact, the main thing was that he stayed on Rakshasa Peak all day and hardly ever wandered around amongst the White Feather Divine Sect, not to mention entering some of the White Feather Divine Sect's forbidden lands. After going to set his target, Si-Chen flew straight towards that forbidden place, and just after Si-Chen left, Elder Mu and Elder Lu's voices leisurely sounded. Old Mu, it looks like the top few names of the Heavenly Extreme Tablet are going to change again. The top few places in the Heavenly Extreme Tablet are all successive sect masters of the Divine Sect, with the lowest being at the 6th level of the Transitional Juncture Realm. Gongzi has only just broken through the Transition Realm not long ago, so I'm afraid it will be difficult to enter the top 10. I do think that the battle power of the Gongzi is far beyond the ordinary Transition Realm, so maybe he can really make it into the top 10. With Si-Chen's speed, he soon arrived over the square in the center of the 8 main peaks. Looking to the west, a not-so-big spatial portal also appeared in Si-Chen's line of sight. Before the portal, there were 2 early-stage Cave Ruin Realm Outer Sect elders guarding it, and from time to time, there would also be people walking in and out of the spatial portal. Si-Chen's figure slowly appeared outside the spatial portal, while his appearance also instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. See the Grand Elder. Without hardly any hesitation, everyone present, including the 2 outer sect elders who were guarding the gate once again, bowed towards Si-Chen. At the same time, everyone was looking at Si-Chen in front of them with an extremely fervent gaze. Handsome and incomparable face, exiled immortal descending to the earth like a dusty temperament, and incomparable battle power. In the hearts of the White Feather Divine Sect's congregation, Si-Chen's prestige was already on par with that of Sect Master Luo Jiro. Si-Chen nodded gently towards the disciples and elders around him. No need to be polite. Si-Chen then looked at the 2 outer sect elders on guard. 2 elders? Is this the place where the Heavenly Extreme Monument is located? Exactly. Seeing Si-Chen ask himself, the 2 elders also replied with extreme respect and deference. At the same time, they couldn't help but have some expectations. Could it be that Si-Chen was preparing to test his own strength with the Heavenly Extreme Tablet? Si-Chen asked curiously again. Why does it seem like there are very few disciples entering the secret realm? Are there any restrictions? Look at the book law. That outer elder replied. Great Elder, the sect master had stipulated that, apart from the elders as well as the offerings, only inner disciples as well as disciples whose cultivation has reached the Yuanshan realm can enter the Heavenly Extremity Mysterious Realm. This is also to prevent the Heavenly Extremity Mystic Realm from becoming too crowded. After all, it is the common goal of all Divine Sect disciples to have their names appear on the Heavenly Extremity Tablet. Hearing this elder's words, Si-Chen was also enlightened. At the same time, he became more and more curious about this Heavenly Extreme Tablet. Is the Grand Elder going to enter the Heavenly Extremity Mysterious Realm to test his strength? Si-Chen nodded non-committally. Exactly. As Si-Chen's words fell, all the disciples around him became excited. Although they had already heard of various versions of Si-Chen's legend, experiencing it in person was something they had never done before. And this time, the Heavenly Extreme Secret Realm was their chance. Without saying anything more, Si-Chen walked straight towards the spatial portal. And just as his figure disappeared into the middle of the spatial portal, all the inner disciples present seemed to be surging towards the spatial portal as if they had gone crazy. Even a few disciples who had just finished testing their strength and walked out of the portal, after hearing again that Si-Chen had entered the Heaven's Extreme Mysterious Realm, were directly reversing their direction and rushing towards the space portal once again. Elder, just a moment ago, I suddenly felt that my cultivation has refined again. I want to enter the secret realm to test my strength. Me too. Great. I've been busy working on my graduation thesis, so I'll probably be a little less busy, and I'll break out a little later. Be sure to wait for me. Si-chen's figure slowly passed through the spatial portal and appeared in the middle of the heavenly extreme Forbidden Land. At this time, Si-chen also saw the gigantic chains that spread out over the skypole Forbidden Land. At the end of the complicated runes and black chains that spread across the sky, a giant stone monument nearly 10 meters tall stood tall. On top of that stone tablet, densely inscribed with many small words, If you looked closely, you could see that those small characters were the names of those cultivators who had climbed up the heavenly extreme monument. There were already quite a few people in the heavenly extreme Forbidden Land, plus Si-chen's sudden arrival. It could be said that more than 50% of the inner disciples of the divine sect had gathered in the heavenly extremity Forbidden Ground at this time. Even some of the outer sect elders and offerings had heard about it, wanting to catch a glimpse of their own grand elder's elegance. In this situation, Si-chen could only let out a bitter smile with a helpless face. The several inner sect disciples who were preparing to launch an attack on the heavenly extreme tablet also gave way in panic after realizing Si-chen's arrival. Si-chen gently waved his hand toward them. You guys just come first. Si-chen didn't mean to be so humble. He was just still a bit unaware of some of the rules of this heavenly extreme monument, so be prepared to observe it first. Although this was what Si-chen had in mind, for those few inner disciples, it was something else entirely. With their most admired grand elder watching from the sidelines, and piles of fellow disciples in the back, they couldn't even help but have a fine sweat appear on their palms. The intensity came up in a flash. It could be said that they had really brought out the peak of their battle power in their lives. With all his might, he blasted the divine weapon in his hand at the heavenly extreme monument in front of him. A pressure originating from the peak of the Yuanshan realm erupted, and a black light shone from the heavenly extreme monument, completely absorbing that person's attack. In the next instant, underneath the heavenly extreme tablet, the dense small characters also changed. A few breaths later, the name at the bottom of the heavenly extreme tablet was topped off, and a new name appeared in the penultimate third place. At the same time, there were murmurs from the crowd. Manhwa actually did enter the top 500 of the heavenly extreme tablet. Seeing the changes on the heavenly extreme tablet, the teenager who had swung this strike was also incomparably excited. His face filled with an ecstatic expression. He turned around and bowed respectfully towards Si-chen. Great elder, please. Si-chen smiled and nodded at him. Very good. Go back and cultivate well. Yes. Hearing Si-chen's praise, the corners of Wang Huato's mouth almost didn't go askew to the sky. After he responded to a voice, he walked straight towards the middle of the crowd behind Si-chen. No doubt enough happened today for him to brag about it for years. Wang Huatu, what's for dinner? Yes, into the top 500. In the presence of the Grand Elder. In response to the playful sounds of the disciples behind him, Si-chen shook his head helplessly while taking a step before the heavenly extreme monument. Looking around, Si-chen saw the record of the Kingflower Vine on the heavenly extreme tablet. Number 498, Inner Disciple Wang Huatu, 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. Superior qualifications. Name, realm, rating, and above Wang Hua Vine, in 497th place, was an inner disciple at the peak of the 9th level of the Yuanshan realm. By comparing the cultivation level of the disciples before and after, it is also possible to determine the position in which one's own strength lies. After looking at the rankings at the bottom, Si-chen looked at the very top of the heavenly extreme monument again. When Si-chen saw the name at the very top of the heavenly extreme tablet, his eyebrows gently raised. Number 3, Sect Master Luo Jiro, 8th level of the transition realm. With an overwhelming qualification, Si-chen was still rather surprised at what he saw. At the same time, Si-chen also knew that the record of the heavenly extreme tablet should be the realm that the person who had struck was in at that time. The 8th level of the transition realm, the top of the qualifications? In Si-chen's opinion, the evaluation of being at the top of the qualification ladder was still more suitable for Luo Jiro. This could be seen from the list of the heavenly extreme monument. Below Luo Jiro, there were 5 existences at the 9th level of the transition realm, and almost all of these people were the successive sect masters of the White Feather Divine Sect. It could be said that Luo Jiro, with her cultivation at the 8th level of the transitional apparition realm, directly crushed these 5 9th level of the transitional apparition realm. And above Luo Jiro were 2 half-step mixed realm existences. One would think that the strongest person recorded in this heavenly extreme tablet would be the half-step mixed realm. It was also the state that Luo Jiro was in at this time. Although he had already comprehended some of the power of the laws, he hadn't managed to pass through the last heavenly tribulation and break through to the mixed saints. After understanding all the precautions of the celestial extremity tablet, Si-chen's gaze became serious. Si-chen was a little curious as to where his strength would be ranked on the heavenly extreme tablet, compared to the successive great elders of the White Feather Divine Sect. What level was one at? Phew! Exhaling a long breath, Si-chen clenched his hands, and when he opened his eyes again, The bottom of his eyes had the silhouette of a heavenly ancient tree flickering with a bit of golden light. At this moment, Sichen's aura completely changed. The surging waves of chi dislodged everything around his body, and the majestic to the extreme pressure violently erupted. A look of horror flashed in the eyes of all the surrounding disciples and elders who were onlookers, and they swept towards the distance in unison. It couldn't be helped. At this moment, the hundreds of meters in a circle around Sichen's body had been covered with a pressure as heavy as a mountain. Under this pressure, even the several elders who had long ago broken through the cave ruin realm could not raise the slightest resistance. In the middle of the heaven-level forbidden land, underneath the roiling black chains, before the lofty heavenly extreme monument, the white-clothed Sichen's robes bulged, and the laws of creation that originated from the world tree flowed down Sichen's meridians to his entire body. The power of the 6 vaults of immortal thieves crazily devoured everything around it, and the muscles at Sichen's arms were as hideous as gnarled dragons. In the next instant, Sichen's right fist violently blasted towards the heavenly extreme tablet. Boom! The moment Sichen's fist collided with the heavenly extremity monument, the dense black light that was almost all over the entire heavenly extremity monument shimmered and flickered, constantly devouring the power generated by Sichen's punch. At the same time, starting from the very bottom of the heavenly extreme monument, all the fonts moved downward at the same time, and a font named Sichen was flying upward. Soon, under the watchful eyes of all the disciples and elders, Sichen's name rushed into the top 50 of the heavenly extreme tablet with an unstoppable momentum, and it's still going up. In the end, under Sichen's calm gaze, his name appeared in the 13th position. 13th place, Grand Elder Sichen, first level of the transition realm, with an overwhelming qualification. Below Sichen were 6 sect masters of the 3rd level of the transition realm, and above them were existences above the 4th level of the transition realm. Wow! Just as the results on the celestial extremity tablet surfaced in front of everyone's eyes, an instant outcry came from the crowd of disciples and elders. The Grand Elder actually suppressed the 3rd level of the ferrying realm with the strength of the 1st level of the ferrying realm. Another existence that has been evaluated as having an overwhelming qualification. The only one other than the sect master. The Grand Elder is truly terrifying as hell. I thought he would enter the top 30 at most, but I didn't expect him to be 13th. And just as the crowd of disciples and elders were being sensationalized by the succession caused by Sichen, instead, they heard Sichen's murmur that was as flat as could be. Turn your head and look. Sichen gazed at the ranking on the heavenly extremity tablet and murmured softly, are ordinary attacks at the level of the 3rd level of the ferrying realm now? Crowd of onlookers? Normal attack. Upon hearing Sichen's words, everyone present thought they had heard wrong. With that commotion just now, I'd believe you if you said it was a forbidden spell. And in the end, it's just a normal attack. Ordinary attacks. Ordinary attacks that can punch an ordinary transition realm into slag, is it? You don't get to act like that. At this time, they realized that Sichen, who was in front of the celestial extremity monument, had moved again. And just when they saw Sichen's next move, they were finally convinced that the punch that Sichan had just thrown seemed like it was really an ordinary attack. Only Sichen's right hand was slowly raised, and a dense black light began to spread in his hand. When the black light dispersed, a long spear with an ebony-colored body appeared in his hand. Saint Grade Upper Grade Divine Armament Tongtian Jianmu Lance. The moment the Tongtian Jianmu Lance appeared, the space around Sichen was sent rippling, as if it was unable to withstand its sharpness. Dong buzz! Sichen held his long spear, and the end of the spear pointed above the ground, emitting a heavy buzzing sound. Roar! A dragon's roar that resounded throughout the entire forbidden land came from the ground. And all of the disciples present saw that a huge dragon with a purple gold body slowly emerged from behind Sichen. Dao purple light flickered from the bottom of Sichen's eyes, and a mighty pressure that was countless times stronger than before exploded out. The aura emanating from Sichen's body had also changed drastically from before. With hardly any hesitation, the 2 cave ruin realm elders who were guarding the heavily extreme forbidden ground before shouted out at the same time, everyone, all retreat to the very edge of the forbidden land. Rakshasa Peak. Inside Luo Jiro and Sichen's room. Aha! Luo Jiro, who was under the comforter, stretched her arms out and let out a cute ow sound from her mouth. After a long stretch, Luo Jiro's long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she opened her eyes. At this time, Luo Jiro's gaze also looked to the side of her pillow. There was a rouge box with a little twinkle of starlight, gorgeous to the extreme on the outside, with a faint floral scent coming from it vaguely. Drunken Dream Rouge definitely lives up to its 5,000 point price tag. Luo Jiro blinked adorably and held Drunken Dream Rouge in her hands. At the same time her eyes turned to the outside of the house. Elder Mu, Elder Lu, the bad family. Where did Sichen go? Sect leader. The Duke has gone to the heavenly extreme forbidden land and seems to want to test his own strength. Elder Mu and Elder Lu's voices came out. Celestial Extreme Forbidden Land? Luo Jiro first gave a slight start before focusing her gaze on the drunken dream rouge red in her hand. Gently opening the box, Luo Jiro's delicate cherry lips were just reflected in the small mirror in the upper part of the box. Subconsciously biting her lower lip, Luo Jiro's pretty face became flushed. In all her life, she had never used this type of makeup. At the same time, Luo Jiro's little head couldn't help but fantasize about what she would look like after using the rouge, and Si-chan's reaction after seeing it. Getting up and changing into a long white dress, she pulled back her long hair with a red gold phoenix plume. Luo Jiro sat on the edge of the bed, holding drunken dream rouge tightly in her hand. In the end, after a fierce struggle of thought, Luo Jiro picked up the rouge pen with white jade as the quill. Dabbing the tip of the pen on the blush in the box, she then gently dabbed the tip on top of her own cherry lips. After waiting until the rouge was evenly applied to the cherry lips, Luo Jiro gently pursed her lips. Through the small mirror in her hand, Luo Jiro saw a face that was exquisite and absolutely beautiful under the rouge. I also wonder if the bad guys will like this look of this godmother. Her pretty face flushed scarlet as she put away the drunken dream rouge red in her hand. Luo Jiro's hand gently shook on her face and a white veil appeared with it. After doing so, Luo Jiro's figure swept towards the direction where the heavenly extreme forbidden land was located. Coming before the spatial portal, seeing the disciples who were still fishtailing towards the heavenly extreme forbidden land. Even with Luo Jiro's nature of mind she couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is this bad guy so popular? Luo Jiro muttered and walked into the middle of the heavenly extreme forbidden ground under the respectful gazes of a group of disciples. Buzz! Just the moment Luo Jiro passed through the spatial portal, her eyes snapped open. Looking around, Luo Jiro's gaze also stopped on top of the heavenly extreme monument. On the heavenly extreme tablet, she saw Si-chan's name, 13th place, top of the qualifications. Seeing this, Luo Jiro's eyes also couldn't help but float up with a look of I'm sure it's like this. Luo Jiro had long guessed that with Si-chan's level of perversion, the ranking on the heavenly extreme tablet at this time was simply reasonable to the extreme. However, Luo Jiro was also a bit puzzled as to why Si-chan hadn't left the heavenly extreme forbidden land even though he already had a ranking. And looking at the stance, it seemed like something was brewing. Luo Jiro asked towards the outer sect elder on the side. Why hasn't the Grand Elder left yet? Being asked about this by Luo Jiro, the outer sect elder's eyes were filled with fervor for Si-chan. Just now, the Grand Elder didn't exert any force at all. After hearing his words, Luo Jiro directly had a question mark on her face. What do you mean? You didn't push at all? Without exerting any effort at all, he went to the 13th place in the heavenly monument? Without exerting any force at all, he directly crushed a group of former sect masters? After a moment of silence, Luo Jiro also gradually accepted this reality. Compared to others, Luo Jiro, as Si-chan's wife, still had a deep knowledge of the extent of his perversions. Standing in front of the group of disciples, Luo Jiro also turned her gaze towards Si-chan before the heavenly extreme monument. At this time, the giant dragon silhouette conjured up by the Taishu ancient dragon heart technique was accompanying Si-chan's tugging and encircling the Tongtian Jianmu lance. Although the Taishu ancient dragon's heart technique contained numerous offensive means, Si-chan still preferred its enhancement of his own battle power. The Tongtian Jianmu lance in Si-chan's hand echoed the world tree in his dantian, perfectly accommodating all the laws of creation. Roar! With a dragon roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, Si-chan's aura reached its peak at this moment. In the midst of the whistling blast of wind, Si-chan fiercely stepped towards the ground, and just as the ground cracked inch by inch, he rushed straight towards the heavenly extreme monument. In the next instant, the Tongtian Jianmu lance in Si-chan's hand slashed at the body of the heavenly extreme monument with an unstoppable momentum. Buzz boom! Without hardly any hesitation, Luo Jiro swung out the red gold phoenix plume in her hand, erecting a fire-red barrier in front of the group of disciples. Luo Jiro was very sure that if she didn't stop herself, the aftershock spread out by Si-chan's strike would definitely hit the many inner sect disciples hard, even though they had gotten as far away as possible from the center area where Si-chan was. Behind the fire-red barrier, the eyes of nearly all of the inner disciples of the White Feather Divine Sect were staring at the heavenly extremity tablet in Si-chan with deadly intensity. Immediately afterward, in the midst of their horrified gazes, the place where the Tongtian Jianmu lance and the heavenly extreme steel met was instantly strewn with countless cracks. The black light that was so dense that it flickered to the extreme flashed up, trying its best to mend the cracked body of the heavenly extreme monument. Countless chains vibrated, and the sky full of runes surged madly towards the heavenly extreme tablet. Under this blow, Si-chan's body flew out backwards, sending the lance in his hand skidding across the ground for nearly 100 meters before he managed to stop. For the first time since he had broken through the transition realm, Si-chan had used his full power, and he was immensely looking forward to how far his power had reached. Standing majestically in place, like everyone else present. Si-chen cast his gaze above the heavenly extreme monument. Under everyone's gaze, Si-chen, who was in 13th place, turned into a stream of light and began to slowly climb upwards. 12, 11, 10th. Each time it climbed, the hearts of the people present shivered. This wasn't a move from 500 to 400, but a move from 13th to the top 10. From 20th to 1st place, every change in rank represented a major realm change. Between each realm, there was a gap like a rift in the sky. Finally, just as the dense black light completely repaired the cracks on the heavenly extreme monument, Si-chen's name slowly came to a halt. 3rd place, Grand Elder Si-chen, 1st level of the transition realm. In the 3rd place, above Si-chen were the only 2 half-step mixed realm realms, and below Si-chen were all the successive sect masters, including Luo Jiro, who was at the 8th level of the transition realm. Just as Si-chen's ranking results surfaced in front of the crowd, the entire heavenly extremity Forbidden Land was plunged into a deathly silence, including Luo Jiro. Every one of the disciple elders had their eyes glazed over, unable to believe what they were seeing in the slightest. It was only after a long time that a murmur of whispers began to come from the crowd. This is 3rd. It's even fiercer than the bishop. You pinch me. I doubt I'm dreaming. Why, the heavenly extremity tablet doesn't show the Grand Elder's qualifications? This voice rang out, and the crowd reacted. Yes, why was there no qualification introduction behind Si-chen? Buzz boom. And just as their doubts had risen from their hearts, the changes that occurred in the heavenly extreme monument gave them the answer. Only after a low bell chime, a voice that seemed to originate from ancient chaos followed. Si-chen, creating the ancient extreme realm, obtaining the heavenly extreme secret collection, create the ancient extreme realm of the 10,000 years, obtaining the heavenly extreme mysteries. At the same time that this voice sounded, a line of golden fonts surfaced after Si-chen's cultivation on the heavenly extreme tablet, which was incomparably eye-catching on the pitch-black heavenly extreme tablet. Solo Vanguard, dictating the ages. Is this talking about the Grand Elder's qualifications? The heavenly extreme secret collection, what is it again? Right after that low and majestic voice rang out, the densely packed runes in the sky above the heavenly extreme monument also tumbled towards Si-chen's side. Si-chen's gaze condensed slightly as he was able to sense that these runes seemed to contain incomparably majestic spiritual energy. Luo Jiro, who was on the side, also had a slight movement in her eyes, as if she had remembered something. She didn't stop those runes from rushing towards Si-chen. Instead, a look of delight emerged in her eyes. Si-chen opened his hands and allowed the dense runes to rush into his body, and raging spiritual energy like a sea then exploded in his body, and Si-chen's cultivation began to soar under the replenishment of these runes. Right after all of those runes entered Si-chen's body, Si-chen's realm also managed to come from the 1st level of the transition realm to the peak of the 2nd level of the transition realm, just a little bit short of the 3rd level of the transition realm. At the same time, Si-chen felt that there seemed to be something extra above his divine soul. At this point, not a single rune existed in the sky above the heavenly extreme Forbidden Land, and the heavenly extreme monument had once again returned to its former appearance. Si-chen, who was in front of the celestial extreme monument, slowly opened his eyes and turned to look at the crowd of onlookers, standing eye to eye with Luo Jiro. Sit-han winked at her. Mother. Ahem. Luo Jiro coughed lightly and waved her hand towards the group of inner disciples and elders behind her, saying coldly, the hilarity is over. Why don't you hurry back to cultivate? If this sect master hadn't appeared in time today, most of you would have been seriously injured. Yes. Responding in unison, the crowd of disciples and elders on the sidelines also began to run towards the outside of the Forbidden Land. Everyone was certain that what they had seen and heard today in the middle of the heavenly extreme Forbidden Land could definitely be bragged about for the rest of their lives. At the same time, everyone had a whole new perception of the strength of Si-chen, the newly promoted Grand Elder of the Divine Sect, a perception that completely reverses reality. After all the disciples and elders had left the heavens pole Forbidden Land, only Si-chen and Luo Jiro remained in the Forbidden Land. Si-chen stepped in front of Luo Jiro and gently held her hand. Mother, what brings you here? Luo Jiro, who was wearing a veil, blankly glanced at Si-chen. As soon as this sect master woke up, she heard that you, the bad guy, had come to the heavenly extreme Forbidden Land. As the God sect master, of course I have to come over to see what rankings you can achieve. So, Si-chen tried to remove Luo Jiro's veil, but she dodged it. Si-chen asked helplessly, so what does the lady think? Is it awesome for your husband? Luo Jiro's small hands tightly covered her cheeks, preventing Si-chen from removing her veil. You're a bad guy, always up to something sensational. Although Luo Jiro didn't say anything with her mouth, her eyes were filled with bright little stars. Obviously, her own Sagittarius was excellent to such an extent that she was still very proud as a wife. Si-chen held Luo Jiro's waist with his arms and lowered his head to rub her head with his forehead. Mother, I can only hurry up and become stronger so that I can properly protect you when the enemy comes. Luo Jiro blared at Si Chen with an exasperated look. What a thing to say. Did you forget who is the head of the family? If you want to be protected, it is this sect master who will protect you. You're so rude all day long. Si Chen nodded with his finger on Luo Jiro's brow. Then what can I do if my mother has no way to protect me? Then you run. Luo Jiro said to Si Chen very seriously. If this sect master can't solve it, then you're not allowed to freeze. Just hurry and run for your life. Hearing Luo Jiro's words, Si Chen raised his head to look up at the sky and murmured softly, running for your life. Bad guy. Hearing Luo Jiro's shout, Si Chen lowered his head to look at her. At this time, Si Chen saw Luo Jiro's extremely serious gaze. Luo Jiro said with incomparable seriousness, repeat one side of this sect master's words. What? Sit-Han raised an eyebrow. If there is ever a day when this sect leader is not able to defeat the enemy, you have to run. Run straight away. Si Chen spread his hands. My lady, you know I couldn't possibly do that. No can do. If you don't listen to this sect master, then I'll, just. Facing Si Chen's eyes that didn't know what they contained, Luo Jiro shouted in exasperation. I won't give you a baby. No way mama. So heartless? It's that ruthless. Well. Si Chen's large hand was placed on Luo Jiro's head, rubbing her hair into a messy mess. Listen to your mother. Humph. That's more like it. Hearing Si Chen's reply, Luo Jiro then glanced at him with satisfaction. Si Chen gazed down into Luo Jiro's eyes. His deep eyes seemed to contain endless emotions. Leaving his lady to run away? Then what is the point of all the struggles one has had from nothing to today? Bad guy. Noticing Si Chen's eyes, Luo Jiro gently pulled on the corner of Si Chen's coat. Are you angry? Sit-Han smiled softly and his eyes shifted. He smiled gently at Luo Jiro. Of course not. How could I be angry with your mother? Really? No really. Si Chen took both of Luo Jiro's hands in his hands, preventing her from covering the veil on her face. Why did you go out with a veil today, my lady? Facing Si Chen's question, Luo Jiro's gaze was a bit evasive. Sit-Han blinked, as if sensing something. He brought his face close to Luo Jiro and whispered in her ear, take off the veil and show it to my husband. Luo Jiro gently scrunched her neck, her eyes glistening as she looked at Si Chen. Bad guy, you said you don't like girls with heavy makeup. So, does applying rouge count as heavy makeup? Of course it doesn't count. Si Chen shook his head affirmatively. A little light makeup is a big difference from heavy makeup. A beautiful woman with a little light makeup is like icing on the cake. Really? Of course. Receiving Si Chen's answer, Luo Jiro's large, watery eyes were filled with a look of delight. Under Si Chen's gaze, Luo Jiro gently removed the white veil from her face. Under the veil, the cherry lips embellished with a bit of rouge were incomparably moving, paired with the pretty face with a touch of blush. At this moment, Luo Jiro was tantalizing to the extreme. For a while, Si Chen actually looked a little dumbfounded, and Luo Jiro playfully spat out her tongue after noticing Si Chen's gaze. She tiptoed close to Sithan's ear and said timidly, bad guy, want to taste the flavor of my godmother's rouge? Ow. Hiss ma'am, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Bite you bad boy. Inside the heavenly extreme forbidden ground, Luo Jiro stroked her long, messy hair in front of her forehead behind her ear and lunged towards Si Chen with her teeth and claws open. Si Chen pursed his lips and used his hand to deaden Luo Jiro's head, preventing her from coming up and biting herself again. Ma'am, you were the one who said you wanted to let Sangha taste rouge, and you say. Luo Jiro slapped Si Chen's hand on her head to the side and said with a blushing face, this sect master will let you have a taste of it. Who told you to exert yourself like that? It got everywhere. While saying that, Luo Jiro didn't forget to wipe her hand hard on her own mouth. Si Chen stood in place, looking at Luo Jiro with a smirk on his face. By this time a large circle around the couple's lips was covered in red rouge, all but rubbing off on their faces. Po ha 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 ha. Si Chen looked at Luo Jiro's adorable appearance and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Si Chen's loud laugh, Luo Jiro angrily threw him a big blank stare. But looking at the circle of rouge at the corner of Si Chen's mouth, Luo Jiro couldn't help but have the corners of her mouth rise slightly, and she ended up laughing along with it. Badass. Luo Jiro let out a pout and took out a white handkerchief and handed it to Si Chen. Don't wipe it off yet. What if the disciples see it later? Si Chen didn't take the handkerchief Luo Jiro handed over. He just took a few steps closer towards her and put his face in front of her. Mother, help me wipe. Luo Jiro's small hand pushed against Si Chen's face, pushing him out some distance. Step aside. I won't. Si Chen clasped his hands behind his head and said sadly, then I have no choice but to leave the heavenly extreme forbidden land just like this. When the disciples see it then, I'll say that I was bitten on the lip by a female demon. You're the demoness. As she spoke, Luo Jiro had already used her handkerchief to wipe the rouge from the corners of her own mouth clean. while her gaze also looked at Si Chen beside her. At this time, she also happened to see Si Chen's eyes full of laughter. Si Chen nudged towards Luo Jiro, signaling her to use the handkerchief in her hand to help him wipe as well. This sect master has really fallen into your evil hands. Luo Jiro spat lightly, raising the handkerchief in her hand to help Si Chen gently wipe the rouge from the corners of this mouth. Throughout the entire process, Si Chen's gaze did not leave Luo Jiro's pretty face, which directly caused Luo Jiro's pretty face to turn red with shame. After Luo Jiro helped Si Chen wipe all the rouge from the corners of his mouth, she tossed the handkerchief to Si Chen. Bad guy, go back and get cleaned up. Si Chen caught the handkerchief Luo Jiro threw over and looked at her helplessly. No ma'am, even if you wash your socks for me, do you want me to wash your handkerchiefs too? Humph, who told you to always bully the sect master? This is your punishment. As Luo Jiro spoke, she looked at Si Chen with a suspicious face. Bad guy, you're smiling in a perverted way. You don't have any strange fetishes, do you? Ahem, how can that be? Sithan tucked his handkerchief into his arms and shook his head righteously. Washing things like socks for my lady is not something I like to do at all. Luo Jiro suspiciously looked at Si Chen for a moment before nodding. There's no way. Even more perverted is his own Sagittarius, so he can only digest it internally by himself. Suddenly, Luo Jiro seemed to remember something as she looked at Si Chen beside her. Bad guy, that Heavenly Extreme secret collection. Luo Jiro had heard of legends related to the Heavenly Extreme Monument. After all, this Heavenly Extreme Monument was exactly what the first sect master of the White Feather Divine sect had carried back from the middle of the ancient Fierce Land. Although the legend didn't have anything related to the Heavenly Extremity secret stash, it had mentioned the runes that spread over the Heavenly Extremity Forbidden Land. Luo Jiro couldn't be sure if these things were harmful to Si Chen, so it was still necessary to ask. To his own maiden, Si Chen naturally had nothing to hide. He said softly, the so-called Heavenly Extremity Mystery Collection should be those mysterious runes. After they carry a large amount of spiritual energy, they also seem to have an effect on my divine soul. Divine soul? Luo Jiro froze slightly. Si Chen nodded. There seems to be an extra special barrier above my divine soul, made up of those very runes. I can feel that this barrier's defense is very strong, and it's hard to break through by unusual means. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro was pleasantly surprised as she looked at him. Means of divine soul protection are extremely rare, and those spiritual powers are nothing compared to them. Even when passing through the heavenly tribulation, a powerful divine soul is needed as an aid. Si Chen gently raised his eyebrows. In that case, your Sagittarius has really earned it? Luo Jiro's eyes were filled with a delighted look. That's for sure, but it's all because you, the bad guy, traded your strength for it. You deserve it. Si Chen nodded Luo Jiro's forehead with his finger, then pointed at the Heavenly Extreme Monument. Does Nyangzi want to give it a try? Maybe with your mother's current strength, she'll just ascend to the top. Hearing Si Chen's words, Luo Jiro's gaze also went to the towering Heavenly Extreme Monument behind her. Just as Si Chen had said, with her current half-step mixed sage strength, she might really be able to directly ascend to the Heavenly Extreme Monument. Only, Luo Jiro gently shook her head. This sect master has little interest in these things. Luo Jiro winked playfully at Si Chen. Just allow this bad guy of yours to stay on top of the sect master for a while. As Luo Jiro's words fell, she suddenly realized that Si Chen was looking at her with a bad smile on his face. Si Chen nodded heavily. Look at my memory. I almost forgot what mother told me only yesterday. Luo Jiro gave a soft lurch. What words? Si Chen took a step towards the space portal, whispering as he did so. Mistress said she doesn't like to be on top of me, that it would be tiring. Likes me on top and you on the bottom. Si Chen's words reached Luo Jiro's ears, and she froze at first. It took some time for her little brain to comprehend the meaning within Sithan's words. Soon, Luo Jiro's pretty face turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. Luo Jiro let out an exasperated cry and chased after Si Chen with a puff of air. You denizen! You can say such things! Si Chen dodged Luo Jiro's exasperated kick with a flash, and called out as he jogged towards the space portal. Mother, these are your exact words. Denizen, you're still talking. Eat this sect master's kick. Seeing that Si Chen was about to drill into the spatial portal, Luo Jiro directly erupted her own power into the air. She violently stomped on the ground and her figure shot straight up into the sky, followed by a kick from the sky executed by Si Chen. Si Chen was just about to drill into the middle of the spatial portal when he turned his head and saw Luo Jiro's little foot that was coming straight at his butt. Seeing this scene, Si Chen shouted, a dodge to avoid Luo Jiro's small feet, at the same time the arm to deadlock her slender jade legs. In this way, Luo Jiro, who was originally going to kick Si Chen from the sky, was directly held in Si Chen's arms in a princess hug position. Coupled with Luo Jiro's inertia from falling from the sky, The two of them fell backwards into the middle of the space portal in this position. A few breaths later, Luojiro and Si Chen's eyes flashed with light, and they had arrived at the central square of the White Feather Divine Sect. It was also at this time that Si Chen and Luojiro's gazes met with the disciples above the square.